In his past life, Lin Dong had been lazy, gluttonous, and utterly uneducated. Every time he came home drunk, had beat his wife without fail, and in the end, he even sold her. But when he opened his eyes again, his wife was still there. Everything could start anew. Chapter 1. Past life, present hell? The room was dark, cramped, and thick with smoke like a steaming bamboo basket trapped in perpetual fog. Lin Dong lay on a hard bamboo mat, puffing cigarette after cigarette. His eyes were hollow, his expression flickering between rage and bewilderment. How the hell can something this absurd happen? I've reincarnated? His mind was a tangled mess. For cigarettes in a row had barely numbed his nerves. Nothing could stop the violent collision of two utterly different lifetimes merging inside his skull. Lin Dong, 23 years old, after dropping out of middle school, had gone to Suzhou City to hustle. Over the years, he skirted the edges of legality, scraped together some money, and married a wife others envied. He thought his future was bright, but karma never sleeps. On his wedding night, a drunk friend got into a brawl with a restaurant manager. The original Lin Dong, fueled by alcohol and misplaced loyalty, jumped in to help. His friend ended up chopping off the manager's arm, causing a grade 3 disability. The fallout was catastrophic. They lost everything, paying compensation, and Lin Dong himself served a year in prison for complicity. When he got out, the 1997 Asian financial crisis hit. Broke and abandoned, even his so-called friends vanished. Lin Dong spiraled. He drowned himself in drink, gambling, women, every vice imaginable. And every time he stumbled home drunk, he beat the woman who'd waited faithfully for him all year. I was a wife-beating piece of trash. Lin Dong flinched as the memory fully fused. Without thinking, he slapped himself hard across the face. Sting! Sparks flew from the cigarette in his hand. The sharp pain jolted him back to reality. April 3rd, 1998. The wall calendar confirmed it relentlessly, undeniably real. Does heaven really have to play such a cruel joke on me? Lin Dong crushed the cigarette under his thumb and let out a bitter laugh. He remembered clearly. In his past life, had built a vast business empire from nothing. By 30, had made the Forbes list, been named one of China's 10 outstanding youths, and commanded assets worth tens of billions. Now, everything had flipped upside down. Had been thrown back 22 years, reborn into the body of a degenerate man who'd squandered love, trust, and decency. Even someone as hardened by fortune's tides as he was couldn't accept this overnight. A man who'd never smoked before now clung to tobacco like a lifeline, hoping the haze might steady his crumbling sanity. I need to go back. I can't stay here. Suicide? No. If it failed, he'd be worse off. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall, as the old saying went. Maybe I should see a psychiatrist. There might be a scientific explanation. A way back. Eventually, Lin Dong accepted the impossible. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he forced himself to think. He refused to rot here as a failure. He would reclaim his world, his legacy, his glory. Creak. Just then, the door opened. Through the smoke emerged a figure. A young woman in a faded blue work uniform, her hair pulled into a tired ponytail. Her face was pale, etched with exhaustion far beyond her years. In her arms, she carried groceries. She wasn't classically beautiful, but there was a quiet grace about her, far surpassing most. Yet her large, moon-bright eyes were dull, clouded with fear. And on her left cheek a fresh bruise, purple and swollen. Cough, cough, cough. She covered her nose, choking on the smoke. Seeing Lin Dong staring at her, she quickly lowered her head, set the vegetables on the table, and whispered timidly, "Smoking this much, it's bad for your health." "I'm sorry," Lin Dong said gently, moving to open the window. It was instinctive, ingrained courtesy from a lifetime of refinement. He recognized her, Huang Qingyun, the wife of this wretched body. A good woman, loyal, kind, and utterly wasted on the monster who'd worn this flesh before. This was the first time Huang Qingyun had ever heard Lin Dong speak to her so softly. Her heart clenched in dread. He must want something. Instantly tense, she stammered. "What do you want now?" "I don't have any money left. You took it all yesterday. We're borrowing just to eat every day." On their wedding night, Lin Dong had been arrested and jailed for a year. She had waited, hoped, only to be met with daily beatings upon his return. She wanted to divorce him, but fear kept her trapped. She slept fully clothed, refusing to share his bed, guarding the last shred of her dignity. But she was terrified of him, so much so that even a slight change in his behavior sent her into panic. Lin Dong froze, speechless. He wanted to explain, "It wasn't me who took your money." But who would believe such a tale? Seeing the terror in her eyes, he silently cursed the dead bastard whose life had inherited. After prison, this Lin Dong had never worked honestly again. He loafed with lowlifes, drank, gambled in whenever he ran out of cash, had shaken down Huang Qingyun. Yesterday, had beaten her bloody and stolen every last yuan shed, Saveto, gamble it all away. Lost everything. Came home drunk. He was an animal, Lin Dong thought, shame burning in his chest. These weren't his sins, but he bore the body, the name, the consequences. Even apology felt hollow. The man who once commanded boardrooms with icy calm now stood awkwardly in this squalid room, utterly undone. To break the silence, he said softly, "You must be hungry after work. Let me cook for you." He picked up the vegetables Shed bought. In his past life, cooking had been his sanctuary during the grueling climb from rags to riches. Even after becoming a billionaire, he still loved to cook. It grounded him. Now he needed that calm, needed clarity. Thud. At his words, Huang Qingyun's legs gave out. She dropped to her knees, face ashen, eyes wide with terror. "Lin Dong, I swear, I have no money left. Please just leave me alone," she begged, voice trembling. The old Lin Dong never cooked, never spoke kindly. If anything displeased him, he unleashed fists and fury. So this sudden gentleness? It terrified her more than violence. When something's too strange, evil is near. She didn't know what scheme he was plotting, but past experience told her. If she didn't submit, the storm would come. Beatings were routine. She wasn't afraid of pain. She was afraid he'd leave her with nothing, starve her death, if not beat her first. All the sorrow Shed swallowed over 18 months burst forth like a dam breaking. Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed quietly, brokenly. "Don't kneel. Don't cry. Get up, please." Lin Dong's composure shattered. Had seen countless pitiful people in his rise to power. But pity was a luxury in the cutthroat world of business. This wasn't pity. This was despair. And he was its cause. Guilt pierced his heart like a needle. Clumsily, he helped her up. "It's just I wanted to cook. That's all. I won't hurt you. I won't take anything from you. And I promise he'll repay everything I owe you. As fast as I can." In that moment, a sliver of purpose cut through his confusion. He would make amends. Not for redemption, just to ease the weight crushing his soul. Huang Qingyun stood frozen, staring at the man before her, familiar, yet utterly alien. She didn't move, didn't breathe. One thought echoed in her mind. Why has this monster suddenly changed? Chapter 2. The shadow in her eyes. Watching Huang Qingyun nervously fumble through washing vegetables, mixing up stems, and leaves, Lin Dong sighed inwardly. Had known countless women in his past life, gold diggers, social climbers, opportunists. But someone as pure and kind as Huang Qingyun, wasted on a brute like the original Lin Dong. This world is truly sick. Until I find a way back to my own time, he resolved, he'll make it my duty to repair the damage he did. She won't live in fear another day. By now, the two lifetimes have fully merged. His confidence returned steady, unshakable. China was deep in the 1997 financial crisis. Industries were collapsing. Money was scarce. Building wealth now would be harder than ever. But Lin Dong thrived on challenge. If had done it once from nothing, he could do it again with 2 decades of hard-won wisdom as his edge. Logic dictated. To research a way back to his original timeline, he'd need resources, influence, data, and that meant money. With purpose, energy followed. He took the vegetables from her trembling hands and turned to the rickety gas stove. Soon, the scent of sizzling garlic filled the air. 2 dishes emerged, stir-fried water spinach and spicy sour cabbage, simple, but fragrant and perfectly seasoned. He placed them before her. Huang Qingyun stared, eyes wide. Lin Dong handed her a steamed bun. "Only 2 dishes. Try them." She blinked, stunned for 5 full seconds, then slowly took the bun, fingers shaking. She nibbled it, head bowed, too afraid to reach for the food. The gentler he acted, the more terrified she became. She kept waiting for the blow for the mask to drop. "You really don't have to be scared," Lin Dong said softly, seeing her tension. "I won't hurt you. Not ever again." He understood. The trauma ran deep. This wasn't fixed in a day. All he could do was prove himself through action, not words. Finally, emboldened, she reached for her chopsticks and took a bite. Her eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined plain water spinach and cabbage could taste this good. Did he really make this? If she hadn't watched him cook with her own eyes, she had never believed the man who'd beaten her senseless yesterday possessed such skill. "Good?" Lin Dong asked, though the ingredients are limited. She snapped out her days. "It's delicious, but you don't have to." Her voice cracked. This felt like a dream too sweet to be real. What she never woke up. She had once dreamed of a happy marriage. Instead, her husband was jailed on their wedding night. She waited a year in empty silence. And when he returned, a gambling, drinking abuser, hope had nearly died. But now this tenderness? It pierced her heart like an arrow aching, overwhelming. Joy and sorrow twisted together. Tears spilled again, but this time from relief. Are you okay? Too spicy? Lin Dong asked, concerned. No, she wiped her cheeks. I'm just happy. Then, barely above a whisper, will you stop gambling? I'm not afraid of being poor. Or working hard. If we stick together, we can build a good life. Yes, Lin Dong said immediately. I promise. Such a simple wish. No demands. No conditions. Compared to the materialistic women of his past life who saw love as transaction, she was like a white lotus blooming in mud. Rare, pure, priceless. Truth was, even without her plea, had already decided to rebuild his fortune. Returning to his original world required power. And power required capital. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Huang Qingyun managed a fragile smile. A violent pounding shook the door. Open up. A rough voice barked from outside. Huang Qingyun shot to her feet, pressing herself against the door but didn't open it. Who is it? She called, voice tight with fear. Where's Lin Dong? Tell that bastard to get out here. We've come for our money. The knocking grew louder, angry, relentless as if the door might splinter any second. Her face drained of color. Lin Dong frowned. Debt collectors? But in his memories, this Lin Dong, though a wastrel, was proud. Had borrowed from friends, yes, but never from strangers. Where did this debt come from? He stood, gesturing for her to open the door. Had faced corporate raiders, hostile takeovers, legal ambushes. A few thugs? Barely worth noticing. Trembling, Huang Qingyun obeyed. The door swung open. A hulking man stood there, broad as a tower, face lined with scar tissue, eyes gleaming with menace. Huang Qingyun stumbled back, trembling. Lin Dong studied him, then remembered. Chengmen Hai, owner of the local mahjong parlor. Yesterday, had lost everything playing cards there and passed out drunk. What debt? Lin Dong asked coolly. Last night, you drank and gambled at my place, ran out of cash and borrowed 2,000 from me. Said you'd pay back principal plus interest today. Chung sneered, pulling a crumpled note from his pocket. You signed it yourself. Trying to weasel out? 2,800 yuan. Pay up. 2,800. Huang Qingyun gasped, horrified. Had taken all her savings and still borrowed more. 800 yuan in interest in one day. That wasn't lending, that was loan sharking. Lin Dong examined the note. The handwriting was indeed his, but he had no memory of signing it. Blackout? Drugged? The evidence was damning. Whether Head agreed or not, the debt was now his. He'll pay, Lin Dong said calmly. Give me 3 days. To him, 2,800 yuan was pocket change. He could earn it back in a week if he chose to act. Better to pay and avoid trouble. 3 days? Cheng's face twisted into a grotesque grin. His eyes slid toward Huang Qingyun, lingering, lecherous. Who's going to give me 3 days? Then, with a wolfish smirk, tell you what, the 2,800? I don't really care about the money. But in this world, nothing comes free. How about this? Let your wife spend one night with me, and we call it even. What do you say? The mask was off. The trap had never been about money. It was about her. Chapter 3. Today, Laozi will ruin you. Cheng Minhui's voice boomed without a hint of restraint, his unabashed possessiveness laid bare for all to see. Immediately, several neighbors, drawn by the commotion, peered out to witness the spectacle. The scoundrel from the Lin family, notorious for his vices, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, was finally facing retribution. How he had once flaunted his arrogance among us, but now he was being dealt with. Perhaps even his wife would not be spared. His relationship with Huang Qingyun was nothing more than a facade. It was likely that the wretch had long contemplated selling his wife to fund his gambling habits. Such a pity for the stunning beauty. One could not help but feel envious. Many relished in his misfortune, whispering among themselves, listening to their gossip. Huang Qingyun's delicate face grew increasingly pale, tears welling in her eyes. She had just begun to believe that Lin Dong had undergone a profound change, only to discover yet another gambling debt looming over her. How could she possibly repay it? In that moment, her mind was a chaotic storm, leaving her utterly disoriented. She lacked the strength to stand, her body collapsing as she buried her head in her knees, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice and dread. The world around her faded into darkness, and the flicker of hope she had just nurtured was once again shattered. Mind your words, or you shall pay the consequences. Lin Dong's gaze grew progressively colder as he spoke in a chilling tone. My wife is not a commodity. In his previous life, he had commanded authority and understood the intricacies of human nature. How could he not see through Cheng Minhui's clumsy charade? The pretense of debt collection was merely a guise for his true intentions towards his wife. Seeking death. Who did he think he was? A pathetic gambler, daring to put on airs before him. Seeing that Lin Dong remained unfazed by his intimidation, Cheng Minhui's expression darkened as he sneered. Go inquire about who I am. A debt must be repaid. I warn you, today you will either return the money or offer your wife in exchange. After all, you, a worthless fool, have yet to touch her. Everyone in the circle knows your disgrace. Don't let such a beauty go to waste. Before he could finish, Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury. He retaliated with a resounding slap that struck Cheng Minhui's flabby face. The force of the blow caught Cheng Minhui completely off guard, sending stars flashing before his eyes and ringing in his ears. His mind went blank as the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Half of his face turned pale, quickly swelling with visible bruises. Blood oozed from the corner of Cheng Minhui's mouth as he glared in rage, his face trembling with anger. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck his head again. A beer bottle crashed down upon him, leaving him momentarily disoriented, the world spinning around him. Struggling to maintain his balance, he collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, Lin Dong, still wielding the intact bottle, planted his foot between Cheng Minhui's legs. His countenance was as cold as an iceberg, fury blazing in his eyes as he pointed a finger at him, declaring, Cheng Minhui, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Should you dare to lay a hand on my wife, I will utterly ruin you today. What am I? On my wedding night. I spent a year in prison for fighting. If I must, I will gladly return for a few more years. I shall ensure you live your life unable to hold your head high as a man. As he spoke, he brought the bottle crashing down upon Cheng Minhui's groin. The bottle shattered upon impact, glass shards scattering in all directions. Cheng Minhui, as if bereaved, turned ghostly pale, his spirit utterly shattered. His entire body trembled violently at that moment. The excruciating pain did not surge like a tidal wave. The wine bottle was merely askew. In that instant, a sudden dread of having narrowly escaped death surged within him. He could not believe that he would be struck. Just then, Lin Dong returned to the room, cursing fiercely, and retrieved another empty wine bottle. Cheng Minhui's mind was a blank, drenched in sweat, with only one thought occupying him: run, lest he lose his manhood. In the next moment, before Lin Dong could strike again, he scrambled and crawled away a distance of several meters. Still shaken, he pointed at the approaching Lin Dong and shouted fiercely, You wait, I will not let you off next time. With that, he vanished into the night. The surrounding neighbors, witnessing the scene, retreated in fear, wary of provoking Lin Dong, the reckless man. Observing this, Lin Dong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. In this life, he was a former convict, accustomed to brawling. Yet, he had no intention of ruining Cheng Minhui. After all, the law was no jest, and he wished to return to his former life without serving time. Intentionally misaligning the wine bottle was merely a ruse to play the part of a desperate man and frighten Cheng Minhui away. Indeed, the outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Lin Dong returned indoors, placed the bottle down, and met Huang Qingyun's astonished gaze. With a gentle smile, he assured her, Do not fear, with me around, no one can harm you. His domineering yet tender words unmistakably shattered all of Huang Qingyun's grievances and discontent, bringing a smile to her face. In that moment, although Lin Dong still bore an air of roguishness, he was entirely transformed from his former self. For the sake of this promise, her past resentments dissipated like smoke. Huang Qingyun rose from the ground, rushed to Lin Dong's side, and tightly embraced his waist, burying her face in his chest, intoxicated by his masculine scent. After 3 minutes, her face flushed, she lifted her head and murmured, Lin Dong, let us find a job together to repay our debts, shall we? As long as you truly repent, we can live well. The greatest fear lies in having hope only to face disappointment once more. She did not want to see the old Lin Dong again, nor did she wish to relinquish the tranquility she held in this moment. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. He had no intention of working for someone else, but was determined to start his own venture. However, he found himself unable to explain this to Huang Qingyun. So he simply acquiesced, promising to clarify once he had the means. It was the best of times, yet also the worst. Amidst the economic crisis, the majority of businesses faced bankruptcy. To stand out in such times, one must employ considerable ingenuity. That night, he slept beside Huang Qingyun. Yet his thoughts were consumed with various plans rather than any untoward intentions. He did not succumb to slumber until deep into the night. Upon awakening the next day, he found Huang Qingyun had already left, leaving a bowl of congee on the table. The moderate temperature of the simple congee and pickles moved Lin Dong deeply. It was even more delectable than the exquisite meals he had previously enjoyed. After finishing his meal and tidying up his home, Lin Dong made his way to a nearby small shop. With the last 2 coins in his pocket, he made a phone call. Soon, a sycophantic voice echoed from the receiver. Brother Lin, are you looking for the guys to play cards again? Of course we shall play. but I have a little fortune at hand and wish to share it with the brothers. Are you interested? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Who doesn't love a windfall? Come to my shop for a detailed discussion. The other end of the line was suddenly filled with excitement. Lin Dong grunted in acknowledgement, hung up the phone, tossed one of the coins, and a faint smile graced his lips. He had pondered for most of the night. To embark on an entrepreneurial journey, one must first gather their initial capital. His first pot of gold was set to come from a card-playing acquaintance who often duped him. Everything was about to commence. Chapter 4. Financial products. In the dimly lit office of a real estate agency, a somber atmosphere enveloped three men, each wearing a troubled expression. Old Huang. Did Lin Dong really say he would help us make a small fortune? One of them asked incredulously. What else? I've already laid off all my staff at the shop. If he can't help us prosper, why would I waste my breath on him? Said a young man with a crew cut and gold-rimmed glasses, his triangular eyes gleaming with avarice. The recent economic crisis had hit the real estate sector hard, particularly in Hainan, which had completely collapsed. As a real estate agent, he had suffered greatly. To survive, he was now a solitary operator. To earn a little pocket money, he relied on Lin Dong. Every time they played cards, he managed to swindle Lin Dong out of 1,000 or 800 yuan. Just yesterday, he had even gotten Lin Dong drunk along with his brothers and exchanged 2,000 yuan from the owner of the mahjong hall. Regardless of the circumstances, he has taken the initiative to come to us this time. Let us hope for a little something to enjoy tonight. Another one smirked. As they spoke, a figure appeared outside the shop. Lin Dong approached with his hands clasped behind his back, swaying slightly. The three men instantly rose, wearing insincere smiles. Brother Dong, we've been waiting for you to lead us to fortune, Huang Qingyun said with a fawning grin. In his eyes, Lin Dong was merely a mobile ATM. Who wouldn't be fond of money? Getting rich is simple, Lin Dong declared as he entered the room and boldly took a seat, scanning the trio's feigned smiles. I sought you out for this matter. You're aware of my past, correct? A prosperous former inmate reached out to me last night and pointed me toward a lucrative opportunity. He has established a financial fund with interest rates 10 times higher than that of banks. The term is 1 year, with monthly returns. In this day and age, keeping money in a bank equates to waiting for depreciation, and investing is fraught with peril. This is the safest option. You can simply sit at home and collect money. Believe me, there are benefits that brothers should consider. Is the bank's interest rate truly that high? Huang Qingyun inquired, astonished, shaking his head. Unfortunately, I have no cash on hand. Even if I wanted to earn, I couldn't. I recall you have several properties, Lin Dong remarked without surprise. Yes, indeed. But they are all in the suburbs, and with the current situation, they simply won't sell, Huang Qingyun sighed. Those properties were all acquired at a low price from clients, and 2 of them were notorious haunted houses. He had initially planned to spruce them up and sell them at a premium. Little did he know that the nationwide real estate market would collapse overnight, leaving him with unsellable assets. Were it not for his impending bankruptcy, he would not be preoccupied with extracting some funds from Lin Dong. If you transfer the usage rights of the house to me, consider the rent as equity. You will still receive monthly payments. What do you think? Lin Dong responded with a smile. He was well aware that Huang Qingyun was devoid of cash, but his true objective lay with the several properties, and this roundabout approach was merely to stoke Huang Qingyun's desires before administering the appropriate remedy. In this era of entrepreneurship, capital is not the most crucial element. Rather, it is resources that hold paramount importance. Lin Dong's inaugural venture was bottled water. In this age of economic recession, people clutched their money tightly, yet essentials such as food, clothing, and shelter remained indispensable. The restaurant industry had long become a saturated market. The only lucrative and high-margin opportunity was bottled water. The production process was straightforward and convenient, with remarkably low costs. Securing the use of the house equated to establishing a workshop, thus ensuring a smooth initiation. How splendid! Huang Qingyun could hardly conceal his excitement. A house, though inanimate, could indeed be a source of wealth. Why not take advantage of it? Lin Dong merely sought the usage rights. It was akin to renting. Monthly interest would be accrued. And even if the rent was not collected, there would be no loss. Brother Dong, please take us along. The other 2, witnessing the unfolding situation, became anxious. They did not possess properties, but had a modest sum of money saved. Hesitant to engage with the bank, they could not remain passive upon seeing Huang Qingyun's potential gains. All right, we are all brothers. I will not forget any of you. Lin Dong hesitated for a few seconds, feigning difficulty before nodding in agreement. This was a strategy of desire management. The trio before him were streetwise individuals, well-versed in the art of deception. If the performance was not executed flawlessly, revealing any flaw would detract from its effectiveness. Lin Dong did not hasten to collect their money. Instead, he elaborated on the benefits and safety of investment funds. With over 2 decades of advancement beyond this era, every word he uttered shattered the trio's preconceived notions. They were left in awe, their gazes toward Lin Dong markedly transformed. When the moment was ripe, collecting the money was a matter of course. The two pooled together a sum of 23,000 yuan, handing it over to Lin Dong, who, concerned for their security, agreed to write down their identification numbers and draft a contract. Satisfied, they then took Lin Dong out for a meal. It was astoundingly easy to manipulate their thoughts, and Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk internally. Greed is the original sin, no matter how astute an individual may be. Once the seed of greed is sown within their heart, compliance is almost assured. Within a month, he was confident he could turn a profit from the bottled water factory. By then, he would repay them in full, with interest, leaving no trace of fault. After dining, Lin Dong returned home with the money. In an era where the average annual income barely exceeded 3,000 yuan, over 20,000 was indeed a considerable sum. This money marked his initial capital for entrepreneurship. He set aside 3,000 yuan for Huang Qingyun. In high spirits, Lin Dong deliberately purchased 2 bottles of wine and several fine dishes. Returning home to prepare a heartfelt meal, the spread included 4 dishes and a soup, pleasing to the eye and palate. At last, at 5:30, Huang Qingyun opened the door and returned home. Upon witnessing the fragrant dishes before her, the weariness etched on her face was swiftly dispelled. In her large, moon-like eyes, the unmistakable glow of happiness shone through. Compared to the past when Lin Dong was merely a man consumed by vice, indulging in gambling and debauchery while subjecting her to abuse, he now appeared as an angel, radiating a soothing light that instilled a sense of peace. He had truly transformed. Just in time for dinner, Lin Dong prepared the utensils and poured a glass of wine, inviting her to join. As she savored the delectable meal, Huang Qingyun felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Here, take this money. It's a part of what was taken from you before. I'm returning it now. Before she could utter a word, Lin Dong reached for a small package nearby and presented it to her. Huang Qingyun accepted it and opened it, revealing a stack of green 100 yuan bills, 30 in total. Where did you acquire such a sum? Yu Haven Tea resorted to borrowing again. Have you? You must return it, she exclaimed, her complexion paling as panic flickered in her eyes, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Just yesterday, Lin Dong had been pursued by creditors. And now, merely a day later, he had miraculously returned with 3,000 yuan. Aside from borrowing or theft, she could conceive of no other explanation. She would rather face poverty than accept such money, fearing it would jeopardize their prospects for a stable future. She also wished to spare Lin Dong from returning to prison, shattering the fragile dreams they had only recently begun to nurture. Chapter 5. The deceiver. Lin Dong noticed Huang Qingyun's alarm and concern, a wave of guilt washing over him. This woman, upon seeing the money, expressed not delight but anxiety and fear, clearly worried for his well-being. With a wife so devoted, what more could a husband desire? Rest assured, this money is earned through legitimate means, and I will continue to earn more, he reassured her. Raising his glass sincerely, he said, I apologize for all I have subjected you to in the past. You have endured much, my dear wife. From now on, you need only to be as beautiful as a flower. I will bear all financial burdens. With that, he raised his glass and drank deeply. Tears streamed down Huang Qingyun's cheeks, her lovely face a tapestry of mixed emotions, overwhelmed with joy and sorrow. Throughout Lin Dong's year in prison, she had yearned for his return so they could strive together, only to find that the man she loved had become a shadow of his former self. Yet now, he had undergone a profound transformation. Each word and action of his chipped away at her buried heart, touching the softest parts of her soul. Do not cry. No one will cause you pain again, Lin Dong said, guilt welling within him as he hurriedly wiped her tears away. The once formidable figure in the business world now found himself at a loss. Gradually, Huang Qingyun composed herself, raising her glass to toast with Lin Dong. Having never been one to drink, she downed her glass in one go, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue. Perhaps you should drink less, Lin Dong gently advised upon seeing her state. I'm simply happy, Huang Qingyun replied, seemingly tipsy, pouring herself another glass despite his protests. Lin Dong understood that over the past year and a half, she had endured countless grievances, unsure how to express her emotions. If she could channel her frustrations through drink, it might serve as a release, so he refrained from further objections, allowing her to indulge. After consuming 2 glasses, Huang Qingyun could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing onto the table in a complete stupor. While women typically possess a modest tolerance for alcohol, her first encounter with strong spirits had led her to achieve an impressive feat. Lin Dong set down his chopsticks and gently lifted her onto the bed. using a damp towel to wipe her face. Observing her once youthful and beautiful visage now marred by the ravages of time, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Lin Dong, please don't hit me. I am so afraid. Everyone laughs at me for marrying a criminal. It makes me so sad. Suddenly, Huang Qingyun murmured, her words a mix of dreams and drunken ramblings. Lin Dong felt a jolt in his heart, as if pierced by 1,000 steel needles, striking deep into his soul. Rest assured, I shall never strike you again. A resolute light ignited in Lin Dong's eyes as he spoke softly. I will make you the happiest woman in the world, enjoying all that you rightfully deserve. To hell with the past. I seek no regrets in this lifetime. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. While the commercial empire of his previous life was undoubtedly significant, he possessed the capability to recreate it, perhaps even on a grander scale. This foolish woman, if separated from him, might not survive. Whether he was a scoundrel or a good man, he was an irreplaceable part of her world. Now that he had the house and starting capital, along with a project in mind, obstacles still loomed large. As he observed Huang Qingyun settling into quietude, thoughts swirled within him. It seemed imperative to visit the food safety department, for without it, the product could never hit the market. In a month's time, should he fail to pay the interests owed to Huang Qingyun and his associates, given their nature, they would not let the matter rest easily. Lin Dong held Huang Qingyun gently, inhaling her alluring scent, yet he felt an overwhelming inertia. His mind was consumed with the various challenges he would encounter in his entrepreneurial journey. The boom in the bottled water industry was originally anticipated 2 years hence, but now he was compelled to expedite his plans. The economic crisis had rendered many sectors feeble. Yet perhaps this 1 yuan per bottle of mineral water could carve out a path for him, breathing life into his endeavors. The following morning, Lin Dong busied himself, donning a clean, suitable outfit before heading out. He hailed a cab, making his way directly to the Food Safety Supervision Bureau. Throughout the journey, he contemplated how to secure the health and sales permits at the lowest possible cost. The production of mineral water demanded stringent purification equipment. The simplest method was to bypass all of that and create purified water directly using boiled water. Lin Dong had already mapped out the advantages and disadvantages, feeling confident in his approach. As for how to obtain the permits, after much deliberation, he resolved to resort to deception. In this era, information was not yet widespread, and trickery was rampant. He recalled hearing stories of individuals who, in the year 2000, had swindled vast sums under the guise of retired officials. Such tactics had not yet been employed in this time, making it a perfect fit. People would not be overly suspicious. The vehicle arrived directly at the entrance of the Health Bureau. Lin Dong stepped out and adjusted his attire. Addressing the guard with authority, I am a student of Old Zhang, here to speak with your director. Open the door. His commanding presence, surely cultivated from years in high positions, made it evident that he was no ordinary man, especially clad in the suit he wore on his wedding day. Invoking Old Zhang's name left the guard with little choice but to comply. Promptly, he opened the door and personally escorted Lin Dong to the director's office. Inside, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a round belly and a shiny face, rose to greet Lin Dong as he entered, with a face full of ingratiation. I am Director Li Changyong of the Health Bureau. I have heard that you are a student of the esteemed Zhang. May I inquire your name? A person's name is akin to a tree's shadow. Although Mr. Zhang has retired, his roots are deeply entrenched in Tanzhou. Under normal circumstances, as a mere director of the Health Bureau, it would be impossible for me to engage with him. The fact that I am here in person to seek him out is indeed a delightful surprise. Director Li, my name is Lin Dong. I come bearing a request, as it is not customary to approach without reason. Lin Dong, with an air of ease, continued, in truth, I am not here at the behest of my teacher. Rather, I have a matter of my own that I wish to discuss with you. Hence, I have invoked his name, and I hope you will forgive me. Prior to our meeting, Lin Dong had perused the newspapers and discovered that after his retirement, Mr. Zhang had been taken to the capital by his family. Locating him would not be an easy endeavor, particularly for someone of Li Changyong's stature. Therefore, there was no need for concern regarding any missteps. Please have a seat. We are all on the same side here. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Li Changyong beamed with a broad smile, exuding warmth and hospitality. In these times, while many dare to deceive, few would dare to do so in an official capacity. Thus he remained completely oblivious to any potential trickery. To him, Lin Dong appeared to be a golden opportunity. Aligning himself with Mr. Zhang promised immeasurable benefits. With Mr. Zhang's support, he could swiftly ascend to greater heights. Indeed, I wish to establish a purified water processing plant to produce my own brand, Lin Dong stated directly, without preamble. After all, It is not easy for people to find clean drinking water when they are out and about. This purified water would greatly facilitate those working outside, allowing them to replenish their hydration conveniently and hygienically, thereby stimulating domestic demand. Hence, I seek your assistance in obtaining a health permit. Naturally, I would allocate 10% of the shares to you, brotherly, as a token of appreciation for your efforts. As the conversation progressed, Lin Dong even altered his form of address, narrowing the distance between them and drawing Li Qingyun into his venture. You wish to embark on a business endeavor? Li Qingyun responded, his face lighting up with admiration as he gave a thumbs up. Truly, you are a worthy student of Mr. Zhang, possessing remarkable ambition. In today's economic climate, only a true dragon among men would dare to undertake such an entrepreneurial journey. Since you have been forthright with me, consider it done. I shall certainly assist you. Chapter 6. The debt crisis. The conversation was exceedingly pleasant, with Li Qingyun not only agreeing to help Lin Dong navigate the health bureau's affairs, but also fostering a brotherly rapport between them. This camaraderie could potentially open up even broader networks in the future. For those short-sighted swindlers, money is their primary concern, with the aim of amassing as much as possible before disappearing, washing their hands of their misdeeds, and re-emerging as upstanding citizens. However, Lin Dong was no such person. He valued more than mere gold and silver. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. With a vast network of connections, how could one not succeed? How could one be without profit? Lin Dong could not help but wear a satisfied smile. I am truly grateful, brotherly. I will rely on your support for my small venture in the future. The two continued their delightful exchange until they realized it was already midday. Brother Lin, have you eaten? Come, let me treat you. Let's go have a meal. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's strategic and astute gaze, Li Qingyun found himself deeply enamored and silently resolved to cultivate a rapport with this esteemed protege of the venerable Zhang. Dining together? That presented an excellent opportunity to bridge their connection, and Lin Dong naturally acquiesced. At that moment, in a dilapidated neighborhood, Huang Qingyun hurried home, clutching a bag of discounted vegetables recently procured from the market. Recalling the events of the previous night, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she murmured to herself, "If poverty is to be my lot, let it be so. Perhaps if this continues, happiness may still be within my grasp." Upon returning to her modest abode, she felt no disdain for her surroundings. Rather, warmth enveloped her heart. Lin Dong was due to return, and she yearned to prepare him a delightful meal. With the fresh produce in hand, Huang Qingyun darted toward the kitchen, her steps light and unburdened by the fatigue of labor. After all, the Lin Dong of today bore no resemblance to the reckless individual of yore. She was but a simple and kind-hearted girl, who could bask in the sweetness of happiness with the slightest care. Yet, the former Lin Dong had offered her naught but despair, his relentless demands yielding only reproach. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, open the door. A series of urgent knocks interrupted Huang Qingyun's reverie, panic flickering in her eyes. The impatient figures outside, sensing no response, began to pound on the door, unleashing a barrage of kicks and punches. "Boss, is anyone even home? Indeed, why is there not a single sound? Are you two merely idle? Get out of the way. I'm coming in." As silence lingered, familiar voices soon emerged from the commotion outside. "Open the door. Lin Dong, get out here." It was Cheng Minwei. Furthermore, judging by the distinct voices, it was evident that Cheng was not alone. At least 3 individuals awaited him outside. Though Lin Dong typically displayed a carefree demeanor, he was undeniably the sole pillar of support in times of crisis. Huang Qingyun, being a young woman fresh from university, should have been the cherished jewel of her family, yet she found herself entangled with a gambling spouse, bearing burdens far beyond her years. "Open the door. I know you're inside." Cheng Minhui's voice grew more menacing. "If you don't let me in, I'll have someone break down your door." Panic surged through Huang Qingyun, leaving her paralyzed on the floor, her complexion drained of color. Recently, Lin Dong had expelled Cheng Minhui, and now he had returned for revenge. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down her brow. As a frail woman, what could she possibly do? Suddenly, her gaze caught the bedside table. The 3,000 yuan Lin Dong had given her the previous night lay there. Perhaps that money could appease the wrath of Cheng Minhui. With her heart slightly steadied, Huang Qingyun tremblingly rummaged through the drawer, extracting a bundle of newspapers, which concealed 30 crisp 100 yuan notes. She counted them cautiously, 30 bills, each one intact. Lin Dong owed 2,800 yuan, and now with this 3,000 yuan, not only can he repay the debt, but there will also be an extra 200 left. "Lin Dong, you scoundrel, you wretched creature, come out at once. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall force the door open." Cheng Minhai's patience had worn thin, and he was delivering his ultimatum to the pitiful little abode. 1, 2, 3. Lin Dong, you might as well wait to die. Someone, break down this door for me. At Cheng Minhai's command, several individuals outside responded affirmatively and were about to take action when Huang Qingyun hastily shouted, Wait. Brother Chun, Lin Dong is not home. Not at home. To hell with that. If I do not see him today, I will tear this place apart and dig 3 feet into the ground to find Lin Dong. Cheng Minhai naturally did not believe Huang Qingyun's words and shouted for his companions to proceed. Though this shabby little house was in disrepair, it was still a refuge for Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun. How could anyone just demolish it at will? In a moment of desperation, Huang Qingyun exclaimed, Brother Chun, we can repay the debt. We have money now. Cheng Minhai paused for a moment, then vehemently shook his head. Get lost. How could a bunch of paupers like you acquire over 2,000 yuan? You think you can fool me? Brother Chun, I have 3,000 yuan here. But Lin Dong is not at home right now. Please wait for him to return, and then we can settle the account. Huang Qingyun regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Hearing the quiver in her voice, Cheng Minhai narrowed his eyes. If Lin Dong truly was not home, then the only one left in the house was Huang Qingyun, a young woman in her 20s. As this thought crossed his mind, Cheng Minhai felt a surge of heat in his head and shouted at Huang Qingyun, I'm not waiting for anything. If you want to repay the debt, open the door and let us talk. Otherwise, you must be trying to deceive me. Brother Chin, it's not like that. I am not trying to deceive you. Then hurry up and open the door. However, Huang Qingyun was unaware of Cheng Minhai's intentions. The previous night, he had brazenly demanded her company. Now that Lin Dong was absent, there would be no one to protect her from Cheng Minhai's actions. Chapter 7. The Savior arrives in the dimly lit room. Within the cramped space, rapid breaths could be heard. Cheng Minhai hastily locked the door, rubbing his hands together, eager to approach Huang Qingyun. Huang Qingyun, you are helping Lin Dong repay part of his debt, aren't you? I like women like you. Upon seeing Cheng Minhai lunge towards her, Huang Qingyun's face drained of color. Her legs turned to jelly, rendering her unable to stand. In a panic, she scrambled backward with all her might. Beautiful lady, where are you going? Cheng Minhai seized her ankle, dragging her toward the bedroom. No, help, help, someone, save me. Huang Qingyun clung desperately to the ground, straining to crawl forward. Yet, her strength was no match for Cheng Minhai, who relentlessly pulled her step by step toward the bedroom. Cheng Minhai had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Let her scream. His men were stationed outside, after all. Once in the bedroom, he grasped Huang Qingyun's ankle with one hand and her collar with the other, lifting her and tossing her onto the bed. In a brutish manner, he unceremoniously hurled Huang Qingyun into a state of disarray. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Minhai lunged towards the bed where Huang Qingyun lay. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. He taunted. Cheng Minhai, you scoundrel beast. Yet, Cheng Minhai paid no heed to Huang Qingyun, his corpulent form pressing heavily upon her delicate frame. Burying his face into her fragrant shoulder, he forcefully tore at her garments. No, stop, please. Huang Qingyun's voice grew hoarse, crimson droplets of blood trickling from her throat as she cried out, her voice strained to the point of breaking. To be defiled by such a beast was unbearable. She vowed silently to end her own life, contemplating biting her tongue to escape this torment. When suddenly a commotion arose from outside the door. What are you two doing? If you have no business here, get lost. Get lost. This is my house. What are you two planning? This is your house. Are you perhaps Lin Dong's mother? Upon hearing Lin Dong's name, hope ignited within Huang Qingyun, who had just been on the brink of despair. Summoning all her strength, she cried out, Lin Dong, save me. Upon hearing her plea, Lin Dong sensed something was amiss. With guards stationed outside, could there be illicit activities occurring within? His thoughts turned to Cheng Minhai, who had been expelled days prior due to his infatuation with Huang Qingyun's beauty. Enraged, Lin Dong struck one of the thugs squarely in the temple. The second thug, witnessing this, prepared to retaliate, but was swiftly incapacitated by a brutal kick to the groin from Lin Dong. He understood well that dealing with such individuals required a cunning and ruthless approach. With both thugs incapacitated on the ground, Lin Dong pounded on the door, shouting, Open up. Qingyun, hurry, open the door. This ruse was intended to distract those inside. If any unsavory deeds were afoot, they would hesitate to proceed. As anticipated, upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, Cheng Minhai's fury ignited. Damn it, why does he keep ruining my plans? In a fit of rage, he slapped Huang Qingyun across the face, showing no mercy simply because she was a woman. Her face swelled, 5 crimson marks marring her delicate skin. Are those two fools outside just sitting idly? Cheng Minhai grumbled. unaware that the very men he had brought were already subdued by Lin Dong. Open the door, Chung Minhai. I know it's you causing this trouble. Huh, you impoverished fool. What is wrong with me collecting a debt from your wife? Blame your own incompetence. Chung Minhai retorted with a sneer. Fortunately, Lin Dong thought to himself. It was not a robber. Despite having dispatched the two outside, he remained remarkably composed. Had they been thieves, entering could have led to dire consequences. Now that he confirmed it was Chung Minhai within, he felt a modicum of relief. Huang Qingyun's life should be secure, at least for the moment. However, the mere thought of Chung Minhai daring to harm her was enough to ignite Lin Dong's ire. Humph, you dog of a mother, I want to open the door. If you're capable, come in. But you can't, can you? With a sinister grin, Chung Minhui prepared to pounce upon Huang Qingyun once more. Hey, my lovely beauty. Let us continue. Do not spoil the mood. No, don't come over. Help. Save me, Lin Dong. Bang. The door was violently smashed open, crashing to the ground. Lin Dong, resembling a vengeful deity, strode in wielding a massive hammer, each step echoing ominously on the door's remnants. Damn it. I forgot. Those two fools outside still have hammers. As this realization dawned upon him, Chung Minhui swallowed hard, the only explanation for this situation being that Lin Dong had dealt with the two outside. Upon seeing Huang Qingyun weeping on the bed, Lin Dong felt a surge of love and fury intertwining within him, his eyes ablaze with a smoldering rage. His teeth grinding audibly. Chung Minhui, you shall pay with your life. Lin Dong snarled through clenched teeth, raising the hammer to strike. Despite Chung Minhui's earlier bravado towards Huang Qingyun, when faced with someone even more formidable, he became instantly meek. This incident had provided ample fodder for his friend's mockery. Although he would dismiss it as a strategic delay, in truth, he was a coward who feared the strong. Upon seeing Lin Dong brandishing the hammer, his earlier arrogance evaporated, leaving him cowering in the small room. Today, I will end you. Every individual has their limits, and for Lin Dong, reborn with newfound resolve, that limit was Huang Qingyun. Anyone who dared to threaten her would face dire consequences. In a fit of rage, Lin Dong swung the heavy hammer, delivering a crushing blow to Chung Minhui's leg, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Chung Minhui collapsed to the ground. Lin Dong. No. Brother Lin, please don't kill me, I beg you. Lin Dong paid no heed to this pitiful plea. His forehead was slick with tension, his expression dark, fists clenched until blood oozed from his palms. Brother Lin, I implore you, bang. Lin Dong's fist struck Chung Minhui's face with ferocity, knocking out two of his teeth. Blood poured from Chung Minhui's mouth as he mumbled a desperate plea. Brother Lin, please. No. Bang. Bang. Two more punches landed, causing Chung Minhui to see stars. Spare you? Did you not hear Huang Qingyun's cries for mercy just moments ago? Who has the divine right to show mercy now? It is you, Chung Minhui, who lies beneath. Chapter 8. Miraculous reinforcements in the cramped quarters. Lin Dong unleashed a torrent of blows upon the fallen Chung Minhui, whose screams echoed painfully throughout the room. Chung Minhui clutched his head, bloodied and battered. Yet Lin Dong's fury showed no signs of abating. Regardless of Chung Minhui's pleas for mercy, he would never forgive anyone who dared to harm Huang Qingyun. Gradually, Chung Minhui's resistance waned, his body slumping to the side, frothing at the mouth. Lin Dong, stop! Huang Qingyun, though filled with loathing for the scoundrel Chung Minhui, was concerned for Lin Dong. If this continued, it would surely end in disaster. Qingyun. Lin Dong might have disregarded the pleas of others, but when they came from Huang Qingyun, he could not simply ignore them. Huang Qingyun's cry seemed to awaken Lin Dong's rationality, causing the fist he had just raised to freeze in midair. Stop. If you continue, you may very well kill him. Huang Qingyun climbed out of bed, gripping Lin Dong's hands tightly. Lin Dong gently brushed away the tears from the corner of Huang Qingyun's eye and tenderly kissed her forehead. Do not worry. I am aware of the situation. Had Lin Dong arrived even a moment later, Huang Qingyun might have faced dire consequences. His anger was entirely justified. But fortunately, Huang Qingyun emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Lin Dong might have been driven to murder Chung Minhui in a fit of rage. Get lost. Never let me see you again. Lin Dong kicked Chung Minhui, who lay on the ground, with great force. However, the seasoned rogue was not truly unconscious. As soon as Lin Dong turned away, he scrambled to his feet and, dragging his injured leg, fled from the scene. Once Chung Minhui had departed, Huang Qingyun could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Lin Dong's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Dong, I was so frightened. I was terrified. That beast, he wanted to. Lin Dong held Huang Qingyun close, as if wishing to merge her into his very being, so that she would never again suffer or fear. I am so sorry. It is all my fault for allowing you to endure such pain. If only I had not incurred debts or gambled, none of this would have happened. Rest assured, I shall never gamble again, for you. Ever since Lin Dong had traversed into this body, he had refrained from gambling. And he spoke thus to ease Huang Qingyun's heart. Yet, the memories of the gambler Lin Dong still lingered, leaving him with a sense of guilt. As he comforted the fragile creature in his arms, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Dong's eyes. Cheng Minhui had just fled, and given his character, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. But what about Huang Qingyun's future? Lin Dong's mineral water company was on the verge of establishment, and with the launch of the product, affairs would become increasingly complex. He could not expect Huang Qingyun to remain by his side indefinitely. Lost in thought, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted outside. The leader, donned in a colorful tank top and shorts, with a flamboyant hairstyle, swaggered in, shouting, "Lin Dong, come out. How dare you touch Cheng Minhui? You don't know that I have connections with him, do you? Who is this ruffian?" A throng of dozens, heedless of propriety, surged into Lin Dong's modest dwelling. Their faces were devoid of expression, brandishing hammers and wrenches, tools of violence. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. They were undoubtedly summoned by the fleeing Cheng Minhui. Lin Dong feigned calmness, gently patting Huang Qingyun in his embrace to reassure her, signaling her to remain unafraid. He discreetly pulled her behind him. "Hey, so you're the infamous Lin Dong? You look as skinny as a monkey, completely unaware of your own worth. You dare to oppose my brother Cheng? Ha ha. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. You can sit back and relax." The flamboyant-haired youth scrutinized Lin Dong with contempt, prompting laughter from those behind him. They had expected those who dared to confront Cheng Minhui to be formidable. Instead, it seemed even the lowliest were beginning to rebel. Indeed, one should take a moment to reflect on their own appearance. Lin Dong, having endured 3 years of imprisonment and subsequently indulging in relentless gambling, had let his physique deteriorate significantly. It would likely take him 2 to 3 months to regain his former health. Observing Lin Dong's weakened state, dozens of onlookers mocked him, unconsciously lowering their guard. In this world devoid of superpowers and extraordinary abilities, victory is fundamentally anchored in numbers, especially in the absence of modern weaponry. It was no small feat for Lin Dong to contemplate vanquishing several robust men single-handedly. After a brief period of jesting, a man wielding an iron rod urged, "Enough of this. Brother Cheng wants us to break his legs. Let us get to it." The group, filled with laughter and banter, prepared to strike. What to do? Lin Dong, usually confident and composed, found himself furrowing his brow. With his connections yet to be established, and lacking both wealth and power, how could he contend with Cheng Minhui? Huang Qingyun clutched Lin Dong's clothing tightly, her palms clammy with apprehension. Lin Dong, she murmured, shaking her head slightly, her eyes brimming with concern and worry. If a confrontation ensued, Lin Dong would undoubtedly face defeat. There was no question about it. Yet Lin Dong smiled, his expression imbued with an undeniable tenderness. At this juncture, he remained focused on Huang Qingyun. "Do not fear, I will protect you." With that, he resolutely pulled away from her grip on his garment. The brazen young man with the permed hair advanced menacingly toward Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun, while Lin Dong discreetly tightened his hold on his own weapon. Tension mounted between the two parties. Even the slightest movement could ignite the impending conflict. Just as both sides were poised to engage, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "What are you doing? Stop." All eyes turned toward the door, where a corpulent middle-aged man stood, Li Changyong. Earlier, Li Changyong and Lin Dong had shared a meal, discussing a multitude of future prospects. As a time traveler and affluent businessman, Lin Dong was well-versed in such matters, articulating his thoughts with such eloquence that it left Li Changyong speechless. His expertise extended beyond commerce to military and societal issues, further solidifying Li Changyong's belief in Lin Dong as Master Zhang's disciple. After their meal, Li Changyong had personally driven Lin Dong home. Upon arrival, Lin Dong noticed 2 figures waiting outside and instinctively felt a sense of dread. He instructed Li Changyong to wait outside while he ventured in alone to assess the situation. To his dismay, Li Changyong witnessed Lin Dong in a scuffle, smashing doors, and saw Cheng Minhui emerge bloodied from the house. It was all quite perplexing. When the group of thugs summoned by Cheng Minhui invaded Lin Dong's modest abode, Li Changyong finally grasped the severity of the situation, called the police, and hurried toward Lin Dong's home. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chapter 9. The master of self-destruction. Upon seeing the portly figure at the entrance, the young man with the permed hair raised his club and pointed, questioning, "Who are you?" "Li Changyong," came the deliberate reply, each syllable etched into the ears of all present. Initially, it was believed that this gang of ruffians would be intimidated. But to everyone's astonishment, the young man with the permed hair merely uttered a sound, without even batting an eyelid, and commanded his associates, "Drag that hefty fellow out and give him a good beating." What? Li Changyong was immediately engulfed in confusion, his dignity thoroughly compromised. This group did not even recognize Li Changyong. Observing this, Lin Dong shouted, "You do not recognize the illustrious director Li Changyong? Bring Chung Minhai here, so you may witness the audacity he displays when communicating with Director Li." Bah! The young man with the permed hair spat at Lin Dong and retorted, "Are you trying to deceive me? Someone, break Lin Dong's legs first." The young man dismissed Lin Dong's bravado, utterly unconvinced of his claims, and was poised to continue the assault. At that moment, a shorter thug stepped forward and whispered into the ear of the young man with the permed hair, "Brother, I noticed that the hefty pig outside is dressed rather exquisitely. Perhaps we should consult Brother Chung first? Consult Chung for such trivial matters? Wouldn't he scold us for being timid?" However, upon hearing the shorter thug's words, the young man began to sense something amiss. How could someone dressed so formally reside in a place resembling Lin Dong's impoverished neighborhood? It was quite possible he was indeed an important figure. The young man dialed Chung Minhai's number, succinctly outlining the situation. On the other end, Cheng's furious voice erupted. "Are you all fools? Are you incapable of using your brains? Can't you see how destitute Lin Dong is? He might have a powerful friend, but no. We suspect that an important leader might be passing by and meddling. Get lost. What leader? Use your pea-sized brains. This is the outskirts, a slum, not the city." Chastised. The young man with the permed hair could only smile apologetically. Yes. We will act immediately and ensure Lin Dong receives a lesson." Upon hearing they were to deal with Lin Dong, Chung Minhai felt a surge of delight, plotting to humiliate Lin Dong further. "Wait. No need to rush. Wait for me to arrive. I want you to beat him in front of me." "Ha. Brother Chung, what about your legs?" "Humph. I will be carried if need be." Just to hear Lin Dong's cries of despair, Chung Minhai concluded the call abruptly. The group exchanged glances, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. The young man with the permed hair pointed at Li Changyong. "Is this the so-called big shot you speak of?" With that, he approached and delivered a resounding slap, sending Li Changyong into a dizzying spin. "You dare strike me? I shall deal with you." Lin Dong, seemingly eager to incite chaos, rushed forward to intervene. No. Do not lay a finger on him. He truly is a significant figure." "A significant figure, is he?" The young man with the permed hair then unleashed a flurry of blows upon Li Changyong. This incident irrevocably established animosity between Li Changyong and Chung Minhai. On the surface, Lin Dong appeared eager to take a few hits for Li Changyong, yet inwardly, he was elated. No matter how powerful Chung Minhai was, could he surpass the head of the sanitation bureau? Ridiculous. Once Li Changyong regained his composure, wouldn't he promptly lead a team to shut down Chung Minhai's little gambling den? This was a classic case of using the tiger to devour the wolf. "Do not strike me, brotherly. Have the courage to strike me." So he dares to call him brother, does he? Today, my grandfather and I find ourselves in the midst of a significant conflict, facing formidable adversaries. "No, brotherly, you must flee. I shall shield you." Lin Dong, driven by a frenzy of determination, struggled against the restraints binding him, yearning to assist Li Changyong. Yet, how could he possibly break free? Lin Dong relied on Chung Minhai's assurance that he would not be harmed for the time being. It was all an act. Those observing might have mistaken him for a loyal subordinate, intent on rescuing his elder brother. After a considerable wait, Chung Minhai, with his leg encased in plaster, was supported by two individuals, laboring to witness Lin Dong's humiliation. "Brother Chung, we have dealt with that pretender." Upon Chung Minhai's arrival, the young man with the flamboyant hairstyle hastened to seek praise. Chung Minhai, his vanity piqued, offered a casual compliment, inadvertently directing his gaze towards the individual lying battered on the ground. The moment he did so, it sent a shiver down Chung Minhai's spine. By heavens, is that Minister Li? Li Changyong, bruised and battered, was nearly unrecognizable. "No, I am but a nameless pawn." Li Changyong seethed with fury. "I am merely here to project an image of bravado. Come on, continue your assault." At this, the onlookers, save for Lin Dong, were rendered speechless. Li Changyong's words nearly extinguished any courage Chung Minhai had left, compelling him to kneel and offer assistance. "Brotherly, please, do not be like this. I meant no harm." Li Changyong swatted Chung Minhai's hand away, struggling to rise. "Remember, today, you dared to strike me. From this day forth, we are sworn enemies." "Li, brotherly, this is a misunderstanding. I did not intend." Li Changyong ignored Chung Minhai entirely, beckoning Lin Dong. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Dong hastily took Huang Qingyun's hand, leveraging Li Changyong's imposing presence to escape. What a farce. Cheng Minhai, paralyzed by fear, was too daunted by Li Changyong to make any further moves. After a moment, Cheng Minhai regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Who was it that struck brotherly? The young man with the flamboyant hairstyle stammered. I broke his legs. Brother Cheng, spare me. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Cheng Minhai, in a daze, exited the scene, contemplating the dire consequences of offending Li Changyong, pondering whether his mahjong parlor could remain operational. Just as Cheng Minhai departed, sirens echoed behind him. Do not move. You are all under arrest for participating in an unlawful assembly. Raise your hands. In Li Changyong's vehicle, Huang Qingyun remained shaken by the earlier events, while Lin Dong comforted her, gently stroking her hair. Do not fear, the ordeal has passed. We owe our safety to brotherly. Huang Qingyun sobbed softly. Had they not been in the car, she would have bowed before Li Changyong in gratitude. Brotherly, thank you immensely. Had it not been for you. Lin Dong, and I as she spoke, tears welled in her eyes once more. Lin Dong sighed, speaking earnestly. Alas, those ruffians were exceedingly arrogant. Had it not been for brotherly, they might have reduced our modest abode to rubble. Under the praises of Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun, Li Changyong momentarily forgot the pain of his recent beating. Chapter 10. Life and Death. Brother and sister, I am not boasting. That Cheng Minhui, even if he had 1,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on me. This time, he simply miscalculated. I have numerous means to make that rascal Cheng Minhui pay dearly for this grievance. Moreover, you are unaware of my connections. I have quite a good relationship with the directors of the tax and finance bureaus. When the three of us stand together, just the intimidation alone could frighten Cheng Minhui half to death. Throughout their journey, Li Changyong was lost in the flattery from Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun. Regardless of what should or shouldn't be said, he used every opportunity to elevate himself. In this manner, he became ensnared in Lin Dong's honeyed words. Brotherly, Huang Qingyun and I lack your prowess. If Cheng Minhui arrives, we will have to flee elsewhere. You can seek help from old Zhang. Aren't you his disciple? Why would I trouble him over such trivial matters? Old Zhang is incredibly busy, toiling day in and day out. I wouldn't dare disturb him from my own affairs. Upon hearing Lin Dong's response, Li Changyong silently gave him a thumbs up. Well, my dear brother Lin is indeed a man of integrity. Li Changyong then suggested. Why don't you move closer to my home? How could that be? That area is still in the city center, and I've invested all my money in bottled water. I don't have much left. Instantly, Li Changyong felt even more touched, offering to continue his entrepreneurial endeavors and even willing to share 10% of his shares. With a firm pat on the steering wheel, Li Changyong declared, no worries. I will cover your rent. Lin Dong declined several times, but Li Changyong remained steadfast, insisting that Lin Dong must live nearby. Thus, in just a few exchanges, Lin Dong secured a new residence. That very night, he and Huang Qingyun moved in. The new abode was comfortable, situated in the Linghong community right next to Li Changyong's home. After bidding farewell to Li Changyong, Huang Qingyun dove into her new place. Although it was a rented space, she couldn't help but feel immense joy. After so many years with Lin Dong, she finally no longer had to reside in that dilapidated little room. Though she rarely voiced her thoughts, it didn't mean she didn't have them. She, too, was a girl who envied golden necklaces and diamond rings. However, she kept silent, afraid of Lin Dong's reaction and worried about adding to his burdens. She bore the weight of life quietly, silently enduring. My dear, you must be tired. Please rest on the sofa for a while. I will prepare dinner. As soon as Lin Dong returned home, his warm demeanor radiated, always considering Huang Qingyun's comfort, as if he wished to cradle her delicately in his palms. Today's experiences had been both terrifying and worrisome, leaving Huang Qingyun utterly exhausted. After dinner, before Huang Qingyun could exchange a few words with Lin Dong, she collapsed onto the soft, springy bed, drifting off into a heavy slumber. Gazing at Huang Qingyun's profile, Lin Dong's lips curled into a smile. This little one, how adorable she looks while asleep. He gently kissed his index and middle fingers before tenderly brushing them against her delicate lips. Sleep well, my dear. Today has truly been arduous for you. Lin Dong quietly exited Huang Qingyun's room, the night enveloping the surroundings, with only the warm glow from their new home illuminating the darkness. His desire to provide Huang Qingyun with a better life had become Lin Dong's new motivation. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following day, Huang Qingyun stretched luxuriously, relishing the comfort of a night's rest she had not experienced in quite some time. What is that delightful aroma? Huang Qingyun inhaled deeply, the enticing scent of food wafting through the air. Little sleepyhead, are you awake? Lin Dong, having finished preparing breakfast, rushed in, apron still on. Eager to call Huang Qingyun to the table. Hurry, come and taste my culinary skills. Of course, if you find it delicious. You must reward me with a good morning kiss. Witnessing Lin Dong's playful demeanor, Huang Qingyun couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. No need to taste. I'm sure it's delicious. But as for that morning kiss, that's up for discussion. Huang Qingyun teased, sticking out her tongue as she rose to wash up. Princess, I can assist you with your morning routine. Allow me to wash your face, like this. Lin Dong stealthily approached Huang Qingyun from behind and planted a gentle peck on her cheek. Ah! Huang Qingyun was taken aback. Her face instantly flushed crimson. You are so mischievous. No more of this in the future. Very well, princess. From now on, I shall steal kisses while you sleep. Lin Dong quipped. You. Huang Qingyun's cheeks deepened in color, the rosy hue creeping down her neck to her ears. In Lin Dong's eyes, this charmingly blushing apple was all the more endearing. Just as he contemplated teasing his beloved wife further, his phone, nestled in his pocket, rang insistently. Beep, beep, beep. With a sigh of regret, Lin Dong remarked, alas. I must take this call. You go ahead and eat once you're done washing up. As Lin Dong turned to head toward the balcony, a hint of confusion flickered in Huang Qingyun's eyes. In the years since Lin Dong's release from prison, he had not shown her any affection. And even when she lacked funds, he would respond with anger. Now, Huang Qingyun felt somewhat disoriented. The current Lin Dong seemed to be the sole light in her world. How was she to confront him? Who could know whether this recent radiance was merely a mirage, drawing her into a tempestuous trap? Hello? Lin Dong answered the call, his displeasure palpable. The interruption of their sweet moment was utterly vexatious. Hello? Is that you, Lin Ge? The familiar voice on the other end belonged to Wang Can, a friend of Lin Dong's. Hearing Wang Can's voice only heightened Lin Dong's annoyance. It's Lin Dong. What do you want? Lin Ge. Something terrible has happened. My sister. SL. What? You must come right away. I'm at the rejuvenation hospital. Life and death are at stake. Despite his disdain for Wang Can, Lin Dong recognized the innocence of his sister and, being a person of principle, could not let his prejudice affect her. Moreover, Wang Can had invested over 10,000 yuan into Lin Dong's endeavors. He could not simply turn a blind eye if his sister required medical assistance. Understood. I will be there shortly. Let us keep in touch by phone. After hanging up, Lin Dong hurriedly donned his coat and caught a glimpse of Huang Qingyun. Lost in thought as she gazed into the mirror, Lin Dong held Huang Qingyun's shoulder, guiding her to the dining table. In a flurry, he ladled a bowl of congee from the pot and turned to leave. Just before departing, he glanced back and advised, you needn't wait for me. After you finish your meal, head to work without concern for me. Also, I'll wash the bowl once you're done. Be cautious on your way to work. The city is bustling with traffic. Lin Dong's incessant chatter warmed Huang Qingyun's heart, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. However, her strong-willed nature forbade her from shedding tears in front of Lin Dong, so she simply closed her eyes, feigning impatience, and nodded. Chapter 11. Increasing the difficulty in a clean and tidy room, a middle-aged man with a greasy appearance was speaking on the phone, his fingers gripping the device so tightly that they turned white. Judging by his exterior, one might find it difficult to believe that this unkempt man was the owner of the residence. Brotherly, I admit my previous transgressions. I implore you to overlook my faults. Cheng Minwei, you've dealt me quite the blow this time. You expect me to let you off? Why didn't you plead for mercy for Lin Dong and the others before? There's no room for reconciliation in this matter. Brotherly, actually. I had prepared, bang. Li Changyong slammed the phone onto the table, muttering in frustration, Cheng Minwei. If I don't shut down your wretched mahjong parlor this time, I'll cease to be Li. Years ago, it was Cheng Minwei who, through connections and gifts, painstakingly obtained a permit from the health bureau. Yet, just as the permit was warming up, the bureau's director was replaced. The newly appointed Li Changyong was known for his integrity. Attempting to bribe him would likely lead to dire consequences. Lin Dong was fortunate to negotiate a partnership with Li Changyong instead of resorting to direct gifts. After becoming the director, Li Changyong refrained from questioning the actions of his predecessor, thus sparing Cheng Minwei any trouble. However, as the saying goes, heaven has its paths, yet you choose not to walk them. Hell has no doors, yet you willingly throw yourself in. There had been a fragile peace until Cheng Minwei inexplicably assaulted Li Changyong. A grave misstep indeed. Li Changyong sat in his chair, brooding over the phone he had thrown, contemplating the situation involving Cheng Minwei and Lin Dong. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, something is amiss. If Lin Dong is indeed Zhang Lao's disciple, how could he be unable to manage a few small thugs? This matter shouldn't require too many people's involvement. Even a section chief from the police station could resolve it. As the threads of understanding began to weave together in his mind, Li Changyong's brow furrowed in concentration. He promptly picked up his phone again, dialing a series of numbers. Hello? Is this Director Liu of the police station? This is Li Changyong. I would appreciate your assistance in investigating a person. I wish to uncover his background. His name is Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong remained unaware that Li Changyong had begun to question his identity. Breathless, he rushed to Huichun Hospital, following the information provided by Huang Qingyun, aiming for room 308. He knocked on the door, and indeed, it was Huang Qingyun who opened it. However, the current Huang Qingyun wore a troubled expression. In the hospital room, a girl lay upon the bed. Her once delicate and charming visage now rendered pallid and devoid of color. Upon noticing the arrival of visitors, she struggled to rise. Lin Dong hurriedly approached, gently supporting her, reassuring her that he and her brother were not strangers, urging her to rest. The girl nodded faintly, slowly reclining back onto the hospital bed. Huang Qingyun discreetly pulled Lin Dong aside, introducing the girl as his sister, Huang Shan. She had been afflicted with anemia since birth, and her blood type was the rare panda blood. Finding a compatible donor was a near impossibility. Now, there was an urgent need for a blood transfusion. Yet the unscrupulous hospital staff had exploited the situation, charging over 3,000 yuan for a single bag of plasma. Huang Qingyun's intentions were clear. He sought financial assistance from his friends. Brother Lin, our group has pooled together 23,000. Could you lend me 3,000 for now? Huang Shan was still a child, merely 18, and just beginning her university journey. I implore you, Brother Lin, please help us. Lin Dong was taken aback. It seemed the very fears he harbored were manifesting. Even before their business had commenced, there were already signs of retreat from investors. Guided by the principle of prioritizing life, Lin Dong resolved to grant Huang Qingyun the 3,000 yuan. After a brief conversation, he prepared to return home for the money. Upon returning, he found Huang Qingyun had already left for work. The bowl from her breakfast was washed spotless, and she had even mopped the floor before departing. To other men, such diligence in a spouse might evoke joy, yet for Lin Dong, it underscored Huang Qingyun's lingering mistrust towards him, stemming from past emotional wounds that could not be hastily healed. He understood that only through sincerity and time could he gradually mend their bond. Lin Dong turned towards his bedroom. Due to Huang Qingyun's fractured spirit, they had not shared a room. He retrieved the money he had previously managed to secure. In truth, Huang Qingyun had contributed nothing. He had merely provided 5 unsellable houses in the suburbs. Lin Dong, a man of integrity, felt compelled to assist his business partner to some extent. After counting the cash, he realized that after giving 3,000 to Huang Qingyun, he could only withdraw another 3,000 from the remaining 20,000. This left him with a mere 17,000, creating an even greater challenge for his entrepreneurial aspirations. Returning to the hospital with the funds, Huang Qingyun immediately approached him, his face alight with gratitude upon seeing the green notes in Lin Dong's hand. Though he had the means for the transfusion, he feared Lin Dong might squander the money and sought to reclaim it under the guise of urgency. Lin Dong was well aware of Huang Qingyun's intentions. It was no coincidence that he was short by exactly 3,000. Initially, Lin Dong had considered using Huang Qingyun's funds to foster mutual prosperity. Although not a man of impeccable character, Huang Qingyun had nonetheless provided a portion of the initial investment. Lin Dong had always believed in repaying kindness, but after this episode, he resolved to reconsider. Firmly deciding in his heart, he maintained a facade of normalcy. While conversing with Huang Shan received the money from Lin Dong and, with a furrowed brow, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I promise to repay you with hard work once I recover. What ailment afflicts Miss Huang? She suffers from congenital anemia and congenital heart disease. Can such inherent conditions be cured? In Lin Dong's mind, it seemed that even a decade or more into the future, no effective treatment for these ailments existed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Dong departed from the rejuvenation hospital. The service industry in this era is far from perfect, leading some unscrupulous merchants to resort to underhanded tactics for profit. Given this reality, the service sector will inevitably become Lin Dong's target. Once his brand is recognized for its exceptional customer care, patrons will flock to it. Although the market often favors first movers, seizing the right opportunity can lead to a remarkable turnaround. The crux of the matter, however, is that Lin Dong currently lacks sufficient funds to establish his own brand. Securing a sanitation permit should be manageable with the help of Li Changyong. While his current financial resources are limited, they are enough to generate a return on investment. Upon reflection, the next crucial issues are the procurement of raw materials and factory space. To produce bottled water, both are indispensable. The raw material is simple enough, water. However, to think so naively would be a mistake. It is 1998, and the standards for water quality testing have yet to be elevated, particularly concerning municipal tap water, which is often subpar. Even at home, Lin Dong finds the water he boils somewhat unpalatable, tinged with a faint salinity. And therein lies the business opportunity. Chapter 12. Leasing a factory. Lin Dong gathered his belongings and picked up his briefcase, ready to set off. First impressions are often paramount. All of Lin Dong's clothes had been left behind in his previous modest dwelling. Last night, when Huang Qingyun lamented to him, she mentioned that all the 3,000 yuan he had given her went to Cheng Minwei. Given that his old garments were quite tattered, a new beginning calls for a fresh appearance. Lin Dong did not intend to return to his former abode for his clothes. Instead, he took a bus directly to the commercial street. The commercial street is situated not far from Linghang community, and despite the absence of a subway, the bus network is extensive in the city center. In just 2 stops, Lin Dong arrived at the most bustling area of Jinjing City. From a distance, the street appeared teeming with people, all jostling towards a shop offering special discounts. Those who had come to work in Jinjing City likely looked forward to such sales, as their labor away from home was aimed at providing a better life for their families. Amidst the promotional frenzy, these hard-working individuals willingly queued for hours to purchase branded clothing. Everyone was engrossed in the name-brand items in their hands, perhaps finally obtaining the possessions they had long dreamed of. At the end of the commercial street, Lin Dong stood expressionless, observing the delighted crowd. The celebrated commercial hub, in Lin Dong's eyes, was rife with shortcomings. Regardless of logistics management, payment methods, service attitude, or marketing strategies, Lin Dong found that none of these elements aligned with his aspirations. In the realm of technology, he felt powerless to intervene. Advancements such as bank card payments and mobile transactions were beyond his reach. The only course available to him was to enhance the quality of service, benefiting the public while also generating profit. With a sigh, Lin Dong opted to visit a relatively modest clothing store to purchase a suit. The initially eager salesperson, upon witnessing Lin Dong's selection of inexpensive garments, was left disappointed and retreated to the side, leaving Lin Dong to browse alone. Unfazed by the clerk's disdainful gaze, Lin Dong completed his purchase, paid, and departed with a bag of suits, deprived of even the slightest semblance of service. Once his bottled water company was established and operational, he contemplated opening a small store on this commercial street with Qingyun. Having formulated his next steps, Lin Dong changed into his suit and hailed a taxi towards the industrial district. This area primarily served as a production hub for various companies' goods, as well as a source for numerous raw materials. Given Lin Dong's current financial situation, constructing a factory was a daunting task. Thus, leasing a facility emerged as the only viable option. Coupled with the significant decline in property prices over the past few years, land costs would inevitably follow suit. Consequently, many companies that previously rented facilities would likely seize this opportunity to purchase land and construct their own factories. Lin Dong approached an office building belonging to a large enterprise known as Wamian Processing Plant. The gatekeeper, an elderly man of vast experience and charm, was uncertain of Lin Dong's identity upon seeing someone so well-dressed, hesitating to either stop or allow him entry. Noticing the gatekeeper's dilemma, Lin Dong smirked. Fully aware of the influence his suit wielded, he stepped forward and said, "Good sir, I am a friend of your chairman." "Oh, so you are an acquaintance of the chairman," the gatekeeper replied, reassured. "I wondered why you looked so refined, yet seemed unfamiliar." With a bit of persuasion, the gatekeeper accepted Lin Dong's claim, ushering him into the building and even taking the initiative to contact the general manager on his behalf. The factory Lin Dong chose was a substantial enterprise, with the chairman often preoccupied, frequently darting from one engagement to another, returning to the factory only occasionally. It was not easy to meet the chairman, and Lin Dong's assertion of being a friend naturally raised doubts. The general manager, a tall man in his 40s with a kind face and prominent brows, greeted Lin Dong, but harbored suspicions upon seeing this young man in his 20s. How could the chairman's friend possibly be a mere youth? Despite his reservations, the general manager maintained a cordial demeanor and prepared a pot of tea for Lin Dong. As Lin Dong savored the tea, he was treated as a distinguished guest, exuding an air of tranquility. However, the general manager grew increasingly perplexed and, after clearing his throat, inquired, "Ahem, you are a friend of our chairman?" "No, I am not," Lin Dong replied, his expression entirely unperturbed, yet contradicting his earlier statement. The general manager nearly spat out his tea in surprise. How could the young man have started as the chairman's esteemed guest and suddenly become a stranger? "Who are you?" the general manager exclaimed, visibly irritated. "This is an industrial zone, not a place for someone like you to wander in freely. We only allowed entry to that individual who claimed to be the chairman." Lin Dong merely smiled, pretending not to hear the reprimand. I am not a friend of the chairman, but I am a friend of Li Qingyun. The general manager, undoubtedly aware of who Li Qingyun was, the esteemed head of the health bureau, was taken aback. After all, any health-related issues at the factory had to receive his approval before any work could commence. What? You are a friend of Li Qingyun? The general manager was momentarily stunned, examining Lin Dong with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. How can you prove your connection to Director Li? Proving the connection? I'm afraid I cannot do that. Lin Dong feigned distress, scratching his head before continuing. However, Brother Li and I plan to establish a bottled water enterprise together. You should have the opportunity to meet him soon. Seeing that Lin Dong appeared genuine, the general manager ultimately chose to accept his words. My apologies for the rudeness. I am Lu Chuanha, the general manager here. May I ask your esteemed name? Please. Just call me Lin Dong, he replied. They took their seats once more, but this time Lu Chuanha regarded the young man with newfound respect. Lu Chuanha thought to himself, this fellow's words may not all be truthful. Young brother Lin, what brings you here? Lu Chuanha inquired. I am looking to rent a factory for the bottled water company that Brother Li and I are planning to set up. I believe land values have depreciated, and your company's clients have likely begun to construct their own factories, correct? Lu Chuanha was nearly propelled from his chair at this revelation. His astonishment stemmed not from Lin Dong's reference to Li Qingyun, but from the implications regarding the factory leasing situation. Lu Chuanha pondered, currently, half of the processing plants are lying idle. Yet, how did this young man come to know of such confidential business matters? Has someone leaked our commercial secrets? Sweat beads began to form on Lu Chuanha's forehead. Chapter 13. The silent bargain. Observing Lu Chuanha's anxious demeanor, Lin Dong deduced that he had struck a nerve, and throughout the negotiation process, he maintained an air of confidence. Mr. Lu, there is no need for surprise. After all, I am a friend of Li Qingyun. Lin Dong jested, aiming to bolster the other party's trust in his connections and resources. Upon hearing Lin Dong's remark, Lu Chuanha realized his earlier faux pas and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, indeed. If it weren't for Director Li's connections, it would be quite unusual. After all, our enterprise frequently submits documents to the Health Bureau for oversight and inspection. As their conversation flowed with humor, an underlying tension simmered between them. After discussing matters for a while, Lu Chuanha expressed genuine interest in Lin Dong's bottled water venture, prompting Lin Dong to seize the moment and steer the conversation toward his true purpose for visiting. With a serious demeanor, Lin Dong declared, to return to the matter at hand, I intend to rent 2 factory units from you. Not a problem. To be honest, we have 11 vacant factory units here. Just recently, the chairman and I were lamenting over these unused spaces. Lu Chuanha spoke with great eloquence, yet internally he was beset by anguish, desperately trying to conceal his thoughts from Lin Dong. However, it was no easy feat, for Lin Dong was a confidant of Li Qingyun, who was well versed in the intricacies of Lu's company. Lu Chuanha had come to no longer doubt that this articulate young man was indeed a friend of Li Qingyun. After all, like attracts like, and a man of Li's caliber would undoubtedly associate with a talent like Lin Dong. Feigning contemplation, Lin Dong nodded and remarked, this is our inaugural venture into the bottled water business, and we have refrained from making substantial investments. Our current funds are insufficient for extensive rentals. Let us settle for 2 rooms for now. We shall commence with a 1-month lease, and should the returns be fruitful, we can discuss further collaboration. Lin Dong's words conveyed a sense of familiarity, as he expressed his admiration for Director Li. In that case, you may lease 2 factory rooms, and I shall grant you an additional one, as a gesture of friendship. However, please keep this arrangement confidential. Otherwise, the chairman may very well terminate my position. Being a sagacious individual, Lu Chuanha immediately recognized an opportunity upon hearing that Li Qingyun and Lin Dong were constrained by limited funds. An unoccupied factory was of no use to him, but gifting it to Li and Lin would allow this seemingly useless asset to fulfill its potential value for both parties. For Lin Dong, who was in dire need of funds, Lu Chuanha's offer was akin to a timely aid in a moment of need. Thank you, Mr. Lu. May I inquire about the rental cost for the 2 rooms? Lin Dong's appreciation for Lu Chuanha's generosity grew, yet the price Lu quoted was less than agreeable. The rental for 1 room was 6,000 yuan per month, totaling 12,000 for both. 12,000. This amount nearly depleted Lin Dong's current capital. What about the costs for the warehouse, production equipment, and raw materials? How could he manage with a mere 5,000 remaining? Lin Dong found himself in a quandary. His initial budget for the factory rental had been 4,000. Now Lu Chuanha's quoted price exceeded Lin's estimate by an entire 2,000. This figure was utterly unacceptable. However, Lin Dong's approach to negotiation was unconventional. He adopted a pensive demeanor, disregarding Lu Chuanha's presence. Noticing Lin Dong's sudden silence, Lu Chuan's mind raced with apprehension. Was the price too steep? Yet, this had always been their rate. Lin Dong might be amenable, but what if Li Changyong was dissatisfied? Our processing plant has consistently operated at this price point. I am certain Minister Li is aware of this. This truly is our lowest offer, Lu Chuan added. Still, Lin Dong kept his head down, remaining silent. At this moment, silence spoke volumes, and Lin Dong's quietness unsettled Lu Chuanha. After a protracted pause, Lu Chuanha could no longer endure the oppressive silence. He feigned generosity and declared, "Let us do this, taking advantage of the current drop in land prices. I will reduce the monthly factory fee from 6,000 to 5,500. Yet, Lin Dong remained uncommunicative. Lu Chuan's confidence began to wane. Very well, let it be 5,000. At worst, I shall receive a reprimand from the chairman. Still, silence reigned, both inside and outside the room, creating an extraordinary stillness. The tranquil space resembled a secluded chamber, isolating Lu Chuanha from the outside world, as he sat alone before a wax figure of Lin Dong, gradually retreating step by step. Lu Chuanha yearned to enliven the atmosphere, yet remained as silent as a tomb. The stillness of the room rendered even the sound of breathing a disturbance. An overwhelming sense of oppression, tension, and heaviness enveloped him, as if a cascade of negative emotions had descended upon him. He felt like a wayward child facing a silent teacher, both repenting and anxiously gauging the reactions of others. At last, Lu Chuanha could no longer contain himself. 5,000. Does that seem reasonable to you? I simply cannot lower it any further. This truly is the company's absolute minimum. If I were to reduce it again, I would need to consult the chairman. He lamented, a mere 5,000 a month, without any commission, and I'd likely receive a stern reprimand from the chairman. If I lower the price further, the chairman might even dismiss me. Lu Chuanha understood that mishandling this matter and offending Li Changyong would lead to his dismissal regardless. Driven to the brink by Lin Dong, Lu Chuanha implored helplessly. Lin Dong recognized that 5,000 a month was indeed Lu Chuanha's limit, and the latter was willing to take risks to avoid offending Li Changyong. The negotiation was a success. However, Lin Dong could not share in the joy, as the budget remained grossly inadequate. Thank you, Lu Gu. Let us sign the contract. All right. Let us sign it now. Although Lin Dong agreed to the price, the apprehension in Lu Chuanha's heart persisted, especially upon witnessing Lin Dong's displeased countenance. Yet, the price could not be further diminished. Ultimately, a consensus was reached, and the contract with the Wei Mian Processing Factory was established at a rate of 5,000 per month. The two parties signed the agreement. As Lu Chuanha departed from the factory, dusk had already fallen, and he was unaware of how much time had elapsed. Glancing at the remaining 7,000 yuan in his possession, Lin Dong let out a bitter smile. This sum would be reduced by 1,000 for a suit and transportation expenses. I should head home, Lin Dong murmured as he set off on his journey. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 8 o'clock. Huang Qingyun had prepared dinner, anxiously awaiting Lin Dong's return. It was not that she had lost her appetite, but rather that Lin Dong had never returned home this late since his change in demeanor, causing her to feel a twinge of worry. While she pondered this, the sound of the door lock clicking echoed through the air. Lin Dong, clad in a crisp suit, stood at the threshold. Upon seeing him arrive, Huang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief. Yet, such subtle gestures did not escape Lin Dong's keen observation. What's the matter? Were you worried about me, my dear wife? Chapter 14. The crisis approaches as Lin Dong stepped into his home. The weariness from the earlier negotiations vanished in an instant. Noticing Huang Qingyun's concerned expression warmed his heart. He wanted to cherish this girl deeply but feared that his recklessness might hurt her. Thus, Lin Dong chose to play the fool, seeking to bring her joy, patiently waiting to accompany her through time and heal her heart. My little princess, did you miss me? Lin Dong opened his arms, inviting Huang Qingyun to leap into his embrace, yearning for a hug. Seeing that Lin Dong was unharmed, Huang Qingyun sighed in relief, then turned her face away, pretending not to care. Your Highness, you are too cruel. I must protest. Lin Dong feigned tears, occasionally glancing through his fingers at Huang Qingyun's movements. Unfortunately for him, Huang Qingyun, holding 2 bowls of rice, paid no heed to his antics. All right, let us eat quickly. The dishes are getting cold, she said, having served the rice. It was evident that Huang Qingyun had dished out a considerably larger portion for Lin Dong than for herself. Lin Dong, noticing this, felt a surge of gratitude and couldn't resist teasing her. I want to eat. Humph. In your eyes, I'm not worth as much as these cabbages. Huang Qingyun, aware that Lin Dong was jesting, laughed and replied, You're just a big, silly radish. You're not worth much at all. Yet it is this very radish that is nurturing your tender little cabbage. Lin Dong smirked, gently kissing Huang Qingyun's rosy cheek, warmth transferring to his lips. Huang Qingyun raised a bowl of rice to shield herself, and upon seeing Lin Dong's kiss land on the rice, she couldn't help but chuckle. I one tea stumble in the same place twice. Irritated, Lin Dong could only sit quietly to eat. After their playful banter, once dinner concluded, he washed the dishes and returned to other matters. Alone in his room, he opened the calculator on his phone. Although the bottled water had yet to be produced, Lin Dong knew he had to devise various plans. Faced with a shortage of funds, he decided against purchasing a plastic bottle production machine and instead opted to buy from other manufacturers. Consequently, the 3 processing factories he rented would only require 3 large distillation machines. Given the poor quality of water, without a qualified purifier, the purest water available would be distilled water, devoid of any impurities. Tea enthusiasts typically purchase purified water to boil for brewing tea. Lin Dong consulted Lu Chuanhe, discovering that such large distillation equipment on the market cost at least 780 yuan. Thus, for 3 machines, the expense totaled 2,340 yuan. Additionally, the water needed for distillation would incur over 1,000 yuan in water fees, leaving Lin Dong with merely 2,660 yuan after settling these costs. Moreover, in 1998, as mechanization and assembly lines were not yet widespread, Lin Dong would need to hire workers for manufacturing and transporting both finished products and raw materials. Employing laborers also required providing insurance and salaries. This was not the end of his financial woes. After production, the bottled water could not simply be stored in the factory, necessitating expenses for warehouse storage. Ignoring logistics costs, just the warehouse fees alone would require a significant investment. Lin Dong's calculator was on the verge of breaking from overuse, yet the figures it presented remained unacceptable to him. Hiring workers would take at least 3 days before they could start, and meanwhile, Wang Can and his crew were waiting for Lin Dong to provide them with some money in a month. Otherwise, they would not hand over their funds to him. At that moment, there was a severe shortage in manpower, resources, and finances. This was not merely a miscalculation on Lin Dong's part. Rather, he had not anticipated that in 1998, despite the strong purchasing power of a yuan, people's fascination with machinery was at an unprecedented height. Just as airplanes, which are commonplace for foreigners, are merely regarded as a means of transportation in their eyes, individuals in less developed regions strive desperately for the opportunity to board one, often facing exorbitant ticket prices inflated by unscrupulous merchants. The initial plans encountered overwhelming resistance, prompting Lin Dong to seek alternative paths. His once pristine notebook is now filled with ink stains and sketches, a testament to his struggles. Rubbing his head in frustration, Lin Dong contemplated the dire consequences of failing to produce bottled water, which could lead him to the brink of bankruptcy. Who hasn't faced failure at some point? He chuckled bitterly at the thought of his worst fears, recalling that in his previous life, he had endured 3 failures before establishing a commercial empire. In that past existence, Lin Dong had slept under bridges, dined on park benches, and sought refuge in the air conditioning of a 24-hour establishment. Everyone has tasted defeat. He had never succumbed to the fear of success. Yet, in this life, he bore an additional burden, a woman worth striving for. Lin Dong felt an unwillingness to accept that he could not bring happiness to Huang Qingyun. As night fell, Lin Dong remained seated at his small desk, acutely aware that he possessed nothing of substance. His money was borrowed, his connections fabricated, and even this desk was a temporary provision from his landlord. He understood that he must fight for his future. Otherwise, everything would slip away from him, for all that he had was ephemeral, including his poverty. By 11 or 12 o'clock, despite his fatigue, he forced himself to sift through the contract with the processing factory, reading each line meticulously. Behind him, a girl silently observed his diligent figure, her eyes glistening with tears, some joyful, some bittersweet, and others filled with concern. Not far from Lin Dong's apartment, Li Chuangyun lay in bed, unable to sleep. Despite having a beautiful companion by his side, his doubts about Lin Dong lingered from earlier in the day, preventing him from finding peace. Gazing at his wife's serene face, he sighed softly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he tucked her blanket more snugly around her. The contrast between his own portly figure and her youthful beauty weighed heavily on him. Any hint of disturbance made him suspicious. If he could doubt his beloved, he could easily extend that suspicion to an outsider like Lin Dong. Yet, despite his doubts, should he discover that the other party shared his intentions, he would offer unwavering support. As Li Chuangyun pondered the matter of Cheng Minhui's ambush on Lin Dong, a sudden flurry of ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Not wanting to disturb his wife, He hastily answered the phone without checking the caller ID. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Director Li? Yes, who is this? Can't you recognize my voice? It's Lu Yuan. A wave of joy surged through Li Changyong upon hearing the name of Director Lu. Ah, Director Lu. I was preoccupied with work and didn't realize. Lu Yuan wasted no time on pleasantries and directly addressed the matter they had discussed earlier. The Lin Dong you asked me to investigate. I've got the information. As expected of Director Lu. Please, do go on. As Lin Dong listened to Lu Yuan's words, the smile on Li Changyong's face gradually faded, his brows almost knitting together. Chapter 15. Sipping tea in the early morning, a ray of sunlight illuminated the earth. As winter approached, this meager warmth was a life-saving grace for the flowers and grasses adorned with white frost. Lin Dong awoke, unsure whether it was the cold or the dawn that roused him, realizing it was already past 8 in the morning. Achoo! Caught off guard, Lin Dong sneezed, wrapping the blanket tighter around himself. It hadn't been this cold yesterday. Why the sudden drop in temperature? Wait, the blanket? Recalling the events of the previous night, he remembered falling asleep while poring over the contract, having not covered himself with any blanket. Surely, it must have been her. Lin Dong was convinced it was Huang Qingyun. Although she seldom expressed her feelings, he knew she cared for him deeply. Little princess, thank you for the blanket. I will strive for you, Lin Dong exclaimed, raising his arms in celebration. Although it was already past 8, Huang Qingyun should have been at work by now. What nonsense are you talking about? Huang Qingyun, who was cooking in the kitchen, playfully retorted. Huh, you didn't go to work? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback before rushing into the kitchen. Today is a day off. Besides, why should a princess like me work? Huang Qingyun feigned anger, attempting to push Lin Dong away. However, he swiftly sidestepped and took her delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling the softness of her form against him, Lin Dong wished for nothing more than to hold her forever. A blush crept across Huang Qingyun's face as she tried to push him away, yet found herself helpless against his firm grasp. Gradually, her resistance waned, and she began to savor the sense of security his strong arms provided. The two remained locked in this embrace until the unmistakable scent of burnt food wafted from the pot. Little princess, don't ignore me, Lin Dong pleaded, holding a bowl of charred rice and gazing at Huang Qingyun with a pitiful expression. This rice was the scorched remnant from the bottom of the pot that Huang Qingyun had deliberately served him as a playful punishment. Humph. Huang Qingyun turned her head away, feigning indifference. How about I ask the kitchen to prepare another breakfast? Lin Dong inquired tentatively. Humph. Seeing that Huang Qingyun was unresponsive, Lin Dong decided to go all in, resorting to a strategy of self-deprecation. He picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of the charred rice, declaring, "My dear wife, I'm going to eat it really." As he opened his mouth wide to take a bite, Huang Qingyun quickly seized his wrist. Hee, I knew you wouldn't be so cruel to me, little princess. With her intervention, Lin Dong promptly discarded the rice from his chopsticks, unabashedly approaching her. Meanwhile, the rice that had fallen to the floor landed with a thud. Observing Lin Dong's cheeky demeanor, Huang Qingyun realized she had fallen into his trap, causing her lips to twitch. Raising an eyebrow, she relented. Fine, wasting food is not good. You might as well manage to eat it. Why? Lin Dong protested. Humph. In truth, I believe we could engage in further deliberation. Ultimately, Huang Qingyun served Lin Dong a bowl of plump, white rice, and this encounter concluded with Lin Dong's brazen audacity triumphing splendidly. The recent commotion with Huang Qingyun has somewhat alleviated Lin Dong's pressures in the past few days. It is time to venture to the market. Stretching languidly, Lin Dong grasped his handbag and prepared to step outside. Given the considerable disparity between purchasing power in 1998 and future expectations, Lin Dong deemed it prudent to personally visit the market to assess the prices. As Lin Dong approached the door, he noticed Huang Qingyun, who was hesitantly lingering and seemingly reluctant to see him leave. Playfully, he remarked, "Little princess, I am about to set off. Do come and bid me farewell." Perhaps with a parting kiss. Without hesitation, Huang Qingyun complied. With a sense of comfort in her heart, Lin Dong chuckled and departed. Once again, he found himself in the same commercial district as the day before, this time clad in a suit. However, the budget constraints from the previous evening compelled Lin Dong to devise a new strategy. He entered a medium-sized restaurant, whereupon the attentive staff, noticing his formal attire, promptly approached him. "Please, right this way. What would you like to order?" "I would like to meet your manager," Lin Dong replied. The server, albeit surprised, led Lin Dong to the office of the floor manager. The manager was a bookish young man, neither particularly handsome nor unattractive, who greeted Lin Dong with courtesy and even brewed a pot of hot tea for him. Employing a method befitting a cultured individual, Lin Dong sat opposite the manager, initially refraining from stating his purpose, instead seeking common ground. Tea. In our land, it truly serves its purpose well, Lin Dong remarked, observing the manager as he prepared the tea. What do you mean by that? The manager inquired, intrigued. Lin Dong smiled slightly and explained, you see, in our country, discussions are often accompanied by tea. In foreign lands, they mostly indulge in red wine. As he spoke, he lifted the cup of freshly poured tea and took a sip, exclaiming, what a delightful tea. It truly lingers on the palate with an enchanting aroma. Hearing praise for his tea, the manager felt a surge of pleasure. Though he humbly replied, it is merely humble tea. Do you also enjoy tea? Lin Dong asked. Indeed, and I often prefer West Lake Longjing, brewed with pristine, untainted water. Oh, so you are also a connoisseur of tea. The manager listened with keen interest as Lin Dong shared his insights. Pure water differs from mineral water and other sources. It is devoid of impurities, allowing the tea's natural fragrance to truly shine. However, even spring water, though a divine gift, is often riddled with impurities. Historically, many grievances and injustices have arisen, leading those wronged to blame the heavens. Thus, even such heavenly gifts may be tainted with impurities. That assertion is flawed. Divine gifts are indeed nuanced, the manager countered, a spark of interest ignited by Lin Dong's discourse. Thus, the two engaged in a delightful conversation about tea, which seamlessly transitioned into discussions of philosophy. For a moment, they were utterly engrossed in their exchange. After a considerable time, Lin Dong sensed that the moment had arrived to steer the conversation towards tangible matters, feigning a cordial demeanor while neglecting to introduce himself. Pardon my rudeness. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Lin Dong. The manager nodded, responding, I am Chun Bin, the manager here. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lin Dong slightly inclined his head and replied, in fact, I am a friend of Director Li Qingyun from the Health Bureau. The manager nearly choked on his tea upon hearing this. He pondered. After all this discussion about the quality of the tea, could Lin Dong be attempting to assess the safety of our restaurant's water? Chapter 16. Before the troops move. Supplies must be readied as soon as Lin Dong mentioned Li Qingyun. The atmosphere between the two men shifted to something quite delicate. The previously relaxed ambience of tea tasting transformed into one of tension and gravity, akin to a minor administrator accompanying a superior during a product quality inspection. Meanwhile, the true architect behind this situation, Li Qingyun, remained utterly innocent. While Lin Dong roamed the city under the guise of being Li's friend, no one was aware that Li had no intention of conducting a health safety inspection. It was all a ruse orchestrated by Lin Dong to intimidate others. With Chun Bin displaying visible anxiety, Lin Dong's strategic objectives had been achieved. He reassured Chun Bin, rest assured, I am not here for an inspection today. I merely wish to savor your tea. Moreover, I have not informed Li about my visit, so please do not disclose our connection. I simply find you quite agreeable and wanted to share this quietly with you, so keep it to yourself. This left Chun Bin utterly perplexed, as he could not fathom Lin Dong's true intentions if he was not sent by the Health Bureau director for an inspection. With no clarity, Chun Bin could only nod dumbly in response. I find your tea delightful. Not at all. Allow me to gift you a box. Oh no, 2 boxes. Upon hearing Lin Dong express interest in his tea, Chun Bin hurried to ingratiate himself, anxious not to offend Lin Dong. Calm down, calm down. Did I not mention that I am merely here to enjoy the tea? Lin Dong found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Had he not been trying to keep Li Qingyun unaware of his actions, he could have easily leveraged his association with the Health Bureau director to engage in a straightforward transaction involving purified water. I actually intend to recommend a newly established purified water company. A purified water company? Your establishment is of decent quality. Yet the water is comparable to that of small eateries. We have purifiers to filter the water. How outdated. The current market purifiers cannot achieve the highest quality standards. Lin Dong unabashedly criticized Chun Bin's rebuttal. Shall we procure spring water then? Surely the spring water purified by larger companies would be excellent. Lin Dong felt exasperated. How could he not convey his point clearly? His hints had been quite explicit, yet Chun Bin's straightforward thinking was a hindrance. Was he perhaps too indoctrinated by his studies? I meant to suggest that your restaurant should introduce a batch of purified water. But purified water is not as good as spring water. Goodness. Lin Dong was immediately filled with frustration, wishing to express his exasperation. However, I consider myself a half-hearted salesman. Disparaging others is not within Lin Dong's capabilities. How much does spring water cost per ton? I am uncertain, as I have yet to contemplate this aspect. Lin Dong mused. Your honesty is commendable, including transportation costs. Spring water currently amounts to 20 yuan per cubic meter, which is equivalent to 1 ton. While Chen Bin may be unaware, Lin Dong was certainly well informed, having done his homework before this visit. What? 20 yuan per ton? Although Chen Bin is somewhat slow-witted, he is not foolish. The water bill in restaurants is typically around 1 yuan per ton. Thus, spring water is a staggering 20 times more expensive than regular water. So, do you still intend to use spring water? After all, capital is the lifeblood of any enterprise, including restaurants. Noticing Chen Bin's hesitation, Lin Dong realized that his opportunity had arrived. Here is the plan. In a few days, investigate whether there are any suppliers of purified water in our city. The current price of purified water should be reasonable, but if other restaurants also recognize that water quality affects the taste of dishes, the price of purified water will likely soar. Lin Dong cast a meaningful glance at Chen Bin. His words were sufficiently direct, and if Chen Bin were astute, he would certainly inquire about purified water in the market soon. Lin Dong poured himself a full cup of tea from the kettle and drank it in one gulp. Then jovially declared, "Tea is full, and guests depart." He strode out of the manager's office with an air of nonchalance. Chen Bin stood in a stupor for a moment, savoring the implications of Lin Dong's departure. The kettle's spout was positioned towards him, undoubtedly arranged by Lin Dong with intent. Chen Bin murmured Lin Dong's parting words. "Tea is full, and guests depart," and naturally picked up the kettle, as if it were being offered to him. He filled his own cup to the brim. As Chen Bin savored the tea, an epiphany struck him. Subpar water quality or unsatisfactory taste could cost him his managerial position. All of this was within his control. Much like the kettle, Lin Dong merely directed the spout towards him, while he himself was the one pouring the tea. Lin Dong, illuminating his path, implied that he too would guide others. In that moment, Chen Bin understood that competition among peers was once again on the horizon. "Hurry! Someone come quickly." "What is it, manager?" The waiter, noticing Chen Bin's anxious demeanor, inquired hastily. "Quickly, send someone from the kitchen to the market." "Manager, what is the purpose of going to the market?" "The kitchen just procured ingredients yesterday. Go and ask if there is any purified water available." Oh. The waiter looked at Chen Bin in confusion. Although he did not fully grasp the reasoning, he promptly complied with his superior's order. "But what if there is no purified water?" "It's impossible. It must exist. If we cannot find it today, we will continue searching tomorrow." That man mentioned that a purified water company will soon be established. "All right, I understand. I will arrange for someone from the kitchen." Just after Lin Dong departed, he heard hurried footsteps within the restaurant. Lin Dong smiled faintly. It appeared Chen Bin was in a rush. With a hearty laugh, Lin Dong strolled toward the next restaurant. Today, the objective is to finalize the restaurants in the commercial district. As for the other establishments, should they be earnest, public opinion will compel them to inquire about the sale of purified water. As the saying goes, before the troops march, the supplies must be prepared. Lin Dong's purified water company has yet to commence production, yet throngs of people still flock to purchase water. The reason behind Lin Dong's actions is to impress one individual, his father, Lin Guofeng. Known for his integrity, Lin Guofeng holds considerable esteem in the village. But after Lin Dong was imprisoned, his reputation plummeted among the villagers. Upon Lin Dong's release, Lin Guofeng experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions, feeling both love and resentment towards his son who had erred gravely. At that time, Lin Dong perceived his father's disdain for his shameful predicament and, in a fit of anger, stormed out. Now, Lin Dong is no longer the man he once was. He must mend this fractured familial bond. Chapter 17. The irritable doorman. A day can pass swiftly or languidly. Lin Dong spent the entire day wandering the commercial street, visiting nearly all the medium to large-scale restaurants. Not only that, he also promoted purified water at every tea shop and milk tea establishment he encountered. As dusk settled, Lin Dong felt a sudden impulse and decided to visit Huang Qingyun's workplace, as he still had some time. He realized he had never retained any memory of her work environment. The former gambler, Lin Dong, had evidently never taken an interest in Huang Qingyun, having never set foot in her place of employment. However, he vaguely recalled overhearing information about her workplace, likely during a state of half-sleep or drunken stupor, as her voice was faint amidst the surrounding clamor. It should be the Wei-Mei noodle processing factory, located in the industrial district. Lin Dong found it hard to believe. Although his current residence is conveniently close to the commercial area, the industrial district is situated on the outskirts. Having relocated to the city center of Jinjing, it indeed became more convenient for Lin Dong. Yet, for Huang Qingyun, her commute to work had become significantly longer. After a 30-minute bus ride, followed by a 20-minute walk, he finally arrived at the Wei-Mei noodle processing factory she had mentioned. The factory was modest, even smaller than the rented workshop Lin Dong occupied. Surrounded by flowers and plants, It was unfortunate that winter was approaching, causing the vibrant greenery to fade, leaving only withered leaves. In summer, Lin Dong had no doubt this place would be teeming with life. However, he was not in the mood to admire the wilting flora and headed straight for the processing plant. A person's attire can greatly influence perception. Lin Dong had dressed formally for his restaurant promotions, and anyone with a modicum of discernment would not have troubled him. Yet, not everyone possesses such discernment. What do you want? Get lost. At the sound of the harsh reprimand, Lin Dong turned to see a young security guard striding towards him. I am Huang Qingyun's boyfriend. I came to see her. Rest assured, I shall merely wander outside and refrain from entering. The sanitary conditions within the factory are exceedingly stringent. Even the production of noodles necessitates the wearing of hairnets to prevent any stray hairs from contaminating the products. As for the baking workshop, the regulations are even more rigorous, requiring disinfection once a day to ensure the utmost safety of the food. Although, in 1998, consumers were not particularly aware of food safety, Lin Dong, being a time traveler, possessed a heightened sensitivity to such matters. Why are you lingering? Hurry up and leave. He heard the guard shout. Then I shall wait outside the main gate. Lin Dong replied. Get lost. Do you not understand? The guard's impatience was palpable. Lin Dong, unperturbed by the guard's demeanor, chose to disregard him, quietly finding a patch of grass outside the gate. He laid down a newspaper from his bag and sat down. It was nearly 6:26 p.m. With the workday ending at 6:30, he couldn't help but wonder what expression of surprise his wife would have upon seeing him. The thought brought a smile to his face. Why are you sitting there? I told you to leave. The guard, thrilled that Lin Dong had complied by moving outside, felt a sense of power. Stand up and get out of here. The guard approached Lin Dong, reveling in the authority of giving orders, and barked. If you don't get up, I'll break your legs. Lin Dong frowned. While the guard might have had some authority at the factory entrance, his current behavior was nothing but provocation. Despite feeling irritated, Lin Dong chose to maintain his composure, treating the guard as a rabid dog used to being kicked around. After all, if a dog intends to bite, one cannot confront it head-on. It is best to evade when possible. Lin Dong moved further away, preparing to sit down once more. Observing Lin Dong's respectable attire and his obedience, the guard felt a swell of pride. Waving his baton, he pointed at Lin Dong and shouted, Did you not hear me? Get lost. Lin Dong, having shown remarkable restraint, was met with the guard's increasing arrogance, who misinterpreted Lin Dong's tolerance as weakness. Eventually, Lin Dong could no longer endure the guard's insults. Ignoring the profanities, he continued to disregard the guard, which only fueled the latter's desire to assert his supposed superiority. When words failed, the guard raised his baton, intending to demonstrate who was in charge. Unfazed, Lin Dong pointed towards the factory's entrance, calmly stating, Isn't someone entering? Aren't you going to stop them? What? The guard turned, looking for any sign of an intruder, but found none. Someone slipped in. You should hurry and chase after them, Lin Dong urged. Without hesitation, the guard dashed towards the factory. Just then, Lin Dong checked the time. It was precisely time to clock out. A throng of people surged out of the factory, creating a scene of utter chaos. The security guard, nearly in tears, anxiously feared that if anyone slipped inside, he would surely face the wrath of his supervisor. This job was a rare respite for him, one that he could not afford to lose. In a frenzy, he searched for the intruder, darting here and there, questioning everyone he encountered, convinced that anyone could be a thief. The departing workers, all witnesses to the event, knew that no one had entered. They began to mock the guard for his naivety, unaware that he had been deceived by Lin Dong, appearing foolish in their eyes. Amidst the laughter, the guard's face flushed with embarrassment. His earlier sense of superiority transformed into the humiliation of ridicule. In his fury, he cast all blame upon Lin Dong, failing to recognize his own negligence. Gripping his baton, he prepared for a confrontation. As for Lin Dong, he remained leisurely, awaiting Huang Qingyun. Qingyun, I'm here. A girl with long hair passed through the crowd, and Lin Dong instantly recognized her, calling out excitedly as he rushed towards her. Oh, what a surprise to see you, Huang Qingyun exclaimed, her fatigued expression brightening with joy upon spotting Lin Dong. Chapter 18. The turn of events oblivious to the number of people around him. Lin Dong embraced Huang Qingyun like a hungry tiger pouncing on a helpless lamb, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she playfully pushed him away. Her friend, Yi Xiuwen, observed with a hint of envy. Qingyun, is this your boyfriend? He is quite the handsome one. Indeed, you have a keen eye. Not only am I Qingyun's boyfriend, but I am also her husband. Lin Dong interjected eagerly. All right, enough of your chatter, Huang Qingyun said, feigning annoyance as she playfully punched him. The light tap was harmless, and Lin Dong found her playful demeanor endearing. Heh, just wait until you have children. I'll have even more to say, he teased. You dare. Just as Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun exchanged banter, a discordant voice emerged from the back of the crowd. You in the suit, just wait. It was the security guard. The very one Lin Dong had previously toyed with. The fool in a suit he referred to was undoubtedly Lin Dong, who stood out among the others in their uniforms. Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun turned to see the guard's face flushed, whether from anger or exhaustion. He seemed more red-faced than even Huang Qingyun had been after Lin Dong's teasing. He charged towards Lin Dong with fury, intent on a confrontation. My dear wife, don't be deceived by his reddened face. I've only been playful with you, never with him. Trust me, Lin Dong quipped, unfazed by the looming confrontation. Let us hurry and get out of here, Huang Qingyun said, nearly in tears, knowing without question that Lin Dong had stirred up trouble once again. Her heart ached. Her man seemed to attract chaos wherever he went. With experience, one learns how to handle such situations, including the trouble that seems to follow him. Huang Qingyun, with unwavering determination, grasped Lin Dong's hand, ready to flee. However, her strength paled in comparison to Lin Dong's, and before she could make her escape, he effortlessly pulled her back into his embrace, a decisive move. My dear wife is holding my hand, he exclaimed with amusement. Stop fooling around. We must run. That person behind us is wielding a club. Huang Qingyun's urgency was palpable, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Had Lin Dong truly lost his wits from the fright? But he showed no inclination to run, adopting an utterly nonchalant demeanor, as if indifferent to danger. Perhaps he had endured so much that pain no longer fazed him. She pondered. The security guard was closing in rapidly. Escape seemed futile. Instinctively, Huang Qingyun attempted to push Lin Dong behind her for protection. Yet, before she could act, Lin Dong turned to face the guard, a sneer gracing his lips. The guard, incensed, bellowed and raised his baton, summoning all his strength to strike Lin Dong's head. You dare deceive me. Die? Should Lin Dong withstand such a blow, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Huang Qingyun's heart sank. Intervening was no longer a viable option. As the baton descended, she covered her eyes with trembling hands. Yet, the anticipated thud of the baton striking flesh never came. Summoning her courage, she cautiously opened a finger to peek through, witnessing Lin Dong deftly sidestep the guard's full-force attack at the last moment. His mocking smile remained unchanged. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the thwarted guard felt insulted and, in his fury, swung the baton again at Lin Dong. You will pay for this. Lin Dong, however, did not flinch or retreat. With a derisive laugh, he seized the guard's wrist, twisting it with deft precision. The guard cried out in pain, relinquishing his weapon. Lin Dong then expertly maneuvered the guard's arm behind him and delivered a sharp kick to the back of his knee, effectively subduing the armed assailant. The onlookers were astounded by Lin Dong's prowess, erupting into applause. What are you clapping for? Quiet down. The guard barked, his face ashen and his teeth clenched in rage. Amused by the guard's predicament, Lin Dong smirked. So what do you say? Are you convinced? Unconvinced. Let me go? I will kill you. The guard retorted defiantly. Not a chance. Your skills simply do not measure up to mine. Lin Dong feigned a look of concern, tilting his head as if genuinely considering the guard's plight. The bystanders erupted in laughter once more, drawing an even larger crowd. Seizing the moment, Lin Dong intensified his mockery of the guard. Through this brief encounter, Lin Dong conceived a strategy to outwit his opponent. In a society governed by law, taking the guard's life would lead to dire consequences. It simply wasn't worth sacrificing his freedom for such a fool. As the saying goes, to harm others is to harm oneself. Lin Dong intended to infuriate the security guard to the point of death, thereby allowing the autopsy report to attribute the cause to a myocardial infarction or another natural ailment. Hence, a volatile temperament yields nothing but detriment. Lin Dong, though inherently kind-hearted, risked provoking this honest individual, with consequences ranging from a minor setback to a fatal collapse. As the crowd gathered, extolling Lin Dong's prowess, he basked in their adulation, responding with a gracious bow. Meanwhile, the security guard found himself pitiably subdued, kneeling and facing the onlookers. His eyes, filled with rage, seemed ready to burst forth, his complexion shifting from crimson to violet, then to a pallid hue. Overwhelmed, he felt a surge of heat in his head, his vision blurring, on the brink of losing consciousness. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice boomed, "Clear the way. What is all this commotion? If you wish to return home, get back to work." A burly middle-aged man intervened, dispersing the crowd. Lin Dong sighed. With no spectators left, it would be difficult to achieve his goal of angering the guard to death. He shoved the guard, who collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Enough. Fate has not forsaken you. This ends here. Just as Lin Dong prepared to leave, the fallen guard gasped, sneering, "And here? This is merely the beginning. Today, you and your woman shall pay the price." Before Lin Dong could comprehend the situation, the robust middle-aged man turned to the guard on the ground and bellowed, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in our factory?" Chapter 19. Resignation what? Lin Dong looked incredulously at the security guard. "Dad." The guard struggled to rise, calling out as he approached the imposing man. Huang Qingyun, seeing the stout middle-aged man, changed color and grabbed Lin Dong to flee, evidently forgetting the earlier incident when Lin Dong had pulled him back into his embrace. "Quick, we must go. That man is our factory's director, Deng Kehua." The director? Lin Dong had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sturdy figure before him. Deng Kehua, noticing the guard's unsteady gait, quickly supported him and asked loudly, "Ma Yongjian, who assaulted you?" Ma Yongjian was indeed the security guard. Though Deng Kehua often reprimanded him, he would not tolerate anyone bullying his employees. The previously defiant Ma Yongjian faltered at the sight of Deng Kehua, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Lin Dong. It was him. Realizing the gravity of the predicament, Huang Qingyun's face turned pale as he witnessed Ma Yongjian's accusation. Deng Kehua's reputation for severity was well known, and coupled with his tall, imposing stature, he commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. In contrast, Lin Dong appeared diminutive, scholarly, clad in a suit and tie, hardly resembling someone capable of a brawl. It is already astonishing that Lin Dong can hold his own against Ma Yongjian, and now he must contend with the imposing figure of Deng Kehua. Should a confrontation ensue, Lin Dong would undoubtedly face defeat. "You better provide me with a reason. Why do you bully my employee?" In truth, Lin Dong harbored some trepidation towards the factory manager, Deng Kehua, yet for Lin Dong's sake. Huang Qingyun stood resolutely in front of him, stammering a defense. Witnessing Huang Qingyun's willingness to speak up for him warmed Lin Dong's heart. As a man, how could he allow a delicate woman to shield him? "Why don't you inquire why your employee engaged in a dispute with me?" Lin Dong embraced Huang Qingyun's delicate shoulder and turned to question Deng Kehua. This left everyone in a state of bewilderment, especially Ma Yongjian, who could hardly fathom that the coward he had just perceived was, in fact, a man bold enough to confront his own factory manager. This confrontation was as solid as a kick against a wooden board. Though perplexed, Deng Kehua absorbed Lin Dong's words. He promptly turned to Ma Yongjian to inquire about the matter at hand. It remains uncertain whether Ma Yongjian was cowed by Deng Kehua's authority or if he was merely a cunning scoundrel himself. He pointed at Lin Dong and began to hurl insults. "I was minding my own business when this person barged into the factory. I tried to stop him, and he insulted me. Unable to contain my anger, we ended up fighting, and that little brat resorted to underhanded tactics. What utter nonsense. Had there been any onlookers from earlier, Ma Yongjian would not have dared to concoct such a tale." And then, Deng Kehua pressed further. "Then, that brat captured me and humiliated me. Had it not been for your intervention, this pretentious gentleman in a suit would have surely left me battered. Is that truly the case? Every word I say is the unvarnished truth." "Humph, Ma Yongjian. Today I shall help you vent your frustrations." After hearing Ma Yongjian's account, Deng Kehua nodded, casting a fierce glare at Lin Dong. "Hey, you, insolent brat, do you hear me clearly? Today, you will either apologize to my employee and admit your wrongdoing, or I shall make you understand the hierarchy of power. Don't think you can flaunt your meager skills." Deng Kehua rolled up his sleeves and advanced toward Lin Dong, intent on exacting an explanation. Lin Dong met his gaze with cold indifference, confronting Deng Kehua. "Do you so readily believe his one-sided account? My employee, if I do not trust him, why should I trust you?" Deng Kehua roared angrily, preparing to strike Lin Dong. Observing this, Huang Qingyun, disregarding her fear of Deng Kehua, hurriedly stepped forward to defend Lin Dong. "Manager Deng, Ma Yongjian's words are indeed merely one perspective. The reality is..." "Silence. You and that brat are clearly two of a kind. Do you think I cannot see through you?" Before Huang Qingyun could finish, Deng Kehua interrupted her, cursing him. "You, a person like you, care only for your husband, completely disregarding the interests of the factory." Deng Kehua wholly believed Ma Yongjian's lies, dismissing Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun's words entirely. For Lin Dong, it was permissible to insult him, but any slander against Huang Qingyun was intolerable. Witnessing Deng Kehua berate Huang Qingyun, Lin Dong retorted directly, "You, a foolish manager, cannot even discern right from wrong. How dare you stand here and speak so arrogantly? Insolent brat, are you seeking your own demise?" In a fit of rage, Deng Kehua clenched his right fist and, with the speed of lightning, launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Dong's nose. However, Lin Dong's reflexes were not sluggish, as Deng Kehua's fist hurtled toward him. Lin Dong had already devised his next move. He assumed a defensive boxing stance, raising his arms to shield his face with his forearms. Thud! The sound echoed as Deng Kehua's punch landed squarely on Lin Dong's forearm. A jolt coursed through Lin Dong's arm, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. The disparity in their physical strength was overwhelming. Despite Lin Dong's familiarity with certain combat techniques, boxing inherently considers weight classes, and street fights adhere to no such rules. With a single blow, Deng Kehua had shattered Lin Dong's defense. Fortunately, Huang Qingyun was right behind Lin Dong. Seeing him struggle to maintain his footing, she quickly steadied him. It was clear that Lin Dong stood no chance. Although reluctant to concede, he recognized the undeniable advantage of Deng Kehua's strength. Now, I shall reiterate, apologize. Or Deng Kehua paused slightly, raising his fist, which was as large as a bowl, at Lin Dong. I am not at fault. It is you who foolishly believe the slander that I was bullying your employees. Despite his inability to match Deng Kehua's strength, Lin Dong's spirit remained undeterred. And today he was inexplicably resolute. Very well. Today, I shall help you understand your mistake, Deng Kehua declared, advancing swiftly with the intention of teaching Lin Dong a lesson. Director, do not resort to violence. We can resolve this through discussion. Huang Qingyun intervened, pleading with Deng Kehua. Discuss what? If you continue to speak on his behalf, I will deal with you as well. You wish to harm my woman? You must first contend with me. And let me be clear. An apology is out of the question unless you can defeat me. Lin Dong thumped his thigh, prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Deng Kehua. Huang Qingyun, panicked and sweating, called out to Deng Kehua, Director, I resign. Please, do not make things difficult for us. Chapter 20. Flirting amidst quarrels. Upon seeing Huang Qingyun step in front of Lin Dong, Deng Kehua's ire shifted to her. Get out of the way. If you continue to obstruct me, then get out of my factory. In a moment of desperation, Huang Qingyun blurted out, Director, I resign. Please do not trouble Lin Dong any further. The words hung in the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Save for a faint smirk that appeared at the corner of Lin Dong's mouth. Deng Kehua scoffed coldly. Very well. Begone. Our factory thrives on unity. And we do not require someone like you who is only concerned with personal matters. Misled by Ma Yongjin's slander, Deng Kehua had misunderstood Lin Dong and his associates. With her eyes slightly red, Huang Qingyun took Lin Dong by the hand and began to leave. At that moment, Lin Dong obediently followed, allowing Huang Qingyun to guide him home. My dear wife, little darling, sweetheart, speak to me. Do not be so stern. Perhaps you should scold me a little. I fear you may hit me when we get home. Throughout their journey, despite Lin Dong's relentless attempts at banter, Huang Qingyun maintained her stern demeanor, refusing to engage. Since the incident with Cheng Minhui, every trouble Lin Dong had caused, big or small, seemed to involve Huang Qingyun. Despite her unwavering devotion, she was still human, and her concern for Lin Dong was genuine. Her anger was equally sincere. Huang Qingyun endured the torment of Lin Dong's incessant chatter throughout the journey home, and at last, she arrived. With a firm push, she sent Lin Dong sprawling onto the sofa. Sit properly. Maintain your composure. No more playful grins. Dear wife, must you be so stern? Lin Dong complied, though his expression remained annoyingly defiant. First, reflect upon your mistakes. Where did you go wrong? Huang Qingyun demanded with a stern countenance. The Lin Dong who once raised his hand against his wife was no more. Through his earnest efforts, he had gradually fostered an equitable marital relationship with Huang Qingyun. After all, harmony between husband and wife leads to prosperity in the household. Beloved, please forgive me. You know I am innocent. No, you are not innocent in the slightest. Surely you don't believe I instigated that security guard's ire? Or that I refused to apologize and caused you to lose your job? Lin Dong's discontent was palpable. It was not he who had erred, so why should he apologize to Ma Yongjin? Naturally, if circumstances demanded it for the greater good, he would bow his head without hesitation. Moreover, Huang Qingyun was known for her integrity. Logically, she would never condone Lin Dong apologizing for a fabricated accusation. Seeing Lin Dong's indignation, Huang Qingyun realized he had misinterpreted her intent. She crossed her arms and declared, Your error lies in your lack of trust in me. This statement took Lin Dong by surprise, yet he felt a surge of joy. At least his wife was no mere reed swaying in the wind. No matter how brazen Deng Kehua might be, Huang Qingyun would not waver, nor would she allow Lin Dong to bear an unfounded burden of guilt. How could I distrust you? You are my beloved wife. Lin Dong hastily sought to appease her when he sensed her anger. When I saw Deng Kehua, I wanted you to escape. Why didn't you run? If you had left with me, none of the ensuing troubles would have occurred. But if I had fled, what would have become of you tomorrow? That guard knows you are my cherished spouse. Huang Qingyun's demeanor stiffened slightly. It dawned on her that Lin Dong had been concerned for her welfare, fearing that Deng Kehua would make things difficult for her, which was why he had bravely confronted a man several times his size. Tears began to well in Huang Qingyun's eyes. When was the last time someone had cared for her? Was it when she was just released from prison? Or during her college days? She fought hard to suppress her tears, choking back her desire to refute Lin Dong's words. As a woman, would he really dare to trouble me? Yet, she did not wish for Lin Dong to shield her from the consequences of a man who was utterly inconsequential. Lin Dong's voice was gentle, yet imbued with a commanding presence. How could I be shielding you? I was merely afraid of losing my job. Huang Qingyun longed to express her fears. She was afraid Lin Dong would suffer, afraid he would be hurt, afraid of witnessing her man being bullied. Yet, those words remained unspoken. Perhaps her stubborn heart would not permit it, or perhaps her prideful vanity feared Lin Dong's laughter upon discovering her weakness. Nevertheless, even without her words, Lin Dong understood that despite Huang Qingyun's fear of Deng Kehua, she stood resolutely to protect him against all odds. Lin Dong was acutely aware that this girl had been thinking of him constantly, always considering his feelings. Hee, my dear wife, are you truly worried about losing your job? Lin Dong teased as he leaned close to Huang Qingyun's ear, whispering, surely, my good wife is only angry because she is concerned for my safety? Perhaps sensing that her thoughts had been uncovered, Huang Qingyun, despite her sharp tongue, revealed her honesty through her flushed cheeks, stammering, why you mistaken? It's all about my job. But what purpose did these lies serve? Lin Dong's intuition had already informed him that Huang Qingyun was indeed preoccupied with him, though she was too shy to admit it. You're only angry because you fear for my well-being. And no, you big flirt, stop overthinking. How am I being flirtatious? Humph. I saw how your eyes lit up when you spoke to my best friend. Do you think I didn't notice? Turns out you care for me so much. Hee, what a wonderful wife you are. You get lost. Don't bother me. Perhaps freed from the pressures of work. Huang Qingyun found a sense of ease while teasing Lin Dong, no longer burdened by the demands of tomorrow's job, even allowing herself to wake up naturally. The two bantered for hours, from dusk until the deep of night, without a hint of fatigue, though Lin Dong's body began to tire. Dear wife, how about we take a break from arguing for now? Lin Dong implored. Humph, do you know what you did wrong? Am I supposed to trust you? And what else? Humph, you shouldn't be so playful with my best friend. Are you even listening? One might say that it is unwise to engage in arguments with women, as they can debate endlessly if circumstances allow. It's somewhat romantic to think so. At least Lin Dong was willing to spend his days with this incessant chatterbox, rocking in a chair and bickering gently. Wait, I have something very important to tell you. Seeing Lin Dong's serious expression, Huang Qingyun also adopted a more earnest demeanor, ready to listen. I have a great job opportunity that will undoubtedly elevate your status and make a name for you. Chapter 21. Factory Director Huang Qingyun. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, Huang Qingyun regarded him with a look of concern. Honestly, I believe that if such an opportunity arises, you might need it more than I do. Indeed, Lin Dong was currently without a penny to his name, rendering his words less than persuasive, particularly since he was speaking of a chance to achieve fame. If it were anyone else, perhaps they would have stood up and walked away, even calling the mental hospital on their way out. I'm serious. This is no joke. Observing Lin Dong's earnest demeanor, which seemed devoid of deceit, Huang Qingyun tentatively inquired, what kind of job is it? Factory director, Lin Dong replied, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. What? Factory director? As expected, Huang Qingyun was taken aback, and seeing her astonished expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. Yes, on par with that Deng Kehua. Lin Dong, are you alright? Has someone recently been pressuring you for money, leaving you quite distressed? It wouldn't be that Cheng Minhui has sent someone to confront you, would it? I hope you haven't suffered any harm. Faced with Huang Qingyun's rapid-fire inquiries, Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words. I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry. Just look at me. I'm perfectly alright. Yet, Huang Qingyun persisted, but you, I am truly fine. Moreover, this matter concerning the factory director is genuine. At this, Huang Qingyun fell silent, her amazement lingering for a few seconds before she reached out to touch Lin Dong's forehead. After much effort, Lin Dong explained everything to Huang Qingyun, including matters related to Li Changyong, although he chose not to disclose that he had deceived Li Changyong into believing he was a disciple of the esteemed Mr. Zhang. It wasn't that Lin Dong lacked trust in Huang Qingyun, but some matters are better kept from too many ears to avoid leaks. As for how he came to know Li Changyong, Lin Dong attributed it to the latter recognizing his capabilities and inviting him to collaborate. He stated that all investments were made by Li Changyong, What Huang Qingyun did not realize was that the largest shareholder of the purified water factory was none other than her own partner, Lin Dong. Meanwhile, the so-called benefactor, Li Changyong, held a mere 10% stake in the business. After a lengthy explanation, Huang Qingyun finally accepted Lin Dong's words. She hesitantly asked, can I really take on the role of factory director? Absolutely. You will be the director. Aren't you thrilled? I am happy, but can I truly perform well? Huang Qingyun had always been a basic worker and had never held a managerial position before. Now, with Lin Dong suddenly offering her the director's position, she felt a wave of hesitation. Don't worry. If you struggle, I will be here to assist you. Looking at Lin Dong, Huang Qingyun felt an inexplicable sense of reliability. Encouraged by his words, she resolved to give it a try. All right, I'll give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, you'll help me, won't you? Of course. Lin Dong beamed with satisfaction. In this era, those with a modicum of power are often eager to assert it, treating grassroots workers with harshness and devoid of compassion. Although Huang Qingyun lacked experience in management, her kindness would undoubtedly fill the void of care that workers often felt, gradually winning them over. While she may not possess certain managerial skills now, who can predict what the future holds? Sometimes, investing feels like a grand gamble, risking everything on the line. When it comes to making choices in this gamble, apart from some expertise, luck plays an essential role. Lin Dong's intuition told him that Huang Qingyun was destined for greatness, as she possessed an extraordinary kindness and sincerity that others lacked. Pondering this, Lin Dong smiled. Lin Dong, I'm talking to you. Huh? What? What is it? Were you even listening to me? Hee, could you repeat that? I was a bit lost in thought. I was asking how many people are currently working at those 3 factories? Guess. Hurry up, if there are too many people, do I need to prepare a speech? Should I change into something else? Observing Huang Qingyun's excited and joyful demeanor, Lin Dong found it difficult to reveal the truth, that she was the sole employee at the factory. And moreover, she also held the position of the factory manager. Regarding clothing, Lin Dong, apprehensive that Huang Qingyun might develop psychological scars from the garments in the bungalow, refrained from allowing her to retrieve them. Instead, while purchasing a suit, he took the opportunity to buy her 2 additional pieces, which nearly provoked a scolding from the typically frugal Huang Qingyun. As night fell, Huang Qingyun remained restless, stirred by her new managerial role, while Lin Dong succumbed to sleep. For his goal the following day was to acquire 3 distillation machines. However, the next morning, a phone call shattered Lin Dong's plans. Still groggy from sleep, he answered the call. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Li Changyong. Oh, brotherly. What's the matter? Calling so early? It's nothing much. I'm just curious about old Zhang. Is he still in Kyoto? Yes, old Zhang is extremely busy. Kyoto offers convenience in terms of transportation and other matters. Li Changyong fell silent for a moment, as if weighing a significant decision. Then he asked, Lin Dong, do you have anything planned for today? If not, why don't you come over to my house? Sure, I'll come by in the morning. Sounds good. With that, Li Changyong ended the call. Perhaps due to his drowsiness, Lin Dong's vigilance towards Li Changyong diminished considerably, failing to notice the subtle shift in how Li Changyong addressed him. What an early call. Lin Dong murmured in discontent before drifting back to sleep. Little did he know, Li Changyong had harbored suspicions about him for 2 days. Seated at his desk, Li Changyong contemplated the text message from Lu Yuan, which detailed a prior conversation regarding Lin Dong's background check, revealing no connections to old Zhang or any other influential figures. Logically, it could only imply that Lin Dong had fabricated his association with old Zhang. Yet, the peculiarity lay in Lin Dong himself. His record indicated a past imprisonment, yet his eloquence and vision left Li Changyong conflicted. How could such a refined individual possibly be a criminal? Li Changyong concluded that Lin Dong's true identity must have been concealed by the higher-ups in Kyoto, and the label of criminal was merely a deceptive facade. Chapter 22. Accompany him in this performance, however. Li Changyong glanced again at Lu Yuan's message. Old Zhang departed Kyoto for Jiangnan the day before yesterday to inspect officials. Please take care. Had old Zhang left 2 days prior without informing Lin Dong? Or was it that Lin Dong did not trust him enough to disclose old Zhang's whereabouts? Surely, Lin Dong could not truly be a criminal, for his discourse was anything but ordinary. Li Changyong, as the director of the Health Bureau, possessed a sharp mind. Yet this time, his cleverness inadvertently led him astray. With a mindset of having dozed off for a brief moment, Li Changyong lay in bed, awakening to find it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock. A rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Brotherly, I have arrived. It was Lin Dong. Li Changyong hastily leaped up, glanced at the clock, and wore a bewildered expression. Indeed, sleeping was the most effective way to pass the time. Without a doubt, he rushed to open the door, welcoming Lin Dong inside. "Brotherly, what brings you to seek me?" Li Changyong feigned an air of mystery as he brewed a pot of tea, gesturing for Lin Dong to take a seat opposite him. Observing Li Changyong clumsily handling the tea utensils, from rinsing to pouring, Lin Dong couldn't shake off a sense of unease. This was not Li Changyong's usual methodical demeanor. A thought crossed Lin Dong's mind. Had Li Changyong perhaps investigated his identity? Though he kept his composure. Lin Dong calmly lifted a cup of tea to his nose and inhaled deeply. "A fine tea. Lin Dong, can you discern what kind of tea this is?" This was Li Changyong's first tea tasting session with Lin Dong, and he half jokingly, half provocatively added, "If you can identify it, I shall gift you a box." Lin Dong smiled slightly. Identifying tea was hardly a challenge for him. In his previous life, he had held a notable status, and many had gifted him tea. As for those who brought him wine, he would simply refuse their company. Over time, it became common knowledge that Lin Dong had a penchant for tea, and many sought to curry favor by presenting him with exquisite varieties from around the world. As the saying goes, tea awakens the mind, while wine clouds it. Naturally, Lin Dong, who cherished tranquility, was drawn to tea. However, as his current enterprise was still in its developmental phase, he found little time to indulge in tea tasting. Setting down the cup without having taken a sip, Lin Dong declared, "No need to taste. This is Da Hong Pao, a familiar companion from my past." Hearing this, a smile crept across Li Changyong's face. He thought to himself, indeed, he had not misjudged. Lin Dong was from the capital and a disciple of Elder Zhang. At that moment, Lin Dong's mind raced with countless thoughts, relying on his memories from his previous life to recall that around 1998, the upper echelons of the capital were enamored with Da Hong Pao. This was precisely why he had casually mentioned his frequent consumption of it, hoping to convince Li Changyong of his origins. Simultaneously, Lin Dong understood that Li Changyong had summoned him to ascertain his true background. Both men, astute in their own right, enjoyed uncovering evidence through subtle details. Yet, on this day, both clever individuals found themselves at an impasse. "Brotherly, this Da Hong Pao is delightfully refreshing, leaving a lingering fragrance upon the palate. A splendid tea for entertaining guests." Li Changyong laughed heartily. "A gentleman's word is as binding as a four-horse carriage. Since you recognize this as Da Hong Pao, I shall indeed gift you a box." "Thank you, brotherly." The two engaged in a light exchange. Though their intentions were far from innocent, Lin Dong aimed to convince Li Changyong of his connection to Elder Zhang, while Li Changyong had already placed his trust in Lin Dong and sought to draw him into his own faction. The two individuals engaged in a seemingly aimless conversation, meandering from 9 until 10 o'clock, with the clock rapidly approaching 11. As for Li Changyong, he refrained from directly questioning Lin Dong about his failure to accurately report Zhang Lao's whereabouts, fearing not only to disturb the situation but also the possibility that Lin Dong might realize Li Changyong harbored suspicions about him, leading to potential retaliation. He was concerned that a friend might turn into an enemy. Li Changyong, unable to remain patient, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Lin Dong, do you distrust me?" Hearing this, Lin Dong, still uncertain of Li Changyong's intentions, chose to respond with a counter-question. "Brotherly, are you jesting? If I did not trust you, why would I directly tell you that I am Zhang Lao's student? Do you suspect that I am not truly his disciple?" This response not only conveyed his trust in Li Changyong, but also alleviated Li Changyong's suspicions while deftly introducing his own pressing concerns. Of course, Lin Dong maintained an air of nonchalance, which only served to enhance the deceptive nature of his facade. Li Changyong shook his head, stating, "I believe you. Since you claim to be Zhang Lao's student, I have no reason to doubt." His words dripped with suspicion. Li Changyong, a seasoned figure in the realm of politics, could discern truth from falsehood with ease, yet the intertwining of both made it challenging to ascertain authenticity. Lin Dong, upon hearing Li Changyong's remarks, felt no sense of reassurance. Rather, he became increasingly convinced that Li Changyong doubted his status as Zhang Lao's disciple. As for Li Changyong, he would not so easily accept Lin Dong's words. What he sought was tangible proof. "Brother Lin, how is your plan for the bottled water company coming along?" "It's set to open tomorrow," Lin Dong replied. "Brother Lin, why have you not sought me out since granting me a 10% stake?" Lin Dong was taken aback, never having anticipated such a statement from Li Changyong. "You granted me 10% of the shares without requesting anything in return. I asked you for a hygiene certificate." "A hygiene certificate? I must personally inspect your product before I can decide whether to endorse it with my seal," Li Changyong declared with an air of righteousness. At this, Lin Dong was left dumbfounded. What was the true intention behind Li Changyong's words? Suddenly, Lin Dong's gaze drifted to the calendar in Li Changyong's home. The date was November 21st. Lin Dong recalled that in November of 1998, Zhang Lao had traveled to Jiangnan to inspect the public's welfare, overseeing the actions of over 1,000 officials along the way. In this light, Lin Dong discerned Li Changyong's ulterior motive. He feared losing his position of power. Now, it was incumbent upon Lin Dong to play his part in this elaborate charade alongside Li Changyong. Feigning surprise at Li Changyong's comments, he clasped his hands and stated, "Brother Li, you truly conduct matters with utmost professionalism. I admire that." "Not at all, Brother Lin. You flatter me," Li Changyong replied. Chapter 23. The Old Man's Lost Horse. How can one predict fortune or misfortune? Lin Dong chuckled coldly to himself, recalling that Li Changyong was an official who fell from grace in 2008. At that time, the assets uncovered during Li's investigation exceeded 100 million. Who could have imagined he possessed such wealth? Due to the multitude of questionable assets, this news became widely known. Eventually, due to the severe repercussions, Li Changyong was detained, and thereafter, his fate became a matter of indifference to most, with few caring whether he was truly dead. Old memories began to resurface in Lin Dong's mind. Faced with the present Li Changyong, Lin Dong instinctively adorned him with the label of a corrupt official. Yet, the current Li Changyong exhibited no signs of greed whatsoever. "Lin Dong, I shall speak candidly," Li said. "Many of the transactions involving the sale of business licenses or health permits were orchestrated by my predecessor." "Ah, I see," Lin Dong mused. "No wonder Brother Li has always been so frugal." On the surface, Lin Dong complimented Li Changyong, but internally he was filled with insincerity and disdain. "Not at all. Lin Dong, does your bottled water factory still require funding? With 10% of your shares, I could certainly contribute." "Excuse me?" Lin Dong was perplexed as to how the conversation had shifted to his water factory. Could it be that Li Changyong, fearing scrutiny from superiors, intended to launder money through the guise of Lin Dong's factory? If that were the case, it would align perfectly with Lin Dong's intentions. Feigning reluctance, Lin Dong replied, "How could that be? I have already asked Brother Li for assistance in reviewing food safety. How could I possibly require your financial support as well?" "Lin Dong, you are being overly modest," Li Changyong insisted, placing a stack of cash on the table. "Here are 30,000 yuan. Take it for now. If it's insufficient, let me know." Lin Dong gasped in astonishment. In this era, one who could casually dispense 30,000 yuan must truly possess considerable wealth. However, Li Changyong felt a pang of discomfort. Although he appeared generous in offering the money to Lin Dong, those funds represented his hard-earned savings, his entire fortune. It could be said that Li Changyong was making a significant investment to win over Lin Dong. Lin Dong, of course, could not simply accept the money outright. Thus, the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the 30,000 yuan. Ultimately, Li Changyong could no longer contain himself and directly placed the money into Lin Dong's pocket. Lin Dong, half-heartedly accepting it, recognized that it was indeed the phase for business expenditures. More money was always welcome. Thus, Lin Dong unwittingly acquired a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. As he stepped out of Li Changyong's home, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Wow, this money arrived just in the nick of time." Sometimes, life bestows fortune so unexpectedly that one cannot shield themselves from it. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. With this, Lin Dong no longer needed to worry about procuring distillers. He consulted with the rented factory and purchased the most advanced distiller available, each costing a handsome sum of 1,000 yuan. The manager who received Lin Dong this time was the same Lu Chuanhe from before, and upon seeing this savvy negotiator return, Lu's expression shifted dramatically. However, Lin Dong was no longer concerned about the expenses. With the 30,000 provided by Li Changyong, along with the remaining 6,000 from the previous rental of the factory, Lin Dong now possesses a total of 36,000 yuan. Ensure that each rented factory is equipped with 2 of the finest large distillers. That amounts to 6,000. You currently have 3 processing plants rented. Alternatively, perhaps we should consider purchasing the 750 yuan distillers, which, while somewhat outdated, still maintain an efficient working pace. Lu Chuanhe's face paled, reminding Lin Dong of the expenses involved, fearing that Lin Dong might attempt to haggle, leaving Lu Chuanhe in a dilemma of whether to lower the price or not. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong pondered. Observing Lin Dong in deep thought, Lu Chuanhe exhaled in relief. "I shall rent 2 more factories." "What?" Lu Chuanhe nearly choked in disbelief. "Are you joking?" Seeing Lu Chuanhe's astonished expression, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. "I am not jesting. I will indeed rent 2 more factories, this time at a rate of 6,000 per month for each. 6,000 a month is the market price for Wei Mian processing plants." Previously, Lin Dong received a special price as Lu Chuanhe, leveraging his position as the market general manager, had directly reduced the cost by 2,000 yuan. Subsequently, this arrangement came to the chairman's attention, who, without uttering a word, deducted the amount from Lu Chuanha's salary. After calculating all the profits, the chairman ensured the company's profitability by deducting 4,000 yuan from Lu Chuanha's already modest 3,000 yuan salary, making it impossible for him to pay in full at once. Thus, the relentless chairman even devised an installment plan, an unprecedented concept at the time. This left Lu Chuanha feeling anguished, having worked tirelessly for a meager wage, only to see the chairman further reduce it. Had there been another company willing to hire him, Lu Chuanha would have jumped ship long ago. Really? Lu Chuanha's expression displayed a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Just follow my lead. Today, Brother Li Qingyun has provided me with additional funds. Indeed, Lu Chuanha was overjoyed, having initially thought Lin Dong was merely seeking to take advantage of him, only to discover that Lin Dong intended to purchase at the lowest market price. As the saying goes, it is often better to sell than to buy. Even at the lowest market price, one can still see a profit, albeit minimal. However, given that no one else is renting factories at present, Lin Dong's willingness to invest in his own enterprise is a gesture of significant goodwill. Brother Lin, I calculated that renting 2 more factories will cost 12,000. With 2 large purifiers per factory, that amounts to an additional 10,000, bringing the total to 22,000. Li Qingyun looked at Lin Dong with eager anticipation. No problem, Lin Dong replied, retrieving a stack of money from his briefcase. In front of Lu Chuanha, he began to count. Lin Dong did not intend to flaunt his wealth. He merely wished for Lu Chuanha to understand the close relationship he shared with Li Qingyun. Here, I have counted out 22,000, neither more nor less. Please verify it once more. Hee, how could the money from Brother Lin possibly be short? I won't bother counting it again. Lu Chuanha, with an air of complete trust in Lin Dong's character, placed the sum of 22,000 yuan directly into the safe. Lin Dong could not help but chuckle silently. Did this gesture truly signify trust? It seemed more likely that Lu intended to count the money once Lin had departed. Otherwise, leaving it on the desk posed the risk of someone pilfering a few notes, leading to an inextricable dilemma. Chapter 24. Everything prepared. Lu Chuanha's decision to deposit the money in the safe stemmed from a desire to prevent any potential misappropriation, which could lead to confusion. However, now that the funds were secured, any discrepancy, even a mere corner missing, would ultimately implicate Lin Dong. Subsequently, Lu Chuanha visited the finance department, where he printed a lease agreement and a receipt for a large distiller purchase. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was afternoon. As he patted his empty stomach, Li Qingyun suggested, Brother Lin, let us go for a meal. My treat. The successful completion of a transaction worth over 10,000 yuan filled Lu Chuanha with elation. Perhaps the chairman would appreciate his efforts and refrain from deducting his salary. This thought brought an involuntary smile of happiness to Lu Chuanha's face. Observing Lu Chuanha lost in such daydreams, Lin Dong could not help but express his genuine sentiments. Oh, never mind. My wife must be anxiously waiting for me at home. By the way, do you have any workers you could provide? With the factory and equipment ready, it was crucial to have laborers on hand. Typically, recruiting staff would be urgent, considering that training alone would take at least 2 days before they could officially start. But who could forget that it was 1998? Aside from the lack of labor welfare regulations, most people during this time were known for their resilience, unlike the youth of years hence, who dreamed of quick riches yet seldom put in the effort. Lin Dong contemplated beginning operations as soon as tomorrow. Indeed, we have quite a number of people in our production, packaging, and processing workshops. Lu Chuanha lowered his voice, as if wary of being overheard. This is a particularly sensitive time, you see. The company is preparing to lay off workers, yet I cannot bear to dismiss these long-serving employees. If your workshop could accommodate them, it would be a tremendous help. The sensitive time Lu referred to was the significant reduction in real estate prices. Lin Dong nodded in understanding and then inquired, I plan to hire 15 individuals. But will they be able to operate those distillers? Those distillers of yours? Compared to the equipment in our factory, they are child's play. Lu Chuanha laughed. The distillers Lin had acquired were among the most advanced in Huaxia, while the machinery in other workshops at Weimian Processing Factory was outdated, requiring much of the work to be done manually by the workers. Let me put it this way. If your offered conditions match those of Weimian Processing Factory, I can assure you that at least 80% of our workforce will be eager to join your rented processing plant. What is the monthly wage at Weimian Processing Factory? A worker earns 1,000 yuan a month, while seasoned employees make around 1,200. And how many new and experienced workers do you have? 40 new employees and 20 seasoned ones. No problem. Inform your veteran staff that I am offering 1,000 to hire them. 1,000. Yet their wages at the Wamian processing plant amount to 1,200. Lu Chuanha interjected. Though the difference appears to be a mere 200 in this modern age. That sum is sufficient for an individual to sustain themselves for over half a month. Indeed, I shall only provide 1,000. Oh, and do tell those veteran employees that I am only hiring 15, not a single one more. Lu Chuanha's brow furrowed in distress. He could not help but ponder. With such a meager wage and only 15 positions available, how could Lin Dong possibly find anyone? Despite his doubts, he dared not defy Lin Dong's orders. Very well, Brother Lin. I shall convey your terms to them once they finish their shifts. Lin Dong nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. One could only wonder what misguided scheme he had concocted this time. Ah, Brother Lin, you are truly a tremendous help. Come, let us celebrate with a drink. Lin Dong shot Lu Chuanha a glare, his dissatisfaction palpable. For someone like Lin Dong, who abstained entirely from indulgences, being invited to drink was akin to being solicited for illicit activities. Regardless of whether one arranged for post-drink services, Lin Dong would interpret it as an affront. Of course, there were times when Lin Dong would invite others for drinks, but in those instances, the invited were to be wary, as he would either seek to extract truths from their inebriated confessions or gauge their self-control and a myriad of other traits. Just days prior, Lin Dong had returned home with alcohol for Huang Qingyun, partly to assess her character. However, Huang Qingyun, being a woman of spirited disposition, became inebriated herself, sharing heartfelt confessions that moved Lin Dong profoundly. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Lu, but my wife awaits me at home. I must take my leave. Lin Dong clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and strode purposefully toward the exit. Lu Chuanha was left in a state of agitation, uncertain if he had inadvertently offended Lin Dong, and he accompanied Lin Dong for over 1,000 meters under the pretense of seeing him off, muttering to himself, I shall never invite him for drinks again, absolutely not. If he invites me, I shall not dare to go. After resolving these matters, Lin Dong felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way home. On the way, he stopped by the market to purchase several pounds of pork and ribs. Pork is quite affordable now, at merely 8 yuan per pound, Lin Dong mused, unwittingly buying more than intended, for in the years to come, pork prices would soar as if on a train ticket, never to return to their former state. With approximately 30 pounds of pork in tow, Lin Dong joyfully sprinted home. 1998. Lin Dong was nearly enamored with this era. Prices were low, entrepreneurship was accessible. He felt as though he was destined for greatness in this time. A favored child of fortune. Upon reaching the entrance of his apartment, he did not even knock. Instead, while rummaging for his keys, he called out, Wife, guess what I brought home? Today, I shall indulge your cravings. While Huang Qingyun was still engaged in cleaning, she heard Lin Dong's voice and promptly set down her broom to approach the door. Just as she did, she collided with Lin Dong, who had just opened the door, carrying a hefty load of pork. Mistaking the sight for a bandit entering the town, Huang Qingyun nearly choked on her surprise and exclaimed, Why on earth did you buy so much meat? For eating, Lin Dong replied, feigning innocence and confusion. Was it possible that Huang Qingyun did not enjoy pork? Or perhaps he was just out of touch, assuming that people in 1998 no longer consumed pork? Can you even eat all that? Huang Qingyun pressed further. Certainly not. Lin Dong answered without a moment's hesitation. Then are you just going to look at it at home? Of course I'll eat it. He retorted. What if you can't finish it? Simple enough, just put it in the fridge. Do we even have a fridge in 1998? In the 25th chapter, Lin Dong contemplated. Have I not already considered this for you? Is it delicious? Huang Qingyun asked, gnawing on a rib in her bowl, glaring at Lin Dong as if he were her next course. Lin Dong, on the other hand, behaved as innocently as a harmless kitten, obediently munching on his ribs. Delicious. Truly delightful. Huang Qingyun huffed, elongating her words, and added 2 more ribs into Lin Dong's bowl. Just eat more, don't let yourself go hungry. With an icy smile, she cast a glance at Lin Dong. As Lin Dong eyed the mound of pork in the basin and the pot simmering on the stove, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The ribs and pork were so plentiful that one pot could not contain them. This was already the 4th batch. Gazing at the remaining ribs on the floor, he was engulfed by a dread of being overwhelmed by pork. What had begun as a simple craving for pork had now morphed into a desire for lighter fare to relieve the richness of his meal. In an effort to consume as much of the pork and ribs as possible, Huang Qingyun had omitted any side dishes like potatoes and focused solely on seasoning, resulting in a fragrant feast. While a few pieces would suffice, Lin Dong had already devoured 3 bowls, and the table was littered with stark white bones. Honestly, why did you buy so much pork? Huang Qingyun's irritation had yet to subside, for she, being a frugal individual, abhorred food waste. I thought we had a fridge at home, Lin Dong replied, feeling aggrieved. Humph. Playing the pity card won't help. You're still going to eat 2 more pieces. Stop. No, please. If you can't finish it, you won't be allowed to sleep. Tonight, this pot of pork will keep you company. However, Huang Qingyun clearly had no intention of truly enforcing such a punishment. She was merely venting her frustration on Lin Dong. My dear, as a means to atone for your transgressions, let us discuss something. What is it? She replied. But you should know, if this doesn't sway me, you will still have to finish those ribs. All right. Seeing that Huang Qingyun was open to negotiation, Lin Dong quickly leaned closer to her ear. Do you remember what I mentioned to you? Do you want to buy a fridge? She replied, astonished. Lin Dong face-bombed. No, it's what I told you last night. You can't be serious. Am I the factory director? Huang Qingyun's expression shifted as if recalling something significant. Last night, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun discussed the possibility of him taking on the role of factory director, overseeing various operations of a processing plant. Initially, Huang Qingyun thought Lin Dong was merely jesting, and she foolishly pondered how she might assume such a position. Darling, how could I possibly deceive you? Lin Dong teased. Tell me, are you reluctant to let me indulge in the meat from the pot, the bowl, and the basin? As Huang Qingyun softened, Lin Dong affectionately wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders, nuzzling against her like a playful kitten. Let go. Your charms are futile. As for your suggestion of me being the factory director, I might consider it, he thought to himself, amused. Knowing that Huang Qingyun's pride would not allow her to appear vulnerable before him, despite the joyous celebration echoing within her heart. There's no need for contemplation. Tomorrow, we shall formally welcome Director Huang Qingyun back to the fold. Tomorrow? So soon? I am not prepared. Huang Qingyun fretted upon hearing she would need to step into her role as director the very next day. Did I not mention this last night? I thought you were joking, she stammered, panic rising within her. Humph. What happened to the fundamental trust between us as a couple? Do you not believe in me? Lin Dong feigned anger. Yes, I'm sorry, Huang Qingyun murmured, her gaze drifting shyly away from him. In that moment, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Lin Dong became assertive while Huang Qingyun appeared submissive. Is that all? Just an apology? Are you dismissing me so easily? Huang Qingyun stumbled over her words, lacking any leverage to negotiate with Lin Dong. Observing the misty glimmer in her eyes, Lin Dong realized that his playful banter had gone too far. However, seeing her pitiable expression stirred something mischievous within him. What is wrong with you? Do you doubt me so? He said, gently lifting her chin with one hand and grinning wickedly. If you're unsure about what to do, would you like me to teach you? Huang Qingyun's heart raced at the mischievous glint in Lin Dong's eyes. The warm breath he exhaled near her ear hinted at the conditions he would soon propose. No. I don't want that. What do you mean, don't you want? I merely want you to spare me from finishing those spare ribs. Lin Dong leered at her flushed cheeks. That's the look. You're deliberately trying to confuse me, Huang Qingyun thought, flustered. Didn't you say I had to finish all the meat before sleeping? As compensation for this, why not simply cancel that punishment? Lin Dong replied with a playful grin, his expression rife with mischief. At that moment, Huang Qingyun realized she had overthought the situation. She glared at Lin Dong, whose triumphant expression radiated mischief. Wishing she could disappear into the ground, Lin Dong finally released the laughter he had been holding back, his joyous sound echoing unabashedly throughout the room. Huang Qingyun's face seemed to glow with embarrassment. After a hearty laugh, Lin Dong finally composed himself. Ahem, let us discuss something of substance. Huang Qingyun, reluctant to speak, merely nodded. After all, the previous incident had been quite embarrassing, and she now craved a moment of solitude to soothe her wounded spirit. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Wei Mian processing plant at 8 o'clock. Is that acceptable? Huang Qingyun responded with another nod. Lin Dong continued. You should wear your previous work uniform, all right? Once more, she nodded in agreement. Do you have any more questions? If not, I shall accompany you to sleep and comfort your fragile heart. He jested. Before he could finish, Huang Qingyun sprang to her feet and fled, fearing she might fall into Lin Dong's playful trap again. With a resounding bang, she returned to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head, realizing that he needed to engage more with this delightful woman. Her charm was simply irresistible. Lin Dong. Huang Qingyun peeked through a small crack in the door, her head poking out. What is it, dear? How many people will be there tomorrow? Should I prepare a speech or something? She was still worried. Lin Dong, showcasing his caring side, gently reassured her, don't fret. I have already taken care of everything for you. You've written the speech? She inquired. No. It's just that there will be no workers tomorrow, just you as the sole manager. Bang. The door slammed shut once more. Chapter 26. The manager's inauguration sleepyhead. Rise and shine. It's time for your inauguration. As dawn broke, Lin Dong eagerly knocked on Huang Qingyun's door, his excitement surpassing even that of the soon-to-be manager. Meanwhile, Huang Qingyun, exhausted from her concerns about the managerial role, pondered the potential challenges. What if the employees were disobedient? What if an inspector arrived? She spent the night mulling over these issues. Get up quickly, Manager Huang. Rise and shine. When his calls yielded no response, Lin Dong resorted to rhythmic shouting from outside, akin to a rallying cry. Inside, Huang Qingyun buried her head under her pillow, eventually cocooning herself in her blanket in a futile attempt to escape the energetic disturbance. Thus began the tug-of-war between the desire to rise and the wish to remain in bed. Huang Qingyun believed that if she ignored Lin Dong, he would eventually tire and leave. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh, as Lin Dong persisted for over half an hour, his voice growing hoarse yet still resonating through the door. His rasping voice grated on Huang Qingyun's ears like nails on a chalkboard. At last, unable to endure any longer, she hurled her pillow at the door, exclaiming, "Lin Dong, can you please be quiet?" "No, not unless you get up," he retorted. "I refuse to rise. Then I shall keep shouting. Get up, get up." Lin Dong resumed his relentless calls with his scratchy voice. "Stop. Is it not enough that I'm getting up?" Forced by the circumstances, Huang Qingyun dragged her weary body from the warmth of her bed. Upon opening the door, she was met with the all-too-familiar face of Lin Dong. Though he was still quite handsome, at that moment, Huang Qingyun felt no inclination to admire him. She cast a resentful glance at Lin Dong, then shifted her gaze to the clock in the living room, where the hour hand pointed at the glaring number 5. "Why are you waking me up so early?" "What time is it?" "It's 5 o'clock," he replied cheerfully. "Indeed, so early. What do you wish to accomplish?" Observing the slight annoyance on Huang Qingyun's face, Lin Dong smirked with a blend of mischief and tenderness, whispering in her ear, "I miss you, my little lady." The chill in the air contrasted with the warmth of his breath, which inadvertently caressed her fair neck, stirring the latent passions within them, despite it not being spring. I need to freshen up. You mustn't bother me." With a flushed face, Huang Qingyun hurriedly fled to the bathroom, leaving Lin Dong chuckling behind her. Lin Dong's early awakening of Huang Qingyun was certainly not solely motivated by longing. His interpretation of love transcended mere physical closeness. To him, true affection lay in the silent understanding and mutual guardianship between two souls, even when distanced. Unbeknownst to Huang Qingyun, he discreetly retrieved the eye drops he had purchased at the hospital, applying a few drops to his reddened eyes. The previous night, he had barely closed his eyes, juggling the factory's safety issues and budgetary concerns, while also crafting a speech for Huang Qingyun. These tasks were typically the responsibility of the factory manager. Yet Lin Dong couldn't bear to burden her with them. The intricacies of the budget, particularly the costs associated with disinfection, ranging from purchasing disinfectant tools and solutions to plastic gloves, were daunting. Unfortunately, with limited funds, it was a task he had to undertake personally. Once Huang Qingyun had completed her morning routine, Lin Dong prepared breakfast. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was simply irresistible. Although he yearned to witness her ravenous appetite, Huang Qingyun remained preoccupied with her appearance. The pair quietly finished their meal and made their way to the Wei Mian factory. Autumn frost clung to the branches, and Lin Dong, clad in a thin suit, exhaled puffs of warm air to fend off the cold. The romantic gestures often depicted in films, where a gentleman drapes his coat over a lady, were but figments of imagination. Perhaps due to the toll of several sleepless nights, Lin Dong felt as if he might tremble like an electric motor, while Huang Qingyun gazed serenely at the autumnal landscape surrounding the processing plant. Soon, the world would be enveloped in a stark desolation, and Lin Dong lamented the once flourishing foliage of spring and summer, sighing for the merciless hand of nature. Survival of the fittest, he mused. Soon, those plants unable to withstand the winter would wither away. Yet, come the next spring, they would rise anew. Unlike the melancholic Lin Dong, Huang Qingyun's eyes sparkled not with sorrow, but with a hopeful yearning for the future. In her gaze, Lin Dong perceived a glimmer of hope. "Lin Dong, are you cold? Would you like to borrow my coat?" Huang Qingyun, noticing him shivering, shed her thick cotton jacket and offered it to him. "No need, really. You should wear it." He sneezed dramatically, stubbornly refusing her kindness. "You just sneezed. Take it, wear it for a while." Huang Qingyun insisted, her brow furrowing with concern. "I truly don't need it," he protested. "No, wear it," she insisted. "Absolutely not." As two individuals engaged in a heated dispute over the coat, Lin Dong suddenly became aware of a significant concern. "Are you worried about my health, Qingyun?" "No, absolutely yes. I'm merely worried that you might catch a cold." "Then that means you are concerned about my well-being." Lin Dong replied, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if victory was assured. However, Huang Qingyun's subsequent remark struck Lin Dong to the core. I am worried about the expenses that might arise from your catching a cold. Lin Dong fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, despite being typically charming and loquacious. After a while, he took Huang Qingyun's hand. Come, let us head to the factory. After greeting the elderly guard, Lin Dong led factory director Huang into the premises. Lu Chuanhe had been awaiting their arrival in his office for quite some time. As Lin Dong finally arrived, Lu Chuanhe hurried to greet him. Brother Lin, he exclaimed, then hesitated, glancing at Huang Qingyun with a hint of confusion. This is the general manager of the 5 factories, Huang Qingyun. Oh, Huang madam. I am the general manager of the Wamian processing factory. I look forward to working closely together. Upon hearing Lin Dong's introduction, Lu Chuanhe quickly approached to express his goodwill. Observing the evident camaraderie between the two, Lu Chuanhe surmised their relationship must be quite special, considering they arrived together so early, either having shared a night's rest or risen simultaneously. Huang Qingyun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I appreciate your support. After a few pleasantries, Lin Dong's jealousy simmered, urging Lu Chuanhe to retrieve the contract. He had scarcely enjoyed some quality time with Huang Qingyun before Lu Chuanhe returned with the contract in hand, rushing back in haste. Lin Dong was uncertain whether to commend Lu Chuanhe's efficiency or chastise him for his lack of awareness. He shot an intense glare at Lu Chuanhe, wishing that if looks could kill, Lu would be in dire straits. Chapter 27. Clear division of labor thanks to Lin Dong's influence. Lu Chuanhe briefed Huang Qingyun on the fundamental information of the processing factory. Following that, Lin Dong nudged him towards the 5 factories he had leased. Brother Lin, did you know? Yesterday, after discussing your conditions with the longtime employees, I received calls from 12 individuals that night expressing their desire to join your factory. What? 12? Lin Dong found it hard to believe. He had initially thought it would be challenging to recruit workers and intended for Huang Qingyun to enhance their appeal by raising wages. However, this development made things much simpler. 12 individuals were more than sufficient. I initially thought no one would want to work at your factory, but it turns out some genuinely do. This certainly alleviates the burden on our current processing factory. Lu Chuanhe smiled with relief, feeling that the company's layoff crisis had been significantly mitigated. Yet, had he possessed Lin Dong's foresight, he would not have been so cheerful. With 20 employees and a 200 reduction in wages, it was astonishing that 12 individuals still willingly opted for Lin Dong's factory. This could very well be a crisis for the entire factory. Unfortunately, not everyone shared Lin Dong's prudent outlook. Lu Chuanhe saw only the immediate resolution of the company's economic crisis, completely oblivious to the pressures management imposed on the lower-level staff. Lin Dong wore his signature smile once more. It seemed that acquiring the Wamian processing factory would not be too arduous after all. The trio soon arrived at the 5 factories rented by Lin Dong, all of which were single-story buildings. Lu Chuanhe exhibited remarkable efficiency, having arranged the 10 large distillers that Lin Dong had reserved in merely one night. Furthermore, professional personnel were scheduled to arrive shortly after 8 o'clock to provide training for Huang Qingyun and the other employees. After inspecting the periphery of the factory and ensuring there were no external dangers, the group entered the premises. The overall ventilation of the factory was quite satisfactory, preventing excessive moisture from condensing within the distillation room. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and settled down with Lu Chuanhe to engage in casual conversation. Huang Qingyun, however, was unable to remain idle. Noticing the factory's untidy state, she promptly seized a mop and broom to initiate a thorough cleaning. Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe exchanged glances, wide-eyed in surprise, before joining her in the cleaning endeavor. As Lu Chuanhe praised Huang Qingyun's industriousness, Lin Dong interpreted the flattery as a testament to how remarkable his wife truly was. Thus, the executives of the company commenced their bustling day on that crisp morning. As Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun toiled until they were drenched in sweat, the employees began to arrive. The veteran staff were taken aback to see the management earnestly engaged in cleaning the factory, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Once everyone had gathered, approximately a dozen individuals, Huang Qingyun took the initiative to speak up. Let us first clean the factory, she declared. Cleaning? They readily complied. And soon 12 individuals were bustling about with brooms, mops, and cloths. The scene quickly became chaotic, with everyone immersed in their tasks. True to their reputation as seasoned employees, they worked diligently. However, the lone flaw was their lack of coordination. Those wielding mops aimed for the cleanest spots, while the sweepers fixated solely on the floor beneath them, oblivious to whether an area had already been attended to. Lin Dong observed silently, choosing to wait for Huang Qingyun to address these issues. as she was the factory manager. If he resolved everything for her, her role as an executive would become merely ornamental, and the employees' respect for her would remain uncertain. Before long, Huang Qingyun, engrossed in her cleaning, finally concluded her immediate tasks. Upon lifting her gaze to the somewhat endearing yet bewildered employees, her brows furrowed in concern. "Everyone, please hold on," she called out, prompting all to pause. "Let us divide our tasks. Do you have any teams you usually work with?" Division of labor. This was a commendable practice first promoted in the land of the rising sun. If everyone were to operate in harmony, it would significantly enhance work efficiency, which was one of the key reasons the land of the rising sun could swiftly recover after the ravages of war. In 1998, however, Huaxiao had yet to recognize or fully utilize this tool for improving efficiency. To Lin Dong's surprise, Huang Qingyun, the newly appointed factory manager, proposed the concept of cooperative division of labor, earning his admiration for her initiative. "Perhaps I have inadvertently elevated a talent. Everyone, please lend me your ears. Gather around. Come closer." Huang Qingyun's voice was gentle and moving, though its only flaw was its softness. Even with a shout, it barely reached the ears of those in the corner of the processing plant. I must remember to note down the expense for a loudspeaker on the financial statement later, Lin Dong mused, unwilling to let his wife strain her voice. "Let's form groups. You will count off from left to right. Follow orders." Huang Qingyun's command rang out, and despite their confusion, the employees complied. 1, 2, 3, 42. Now, those who counted from 1 to 3 will form Group 1, from 2 to 5 will be Group 2, and so on. Under Huang Qingyun's direction, 12 individuals were organized into 4 groups. "We have 4 processing plants. Your 4 teams will clean these 4 factories, from left to right. Group 1 will be responsible for this building, Group 2 for that one." At first glance, Huang Qingyun's coordination was remarkably orderly. The employees diligently began their tasks according to her instructions. However, Lin Dong felt a bit muddled and gently poked Huang Qingyun's back. "But we have 5 factories. How can we divide into 4 groups?" Huang Qingyun glanced at Lin Dong, then at Lu Chuanhe, a friendly smile gracing her face. Suddenly, Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe seemed to realize something and took a step back. "Hee, aren't we just 3? We can form a group of 3. Lin Dong revealed a wry smile. Seeing this, Lu Chuanhe thought it was his moment to shine and hurried towards Huang Qingyun, eager to prove himself. However, he vastly underestimated Lin Dong's jealousy. Go, go, go. This is not your concern. Qingyun and I can manage just fine. But there are too few of you. And besides, Miss Qingyun is still a girl. Can you really call her Qingyun?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. "You young man, I have my eye on you. You will be responsible for 1 distillation unit alone. Qingyun and I will handle 1. Thus, the division of labor was established. Wait, Brother Lin. Chapter 28. Equality in treatment. Ultimately, Lin Dong's keen insight shone through. The efficiency of these seasoned employees was remarkable, as within 10 minutes, they began reporting that their teams had completed their tasks. Watching the throng of individuals arriving and departing in a chaotic flurry was exceedingly disorganized and a waste of time. Henceforth, when teams report, let the member who counted the smallest number be the one to report. He will serve as the team leader. Of course, if there are objections, feel free to swap. I expect a definitive answer by tonight. Typically gentle Huang Qingyun emanated a commanding presence today, and Lin Dong found himself compelled to acquiesce to her directives. However, Lin Dong had no intention of forming this new group. Moreover, Lu Chuanhe had many matters to attend to. Besides dealing with various tasks, Lin Dong also needed to invest in numerous other ventures. After all, the current Chinese market was akin to a succulent piece of meat for Lin Dong. Rich yet not overwhelming, tender yet not overly slippery. "Qingyun, how many people do you think are suitable for each factory?" Lin Dong inquired. As Huang Qingyun pondered, she spoke with unwavering conviction. "At least 4. But no more than 6. Too many individuals become difficult to manage, while too few may lead to the excessive exploitation of employees. Such a situation would undoubtedly foster their discontent. It is the individuals who have risen from the grassroots who are most attuned to the sentiments of those at the foundational level." Huang Qingyun contemplated the necessity of executing tasks flawlessly while ensuring that the workers' morale, if not elevated, at least does not plummet. However, Lu Chuanhe, who has always resided in the upper echelons, held a divergent opinion. "I believe 3 individuals are sufficient. One can ensure the safety and efficiency of the 2 workers, promptly filling any gaps, while the remaining 2 can work continuously. Yet, this would amount to the exploitation of their labor. There is a risk of a strike occurring." "A strike? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare." Lu Chuanhe relished his own ideas, casting a self-satisfied glance at Lin Dong, eagerly awaiting praise for his cleverness. However, Lin Dong approached Lu Chuanhe, placing a meaningful hand on his shoulder, and sighed. Lu Chuanhe, if everyone operated under your logic, then the workers would be rendered obsolete. Listen to Huang Qingyun. You should visit other factories and inquire if they have any available workers. After saying this, he turned to Huang Qingyun. What do you believe is an appropriate wage? Huang Qingyun contemplated for a moment. At least 1,200. No problem. Lin Dong exclaimed, clearly delighted. What matters is unity and purpose. Lin Dong had already intended to increase the workers' wages to 1,200. However, it was essential that Huang Qingyun voiced this sentiment. This also served to bolster Huang Qingyun's rapport with the workforce. Lu, please ask those 8 veteran employees if they would be willing to join us with the wage set at 1,200. Absolutely. Lu Chuanhe, buoyed by Lin Dong's words, dashed outside. After all, the current workforce at the Wamian processing plant still numbered significantly, and reducing the count by 8 could actually benefit its operations. Oh, and make sure to inform them. This wage increase is something that Qingyun has fought for on their behalf. Understood. Lu Chuanhe, now on his way out, raised his right hand in acknowledgement, eager to relay the message. Lin Dong gazed at Huang Qingyun with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride and astonishment. This girl was, without a doubt, his perfect counterpart. Lin Dong felt confident that as long as Huang Qingyun remained by his side, they could undoubtedly forge an even more formidable commercial empire, perhaps even the only one of its kind on the planet, encompassing all nations. Embracing this grand vision of unity, he contemplated their next steps. Before long, jubilant cheers erupted from his other 4 factories. There was no need for inquiry. Lu Chuanhe had successfully conveyed the news of the wage increase. After a while, a breathless Lu Chuanhe rushed back. Brother Lin, good news. All the veteran employees are willing to work at your factory. Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. Lin Dong clapped his hands in approval, unsure whether his applause was meant for Lu Chuanhe, those veteran employees, or others entirely. Beside him, Lu Chuanhe, perplexed by Lin Dong's applause, joined in without realizing that Lin Dong's gaze had long since fixed upon the entirety of the Wamian processing plant. Huang Qingyun orchestrated the arrangement, integrating these 8 newly hired veteran employees into various factories. Lin Dong then retrieved the speech he had meticulously crafted for Huang Qingyun the previous night from his briefcase. Qingyun, here, take this and practice with it. Afterward, deliver your speech to your subordinates. Huang Qingyun caught the speech and gazed deeply into Lin Dong's bloodshot eyes. It dawned on her that Lin Dong's apparent indifference stemmed from his prior efforts to smooth the thorns strewn across her path. You must listen attentively to my speech. Huang Qingyun said playfully to Lin Dong. Rest assured, I shall be your employee for life. You are truly cunning, you fool, Huang Qingyun whispered softly, her eyes glistening with tenderness. Lin Dong smiled without uttering a word, opting instead to embrace Huang Qingyun. This time, she did not resist. Perhaps Lin Dong's embrace was too vigorous, causing her delicate frame to tremble as she wrapped her arms around him from behind. She then loosened her grip and pushed him away. No, I must prepare for my speech. Huang Qingyun's flushed cheeks bore no weight of persuasion. Lin Dong refrained from teasing her further and gently urged, go on then. Huang Qingyun, showcasing her talents, read through the speech a few times before she was ready to address her audience. Comrades, please gather the workers from all the factories. I have a speech to deliver. All right, let us listen to the factory director. Hurry, come quickly. The atmosphere was buoyant, with everyone appreciating the salary increase Huang Qingyun had granted, treating her with utmost reverence. Her commands were more effective than imperial decrees. In no time, 20 veteran employees assembled, ready to hear Huang Qingyun's melodious voice. Friends, though I stand before you as the factory director, I too have risen from the grassroots. I understand your thoughts, and you may regard me as a friend. This was the speech Lin Dong had hastily prepared, tailored specifically for Huang Qingyun. The central theme emphasized equality. In an era that often exploits employees, Huang Qingyun's address was a refreshing stream of clarity. While her voice lacked the robust timbre and passionate cadence typically associated with male orators, every word flowed into the ears and hearts of the workers. In the future, I ask for your continued support and vigilance regarding my work. Thank you all. As Huang Qingyun concluded her speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 29. The battle for the bathroom. Once all the trivial matters were settled, Huang Qingyun stretched lazily. Next on the agenda was the worker training session scheduled by Lu Chuanhe. The distiller was not difficult to operate, and there was no need for concern regarding safety, provided one was not foolish enough to tamper with an operational high-pressure vessel. After all, this was an advanced piece of equipment with safety measures duly considered. Once the workers grasped the basics, the first day of work would officially commence. Lu Chuanhe had other matters to attend to and departed, leaving Huang Qingyun and Lin Dong to oversee the factory operations. Though initially designated as a supervisor, Huang Qingyun did not hesitate to lend a hand to the workers. As her boyfriend, Lin Dong could not merely stand by. He sprang into action, embodying the spirit of someone willing to tackle the most arduous tasks. By the end of the day, Huang Qingyun remained relatively unscathed, while Lin Dong was thoroughly exhausted. The distilled pure water was stored in barrels, and these plastic containers, procured from the processing plant, were not overly expensive. Lu Chuanhe, eager to curry favor, generously gifted Lin Dong over 50 barrels. However, the daily output of distilled water from the plant was no less than 100 barrels, necessitating further purchases of empty containers from Lu Chuanhe. Observing Lu Chuanhe's knowing demeanor, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming urge to pounce and bite him in frustration. As twilight descended, having survived the long day, Lin Dong eagerly pulled Huang Qingyun home. The work in the distillation room was not particularly strenuous. It primarily involved waiting for the distilled water to cool before transferring it into barrels, along with some lifting and monitoring the distillation machinery to ensure its proper operation. However, the temperature in the distillation room was exceptionally high, with steam and sweat saturating Lin Dong's shirt. Upon arriving home, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun engaged in a light-hearted battle for the bathroom. Lin Dong initiated the skirmish with a feint, pretending to be famished and in desperate need of food to distract Huang Qingyun. Yet, Huang Qingyun was no fool. She knew Lin Dong, the insatiable eater, had consumed the most at lunch and found it implausible that he would suddenly declare hunger right after work. She suspected Lin Dong's intentions were not solely culinary. Aware of this, but unable to express it openly, she decided to play along. Lin Dong, you mustn't starve. Let's check the pork and ribs we bought last time to see if they have spoiled. I'll prepare dinner. All right, Lin Dong agreed, albeit internally questioning why Huang Qingyun had begun to express her concern for him so directly. His eyebrows raised in curiosity. Could it be that? Lin Dong unconsciously glanced at Huang Qingyun, only to find her gaze upon him. Words were unnecessary. Their hearts understood each other. And just like that, the phase of cunning rivalry concluded. The next stage was a test of physical prowess. Recognizing her ruse had been uncovered, Huang Qingyun swiftly surged ahead, employing the strategy of preemptive action to create distance between herself and Lin Dong. Unable to tolerate this, Lin Dong channeled all his energy into his legs, leaning forward, converting his previously cumbersome weight into a powerful force propelling him toward Huang Qingyun. This explosive movement was as fierce as an arrow released from its bow, as startling as the thunder of a downpour. Huang Qingyun had no time to look back. She could hear the pounding of Lin Dong's feet behind her, each step carrying the weight of 100 pounds. As the sound drew nearer, Huang Qingyun realized that men held a significant advantage in endurance, unwilling to concede. Just as Lin Dong was about to catch up, Huang Qingyun altered her pace dramatically, her previously straightforward strides becoming erratic, stepping left and right in a dance of evasion. But that was not the end. Huang Qingyun cleverly utilized the pressure from Lin Dong's advancing steps, positioning herself directly in his path to halt his charge. What on earth is this? A low-budget version of a ghostly evasion dance. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Dong inwardly cursed, fearing an encounter with Huang Qingyun. He swiftly turned, striking a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, balancing on one foot while his arms opened and closed with exaggerated motions to steady himself. Huang Qingyun, keenly attentive, quickly deduced that she had cornered Lin Dong, and a wave of delight surged within her. Instantly, her low-profile ghostly movement transformed back into a normal stance as she dashed towards the apartment's bathroom. At this moment, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun were separated by a distance of over 10 meters. Perhaps such a vast expanse would intimidate anyone else, but Lin Dong remained unfazed. A spirited steed cannot leap 10 paces, yet a sluggish horse, with relentless effort, can cover a great distance. Lin Dong, with a determined look, his eyes bloodshot and feet swift, pursued without hesitation. The two raced towards the apartment, their next destination, the elevator. This would prove pivotal in their contest. As Huang Qingyun arrived, the elevator doors opened just in time. With a swift motion, she slipped inside and promptly pressed the close button. Watching the elevator doors gradually shut, Lin Dong arrived too late. At the very moment the doors sealed, he caught sight of a smirk at the corner of Huang Qingyun's mouth. Fury ignited within him. Quick as a flash, Lin Dong, seizing the opportunity before the elevator could react, pressed the up and down buttons outside. However, the elevator did not ascend or descend, causing Huang Qingyun within to grow increasingly anxious. Moments later, when the elevator doors slowly reopened, Lin Dong had vanished without a trace. It was too late to pursue. Frustrated, Huang Qingyun waved her little fist in exasperation. She had lost. As the elevator ascended to the 4th floor, she initially assumed Lin Dong had already entered to enjoy his shower. Yet, reality took another twist as she found Lin Dong, dejected, standing at the door, shaking his little fist in frustration. Cursed be the day. He had forgotten his keys. This sight almost made Huang Qingyun burst into laughter. It seemed as though fate was smiling upon her. Lin Dong was now in quite the predicament. However, Huang Qingyun's joy was short-lived. Upon checking her own pocket, her expression shifted from astonishment to rage. In her haste, she had torn a hole in her pants pocket. And where were her keys? Gone. Thus, the two spirited individuals retraced their steps, meticulously searching the ground. Their earlier enthusiasm for the shower had completely dissipated. Finally, after much effort, Lin Dong managed to unlock the apartment door, but alas, the heavens were unkind, as Lin Dong's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Hello, is this Lin Dong? Came the anxious voice on the other end. It was unmistakably Huang Qingyun. What? Lin Dong exclaimed, startled. Just days prior, everything had been fine. How could circumstances have changed so drastically? Do not worry, I am on my way, Lin Dong replied, hanging up the phone, his brows furrowed in concern. Qingyun, I must head to the hospital. He quickly explained the situation to Huang Qingyun, who could not object. Thus, she allowed Lin Dong to hastily depart, weary yet determined. Towards the hospital. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have competed with him. I should have let him shower first. The kind-hearted girl reflected with a hint of regret. Chapter 30. Familial affection. In just a few short days, Lin Dong found himself visiting Wang Shan for the second time. The familiar path and the well-known hospital greeted him, though this time, he was headed to a different ward. Outside the hospital, Wang Qin paced anxiously, as if awaiting someone or something of great significance. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Brother Lin, how is my sister? Upon mentioning Wang Qin's sister, tears welled in her eyes. She is in the emergency room. Gazing at the flashing red lights above the emergency room, a foreboding sense of dread crept into Lin Dong's heart. Before long, a doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the emergency room in haste. Who is Huang Qingyun? I am. Your sister urgently requires a surgical fee of 10,000 yuan. We are currently performing life-saving procedures. Prepare the funds. The doctor spoke coldly. Doctor, how is my sister's condition? Is she out of danger? Is she? Huang Qingyun, consumed by worry, hardly cared about the money, relentlessly inquiring about her sister's life. The doctor, growing impatient, brusquely pushed Huang Qingyun aside. Calm down. I am here to discuss your sister's medical expenses. After the surgery, she will need an additional 23,000 yuan for further treatment. In total, it amounts to 33,000. This figure rendered Huang Qingyun paralyzed with fear. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. The doctor, witnessing this, shot a disdainful glance, coldly remarking, What? No money? And no, not that much, Huang Qingyun stammered. How much do you have? 730, she hesitantly replied. That was all her possessions. Humph. Such a meager sum won't suffice for any treatment. The doctor's demeanor shifted instantly upon hearing her paltry amount. Your sister's life hinges on money. Without it, she cannot survive. As the doctor turned to re-enter the emergency room, Huang Qingyun, disregarding all decorum, lunged forward and clutched the doctor's leg. Doctor, please, I implore you. You must save my sister. The doctor ignored her pleas, dragging Huang Qingyun along the floor toward the emergency room, indifferent to her frantic cries. Doctor, you must save her. You have to save her. I will find a way to get the money. Enough. The doctor, exasperated, pried Huang Qingyun off his leg. We will save her now. But if the medical fees are not met afterward, we will cease to care for your sister. When the time comes, you will be asked to leave the hospital. With that, the doctor departed without a backward glance. Huang Qingyun remained on the ground, devoid of strength to rise. In her despair, she contemplated Lin Dong, the embodiment of financial hope. Brother Lin, please, lend me some money. Huang Qingyun knelt, scraping her knees against the floor as she crawled towards Lin Dong, her head, as if detached from her body, repeatedly striking the ground. Brother Lin, I beg you, help me. Lin Dong was still uncertain of the nature of this ruffian. Yet he felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps, no matter how wicked a person may be, there exists within them something of significance. For Huang Qingyun, the most cherished individual in his heart happened to be his sister. Lin Dong recalled Huang Qingyun once confiding in him that the only family he had left was Wang Shan. It was this bond of kinship that compelled Huang Qingyun to beg on his knees like a dog. With a sigh, Lin Dong reminisced about his parents who had accompanied him to the very end during his imprisonment. Ultimately, Lin Dong succumbed to his sympathetic instincts. I can offer you a maximum of 10,000. As for the remaining 23,000, you must find your own way. All right, all right. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingyun bowed repeatedly in gratitude, his head bobbing like garlic being crushed. Lin Dong then extracted 10,000 from his remaining 14,000 and handed it over to Huang Qingyun. As for what came next, Lin Dong had no intention of involving himself. Fate would take its course. To be honest, Lin Dong felt he had done more than enough for Huang Qingyun, who had always sought to pilfer from his pockets. Altogether, Lin Dong had already provided 13,000 for Huang Qingyun's sister. While it was fortunate that Huang Qingyun's predicament had not befallen him, Lin Dong had no morbid curiosity. He was not one to derive joy from the suffering of others. His previously cheerful mood, shared with Huang Qingyun, was utterly disrupted by Huang Qingyun's antics. By the time Lin Dong returned home, it was already midnight. Huang Qingyun waited alone on the sofa for his return, but perhaps wearied from the day's labor, she had dozed off. Lin Dong felt an urge to tease the sleeping Huang Qingyun, yet as he gazed at her sweet, slumbering visage, his hand recoiled as if shocked. With another sigh, Lin Dong acknowledged that matters had settled, and it was time to prepare for a visit to his hometown. Lin Dong's ancestral home was a modest village on the outskirts of Jinjiang City, comprising only a few hundred households. His father, Lin Guofeng, had once held the position of village chief there. Reflecting on the sight of Huang Qingyun kneeling in supplication for his sister stirred a sense of homesickness within Lin Dong. It's time to go home, he mused, retrieving the remaining 4,000 from his bag. He let out a wry smile. Indeed, money could be easily spent. Just yesterday, Li Changyong had lent him 30,000, and now it was nearly all gone. He decided to leave 2,000 for Huang Qingyun and allocate the remaining 2,000 for his journey home. According to ancient wisdom, a poor family often has a rich road. However, Lin Dong could not bear to see his beloved wife suffer or go hungry. Thus, he resolved to leave half of the money for Huang Qingyun. He retrieved a lightweight set of bedding from her room, since she was still dressed. A heavy blanket might overheat her. Even if she remained asleep, tossing off the covers in the middle of the night could lead to a cold. Lin Dong was always adept at caring for others, particularly for the woman he loved, and he tended to her with utmost diligence. As he tucked in the corners of the blanket, he gently whispered near Huang Qingyun's ear, "Sweetheart, good night. Wishing you sweet dreams." Lin Dong felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet the memories of the past warned him that his return to his hometown would inevitably entail certain dangers. However, he was resolute in ensuring that even the slightest risk would not tarnish Huang Qingyun. It seemed that the debts Lin Dong had incurred in his youth still required his intervention to resolve. As he admired the luminous moonlight, a fierce determination began to stir within him. Chapter 31. Homecoming. Huang Qingyun awoke to the soft light of dawn. The house was empty, and the only warmth came from the thin blanket draped over her. She called out twice, but received no response. Surely, the busy Lin Dong had already departed. Or perhaps not. Perhaps Lin Dong had truly changed, shedding his former lethargy to reveal a diligent and tender gentleman. Huang Qingyun pondered whether her attitude towards Lin Dong should evolve. Unbeknownst to her, the initial fear and disdain she harbored had transformed into reliance and admiration. Though it was difficult for her to acknowledge, her heart was undeniably preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Dong. As for her family, she suddenly caught sight of a stack of cash on the table. Undoubtedly, this was left for her by Lin Dong, and beneath the money lay a letter. Early in the morning, Lin Dong strolled through the bustling streets of Jinjiang City, inhaling the refreshing essence of nature. While the air quality had yet to deteriorate, and the smog remained below PM2.5 levels, Lin Dong greedily absorbed the last vestiges of the city's splendor and tranquility. The streets were sparsely populated, transitioning from tranquility to a bustling scene. As Lin Dong walked steadily, witnessing it all, his motivation was purely personal interest. Lin Dong's destination was the commercial street, where he intended to leave Huang Qingyun with a final assurance, one that would ensure her well-being even in his absence. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door of a restaurant, and a server hurried over to explain that it had yet to open and requested Lin Dong's patience. Without uttering a word, he handed the server a business card. The card bore not his name, but that of Huang Qingyun, prominently stating her position as the director of the purified water factory. Lin Dong understood that successful market development required swiftness, precision, and decisiveness. He had already contemplated this step while preparing for the operation of the purified water factory. The task of printing the business cards had been entrusted to Lu Chuana, who had left Huang Qingyun and Lin Dong the previous day to independently escape from Lin Dong's 5 factories, solely to facilitate the printing of these cards. Lin Dong harbored distrust towards others, for in business, competitors are often adversaries. If only one store were privy to the information about his purified water, It would undoubtedly attempt to monopolize the market, potentially jeopardizing the integrity of Lin Dong's factory. At this moment, Lin Dong remained too vulnerable, easily trampled upon by those less scrupulous. Thus, he had to tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. After a morning of diligent effort, Lin Dong successfully distributed Huang Qingyun's business cards to every restaurant on the commercial street, ensuring her future was safeguarded. Regarding the price of purified water per ton, Lin Dong made no remarks. These matters were left for Director Huang to decide personally. Lin Dong reflected on his achievements, nodding in satisfaction. Now, he could focus on addressing issues related to his hometown. The primary reason Lin Dong preferred to limit interactions between the people of Jinjiang City and his fellow villagers was his apprehension that someone from his hometown might uncover his secrets and inadvertently obstruct his schemes. As he boarded the vehicle heading home, Lin Dong felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although the future appeared uncertain, it was, after all, his homeland. The visage of his father, the authoritative Lin Guofeng, began to materialize in his mind, a man who had grown increasingly haggard since Lin Dong's imprisonment. His mother, Wu Huarong, had also become increasingly frail as a result of these tribulations. In stark contrast, the culprit, Lin Dong, had resorted to drowning his sorrows in alcohol following a setback. Perhaps the despondent Lin Dong had long since become adept at forgetting, quietly striving for his own redemption. It had been quite some time since his last visit, at least a year, he mused, as he retraced the familiar scenes of his childhood. Unfortunately, the weather did not favor him. As he neared home, a light rain began to fall, which he initially assumed would soon cease. To his dismay, the rain intensified. With no other option, he sought refuge beneath the eaves of a nearby house. After the autumn rain, the village paths became increasingly muddied. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, Lin Dong discovered a house that bore a resemblance to his childhood home. It was merely a semblance, for while the structure was similar, the surroundings had drastically changed. The once splendid crimson door now lay in disrepair, and the garden, once vibrant, was now overrun with withered branches and fallen leaves, devoid of any signs of life. How could this be? Lin Dong gazed at the remnants of what once was, lost in thought. This was not how it should be. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully recalled the direction to his home, and only then did he confirm that this was indeed the place he had not visited for over a year. As Lin Dong hesitated at the threshold, a sudden clatter from within startled him, leading him to believe that an elderly woman had dropped a metal basin. Who is it? He wondered. Perhaps this was the inextricable bond with his homeland. Upon returning home, Lin Dong instinctively assumed the role of the household's master. As he turned at the sound, his gaze met that of an elderly woman, almost causing his eyebrows to shoot upwards in surprise. "Are you Lin Dong?" the woman asked, disbelief evident in her trembling hands, uncertain whether to recognize him or not. "Grandma," Lin Dong exclaimed, rushing toward her, eager to embrace her, but momentarily concerned that her frail form might not withstand his fervent affection. Upon hearing the term of endearment, the elderly woman hesitated no longer. She embraced Lin Dong tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "My dear grandson, my dear grandson." This elderly woman was none other than Lin Dong's beloved grandmother, Zhao Fang. From a young age, she had indulged Lin Dong, and as a result, whenever he faltered, he would hide behind her, rendering the irate Lin grandfather unable to chastise him. Yet, grandmother always sheltered him. But how can all matters in this world be resolved so easily? 4 years ago, Lin Dong injured someone. In despair, he recalled the sanctuary that solely belonged to him. He wished to hide behind his grandmother, but who would care for a criminal suspect? Even when the police came to drag him away, leading him to court and then to prison, Lin Dong never caught a glimpse of his grandmother. In a poignant embrace, Lin Dong and the elderly woman wept together, their emotions gradually settling after an extended period of silent sorrow. Lin Dong gazed upon the ruins of their home and asked, "Grandmother, is this still our home?" Her expression was tinged with sadness and desolation as she nodded. "Much has changed in the year you were gone." Chapter 32. Endurance. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, a group of individuals approached his home, hurling insults. "Lin Guofeng, you son of a dog, get out here." Lin Dong was nearly overcome with rage, contemplating striking the man. "Grandmother, how dare he insult you?" Who was Lin Guofeng? He was Lin Dong's father. Audaciously addressing him by name and daring to insult Lin Dong's grandmother in his presence. If Zhao Fang were a decade younger, she would have surely scorned Lin Dong for his lack of reasoning. Yet now, Zhao Fang was merely an elderly woman, yearning for nothing but the safety of her family. She instinctively pulled Lin Dong behind her, perhaps still perceiving him as the child he once was. Zhao Fang, in her frail state, wished to shield Lin Dong. But how could she possibly protect him? Lin Dong towered over her by a full head. Who are you? Get lost. Don't hinder us from doing our business. As the group approached, they laughed derisively upon seeing Lin Dong cowering behind an elderly woman. Sensing their disdain, Zhao Feng urged Lin Dong to flee. Aware of their numerical disadvantage, Lin Dong recognized that retreat was the wisest course of action. Just as he prepared to escape, a voice called out to him, "Wait. What is your name?" These individuals bore ill intent. Having insulted Lin Guofeng, the current head of the Lin family, they undoubtedly harbored a grudge. Lin Dong was not foolish. He understood the necessity of evading confrontation. I am Li Changyong. The unfortunate Li Changyong was now becoming Lin Dong's personal shield, not only deflecting blame, but also having to pretend to be him. Fine. As long as you're not from the Lin family, we won't trouble you. Scram. The Lin family? Have we offended you gentlemen in any way? Lin Dong feigned ignorance, addressing them as gentlemen, which pleased the ruffians. Who could a mere Lin family provoke? It's merely that a certain fool from their household crossed paths with my elder brother a few years back. A few years ago? You gentlemen are still pursuing grievances against the Lin family to this day? Lin Dong's question seemed to amuse the ruffians, prompting laughter. Who told the Lin family to court disaster? Originally, my brother sought Lin Guofeng's son, yet Lin Guofeng stubbornly refused and hid his son away. Hidden away? Lin Dong was utterly bewildered by the situation. After all, he had clearly left home on his own accord. Yet, these ruffians insisted that Lin Guofeng had hidden him away. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Guofeng's public declaration that he was concealing Lin Dong undoubtedly aimed to draw all retaliation aimed at Lin Dong toward himself. Contemplating this, Lin Dong felt a warmth in his eyes. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Despite Lin Dong's rebellious nature back then, Lin Guofeng had still been willing to shield him from the storm. However, what kind of power could compel someone with Lin Guofeng's influence in the village to resort to such desperate measures? An ominous premonition arose once more. It seemed that this return to the village would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Ah, esteemed gentlemen, your leader is truly formidable. He has even managed to frighten Lin Guofeng into hiding his own son. Lin Dong flattered, trying to ingratiate himself. Indeed, you have no idea who our leader is. He is a veritable tyrant in this region. It was evident that some among these thugs were rather dim-witted. At the mere mention of praise for themselves or their leader, they became overly elated. Impressive, impressive. Who exactly is your leader to possess such prowess? Lin Dong sneered inwardly, knowing that extracting information about their background would increase his odds of success. Listen closely. My brother is, just as he was about to reveal more, a tall, thin man interrupted him. Enough. There are matters you are not entitled to know. The affairs of my brother are beyond someone of your stature to comment upon. But your brother is so powerful, I merely wish to understand. You understand nothing. Now be gone. Before Lin Dong could utter another word, the lanky man kicked him from behind. Leave. Lin Dong realized that if he did not endure this moment, the situation could escalate even further. He chose to swallow his pride. Ouch. Lin Dong feigned pain and made a hasty exit. Just before he crossed the threshold of the Lin family home, he glanced back at his grandmother, Zhao Feng, who remained inside. Zhao Feng subtly nodded, indicating that he should proceed without concern. After all, no matter how unruly these ruffians were, they would not dare to trouble an elderly woman. Hey, old hag, where's your son? Several burly men surrounded Zhao Feng, demanding answers. We're asking where Lin Guofeng has gone. Speak quickly. One of the tall, thin men, standing just a few meters from Zhao Feng, impatiently pressed. Guofeng? He has gone to the county town. Who are you trying to deceive? The lanky man shoved Zhao Feng, causing her to stumble backward. Fortunately, someone behind her caught the elderly woman, but her frail constitution could hardly withstand such rough treatment. A fall could easily result in her needing days to recover. Thankfully, the ruffians, fearing the consequences of causing serious injury, restrained the lanky man to prevent further violence. Lin Dong felt a pang of distress in his heart. But what could he accomplish by acting rashly? Could he truly alter the course of events on his own? What he needed to do was endure, stoically endure. The thugs, seeing that Zhao Feng insisted Lin Guofeng was in the county town, ultimately decided to relent. Despite Zhao Feng's futile intimidation, she ultimately departed in a huff. Lin Dong, concealed in the shadows, watched as those vile individuals sauntered away, his teeth chattering and fingers whitening from the strain of his grip. Once he was certain the coast was clear, he cautiously emerged from the nearby thicket. Grandma, are you all right? Upon seeing her grandson, Zhao Feng's demeanor softened immediately. I'm fine. Grandma is still quite robust. Yet, no matter how much Zhao Feng attempted to feign composure, Lin Dong was not oblivious to the truth. The humiliation of being besieged by a band of ruffians, despite being the elder, was a bitter pill to swallow. He enveloped the frail old woman in a protective embrace. "Grandma, I'm so sorry. What do you have to apologize for? You are my grandson. It is our duty to protect you," Zhao Feng replied, forcing a smile. Striving to appear unaffected, Lin Dong gazed at this pitiful elder, fully aware that the trouble he had caused would ultimately require his own restitution. Naturally, he was determined to ensure that those who had wronged Zhao Feng would pay in kind. Chapter 33. Lin Yongheng Grandma. Please tell me how our family fell into such disarray. Also, who were those individuals earlier? During the year Lin Dong had been absent, too much had transpired, leaving him bewildered upon his return. With a sigh, Zhao Feng hesitated to divulge the details, but after Lin Dong's persistent inquiries, she relented and recounted the events. "Do you remember your time in prison?" "Of course. I dealt with that despicable thug who dared to bully my brother." "Indeed, you were overly impulsive back then. If only you had possessed the level-headedness you exhibit now," she continued. "That thug had extorted 50,000 yuan from your father after the court proceedings, promising to drop the appeal if he received the money, claiming he would speak to the judge on your behalf to avoid a sentence. My father actually gave him the money. Alas, I was foolish and in a panic. I was solely focused on preventing your imprisonment and handed over all the money to that injured man." Tears welled in Zhao Feng's eyes as she spoke. She had hoped that the injured man would cease his demands, but to her dismay, he took the money and fled. His relatives, driven by greed, sought even more and filed suit against you. What happened next? When you were released, that man had squandered the 50,000 and returned demanding money again. This time, he sought a staggering 100,000. What? 100,000? Huang Qingyun used to earn merely 1,000 a month as a factory worker, and Lin Guofeng barely made 20,000 a year from farming. 100,000. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Indeed, your father refused and chased him away. Yet, that man sought out the notorious Wang Lu from Linjia village, proposing they split the take. Wang Lu then rallied a group to demand money. If they didn't receive it, they threatened to destroy everything. Not only did they vandalize our home, but they also broke your father's leg. What? A fiery tempest brewed within Lin Dong, scorching his mind and causing his blood to boil. With the last vestiges of reason, he pressed on, asking, "And then what? Did Wang Lu conspire against our family?" Zhao Feng nodded silently. The sound in Lin Dong's mind exploded like a grenade, leaving him reeling. Wasn't Wang Lu from our village? Had he truly turned against us over such a trifling sum? Money could indeed corrupt the heart. With a sigh, Zhao Feng picked up an iron basin from the ground and limped back inside, prompting Lin Dong to rush forward to assist her. Thus, it became clear. Those ruffians who had come earlier were likely sent by Wang Lu, intent on making the Lin family's life miserable. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, a murderous intent radiating from him. Sitting idly at home was a waste of precious time. He would resolve his grievances with Wang Lu and then return to reunite with his family. With anger fueling his steps, he strode out the door. Zhao Feng informed him that Lin Guofeng, unable to work due to a broken leg, had to seek employment in the county to repay Lin Dong as soon as possible. The county to which Lin Guofeng had gone was Yi City, situated 11 kilometers away from Linjia village. If Lin Dong sought retribution, he would need external assistance. But how could he acquire it? Who would be willing to lend him their strength? Wang Lu was merely a local bully, theoretically. Any powerful figure could deal with him effortlessly. Yet, Lin Dong knew that Wang Lu likely had formidable allies as well, without absolute strength to suppress them. A rash attack would be tantamount to offering his head on a platter. As Lin Dong pondered his strategy, he slipped and fell, mud splattering all over him. Alas, misfortune seemed to strike when it rained. As he rose, preparing to continue on his path, a stranger's voice called out to him. "Lin Dong, is that you?" The speaker was Lin Yongheng, Lin Dong's cousin. Upon turning, Lin Dong was immediately recognized, and they embraced warmly. "Lin Dong, I've missed you terribly." "Hey, cousin. I've missed you too." Lin Yongheng had remained in Linjia village for a long time. Though he sometimes struggled with complex thoughts, he was honest and hardworking. A skilled farmer who had often received praise from elders in his youth. In contrast, Lin Dong, lacking in both literary and martial prowess, had seldom garnered affection from others. In the entire village, Lin Yongheng was the only one willing to befriend Lin Dong. "Why did you suddenly return without notifying us? We could have welcomed you." Lin Yongheng playfully chastised Lin Dong with a light punch. The strength in his arms nearly knocked the wind out of Lin Dong. "Cough, cough. Brother, let us keep the conversation civil. No need for violence." My apologies. But you seem a bit worse for wear. Come home and help me with the farming." "If I return to farming, I might as well work myself to death." "Nonsense. It's not too strenuous. Just around 20 acres. Watering, fertilizing and applying pesticides as needed. The two walked together, laughing and reminiscing, delighting in their reunion as childhood companions. As their conversation flowed, they soon found themselves discussing Lin Dong's departure from home a year prior. A year ago, while Lin Dong was at his ancestral home, Lin Yongheng, a man of coarse demeanor and blunt speech, unwittingly broached a sensitive topic. After a night of revelry, he became overly inquisitive about Lin Dong's 3-year incarceration, which irked Lin Dong to the point of storming out. Although Lin Yongheng's nature was not malevolent, he had a tendency to offend others inadvertently. The following day, he sought to atone for his indiscretion, only to discover that Lin Dong had already departed from the village. Throughout the past year, Lin Yongheng had harbored guilt, believing his words had been the catalyst for Lin Dong's departure. Now, upon encountering Lin Dong again, Lin Yongheng felt a twinge of remorse recalling the events of that year. However, Lin Dong was no longer the immature youth he once was. He had undoubtedly transcended the trivialities of Lin Yongheng's careless remarks. Overcome with emotion, Lin Yongheng wept openly, insisting on taking Lin Dong home to celebrate and to summon their childhood companions for a grand feast. "Not now, brother. I have some pressing matters to attend to," Lin Dong replied. "Pressing matters? What are they? Perhaps I can assist you," Lin Yongheng inquired, his curiosity piqued by the notion that Lin Dong had urgent business. "I plan to travel to Iching to seek out my father, Lin Guofeng." Alas, Lin Yongheng sighed. The situation surrounding Lin Guofeng has stirred quite a commotion. Who in Linjiao village is unaware of it? Before Lin Yongheng could elaborate, a young man in his 20s interrupted him with a loud call. "Yongzi, let us go. We have a banquet to attend." "Oh, right," Lin Yongheng exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "How could I forget? Today marks our grandfather's 90th birthday." Chapter 34. The banquet. Lin Dong mused to himself. Indeed, one cannot underestimate Lin Yongheng. Such a significant event could easily slip his mind. "Come on, Lin Dong. And you too, Lin Bin. Let us all attend the banquet together," Lin Yongheng urged, grasping Lin Dong's wrist and pulling him along. "Wait, I need to go to Iching. You've finally returned, and I doubt my father has met you yet. Let us first enjoy a splendid meal, and afterward, I shall escort you to Iching," Lin Yongheng insisted, leading Lin Dong towards the restaurant owned by Lin Guohong. Upon their arrival, the banquet was already underway. Although Linjia village was not particularly affluent, the Lin family placed great importance on this celebration, even enlisting a troupe of performers to enhance the festivities. Lin Guohong's establishment was modest, yet on this occasion, it had been transformed to accommodate all the guests gathered to honor the elder Lin. As the banquet commenced, the Lin family engaged in discussions about their businesses, boasting of their various accomplishments, regardless of their actual relevance to their own experiences. Each person seized the opportunity to weave tales of comparable enterprises, creating a tapestry of self-aggrandizing narratives. The camaraderie was palpable, with voices rising in enthusiastic agreement. The atmosphere became almost theatrical. Fortunate indeed was the gathering that they had yet to indulge in libations. Otherwise, the drunken slurs of such a crowd might have led outsiders to believe that the United Nations had relocated its assembly to the village for a more discreet congregation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly animated with exuberant chatter, Lin Guohong made his entrance, a tall and handsome figure striding confidently into his modest restaurant. The Lin family members, upon seeing him, quickly rose to their feet. Lin Guohong seemed to relish this attention, meandering about the establishment and encouraging those who had stood to take their seats once more, all in an effort to display his gentlemanly demeanor. However, it was unfortunate that such a small eatery, where one could traverse from end to end in merely 20 steps, could scarcely satiate Lin Guohong's vanity. He ambled through the restaurant like a comical duck, hands clasped behind his back, peering with curiosity as he circled the room. Once he felt sufficiently flattered, Lin Guohong finally commanded the waitstaff to begin serving the dishes. A delightful array of home-cooked meals graced the table: lotus leaf chicken, stewed chicken, red braised pork ribs, red braised tenderloin, and red braised fish. Despite their simplicity, the culinary prowess of the restaurant's chef elevated these dishes to remarkable heights. The atmosphere was soon filled with the aroma of the feast as guests toasted and celebrated, showering praises upon Lin Guohong for his exceptional management and for having the foresight to secure such a talented chef. Laughter and clinking glasses filled the air, creating a jubilant ambience. Yet, amidst the revelry, one curious sight stood out. Old Master Lin sat alone in a corner, struggling to chew the sumptuous offerings of fish and meat that Lin Guohong had ordered. Being a generous man, Lin Guohong thought to himself that the elderly gentleman would hardly consume much, and excessive preparation would only lead to waste. Thus, he instructed the kitchen to prepare a small bowl of steamed egg custard for the old man. watching old Master Lin cautiously scoop the custard with his trembling hands. Lin Guohong nodded with satisfaction, pleased that he had provided him with something to enjoy. He then turned back towards the lively crowd, savoring the adoration of those around him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a robust young man with striking features stepped inside, none other than Lin Yongheng. "Ah, Yongzi has arrived," Lin Guohong exclaimed, feigning surprise at the return of his son. Lin Yongheng's imposing stature commanded attention as he entered, and Lin Guohong took immense pride in his son, always bringing him along to gatherings to showcase his accomplishments. "Why, it's the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Yongheng. Guohong, your son is truly impressive," exclaimed one guest. "He lives up to his name, indeed, a true talent." The room echoed with compliments directed at Lin Yongheng, the sincerity of which was uncertain. Lin Guohong basked in their admiration, unable to suppress his own boastful remarks. "Indeed, who is Lin Yongheng? He is my son. As the saying goes, a tiger does not father a dog." The praise made Lin Yongheng somewhat bashful, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Father, I've arrived late. But guess who I've brought with me?" Naturally, the eldest son of the Lin family would be accompanied by esteemed guests. Yes. Quickly, send someone to greet them," Lin Guohong declared, his pride swelling as he surveyed the family members gathered around. "Uncle, I'm back." It wasn't Lin Dong who deliberately delayed his entrance, but rather his physical stamina could not keep pace with Lin Yongheng. Upon reaching the door and hearing the merriment within, he hesitated before stepping inside. Lin Dong lingered outside, steadying his breath before finally deciding to join the festivities. Upon Lin Dong's entrance, the anticipated uproar did not ensue. Instead, a hushed murmur arose among the assembly. "Who is he? Is he one of the Lin family? I don't recall having seen him before." Although the gathering was predominantly comprised of Lin family members, nearly half remained unfamiliar with Lin Dong. The affable Lin Yongheng, witnessing this unexpected ignorance, exclaimed, Come, allow me to introduce. This is my good brother, Lin Dong." However, the mention of Lin Dong elicited little reaction from the crowd. It was only when someone interjected, "He is the son of Lin Guofeng," that realization dawned upon them. "Oh, the one involved in that knife incident? Isn't he the one who served 3 years in prison? Ha. He truly brought disgrace upon his father. Were I in his father's shoes, I would have long since dealt with such a son." The scandal surrounding Lin Guofeng had stirred considerable gossip throughout Linjia village, known to every man, woman, and child. Yet, one must ponder whether anyone genuinely cared about the plight of Lin Guofeng. To them, the tribulations of his family were mere fodder for drunken laughter. As if this were not enough, Lin Dong's own uncle, Lin Guohong, displayed a look of contempt upon seeing him. "Lin Dong, I did not expect your return." In Lin Dong's memory, Lin Guohong was his father's elder brother, with Lin Guofeng as the younger. However, for reasons unknown, the two had never seen eye to eye, frequently embroiled in quarrels. Now, with Lin Guofeng having suffered a broken leg and his son having run away from home, Lin Guohong could hardly contain his glee. "Ah, Lin Dong, do not address me as uncle. I cannot bear to have a criminal relative like you." Lin Guohong interjected harshly before Lin Dong could say a word. "Dad, what were you saying?" This exchange left Lin Yongheng utterly flabbergasted. "This is my cousin, Lin Dong. He has just returned today to pay respects to Grandpa and you." Chapter 35. Fangs. Without further ado, Lin Guohong unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Lin Dong. In the past, when Lin Guofeng still held considerable sway, Lin Guohong would have dared not act so brazenly. For years prior, Lin Guofeng was the man of influence in the village. But following the incarceration of his son for assault, his reputation plummeted, and Wang Lu rose to prominence. Subsequently, as Lin Guofeng sought to repay medical expenses, he was met with derision from those who had once opposed him. Yet, despite this decline, Lin Guohong had refrained from confronting Lin Guofeng directly. Now, with Lin Guofeng's leg broken, Lin Guohong perceived this as his moment to assert himself, shedding his facade of familial loyalty and openly displaying animosity. "Yongzi, do not speak on behalf of such a disgraceful creature," Lin Guohong bellowed, turning to Lin Dong with a menacing glare. "Humph, Lin Dong, do you even have the audacity to return? Uncle, what is this about?" Perhaps Lin Guohong's disguise had been too effective. Or maybe Lin Dong had yet to gauge his uncle's true nature. The once affectionate relative had transformed into this hostile figure. "Ha, Lin Dong, how do you perceive my relationship with your father? While there may have been some discord, surely in times of crisis, you would come to his aid." Lin Dong furrowed his brow and remarked, "I recall that during my childhood, you often assisted my family. If there was something I desired, you would journey great distances to procure it for me." Beside him, Lin Yongheng quickly chimed in, Indeed. Uncle, you have always treated me exceptionally well." "Ha, splendid. What a delightful exchange. Upon hearing their words, Lin Guohong burst into a hearty laugh. Indeed, Lin Dong, do you comprehend the reason for my kindness towards you? Lin Dong shook his head. It is to forge your rebellious spirit. What of it? Later, you resorted to violence, found yourself imprisoned, and your father endured the consequences alongside you. Yet, at that time, you aided us with medical expenses. Lin Dong wished to articulate more, but Lin Guohong interjected. Do you not grasp it yet? All I have done has been to lead your family step by step down from their lofty perch. Your father was once the most revered figure in Linjia village, and now. Lin Guohong mocked Lin Dong, spreading his arms wide to embrace the applause that belonged to him. Brother Lin Guohong is our true leader. Indeed, Linjia village must rely on Lin Guohong to thrive. A throng of opportunists. Lin Dong seethed, gritting his teeth. Lin Guohong, do you not fear that Wang Lu will usurp your position? Fear? As long as the Lin family supports me, I stand a fighting chance against Wang Lu. The Lin family? The Lin family has betrayed even your father. On what grounds do they owe you loyalty? Lin Dong retorted. Lin Guohong's smirk widened. Come, ask them if they dare betray me. Brother Lin Guohong is jesting. We all depend on you for our livelihoods. Indeed, what talk of betrayal? Would we dare turn against our benefactor? Without Lin Dong needing to inquire, the crowd began to express their unwavering loyalty. What betrayal of a benefactor? You all are clearly fearful that the master of the dogs may withhold scraps from his pack. Lin Dong scolded furiously. You insolent wretch, who are you cursing? No wonder you are a criminal. Just look at your character. Nothing but a beggar seeking revenge on society for his misfortunes. Brother Lin Guohong, expel that audacious little brat. Expel him. Expel him. Expel him. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Lin Dong's words had precisely struck at the core of everyone's vulnerabilities. Instantly, the gathering reached an unprecedented unity, clamoring for Lin Dong to be cast out. They were all members of the Lin family, yet so irreparably fractured. Lin Dong gazed upon his relatives, realizing that their diligent demeanor was merely a facade born of fear of Lin Guofeng's authority, or their aspirations to ascend in status through him. My father once treated you all generously, he lamented, sighing in exasperation at this pack of ingrates. Observing Lin Dong's disheartened countenance, Lin Guohong gleefully proclaimed, Ha! Lin Dong, let me impart another lesson. You must understand that mere goodwill cannot win hearts. Your father is the prime example. Humph. Lin Guohong, you are not much better. Your downfall is inevitable. Ha! I am far more astute than your father. Your father's kindness was his downfall. He wouldn't punish anyone and lacked even the slightest suspicion of others. Lin Guohong feigned sincerity. You should learn from me. One must be ruthless in their endeavors. I have been ruthless even towards your father. Others who dare to betray me must think twice. Lin Guohong has become increasingly arrogant. Those gathered around the dining table began to extol Lin Guohong's exceptional wisdom. Gradually, he became lost in the adulation. Humph. He truly believes himself to be something of significance. Lin Dong scolded. You little brat. How dare you insult the great savior of the Lin family? You must be seeking death. Someone, throw him out. Get out. We do not welcome you, or your crippled old father. The chorus of insults grew increasingly harsh. Lin Dong finally comprehended the treachery of human hearts. Humph. A pack of ingrates. With a bitter curse, he strode out of the restaurant alone, followed closely by Lin Yongheng. Is it the case that even those who run a mere restaurant in the village have become so arrogant? Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Lin Yongheng pursued him relentlessly. Catching up, he patted Lin Dong's shoulder and offered consolation. Lin Dong, my father is certainly not the type to be driven solely by self-interest. Think of our past. No. If Lin Guohong truly valued his relationship with Lin Guofeng, he would never have publicly humiliated Lin Dong. Moreover, if he were genuinely a sentimental person, how could he leave his mother in Lin Guofeng's dilapidated home? Despite Lin Yongheng's attempts to rationalize the situation, Lin Dong had already formed his own conclusions. The warmth of human feelings and the coldness of societal realities were all too apparent to him. After all, Lin Dong had lived 2 lifetimes. How could he not understand such matters? Life is but a play, entirely reliant on one's performance. Lin Guohong had played his role well, deceiving those who bore no compassion, while reveling in his small circle. On the other hand, Lin Dong was a seasoned veteran of life's trials. In terms of cunning, how could he possibly be outsmarted by a mere villager? As Lin Yongheng spoke, Lin Dong's previously restrained murderous intent began to stir once more. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yongheng and whispered in his ear, Do not worry, cousin. I believe there are some unspoken difficulties my uncle is facing. Perhaps he is being coerced by Wang Lu. Chapter 36. Genuine feelings and false intentions. This must be the essence of the matter. You must not reveal this to anyone, nor let anyone overhear. Lin Dong cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fully embodying the guise of someone who speaks the truth. As for whether Lin Yongheng would believe Lin Dong's words, well, it is quite possible. You are right, little brother. Naturally, Lin Yongheng would not believe his father to be a mercenary scoundrel, especially since Lin Dong's words contained some semblance of reason. Thus, he was inclined to trust Lin Dong even more, even if these were mere fabrications. Sometimes, what people seek is not the truth, but rather a narrative that aligns with their preconceived notions. Lin Dong had precisely grasped this insight. Furthermore, as the primary victim in this affair, his words, as long as they were not overly absurd, would undoubtedly be believed by Lin Yongheng. Perhaps it is that Wang Lu who is orchestrating trouble, coercing the majority of our Lin village to specifically target you. Guided by Lin Dong's words, Lin Yongheng began to direct his ire towards Wang Lu. Indeed, cousin, you speak wisely. Lin Dong hastily continued. It is truly lamentable that our Lin village must submit to the whims of an outsider. With a sigh, Lin Dong's eyes were filled with sorrow. Tell me, with so many of us in the Lin family, how could we be so easily manipulated by a mere Wang Lu? Lin Yongheng exclaimed indignantly. You are right, cousin. It is undoubtedly that those within the Lin family are afraid, fearful of Wang Lu encroaching upon their interests. Hence, they dare not oppose such a local tyrant. Upon seeing Lin Yongheng nod in agreement, Lin Dong added, however, I firmly believe that uncle is not a coward. His current mockery of me is undoubtedly a ruse to prompt me to approach him privately to discuss how to deal with Wang Lu. He is merely feigning discord for the benefit of Wang Lu. Lin Dong is, without a doubt, a schemer, skillfully aligning his thoughts with Lin Yongheng's to cast blame upon others. Thus, I deduce that it is certainly the case that the other members of the Lin family have faltered, and uncle is unable to lead everyone against Wang Lu, resulting in this desperate strategy. This reasoning is so flawless that, were it not for my limited interactions with Lin Guohong, it would indeed be deemed plausible. It is precisely because Lin Yongheng perceives his father as an impeccable gentleman that Lin Dong infers that Lin Guohong, in his efforts to confront Lin Guofeng, would not divulge every matter to his son. Observing Lin Yongheng's frustration at the Lin family's lack of resolve, Lin Dong mused, if father-son communication is fraught with barriers, then do not blame me for taking advantage of this situation. Such weakness is hardly surprising, given the dominance of outsiders. They are truly a bunch of spineless fools. Indeed, cousin, if only the members of the Lin family were as steadfast as you and uncle. Alas, the only ones willing to stand up for us are you and uncle. As Lin Dong spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. True friendship is revealed in adversity. Dear cousin, rest assured, I will handle this matter entirely for you. Lin Yongheng asserted, thumping his chest with determination. Faced with Lin Dong's sole confidant in Lin village, Lin Dong felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. Deceiving Lin Yongheng was not Lin Dong's intention, yet it became a necessary act of desperation. Initially, Lin Dong had hoped to recruit allies at the birthday banquet, but instead, he had only endured a tirade of insults. To compensate Lin Yongheng, Lin Dong reached into his pocket and produced a crisp 100 yuan note. Exiting the village to treat Lin Yongheng to a lavish meal, Lin Dong purchased an ample supply of fine wine to entertain Lin Yongheng, who was taken aback. Isn't it true that you lacked funds? How suddenly do you have such a sum for wine? Lin Dong quickly explained that he had earned a considerable profit from his business endeavors over the past year. Hence he had brought back some money for a visit, only to find himself ensnared in the affairs concerning Wang Lu. The reason for deceiving Lin Yongheng about his financial standing was to instill in him a sense of Lin Dong's substantial capability, creating an illusion that they could confront Wang Lu together. Lin Dong falsely claimed to be allergic to alcohol, merely observing from the sidelines. As soon as Lin Yongheng finished one glass, Lin Dong promptly filled it again, embodying the role of a loyal subordinate. Although Lin Yongheng possessed a kind-hearted nature, vanity resides within all humans. Lin Dong was no exception. Cousin, I am truly impressed that you stood up for me in front of so many people. Lin Dong exclaimed. What is there to admire? We are like brothers. You have no idea how much I missed you when you left. Lin Yongheng replied. Indeed. I often reminisce about our childhood. I recall you trying to shoot birds with a slingshot, yet you missed every single one. Lin Dong laughed. How dare you? I actually managed to hit several. Lin Yongheng retorted. As they reminisced about the past, some memories evoked sorrow while others incited exasperation. It was evident that Lin Yongheng was becoming increasingly agitated by Lin Dong's teasing. The two laughed and bantered, and before they knew it, Lin Yongheng had consumed 2 bottles of erguo too. You have no idea, we once set fire to my father's woodpile, and when he returned home, He gave me a thorough beating. I resolutely denied that we were responsible for that disaster. Lin Yongheng recounted, his eyes growing hazy with intoxication. Yet he continued to chatter about their youthful escapades. Lin Yongheng, a person of deep emotions, had much to express after such a long separation from Lin Dong. And, remember when you were 8? We stole fish from Uncle Lin Feng's pond. I caught one this big. He gestured with his hands, causing Lin Dong to chuckle. The size he indicated was comically exaggerated, resembling the dimensions of a table rather than a fish. I was overjoyed, but then you fell into the water, and I panicked, tossing the fish onto the shore to rescue you. Uncle Lin Feng came to the scene, and while he saved you, he left that fish behind. Lin Yongheng continued, laughter mingling with nostalgia. Uncle Lin Feng quickly discerned the truth and informed Lin Yongheng's father. My father whipped me, and I insisted that I had stolen the fish all by myself. Huh, I saved you from the blame. Yes, thanks to you, cousin. You've always had my back. Lin Yongheng said, while Lin Dong listened, gazing at the ceiling, struggling to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Of course, I knew you loved fish, and I didn't want you to feel discomfort every time you saw one, especially if it was due to that incident. The care between brothers manifests in the smallest gestures. At that moment, Lin Dong could no longer restrain his tears. They cascaded down his weathered cheeks, each droplet glistening before mingling with the pristine white tiles beneath him. Silent, yet profoundly impactful. Chapter 37. The old ginger is the spiciest. One more. Lin Yongheng raised his glass. But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the dining table, having consumed 3 full bottles of liquor. Lin Dong poked Lin Yongheng, gently assessing his condition. Confirming that Lin Yongheng was utterly incapacitated, he called for the waiter. With great effort, Lin Dong carried the inebriated Lin Yongheng, settled the bill, and embarked on their journey home. The companion who had been by Lin Dong's side since childhood had somehow transformed into a source of heaviness. Sweat beads adorned Lin Dong's forehead, cascading down in large drops. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he pondered whether Lin Guohong might still value even a fragment of their past camaraderie. Arriving at Lin Yongheng's doorstep, he hesitated momentarily before summoning his courage to knock on the door, which was opened by Lin Guohong, the very person who had humiliated him earlier that day. Son, you're back. Lin Guohong, expecting his son, was met instead by Lin Dong, and the sunny radiance of his face was instantly overshadowed by clouds of discontent. Lin Dong, what do you want? Uncle, enough. Just seeing you irritates me. Leave at once. I'm not interested in your intentions. Lin Guohong interrupted, brusquely attempting to usher Lin Dong away. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. Lin Dong stood there, stunned, before releasing a deep, sorrowful sigh. Indeed, it was foolish to harbor hopes for such illusory familial bonds, especially with someone as mercenary as Lin Guohong. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Dong rapped on Lin Yongheng's door once more. This time, the door remained firmly shut, and from within, Lin Guohong's furious voice erupted. Did I not tell you to scram? If you don't leave, I'll have someone break your legs. And you'll spend your life like your crippled father, begging on the streets together. Uncle, Guohong's cousin got drunk, and I brought him back. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lin Guohong, darkly scowling, took the incapacitated Lin Yongheng from Lin Dong's grasp before turning to retreat inside. He did not forget to issue a final warning. Lin Dong, never let me see you two together again, or else I will indeed break your legs. With another resounding slam, the door closed behind him. However, this time, Lin Dong felt no despondency. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. As he strolled towards his own home, Lin Dong yawned widely, murmuring, Lin Guohong, your lack of compassion will not go unpunished. He pushed open the dilapidated crimson door of his home, finding the inner rooms shrouded in darkness. It seemed his grandmother had retired for the night. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 11:30. Navigating through the dim light of his phone, he entered the side room, which, though tidied, still resembled a wasteland. The shattered lamp lay in ruins. Even though the glass shards had been cleared away, the half-hanging bulb bore witness to its past. It wasn't that they chose not to turn on the lights. It was simply that the bulbs had been smashed. The once sturdy bed now lay with one leg broken, tilted awkwardly to one side, its surface marred by countless marks left by sticks. The walls, once painted, bore cracks, and through the largest fissure, glimpses of other rooms could be seen. Returning to this familiar yet alien space, Lin Dong felt as if this house was no longer home. He wandered aimlessly until he reached the main room, where he found his grandmother, who he presumed had long since fallen asleep, seated on the floor. Surrounded by a multitude of nets she had already woven. By the faint flicker of candlelight, she meticulously crafted the fishing nets. Her frail form adorned with a pair of tattered reading glasses. The purpose of these fishing nets was easily deduced by Lin Dong. He entered the house and, with a thud, knelt beside his grandmother. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "Grandmother, I am an unfilial grandson. I have caused you suffering." Startled, his grandmother quickly removed her worn reading glasses, which fell apart as one lens shattered upon hitting the ground. Lin Dong," she exclaimed. "It is I, grandmother." Lin Dong whimpered, burying his face in her embrace. She held him tightly, gently stroking his hair, whispering words of comfort. "All right, my dear grandson, rise now. And cease your tears." Lin Dong nodded, though the tears continued to flow from his eyes. After a while, he calmed down. "Dear grandson, please get up. You are making my legs numb," she chuckled, patting his shoulder. Lin Dong hastily sat up, his face slightly flushed. He hadn't considered how he appeared moments ago, now realizing how inappropriate it was for a grown man to weep in his grandmother's lap. Seeing his flushed face, his grandmother smiled knowingly, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my cherished grandson. In my eyes, you remain a child who never grows up." Feeling a tad embarrassed, Lin Dong scratched his head. They chatted for a while, and his grandmother resumed picking up the shattered pieces of her glasses. Lin Dong felt a pang of guilt, but she dismissed it, continuing to comfort him. Observing his grandmother, frail yet diligently weaving nets, Lin Dong choked back his emotions, asking, "Grandmother, how much more do we need to settle all our debts? Why concern yourself with that? You youngsters should refrain from meddling in everything," she replied, her expression turning serious at the mention of debts. Lin Dong lowered his head, justifying, "But these debts are due to me. You should focus more on when you might bring home a girlfriend. I am eager to cradle a plump grandson." She deftly shifted the conversation away from heavy topics to matters of romance. "Dear grandson, is there a girl you fancy?" Lin Dong was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, momentarily speechless. His hesitation revealed more than he intended. "Surely there is." "No. If there were no one, why the pause? I was merely surprised that you were so inquisitive." "Oh, dear grandson, why is your face so flushed? Are you deceiving your grandmother?" She laughed. "Quickly, tell me about the girl you admire. I shall assist you in your pursuit." Indeed, experience often prevails. With a crimson face, Lin Dong recounted the tale of Huang Qingyun to his grandmother, who listened intently, nodding in approval. "She is a fine girl. Be sure to treat her well." Lin Dong assented, his words imbued with determination. His grandmother gazed at him, a pensive expression on her aged face, her hand gently caressing his hair. "Now my grandson has a girlfriend. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past." "Certainly not, grandmother," he assured her. Chapter 38. Collaborative Schemes. "Grandma, rest assured. I shall take good care of my wife from now on." "Yes, dear, I trust you." Initially, Lin Dong intended to coax his grandmother to sleep. Yet their conversation extended well into the night. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 1 in the morning. Lin Dong resolved that he absolutely could not afford to stay up any longer. Late nights impose a considerable strain on the health of the young, let alone that of an elderly person. After much urging from Lin Dong, his grandmother finally set aside her fishing net and retired for the night. The following day, Lin Dong rose early and made his way to the kitchen. In the rural kitchens of 1998, gas stoves were virtually non-existent. People relied on wood-burning stoves to prepare their meals. Cooking was Lin Dong's greatest pleasure, and he derived a profound sense of happiness whenever he witnessed others relishing his culinary creations. Zhao Feng, his grandmother, lived frugally and rarely purchased vegetables, often resorting to adding excessive salt to her stir-fried dishes, claiming that pickled vegetables were sufficient accompaniment. However, such practices could hardly be conducive to good health. Without hesitation, Lin Dong took it upon himself to prepare a feast with the vegetables available, reasoning that he could always procure more at midday. Health was of paramount importance. As Lin Dong busied himself with cooking, his grandmother awoke. Although she was somewhat displeased by the apparent waste, the fact that her grandson was willing to cook for her brought a smile to her face as she enjoyed her breakfast. After the meal, despite Lin Dong's protests, his grandmother ventured to the fields. For farmers, survival was primarily reliant on tilling the soil. Occasionally, they might weave nets. Yet the earnings from such labor were meager. After expending half a day's effort, a single net might fetch only a pittance. Relying solely on net weaving could hardly sustain a household. Currently, the only viable path to a better life lay in evading Wang Lu's relentless debt collection and seizing opportunities elsewhere for a more carefree existence. However, fleeing was not Lin Dong's intention. While he may lack connections, revenge against Lin Guohong and Wang Lu did not necessitate any network. As Lin Dong pondered this, a knock resounded at the door. "Lin Dong, are you home? I've come to see you." It was Lin Yongheng. Lin Dong flashed a mischievous smile. Glancing at the clock, it was only 10 o'clock. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Brother, how did you know I was looking for you? Didn't you send a text? What's the matter? Is something amiss at home? Just wait a moment, and you'll find out." That very morning, Lin Dong had sent Lin Yongheng a text message, urgent matter regarding the Lin family. Come quickly. The brevity of the message was designed to stir curiosity, especially since Lin Yongheng had woken up with a hangover, the first thing he would do being to check his phone for the time. Lin Dong typically abstained from alcohol. When he did indulge, it was with a purpose. "Lin Dong, where's Grandma? Is she up yet?" Lin Yongheng inquired as he attempted to enter the house. Lin Dong, of course, did not obstruct him. Upon witnessing the disarray caused by Wang Lu's thugs, it was certain that Lin Yongheng would be affected in some way. "Oh, Grandma has gone to work in the fields. Those despicable scoundrels have driven my grandmother to this state. I tried to persuade her to take a rest, but alas." Lin Dong was consumed with rage towards Wang Lu, as if he were the sworn enemy of the entire Lin family. Indeed, he was an adversary, albeit specifically to Lin Dong's kin. Cursed be them. Lin Yongheng, evidently unfazed by Lin Dong's fervent declarations, struck his fist against the wall, which fortunately held firm, merely leaving a few cracks. Had it been a mud house, Lin Yongheng's punch could have easily brought it crashing down or left a gaping hole. "I am to blame," Lin Dong lamented, burying his head in self-reproach. "If I hadn't resorted to violence 4 years ago, I wouldn't have attracted such trouble." "How can you fault yourself?" Lin Yongheng retorted. "We settled your debts long before your release. This chaos is solely the doing of that scoundrel you attacked." Lin Dong felt a surge of relief at Lin Yongheng's sentiments. He had initially contemplated finding a way to redirect his own animosity. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the distance. The words indistinguishable, yet the tone unmistakably foreboding. Lin Dong's heart raced, his expression tense. "Come, cousin, this is not the place for conversation. Who are those people outside? We must leave quickly. I will explain later." Lin Dong, feigning a grave situation, succeeded in heightening Lin Yongheng's anxiety. Thus, the two slipped out through the back door of Lin Dong's home. "Those individuals are sent by Wang Lu. They come to collect debts from my family, appearing every few days." "What? Such a thing exists?" "Absolutely. Perhaps my uncle has kept this from you to spare your worry. I heard from grandmother that my uncle often visits our home in secret, mediating between Wang Lu and Wei Mian. Are they truly Wang Lu's men? Certainly not. These matters are indeed of our own kin." At 6 in the morning, after sending a text to Lin Yongheng urging him to come swiftly, Lin Dong waited an hour before messaging Lin Guohong, challenging him to a decisive confrontation at the western edge of the village. In his message, Lin Dong's tone was audacious, bordering on outright provocation. He was certain that the currently spirited Lin Guohong would not endure such affront, for as the adage goes, pride precedes a fall. As anticipated, Lin Guohong was incensed upon receiving the message, his anger so palpable that he immediately rallied his unruly friends and even summoned some disobedient relatives to witness Lin Dong's downfall. Unfortunately for Lin Guohong, Lin Dong had no intention of engaging in a contest. Thus, Lin Guohong found himself waiting idly at the village's west side for over an hour, during which he repeatedly texted Lin Dong, who merely continued to stall him, urging him to be patient. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Guohong threatened to demolish Lin Dong's house. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remained unperturbed, employing a strategy of delay, harboring no inclination to confront him. The reason for luring Lin Guohong out was, of course, to protect Lin Yongheng. Last night, Lin Dong painstakingly endeavored to intoxicate Lin Yongheng with a secondary purpose, to persuade Lin Yongheng to believe in his words while simultaneously avoiding any contact with Lin Guohong, lest Lin Guohong expose his deceit. This time, a series of schemes were executed by Lin Dong with impeccable precision. The strategy of diverting the tiger from its den and the tactic of stalling were both employed at Lin Guohong's residence. The commercial arena resembles a battlefield. As a magnate in business, Lin Dong has utilized every stratagem imaginable. Chapter 39. Lin Dong had been away from Jinjing City for a full day. Although Huang Qingyun appeared calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. Clutching the 2,000 yuan Lin Dong had left behind, alongside the letter concealed beneath the money, she found herself lost in thought. Where had Lin Dong gone? Why had he not returned? The letter mentioned a journey, but surely he could at least make a phone call. How infuriating. It was utterly intolerable. Upon his return, she would demand an explanation, for he had caused her much worry. Lin Dong, he wouldn't be in any trouble, would he? A whole day had passed without a word from him. In a mix of anger and concern, Huang Qingyun spent her days at the factory, managing trivial matters while anxiously awaiting a phone call. Given her proud and stubborn temperament, She resolved not to call Lin Dong first, choosing instead to torment herself in solitude. Yet, Lin Dong had meticulously arranged all matters before his departure, leaving no cause for alarm. In a fit of frustration, Huang Qingyun struck her soft pillow with her tiny fists, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush and her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Humph. It is decided, when Lin Dong returns, she would ignore him for his reckless disappearance. Humph. Scoundrel. Sulking, Huang Qingyun opened the factory's account books. Thanks to her diligent efforts, the price of a barrel of water had risen to 8 yuan, a feat made possible by Lin Dong's promotional efforts, which had stirred considerable interest among local restaurants regarding the availability of purified water. Moreover, Lin Dong had keenly recognized the lucrative potential of the purified water industry. He estimated that it would take at least a month for a second purified water factory to emerge. During this golden month, Lin Dong's factory was the sole one in Jinjing City, allowing him to profit substantially before the industry was discovered as a gold mine. Currently, Huang Qingyun's 5 factories produced a daily output of 2,000 barrels of water, at 8 yuan per barrel. This equated to approximately 480,000 yuan in a month. Of course, taxes would consume at least 240,000 yuan, and water costs would require another 100,000 yuan. Including miscellaneous expenses and employee salaries, Lin Dong's golden month would net around 100,000 yuan. While this sum may appear considerable to an ordinary household, to Lin Dong, it was but a trifling amount compared to his previous life. Aspiring for wealth, Lin Dong possessed countless strategies. Purified water was merely the beginning. However, at this moment, the architect of a once great commercial empire was being dragged through the streets by a robust young man. Brother, hurry, hurry, hurry. All right. Upon hearing Lin Dong's urgent call, Lin Yongheng sprang into action, racing forward with remarkable speed. Lin Dong's residence is situated at the eastern edge of Linjia village, while Lin Guohong is embroiled in a scuffle at the western end of the village. It seems that Lin Guohong, intoxicated by a trivial victory, has overlooked certain issues. However, who is Lin Dong? Were Lin Guohong not so audacious, Lin Dong would not resort to such a perilous stratagem. Thus, Lin Dong deceives Lin Yongheng, claiming that someone named Wang Lu is approaching their home. Lin Yongheng, being rather simple-minded, follows Lin Dong's suggestion to flee, resulting in a reckless dash out of Linjiao village and down the main road. Lin Dong, whose physical condition is far from optimal, usually relies on his skills in a fight, but now he is being towed along by a veritable muscle-bound behemoth. The exertion is taxing, and it is a stroke of fortune that Lin Dong has not succumbed to exhaustion. Brother, hurry, please stop, Lin Dong gasps, expending the last remnants of his breath in a desperate plea to Lin Yongheng. Should his voice go unheard, fate would dictate their outcome. Huh, what did you say? Lin Yongheng can only faintly discern Lin Dong's voice amidst the roaring wind as they speed along, rendering his words inaudible. You want me to hurry, do you? Lin Dong feels a surge of desperation, nearly straining to pull his wrist free from Lin Yongheng's iron grip. The only way to halt Lin Yongheng now is for Lin Dong to execute a dramatic maneuver to capture his attention. At that moment, a voice from ahead calls out to them. Dong go, Yongheng go. Lin Yongheng, taken aback, watches as Lin Dong is flung forward by the momentum. Fortunately, Lin Dong, with agile reflexes, manages to break himself with the fabric of his arms just before hitting the ground, narrowly avoiding disaster. Are you Lin Ling? Lin Yongheng inquires, puzzled as he examines the girl before him, clad in a high school uniform, embodying the essence of a diligent student. Lin Ling is none other than Lin Dong's younger sister, currently in her second year of high school. Typically, she is recognized by her teachers as a model student, especially given the impending college entrance examinations, which keep her mostly confined to school. Yes, yes. Hello, Brother Yongheng. Lin Ling enthusiastically nods and playfully hops towards Lin Yongheng, completely disregarding her brother sprawled on the ground. Ah, what brings you out of school, Ling Mei? How are your studies? Would you like me to treat you to a meal at a restaurant to nourish your brain? Lin Yongheng gazes at Lin Ling with affectionate adoration, unable to resist ruffling her hair. Hee, I knew Brother Yongheng would be the best, Lin Ling exclaims, tugging at Yongheng to lead him towards the restaurant. Wait, I haven't brought any money. Lin Yongheng, initially intending to engage in light-hearted conversation, finds himself on the precipice of being treated to a meal by Lin Ling. He is not one to be stingy. Had he money on him, he would certainly offer to pay. However, the impact of Lin Dong's text message that morning was so overwhelming that Lin Yongheng had to hastily flee, leaving behind not only his wallet, but even the small change typically kept in his pockets. How did Brother Yongheng become just like Brother Lin Dong, resorting to deceit? Lin Ling pouted in frustration, turning her head away. I, Lin Yongheng, found myself utterly bewildered, typically a rough man. I was now at a loss for how to console a girl, staring blankly at Lin Ling, whose eyes resembled two copper bells in her sulkiness. We both fell into an uncommunicative silence, as if severed from our connection. Lin Ling thought to herself, "Why don't you try to appease me?" A simple gesture would suffice. It was Lin Dong, lying on the ground, who could no longer bear the silence. He had anticipated someone would come to his aid, but it soon became apparent that he had merely indulged in wishful thinking. "All right then, Lin Ling, let me take you out for a meal." Lin Dong's lips curved into a perfect arc, exuding a gentlemanly elegance. Chapter 40. The invitation to dine. Wait, is brother Lin Dong treating us? Did I hear that correctly? Upon learning of Lin Dong's invitation, Lin Ling's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, instinctively taking a step back. Was that small gesture truly significant? Lin Dong remained silent, raising the handbag in his hand, presenting an air of ownership, and subtly gesturing towards Lin Ling, an unmistakable portrayal of a domineering CEO. This tactic for charming girls was invariably effective, especially when the girl in question was his own sister. Lin Ling was utterly taken aback by Lin Dong's suave demeanor, gazing at his retreating figure in disbelief. Could it be that her once inebriated brother had undergone a transformation? The thought filled her with delight, prompting a desire to embrace the present Lin Dong. Without indulging her, Lin Dong strode towards a nearby lavish three-story restaurant named Huang Qingyun, leading her to a small bun shop beside it. As they approached, Lin Ling's astonishment gradually morphed into disdain. Upon entering the bun shop, Lin Dong bellowed, "Boss, 3 vegetarian buns, please." "Brother, you have truly never disappointed me." Lin Ling couldn't help but retort. Perhaps her words struck a chord with Lin Dong, for he reconsidered and turned to Lin Ling and Lin Yongheng, asking, "Will 1 bun each suffice? Or should we order 4 buns, so you can share the extra?" Witnessing Lin Dong's earnest demeanor, Lin Ling wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. The shopkeeper chuckled, "Would you like me to throw in an extra?" "Absolutely." Lin Dong eagerly nodded. "Actually, we are not together. I don't know this friend. Could I have 3 meat buns instead?" Lin Ling decided to feign ignorance of Lin Dong, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. Seeing Lin Ling nearly on the verge of tears, Lin Dong finally softened, reassuring her with laughter, "Haha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart." He then turned back to the shopkeeper, declaring, "I'd like 10 meat buns." "Coming right up," the shopkeeper replied as he headed into the kitchen. In that moment, Lin Dong and the others settled into their seats. Lin Ling noted that Lin Dong was much the same as she remembered. He lightheartedly teased, while subtly probing Lin Ling's feelings. Lin Ling is a 17-year-old girl who often assists her parents with various chores at home, displaying far more diligence than her brother Lin Dong. Before his incarceration, Lin Dong was also a good child, but his merits were limited to academic prowess and physical appearance. In contrast, Lin Ling not only excels in her studies, but is also exceptionally beautiful and possesses a commendable character. The bond between the siblings was once inseparable, with Lin Dong even idolizing Lin Ling. However, the unforeseen calamity of his imprisonment drastically altered everyone's perception of him. After his release, Lin Dong's self-destructive behavior further alienated him from those around him, leading Lin Ling to largely disregard her brother. Despite this outward indifference, she still harbored hope for him deep within her heart. During meals, she would occasionally steal glances at Lin Dong. Upon being noticed, she would quickly avert her gaze. Yet, when he was not paying attention, her fervent eyes would once again fixate on him. Even the thickest skin could not withstand such scrutiny, prompting Lin Dong to remark, "Is the baozi here unpalatable? Shall we venture to the luxurious 3-story establishment next door, known as Huang Qingyun, for a change? Even if we cannot afford its delights, surely we can still admire it?" Lin Ling sighed in response, quietly picking up her baozi and concentrating on consuming it. Lin Ling's unexpected presence caught Lin Dong off guard. To prevent this innocent girl from becoming entangled in the troubles surrounding Wang Lu, he resolved to adopt a nonchalant demeanor to distance her. This tactic proved effective, as her once fervent gaze began to cool, gradually transforming into one of disdain. Although such a shift was hurtful, Lin Dong deemed it necessary to minimize the number of people involved. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Dong and Lin Yong were heading eastward, with Lin Dong's destination being the small county where their father, Lin Guofeng, resided. The thought of reuniting with his father after such a long separation stirred a sense of excitement within him. "Lin Ling, where are we now? Are we nearing Yi City?" Lin Dong inquired. "Yes, we're not far from Yi City. My high school is located there. I came from there," Lin Ling replied, her mouth full of baozi. Her words slightly mumbled. "Brother, are you going to see our father?" "Yes, I wish to, But Lin Dong hesitated as the image of Lin Guohong flashed through his mind, causing him to hold back. There are some important matters I need to address. Initially, Lin Ling thought Lin Dong had a change of heart and intended to visit their father, but upon hearing his words, she recalled the troubles he had previously caused and quickly exclaimed, "Brother, have you stirred up more trouble at home? Father was hurt because of you." "I know," Lin Dong replied calmly. "This time, I genuinely have matters to discuss with our father." Observing the determination in Lin Dong's eyes, Lin Ling understood that her brother was resolute in his beliefs, and it would be difficult for anyone to sway him. Nonetheless, the once unyielding Lin Dong was now a prosperous businessman, open to reason as long as it was sound. As Lin Dong once articulated during the establishment of his commercial empire in a previous life, an exemplary monarch does not need to excel in every aspect. However, he must possess the temperament to heed wise counsel. Presently, Lin Dong embodies the essence of a sovereign, yet the realm he has forged is not inherited from others, but rather crafted by his own hands. "Lin Mei, please lead the way for us. This way. We need not ask for directions at every turn." Lin Mei sighed softly, acquiescing to Lin Dong's request. After their meal, Lin Mei and Lin Dong embarked on their journey to Yi City. However, the conversation between Lin Dong and Lin Mei had inadvertently dampened her spirits. Walking ahead, Lin Mei kept her head down, feeling a sense of gloom. The anticipation of returning home with Lin Dong filled her with trepidation. After approximately half an hour of walking, her anxiety grew. They arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood, and Lin Mei pointed to one of the buildings, stating, "This is it." Chapter 41. Reunion. The realization that this was Lin Guofeng's current residence brought a whirlwind of emotions to Lin Dong. Trembling, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The voice, though it had been a year since he last heard it, felt profoundly familiar, echoing through his bones. Memories of living with his father flooded his mind, filled with laughter and sorrow. "It is your son, Lin Dong, who has returned," Lin Dong called out, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. Upon hearing his son's return, Lin Guofeng swiftly opened the door. "You, how dare you come back? Didn't you say you were severing ties with me as father and son? What brings you back now?" Lin Guofeng's emotions were tumultuous upon seeing his estranged son. Though he scolded Lin Dong, his body instinctively yearned to pull him into the small abode. "Wife, come quickly. See who has returned home," Lin Guofeng exclaimed, grasping Lin Dong's arm and shouting towards the inner room. "Who is it? Is it our precious daughter?" A gentle voice responded from within. Soon, a woman clad in simple attire hurried forward. She was beautiful, yet her face bore a pallid, sickly hue, devoid of color. Her coarse clothing was patched in various places. Lin Dong, is that you?" The woman gazed at Lin Dong, momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she rubbed them in disbelief. "Mom." Lin Dong fell to his knees with a thud, crawling towards his mother, Su Mei. The mother and son embraced, both weeping, moving those around them to tears. Lin Guofeng quietly stood aside, dabbing his eyes. Eventually, after their tears subsided, Lin Guofeng's demeanor shifted, and he struck Lin Dong's chest with a fist. "You rascal! Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I were after you left? And what on earth happened to you? Why are you so emaciated? I recall you having a bit of flesh on you when you departed. Now you appear nothing but skin and bones." Indeed, despite the pain Lin Dong had caused Lin Guofeng and Su Mei, the love and concern of parents for their child remained unwavering. "Father, I am sorry." "Humph. Who are you apologizing to?" "I must express that the person you owe the deepest apologies to is yourself. After all the effort you put into gaining admission to university, which could have led you to a promising career, you chose to sabotage your future instead. Your violent actions will forever tarnish your record, and when the authorities investigate, those transgressions will resurface." Listening to his father's familiar, nagging voice, Lin Dong felt a warmth in his heart. "Father, you criticize me, yet your health is hardly any better. How is your leg?" "That rascal. My leg is just fine. With a few more days of rest, I might just recover completely. But you, on the other hand, waste your days and create trouble for us. If you could settle down a bit, your mother and I might live a few more years. Otherwise, you'll be the cause of our demise." Observing his father, invigorated by his irritation, Lin Dong felt as though he had returned to a carefree time when he needed not worry as long as his parents were by his side. Lin Guofeng continued his admonitions, while Lin Dong's mother, Su Mei, could no longer bear it and interceded on Lin Dong's behalf. "Mother, you and Grandma have spoiled my brother too much, leading him astray," Lin Ling interjected, unable to contain her frustration. "Every time Dad lectures him, you intervene." "Indeed, you are my dear sister." Lin Dong chuckled. "Isn't it true? If there weren't always someone to defend you, you wouldn't be so temperamental." Lin Ling retorted, slightly indignant. "Quite right, dear sister. Quite right. Lin Dong teased, gazing at the formidable young lady in their midst. Thus, you and father ought to scold me a bit more. Wait, do you have a penchant for self-punishment? Lin Ling tactically stepped back, wondering if the long absence had awakened some peculiar inclination in her brother. Please refrain from regarding me with such disdain. Unbeknownst to them, the family gradually returned to their harmonious existence. Lin Dong's affable demeanor allowed him to effortlessly connect with his family. That evening, Lin Guofeng personally prepared a meal to welcome Lin Dong back, serving as an apology for not properly hosting Lin Yongheng upon his arrival. With Lin Dong back, all attention was directed towards him, to the point where Lin Guofeng nearly overlooked Lin Yongheng, who merely wished for a glass of water. The family gathered around a round table, and Lin Guofeng initially intended to indulge in a drink with Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong revealed his allergy to alcohol, leaving Lin Guofeng distressed, considering he had been a heavy drinker before leaving home. Furthermore, how could a man be considered a man if he did not drink? Lin Guofeng insisted on taking Lin Dong to see a doctor. Lin Dong hastily declined and requested Lin Yongheng to join him in the drinking. Consequently, Lin Yongheng found himself in a predicament, having been deliberately intoxicated by Lin Dong the night before, and now facing the wrath of Lin Dong's father. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, the instigator, leisurely poured drinks and served dishes. As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Although the meal lacked exquisite delicacies and even the meat was scant, Lin Dong savored every bite, relishing it even more than the meals he had enjoyed in five-star establishments in his previous life. Old Master Lin Guofeng undoubtedly possesses greater drinking capacity than the inexperienced young Lin Yongheng. After Lin Guofeng managed to incapacitate Lin Yongheng with his drinking prowess, he remained standing, albeit with a flushed complexion, while Lin Yongheng succumbed to the table. Observing Lin Yongheng in a state of defeat, Lin Dong surveyed the cramped surroundings. The small abode contained merely one bedroom, and the living room was so diminutive that it could only accommodate a tea table and a sofa. When the family dined, they had to bring in a few stools from elsewhere, squeezing together just to share a meal. Furthermore, the age of the house was apparent, as the musty smell within was nearly impossible to mask, even with the aroma of the food. Father, shall we consider relocating? It is quite cramped here, Lin Dong suggested. Relocate? Where would we go? I have inquired at several places, and this is the only one that remains relatively affordable. Besides, it's merely a place to sleep. It matters not how we rest. If necessary, we can even sleep on the sofa, Lin Guofeng replied. The older generation had grown accustomed to hardship, and coupled with Wang Lu's aggressive debt collection tactics, Lin Guofeng was entirely indifferent to the difficulties of their living conditions. Though Lin Dong had enjoyed a life of luxury in his previous existence, he had also endured his share of trials. For him, while he could bear hardship, he aspired to provide the best environment possible for his family. Let us do this. I will cover the expenses for a new residence. Chapter 42. The most dangerous place is the safest place, brother. Has a donkey kicked you in the head at the door? And then someone closed the door just in time to give you a knock? Lin Ling was the first to confront Lin Dong upon hearing of his intention to fund a new living arrangement. Ha! Is that it? Just that? Let me tell you, after my head got caught in the door, my brain turned to mush, and to keep its shape, I even placed 2 goldfish inside. Lin Dong was unfazed by his sister's sharp tongue, even embracing self-deprecating humor for amusement. This unexpected lightheartedness gave Lin Ling the impression that her brother had indeed been struck by a donkey, as the once penny-pinching and capricious Lin Dong now exuded a newfound cheerfulness. Had it been in the past, they would have already been embroiled in an argument. Meanwhile, Lin Guofeng and Su Mei gazed at Lin Dong in astonishment, not due to his audacious claim to rent a new home, but because they sensed something unusual about Lin Dong since his return. Lin Dong, if you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to share with us, Su Mei urged. Mother, please do not overthink it. I am perfectly fine, Lin Dong reassured her. The family was still being pursued for debts, and even dining out had become a challenge. Su Mei and Lin Guofeng typically maintained the bare minimum for their livelihood, seldom indulging in any purchases. Their diet consisted mainly of water from their workplace or direct taps. When it came to meals, they were exceedingly frugal. The pickled vegetables sold outside were too costly, so they resorted to pickling their own. Vegetables were expensive, but salt was cheap, and Lin Guofeng had learned from his mother, Zhao Fong, to add a generous amount of salt to dishes, making it possible to eat just a few leaves of vegetables with 2 buns. This time, when hosting Lin Dong, Lin Guofeng and Su Mei expended what amounted to half a month's food budget. Upon hearing Lin Dong express his intention to change residences, Su Mei felt a surge of anxiety. If anything were to happen to Lin Dong, as a parent, she could not simply stand by idly. Oh, do not worry. I am not jesting this time, Lin Dong reassured them, retrieving 2,000 yuan from his handbag, money he had brought from home. After deducting 200 for travel and previous meals, he was left with 1,800. 1,800 yuan. Su Mei and Lin Ling were momentarily stunned. Although it was not an exorbitant amount, it was remarkable coming from Lin Dong, who had previously been consumed by a reckless lifestyle and a penchant for alcohol. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Even Lin Guofeng, with bleary eyes, sat dumbfounded, unable to utter a sound. How about that? Do you believe me now? Lin Dong smiled slightly, his face glowing with pride. He had yet to inform his family about his factory in Jinjiang City. However, upon seeing the pile of money, Lin Dong's sister burst into tears. Brother, I have been in the wrong. I should not have quarreled with you. I. Su Mei's eyes also glistened with tears as she wiped them with her sleeve, choking back her emotions. Lin Dong, my son, have you gotten into trouble again? It is all my fault. I have failed in raising you. Even Lin Guofeng pounded the table, his veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, Lin Dong, can't you spare us some peace of mind? What have we sacrificed for you? And now this. You are our only son. What will we do if anything happens to you? At this moment, Lin Dong was utterly bewildered, sitting there in a daze, staring at his 3 family members, each responding in vastly different ways. What is going on? Lin Dong, have you resorted to robbery? You can rest assured. I will take you to confess. Su Mei said, holding back her tears. Are you implying that my money was acquired through illicit means? Lin Dong chuckled lightly. A gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through rightful channels. In my previous life, I was a benevolent merchant. At least in the eyes of the public, I contributed significantly to charity. A person who knows how to spend and earn cannot possibly risk imprisonment for petty gains. From Lin Dong's perspective, despite the poor security in 1998, his hidden profits for the year amounted to no less than 1 million. Should he be imprisoned for theft or robbery, he would lose years during which the nation would inevitably experience inflation, technological advancements, and other economic changes, costing him billions in potential earnings. Observing the astonished expressions of his family, Lin Dong could not help but wonder just how disreputable his former self must have been to evoke such disbelief from his own parents. He decided to feign nonchalance to ease their worries. Rest assured, this money is all earned by me. Earned? How did you come by it? Besides drinking, what else do you do? Given your physique, no one would hire you for manual labor. Lin Ling retorted mercilessly, quickly abandoning her earlier vow not to quarrel with Lin Dong. However, her willingness to engage in an argument also indicated a degree of belief in Lin Dong's ability to earn money on his own. To Lin Dong's surprise, the first person to believe in him was none other than his sharp-tongued sister, Lin Ling. He chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair. Lin Ling shivered unexpectedly. My dear sister, fret not. I am merely an ordinary worker at a purified water factory, engaged in no nefarious deeds. In response to Lin Ling's inquiries, Lin Dong prudently refrained from disclosing his rental of the purified water factory to anyone. He feared the chatter of many and worried that Su Mei and Lin Ling might suspect him of delusions or mental instability, leading them to forcibly confine him to a psychiatric facility. Really? Lin Ling asked, her skepticism evident. Of course. Moreover, I plan to invite you both to stay with me in my new place. It's far superior to this one. Spacious and even a 2-bedroom apartment. He elaborated. I currently reside in the bustling city center of Jinjiang, which is at least 10 times more vibrant than East City, especially at night. As Lin Dong vividly painted a picture of his apartment, he noticed the eager expressions on their faces, prompting a subtle smile from him. When the time came for Lin Dong to confront Wang Lu, it was imperative to ensure his family was kept at a distance. While one might not need to tread carefully around a gentleman, dealing with a treacherous scoundrel like Wang Lu necessitated safeguarding his family's well-being. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can be the safest. Linjia village, nestled in the outskirts of Jinjiang, presented an ideal refuge from Wang Lu's watchful eyes, making the city center of Jinjiang the perfect choice for concealment. Chapter 43. A journey to East City in summary. If you are willing to accompany us to our apartment, our factory manager will undoubtedly provide you with a complimentary room. Lin Dong's face radiated confidence. This was assured, for the manager who signed the contract was Huang Qingyun, his girlfriend. With just a word from Lin Dong, Huang Qingyun would certainly agree to rent an apartment for his parents, knowing that her future in-laws were visiting. She might even take special care of them. With this thought, Lin Dong's smile grew even brighter. Brother, why is your factory so generous? You aren't pulling our leg, are you? Lin Ling, ever the contrarian, was determined to undermine Lin Dong at every turn. Don't let my current appearance fool you. I am the factory's dedicated laborer. Lin Dong chuckled. Indeed, Lin Dong spoke no falsehoods regarding his role as a laborer. Thus, Lin Dong extolled the virtues of the factory manager to Lin Guofeng, Su Mei, and Lin Ling, carefully omitting the fact that the manager was, in fact, his girlfriend. After all, some matters are best left unsaid to prevent unnecessary speculation. Unbeknownst to them, the night slipped away as Lin Dong painted a picture of a promising future. Checking the time, he realized it was already midnight. Having had a restless night prior, he stifled a large yawn. Lin Guofeng, too, succumbed to fatigue from drinking, resting his head on the table in a daze. Su Mei was even less fortunate. The 16 or 17-year-old girl had already collapsed on the sofa, sound asleep. Lin Dong was feeling somewhat weary. Their home only had a single bed, and each night, it was a tight squeeze for Lin Guofeng and Su Mei to settle down. Although Su Mei wished to offer the bedroom to Lin Dong, he stubbornly insisted on sharing the floor with Lin Yongheng. Unable to convince him otherwise, Su Mei relented. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Dong was the first to rise. He had developed a habit of waking up before 6 o'clock, provided he didn't have to work late. After assessing the meager vegetables left in the kitchen, he decided to prepare a vegetable soup and stir-fry a dish. Lin Guofeng and Su Mei, both heading to work, found that by the time they got up, Lin Dong had already completed the meal. To wake up to warm food was a true blessing. Lin Guofeng silently savored the soup with a spoon, while Su Mei enthusiastically praised Lin Dong's culinary skills. In truth, Lin Dong's cooking had reached a level rivaling that of a 5-star hotel chef, a skill honed through years of cooking as a means to alleviate his melancholy. The act of preparing a meal had become a source of solace for him. Over time, what began as a necessity transformed into a genuine passion. However, the treacherous waters of the business world were filled with high profits, yet equally high risks of loss. Lin Dong's culinary talents blossomed alongside his struggling small company, which eventually declared bankruptcy. The only skill he had to show for it was the culinary prowess he had cultivated. Once they had eaten their fill, Lin Guofeng and Su Mei prepared to leave for work. Lin Dong quickly set down his dishes to see them off. Watching Lin Guofeng's diminishing figure as he walked away stirred a sense of unease in Lin Dong. His father, now 47, had not yet reached retirement age, but Lin Dong felt the weight of the burdens he had placed upon him. The injury to his father's leg could be traced back to an incident where Lin Dong had reacted in anger. Though others avoided mentioning Lin Dong's time in prison, he remained acutely aware of it. Seeing his father limp away filled Lin Dong with a profound sense of guilt. He vowed to repay his parents' nurturing kindness in the future. And with that thought, he returned home. Lin Yongheng was already awake, seated at the dining table, enjoying a hearty meal. Upon noticing Lin Dong's return, he quickly swallowed his food and made room for him. Lin Dong, when are we preparing to return to the village? I can only imagine how worried my father must be, Lin Yongheng said, eager to return. He had left in such haste that he hadn't even informed anyone of his departure. And now he had spent the night away without sending a single message to Lin Guohan. Here is the plan. Let us first explore Goose City with Lin Ling, and then we can head back to the village. What do you think? Lin Dong suggested, though Lin Yongheng seemed somewhat reluctant, wishing to return immediately. It would be such a pity not to see Goose City after coming all this way, Lin Dong continued, pulling 200 yuan from his bag. Come on, let us enjoy Goose City today. I'll treat you. Lin Dong had long harbored a desire to explore Goose City, beyond mere shopping. He was particularly interested in the current state of development and economic conditions in Goose City. If feasible, Lin Dong believed it would be prudent to open a store in this modest fourth-tier town. Lin Dong, your family is not wealthy. Why do you always insist on treating us? Lin Yongheng remarked with a frown at Lin Dong's spending habits. What do we need to discuss about money between brothers? As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. Though I may spend lavishly, my funds are generally invested in those who truly deserve it. Lin Dong replied with a smile. This was an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie and win hearts. A brother was worth far more than a mere few hundred yuan. After Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng tidied up the room, they awaited Lin Ling's awakening. However, Lin Ling was sleeping extraordinarily soundly, her peaceful demeanor reminiscent of a puppy nestled in its den. Observing Lin Ling's healthy, sun-kissed complexion, Lin Dong understood that despite their frequent bickering, her character was fundamentally good. She merely possessed a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In addition to her studies, she often took on part-time jobs to contribute to the household. Perhaps sensing a gaze fixed upon her, Lin Ling gradually stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Lin Dong leaning over the sofa, staring intently at the exposed skin on her arms. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Ling exclaimed, bolting upright and clutching her blanket tightly. If you have developed some disturbing tendencies, please refrain from directing them towards your own sister. Lin Ling, you are still quite young and unaware that some individuals have an unusual interest in their sisters. Lin Dong chuckled at her reaction. Little did she know, a phenomenon known as otaku would emerge in the future, possessing peculiar perspectives and insights regarding their sisters. While Lin Dong was not an otaku himself, he recognized the lucrative opportunities presented by this subculture. Chapter 44. Shopping Gu City was not particularly large, and upon arriving in the most bustling part of the city, Lin Dong realized that his earlier apprehensions were unfounded. The foot traffic was sparse, suggesting that most individuals preferred to flock to urban centers rather than invest in properties in such a small town. Lin Dong sighed. It seemed necessary to stimulate rural development once he attained wealth. As Lin Dong meandered through the streets, he found little to purchase, merely indulging in casual exploration while occasionally inquiring about prices. The cost of living in Gu City was nearly half that of the city center. Given such a substantial disparity, Lin Dong recognized that introducing purified water to the rural areas would be implausible. Its only viable path lay in being brought to larger cities. Though Lin Dong had no specific items in mind for himself, he felt compelled to buy clothes for his sister. Despite Lin Ling's persistent protests, Lin Dong busily selected outfits for her. Before long, his arms were laden with an impressive array of garments. Brother, look, isn't this dress beautiful? Lin Ling was, after all, just a young girl, easily captivated by beautiful garments, eager to explore wherever they might lead her. Ah, splendid. You look absolutely charming, Lin Dong remarked as he gazed upon her, admiring a pure white dress adorned with a delicate floral embroidery at the neckline, both simple and elegant. However, although the dress was indeed stunning, one couldn't help but wonder how it would appear on Lin Ling's sun-kissed skin, undoubtedly turning heads wherever she went. Of course, should Lin Ling take the time to care for herself, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in no time. Lin Dong had already conjured an image of Lin Ling donning that exquisite dress, her face struggling to suppress a smile. Hey, brother, your face is brimming with mischief. Lin Ling cast a disdainful glance at Lin Dong. Unable to contain himself, Lin Dong erupted into laughter, yet he remained steadfast in his teasing. Not at all. You wear it with such flair. Absolutely, he exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Brother, your laughter is so unbecoming that it undermines your words. Lin Ling retorted, her irritation palpable. Lin Dong attempted to rein in his amusement, but his imagination was unrestrained, capturing every thought, both appropriate and otherwise. Humph, all you do is mock me, Lin Ling huffed, turning sharply and striding away in a different direction. Lin Dong made no effort to follow, and as Lin Ling walked several meters away, she could still hear his insufferable laughter echoing behind her. Wait for me, Lin Dong called out, finally tiring of his laughter and rushing to catch up with Lin Dong. What do you think of this shirt? Before he could reach Lin Ling, Lin Yongheng pointed to a black t-shirt displayed on a mannequin in the shop window. Quite nice, Lin Dong replied, his gaze still fixed on Lin Ling's receding figure. That was rather dismissive, don't you think? At least turn your head, Lin Yongheng complained. Lin Dong quickly turned to face him, saying, quite nice indeed. It would suit you well. Could you at least put in a little more effort? Using different words would be appreciated, as your response was nearly identical to what you just said to me. Lin Yongheng chuckled. Honestly, Lin Ling has run off. I must go after her. Lin Dong started to explain, but before he could finish, Lin Yongheng dashed out of the store, calling back. Next time, let me know sooner. I'll help you chase after her. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yongheng was far more physically capable than he, and he had no doubt that he would easily catch up with Lin Ling. As for Lin Dong, he stepped into the store selling the t-shirt that had caught Lin Yongheng's eye. To his surprise, the clothing was indeed quite attractive, its pure black base complemented by intricate lace patterns at the neckline, both breathable and decorative. How much is this shirt? Lin Dong inquired. From within the store, an overweight middle-aged woman emerged, showing little interest. 30 yuan each. 30? Are you a staff member here? Lin Dong questioned, frowning. In E-City, prices were generally low, and the garments were no exception. The clothes he had bought for Lin Ling had only cost a mere 10 yuan or less. Yes. What's it to you? This shirt costs 30. Buy it or not. The shop assistant replied curtly, a hint of disdain in her tone. Noting Lin Dong's tattered clothing, she assumed he was not affluent, especially with the pile of inexpensive women's garments he was carrying. She was one who believed that details were crucial to success, and thus was particularly attentive to appearances. Lin Dong had long experienced this joyless shopping method in Jinjing City. He held little expectation for the quality of the staff. I'll take 2 items, Lin Dong stated. However, the clerk remained unmoved, extending her hand and demanding, pay first. Lin Dong's eye twitched. Her behavior seemed rather bullying. Nevertheless, Being a magnanimous person, he chose not to argue with her. Without a word, he reached into his handbag, and the clerk leaned in closer, peering into Lin Dong's bag. Even the rudest individuals would refrain from such impoliteness, and Lin Dong was astonished that such a person existed in this city. As he withdrew a green 100 yuan note from his wallet, he raised his head only to find the clerk's eyes gleaming with greed. Wealth should not be flaunted. Revealing it is a taboo for those who walk the righteous path. Hey, how dare you peek into someone else's wallet? Lin Dong exclaimed. What's the matter? Are you afraid you'll lose 100 yuan? Such stinginess. It was a classic case of the villain crying out first and accusing Lin Dong of being miserly. Although Lin Dong felt a surge of anger, he chose to remain composed and handed the 100 yuan note to the clerk. Humph. It's changed. Upon receiving the money, the clerk snatched it from his hand, her face displaying defiance. Well, good. At least you acknowledge your mistake. Lin Dong retorted. Huh. What do you think has changed? I meant the price of this clothing. The clerk sneered, glaring at Lin Dong, her expression brimming with arrogance, as if to say, I can alter the price. You can only accept it. Unable to tolerate the clerk's haughty demeanor any longer, Lin Dong shot back. Do you think this store belongs to you? Some individuals often mistake the tolerance of others for their own capabilities, believing themselves to be exceptional and that others fear them. Though I am not the owner, I have just altered the price. What can you do about it? The clerk, a plump woman, had her lips almost curling upwards as she spoke, her facial flesh quivering with each word directed at Lin Dong. Call your boss out. Lin Dong suppressed his anger and said calmly on the surface, Our boss owns more than just this store. He is extremely busy and has no time for someone like you. I see you are just incompetent, reluctant to spend the hard-earned money. The clerk laughed to herself, as if everything she said were the undeniable truth. Chapter 45. Using a knife to kill someone else. All right. Since you are looking for trouble, don't blame me. Lin Dong could no longer endure it. He refused to let any random person trample on him. Do you think I tolerate you? Humph. What can you do? Can you even fire me? The angrier Lin Dong became, the more jubilant the overweight middle-aged woman appeared, striking a pose reminiscent of actresses on television, her hand on her hip, gazing at Lin Dong with a smirk. Lin Dong, recognizing her antics, decided to adjust his mindset and coldly replied, You'll find out soon enough. I hadn't planned on doing this. With that, Lin Dong strode purposefully toward the cash register. The clerk, seeing him approach the counter, intended to mock this impoverished fool further. The shop assistant hurriedly lunged forward, using her ample bulk to completely obstruct Lin Dong's path. Get lost. Lin Dong's voice was calm, yet it concealed a latent fury and murderous intent. Despite this, the short, plump woman dismissed his words, growing even more brazen. You think I will just roll away because you tell me to? I could just as easily suggest your father come and warm my bed. Lin Dong did not falter. Instead, he advanced step by step toward the woman, ultimately compelled to halt before her. What? Are you planning to strike me? Leave this place. We do not welcome the likes of you here. A poor country bumpkin thinking of buying clothes from my shop? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? I'll say this one last time. Step aside. Lin Dong suppressed the urge to deliver a punch to her face and issued his final ultimatum. Who do you think you are? No matter how many times you say it, I won't listen. You want me to move? I spit on that. The obese woman retorted, swinging her arms forcefully and striking Lin Dong across the face. With a loud smack, Lin Dong did not defend himself. He had anticipated her move. The blow staggered his frail frame, leaving 5 crimson marks on his cheek and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? How dare you lay a hand on him? A furious roar echoed from the entrance. It was Lin Yongheng, accompanied by Lin Ling, who had just returned. They had witnessed the entire incident unfold when the hefty woman struck Lin Dong. Brother, are you all right? Lin Ling rushed to Lin Dong's side, meticulously examining his face. Although she was often prone to sulking, her instinct to protect her brother kicked in when she saw him being harmed. Seeing the blood trickling from her brother's mouth filled her with concern, and she turned to chastise the plump woman. How can you hit someone? Hitting someone? What's wrong with that? Who told him to be so arrogant? To argue with me and even threaten me? Humph. The overweight woman, now emboldened by her actions, asserted that Lin Dong was in the wrong. I'm telling you, I struck this boy because of his arrogance. If anyone else dares to come, I will not hesitate to strike again. The woman glared defiantly at everyone, as if her mind had short-circuited. You think you can intimidate me just because you outnumber me? Let me tell you, my son is a leader in this city. Sensing that Lin Yongheng was about to retaliate, she attempted to threaten him, albeit in vain. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yongheng closed the distance, swinging his right hand in a wide arc and delivering a resounding slap. With a loud crack, the hefty woman toppled to the side, her bulk swaying as she fell. Lin Yongheng spared no mercy with his slap. witnessing someone bully his cousin. His veins bulged with fury. The overweight woman, seemingly untouched by the earlier blow, fell to the ground, momentarily dazed, before reaching to touch the dark purple imprint on her face. The moment her hand struck her cheek, a jolt of numbness coursed through her, followed by a sharp, searing pain. You dare to hit a woman? How shameless you are, she stammered, clutching her swollen face. I will fight you, you scoundrel. Perhaps dazed by the slap, she yelled defiantly, scrambling to charge at Lin Yongheng, disregarding her injuries. Little did she realize that while Lin Yongheng refrained from striking women, he had no qualms about dealing with a boorish figure like her. The woman lunged forward, relying on her ample flesh as a cushion, and flailed her arms wildly at Lin Yongheng. Yet, her uncoordinated attempts were effortlessly parried by Lin Dong with a single hand. Frustrated at her inability to land a hit on Lin Yongheng, the woman continued to pummel Lin Dong instead. Amidst this flurry of blows, Lin Yongheng calmly declared, I do not strike women, but that does not mean I won't deal with a sow. With that, he stepped back to create distance, followed by a swift front kick that landed squarely in the woman's abdomen, causing her to cry out and collapse to the ground. The scene escalated rapidly, prompting Lin Yongheng to click his tongue in dismay. Lin Dong quickly interjected, Cousin, let us hurry and leave. Forget about that sow. Wanna leave? I will kill your mother. The overweight woman weakly retorted. Even in her current state, she did not cease her insults towards Lin Dong and the others, truly embodying the notion of courting disaster. Perhaps she believed that Lin Yongheng would refrain from further action now that she lay on the ground, but she was gravely mistaken. Lin Yongheng swiftly approached, towering over the prostrate woman. It was at this moment that she sensed the gravity of the situation. Before she could utter a word, Lin Yongheng's foot struck her chin. With a sudden force, Lin Dong stomped on the woman's jaw, shattering the bone with a resounding crack. Instantly, a piercing pain surged through her skull. Now, the woman could barely speak, her shattered jaw rendering her incapable of movement. She managed to emit a few muffled cries before losing consciousness. Brother Yongheng, you won't kill her, will you? Lin Ling covered her mouth, afraid to continue. Rest assured, she won't die. Let us leave. We shall never return to this wretched establishment. Lin Yongheng cursed under his breath and led Lin Dong and the others away. Chapter 46. Wanted in 1998, when surveillance cameras had yet to permeate every corner. Lin Yongheng had severely injured someone, and theoretically, as long as he was not caught, he would be fine. Unlike Lin Dong, who engaged in vicious street brawls, Lin Yongheng's actions, if unprovoked, would not attract excessive police pursuit. Lin Dong was confident of this and thus dared to encourage Lin Yongheng to unleash his wrath upon the deserving woman. If Lin Dong's intuition serves him correctly, the police station will undoubtedly issue a wanted notice, disseminating it across various villages. After all, the attire worn by Lin Dong and his companions unmistakably identifies them as villagers, adorned in loose, comfortable cloth garments, which are hardly favored by the vain denizens of the city. What a clever stratagem of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Lin Yongheng, having inflicted harm upon another, will bear the brunt of the blame. Once the wanted notice is released, Lin Yongheng will find himself unable to return to Linjia village, thus preventing any encounter with Lin Guohong. Lin Dong chuckled to himself, realizing that the slap he received as part of his ruse was truly not in vain. Cousin, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for your intervention, I would have been at a loss. Throughout their journey, Lin Dong offered every manner of thanks to Lin Yongheng, his gratitude palpable. Did I not mention that we are like two peas in a pod? Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, do not hesitate to inform me, Lin Yongheng declared, thumping his chest in a display of camaraderie. Brother Lin Dong, why did that woman strike you? Lin Ling inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Lin Dong recounted his earlier encounter, inciting righteous indignation in Lin Ling and Lin Yongheng, who was almost compelled to return and deliver a few more kicks to that woman. Even Lin Ling, the epitome of a dutiful daughter, felt an urge to lash out at the plump woman. What a shrew. It is commendable that Lin Dong considered purchasing me a garment. Lin Dong's thoughtful gesture was duly acknowledged by Lin Yongheng, who vented his frustration toward the shop attendant before expressing his appreciation for Lin Dong's kindness. Upon returning home, Lin Dong unloaded an array of goods, with Lin Ling's clothing tallying to 7 or 8 pieces. Regrettably, the only outfits that caught the eyes of Lin Yongheng and Lin Dong were thwarted by an eccentric shopkeeper. Although they purchased no clothing, they certainly accumulated a fair share of vexation. As noon approached, Lin Dong commenced his culinary endeavors in the kitchen. In addition to acquiring garments for Lin Ling, he had procured a substantial amount of vegetables from the market, along with 2 chickens and 3 large bottles of erguo. While Lin Dong busied himself in the kitchen, Lin Ling and Lin Yongheng engaged in a playful dress-up game in the living room. Lin Ling frequently returned to her room to change outfits before reappearing, while Lin Yongheng offered his commentary. Lin Dong could only smile wryly, fully aware of his sister's tendencies. How could the rough-hewn Lin Yongheng possibly manage to appease Lin Ling? It would be a feat if he could keep her from bursting into tears. Ah, Lin Ling. That outfit looks splendid, resembling a little fairy. Lin Yongheng praised as Lin Ling donned a vibrant green long dress, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Hee, thank you. Brother Yongheng, Lin Ling replied, a hint of bashfulness overtaking her as she scratched her head before retreating to her room once more. After a flurry of rustling sounds, Lin Ling emerged in a crisp white shirt, complemented by a sleek black coat and fitted black trousers. Goodness, Ling Mei, your ensemble exudes the essence of a white-collar worker. If you were to don that attire outdoors, people would surely assume you earn a handsome monthly salary. Really? Thank you, brother. Lin Ling beamed, spinning around before disappearing into her room once again. Brother Yongheng, how about this outfit? It is often said that a wealth of knowledge and literature bestows an ethereal grace upon one's demeanor. Clad in such attire, you resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. Mere mortals can only gaze in awe, too timid to approach. Where's the hesitation? Hee. Lin Dong, listening from the kitchen, felt increasingly perturbed. What is this situation? Lin Yongheng, that ironclad man, is now charming his sister to the point of sheer delight. Hee. Brother Yongheng is nothing like my brother Lin Dong. If only my brother possessed even half of his charm, I would be utterly content. Lin Dong, eavesdropping from the kitchen, felt an urge to bite something. What manner of sister is this? Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic series of knocks echoed at the door, signaling the return of Lin Guofeng and Su Mei. Lin Ling, bouncing with excitement, rushed to open the door, eager to showcase her lovely dress to her parents. However, upon opening the door, Lin Ling was taken aback. Standing outside were not her parents, but a group of individuals clad in black uniforms. Good day. We are from the Public Security Bureau. Is this the residence of Mr. Lin Guofeng? The leading officer inquired politely, offering a respectful salute. Lin Ling was stunned. How could law enforcement be at her doorstep? Surely, she and her parents had committed no crime. Meanwhile, Lin Dong in the kitchen reacted swiftly, moving toward the entrance and discreetly tapping Lin Yongheng on the shoulder, gesturing for him to hide in the kitchen for the time being. Lin Ling had always been a well-mannered and sensible child, yet this was her first encounter with representatives of the judicial system. Historically, the populace has always feared authority in China, and though times have softened, there remains an underlying trepidation. For a moment, Lin Ling stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The young officer, sensing the awkwardness, attempted to lighten the mood with a nervous chuckle. You need not be afraid. I am not a villain. Besides, a criminal would hardly don such attire to commit robbery. Ha ha. His laughter echoed alone, amplifying the awkwardness of the situation. Suddenly, a handsome young man stepped forward, pulling Lin Ling into his embrace. What brings you here? Lin Guofeng is my father, and he is not home at the moment. Perhaps you could return this afternoon? Finally, there was someone willing to engage in conversation, prompting the officer to nod eagerly and jot down a few notes. He then inquired, May I ask your surname? Certainly. I am surnamed Lin. My name is Lin Dong. Mr. Lin Dong, is it? We are from the Public Security Bureau. My surname is Zhao Woolley to be precise. The officer revealed his credentials. Our visit is not primarily concerning Mr. Lin Guofeng. Rather, we have come to inquire about Lin Yongheng. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. The speed of their investigation surpassed his expectations. It seemed he had underestimated the state of affairs in 1998 China. Of course, it was also possible that the unpleasant woman from the clothing store had made the call, given her earlier claim that her son was a leader in Iching. Since they were willing to come to his residence to inquire about Lin Yongheng, feigning ignorance was clearly not an option. Chapter 47. Arrest after our investigation. We have confirmed that Lin Yongheng is indeed from Linjia village, correct? Officer Zhao Woolley was diligently verifying Lin Yongheng's information, making notes in his notebook. It seemed that feigning ignorance would prove futile, compelling Lin Dong to respond candidly. Indeed, Lin Yongheng is a resident of our village, and he often lends a hand with our agricultural tasks. Upon hearing this, the officer resumed jotting down notes. However, continuing to answer questions in such a manner was not a sustainable approach, so Lin Dong cautiously inquired, Is there a specific reason for your search for Lin Yongheng? Upon hearing this, Zhao Woolley regarded Lin Dong thoughtfully. Lin Yongheng assaulted a woman, resulting in a fractured and sunken jawbone, currently classified as minor injuries. If these injuries are deemed serious, he could face a sentence of 3 to 5 years. However, if the injuries are deemed minor, The situation could easily be contained within Lin Dong's control. It appeared that fortune was on his side this time. Lin Dong nodded and replied, "Understood. If possible, I will contact someone from Linjia village this afternoon to see if Lin Yongheng has returned." Officer Zhao expressed a hint of urgency. Would it be possible to reach out to Linjia village immediately? This matter is quite pressing. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the officers before him. Wait a moment. Is it truly necessary to dispatch 5 officers to apprehend a suspect accused of causing minor injuries? This seems rather excessive, does it not? Although Lin Dong harbored ulterior motives, he could not afford to reveal them outwardly. Very well. Lin Dong acquiesced, retrieving his phone to call Lin Guohong. The first call was abruptly disconnected, and the second met the same fate. Undeterred, Lin Dong continued redialing until, at last, the other end picked up. "You little brat. Are you seeking death? What happened to our duel? If I see you again, I swear I'll skin you alive and scatter your ashes. Now you wish to beg for mercy? Not a chance. You're finished." Lin Guohong assumed Lin Dong was coming to plead for forgiveness and launched into a tirade. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Dong switched the call to speaker mode, allowing Officer Zhao Wuli to communicate directly. Under Zhao Wuli's authoritative discourse, Lin Guohong fell silent, becoming submissive, akin to a toothless tiger or a sickly cat. Without delving into Lin Guohong's pleas for his son, Lin Dong mentally prepared himself to flee from Iching. Zhao Wuli's visit to Lin Dong's home proved somewhat fruitful. Although he did not directly locate Lin Yongheng, he at least managed to converse with Lin Guohong. Once Zhao Wuli was successfully misled away, Lin Dong hurried to locate Lin Yongheng and Lin Ling, fearing the police would invade their home. Lin Ling had concealed Lin Yongheng beneath the bed. Observing Lin Ling's anxious demeanor, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Those officers do not even possess a search warrant. How could they possibly enter to seek Lin Yongheng? Only brigands masquerading as officials would resort to such tactics. Lin Yongheng crawled out from under the bed, and Lin Dong's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Cousin, the police have come to apprehend you. In just over an hour, they have traced us here. If we delay any longer, they will undoubtedly procure a search warrant to thoroughly investigate our premises. At that moment, it would become exceedingly difficult for us to extricate ourselves." Although Lin Yongheng outwardly exuded a facade of strength, he could not help but feel a tinge of panic in the face of such official matters. In truth, Lin Dong had also harbored a certain trepidation towards the police and judicial authorities in the past. However, being in business inevitably required interaction with these individuals, and over time, Lin Dong gradually learned the nuances of navigating such relationships. As he spoke, he retrieved the wanted notice that Zhao Wuli had just handed him, prominently featuring Lin Yongheng's name. "What? Why? Why am I being wanted?" Lin Yongheng stammered in fright, his complexion paling, a reflection of the shock that also struck Lin Ling beside him. As a law-abiding citizen, one could hardly avoid being terrified upon encountering a wanted notice. "I'm not entirely certain, but it could be related to some dubious dealings you've had with acquaintances lately. Surely it can't be because that hefty woman you confronted today reported you. The response time isn't that swift." Lin Dong feigned ignorance of the truth and artfully diverted the conversation away from the actual reasons for the wanted notice. "But that is not true. I've always been a law-abiding citizen." Lin Yongheng insisted anxiously, defending himself. Yet, what good would it do to plead with Lin Dong? After all, wasn't he the mastermind behind all of this? "Cousin, I believe in you. We have grown up together, sharing the same clothes. This time, I shall protect you with all my might. You have cared for me since childhood, and now it is my turn to assist you," Lin Dong declared, his eyes glistening with tears. Lin Yongheng, touched by these heartfelt words, felt his own eyes moisten as he replied, "They say true feelings emerge during times of adversity. No matter how this situation unfolds, you will always be my dear brother." With that, the two brothers embraced, tears streaming down their faces. This predicament bore the weight of potential imprisonment. It was entirely normal for Lin Yongheng to feel fear, while Lin Dong, with his remarkable acting prowess, could easily shed a few tears. After a few moments of emotional release, Lin Yongheng resolved to flee from E-City. Remaining there would only invite the police's search warrant. With tears still glistening in his eyes, Lin Yongheng embraced both Lin Dong and Lin Ling before turning to leave. Just as he was about to push open the door, Lin Dong grasped him firmly. "Cousin, you cannot just leave like this." "What? Didn't you say that the longer we linger, the worse it becomes for our escape?" "I must depart now," Lin Yongheng replied, puzzled by Lin Dong's sudden apprehension. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. "Those officers inadvertently revealed to me that you are from Linjia village." "Indeed, we are all from Linjia village. What is so strange about that?" Lin Yongheng dismissed the statement without further thought. However, Lin Dong was not so easily placated. If they have identified you as a resident of Linjia village, why would they come looking for us? This implies that the police already know we are family. As fellow villagers, how could I possibly not recognize you? Besides, Linjia village is not vast. We are bound to cross paths. So, are you suggesting that Lin Yongheng is not thinking clearly? He directly inquired of Lin Dong. I believe the officers have already begun to suspect your presence here. Their failure to obtain a search warrant thus far indicates that they are merely feigning ignorance to lure you out. What? This line of reasoning left Lin Yongheng utterly astonished. When has this brutish man ever engaged in such meticulous thought? In an instant, anxiety and fear enveloped him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 48. A dilemma of priorities. At that moment, Lin Yongheng was at a loss, desperately seeking counsel from Lin Dong. Lin Dong, what do you think I should do now? He implored. Clearly, the front entrance was not a viable option. Once they exited the building where Lin Dong resided, they would encounter an obstacle. Even after leaving the building, the community had both a front and a back gate, presenting yet another challenge to navigate. Furthermore, once they left the neighborhood, the bus station or the route out of the city posed additional hurdles. Such checkpoints were undoubtedly fraught with traps, making a safe escape exceedingly difficult. Lin Dong remained silent, contemplating the situation. Regardless of whether they attempted the front or back exit, whether they chose to walk or take a vehicle, they would inevitably cross paths with the officers. This was no serendipitous encounter. It could lead to incarceration. After a moment of reflection, Lin Dong raised his gaze, noting that the hour hand on the clock had already reached 11. At that time, not far from Lin Dong's building, 2 police cars were stationed discreetly within a nearby grove. Lin Dong felt a sense of urgency, realizing they had encountered Zhao Wuli, an individual of considerable significance, as he was the chief of the police station. Since the eradication of mountain bandits around the city of City over 70 years ago, tranquility had prevailed, with the local villagers being mostly law-abiding farmers wary of authority. The simplicity of City's culture meant that major crimes were a rarity. After graduating from the police academy, Zhao Wuli had interned for 2 years and, due to his commendable performance, was assigned to the role of chief in City. Initially, he aspired to achieve great accomplishments, but after 2 to 3 months in office, City remained peaceful, presenting a picturesque scene. Occasional street brawls were easily resolved by the police. Newly appointed, Zhao Wuli's enthusiasm was stifled. He found himself either sifting through old case files or dispatching officers to various neighborhoods to maintain order. Eventually, fortune smiled upon him. After a prolonged wait, the police chief could no longer overlook Zhao Wuli's potential and assigned him a moderately significant case. What began as a mere assault case ignited Zhao Wuli's fervor. He mobilized his team, declaring his intent to set an example for the new recruits at the station. Within an hour of acquiring the case, this formidable team had unearthed extensive information about Lin Yongheng. They even conducted a field investigation, piecing together from scant surveillance footage that Lin Yongheng appeared to be hiding within Lin Dong's abode. Chief Zhao, do you think they can escape? Queried Officer Wang. I have a feeling that suspects in such situations typically conceal themselves at home. Zhao Wuli chuckled, responding, little Wang, you seem to misunderstand. The information I just disclosed regarding Lin Yongheng is substantial. If he were an ordinary citizen, he would have been thoroughly frightened by now. If he is already paralyzed by fear, why are we still sitting here? Wang forced a smile, recognizing that waiting in the vehicle seemed utterly pointless. For half a day, apart from a girl who had passed by earlier, the entire building remained eerily silent. Observing Xiao Wang's troubled expression, Zhao Wuli chuckled softly and countered. If law-abiding citizens are this cautious, what of the bullies? Would they remain hidden at home? Xiao Wang replied, bullies? Wouldn't they wait at home? They de-emerge once the storm has passed. Zhao Wuli shook his head with a faint smile. Those desperate individuals, if they were aware of being wanted, would only resort to a desperate fight, bringing ruin upon themselves. Consider the grievous state of the victim. If I were to send you in for a search now, would you dare? Xiao Wang's eyes lit up with understanding. I see now. Director Zhao, your reluctance to let us enter is rooted in concern for our safety. Zhao Wuli patted Xiao Wang's back with satisfaction, saying, indeed, a teachable youth. Suddenly, Zhao Wuli's walkie-talkie crackled to life, calling Director Zhao. A person clad in blue pants and shirt has been spotted loitering in front of the building, seemingly searching for something. He just glanced my way. Over. Moments later, the figure in blue circled to the rear entrance of the building, scanning the area until his gaze locked onto Zhao Wuli and his companions concealed among the trees. A perfect smile graced Zhao Wuli's lips as he gestured. What do you think, Xiao Wang? The bait is about to catch a big fish. Prepare to reel it in. Before he could finish, a long-haired woman in blue emerged from the back door of the building. The walkie-talkie buzzed again. "Director, the person in blue is heading your way." Over. Blue attire typically signifies the work uniform of factory workers. The hour being noon, it was commonplace for workers to return home after their shifts. Yet the peculiar vigilance of these two individuals regarding the police vehicle raised suspicions. Facing the baffling behavior of the two workers, Zhao Wuli patted Xiao Wang and instructed, "Go ask those two what they are up to." Xiao Wang nodded and hurried towards the pair in blue. Shortly thereafter, the walkie-talkie crackled again. But this time it was not Xiao Wang's voice. It was from the police car stationed at the front. "Director, I sent someone to inquire. The person in blue is a worker here. She came to ask for help because her child has gone missing. I've dispatched Xiao Li to assist in the search." While Xiao Lu is taking notes. Over. Zhao Wuli's brows furrowed slightly. While it seemed innocuous, he sensed an underlying complexity to the situation. Suddenly, Xiao Wang's voice came through the walkie-talkie, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Director, the woman in blue said her child is lost and is seeking our help as diligent public servants." Hee. Over. As the conversation ended, an unusual silence enveloped Zhao Wuli. While not far off, Xiao Wang was following the woman in blue to continue the search. Soon, another group of workers in blue began leaving, gradually entering the building where Lin Dong was located. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wuli. What if someone were to burst from the building at this moment? Would he have to chase after them to inquire? And then what? The back door would be left unguarded. Zhao Wuli's team comprised 4 officers, making a total of 5, including himself. If they engaged the officers stationed by the front vehicle, it would only lead to chaos. As he pondered this, a figure emerged at the back door, clad in a blue work uniform, donning a cap and carrying a large travel bag. This individual pressed down his cap and suddenly dashed off into the distance, shouting into the air, "Tuan Tuan! Where are you, Tuan Tuan?" Chapter 49. Escape. Zhao Wuli, ever the astute strategist, had yet to finalize his plan when he witnessed a figure dash out the back door. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his radio and commanded, "All units, remain vigilant. Be on the lookout for the individual in blue." No sooner had he spoken than a group of workers, similarly dressed in blue, entered the building where Lin Dong resided, with several others emerging, all calling out, "Tuan Tuan." The crowd was overwhelming, making it impossible to identify anyone individually. Zhao Wuli had to maintain an overview, focusing on the man in blue who had sprinted away. Unable to remain still, Zhao Wuli realized that if this suspicious individual were indeed Lin Yongheng, his efforts from the car would be futile. He flung open the car door and raced after the suspect, shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" The man in blue complied, glancing back to see a police officer and obediently halted, standing upright as if to toy with Zhao Wuli as he approached. As Zhao Wuli drew near, he disregarded protocol and yanked off the man's cap. Upon seeing the individual's face, he stood frozen in disbelief. "1 hour earlier, brother. What should we do? I don't want Yongheng to go to jail." Lin Ling clutched Lin Dong's hand, her tears flowing freely as she implored him for help. Surprisingly, the wanted Lin Yongheng remained remarkably composed, reassuring Lin Ling, "Don't worry, Ling. If I wanted to escape, those officers wouldn't be able to stop me." Lin Dong, however, remained troubled, furrowing his brow. "True, they may not stop you, but what happens next? Once it's confirmed that you are Lin Yongheng, a warrant will be issued far and wide, not just any city, but throughout the entire Tianjin area and beyond. Jiangnan and other regions will be on the lookout for you." He countered Lin Yongheng's reasoning. "At that point, you would also be charged with assaulting an officer and obstructing an investigation. You would truly be in deep trouble. What should I do then?" Lin Yongheng lamented. Devoid of options, was he truly trapped with no way out today? The room was suffused with a restless atmosphere, punctuated by Lin Ling's sobs. Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to conceive an idea, momentarily suppressing her tears. "Brother, what if we create a distraction to help Yongheng escape?" Lin Dong chuckled wryly. Only his sister could devise such a naive yet earnest plan. "There are only the 3 of us. If we all go out, we will certainly be cornered. If one of us is missing, it will certainly be assumed to be Yongheng, and then not only will he be pursued, but we will also face charges for aiding and abetting and obstructing justice. Then what shall we do?" Lin Ling exclaimed, embracing Lin Dong's shoulder and bursting into tears. Just as she was drowning in sorrow, Lin Dong abruptly slapped his thigh. "Of course, the issue of numbers." "Huh, what?" Both Lin Ling and Lin Yongheng looked at Lin Dong with puzzled expressions, suspecting he had lost his mind. "If there are more people, it will be difficult for them to find Yongheng." Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, a plan already forming in his mind. "But who can help us?" Lin Ling lamented. "You know how our parents are. If we tell them, Dad, with his selfless nature, would be the first to cry for the death penalty during sentencing. Wouldn't he just expose Lin Yongheng? I understand, Lin Dong replied. Moreover, the police can investigate communication records. Contacting them by phone is akin to directly relaying our thoughts to the authorities. Then you still, before Lin Ling could finish, Lin Dong interjected. Thus, we must leverage some aspects of our parents. Rest assured, there will be no negative repercussions. Lin Ling hesitated for a moment. If it truly meant sending her cousin away without impacting their parents, it could be a viable option. She nodded in agreement. It seemed Lin Dong had anticipated her response. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Ling, you've interacted with our parents quite a bit. Do you know any children they get along with? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling responded without a second thought. Tuan Tuan. That child is quite delightful and often calls me sister. Excellent, Lin Dong said. I plan to utilize your bond with them for our elder brother. Lin Ling felt a twinge of uncertainty, but upon gazing into Lin Yongheng's eyes, she steeled herself and declared, all right, but it must not harm Tuan Tuan. Not a problem, Lin Dong replied, then returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving Lin Ling and Lin Yongheng in a state of bewilderment. Brother, what is your plan? You haven't explained it yet. Lin Ling pressed, but Lin Dong merely smiled in response. By 11:30, Lin Dong had prepared 7 or 8 dishes, all neatly arranged on the table. Brother, why so many dishes? Lin Ling asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Dong replied, pulling out his phone to call their father, Lin Guofeng. Father, my sister and I went to the market in Icheng today and bought a plethora of ingredients. I've cooked nearly a dozen dishes. Please invite a few more people over for dinner, so they can see how radiant you and Mom look. Oh, and don't forget to invite Tuan Tuan. My sister misses him. Upon learning that his son had prepared a meal and made extra dishes, Lin Guofeng felt a mix of joy and irritation. While he feigned disapproval over Lin Dong's spending, inside, he was as pleased as a blooming flower. After hanging up, Lin Guofeng quickly informed his wife, urging her to bring along several friends to taste their son's culinary skills. Once he finished instructing Lin Guofeng, Lin Dong turned back to Lin Ling. Tuan Tuan will arrive shortly. You must go to greet them. Remember, bring Tuan Tuan to our neighborhood and then leave him there. What? Leave him there? Didn't you say you wouldn't harm him? Lin Ling's anger flared, realizing she should never have trusted her unreliable brother. It is not about truly discarding, but rather about watching from the shadows. How you choose to cast it away is entirely up to you. You may even feign a game of hide and seek, only to claim that the child is nowhere to be found. Indeed, if a game of hide and seek results in a child being lost, the authority to speak rests with the guardians or the elders. When Lin Yongheng is sent away, Lin Ling need only assert that she cannot locate Tuan Tuan, and the officers will be powerless against her claims. Lin Ling fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. After you have let go of Tuan Tuan, remember to call our parents and have them rally others to join the search. Do not forget. Understood, understood, Lin Ling replied with a hint of impatience. Lin Dong squinted slightly. As for the final act, Lin Yongheng and I shall simply don a set of blue work uniforms. Chapter 50, Detention Timeline. Present Zhao Wuli gazed at Lin Dong's seemingly innocent face, momentarily taken aback, before turning back to observe the building. Now bustling with workers clad in blue uniforms returning from their shifts, Lin Dong was wearing a spare outfit left behind by Su Mei, while Lin Yongheng donned a backup work uniform belonging to Lin Guofeng. Furthermore, this group of blue-clad workers was calling out for Tuan Tuan, scouring every corner and inquiring one by one. Time was certainly not on their side. Zhao Wuli, frustrated, clenched his fist and struck the air. If Lin Yongheng was indeed at Lin Dong's residence, he must have already fled. Officer Zhao, are you all right? You seem a bit unwell, Lin Dong expressed concern. Lin Dong, you are obstructing justice. I am placing you under arrest. Zhao Wuli shouted angrily, brandishing handcuffs as he approached Lin Dong. Alarmed, Lin Dong quickly withdrew his hands. Wait. How can you arrest someone without cause? What crime have I committed? Humph. Zhao Wuli snorted angrily, pointing at the group of individuals in blue behind him. These people are all under your direction, aren't they? Lin Yongheng was sent away in a similar manner by you. What do you have to say for yourself? Officer Zhao, you mustn't make unfounded accusations. I merely requested my father to gather a few friends for a meal at noon. I have prepared over a dozen dishes at home. They are all laid out in our room. You. Zhao Wuli was rendered speechless with rage. Lin Dong had orchestrated everything flawlessly. If their parents inquired about Lin Yongheng's whereabouts, they could simply say he left after shopping with Lin Dong and Lin Ling. Thus, no one would be able to hold Lin Dong and Lin Ling accountable. Humph. Lin Dong, what about your accomplice? You have enlisted someone to distract my officers. Do not think I am unaware. Zhao Wuli remained relentless. gripping Lin Dong's collar and shouting furiously, "Officer, please do not say such things. I received a call saying my sister Lin Ling was playing with another child and accidentally lost them, which is why we sought your assistance. I found her. I found Tuan Tuan." Just then, Lin Ling, filled with joy, rushed forward, holding a bewildered child in her arms. Lin Dong felt a surge of elation. The plan to distract the officers had indeed been devised by him. Although it was Lin Guofeng and Su Mei who had managed to engage 2 officers at the front and back of the building. Meanwhile, Lin Ling had been observing the child from the shadows. "Lin Dong, you, return to the police station this instant." Zhao Wuli was beside himself with rage. The duck that was meant to be served had flown away. What face would this department head have left? Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Lin Dong and marched toward his police car. Meanwhile, voices from his officers crackled through the intercom, each reporting the discovery of Tuan Tuan. "Chief Zhao, we found the child named Tuan Tuan. She is quite adorable. So, should we continue monitoring this building?" The cheerful voice of Officer Wang chimed in, believing he had significantly aided the community by reuniting a child with her family. Mission accomplished. Back to the station. Zhao Wuli, however, was seething with fury as he bellowed into the intercom. Understood. Even if he brought Lin Dong to the police station, what of it? Lin Dong was a man of extraordinary courage, unyielding in the face of danger. Could mere threats intimidate him? It was likely that he understood the law better than those in the precinct. At the same time, as Lin Dong was taken to the police station, Lin Yongheng, clad in a blue work uniform, stealthily slipped to the base of the community wall, not far from Lin Ling. Besides keeping an eye on Tuan Tuan, Lin Ling was also covertly assisting Lin Yongheng by serving as a lookout. Once she assessed that the coast was clear, Lin Yongheng quickly dove into the bushes, shedding his blue uniform with lightning speed. After he had moved away, Lin Ling approached to collect the discarded clothing, concealing it within her own attire. Everything was going smoothly. As for Lin Yongheng, Lin Dong had instructed him to head to the urban center of Jinjiang, providing him with the detailed address of the apartment where he and Huang Qingyun resided. Lin Dong was confident that once Lin Yongheng relayed the situation, Huang Qingyun would undoubtedly assist him, especially given her temperament. At that moment, Lin Dong was engaged in a conversation with Chief Zhao Wuli. Regardless of Zhao Wuli's threats, intimidation, or coercion, Lin Dong resolutely maintained that he had no connection to Lin Yongheng's escape. Lin Yongheng had already departed when he and Lin Ling finished shopping at the mall. Zhao Wuli even summoned Lin Dong's family, initially anticipating a moment of pride with his son Lin Guofeng, but found himself fuming instead. This was not a moment to boast about his son, it was a public embarrassment. When he questioned Lin Ling, her answers mirrored Lin Dong's closely. And when he inquired of Lin Guofeng and the others, they too were oblivious. In a fit of frustration, Zhao Wuli slammed his hand on the table. "Detain Lin Dong. He shall remain in custody until he confesses." Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zhao Wuli's detention would only last 3 days, after which the prosecutor's office would have to be consulted to extend the custody. With no evidence or witnesses to support Zhao Wuli's claims, it was unlikely that Lin Dong would be held any longer. He felt no fear, contemplating that he could simply endure the situation, enjoying complimentary food and drink for 3 days. As he pondered this, he feigned terror, pleading for mercy from the police. On the other side, Zhao Wuli suspected that Lin Yongheng was hiding in Lin Dong's home, yet he had not caught a glimpse of Lin Yongheng at any point. Could it be that Lin Yongheng truly was not in Lin Dong's residence? The situation has escalated to such a point that even Zhao Wuli has been deceived by Lin Dong's acting skills. Just as he hesitated over whether to release Lin Dong, a rustling sound emanated from outside. Moments later, a flustered Xiao Wang burst into the room, drenched in sweat. Director Zhao. Lin Dong, he has gone mad. He is begging us to let him go, claiming that if we don't, he will commit suicide to prove his innocence." Zhao Wuli nearly spat out the tea in his mouth, dismissively waving his hand. "Enough. Let him go. We don't need any more trouble in our precinct." Thus, Lin Dong, after being detained for merely half a day, was released. Upon returning home, aside from his sister beaming at him, his parents could not help but shoot him disapproving glances. Although no one truly blamed Lin Dong for the events, it was undeniably humiliating for him to have called upon Lin Guofeng and Su Mei to gather all their friends to witness his disgrace. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. Lin Dong chuckled inwardly, for he now had matters to settle with Lin Guohong and others. Chapter 51. Provocation. Lin Dong felt a surge of joy within, realizing that he and Lin Yongheng were now bound by an unbreakable bond. Given Lin Yongheng's temperament, he would undoubtedly risk his life for Lin Dong. The only unfortunate aspect was the embarrassment it caused Lin Dong's parents. People are inherently vain, Lin Guofeng and Su Mei, who usually scrimp and save, would mend their tattered clothes rather than discard them. They had intended to take pride in their handsome son, yet Lin Dong had not fulfilled that fleeting vanity. Instead, he had taken advantage of their trust in him. Perhaps, in Lin Dong's eyes, this was a gain, as his future dealings with Lin Yongheng would be much smoother, and their relationship would ascend to new heights. The family of four sat silently around the table, eating the leftover food from the morning. When Lin Dong got into trouble, Lin Guofeng had rushed to bail him out, and his friends, feeling awkward, had left one by one. Now, Lin Guofeng was angrily tearing into the chicken that Lin Dong had prepared. In the eyes of this stern and impartial man, Lin Yongheng's violent actions justified the police's pursuit of him. To put it bluntly, Lin Guofeng's sense of justice often led him to disregard kinship. Others in the room found it difficult to speak, unsure whether to lament Lin Yongheng's misdeeds or to reproach Lin Dong for his foolishness. They opted to quietly eat their meals, ignoring the turmoil. After the oppressive dinner concluded, Lin Dong knocked on Lin Guofeng's bedroom door. "Dad, what is it?" "I'm going to sleep," Lin Guofeng replied irritably. Lin Dong glanced at the clock. It was only 8 o'clock, far too early for sleep. Clearly, Lin Guofeng didn't wish to engage with him. "Dad, I plan to return. I'm going back to Linjiao village to seek revenge on Wang Lu. He broke your leg, so I'll break both of his. I want him to crawl from now on." These were mere provocations. Lin Dong had no intention of engaging in such reckless actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of someone throwing off the blankets, and heavy footsteps approached him. The door creaked open with a groan. Lin Dong, witnessing the success of his scheme, could not help but reveal his bright white teeth. "Father, you finally..." Before Lin Dong could finish his sentence, Lin Guofeng delivered a resounding slap across his face. "You insolent brat, what are you saying? Do you wish to throw your life away? Your mother and I have toiled tirelessly to raise you, and we are still working ourselves to the bone in East City. What for? For you? Nonsense. Do you even comprehend the power of Wang Lu? You still dare to entertain the thought of breaking his legs?" Lin Guofeng bellowed. Though he had just been struck, Lin Dong felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that his father was merely concerned for his safety, fearing that he might truly confront Wang Lu. Consequently, Lin Dong refrained from directly inquiring about Wang Lu's influence. Otherwise, his father would dismiss it as a matter too grave for a child to meddle in. Feigning anger from the slap, Lin Dong retorted fiercely, "What's the matter? When Wang Lu is alone, I could easily take him down, and if I wanted to, I could kill him without hesitation." "You dare, you little rascal," Lin Guofeng exclaimed, growing agitated, as he removed his shoe, ready to strike Lin Dong again. In turn, Lin Dong, his temper flaring, flung open the door and prepared to storm out. "You stop right there. If I cannot handle Wang Lu, what makes you think you can topple him? Come back. I have a knife. I can kill him. You couldn't kill a fly. Wang Lu is always surrounded by bodyguards, even while he sleeps. You think you can kill him?" Lin Guofeng retorted, seizing a nearby broom and threatening Lin Dong with it. Fortunately, Su Mei and Lin Ling quickly intervened, preventing Lin Dong from suffering a painful beating. Seeing this, Lin Dong's temper flared further as he shouted, "Then I'll call the police. I'll have them arrest him, and once he is brought to justice, I'll find my opportunity to kill him. Humph, that scoundrel Wang Lu, if you dare report him, he will drag you down with him. He has at least 30 death warriors at his command. You, a mere lamb, wouldn't even know how you met your end." Lin Dong's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Lu possessed such formidable power. No wonder his father had been toppled by someone who appeared later on the scene. It seemed that, aside from Lin Guohong scheming behind the scenes, Wang Lu himself was a force to be reckoned with. Despite this, Lin Dong outwardly remained defiant, insisting, "Uncle Guohong can surely defeat Wang Lu." Hearing Lin Dong mention Lin Guohong, Lin Guofeng's brow furrowed slightly before he replied, "Guohong? Humph. That boy wouldn't dare confront Wang Lu. You still wish to rely on your Uncle Guohong? Dream on. Father, does that mean Uncle Guohong is in league with Wang Lu? Nonsense. They've never even met. Though your uncle may be timid, he is still a member of the Lin family. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." That was enough. Lin Dong had gleaned the information he sought. Internally, he chuckled. His tactic of provocation had indeed proven effective, easily coaxing his father into revealing his thoughts. It was truly because Lin Guofeng trusted his son too much, still viewing Lin Dong as the same reckless youth he once was, speaking without any reservations. Observing Lin Guofeng's flushed face and bulging neck, Lin Dong offered an apologetic smile. "Father, I was merely jesting with you earlier." The stubborn look that had previously adorned Lin Dong's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheerful countenance. Lin Guofeng, somewhat perplexed, felt his irritation dissipate as well. What do you mean by jesting? When did you ever dare to deceive me? Perhaps it was fear that prompted you, he retorted, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction. I told you, Wang Lu is not someone you can easily overcome without at least 1 million or 2 in assets. Lin Guofeng believed his words had resonated with Lin Dong, dissuading him from seeking revenge against Wang Lu, and he felt a swell of pride. Actually, I merely sought to extract information regarding Wang Lu from you. If I had asked directly, you would have shown concern and withheld the details, Lin Dong explained, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he exchanged glances with his sister, then beamed at Lin Guofeng's frozen expression. Father, your insights have been invaluable, thank you. With a respectful bow, Lin Dong prepared to leave with a nonchalant gait. Behind him, Lin Guofeng was seething with rage, roaring threats of vengeance against Lin Dong. While Su Mei and Lin Ling struggled to restrain him, Lin Dong, sensing the urgency, called back, Father, your naivety regarding others' intentions has its consequences. It's no wonder Wang Lu managed to outmaneuver you. With that, he dashed away. Chapter 52. Leaving home, you little rascal. Don't you dare run away. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you ungrateful child. Come back here, Lin Guofeng shouted, his voice echoing even as Lin Dong had already fled the house. Lin Dong could hear every word clearly. Chuckling softly to himself, Lin Dong thought it was inevitable. It was the rebellious phase of youth, after all. There was a peculiar sense of satisfaction in knowing that his father, who always found fault with him, was in a fit of rage. However, night had fallen, and it was past 8 o'clock. The small county town of 1998 was far less bustling than it is today, with fewer vehicles on the road. And even the buses were scarce. In Icheng, the last bus departed shortly after 7, having left most of his money with his parents. Lin Dong found himself with only 300 yuan. As for his bank card, it had long been drained by the previous Lin Dong's gambling habits. Huang Qingyun had also refrained from depositing any money into Lin Dong's account, rendering it a mere ornament. Nevertheless, Lin Dong had a plan for his late-night excursion. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He intended to return to Linjia village to visit his grandmother, Zhao Fang. Previously, he had sprinted alongside Lin Yongheng and fortuitously encountered Lin Ling, which led them to their parents' residence in Icheng. However, Lin Dong had no desire to endure such a marathon-like ordeal again. Fortunately, a vendor selling electric tricycles was still operating, and Lin Dong approached him. After an intense round of haggling, Lin Dong managed to negotiate the price of a 326 yuan vehicle down to 256, saving 70 yuan in the process. With the wind at his back, Lin Dong hurriedly rode toward Linjia village. Upon arriving home in the dim light, Lin Guohong, despite his blusterous threats to demolish Lin Dong's house, ultimately refrained from taking action out of respect for his grandmother, Zhao Fang. Should Lin Dong's dwelling be razed, his grandmother would have no choice but to reside with Lin Guohong, who is, after all, her own son. It seemed quite natural for her to stay there. Yet Lin Guohong dared not allow his mother to return. In her youth, Zhao Fang had lavished affection upon him, but the outcome had not been as he had hoped. Shortly after marrying, Lin Guohong severed ties with Lin Dong's grandmother, a decision fueled by petty squabbles where both parties held their own truths, rendering it impossible to discern right from wrong. In a fit of anger, Lin Guohong expelled her from his home. Ultimately, it was Lin Guofeng who, upon learning of the incident, silently brought his mother back home. Although Lin Guohong later visited Lin Guofeng's residence multiple times to seek forgiveness from his mother, the bond of the heart, once fractured, is not easily mended. Lin Dong's grandmother, deeply hurt, chose to ignore Lin Guohong henceforth. Lin Dong's tricycle was parked in the courtyard as he stepped into his dilapidated abode. His grandmother was, as expected, seated on the floor weaving a net. Upon suddenly looking up, she was delighted to see Lin Dong. Her emotions were a mix of joy and concern at his arrival. She hastily invited him to sit while she went to fetch him some water. Lin Dong, feeling unworthy of such treatment, quickly took the kettle from her and poured a glass for her instead. Grandmother, I plan to return to the urban district of Jinjiang early tomorrow morning. Please take care of yourself. So soon? Won't you stay a bit longer? His grandmother, reluctant to let him go, expressed her sentiments. It was no surprise. The elderly often cherished the company of their kin, finding joy in the bustling presence of their descendants. Yet, Lin Dong was resolute in his decision to leave the next day. He entrusted various matters in Jinjiang to Huang Qingyun, believing that in the short term, there should be no significant issues. However, he worried that in the long run, complexities might arise, especially with the cunning nature of city dwellers. He hoped Huang Qingyun would not be deceived by anyone. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor in his hometown, Lin Dong was internally restless, constantly fretting over Huang Qingyun's well-being. Observing his grandmother's reluctance to part, he felt a pang of emotion. Oh, by the way, I bought you an electric bike, and it's parked in our yard. If you need to transport anything, you can ride it out, or have someone help you. It's quite convenient. An electric bike? When did you buy it? Upon hearing this, his grandmother could hardly contain her excitement and quickly stood up to see it. Lin Dong thought he had made a wise purchase, one that would please her, but her subsequent words brought a tear to his eye. Hurry, hurry. Hide the tricycle first, otherwise those ruffians like Wang Lu might come to cause trouble and possibly steal this electric bike. His grandmother exclaimed, trembling as she attempted to move towards the door. Donger, I know you mean well and wish to help your grandmother, but I truly do not need such things. How about this? You hide the tricycle for now, and when your father returns home, your grandmother will present it to him in your name. What do you think? Gazing at his grandmother's gentle visage, Lin Dong couldn't help but let tears cascade down his cheeks. All right, I shall heed your advice. In the bustling and opulent city of Xinjiang, the neon lights flickered in a mesmerizing dance. Not far off, the development zone was already more than half complete, revealing a vibrant scene of prosperity. Once the development zone is fully constructed, the purified water factory owned by Huang Qingyun and Lin Dong will likely see its business at least double. Naturally, the profits will follow suit. However, Huang Qingyun seemed indifferent to such matters. Today, a man named Lin Yongheng arrived, claiming to be Lin Dong's cousin. Huang Qingyun was initially skeptical, but upon Lin Yongheng presenting photographs of himself with Lin Dong, she reluctantly opened the door. Huang Qingyun was Lin Dong's university classmate. They had made a solemn vow to one another during their studies and had even obtained a marriage certificate before graduation. Nevertheless, Huang Qingyun remained chaste, and their relationship was one of mere namesake, devoid of the essence of marriage. Lin Dong had once promised to throw a grand wedding for Huang Qingyun after graduation. Yet before he could even complete his studies, he found himself imprisoned for a violent act. This was why Huang Qingyun was unfamiliar with Lin Dong's relatives. As Lin Yongheng entered the home, he behaved with decorum, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. Huang Qingyun felt shy about revealing her identity as Lin Dong's wife, so she instead introduced herself as Lin Dong's business partner. After all, it was Lin Dong who had bestowed upon her the title of factory director. Seeing Lin Dong's trust in Huang Qingyun, Lin Yongheng divulged everything about his experiences in Iching. Huang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to bombard him with inquiries regarding Lin Dong's well-being, his safety, and his daily sustenance, leaving Lin Yongheng at a loss for answers. Chapter 53. A call from Huang Yushan. Although Huang Qingyun had only been apart from Lin Dong for 2 days, her heart was persistently burdened with thoughts of him. Yet, her stubborn and somewhat proud nature prevented her from reaching out to Lin Dong. After conversing with Lin Yongheng about Lin Dong's current situation, Huang Qingyun felt a sense of relief wash over her. As soon as she entered her room, she dove into her warm bedding. The cozy warmth enveloped her, and she buried her head in the pillow, mumbling in reluctant annoyance, "That guy, after leaving, didn't he even bother to call me back? How infuriating." Suddenly, she recalled Lin Dong's mischievous grin, his wicked smile followed by his persistent attempts to cling to her, endearing yet exasperating. Remembering this, a deep blush crept across Huang Qingyun's face. "Ah, you rogue. Fool. Big bad guy. Humph." Dingling, dingling. The sound of her phone ringing interrupted her thoughts. It was her father, Huang Yushan, calling. "Hello? Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Is there something on your mind?" "Haha, what could possibly be the matter? I just wanted to hear your voice." Huang Yushan's laughter sent a shiver down Huang Qingyun's spine. "Oh, I miss you too. Please take care of yourself. Rest assured, my dear, my health has always been quite robust." Huang Yushan resembles a benevolent father, engaging in amiable pleasantries with his daughter. Their relationship possesses a peculiar quality, as if shrouded in unspoken barriers. "Shall I retire for the night? We can discuss this tomorrow, if that suits you," Huang Qingyun suggested. Wait, she interjected, seemingly unwilling to prolong the conversation, and directly inquired, "What is it, Dad? Is there something you need?" On the other end of the line, Huang Yushan chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing major, really. With winter fast approaching, your brother's university tuition is due, and I find myself rather short on funds." Indeed, Huang Qingyun was well aware of her father's direct motives. Whenever Huang Yushan called, it was invariably about money, either requesting it or demanding it. Huang Qingyun sighed in resignation, already anticipating his request. "Dad, how much do you need for my brother's tuition?" "Not a lot, just 8,000 yuan. "What? 8,000? Huang Qingyun questioned, doubting her phone's functionality. In 1998, the maximum tuition for a university student was merely 3,000 yuan. Yet, Huang Yushan was boldly requesting 8,000 yuan under the guise of tuition. 8,000, what's the matter? Huang Yushan replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed by the exorbitant sum he had just quoted. That is far too much. Isn't the usual tuition around 3,000? Humph. Those are merely dilapidated schools cobbled together. Your brother deserves to attend a prestigious institution, Huang Yushan proclaimed with pride. But Dad, our family isn't in a position to afford that right now. You can't expect my brother to attend such elite schools. Huang Qingyun attempted to negotiate, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, Huang Yushan erupted in anger, rebuking her. What do you know, you girl? Either you provide the money, or you can forget about me as your father. With that, he abruptly hung up, leaving only the weary electronic tone echoing from Huang Qingyun's phone. What should she do now? Huang Qingyun hailed from a wealthy family, having been the cherished princess of her household, indulged by both her father and mother. However, that changed one fateful day when a man clad in a green military coat offered her father a cigarette, resembling a salesman. Subsequently, Huang Yushan became ensnared in addiction, neglecting his work and drowning in a facade of false opulence. At first, it was manageable, but as time passed, he squandered their family's considerable assets. During this tumultuous period, Huang Qingyun was still in middle school, and her father, driven by his addiction, even dragged her into selling goods. Had it not been for her mother delivering a timely slap to awaken him from his stupor, the outcome might have been dire. Ever since middle school, Huang Qingyun had bid farewell to her life of luxury, embarking on a path of hardship and labor. While studying, she had to earn her own living expenses, attending classes by day and doing needlework by night. Observing her meager existence, her roommates began to mock and ostracize her. Yet, none could fathom that in her days as a pampered young lady, Huang Qingyun's pocket money surpassed the total assets of her roommates' families. Reflecting upon the myriad experiences of her past, the hardships endured and the fatigue suffered, a subtle ache gripped her chest. Her parents seldom provided her with living expenses. Any meager surplus at home was invariably seized by her father to barter for tobacco, indulging in opium. Nevertheless, Huang Qingyun persevered, ultimately gaining admission to the university of her dreams. However, her father, still entrapped in his fantasies of wealth, callously tore up her acceptance letter and enrolled her in a university he deemed superior. Upon arrival at this esteemed institution, the exorbitant living expenses suffocated Huang Qingyun, and with her parents refusing to extend even a modicum of financial support, she was left to endure the strain alone. One cannot expect a person to be unyielding. Huang Qingyun was undoubtedly exhausting her vitality. Eventually, she could no longer bear the burden, collapsing weakly on campus, leading to a bittersweet encounter reminiscent of her student days. Lost in thought of Lin Dong, she groaned in frustration, covering her head with her hands. She had merely wished to reminisce about her family. Yet her mind wandered to him once more. What to do about that 8,000 yuan? Huang Qingyun hastily collected her thoughts, resolutely casting Lin Dong from her mind. It seemed she would have to continue working through the night, she mused aloud. Suddenly, the phone rang again. With impatience, Huang Qingyun answered, nearly leaping with excitement upon seeing Lin Dong's name flashing on the screen. Her heart leapt, and she found herself pulling Lin Dong back into her thoughts. Treating her phone as a cherished artifact, she answered the call, eager to avoid giving the impression of being overly eager, waiting for several rings before finally picking up. Chapter 54, Flattery Honestly. That Lin Dong, it's been 2 days since he left, and now he remembers to call me. Humph. Huang Qingyun huffed lightly, unable to contain her eagerness as she greeted him. Hello? Is this Miss Huang Qingyun? Hearing the familiar voice again sparked both surprise and joy within her. Clearing her throat, she feigned indifference, saying, Ahem, it's me. What's the matter? Remembered me only now? Is it that your funds are running low that you decided to call? Hey, my dear, I've been thinking about you the whole time I've been away. I can't stop missing you. It's even made me lose weight. Perhaps it's your irresistible charm that has captivated me. Just remember to be responsible for me. Humph, sweet talker. Huang Qingyun blushed, muttering under her breath. Oh, by the way, my dear, you truly have a knack for foresight. Lin Dong shifted the conversation, lavishing praise upon her. Only a genius like Zhuge Liang could possess such wisdom. You're practically a celestial being. All right, enough with the flattery. If you keep praising me, I might just become arrogant. What exactly have I guessed correctly? Huang Qingyun, feeling somewhat uneasy from the compliments, covered her face with her hands. It's what you said at the beginning. What did I say at the beginning? Lin Dong's words were as cryptic as mist, leaving Huang Qingyun utterly bewildered. You initially mentioned that I lack sufficient funds, and I must admit, you guessed correctly. Hee. Lin Dong chuckled shamelessly. Humph. You've been away for so long, and now that you're out of money, You think of me. Huang Qingyun was at a loss for words, having eagerly awaited Lin Dong's call. Yet, upon his arrival, he first teased her and, after that, audaciously asked for money. Next time, when I'm on a business trip, I'll definitely call you every day. I've been thinking about you all along, truly. Huang Qingyun's words startled Lin Dong, prompting him to quickly express his determination. That's more like it. Wait, who said you should call me every day? I'm quite busy. If you really want to call me, I might be able to squeeze out some time in the evenings. Huang Qingyun nearly blurted out her true feelings, but quickly corrected herself, reminding herself to maintain some composure in front of Lin Dong. Ha ha ha, got it, my dear. I'll be sure to disturb you every evening. Lin Dong laughed heartily. You dare. Hee hee, my dear, do jot down my bank account number and transfer me 300, will you? I need it for my train ticket home tomorrow. Tomorrow? Sure. No problem. I meant the transfer machine should be usable. After a lengthy phone conversation, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun agreed to meet the following day. Huang Qingyun happily ended the call. Ah, women are easily coaxed. Lin Dong chuckled, shaking his head. He had already discerned Huang Qingyun's mood from the first few lines of their conversation. It is often said that a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Yet Lin Dong was like a magnet, effortlessly attracting all manners of needles. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was akin to stainless steel, entirely devoid of magnetism. The night passed without incident. The next morning, at dawn, Lin Dong rose early, a routine he faithfully adhered to. With ample time on his hands, he voluntarily took on the responsibility of preparing breakfast. By the time breakfast was ready, his grandmother had just awoken, timing everything perfectly. After finishing their meal, Lin Dong bid his final farewell to his grandmother. The Lin family village was quite underdeveloped, lacking any public buses, with the rare passing automobile being a novelty. However, it was still only a little past 7, and Lin Dong had no intention of heading to the bus station just yet. Navigating the familiar path, he soon arrived at Lin Guohong's doorstep. He felt a twinge of irritation towards his father for not including his elder brother in their plans. Lin Dong politely knocked on the door. The occupant inside, seemingly still in slumber, shouted towards the door. Who is it? Who's knocking? Without hesitation, Lin Dong called out. It's Lin Dong, son of Lin Guofeng, here to pay a visit. Upon hearing Lin Dong's name, the inhabitants inside could no longer remain still. Amidst a cacophony of noise, Lin Guohong hastily dressed and rummaged through his belongings for something to confront Lin Dong. In a flurry, he wielded a kitchen knife in one hand and a stick in the other, charging towards the entrance with fierce determination, fearful that Lin Dong, the audacious scoundrel, might escape. Lin Dong, you wretched brat, stand still at the door. Today, you shall face my wrath. As Lin Guohong pushed open the door, Lin Dong had already sprinted far away, leaving the entrance desolate and devoid of any presence. Only a letter lay quietly on the ground. Lin Guohong, in a state of exasperation yet helplessness, picked up the letter. It was penned by Lin Dong that very morning, primarily discussing matters concerning Lin Guohong's son, Lin Yongheng. Lin Dong cautioned Lin Guohong against casually calling his son, lest the police trace the call to the carefully concealed Lin Yongheng. Furthermore, Lin Yongheng was unable to work outside and could only rely on Lin Guohong's financial support to get by. The letter concluded with a cheeky drawing and a reminder for Lin Guohong to incinerate the paper. Lin Guohong, who had always cherished and taken pride in his son, was moved to tears upon reading the letter, although he recognized it was written by Lin Dong. The only member of the Lin family who could aid Lin Yongheng at that moment was indeed Lin Dong. The very Lin Dong, previously looked down upon, had now become the most reliable ally for his own son. This stark contrast filled Lin Guohong with guilt, yet more so, it aroused his annoyance towards Lin Dong. Taking the initiative, Lin Guohong dialed Lin Dong's phone and bluntly inquired, Lin Dong, how much do you want? What do you mean, how much? Lin Dong replied, you helped my son, how much do you wish to take? I will pay you. To Lin Guohong, despite Lin Dong's assistance to Lin Yongheng, it seemed evident that he had ulterior motives. Uncle Guohong, that's not how it is. I merely wish for our families to reconcile as before. It's not about money. Yongheng is my elder brother, and you are my uncle. For your sake, I would willingly risk everything, Lin Dong declared, filled with righteous indignation. Moreover, my father often spoke highly of you. He mentioned that you refrained from helping him to prevent the Lin family from being embroiled in this turmoil. He praised your strategic insight. Lin Dong's eloquence resembled that of a persuasive speaker, leaving Lin Guohong feeling quite pleased. However, Lin Guohong was far from naive and could easily discern that Lin Dong was flattering him. Yet, despite recognizing the flattery, he could not resist the pleasurable sensation it evoked and relished it wholeheartedly. Perhaps this was the essence of not striking a smiling face. Chapter 55. In the name of Yongheng, Lin Guohong was a perceptive man, inherently suspicious, and thus did not genuinely believe that Lin Dong intended to foster goodwill between their families. Lin Dong, how much do you want? Name your price. Uncle Guohong, I truly don't want any money. I am willingly helping my elder brother. You could deceive Lin Guofeng with that, but not me. Huh, you're overthinking it. Lin Guohong sneered, bluntly stating, I will ask you one last time. How much do you want? If not, I shall return inside now. Uncle, I genuinely do not want any money, Lin Dong responded, feigning embarrassment. Very well, I shall head back inside. Contact me if anything arises. Upon hearing that Lin Dong still refused payment, Lin Guohong was relieved. Wasn't it better that he didn't want money? He immediately turned to hang up the phone, causing Lin Dong to jump in surprise. Goodness, was he truly resolved not to give Lin Dong a single penny? Lin Dong felt a pang of despair. He was merely being polite, and he could not allow Lin Guohong to let this opportunity slip away. Uncle, I do not seek money for myself. But my elder brother Yongheng requires some living expenses. Lin Dong quickly changed his tone, continuing from where he left off. Is it unreasonable to request a bit of financial support in the name of Lin Yongheng? Besides, the poverty of the Lin family is evident to all. If Lin Dong wishes to continually host Lin Yongheng, he fears that Lin Guohong may not agree. How could his son's meals possibly match those of the Lin family? At the very least, there should be several more dishes. Oof, you rascal. I knew you were after money. Speak, how much do you desire? Lin Guohong, having discerned Lin Dong's intentions, felt a sense of smug satisfaction. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Dong replied, Uncle Guohong, the cost of living in our current hiding place is considerably high, nearly double that of our hometown. Please consider this. Double the prices at home? Where have you gone that it's so expensive? Although Lin Guohong had some wealth, he was taken aback by such exorbitant prices. We have relocated to another city for several months, until the storm at home passes, Lin Dong explained. In truth, they had merely moved from the countryside to the urban area of Jinjing City. After pondering for a moment, Lin Guohong gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, Very well. I will give you 7,000. Just place it in the crevice at your doorstep, and you may retrieve it shortly. Wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Guohong. Lin Dong exclaimed with joy, effortlessly deceiving Lin Guohong into parting with 7,000 yuan. And in the countryside, 7,000 yuan holds significant weight. Lin Dong could not contain his delight. This time, Lin Guohong had truly made a considerable sacrifice for his son, akin to shedding a layer of skin without injuring his bones. What is there to thank? You saved Lin Yongheng this time. So I shall overlook the matter of your deception from the other day. But should there be a next time, even if I cannot catch you, I will find your father to seek justice. After speaking, Lin Guohong hung up and returned to his room to prepare the money. Lin Dong then awaited the arrival of cash and the funds from the bank. Having been out for 2 days, he pondered how Huang Qingyun was faring at home. With that thought, Lin Dong stealthily climbed a large tree upon returning home. Being a cunning fox himself, Lin Dong was well aware of Lin Guohong's intentions. The last time, Lin Guohong had lost face and squandered both financial and material resources. How could he simply let it go? Lin Dong was certain that Lin Guohong would not easily forgive him. Thus, he chose a spot where he would remain unseen by Lin Guohong to keep watch. After a long wait, Lin Guohong finally arrived, holding a thick bundle wrapped in paper. As Lin Dong had anticipated, the first thing Lin Guohong did was not to place the stack of cash at the agreed location, but to look around anxiously, searching for Lin Dong. He even made a phone call in the process. Were it not for Lin Dong's foresight in silencing his phone, he might have been exposed, foiled in his scheming. Lin Guohong had no choice but to comply. After placing the money as agreed, he departed. Once Lin Guohong left, Lin Dong waited a full 2 hours before daring to descend and retrieve the money. Holding the hard-earned money of Lin Guohong, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle coldly. On the same mountain reside the foxes. What can you and I possibly discuss regarding strange stories from a Chinese studio? Presently, the connection between Lin Yongheng and Lin Guohong has been severed, and a substantial profit has been garnered. Although such measures cannot endure indefinitely, once Lin Dong encounters Lin Guohong and his son, he will find himself in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, Lin Dong harbors unwavering confidence that if, within these few months, Lin Yongheng does not convey the same information to Lin Guohong, he can entirely ensure that the father and son remain worlds apart. After all, Lin Guohong refuses to forgive Lin Dong for deceiving him, just as Lin Dong has yet to pardon Lin Guohong for disparaging his family. As the hour grows late, Lin Dong prepares to embark on his journey. He leaves behind 300 yuan for his grandmother, mindful that excessive funds might lead to complications if discovered by Wang Lu's men. Thus, he decides to retain merely 300, concerned that his elderly grandmother might hesitate to spend. Lin Dong returns to the market to purchase several kilograms of meat. Indifferent to whether their home in 1998 possesses a refrigerator, the bond between Lin Dong and his grandmother is profound. As he prepares to depart, he bids her a heartfelt farewell. With a heavy heart, he steps out of Linjia village. Gazing at the dilapidated sign of Linjia village, Lin Dong feels a mix of disappointment and helplessness. He had aspired to revitalize the Lin family and invigorate the community, yet was met with a chilling dose of reality from Lin Guohong. In his heart, Lin Dong silently vows that upon his next return to Linjia village, he will eradicate Wang Lu and his ilk, restoring justice to the world. Carrying his familiar handbag, Lin Dong strides forward without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the urban area of Jinjing City, Huang Qingyun has been waiting for the bank to open early, and after transferring the money to Lin Dong, she returns to her post. The role of a factory manager largely involves supervisory duties, aside from the occasional negotiation regarding pricing. Huang Qingyun's work has shifted away from physical labor towards managing interpersonal relationships and intellectual tasks. Although Lin Dong has yet to provide a definitive figure for her salary, it is certain that it will not be lower than that of the employees who toil tirelessly. Hello? Dad, please wait a moment. I truly have no money at the moment. Can you wait until my salary is paid? I promise to send you the money. This marks the second call Huang Yushan has made today, still seeking financial assistance from Huang Qingyun. When will you receive your salary? Do you still need to wait several more days? I need money now. Right now? Huang Yushan's tone turns unreasonable, and he shouts at Huang Qingyun. But I genuinely have no money at present. Please, just wait a little longer. Huang Qingyun pleads, feeling utterly helpless, with only 2,000 yuan left by Lin Dong. Yet, Huang Yushan audaciously demands 8,000. No matter how much Huang Qingyun's salary might be, it could never amount to 6,000 yuan. Wait. How many more days do you expect me to wait? I worked tirelessly to support you through college, and now that you have graduated, you are unwilling to lend me even a small amount. Huang Yushan's attitude is clear. He insists that Huang Qingyun immediately produce the entire sum of 8,000 yuan. Otherwise, Qingyun, you must give me the money right now. Otherwise, I shall arrange a marriage for you, and in doing so, I must collect the bride price. Huang Yushan's methods are utterly ruthless, verging on the sale of his own daughter. What? Huang Qingyun could hardly believe her ears. Is this truly her father? If you do not provide me with that 8,000, I will contact someone to have you married off. Huang Yushan enunciated each word with a chilling finality, as if it were a matter of course for his daughter to hand over her money. Please, grant me a little more time. Just 3 days, if you will. I will receive my salary soon. Huang Qingyun pleaded, desperation evident in her voice. Salary? This is only the third day Huang Qingyun has worked. Where would the money come from? Yet, even with her request for an extension, Huang Yushan remained obstinate. Impossible. You have only 2 days. If there is no money, I shall collect the bride price. Huang Yushan's tone was utterly unreasonable, and this outrageous proposition was met with such brazen conviction. Bang! With that, Huang Yushan forcefully hung up the phone, leaving no room for negotiation. Huang Qingyun's mind spun in confusion. She had no relatives in Jinjiang City, and the only friend she could count on was merely a junior employee from her former workplace. What to do? Borrow money? There was no one to lend her a dime. With a pale face, Huang Qingyun attempted to leave, but her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The bitterness within her chest erupted into tears that fell to the floor. Leave Lin Dong. Even the once heavy-drinking Lin Dong tugged at her heartstrings. How could she bear to part with him now? What emotion tethered Huang Qingyun to this man, preventing her from walking away? Sometimes, she could not discern it herself. Perhaps the memories of their university days, filled with sweet moments, had etched themselves deeply into her heart, leaving her with a unique affection for him. Lin Dong, what am I to do? Huang Qingyun murmured weakly to herself. To abandon Lin Dong for another? That was beyond her capacity, just as she felt utterly lost and trapped. A fleeting advertisement suddenly flashed in her mind. Usury. In 1998, the dangers of such lending had yet to penetrate the public consciousness. The streets were filled with advertisements for these scams, all uniformly proclaiming enticing benefits, such as low interest for larger loans and the possibility of deferred payments. But were these offers truly legitimate? Initially, Huang Qingyun was skeptical of such flowery rhetoric, yet now, feeling cornered, she realized that if she wished to remain by Lin Dong's side, she had no choice but to take this unfamiliar and perilous path into the realm of usury, a world she had never traversed nor heard discussed. Huang Qingyun had no options left. With great effort, she rose to her feet, her trembling legs barely supporting her frame, and retrieved a flyer she had received days prior from her coat pocket. With stiff, cold hands, she dialed the number listed on the flyer. Hello, is this Mr. Qinmingi? I intend to apply for a loan, Huang Qingyun said, striving to keep her voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill. All right. What services do you require at this moment? Here, we offer more loans with reduced interest. Upon hearing the mention of a loan, the man on the other end of the line perked up, greeting enthusiastically. I intend to borrow 8,000. Where can I complete the necessary procedures? 8,000. The man on the other side hesitated slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Huang Qingyun's stated amount. He cautiously inquired, "Are you in urgent need of it?" Without much thought, Huang Qingyun responded candidly, "Yes, today or tomorrow. Please make sure to transfer the money to my bank account." "Madam, 8,000 is not feasible. You might want to inquire about the minimum loan from a loan shark. Across all of Huaxia, the minimum loan is 30,000, said Qinmingi on the other end of the line. 30,000? Huang Qingyun gasped in shock. Borrowing 30,000. Does that not equate to owing someone 30,000? That's correct. I have no choice. That's the company policy. Qinmingi's tone was filled with sincerity. However, such a policy as described by Qinmingi did not exist in Huaxia. He was entirely fabricating it. I have never heard of such a policy. I will ask other loan companies. Huang Qingyun, not one to be easily fooled, quickly realized that the man on the phone was attempting to deceive her. Wait, madam. If you wish to borrow 8,000, it is not impossible, but you must inform me 3 or 4 days in advance. Since you are in a hurry for the funds, let me check if I can assist you in securing that 8,000 loan by tomorrow. Before long, Qinmingi, who initially stated that the minimum loan was 30,000, suddenly altered his claim to propose that the minimum loan could be reduced to 20,000 for Huang Qingyun's benefit. Huang Qingyun still refused. Just as she was preparing to seek alternatives, Qinmingi called back with some soft words. Thus, adhering to Qinmingi's notion of being prepared, Huang Qingyun secured a loan of 10,000. As for the contract, she and Qinmingi arranged to sign it at noon. However, Huang Qingyun remained unaware that this contract she was about to sign would later become a stumbling block for Lin Dong's ambitions in Jinjiang City. At this moment, Lin Dong was merely boarding a bus to the urban area of Jinjiang City, completely oblivious to Huang Qingyun's potential entanglement with loan sharks. Clutching the 7,000 he had deceitfully acquired from Lin Guahong, Lin Dong sat happily on the return journey. The gentle breeze outside was quite boisterous. Next, it was time to expand the number of purified water plants Lin Dong used. Purified water may only thrive temporarily, while it could yield assets worth billions. It would not establish a commercial empire akin to Lin Dong's previous life. To amass assets that dominate all of Huaxia, one must invest in various lucrative industries. Lin Dong began to contemplate which industries could yield substantial profits. Chapter 57. The dispute with the driver. The real estate market remains volatile, continuously declining. Furthermore, investing in real estate requires substantial capital. Lin Dong shook his head. Venturing into real estate at this time is rather unwise. Just then, the driver in the vehicle exclaimed, "The road ahead is under construction. I must take a detour, and you will need to pay extra, or you can get out right now." Is this not a form of coercion? The fare for the ticket had already been settled at the outset. This driver is clearly profiting for himself. Lin Dong's minibus abruptly veered off course and hastily came to a halt by the roadside. The leading driver stood up and bellowed at the passengers, those asleep, and those preoccupied with other matters, "Rise immediately. I have an announcement to make." His booming voice captured the attention of all within the vehicle. He then pointed towards the yellow construction warning sign outside and declared, "The road ahead is under repair, and I shall take a detour. However, company policy dictates that I must charge extra for fuel. Each of you must contribute an additional 3 yuan. Those unable to comply may disembark. Isn't this a blatant act of coercion?" Lin Dong furrowed his brow. The driver urged the passengers on, eager to line his own pockets. Surprisingly, not a single person stood up to oppose him. Instead, they began to dig into their wallets. 3 yuan, neither more nor less. An employee at an ordinary factory may only earn about 1,000 yuan in a month. By that calculation, 3 yuan could easily suffice for a hearty meal. This seemingly insignificant surcharge was viewed by all as a means to avert misfortune, and the driver collected the money as if it were his right. Lin Dong observed keenly, noting that the driver pocketed the cash directly into his own wallet, using the company merely as a pretext for his financial gain. "Your turn. 3 yuan. The driver swiftly approached Lin Dong for his payment. "Is this money being collected on behalf of your company?" Lin Dong retorted with a cold scoff. "Of course. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, you can get off." The driver, clearly intent on his demands, displayed an unwavering attitude. Lin Dong remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Which company? I shall inquire shortly, and once I ascertain the truth, I will give you the money." What does the company matter to you? Just pay up, or get lost. I will count to 3. Upon hearing Lin Dong's intention to contact the company, the driver immediately grew anxious. If Lin Dong were to expose his deceit, it would be disastrous. He shouted angrily, ready to resort to violence. Faced with the enraged driver, Lin Dong stood his ground, interrupting the driver, who was counting on his fingers. Enough with the counting. I have no money, only the fare for a phone call. I shall ask now. Is it called Luohang Transportation Company? Lin Dong had a habit of keeping business cards handy, and he rummaged through the dozens of cards in his wallet until he found the one for Luohang Transportation. Instead of shouting, Lin Dong's calm demeanor caused the driver's face to pale, especially upon seeing the numerous 100 yuan notes nestled within Lin Dong's wallet. The driver began to suspect that Lin Dong might be a wealthy heir pretending to experience a life of hardship. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This could very well be a misstep. The driver's initial arrogance quickly dissipated, replaced by a forced smile of appeasement. Disregarding the sight of Lin Dong's 100 yuan bills, the driver chuckled. Well, if you truly have no money, let us just forget about it. After all, we all face challenges when we venture out. I can understand that. The type of person Lin Dong detested most was precisely someone who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Had he not revealed his wallet to the driver, it was likely that the latter would still be boasting with bravado. Lin Dong shot a glare at the driver and pointed at the other passengers in the vehicle, saying, "What if any of them are from families facing difficulties? Your insistent demand for a trifling sum of 3 yuan effectively deprives them of at least one meal." As he spoke, Lin Dong busied himself with the business cards in his possession, searching for one from the driver's company. The driver, feeling desperate, attempted to restrain Lin Dong's hands. Yet, to act directly would signify a declaration of war against this affluent heir. While the driver was oblivious to Lin Dong's connections, he was acutely aware that his own meager circle of drinking companions could hardly rival the influence of a wealthy individual. What shall we do then? Should I return the money? The driver was at a loss. He bent forward, eager to hear Lin Dong's decision. Lin Dong held little interest in inflicting harm upon this supplicating figure. With a grand gesture, he calmly declared, "Return all the money to everyone." The driver hesitated, clutching the money tightly in his hand. "How? Are you unwilling? Was this money rightfully yours or obtained through greed?" Lin Dong questioned sternly. "Very well. I shall return it immediately." The driver gritted his teeth, ultimately unwilling to offend Lin Dong. "Excellent. Splendid. Thank you, my brother." Upon hearing the driver's promise to return the money, the passengers erupted with joy, showering Lin Dong with expressions of gratitude. Though the sum was trivial, it had deeply humiliated the passengers, who were acutely aware that the driver was pursuing personal gain. Yet, no one dared to speak out until Lin Dong's intervention allowed them to vent their frustrations. Observing the triumphant smiles of the passengers and the driver's crestfallen demeanor, Lin Dong offered a commercial smile in return, although his heart felt heavy. Was the service industry of 1998 reduced to such disarray? A sense of melancholy washed over Lin Dong as he reminisced about his past commercial empire, where customer satisfaction reigned supreme. In that world, the employees thrived on the foundation of customer contentment, driving the entire enterprise towards prosperity. However, now it seemed that the prevalence of unscrupulous businesses was rampant. Since his arrival, he had encountered arrogant merchants everywhere, from towns to villages, and even among the drivers of passenger vehicles, who displayed a flagrant disregard for the buyer's sentiments. With a sigh of indignation, Lin Dong realized that the corrupt practices within the service industry required his personal intervention for rectification. After returning the money to the passengers, the driver sulked back into his seat, no longer the only one harboring resentment. As the vehicle resumed its journey, the passengers laughed and chatted merrily, while the driver simmered in silence, alternating the speed of the vehicle erratically. If Lin Dong were to truly engage in the service industry, could he effectively manage employees who exhibited such tantrums in an era where the notion of the customer is king had yet to take root? It seemed the service industry might well be a vast abyss, one that could either conceal treasures or plunge into an endless void. With anger fueling his foot on the accelerator, the driver sped off, soon encountering a traffic officer. Chapter 58. Deep Affection, Darling, I am home. Lin Dong arrived home around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Due to the driver's reckless speeding, our valiant traffic officer upheld justice by detaining this individual who disregarded the lives of passengers as mere trifles. Ultimately, the wicked do receive their just deserts. Observing the driver, tears streaming down his face as the officer revoked his already limited points on his license, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief and smiled. Indeed, there remains genuine compassion in the world. However, this sentiment soon faded for Lin Dong. as there was only one traffic officer available. The officer had called for a colleague to drive the bus Lin Dong was on, to take the passengers back. Unfortunately, this route was notorious for accidents, and all other officers were occupied with various tasks. Thus, after a lengthy wait, the officer, having completed his duties, drove the bus steadily towards Jinjing City. Lin Dong finally experienced the thrill of being escorted by the police. He recounted the events, occasionally glancing at his wife's face. Huang Qingyun wore a stormy expression. She had called Lin Dong over a dozen times. However, Lin Dong's phone had died, completely evading her concern. In a state of anxiety, Huang Qingyun was on the verge of tears. Thankfully, Lin Dong's cousin, Lin Yongheng, had deceived her by saying that a significant stretch of road from Linjia village to Jinjing City lacked signal. This explanation kept Huang Qingyun from contacting the authorities. Observing Huang Qingyun's reddened eyes, Lin Dong felt both pained and warmed. Although she was somewhat angry and anxious, her predominant feeling was one of relief upon seeing Lin Dong unharmed. Huang Qingyun tossed a few admonishments about safety at Lin Dong before retreating to their bedroom. Lin Dong, thinking Huang Qingyun was merely exhausted from work, noticed her weariness after their days apart. He decided to head to the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal for her. Yet, Huang Qingyun's distress was not solely due to her concern for Lin Dong. A part of her restlessness stemmed from the high-interest debts she owed. What should I do? Lin Dong, I borrowed 10,000 yuan, she thought, shrinking beneath the covers in fear. Regret consumed her, but what could she do beyond the clutches of loan sharks? Was she truly to let her father sell her off in marriage? To marry was to be reduced to a mere commodity. Huang Qingyun could not help but weep softly at the thought. Why must she bear all this suffering? She had endured so much. Hoping Lin Dong would transform from a man enslaved by alcohol into a nurturing partner. While she felt joy in his change, she gradually noticed Lin Dong rising early and returning late, occasionally giving her money. This undoubtedly indicated that Lin Dong had found work, but with his newfound earnings, he often indulged in lavish purchases of ribs and pork. Huang Qingyun felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow, believing Lin Dong was spending all his money on her. When Lin Dong first returned home, Huang Qingyun had intended to reveal her debt predicament, but facing this hard-working man who endeavored to please her, she found it difficult to do so. She worried that if she confided in him, he would exert himself even more for her sake. But was her reluctance solely out of compassion? Perhaps she was more concerned that the man who once succumbed to alcohol and despair might return. She could endure his anger and scorn, but her deepest fear lay in witnessing Lin Dong's fall into despondency once again. No matter how challenging the circumstances may be, as long as there is hope, everything can be perceived as the darkness before dawn. Ultimately, it is the hope contained within Pandora's box that has the power to save the world. However, Huang Qingyun no longer dares to open this enchanted box. For Lin Dong has already succumbed to despair once during his imprisonment. It was the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that consumed Lin Dong, leading him to raise a decaying wine glass, drinking cup after cup. Today, Lin Dong has transformed, yet he must never allow himself to regress to his former state. Huang Qingyun silently vowed that she would bear the burdens alone, whether it be the pressure of usury or the expectations from her father. My dear, dinner is ready. Lin Dong called out to Huang Qingyun from outside. He had stewed some spare ribs in the kitchen, feeling fortunate that the weather had turned cooler. Otherwise, the meat would surely have spoiled. Lin Dong, relieved, took the ingredients out of the kitchen, preparing a meal for his beloved. Imagining Huang Qingyun savoring the fruits of his labor, Lin Dong felt no trace of fatigue from his journey, only an abundance of happiness. Perhaps, to love deeply means to constantly consider the needs of the one you cherish. Qingyun, hurry and eat while it's hot. Warm yourself, it's getting cold outside. Lin Dong's voice echoed again from outside the door, causing tears to spill from Huang Qingyun's eyes. She dared not speak, fearing Lin Dong would hear her, mock her, or worry about her. Huang Qingyun held back her sobs as tears soaked her pillow. Seeing that Huang Qingyun was still reluctant to open the door, Lin Dong suspected she was being stubborn. Qingyun, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have ignored your calls while I was at home. I should have borrowed a phone from a passerby to ease your worries. Listening to Lin Dong's repentance only intensified Huang Qingyun's tears. Just then, with a joyful exclamation, Lin Yongheng returned home. Cousin, you went out? Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yongheng nodded apologetically, offering a sheepish smile. He owed his escape from Achung to Lin Dong's intelligence, and if he were to be captured now, Lin Dong would inevitably face repercussions. Do you realize you are still wanted? You could be taken by the police at any moment. Can you please be more cautious? At the very least, take some precautions when you go out. Lin Dong sighed, feeling the weight of concern for his family. Even his cousin was a source of worry. Don't fret. I'm wearing protective gear, Lin Yongheng replied, lifting his black cap. Just a hat? You should at least wrap a scarf around your neck, wear a mask, and ideally, don a pair of sunglasses. The two brothers seemed to revert to their childhood, with Lin Dong incessantly advising Lin Yongheng, who listened earnestly. In times of crisis, it was the usually reticent Lin Yongheng who would step forward to shield his talkative younger brother from harm. Lin Dong, you've cooked? It smells wonderful. Lin Yongheng attempted to change the subject. I have prepared some braised ribs. Do indulge yourself. I shall refrain from offering further counsel. But do take care next time and refrain from gallivanting so thoughtlessly. Chapter 59. Burdened thoughts. Lin Yongheng acquiesced to join for a meal. Lin Dong lingered at the entrance of Huang Qingyun's abode for a moment longer. By the time Lin Yongheng had satisfied his appetite and retired, Lin Dong remained in anxious anticipation for Huang Qingyun to emerge. The clay Buddha still bore a flicker of irritation, and Lin Dong, having endured a day of travel, was weary. Qingyun, I have placed the ribs on the table. I shall take my leave to rest. Do remember to eat, Lin Dong remarked, leaving the bowl of soup behind as he made his way to Lin Yongheng's bedroom. There was no alternative. Sharing a room with Huang Qingyun was out of the question. Even if Lin Yongheng were amenable to it, Lin Dong would never allow it. Noticing Lin Dong return to his room, Lin Yongheng solemnly placed a hand on his shoulder. Cousin, that Huang Qingyun is your superior, is she not? You appear to be held in high regard. What leads you to believe she is my superior? Lin Yongheng's unexpected statement bewildered Lin Dong. Is she not a factory manager? Did you not mention that you are currently employed at a factory? It seems, Lin Yongheng chuckled knowingly, with an undertone of significance in his words. Unquestionably, Lin Yongheng believed that Lin Dong had secured a wealthy and influential girlfriend. Perhaps it was fortuitous, as it allowed Lin Dong to obscure his true identity. After all, a prominent tree attracts the wind. If Lin Dong's status were too elevated, it might inadvertently summon trouble from Wang Lu. Bravo. Keep it up. Your cousin is cheering for you. Observing Lin Dong's vague assent, Lin Yongheng grew increasingly animated. Delivering a playful slap to Lin Dong's shoulder, his tone infused with excitement. I was concerned that you might struggle in the city, but it seems I need not worry. You are indeed living quite freely. In 1998, the terms sugar mama and keeping were yet to be coined, and Lin Yongheng was fervently attempting to convey his thoughts. Faced with the exuberance of Lin Yongheng, Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words. Let us retire. I apologize for the inconvenience. We can share the bed, Lin Dong suggested, reclining onto the mattress. Brother, if I do not permit you to sleep with me, do you think Huang Qingyun would invite you to her room? Lin Yongheng inquired, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. I am turning off the lights now, Lin Dong replied, disregarding the question. Oh, it is quite dark. Time for slumber. Lin Dong nearly forgot that Lin Yongheng was, in essence, an extremely extroverted jester in life. However, during that time, the term jester had yet to gain traction, and scarcely anyone would have referred to him as such. Throughout the night, Lin Yongheng incessantly speculated about the relationship between Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun. Huang Qingyun must be a wealthy young lady. I recall her mentioning that you two are business partners. She must be your fiancé, right? Haha. I am particularly curious as to when you two first met. Was it during your employment? After your release? Brother, just be honest with me. Who made the first move between you two? Was it you, or did she pursue you? The barrage of questions nearly drove Lin Dong to the brink of exasperation. Fortunately, Lin Yongheng is still unmarried. Otherwise, would it not necessitate an inquiry? As the sun gradually ascends, Lin Dong's biological clock dutifully awakens him. Disturbed and disenchanted, Lin Dong remains oblivious to the hour he succumbed to slumber the previous night. Glancing at the disheveled Lin Yongheng beside him, Lin Dong is overcome with an urge to bite him. Alas, it seems prudent to prepare breakfast. In the grand scheme of existence, the well-being of one's wife reigns supreme. One cannot allow his beloved to suffer from hunger. With a forced sense of energy, Lin Dong hastens to the kitchen. By the time Huang Qingyun rises, Lin Dong and she have already finished their meal, while Lin Yongheng remains in slumber. Huang Qingyun appears somewhat listless today, likely a result of a restless night. Upon seeing Lin Dong, she pauses momentarily before reverting to her usual demeanor. Are you still angry with me? Lin Dong inquires. Not anymore, Huang Qingyun replies. Her feelings for Lin Dong since last night having become an enigma even to herself, as if she has grown numb to everything. Really? Lin Dong observes Huang Qingyun's impassive visage, his expression rife with skepticism. All right, let us hasten to work, Lin Dong exclaims, eager to avoid offending her. Noticing her surprise, he elaborates. I must have a word with Lu Chuanha. Lu Chuanha? What do you need him for? It's a secret. Lin Dong responds with a mysterious smile. He instinctively takes Huang Qingyun's slender hand, which emanates a subtle warmth within his grasp. Startled, Huang Qingyun swiftly withdraws her hand. I'm going to be late, she stammers, her gaze faltering. The words that had been lodged in her throat are swallowed back, and she resorts to the excuse of being pressed for time. Very well. My esteemed wife. Lin Dong mimics a gentlemanly bow, conveying his respect towards her. The adage that the eyes are the windows to the soul is not merely a cliché. Typically attentive to detail, Lin Dong fails to notice the turmoil reflected in Huang Qingyun's troubled eyes amidst his gallant demeanor. He eagerly opens the door for her, momentarily embodying the role of a devoted aide. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, his unflagging attentiveness only deepens Huang Qingyun's inner conflict. Her heart, laden with guilt towards Lin Dong, repeatedly questions, do I truly deserve to be treated this way? Huang Qingyun grapples with feelings of remorse, stemming from her sense of indebtedness to Lin Dong. If she continues to linger by his side, her father's harassment aside, how will she ever repay the exorbitant loan of 10,000? Miss, should we not be on our way? Lin Dong, perhaps affected by a lack of sleep, urges Huang Qingyun. Oh, yes, let us go. I was just pondering whether I had forgotten my keys, but fear not, I have them, she replies with a light laugh. Is it possible that Lin Dong remains oblivious to Huang Qingyun's peculiarities? Certainly, he is preoccupied with thoughts of how to confront Lu Chuanha. Thus, they embark for the factory, each lost in their own thoughts while engaging in awkward conversation. Qingyun, I must make a quick visit to Lu Chuanha's office. Upon arriving at the Wei processing plant, Lin Dong hurriedly strides towards the office building. Okay, you go ahead. Huang Qingyun responds, her gaze averted, unable to meet Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong strode swiftly towards the office. He knocked politely on the door. Come in. It's you, Brother Lin. I did not extend a proper welcome. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Chuanha was leisurely savoring his tea in the office. Upon seeing Lin Dong, he nearly choked on the leaves. What brought Lin Dong here so suddenly? Not even a phone call. Chapter 60. Xiangzhuang dances with a sword. Haha. Now that we're brothers, why speak of forgiveness? Lin Dong greeted with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes as he approached Lu Chuanha for a handshake. Though a handshake is a gesture of intimacy, it is not typically something two brothers would engage in. Lu Chuanha understood the underlying intent. Lin Dong aimed to establish his authority from the outset. But what could be done? In Lu Chuanha's eyes, Lin Dong remained an imposing figure, and he certainly did not wish to provoke him. Once seated, Lin Dong's previous reserve evaporated, and he casually crossed his long legs. Brother Lin, why haven't you visited the factory lately? I have often sent people to assist Director Huang. However, those junior employees cannot match your output. It takes two of them just to accomplish what you do. Lu Chuanha chuckled, using his attentiveness to Huang Qingyun as a shield, while simultaneously praising Lin Dong's efficiency. Lin Dong nodded slightly. Since Lu Chuanha was so perceptive, he decided to forego the pretense and spoke candidly. Brother Lu, what do you think of the 5 factories I have leased? Despite Lu Chuanha typically residing in his office, he was acutely aware of every nuance occurring outside. However, Lin Dong's abrupt question caught him off guard. Tentatively, Lu Chuanha inquired, are you referring to the efficiency of the factories, Brother Lin? You are utilizing the most advanced equipment in Huaxia. The efficiency is undoubtedly high. Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I am inquiring about. Lin Dong replied coldly. He had gathered ample information regarding the market's demand for purified water, which was in severe shortage, with only Lin Dong's enterprise supplying it. In such a scenario of supply and demand, competitors would inevitably emerge. Furthermore, a shrewd individual like Lu Chuanha would certainly be aware of the trade dynamics concerning Lin Dong's purified water. Cough. Your factories are indeed in high demand. To be frank, many manufacturers are envious and are preparing to venture into the purified water market. Lu Chuanha awkwardly coughed a couple of times. Approximately how many factories are considering entering the purified water sector? Honestly, I do not know. No, you must be aware. Isn't the Wei processing factory one of them? The mere mention of the Wei processing factory sent chills down Lu Chuanha's spine. Lin Dong's leased factories had trucks transporting goods daily, and it was impossible for Lu Chuanha not to covet such a thriving business. Lin Dong's words were laden with implication. Your business is flourishing. I genuinely plan to convert all the factories at Wei processing into purified water facilities, Lu Chuanha admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Truly, Lin Dong's success had sparked envy within him. You are quite candid, sharing everything with me. Lin Dong feigned sincerity. You are indeed a distinguished guest at our cotton processing factory. We are bound by honesty, as Lu Chuanha earnestly nodded and bowed. Let me put it this way. Can you guess how much our factory has earned in the past 3 days? Lin Dong observed Lu Chuanha's nervous demeanor and jested. This is corporate confidential information. How could I possibly make an accurate guess? If my estimation aligns closely with the actual figures, there might be a delightful surprise. Do you suspect that I am secretly prying into your factory secrets? I, Lu Chuanha, am as steadfast as the sun and moon. I would never stoop to such despicable acts. You must discern the truth. Lu Chuanha panicked. If Lin Dong began to doubt him, he would find himself at a loss for words. With precious jewels comes the burden of guilt. Lu Chuanha was acutely aware that any leak regarding Lin Dong's factory would implicate the cotton processing factory. After all, it was situated right next to Lin Dong's establishment. Although the cotton processing factory was leased to Lin Dong, in Lu Chuanha's eyes, the individuals behind Lin Dong seemed far more formidable than the entire cotton factory. No, rather, than dozens of cotton processing factories combined. The thought sent a chill down Lu Chuanha's spine. A soft sound echoed. A droplet of sweat fell from Lu Chuanha, resonating within the silent room as if the space itself had welcomed this foreign presence. The devilish Lin Dong, who toyed with human emotions, smiled knowingly. It appeared that he would not reveal the truth unless Lu Chuanha laid everything bare. Lin Dong continued from where he left off. No, I do not suspect you. I merely perceive you as a person of great potential and wish to invite you to join us. Lin Dong's face radiated warmth as he gazed at Lu Chuanha with a smile that straddled the line between jest and sincerity. Pardon? Lu Chuanha was genuinely bewildered. How could he have gone from the icy depths of despair to basking in the warmth of the sun in mere moments? Accustomed to Lin Dong's previously frigid demeanor, Lu Chuanha now found his seemingly harmless visage somewhat unsettling. Stammering, Lu Chuanha inquired, Join what? Would you like to partake in our pure water production? I am planning to expand the factory again. Lin Dong replied, his demeanor calm and intriguing. But I lack sufficient savings. My salary is entirely consumed by my mortgage. Lu Chuanha exclaimed, then abruptly halted, as if struck by a sudden realization. He quickly added, however, I could offer you a discount on the factory rental. Though it may not be substantial, I assure you the price is well within my authority. Splendid. How many factory spaces does your cotton processing factory currently possess? I intend to acquire them all. Give them to me at the lowest possible price. Lin Dong clapped his hands, clearly relishing the ease of negotiating with an astute individual. All at the lowest price? Lu Chuanha nearly sputtered in shock. If everything were to be at the lowest price, he might as well forego his salary altogether. Our company is at a pivotal moment of expansion. If you are willing to offer us the lowest price, Lin Dong lowered his voice, scanning the surroundings. I can, on behalf of Li Changyong and others, grant you a 10% share. As for whether you desire more, is that truly the case? A glimmer of avarice sparked in Lu Chuanha's eyes as he eagerly pressed for more details. A gentleman's word is his bond. This afternoon, the contract can be signed. Lin Dong immediately assured. I understand. I will arrange the factory for your esteemed company right away. Lu Chuanha swallowed hard. If all the premises of the Wamian processing plant were allocated to Lin Dong's pure water enterprise, he could certainly reap considerable profits. In contrast, the original boss of the Wamian processing plant, who had exploited Lu Chuanha and other employees, was notoriously stingy, unwilling to part with even 1% of the shares to share with his workers. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was offering him 10% of the shares, Lu Chuanha could barely contain his excitement and immediately rose to arrange the factory for Lin Dong. Chapter 61. The intent of Pei Gong. By now, Lin Dong's intentions were evidently clear. He aimed to recruit Lu Chuanha into his camp. Lu Chuanha, being a perceptive individual, eagerly set off to handle the leasing procedures for Lin Dong. Seated on the sofa, Lin Dong retrieved the transfer contract for his company's shares from his briefcase. To cultivate relationships, Lin Dong had prepared several versions of the share transfer contracts, whether it was a 10% or a 5% share transfer. As long as he retained 50% of the shares to maintain his position as the major shareholder, everything else could be negotiated. As for the remaining 50%, it could be casually utilized to win over hearts. The art of warfare lies in the element of surprise. Lin Dong's true intentions were concealed until the end. This strategy is commonly employed in negotiations. When one's goals are revealed, it is crucial to instill a sense of awe in the opponent. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and the astute Lin Dong had previously driven Lu Chuanha to tears with his silent bargaining. This time, leveraging shares. He not only reduced the price, but also unearthed a talent like Lu Chuanha for his company. However, is Lin Dong's only goal to poach Lu Chuanha and expand his factory scale? To view it this way would be to underestimate Lin Dong significantly. When Lin Dong visited the Wamian processing plant, He had already posed a challenging recruitment task for the old employees. From that moment, he harbored ambitions of acquiring the Wanyan processing plant. Nevertheless, aspirations aside, Lin Dong had been patiently waiting for the opportune moment to execute his plan, which hinged on the strengthening of his existing capabilities. Only with enhanced strength would others rally to his side. This was precisely why Lin Dong sought to secure Lu Chuanhe with a mere 10% of the shares. Lu Chuanhe, being astute, naturally discerned Lin Dong's determination to devour the Wanyan processing plant. "Brother Lin, it's done. I have prepared the documents." Lu Chuanhe respectfully presented the leasing contract to Lin Dong, awaiting the signatures of both parties. Lu Chuanhe was also thoroughly fed up with the original boss of the Wanyan processing plant, seizing the opportunity of his last control over the plant. He vented his frustrations by setting the price of each factory at 1,000 yuan. Moreover, Lu Chuanhe unveiled the hidden private factories of the Wanyan processing plant. In total, there were 11 additional processing plants. Lin Dong could hardly contain his laughter upon seeing this. He had stumbled upon an extraordinary bargain. As for the financial matters, Lin Dong had perused the ledger maintained by Huang Qingyun, discovering that a single barrel of purified water could fetch as much as 8 yuan. Over the course of a day, 5 factories could produce an astonishing 2,000 barrels of purified water. Upon meticulous calculation, the daily profit amounted to nearly 16,000 yuan. Over the past 3 days, Huang Qingyun had amassed approximately 48,000 yuan, coupled with the 7,000 yuan Lin Dong had acquired from Lin Guohong. He now possessed a total of 55,000 yuan. Tax filings could wait until the end of the month, and Lin Dong had yet to hire an accountant, leaving many expenses unaccounted for. Thus, it was prudent to utilize the entire sum of 55,000 yuan directly. Making the money work for him was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "Lu, could you check if the large distillation apparatus I previously purchased is still available? I cannot solely rely on having factories." "Of course, Lin Gu. I will inquire immediately. But it may take a few days to gather detailed information. It seems that your 11 new factories will require 22 units of equipment." Lu Chuanhe replied before rushing out to ascertain the quantity of distillers needed. As for where Lu Chuanhe intended to inquire, that was a secret of his own. As he relied on such data to maintain his position, further probing from Lin Dong might lead to dissatisfaction. Respecting employees goes beyond mere surface-level acknowledgement. It necessitates honoring their privacy as well. "Lin Gu, I have made arrangements, and within 2 days, we will have clarity on all information regarding the distillers, including suppliers and origins, ensuring everything is thoroughly understood." Lu Chuanhe assured with a pat on his chest. "Excellent. I knew I had made the right choice in you." With Lu Chuanhe as such an informed subordinate, Lin Dong's plans to form an intelligence-gathering team could now be postponed. "Lin Gu, would it be possible for you to allocate some shares of your company to me?" "Oh, this? Here, take this contract, and let us sign today." "All right, thank you, Lin Dong, for your generosity." Lu Chuanhe joyfully signed the share transfer contract, and Lin Dong equally delightedly signed the lease for the processing plant. Observing Lu Chuanhe prepare to transition from the Wanyan processing plant to Lin Dong's enterprise, Lin Dong couldn't help but ponder. Henceforth, Lu Chuanhe's heart might reside with Lin Dong. Even while physically at Wanyan, Lin Dong gazed with satisfaction at the contract in his hands, realizing he was making a substantial profit. As the rent for each factory was merely 1,000 yuan, Lu Chuanhe need not fear termination by his previous employer. In fact, he somewhat wished to be dismissed immediately, allowing him to roam freely within Lin Dong's enterprise. Currently, the entirety of the Wanyan processing plant's facilities had been leased by Lin Dong, effectively swallowing the entire establishment. The next step was to procure additional large distillation apparatuses. Though these items came at a considerable price, Lin Dong believed that investing in them would be well worth it. Judged solely on safety and efficiency, they far surpassed ordinary distillers. "Lin Gu, we still have 2 of those large distillation units at our factory. Would you like to install them and commence operations tomorrow?" Lu Chuanhe inquired. The 2 distillers were the ones Lin Dong had left behind during his previous purchase. Unexpectedly, they have now come in handy. "All right, let's finish the installation as soon as possible." Lin Dong nodded, acknowledging the task. "Understood. I will pay you in full for all 11 distillers this time. Ensure everything is arranged within the next 2 days. As for the quantity of distillers needed elsewhere, I require a detailed count and their procurement speed." A cold aura emanated from Lin Dong, signaling his unwavering determination. Undoubtedly, he intended to monopolize the entire purified water industry in Xinjiang City. To achieve greatness, one must first prepare the tools. Should Lin Dong acquire all the finest distillers, others wishing to enter this industry would find themselves outmaneuvered by him. As for the workforce, arrange it promptly, prioritize experienced employees, whether hired from elsewhere or through other means. The 11 new factories must commence production without delay. Lin Dong's commanding presence was akin to that of an emperor gracing the commercial realm. And Lu Chuanha sensed that aligning with this new boss was indeed his wisest decision. Chapter 62. A return home. Throughout the day, Lin Dong busied himself with expanding the internal and external affairs of his enterprise. With the growth of the company, everything must fall into place. It was time to contemplate a name for the enterprise. Lin Dong mused. Thus far, his business lacked a definitive title, with contracts ambiguously referring to it as the purified water industry under Lin Dong. After selling the purified water, the funds from the buyer were deposited into a bank card. Huang Qingyun, a person of integrity, had never considered tapping into that account, even amidst the looming threat of loan sharks. One could only wonder how she would feel knowing that the card belonged to Lin Dong. Trust is paramount in employing others. To demonstrate his confidence in his staff, Lin Dong retrieved a bank card worth tens of thousands from his safe. Lu Chuanha, this card is now entrusted to you. It currently holds 55,000 yuan. Take it and handle all matters accordingly. I shall refrain from intervening. Lin Dong smiled as he handed the card to Lu Chuanha. No. I can't accept this. Lu Chuanha quickly waved his hands. 55,000 is a sum many have never encountered. Just take it. I will need your assistance later. It's not as if I am gifting you this money, Lin Dong replied in a half-joking tone. But, no buts, otherwise. Will you be paying out of your own pocket for those tasks? Lin Dong chuckled heartily. This playful banter left Lu Chuanha in a quandary. Accepting the card felt burdensome, yet declining it was equally difficult. The card symbolized not just Lin Dong's trust, but also the weight of responsibility it carried. Should anything happen to the card, Lu Chuanha would be the first to answer for it. Of course, greater responsibility also entails greater authority. The hot potato had just landed in Lu Chuanha's hands after his transition. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your trust. I will ensure everything is handled impartially, without seeking any personal gain. Ha, I believe in you. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted the lifeblood of this enterprise to you. Lin Dong forcefully patted Lu Chuanha's shoulder, offering him encouragement. Lu Chuanha's eyes glistened with emotion. You are the first leader I have encountered who dares to place such profound trust in their subordinates. Oh, what about your previous superiors? Lin Dong inquired with keen interest. Them? They regard their power and wealth as if they were their very lives. Any small favor they grant us must be paraded about for 10 days or half a month, and when the time comes to truly bestow upon us some benefits, who knows if they will actually deliver? Rest assured. Under my leadership, rewards and punishments are clearly defined. Those who contribute will be rewarded, while those who err will face consequences. Lin Dong could not help but laugh heartily at Lu Chuanha's description of other company leaders. How could a boss delay benefits for their subordinates? If such delays occurred, it would transform a raise into merely a repayment. Lin Dong felt a surge of joy, delighted that he had a group of individuals who scarcely understood how to manage a business to serve as rivals. If he did not seize this opportunity for a grand endeavor, it would be a disservice to his former standing. You handed me your bank card without hesitation. And Director Huang, too, promised salary increases immediately by adjusting the contract. Leaders as forthright as you are truly rare. Lu Chuanha continued, his eyes still glistening. From now on, I shall follow you and repay your trust. Do your best. Just don't let me down. Yes, I will speak with my colleagues and encourage them to join your enterprise. Lu Chuanha bowed deeply to Lin Dong and hurriedly left. In this era, leaders who empathize with their subordinates and offer generous salaries are exceedingly rare. Huang Qingyun is a leader who understands the plight of grassroots workers, while Lin Dong is one who cares for management at all levels. Lu Chuanha returned with several other members of the management team from the cotton processing factory. Each individual Lu Chuanha recommended was treated with respect by Lin Dong, who arranged for private meetings. The oppressed workers of the cotton processing factory were deeply moved to see a leader who valued them so highly. Moreover, Lin Dong proposed salaries that were even higher than their previous wages. In an instant, many from the management team of the cotton processing factory pledged their allegiance. By the end of the morning, Lin Dong had effectively garnered the trust of a significant portion of the cotton processing factory's personnel. If he could consolidate the entire management team, the grassroots workers would undoubtedly follow suit. Furthermore, Lin Dong's approach was characterized by prudence. With Huang Qingyun there to offer reassurance to the grassroots workers, there was no fear of dissent against Lin Dong's group. If the intention was to permanently seize this place, one must consider the original owners of this domain. Some matters cannot be rushed. Lin Dong's fist can strike out and retract just as easily. Throughout the day, Lin Dong received one employee after another in Lu Chuan's office seeking consultations. By the time he found a moment of respite, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Brother Lu, do you have any more talents to recommend to me? Lin Dong, who had not even taken a lunch break, seized every opportunity to discuss matters with employees. Not at the moment. Perhaps you should take a break. Lu Chuan has suggested, retrieving Lin Dong's lunch from the tea table nearby. It was a simple boxed meal, consisting of 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Lin Dong received the meal with a grateful nod and devoured it voraciously, his gaze fixed intently on the door, resembling a ravenous wolf. If anyone were to enter at that moment, he would undoubtedly shove the food aside and return to his work. As the saying goes, when Duke Zhou fed his guests, the world was united in loyalty. Observing Lin Dong's pitiful state, Lu Chuanha couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Brother Lin, do take your time eating. We'll be off work soon. I'll treat you to dinner. No, I still need to discuss some business matters with Director Huang Qingyun. Lin Dong replied. Lu Chuanha sighed quietly, deeply admiring Lin Dong. This is what a true leader looks like. Even after hours, he remains diligent in his duties. What Lu Chuanha was unaware of was that Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun were husband and wife. Lin Dong's intention to meet with her could easily be interpreted as a desire to spend more time with his spouse. Left alone, touched by the situation, Lu Chuanha was oblivious to Lin Dong's plans to invest a portion of funds into the service industry. After all, money is often the most tempting of all. Once Lin Dong finished his meal, he lingered in the office for a moment longer, ensuring that his tasks were completed before he allowed himself to leave. Finally, he could see Huang Qingyun. With a sense of relief, Lin Dong hurried towards the factory where she was located. Director Huang, I've come to find you. He called out as he swaggered into the factory like a brigand. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Is he here looking for trouble? It was no wonder. Young and beautiful, the petite Director Huang surely attracted her fair share of ill-intentioned individuals. The factory's veteran employees began to murmur about Lin Dong. Unperturbed by their chatter, he strode confidently, relishing the attention. Lin Dong sought to exploit this opportunity, employing a different guise to gauge the employees' attitudes towards Huang Qingyun while they remained unaware of his true identity. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s blocked Lin Dong's path, questioning him. Hey, what do you want? What business do you have with Director Huang? Where's Huang Qingyun? What do you want? All you need to do is tell me where she is. Why all the fuss? Lin Dong had perused the factory's blueprints countless times and knew precisely where the director's office was located. Nevertheless, he maintained a defiant demeanor, neck outstretched, casting a disdainful glance at the man before him. The older man frowned, raising his voice. Fine. I'll assume you're here to cause trouble. Security. Security. Lin Dong nearly choked in disbelief. Typically, one would expect to encounter a hot-headed individual in such situations. Yet this man was clearly not following the script. Wait. Don't call security just yet, he protested. Huang Qingyun owes me money. Bring her out. How much does she owe you? Wait until after work. We have half an hour left. The man began to turn away. Wait. I doubt you have the courage to stop me. Lin Dong taunted. Security. There is someone here who isn't following the rules. Thus, Lin Dong was escorted out by 2 security guards. Truly, as expected from an employee nurtured by Qingyun, he proved to be quite challenging. Lin Dong felt a pang of embarrassment. What was this? Was it a show of support for Huang Qingyun from the staff? Nevertheless, the 2 security guards hired by Qingyun were commendable. After all, a girl should indeed be afforded more protection. Squatting at the entrance, Lin Dong spoke to himself with a hint of melancholy. In truth, he felt a sense of gratitude when that elderly gentleman halted him earlier. It signified that someone had been touched by Qingyun's kind-heartedness and was genuinely willing to follow her. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he circumvented the guards and re-entered the factory. This time, he proceeded without pretense, making his way toward the director's office with familiarity. With a bang, he pushed the door open and plunged inside. Qingyun, have you missed me? Huang Qingyun, engrossed in the recent orders she held, was startled by Lin Dong's sudden intrusion, nearly dropping the documents. Lin Dong, she exclaimed, puzzled. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to check on my beloved wife? Lin Dong replied with a mischievous grin. You. Huang Qingyun sighed with a resigned smile, appearing somewhat better than she had in the morning. Why did you follow me to the factory? You still haven't informed me about your current job. In recent days, Lin Dong had been extraordinarily busy, preoccupied with navigating various social intricacies while contemplating how to expand his enterprises. As for Huang Qingyun, their interactions primarily revolved around playful banter and romantic exchanges. He rarely presented himself seriously, let alone share the details of his current situation with her. Didn't I mention before? He said. Brother Li Changyong recognized my character and talent and wants to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. He advised me to find someone capable of managing these 5 factories. As for my position, Brother Li hasn't disclosed that to me yet. Lin Dong refrained from divulging the truth to Huang Qingyun, not out of fear that she would become arrogant upon learning of his investments, but rather out of concern that she might be anxious about potential losses. In the mercantile world, fortunes can rise and fall. He worried that if any setbacks occurred, it could dampen her spirits, perhaps even leading to depression. Despite being only 22, Lin Dong's mindset was akin to that of a seasoned veteran, well acquainted with the capricious nature of life. Often appearing flustered, he remained composed beneath the surface. Huang Qingyun listened in silence until she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Lin Dong, I believe Li Changyong might be testing you." "Testing me?" Lin Dong chuckled, amused that his fabricated story could garner such insights from her. "Consider this," Huang Qingyun articulated deliberately. "Li Changyong has neither granted you authority nor financial resources. He merely asked you to find someone to take on the director's role. This suggests he either wishes to gauge your ambition for the position or assess your ability to identify a suitable candidate who can lead effectively." Lin Dong erupted into laughter, realizing that Huang Qingyun was indeed perceptive and astute. "How are the employees? Do they still respect you? If there is anything troubling, do let me know. I possess no remarkable talents. Yet if someone were to provoke you, do not hesitate to confide in me. At least it would bring you some comfort." Lin Dong jested. Unbeknownst to Huang Qingyun, Lin Dong was, in fact, the highest authority in this establishment. Should anyone dare to incite Huang Qingyun's ire, Lin Dong would undoubtedly dismiss them without hesitation. "Do not say such things. It was you who assisted me in attaining my position as director," Huang Qingyun replied, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Lin Dong's self-deprecation. Lin Dong, upon hearing this, felt a swell of delight within. "So, you do acknowledge my merits, then?" "Well, just a little," Huang Qingyun stammered. "Ha ha. To hear even a hint of praise from your proud lips fills me with immense gratitude." Lin Dong laughed heartily. After all, if this proud individual were to recognize Lin Dong's virtues, it would undoubtedly mean that he had truly won a significant place in her heart. Anticipating a minor outburst from Huang Qingyun, Lin Dong was instead met with a bewildered expression. "What does proud mean?" Lin Dong faltered, having forgotten that the vocabulary of 1998 was rather limited, and the term proud had yet to gain widespread familiarity. Thus, he exerted considerable effort to explain the concept of proud to Huang Qingyun, who, predictably, flushed upon being described as such. "Who is proud? You insolent fool. I shall ignore you today." "Ah, now that feels more normal, doesn't it? Have I perhaps gone too far in teasing you?" Observing Huang Qingyun sulking and turning away, a glimmer of moisture in her eyes, Lin Dong's triumphant grin swiftly morphed into a rueful smile. "Oh no, I must appease her now." Chapter 64. The proud young lady, stay away from me. "I do not wish to engage with you." Huang Qingyun crossed her arms, refusing to acknowledge the individual who had just mocked her and now dared to approach her again. "Do you truly dislike me so?" Lin Dong feigned a wounded demeanor. "Indeed, I do," Huang Qingyun replied without a moment's hesitation, while she claimed to abhor him. In truth, she found herself quite fond of this occasionally humorous and affectionate Lin Dong. Alas, her proud disposition would not permit her to admit it. This is not quite how Lin Dong envisioned the script would unfold. Indeed, Huang Qingyun had grown wise to Lin Dong's antics, quickly discerning that he was merely putting on an act, regardless of how much she insisted she despised him. Lin Dong nonetheless accurately detected the faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Hey, it is rather unkind to deceive, you little proud princess." As Lin Dong moved to embrace Huang Qingyun, intending to playfully tease her, the door creaked open. A towering figure, a man of considerable stature, entered the room, and it appeared that fate had conspired against Lin Dong, for this was none other than the man who had been ridiculed earlier. Upon witnessing Lin Dong leaning over Huang Qingyun, the man's expression darkened. He swiftly advanced, shoving Lin Dong aside and positioning himself protectively in front of Huang Qingyun. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. It is a misunderstanding," Lin Dong exclaimed, panic evident on his face. "Humph, who is misunderstanding anything?" The burly man, unyielding, wasted no time and proceeded to call the authorities. "No, I am Huang Qingyun's husband. Hello? Is this the police? A person has intruded into our factory, behaving inappropriately towards our manager. Initially, it seemed he had come to demand payment from our manager, but now it appears he has ulterior motives, driven by lust." "No, that is not the case. I have shared the same room with your manager. We are genuinely married. Yet, he continues to act lewdly, claiming he desires to share a room with our manager. What is happening? Is the situation becoming increasingly dire? By the time the police arrived, they took Lin Dong away for charges of indecency, leaving him utterly bewildered. He sat in the police car, experiencing a rather unexpected tour of the precinct. If there is any lesson for Lin Dong from this incident, it is to remember to lock the door if he intends to engage in such behavior in the future. When Lin Dong was bailed out by Huang Qingyun, it was already past 7. She had finished work and took the opportunity to rescue him. Qingyun, why didn't you say anything when I was taken away by the police? We could have avoided so much hassle. Lin Dong grumbled as he plopped down on the sofa. I clarified the situation for them. Regardless of what I did, they would have come anyway. Huang Qingyun replied with a hint of exasperation. Lin Dong felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. What a peculiar logic Huang Qingyun had. Whose wife is she really? Amused by Lin Dong's disgruntled expression, Huang Qingyun burst into a melodic laugh. You always bully me. How do you feel now? I knew you were just joking. Lin Dong protested, though inwardly, he felt elated. Huang Qingyun, teasing him, signified that she was gradually lowering her guard. Since when did you become so playful? Learning from you. They exchanged playful banter, their relationship blossoming beyond measure. However, it seemed Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun had forgotten there was another person in the house. In the bathroom, Lin Yongheng listened intently to their flirtations outside, his face contorted in discomfort. What should I do? Should I go out? Will I interrupt them? He remained squatting there, his legs growing numb, too timid to emerge. Qingyun, what do you think we should name our pure water company? It needs a name, after all. Li Changyong had suggested they brainstorm together. A name with significance, yet not too conspicuous. Huang Qingyun pondered, her expression suddenly shifting. Lin Dong, is your brother still at home? Why? Are you worried someone might discover your pride? As Huang Qingyun appeared ready to sulk again, Lin Dong quickly reassured her, don't worry. My cousin is likely out and about. He can't stand staying at home. I've learned from my experience at the detention center. I locked the door and even checked our room. There's no one here. Lin Dong mischievously glanced at Huang Qingyun. Had Huang Qingyun known that there were still others in the restroom, she would undoubtedly have loathed herself for not allowing Lin Dong to glean some lessons during his time in detention. Huang Qingyun buried her head in Lin Dong's embrace, when suddenly a loud thud resonated. Qingyun, are you a bit hard-headed? Did you injure yourself? I didn't hit you. If I had, wouldn't you feel pain? The source of the sound drew both of their heads towards the restroom, where it seemed someone had fallen. 10 minutes later, Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng sat across from each other, while Huang Qingyun sat to the side, blushing furiously. My apologies, did I interrupt you? Lin Yongheng quivered his leg, which had long since lost sensation. Not at all. It seems we are the ones who have disturbed you. Lin Dong replied sheepishly, glancing at Huang Qingyun. She was leaning on the table, seemingly oblivious, murmuring, so embarrassing, sister-in-law. Are you all right? I promise to step out for a walk at this hour next time. In a surprising twist, Lin Yongheng, the supposed victim, began to console Huang Qingyun. No, it's our fault. You needn't be so polite. Huang Qingyun quickly regained her composure, waving her hands dismissively. Qingyun, does this mean you've accepted my brother's term of endearment for you? Just as Huang Qingyun was regaining her wits, Lin Dong leaned in again, delivering another playful jab. Don't say that. Sister-in-law has a rather subdued temperament. Your words might put her in a difficult position. Lin Yongheng chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. With a clatter, Huang Qingyun, who had just regained her senses, again buried her head on the table, ceasing all thought. Sister-in-law, are you all right? It was unclear whether Lin Yongheng's words were intentional or accidental, but each remark struck deeply at Huang Qingyun's proud, tender heart. I'm fine, she responded, roused once more, observing his beloved's endearing disposition. Lin Dong clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, I've got it. Our company shall henceforth be named Cloud Pride Company. Chapter 65. The Birth of Cloud Pride. Great. Wonderful. Lin Yongheng was the first to applaud, gazing down from the clouds, reveling in our pride. What poetic flair. Lin Dong swayed his head, savoring the name he had conjured. Your cousin is truly talented. Such a splendid name, conjured so effortlessly. Not at all. It's all thanks to your sister-in-law. Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng, as true brothers, harmonized in their banter, rendering Huang Qingyun's face a tapestry of crimson and pale hues. Lin Dong, finally unable to bear it any longer, Huang Qingyun playfully chided, if you keep this up, She sought to express her frustration, yet from across the table, a pair of brilliantly shining eyes were fixed intently upon her, harboring a hint of anticipation, as if eager to witness the affectionate exchanges between Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun. What to do? She couldn't possibly express her discontent about Lin Dong in front of his cousin. What is it, my dear? Please, continue. Lin Dong, As if already aware of Huang Qingyun's hesitation, unabashedly teased from the side. I'll head back to my room. Huang Qingyun's face flushed with embarrassment as she stormed off to her own quarters, leaving Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng outside, erupting in raucous laughter. As Lin Dong found himself in a rather tumultuous predicament, Huang Qingyun was gnashing her teeth, clutching her pillow tightly, occasionally sinking her teeth into it. Unbeknownst to her, the apartment she shared with Lin Dong was far from soundproof. The sounds from outside permeated the walls with startling clarity. This reality had already been vividly experienced by Lin Yongheng, who was in the restroom at that moment. Brother, your girlfriend seems quite fond of you. I must admit, I envy you. I hope to find a virtuous and beautiful girlfriend for myself someday. Lin Yongheng sighed contentedly while reclining in his chair. Hey, don't blame me for being the first to find love. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. Come on, tell me how you managed to woo Huang Qingyun. Upon hearing this topic, Lin Dong perked up instantly, disregarding the truth of his claims, and began to boast. Me pursuing Huang Qingyun? Brother, you're underestimating me. With my charm. It was actually Huang Qingyun who pursued me. Oh, pray elaborate, he urged. Well, it all started when I was the star of the campus. The one and only Lin Dong. He recounted with exuberance, his eloquence painting a vivid picture of his university life for Lin Yongheng. Huang Qingyun, on the verge of tears, could only endure Lin Dong's fanciful narratives. After half an hour of torment, she found herself wanting to burst through the door to interrupt Lin Dong's daydreaming, but alas, Lin Yongheng was present. Finally, when Lin Dong had satisfied his storytelling, he contentedly rose to prepare a meal. As Lin Dong approached Huang Qingyun's room to knock once more, both he and Lin Yongheng finally recalled the concept of soundproofing. This time, regardless of how fervently Lin Dong knocked, Huang Qingyun was resolute in her refusal to emerge. Fortunately, Huang Qingyun had a good temperament and only occasionally indulged in minor tantrums. Otherwise, Lin Dong might have found himself in quite a predicament. Observing Lin Dong's situation, Lin Yongheng mistakenly believed his cousin was exhibiting a commendable sense of pride in his role as a kept man. With no response to his knocking, Lin Dong, in utter exasperation, left the meal on the table outside and resigned himself to sleep. At dawn, Lin Dong awoke to tidy up the dishes, only to find that Huang Qingyun had devoured every morsel of food in the bowl. Gazing at the leftover carrots and the bones in the trash, Lin Dong chuckled to himself. This little one is still picky with her food. However, last night had not been devoid of success. The three of them, Lin Dong, Lin Yongheng, and Huang Qingyun, had convened to decide on the name for Lin Dong's enterprise, Yun Ao Liability Company. Darling, rise and shine. Lin Dong eagerly knocked on Huang Qingyun's door after preparing breakfast. Her voice drifted from within, sounding somewhat reluctant. I'll eat in a moment. You go ahead and busy yourself. She was likely still mulling over Lin Dong's boastful tales from the previous day. Lin Dong chuckled to himself, replying casually, what perfect timing. I have nothing pressing today, so I'll wait for you at the dining table. There might be something interesting on television at this hour. With a creak, the door swung open. Huang Qingyun looked at Lin Dong with a hint of disdain, her delicate features marred by displeasure. Who was it that claimed they were the one pursuing whom? Of course, it was I who pursued you, my dear. To win your heart. I have put forth no small effort. Who then do you refer to as the tsundere little princess? Certainly not you, my beloved. Your icy demeanor undoubtedly exudes the allure of a frigid beauty, keeping others at bay. What nonsense are you uttering? The silver-tongued Huang Qingyun blushed once more, flustered by Lin Dong's teasing. After finishing her meal, Huang Qingyun departed for work. Lin Dong gazed at the still slumbering Lin Yongheng and sighed. He shook his head as though to cast off the weight of fatigue. With a loud exclamation, Lin Dong gave himself a mental boost. A new day awaits. Time to lift his spirits. Lin Dong. Lin Yongheng merely turned over, continuing to sleep soundly. Initially, Lin Dong had intended to discuss some matters with Lin Yongheng. But after pondering, he decided to leave a note beneath Lin Yongheng's bowl. He stepped outside with a hearty laugh. We are not mere weeds. A visit to the talent market is now imperative. Yun Ao Responsibility Company, Limited is poised to commence its operations. 16 factories dedicated to the production of pure water. With this support, Lin Dong could finally stand a little taller. The birth of Yun Ao Company would inevitably bring forth a multitude of affairs. Relying solely on Lin Dong to manage them would not only drain his energy and intellect, but also hinder his progress. Only by acquiring sufficient talent and stabilizing his foundation could he extend his reach and explore larger markets. Lin Dong understood that a resurgence in housing prices was imminent. The coming spring would herald a season of revival, a prime opportunity for Lin Dong to amass wealth. This opportunity must not be squandered. Subsequently, the market in Huaxiao would flourish like bamboo shoots after a rain, with businesses of all sizes emerging. Companies such as Lingyu Jewelry, Shiwei Food Company, Limited, Maudi Real Estate Company, Limited, and Pinwagia Clothing Company, Limited would soon take center stage. However, as a time traveler, Lin Dong was determined not to allow these formidable competitors the chance to take root and flourish. All talent must be drawn into Yunao Group. Otherwise, their enterprises would be stifled in their infancy. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Dong's eyes. Several of these companies were fierce rivals from his previous life. Chapter 66. The talent market. The talent market was established in Jinjing City to cater to the recruitment needs of enterprises. It is not merely the prominent building that serves as the entrance. The reason this facility is aptly termed a market lies in its astonishing expanse, comparable to the size of 7 or 8 football fields. Inside, various organizations and industry classifications are meticulously arranged, with 4 grand entrances to the east, west, south, and north. This magnificent structure was completed in 1996, built under the tremendous financial and public pressure faced by the mayor at the time, surpassing even the grandeur of the city government itself. Regrettably, the populace failed to comprehend the mayor's intentions, criticizing him for not utilizing resources wisely. Until the economic revival in the spring of 1999, when talented individuals began seeking high-paying positions through this talent market. At that moment, all those who had mocked the mayor fell silent, utterly captivated by his far-sighted vision. Subsequently, various provinces and cities began to emulate the model of Jinjing City, establishing their own talent markets. This method of job-seeking persisted for quite some time until the advent of the internet led to its gradual decline. In his past life, Lin Dong held a particular admiration for the mayor of Jinjing City. Alas, he never found the time to visit this unique talent market. During that period, Lin Dong was preoccupied with numerous affairs, often arriving in haste and departing just as quickly. On several occasions, he gazed at this monumental structure from afar while aboard a plane. As Lin Dong strolled along the grand avenue of the talent market, it was evident that this space lacked the opulence of commercial markets and was far less crowded than the business district. Nevertheless, the towering buildings still soared towards the heavens above Jinjing City. Surrounding the market, there were no green belts or floral embellishments to adorn the magnificent structure. The area featured the city's broadest roads, which, to this day, remain scarcely traversed by vehicles. Few showed any interest. The meticulously maintained yet somewhat desolate talent market stood there, patiently awaiting the arrival of spring. Breathing in the air imbued with cultural significance, Lin Dong savored the solitude that characterized the market before its eventual success. It was not merely that people overlooked this place. One must consider that, in 1998, university graduates were still a rare breed. The number of job-seeking students in the talent market was minimal, as many had already been recruited by various companies even before graduation. It was inconceivable that a CEO would personally come to the talent market to hire employees. In their eyes, those who had not yet been claimed by other firms were surely the least desirable candidates. However, Lin Dong held a different perspective. If a truly capable individual existed, why would they settle for a position in a factory devoid of prospects? Talents like the military strategist Huang Qingyun and the ingenious strategist Guijia were known to select their masters wisely. Seizing the opportunity presented by the market's emptiness, Lin Dong resolved to explore thoroughly, for he might indeed uncover a gem amidst the ordinary. With his head held high, Lin Dong strode purposefully towards the entrance of the talent market, as if it were a grand triumphal arch, with wealth, fame, and accomplishment awaiting him on the other side. The broad steps seemed designed specifically for him, each one resonating with his stride, neither too high nor too low. The vibrant red carpet was laid down solely for his passage. Today, he was the favored child of destiny. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the surrounding staff, Lin Dong exuded the presence of a sovereign entering his domain. Though there was no grand procession, his singular presence commanded an air of authority. Good morning, everyone. I am here to recruit the pillars of industry. Lin Dong's smile bore the regal curvature of a monarch, mingled with a hint of disdain, a touch of pride, and a surge of brilliance. His proclamation startled all present. While the staff murmured in surprise, Lin Dong paid them no mind, striding confidently toward the hall. However, 2 security guards soon approached, escorting him out with a firm grip. We are a government agency, and it is not yet time for operations. Should you intrude in such a manner again, we may have to resort to calling the authorities to apprehend you. The security guard, displaying a surprisingly amiable demeanor, remarked, likely due to his perception of Lin Dong's somewhat erratic mental state. Oh, my apologies, I was unaware. No matter, Let this be a lesson. Remember, we commence work at 8. Does it not say so on the door? Look, that white sign. Oh, yes, I shall certainly be mindful of that. Lin Dong ascended alone, while two individuals assisted him in descending, creating an impressive spectacle. Beneath this grand edifice, Lin Dong glanced at his phone, meticulously timing the moment. Once the talent market opened, he would stride in with unhesitating majesty. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Each second felt like an eternity. Lin Dong sighed. 2 minutes? Unbeknownst to him, a striking woman had appeared by his side. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, her face adorned with subtle makeup. Her demeanor was graceful, yet unassuming. Her beauty enchanting, but not gaudy. From a distance, she resembled a celestial being, her alluring form exuding an inexplicable air of aloofness. Upon noticing this individual, Lin Dong nearly lost his composure, his eyes wide with astonishment. This woman, though unacquainted with him, was someone he recognized unequivocally. Sun Meiyu, the future chairwoman of Pinwagia Company. Sensing the intensity of Lin Dong's gaze, Sun Meiyu felt a shiver run down her spine. No amount of her formidable presence could deter the scrutiny of a peculiar man gazing at her so intently. Do not gaze so indiscreetly. Sun Meiyu shot Lin Dong a disapproving look, briefly checking her phone while muttering to herself. What did you say? Lin Dong leaned closer, eager to discern her words. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Sun Meiyu dashed towards the talent market. Lin Dong, watching her retreating figure, suddenly recalled something and checked his phone. It was precisely 8 o'clock. MS. Sun, are you also here for the talent market? Lin Dong panted, having hurriedly ascended the steps to catch up. Keep your distance. Sun Meiyu regarded him with disdain, quickening her pace toward the lobby. Miss Sun, I too am here for the talent market. It seems we share a common purpose. Lin Dong continued. Sun Meiyu ignored him, hastening her steps, now wishing the building were smaller, as it felt like an arduous trek of over 20 meters from the entrance to the bar in the lobby. Chapter 67. Sun Meiyu with the gentle melody of youth. My heart drifts. One cannot allow a captured duck to take flight. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not be imperiled in 100 battles. To gain insight into the myriad enterprises, Lin Dong had previously established an intelligence department. He was well aware of Sun Meiyu's disposition. She was one who yielded to gentleness rather than force. This trait was both her greatest strength and her singular vulnerability. In a previous life, Lin Dong had expended considerable effort to assimilate Sun Meiyu's enterprises. Subsequently, valuing talent above all, he could not bear to see someone of her caliber squandered. He devoted significant resources to win her over, ultimately persuading her to join his ranks. Reflecting on the fierce competition with Sun Meiyu's enterprise at that time truly felt like a nightmare, Lin Dong reminisced. Yet now, he found himself in direct contact with Sun Meiyu. A sly smile crept onto Lin Dong's face. If he could successfully win her over, his own capabilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Indeed, it was as if fortune had favored him without any effort on his part. Clearing his throat to steady the excitement within, he approached Sun Meiyu. Sun Meiyu was ahead of Lin Dong, engaged in registering her personal information with the front desk staff. Hailing from Longjiang City and a graduate of Jinjiang University of Business and Trade, she was merely 22 years old. Miss Sun, I presume you are here for recruitment? Lin Dong interjected from behind her. Although such an interruption might be deemed impolite, it could leave an indelible impression on Sun Meiyu, albeit potentially a negative one. Why are you following me? What I do here is none of your business. Sun Meiyu retorted, her displeasure evident. Lin Dong, undeterred, responded with a smile, it certainly is. I am here to recruit talent. What if you snatch my prospective employees? Though Lin Dong jested, Sun Meiyu took offense, scoffing talent? Spare me your jokes. If a leader is capable, even a humble place like Peixian can yield numerous wise strategists. And you dare speak of talent theft? How pedestrian. Miss Sun, your talents are indeed remarkable. In my view, you are undoubtedly the Lu Ji of Peixian and destined for greatness. Lin Dong applauded, his eyes glimmering with admiration while subtly insinuating that Sun Meiyu's manner of speaking resembled that of a rogue. Truly, she was a formidable figure, even in the realm of recruitment. Ignoring Lin Dong, Sun Meiyu turned back to continue her registration. I apologize for the interruption earlier. I was not finished. I am here to apply for a position. Apply? Lin Dong exclaimed, taken aback. Aren't you here to recruit employees? Could it be that Lin Dong had arrived too early, and she was still in search of a job? Could you refrain from interrupting while I speak? Sun Meiyu snapped, exasperated. This was the second time. If Lin Dong's voice had been quieter, she might have chosen to ignore him, but alas, it was no less loud than her own. Wait, you're not here to recruit? You're applying for a position? Lin Dong questioned incredulously, seeking confirmation from Sun Meiyu. Of course. Sun Meiyu shot him an exasperated glance before turning away. Before Sun Meiyu could converse with the front desk staff, Lin Dong swiftly interjected, Sun Meiyu, I am offering you a position. Name your salary. Absolutely not. Sun Meiyu decisively rejected the offer. She then turned to the front desk staff, stating, I wish to apply for a grassroots management position at Dalia clothing store, preferably as a manager. The staff nodded, perusing the recruitment information for Dalia clothing store on the computer, as most prominent enterprises registered their staffing needs at the talent market. After all, the talent market is indeed a place for job seekers. A moment later, the staff expressed some regret, stating, Miss Sun, the only vacant position at the Dalia clothing company's branch in Jinjing is that of a team leader. There are no managerial roles available. That's perfectly fine. A team leader will suffice, as long as it is a management position. Sun Meiyu quickly replied, to suggest that Sun Meiyu should serve as a mere team leader? If Lin Dong were the chairman of Dalia, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Such a proposal is an utter waste of talent. Ms. Sun, join my enterprise, and I shall offer you the position of vice chairman. Lin Dong interjected, unable to restrain himself. Sun Meiyu cast a cold glance at Lin Dong. How many branches does your enterprise have in Huaxia? What is its scale? How many employees? None, just 16 processing factories, with an estimated 60 employees. With such a limited workforce, you expect me to take on the role of your vice chairman? Absolutely. Lin Dong nodded, but to his surprise, Sun Meiyu still declined his offer. I shall not go. Why not? Lin Dong pondered, believing his offer was not inferior to that of Dalia Company. The position was even higher than that of Huang Qingyun. Yet Sun Meiyu remained unsatisfied. I will offer you double the salary of a team leader at Dalia. What do you say? I refuse. I cannot thrive in such a small enterprise. I would rather be a tail in a larger organization to broaden my horizons than serve as a leader in your diminutive company. Sun Meiyu shot Lin Dong a disdainful look. Lin Dong chuckled, recognizing that Sun Meiyu was indeed destined to become a formidable entrepreneur. She would likely work for a while to gain experience, then resign to establish her own clothing enterprise, Pinwagia. Lin Dong felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had come to the right place today. Suddenly, Lin Dong's expression soured as he muttered, such talent, yet you disdain the opportunity. Sun Meiyu, not one to back down, retorted, a great eagle spreads its wings, yet resents the heavens. In that moment, both Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu regarded each other with displeasure. Just as they prepared for another round of verbal sparring, the front desk staff interjected. Miss Sun, I have arranged the paperwork for you. Please visit the Dalia branch in Jinjing tomorrow. I've written the address on this paper. You can choose any time between 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. The staff handed Sun Meiyu a slip containing her personal information and the details of the Dalia branch, excluding commercial secrets. Sun Meiyu glanced at the slip and thanked the staff, but suddenly recalled an important matter. She glared fiercely at Lin Dong and demanded, Who exactly are you? How did you know my surname is Sun? Chapter 68. The audition at last. Sun Meiyu uncovered a glaring oversight, glaring at Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong, the instigator, appeared unfazed. Ha ha, would you believe me if I said I specifically searched for your information? Lin Dong laughed. One must leave room for imagination in their dealings. Lin Dong turned to the front desk staff and inquired, Do you have anyone qualified in accounting? I am looking to hire employees. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Sun Meiyu called out from the side. Miss Sun, you need not concern yourself with me. I merely happened to guess your surname. Smiled Lin Dong with a hint of mockery. Do you really know me? I guessed. Is it wrong to get it right? This fellow was certainly being intentional. Sun Meiyu's eyes twitched with irritation, yet she felt utterly helpless. For Lin Dong, merely attracting Sun Meiyu's attention was sufficient. He understood that haste makes waste, and thus he resolved to win her over gradually. A swift victory may yield false submission. But what Lin Dong truly sought was loyalty cultivated through a series of trials and tribulations. Wasn't Sun Meiyu looking down upon his modest enterprise? Hadn't she mentioned her intent to join a larger corporation? It was simple. Although Dalia Corporation loomed large over all of Huaxia, Lin Dong was confident in his ability to secure their branch in Jinjing City. As for how to avoid offending Dalia Group while acquiring their branch, Lin Dong possessed the potential to play the rogue far more convincingly than Sun Meiyu, resembling Lu Ji instead. After a prolonged interrogation, Lin Dong remained uncommunicative. Exasperated, Sun Meiyu left him with a warning not to let her see him again before striding away. Lin Dong watched her retreating figure, standing still with a foolish grin, reveling in the joy of having riled her up. You made me toil endlessly in my past life. Now it seems you are not faring well either. He chuckled wickedly. His aim was not to merely enhance his likability. A good impression might only earn him a token of appreciation. What Lin Dong desired was to carve out a place for himself in Sun Meiyu's heart, regardless of whether it was favorable or unfavorable. Sir, might I kindly ask you to compose yourself and register your personal information? The receptionist, taken aback by Lin Dong's triumphant smile, hesitantly suggested. Oh, ahem. My apologies. Lin Dong nearly forgot to adjust his facial expression, not wanting to alarm her. He quickly resumed his former demeanor of a courteous gentleman, offering an apologetic smile. Truly, a business magnate, his control over his expressions rivaled that of a seasoned actor. My name is Lin Dong, male, 21 years old, a local of Jingjing City. After some registration and inquiries, Lin Dong received a stack of job applicants' information, just as he desired. These individuals had specific demands regarding their employment, insisting on a minimum salary and particular positions. What are the educational requirements for the positions you are hiring for? The receptionist politely inquired. High school graduates. University students. I will consider all. Oh, never mind. No educational restrictions. I intend to review everyone's job intentions. Very well, sir. And what is the minimum years of experience required? That too is unrestricted. While late bloomers often emerge, there are also many young talents. It would be unfortunate for them to be snatched away by other companies. Understood, sir. And what salary expectations do you have for potential candidates? There are no limitations on that either, as those who are capable deserve more work. And those who work more deserve more compensation. The individuals I cannot afford now may very well seek me out in the future. After hearing Lin Dong's words, the receptionist regarded him with some skepticism, cautioning, this could lead to a considerable number of applicants. No matter. Lin Dong responded, fully agreeable. The receptionist cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Dong, inwardly reflecting that Ms. Sun's decision to reject Lin Dong's application was undoubtedly the wisest choice. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the receptionist emerged from the back office with a USB drive in hand, stating, this contains all the accounting professionals you requested, with no restrictions on qualifications, conditions, or experience. A USB drive? Lin Dong queried, skepticism coloring his tone. Isn't the talent market usually about collecting fees for processing and printing, then providing a few employee profiles? Why the sudden promotion of USB drives? The receptionist appeared somewhat embarrassed as she replied, well, if I were to print everything out for you, it would likely cost you quite a bit. Upon reflection, that does seem plausible, Lin Dong conceded. Accepting the USB drive and reluctantly parting with over 100 yuan before hastily departing. Stretching his limbs, Lin Dong clutched the hefty USB drive, chuckling wryly to himself. It seemed the coming days would be filled with work. However, lacking a computer at home meant he would have to venture to an internet cafe to utilize the drive. Memories of the shabby, poorly managed internet cafes from 1998 flooded his mind. Smoky, chaotic environments where he would certainly need protective eyewear to shield his eyes from the stinging smoke. Opting for the nearest internet cafe, Lin Dong prepared to endure the less-than-ideal surroundings. What a pitiable fate for a once great business mogul, now reduced to seeking out potential partners from within the confines of a dingy cafe. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Dong plugged in the USB drive, only to be astounded by the sheer volume of documents. Over 10,000 pages. Considering each resume likely spanned 3 pages, that suggested at least 3,000 or 4,000 candidates. I hope among these files, there exists someone worthy of my attention, he sighed, diving into the search for familiar names that resonated with his past experiences. Aside from occasional stretches to alleviate his aching back, Lin Dong remained immersed in the cafe for the entirety of the day. When he finally glanced at the clock, it was already 8 in the evening. Oh no, it's time to prepare dinner. Huang Qingyun must have returned home long ago, he thought in a panic. Hastily gathering his belongings, he rushed to settle his bill and sprinted homeward, anxious that his 2 culinary enthusiasts might be starving. As he approached his apartment, the lights illuminated the space, confirming his suspicion that Huang Qingyun and Lin Yongheng were indeed inside. With a practiced hand, Lin Dong unlocked the door, greeted by an unexpectedly delightful aroma wafting toward him. Huang Qingyun and Lin Yongheng sat at the dining table, awaiting his arrival. Contrary to his expectations, the table was not barren but adorned with an array of delectable dishes. The tantalizing scent emanated from these very creations. At that moment, Huang Qingyun had yet to notice Lin Dong's return, as she animatedly recounted to Lin Yongheng the story of how Lin Dong had jokingly suggested she was pursuing him. Please. That was all just nonsense from Lin Dong. Do not believe a word of it, Huang Qingyun exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 69. Culinary Potential. What's wrong, my dear? Lin Dong felt an inexplicable urge to tease Huang Qingyun upon seeing her. Lin Dong. This is all you're doing from yesterday's wild tales. Come over here and clarify. Huang Qingyun retorted playfully. Without a doubt, it must be Lin Dong's cousin, Lin Yongheng, who is teasing Huang Qingyun with the fabricated tale of her pursuing Lin Dong from yesterday. Brother, you're making things difficult for Qingyun. She clearly wishes to avoid discussing such matters. Lin Dong chuckled. Huang Qingyun gazed at Lin Dong in confusion, wondering why his attitude had shifted from the morning's mistaken assumptions. Brother, what you may not know is that during that time, Qingyun had a secret crush on me. She penned numerous love letters, but was too shy to send them. When I discovered them, oh, you should have seen her expression, just like now. He nearly provoked Huang Qingyun to retreat to her room once more. But this time Lin Dong managed to halt himself just in time. Lin Dong, she exclaimed. Fine, I will speak honestly. If this continues, Huang Qingyun might just lose her mind. If looks could kill, Lin Dong would face a torturous demise. Lin Dong sincerely clarified the falsehood he had spun for the sake of pride, revealing that it was he who pursued Huang Qingyun during their university years. Lin Yongheng's reaction was rather subdued. He likely had already surmised the truth. Enough with the chatter. Let us dine, Lin Yongheng urged, as time was approaching 9 o'clock. He hastily encouraged Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun to begin their meal. Both Lin Yongheng and Huang Qingyun picked up their chopsticks, ready to indulge in the glistening red braised pork. The dish was evidently cooked to perfection. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, including tomato scrambled eggs, braised eggplant, and farmhouse stir-fried pork, each exuding remarkable color and aroma. However, Lin Dong sensed something amiss. Wait, who prepared this meal? He called out, interrupting Lin Yongheng and Huang Qingyun, who were about to savor their food. I did. What's wrong? Huang Qingyun replied, puzzled by Lin Dong's peculiar behavior. Qingyun, you can cook? Lin Dong asked, taking the question at face value, for it was typically he who prepared meals at home. Yet, to Huang Qingyun, the implication bore a different meaning. What? Are you implying that you find my cooking unpalatable? She retorted, feeling offended. Humph, I don't cook, Huang Qingyun responded, interpreting Lin Dong's words as a mockery of her culinary skills. Exactly. My cousin's cooking is utterly inedible, Lin Dong declared with a knowing smile. His statement was literally true. While Lin Yongheng's meals appeared satisfactory, the Lin family village had once been impoverished, leading to a preference for strong flavors, as salty pickles were a staple accompaniment. However, having Lin Yongheng specifically tasked with pickling vegetables seemed somewhat peculiar. It was as if Lin Yongheng had received a culinary curse. Whatever he prepared bore a unique taste. If it were merely bland, one could simply add salt. Yet if it were overly salty or spicy, Lin Yongheng felt offended. Hey, Lin Dong, what do you mean by that? He protested. Speak clearly. What's wrong with my cooking? Why can't it be eaten? By inadvertently offending two individuals simultaneously. Lin Dong showcased his remarkable ability to attract ire. Perhaps he had forgotten that in the past, when he was a heavy drinker, it was someone who cared for him and prepared his meals. Huang Qingyun not only possesses culinary skills, but her culinary prowess rivals that of Lin Dong, albeit with less experience. Lin Dong's expertise is honed from lifetimes of practice, while Huang Qingyun has mastered the art of cooking in less than a decade. Thus, it is only natural that Huang Qingyun may not quite measure up to Lin Dong, yet one could argue that her potential in the culinary realm far exceeds his. After expounding for a full 5 minutes, Lin Dong managed to placate Huang Qingyun, with the knowledge that the meal was not prepared by Lin Yongheng. Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. Under the watchful gaze of Lin Yongheng, who regarded him with disdain, Lin Dong delightedly picked up a generous piece of braised pork. At last, he could personally savor the delicacies crafted by his beloved wife. With a satisfying bite of the richly colored braised pork, Lin Dong was immediately enveloped by a harmonious interplay of flavors, an exquisite sweetness intertwined with a slightly stronger saltiness, as if these two flavors were inseparable companions, perfectly complementing one another and tantalizing his taste buds. Lin Dong was taken aback, slowly savoring the tender morsel. The seemingly delicate braised pork was neither overly greasy nor mushy. The succulent aroma of the meat mingled with the satisfying chewiness of the lean parts, engaging in a delightful duel for supremacy within his mouth, creating a relationship entirely distinct from the previous sweetness and saltiness of those close companions. What a delectable dish! The impeccable balance of sweet and salty was precisely to Lin Dong's liking. Such a culinary masterpiece must have required countless instances of meticulous temperature control to transform this seemingly ordinary pork belly into a dish that was both chewy and not at all greasy. Lin Dong was momentarily lost in thought, relishing the flavors and forgetting the passage of time and place. This braised pork surpassed even his own creations. His wife truly exceeded all expectations. Just this one dish left Lin Dong in awe, as he exclaimed, "This flavor ought to exist only in the heavens. It is a rarity to savor such delight on earth." Lin Yongheng, lacking Lin Dong's poetic flair, nonetheless raised his thumb in agreement. "I think so too," he chimed in, adding, "But it's not that good, haha." Slightly flustered by the effusive praise from Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng, Huang Qingyun felt a bit uncomfortable. However, the two brothers had little time to tease her, as the food was far more compelling. Lin Dong devoured the meal with the ferocity of a storm, while Lin Yongheng simply poured the food into his mouth. Huang Qingyun, gripping her chopsticks, was at a loss for where to begin. By the time she regained her senses, only remnants of the meal and some broth remained. Nevertheless, the two brothers were relentless, not even sparing the broth, as they eagerly dipped their buns into it. "My apologies. Qingyun, your cooking is simply exquisite," Lin Dong said, though his expression conveyed an undeniable eagerness for more. The satisfaction derived from such delectable food was overwhelmingly powerful. "I feel the same," Lin Yongheng concurred. "Qingyun, I shall prepare another meal for you shortly. Today's dishes have grown cold. I cannot allow you to eat cold food continuously. You've been cooped up in the house for 2 days. Today, I will showcase my skills." With that, Lin Dong unsteadily rose and made his way to the kitchen. Huang Qingyun stood in a daze, watching the two brothers who had just devoured so much food. Chapter 70. The aspiring accountant. Is the potential of humanity truly so profound? Joyous moments are fleeting, and for Lin Dong, mealtime, both breakfast and dinner, brings the utmost delight. His satisfaction derives not merely from the meals, but also from the opportunity to tease Huang Qingyun. Recently, Lin Dong has been shuttling daily between home and the internet cafe, returning late each night, cloaked in a thick aroma of smoke, leading Huang Qingyun to suspect he had taken up smoking again. After much explanation, Lin Dong devised a convincing excuse to deflect her concerns. While Lin Dong was in the midst of selecting an accountant, Zhao Shanhe had diligently attended to the numerous trifles of the purified water factory, ensuring that operations in each workshop commenced smoothly. With 16 processing plants, Lin Dong's position remains a solitary trump card. Li Changyong stands as a clear asset for Lin Dong at present. Everything seems to be unfolding favorably for him, except for the arduous week spent searching, during which Lin Dong successfully verified that the USB drive he purchased from the talent market was utterly useless. In his past life, Lin Dong had noted several renowned accountants, yet this time, none were found. There was no need to ponder the possibility of homonyms. Not a single name even rang a bell. On a sunny afternoon, Lin Dong, undeterred, revisited the list of names on his USB drive, but still found nothing appealing. Frustrated, he scratched his head in annoyance. The 100 yuan spent on that USB drive seemed entirely wasted. Nay, it could be said that not even a ripple had been seen. No one could maintain a cheerful demeanor after losing money. If such individuals existed, they would likely need the funds for medical expenses. With a heavy heart, Lin Dong resolved to choose someone at random. Time was of the essence. Without an accountant, matters such as taxation would become exceedingly troublesome. His enterprise remained unable to establish itself due to insufficient documentation. As for the legal representative, Lin Dong had no choice but to shoulder that responsibility himself. Li Changyong and Lu Chuanhe were merely names associated with Lin Dong's company. He wasn't foolish enough to appoint Lu Chuanhe, a man swayed by money, as the legal representative. Furthermore, how could Li Changyong, a man who cherished his official title, exhibit any loyalty to the enterprise? Moreover, even with a legal representative and funding, a company devoid of an accountant would be unable to manage its accounts. Facing accusations of tax evasion would be akin to inviting disaster. It's settled then. Lin Dong resignedly scrolled through the myriad of names with his mouse. He closed his eyes and spun the wheel with fervor. Wherever the cursor landed would be his choice. Thud, thud, thud. Like casting dice, he left it to fate. With a final click, the cursor halted on the mousepad, and Lin Dong slowly opened his eyes. Cheng Xiang? Having selected this individual, he wasted no time jotting down her phone number and requirements. Her salary expectation was over 1,500, completely reasonable. As long as she worked diligently and made no errors, Lin Dong would gladly offer her 3,000. He dialed the number Cheng Xiang had provided, and a melodious voice echoed from the phone. Hello? Who is this? Cough, cough. Is this Miss Cheng? My name is Lin Dong. I came across your information at the talent market and would like to invite you to join our enterprise. Lin Dong's words to strangers were characterized by utmost politeness. Regardless of the other party's status, he always extended a generous courtesy. Really? All right. When shall I commence work? The other person, seemingly overly enthusiastic, expressed a desire to start working even before they had met Lin Dong. Such a lack of caution. It is fortunate that Lin Dong possesses a good character. A gentleman knows how to earn wealth ethically. Otherwise, with his eloquence, he could easily engage in a pyramid scheme, perhaps even persuading some government officials, potentially transforming the China of 1998 into a nightmare. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong suggested, "How about this? When are you free tomorrow? Let us meet first, otherwise it would be too hasty to start working right away." "All right, let us meet at 7 in the morning." The other party eagerly replied. 7 o'clock? Lin Dong began to question whether he had been working too long and was hallucinating. "What shall we do at 7? Have breakfast? Chat over youtiao and tofu pudding?" Lin Dong envisioned himself sitting on a small stool, munching on youtiao with one hand while sipping soup with the other. What a dismal image. Lin Dong's previous disregard for appearance was due to circumstances. Now that he was financially stable, he aimed for a touch of elegance, albeit with a more carefree demeanor. "What time do you suggest then? How about 8? Cheng Xiang proposed. 8? Are you joking? That's still too early." Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. In the end, he realized that he had to set the time himself. Initially, he intended to demonstrate his consideration and respect for his employees, but it seemed to have backfired. "Let us meet at 12 noon at the Western-style restaurant on Commercial Street, just south of there. You can check the map." Given the circumstances, Lin Dong decided to showcase his generous side to Cheng Xiang, as he wanted to leave a good impression. "All right, boss, I'll follow your lead." Cheng Xiang readily agreed. The matter of the accountant seemed settled, and Lin Dong tidied up and left the internet cafe early. Lin Dong, Huang Qingyun, and Lin Yongheng were not extravagant individuals, and Lin Dong had never mentioned his management of the purified water factory to any relatives or friends. Thus, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun continued their leisurely life, residing comfortably in a modest room suitable for two. With Lin Yongheng added to the mix, things were a bit more cramped. As usual, Lin Dong bought groceries while Lin Yongheng wandered outside, and Huang Qingyun was at the factory working. Although Huang Qingyun was skilled in cooking, Lin Dong would not allow his beloved wife to do such chores. He insisted on taking care of cooking and cleaning, aiming for Huang Qingyun to be a delicate princess untouched by mundane tasks. Once Lin Dong prepared the meal, he eagerly awaited the return of Huang Qingyun and Lin Yongheng. The joy of sharing a delightful meal as a family was unparalleled. As the natural twilight descended, a tranquil day came to a close. A new day would surely arrive. Finally, the moment had come for Lin Dong to meet his prospective accountant. At noon, Lin Dong donned his suit and meticulously adjusted his tie. For his own tidiness was a mark of respect towards others. He arrived at a familiar commercial street and sought out the Western-style pastry restaurant he had mentioned. This establishment exuded an air of sophistication, adorned with soothing classical music. The restaurant was divided into 2 levels, its black and white minimalist decor lending it a distinctive charm. Chapter 71. The glutton. As Lin Dong pushed open the door, he was met with the warm smile of a courteous waiter, befitting a mid-range dining venue. The waiter inquired about the number of guests in Lin Dong's party and escorted him to a window-side table on the 2nd floor. "Should you require anything, feel free to call for me," the waiter said with a slight nod before retreating. Seated at his table, Lin Dong marveled at the return of the standard service reminiscent of 1998. He savored a sip of red tea, releasing a long sigh of contentment. Cheng Xiang should be arriving shortly, he thought. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, drawing nearer. "Are you Lin Dong? Mr. Lin?" Lin Dong looked up to see a composed woman addressing him. Composed, indeed, only in the literal sense. Her every step was deliberate and pronounced. This woman appeared to weigh at least 200 pounds, her heavily made-up features further accentuated by a thick layer of powder. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, she resembled a camouflaged armored vehicle. "Yes, that's me," Lin Dong replied, evidently taken aback. "Mr. Lin." "Oh no, I should say Boss Lin." Cheng Xiang greeted him enthusiastically, her demeanor reminiscent of a teenage girl, as she took hold of Lin Dong's arm. A shiver ran through him, a subtle tremor that Cheng Xiang perceptively noticed. I find the temperature here to be quite comfortable. Are you cold? Allow me to lend you my coat," she offered, removing her white cloak with a hint of shyness and presenting it to him while stealing glances at Lin Dong. In that moment, Lin Dong felt awkward and uncertain, staring at the oversized garment that could easily serve as a blanket. He was at a loss, neither accepting nor declining. Perhaps I won't tea wear it just yet," he stammered, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Cheng Xiang's figure, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Her attire, more flamboyant than her makeup, was far from seasonally appropriate. She wore a crop top that seemed ill-fitted, as if it struggled to contain the flesh beneath. Such a choice displayed a blatant disregard for the sentiments of those around her. The consequence of her crop top was a thick coat draped over it. Not to worry. It is only right for an employee to care for their employer, Cheng Xiang remarked, entirely unfazed by Lin Dong's reaction as she draped the cloak over him. All right then, thank you, Lin Dong responded awkwardly, forcing a smile that barely moved his facial muscles. Cheng Xiang beamed back, boss. What would you like me to do for our company? I would like you to assist with our company's tax filings, he replied. Absolutely. With a boss as dashing as you, I'm willing to do anything, Cheng Xiang exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she cast another sidelong glance at Lin Dong, as if hinting at something unspoken. Very well then, we shall entrust our enterprise to you. Let us dine first, Lin Dong thought, unsure of how to respond. If it were a bewitching beauty's ploy, he would remain impervious. Yet, he now grasped the ancient stratagem of using charm against the charmer. A tactic indeed applicable to the myriad schemes of warfare. Once again, Lin Dong felt the treachery of the world. He summoned the waiter and said, Please bring me a portion of pepper-salted steak and a bottle of Lafite. Miss Cheng Xiang, feel free to order whatever you wish. Lin Dong had intended to showcase the generosity of a boss by choosing this upscale restaurant, but upon seeing Cheng Xiang's figure, his heart trembled. After all, a steak at this Western bistro would start at no less than 100. Is it appropriate for you to treat me? I haven't even started working yet. Cheng Xiang replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Not at all. After all, you will be my employees soon, Lin Dong replied, feigning indifference, though deep down. Only he knew the truth of his feelings. Our boss is truly generous. If only ours could be as benevolent as you. Alas, there are few who spend on their employees these days, the waiter remarked, seemingly attuned to Lin Dong's thoughts. However, Lin Dong could only smile wryly. This was hardly a compliment, but rather a push into the fire. If Cheng Xiang ordered excessively, would Lin Dong continue to indulge or refrain? He found himself in a predicament. Never mind. Let us go for it. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, declaring, Cheng Xiang, order anything you desire. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Today, I shall treat you well. Really? Boss. Cheng Xiang's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a generous feast. And had there not been a table between them, she might have leapt across to devour him. Lin Dong, with nerves stiffened, nodded. All right then. Please bring me 2 portions of steak. Cheng Xiang exclaimed, her delight evident. Thank goodness, Lin Dong sighed in relief. 2 steaks were manageable. Yet, he overlooked that Cheng Xiang merely intended those 2 steaks as an appetizer. He ordered his steak medium rare, while Cheng Xiang opted for 2 medium steaks. Soon, the fragrant steaks arrived, with Cheng Xiang's medium steaks served first. Boss, I won't hold back. Cheng Xiang laughed. Please enjoy, Lin Dong said. The moment his words left his lips, Cheng Xiang plunged her fork into the steak, biting directly into it without even cutting. The succulent juices of the tender steak burst forth, and even from a distance, Lin Dong could savor the aroma. Cheng Xiang, disregarding all decorum, tore into the steak voraciously, devouring it in mere bites. Next, her hands reached for the sides. Eggs, noodles, and even the cauliflower that merely adorned the plate were not spared. Now this is truly appetizing. Lin Dong watched in astonishment. Seeing Cheng Xiang relish the meal so thoroughly, he too yearned to taste the steak. By the time his medium-rare steak arrived and the Lafite was poured, Cheng Xiang had already devoured both her steaks, leaving no trace behind. The smooth plate was utterly devoid of any remnants of broth. Gulping, Lin Dong swallowed, not out of longing for food, but because he realized that Cheng Xiang had been eyeing him with a predatory gaze. Her small, chubby eyes glimmered with a hungry light, reminiscent of a beast that had gone days without sustenance, fixated on its prey. Miss Cheng, would you like some more? He inquired politely. Is that all right? You're so generous. Boss, but have I perhaps overindulged? Not at all. Lin Dong, misinterpreting her words as reluctance, quickly offered a few courteous remarks. Then please bring me 3 more steaks. Chapter 72. The Dahlia clothing store. 2 hours later, the indulgent yet torturous lunch came to a conclusion. Lin Dong gazed at the mess on the table, plunged into profound contemplation about the meaning of life. Was he perhaps lacking in composure? Why would someone resort to the beauty trap? How could he possibly have a girlfriend with such an insatiable appetite? Sir, your total comes to 2,185 yuan. We look forward to your next visit. After settling the bill, Lin Dong noticed the server's delight as she beheld the surging revenue and waved goodbye to the 2 patrons. To Lin Dong, who now possessed assets worth hundreds of thousands, 2,000 yuan was hardly significant. However, his frugal nature made him averse to extravagance, as gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins in the West. Boss, I'm heading back now. I'll start working for you tomorrow. Cheng Xiang appeared thoroughly satisfied with the meal, bouncing out of the establishment. Poor floor tiles. Wait, Lin Dong called out, halting her. After consuming such an abundance of steak, she thought to leave so easily. Unlike Cheng Xiang, who merely gorged without restraint, Lin Dong had spent the last 2 hours eating and conversing, concluding that she was a straightforward and loyal individual without guile. Help me investigate a person. Keep a close watch on their expenses, but you must observe from the shadows. Remember, do not let on that you are investigating them. Lin Dong's expression turned grave as he retrieved a pristine business card from his pocket. Freshly printed with ink that might still be damp, a drop of water could potentially smudge it. This was an impromptu task Lin Dong assigned to Cheng Xiang, not merely because she had consumed 2,000 yuan worth of steak, but because he believed she could achieve the desired results. Had he doubted her suitability for the task, he would never have allowed her to take such a risk. After all, every situation possesses dual facets. Bearing the cost is trivial if one can avoid it altogether. This is the essence of a true victory. Lin Dong was steadfastly pursuing that victory. However, although he trusted Cheng Xiang with the weighty responsibility, she appeared utterly bewildered upon receiving the card. I've never seen this person before. Don't worry. You will surely meet them in due time. Just keep a close watch. All right. Lin Dong spoke with an air of mystery, and Cheng Xiang, somewhat bewildered, acquiesced. Cheng Xiang accepted the salary of 2,000 offered by Lin Dong without a hint of dissatisfaction. In fact, she was quite pleased. Was Lin Dong merely trying to negotiate? Typically, one would expect a person managing the taxation of 16 factories to demand a salary increase. Yet Cheng Xiang's acquiescence left Lin Dong somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, the matter was settled, and with Cheng Xiang having signed the employment contract, there was little else to be done. Lin Dong felt the weight of the labor contract in his bag and strode purposefully towards the industrial and commercial management department. By the end of the afternoon, Yun AO Group was nearly established. Once Yun AO Limited was officially formed, Lin Dong would unhesitatingly incorporate the bottled water industry under its banner. The next step would be to attract some talented individuals. To date, apart from Huang Qingyun, Lin Dong had no loyal confidants. This lack of trusted allies could significantly diminish his control over the company. Although the hierarchy within the company may not engage in fierce power struggles akin to those of a royal court, the mental exertion involved was certainly comparable to that of monarchs and ministers vying for influence. A ruler seeks to expand their territory, while unscrupulous advisors plot to embezzle from the court, and loyal ministers aim to support the sovereign. The role of a confidant is to navigate through this sea of courtiers, discerning loyalty from treachery. Thus, a single trusted associate can indeed influence the trajectory of an entire organization. Huang Qingyun's loyalty to Lin Dong had been cultivated over time, and Lin Dong had complete faith in him. In contrast, Sun Meiyu presented a different challenge. Her ambition as a future chairwoman of a large enterprise was indeed formidable, and her youthful vigor made her unlikely to accept a subordinate position willingly. For the sake of Yunao Group, Lin Dong recognized the necessity of securing Sun Meiyu's allegiance, despite his awareness of her current aspirations. To solidify his position in the market, Lin Dong required the talents of all capable individuals, regardless of their past indiscretions. As long as they were useful, they must be utilized. The Dalia clothing store, was it? Perhaps she deemed Yun AO Group too small. Lin Dong intended not only to have Sun Meiyu serve him, but also to completely win her over. Much like in a previous life, positioning her as another loyal confidant amidst the complexities of his current enterprises. Master, please take me to the Dalia clothing store. Lin Dong hailed a taxi from the roadside, still uncertain of the store's exact location, though he was certain it was not in the commercial district, the area he knew best in Jinjing City. However, during his previous visits, he had never spotted the Dalia clothing store. Dalia, you say? Certainly. The driver readily agreed, suggesting the store was quite renowned. Is Dalia clothing store very famous? Do many people visit? Lin Dong inquired. Many? Ha, you must be new here. Dalia clothing store is a place we frequent. At least hundreds, if not thousands, of people visit there each day. Indeed, you've hit the nail on the head. I have only recently arrived in this city, Lin Dong replied, deftly flattering the driver while seeking more information. But shouldn't the commercial district of Jinjing City be the go-to place for shopping? Why is everyone flocking to Dalia? The driver remarked. The Dalia fashion store often hosts various events, showcasing exquisite garments. Even if we cannot afford them, we occasionally go back to take a look. Moreover, Dalia frequently has significant promotions. What are the usual discounts there? What is the lowest they offer? Lin Dong pressed further. Let me think. I remember. The lowest discount Dalia has ever offered was 50%. Typically, it's around 70%. That 50% discount applied to everything. My wife and I purchased quite a few items, all high-end goods. As the driver spoke, a glimmer of longing appeared in his eyes. Truly, it is the nation's premier fashion industry, demonstrating remarkable wealth. The frequency of their events is certainly unmatched by ordinary enterprises. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Things were becoming a bit complicated. Chapter 73, The Food Street. Listening to the driver, Lin Dong felt a wave of concern. His original plan was to establish a small shop adjacent to Delia, hoping to outshine the well-established Delia branch. For this purpose, Lin Dong had deliberately increased Sun Meiyu's animosity towards him. However, ideals are often beautiful. The crux is that if Lin Dong fails to bring down Delia, Sun Meiyu would surely look down on him even more. At that point, all of Lin Dong's efforts would merely amount to self-sabotage. Yet, even if Lin Dong chose not to foster animosity, what of it? Would he simply await Sun Meiyu's goodwill? Those who are unwilling to sacrifice anything cannot change anything. A mere act of kindness would not sway a future titan like Sun Meiyu. It would only make her perceive him as trying to ingratiate himself and join her ranks. Lin Dong had already learned this lesson in his previous life. Sun Meiyu's arrogance, pride, and resilience form three formidable barriers that Lin Dong cannot breach. Only by demonstrating absolute strength does he stand even a slight chance of earning the recognition and allegiance of someone as formidable as Sun Meiyu. There is no point in overthinking it. It is better to accept reality sooner rather than later. Look, the crowd is gathering. Just a short distance ahead is the Delia fashion store. The driver pointed out the throng ahead with interest. This is the food street. Lin Dong marveled. It seems Delia is indeed not just a name without substance. By establishing their store away from the commercial street, they have cleverly avoided competition. And the foot traffic on the food street surpasses that of the commercial area. After all, people need to eat daily, while clothes are worn for months. Thus, Delia's events are no simple matter. They are leveraging the geographical advantage here. Lin Dong chuckled. Geography? What geography? The driver asked, puzzled. What do you most want to do after enjoying a meal on the food street? Don't you want to stroll around a bit before heading back? Lin Dong countered the driver. Indeed. Isn't that only natural? Who just sits after eating? As you wander, if you notice a place hosting events, wouldn't you want to pop in for a look? Even if it's just to browse. Lin Dong smiled at the driver. The driver then seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, I see. No wonder Delia frequently hosts events. The actions of the Delia clothing store are an ingenious ploy to pique consumer interest, cleverly exploiting their penchant for bargains to elicit their latent purchasing desires. Rather than establishing itself in the bustling commercial street, Delia has chosen to set up shop in the food street, demonstrating a strategic intent. Now I must face a formidable rival, Lin Dong remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Hey, are you planning to open a clothing store here too? The driver inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, and it shall be more popular than Delia, Lin Dong replied. Are you joking? The driver laughed, dismissing Lin Dong's assertion. How could a newcomer possibly challenge a giant like Delia? Lin Dong, however, remained earnest as he stated, I am not jesting. I hope you will come and support me when my store opens in a few days. All right, I will definitely be there. Lin Dong alighted from the vehicle upon reaching the food street, having confirmed Delia's precise location with the driver before parting ways. He needed to personally scout the area to select an optimal site for his store. If the commercial street was teeming with traffic, then the food street was bustling with throngs of people. Arriving during the afternoon tea hour, Lin Dong found that, theoretically, people in 1998 had no habit of indulging in afternoon tea. However, at the entrance of the food street, it was already a sea of humanity. People outside yearned to enter while those inside sought to exit. Ironically, many struggled to push their way out, moving contrary to the tide of incoming patrons. Amidst such chaos, Lin Dong was compelled to navigate through the crowd, relying on the force of those behind him. The throng resembled a swarm of restless ants packed into a burrow, their sheer numbers overwhelming. The pungent odor of sweat mingled with the crisp autumn air, and inhaling deeply was both refreshing and suffocating. After 5 minutes of shoving through, Lin Dong had yet to catch a whiff of delicious food, only the stench of perspiration. One could hardly imagine the scene in the summer. Are we here to savor delicacies or to endure torment? Lin Dong lamented. After a grueling 10 minutes, he finally emerged onto the main thoroughfare of the food street, which was significantly more spacious. Here, patrons could freely choose their preferred dishes, with restaurants lingering on the street, allowing for leisurely sampling of street food. Even the street vendors, once notorious for fleeing at the sight of city management, now formed orderly lines for customers to peruse. The food street was constructed along the largest avenue in Xinjiang City, capable of accommodating 12 vehicles side by side. This food street was at least twice the length of the commercial street, and despite walking for what felt like an eternity, Lin Dong had yet to reach the end. It was no wonder that people at the entrance were pushing to exit. The distance to the exit was simply too great, prompting a sense of lethargy among the crowd. After another half-hour of trudging, Lin Dong finally spotted the exit. Perhaps due to the absence of opposing foot traffic, the exit was far less congested than the entrance. As Lin Dong was about to follow the crowd and exit the food street, his peripheral vision caught sight of people gradually entering a clothing store adjacent to the exit. Outside the store, personnel wielding megaphones were personally orchestrating the orderly queue of this throng. Delia Clothing Store, Lin Dong exclaimed. The Delia store occupied the most advantageous position, being the closest to the exit of the food street. It seemed that the staff of such a prominent brand were indeed cultured and well-mannered. Otherwise, there would be no one outside directing the flow of customers. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was more challenging than he had anticipated. He had initially thought Delia's location would suffice, but it appeared that they possessed both prime positioning and a strong customer base. Taking a moment to soothe his anxious heart, Lin Dong began to analyze the situation. Delia Clothing Store had an extensive reach across Huaxia, while his specific goal was merely to capture a substantial portion of the business from this branch. However, he had underestimated the store's formidable capabilities. Watching the continuous influx of customers into the store, Lin Dong gritted his teeth. If that was the case, he had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. Chapter 74. The crowd knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. With a mindset of investigation, Lin Dong deliberately strolled confidently toward the Delia store. Sir, please queue up over here. A young lady in charge of traffic management called out sweetly. Ignoring her, Lin Dong continued forward, exuding an air of someone intent on cutting in line. Sir, could you please queue up here? Thank you for your cooperation. The young lady quickly approached him, smiling. What? Are you not letting me in if I don't queue? Lin Dong feigned arrogance. Sir, that is the store's rule. Look, many people are already queuing. They are them, and I am me. Lin Dong retorted, striding forward. How can you not understand? Come queue up. The young lady exclaimed anxiously as Lin Dong turned back and made a face, quickening his pace. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Come back. You return to me. Lin Dong chuckled inwardly, certain that if there was an issue with the wage system at Delia, the salary of the person in charge at this location would undoubtedly be docked significantly. This was also a tactic frequently employed by Sun Meiyu. Little did he know she had learned it from here. As Lin Dong intentionally stirred the pot, the young lady, who had initially appeared gentle and refined, suddenly blushed with frustration. It was evident that Delia had clearly stipulated the staff's attitude toward customers, but had not provided them with professional training. Is it a rule in your store that customers must queue? Is it that if one does not queue, they are not allowed to enter? Lin Dong inquired. Not exactly. However, if customers do not queue, it would inevitably lead to chaos, and the daily customer flow at Delia Clothing Store would surely be hampered. Does Lin Dong not know this? Before the young lady could finish, Lin Dong pretended to turn back to enter the store. Are you out of your mind? Go queue up. Queue up. Did you not just say that? Your company does not mandate queuing. Lin Dong displayed an air of indifference, carelessly asserting his stance. The young lady, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words. However, while Lin Dong appeared to be wholly engrossed in a debate with her over the merits of queuing, his peripheral vision was keenly observing those who had previously been in line. They understood that Lin Dong was being unreasonable. As soon as the last informed individual entered, Lin Dong brazenly declared, I am going in today. Do not obstruct me. Are you out of your mind? After all I've said, do you take me for a fool? Are you seeking trouble? The young lady shouted in anger. Who are you cursing at? Do you think you can command my obedience? Lin Dong fanned the flames further, adopting the tone and phrases typically employed by authority figures, inciting her ire even more. What is the matter? I am merely criticizing that ill-mannered individual. If you have the capability, do not take it personally. The young lady was genuinely enraged and began to unleash a torrent of insults. Say that once more. Lin Dong feigned a provocative expression, shaking his leg and reveling in the confrontation. What's wrong? You wretched creature, when I tried to reason with you, you ignored me. And now you're begging for me to berate you. Regardless of her tirades, Lin Dong persistently stoked the fire, provoking her to the point where she felt compelled to rush over and deliver a few slaps to him. It was nearly the opportune moment. In moments of passion, one often loses control of their faculties. How can you hurl insults? Lin Dong bellowed. What of it? You deserve it. Can we not communicate civilly? What does your cursing amount to? Are you a shrew? At that moment, Lin Dong had transformed into the aggrieved party. Both individuals were vociferously arguing. While Lin Dong donned an expression of innocence, The frustrated shop attendant, caught in the heat of the moment, could hardly be bothered with decorum, unleashing a barrage of complaints towards Lin Dong. The young lady's insults were rather harsh, yet the more vitriolic they became, the more pleased Lin Dong felt, not due to any masochistic tendencies, but because he was acutely aware of the crowd surrounding them. People have an inherent desire to observe commotion, especially those who, having just dined, find themselves with idle time. In no time, a gathering formed around Lin Dong and the young lady from the Delia clothing store, with a radius of 3 paces surrounding them. Oh, why is that attendant hurling insults? Indeed, I recall that Delia's staff are usually quite courteous. What has happened today? Look at that man being berated. He is still attempting to placate the attendant. What is going on today? Where is Delia's usual decorum? They are making a spectacle in public. Faced with the murmurs and questions of the onlookers, Lin Dong could feign indifference. But the attendant from Delia could not afford to ignore it. Continuing in this manner would jeopardize the store's reputation. Unexpectedly, the Delia employee remained unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, relentlessly venting her dissatisfaction, which may have stemmed not only from Lin Dong, but also from potential internal conflicts within the Delia clothing store. When employees neglect the interests of the enterprise, it reflects a failure of the company to address their psychological needs effectively. Lin Dong secretly rejoiced, for he seemed to have uncovered a flaw in the Delia clothing store. Moreover, beyond Lin Dong's provocation, the pent-up fury long harbored within individuals was on the verge of eruption. This was particularly true for the grassroots employees, who often suffered under the oppression of their superiors. Enterprises ought to prioritize the human element. Should employees merely be regarded as profit-generating machines, trading their labor for remuneration, it is inevitable that they will seek better opportunities elsewhere. For in their hearts, the profits and losses of the companies they work for are perceived as entirely unrelated to their own existence. Lin Dong feigned an inability to argue with the staff of Delia, and in a fit of rage, he shouted at the crowd that had gathered, "You all judge for yourselves. Why should the staff of Delia display such a lack of civility? She truly believes herself to be of great importance." The onlookers, maintaining an air of indifference, were unwittingly drawn into the quarrel, as Lin Dong's words invited them to partake in the confrontation with the staff member. As soon as Lin Dong's voice faded, the previously fervent spectators began to criticize the Delia staff. The crowd perceived only the employees' insults directed at Lin Dong, oblivious to his prior disdainful behavior. They believed they were witnessing the truth, mercilessly condemning the unfortunate staff member. Faced with the formidable presence of the onlookers, perhaps out of fear or a newfound awareness of the situation's gravity, the staff member who had insulted Lin Dong regained her composure. "You do not understand. It was that person who instigated this." The young lady endeavored to clarify the circumstances to the crowd. Chapter 75. Resolution. The powerless and vulnerable Delia staff member continued to explain the events, but how could the impatient crowd, eager to vent their frustrations, listen to her tedious narrative? People sought a scapegoat to unleash their discontent, and this Delia staff member had become the target for Lin Dong's ire. While the once spectator crowd now turned their wrath upon her. "I misjudged you, Delia. I thought your standards were higher. What, still insulting? You are merely gilded on the outside. Rotten within. Your true colors have been revealed. Indeed, look at the person you insulted, who was trying to get you to cease your tirade. That is what true civility looks like. Close your foul mouth and reflect upon your actions." The unfortunate young lady found herself utterly speechless, as Lin Dong had indelibly imprinted her insulting demeanor in the minds of all present. Her feeble attempts at defense were intertwined with sobs. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and the very staff member who sought to maintain order had become the architect of the disturbance. The crowd surrounded the Delia clothing store, creating an impenetrable blockade. Those inside could not exit, while those outside could not enter. Eventually, the group leader, noticing the prolonged absence of customers, began to harbor suspicions. It was now dusk, verging on dinner time. Theoretically, this should have been a bustling period for the store. However, the Delia clothing store was instead filled with a throng of customers trapped at the entrance, with not a single new patron in sight. It remains uncertain whether Lin Dong meticulously orchestrated every detail or if he merely serendipitously timed his actions to coincide with this particular moment. "What is all this commotion outside? Ming, what has transpired?" inquired Sun Meiyu, the team leader, as she sat behind the cash register, addressing the nearby staff members. Since assuming her role at Delia clothing store, Sun Meiyu had organized the division of labor among the team, taking upon herself the remaining position of cashier. "Oh, I heard that Xiao Hui is out there yelling at someone," Ming replied nonchalantly, treating the incident of berating a customer as inconsequential. "What? Yelling? Didn't our company explicitly state that the customer is always right? How could Xiao Hui possibly engage in conflict with a customer? Are you sure you heard correctly? Sun Meiyu asked anxiously. It's nothing, really. So what if she yelled? Are we afraid the store manager will fire her? Ming Ming chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? I must go see. Ming Ming thought that chastising a customer was hardly a grave offense, merely a matter of a slight pay reduction. Yet Sun Meiyu held a different perspective. Like Lin Dong, she believed that respecting customers was paramount in the service industry. However, their genuine respect for customers contrasted starkly with the superficiality of others. You all, listen to me. I truly did not intend to insult anyone. I was just impulsive. In that moment, Xiao Hui's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to suppress them, desperately attempting to explain herself to the onlookers. Yet, her voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Even those who understood the situation could not restore order amidst such chaos. Hence the saying, impulsiveness is the devil. Had she maintained her composure, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Lin Dong gazed at the innocent girl with a sense of guilt. She had become the target of scorn. Yet his arrows were aimed at the Delia clothing store behind her. Regrettably, this metaphorical arrow must pierce through the innocent girl. After this turmoil, I should comfort her. At the very least, I must compensate her for the wages withheld, Lin Dong mused. In truth, he was not of ill nature and felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her plight. He resolved to soothe the employee inadvertently harmed by his actions, with both monetary compensation and kind words. As the situation escalated further, an enchanting figure emerged from the crowd, even clad in a uniform. Sun Meiyu's form was difficult to conceal. Lin Dong stifled a laugh and discreetly blended into the crowd, eager to observe how Sun Meiyu would handle the current debacle. With purposeful strides, Sun Meiyu approached Xiao Hui, whispering something to her. Without a doubt, she was seeking to ascertain the details of the incident. Soon after, Sun Meiyu's expression became resolute as she retrieved a megaphone and declared, "Stop! Stop! Please, everyone quiet down." In a matter of moments, the once boisterous crowd fell silent. Not just Lin Dong, but everyone was intrigued by the forthcoming actions of this captivating leader. "Everyone, please allow me to explain. The situation is not as simple as you might think." The appearance of Sun Meiyu rendered matters significantly easier to manage. A customer attempted to cut in line, prompting our staff to intervene, which unfortunately escalated into an argument. Sun Meiyu succinctly recounted the events, but wisely refrained from mentioning that it was Lin Dong who instigated the situation with his provocations. Sun Meiyu was astute. Had she chosen to disclose the entire story, public skepticism might have arisen, and some could perceive her as shielding her employee. Regardless of the incident's origin, our employee's conduct in disrespecting a customer was unequivocally intolerable at Delia. Sun Meiyu stated with grave seriousness, "To express our sincere apologies for the unnecessary inconvenience caused to our patrons and to demonstrate our utmost respect for our esteemed customers, I, in my capacity as acting store manager, hereby dismiss the employee who insulted the customer from Delia. Furthermore, I assure you that Delia will stand firmly with the consumers." As her words echoed in the air, Xiao Hui turned pale and collapsed to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, their earlier disappointment towards Delia transformed into relief. They were deeply moved by Sun Meiyu's declaration, feeling that Delia and its customers were indeed united as one family. Lin Dong, however, found himself chuckling silently. This was quintessential Sun Meiyu's style, sacrificing personal loyalty for a greater principle. Group leader, why not acknowledge that it was the customer's fault? Xiao Hui relentlessly pursued Sun Meiyu with his questions. Group leader, I am wronged. Please help me. He pleaded desperately. Yet, she perceived the situation quite differently. In her eyes, the interests of the enterprise outweighed all else. As for individual matters, if necessary, Sun Meiyu could be far more ruthless than Lin Dong. Without uttering a word, Sun Meiyu briskly returned to the clothing store. Chapter 76. Narrow paths of enmity. While the incident at Delia had been resolved, the day's events had undeniably inflicted considerable damage on the establishment. Lin Dong felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were observing him. When he turned around, apart from a throng of satisfied diners, no one paid him any mind. As the sun began to set, any further communication with the relevant departments of the food street would have to wait until the following day. Burdened with thoughts, Lin Dong returned home, questioning whether he had been overly anxious. As he stepped through the door, the shadow on his face quickly transformed into a look of ease. "Wife, dear, are you back?" he called out, but no one responded. Throughout the past week of selecting an accountant, Lin Dong had been working late, often returning home past 9 o'clock. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was only 7. Since the processing plant had activated 16 workshops, Huang Qingyun's work hours had been extended to 7:30. Lin Dong felt a pang of concern, but Huang Qingyun dismissed it, insisting that keeping busy was beneficial for both body and mind. Having prepared dinner in advance, Lin Dong awaited Huang Qingyun's return. A week has passed since the incident involving Lin Yongheng, and one would expect that the matter would not remain silent for long. Yet, all traces of the wanted notice regarding Lin Yongheng have inexplicably vanished. Lin Dong even searched online for the electronic wanted notice, but to no avail. The anomaly raised a flag of caution in Lin Dong's mind. He repeatedly urged Lin Yongheng to prioritize his safety. Lin Yongheng nodded in agreement, though it was uncertain if he truly absorbed Lin Dong's words. Lin Dong prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Just as the meal was completed, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. The timing was impeccable. Huang Qingyun had arrived home after a 30-minute journey. Lin Dong dashed to the door with the speed of a sprinter, yanking it open and enveloping the person outside in an embrace. Recently, Huang Qingyun had begun to unravel the knots in her heart regarding Lin Dong, gradually accepting this complex mix of affection and resentment toward him. "My dear, I've missed you terribly," Lin Dong exclaimed, unabashedly showcasing his charm as he drew her closer, feeling a delightful comfort in the embrace. The subtle fragrance of her perfume wafted into his senses, and Lin Dong felt an overwhelming desire to linger in this warm cocoon of tenderness. However, something was amiss with that fragrance. Wait, that's not Huang Qingyun. The realization struck Lin Dong, causing him to instinctively take a step back. The person before him was none other than Sun Meiyu. "What on earth are you doing here?" Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. "I should be asking you that. This is Qingyun's home. What are you doing here?" Sun Meiyu crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at Lin Dong as if guarding against a notorious lecher. "Humph, where did you hear about Huang Qingyun?" Lin Dong did not respond to her inquiry, but instead countered with a question of his own. "Who is the dear you mentioned? Are you planning to harm Qingyun? You scoundrel!" Sun Meiyu shouted in anger. Perhaps due to their habitual nature, neither of them answered the other's questions. They merely volleyed inquiries back and forth, each eager to grasp the truth and seize control of the unfolding situation. "Answer my question first. How did you end up at Qingyun's place?" Sun Meiyu demanded. "I have no obligation to answer your questions unless you first reveal why you are here," Lin Dong retorted defiantly, his determination unwavering. He could not afford to be careless regarding Huang Qingyun. It was a sensitive issue for him. "Answer me first." "No way. If you keep lingering here, I'll call the police," Lin Dong threatened, pulling out his phone. However, it appeared that Sun Meiyu was the one who felt victimized, having merely rung the doorbell and found herself embroiled in this confrontation with Lin Dong. "Do you dare?" she challenged. "I suspect you have ulterior motives regarding Qingyun. If you don't call the police, I will." The two stood their ground, neither willing to back down, each convinced that the other was the true perpetrator in this tangled web of suspicion. Just as Lin Dong prepared to respond, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled a sensation of being followed when he had exited the food street earlier. With Sun Meiyu's unusual behavior before him, Lin Dong was certain that she was following him. Truly, she is deserving of her future role as the president of the Pinwagia Company, possessing such remarkable insight. However, while this might explain her presence at Lin Dong's doorstep, it does little to elucidate her acquaintance with Qingyun. "Meiyu, what brings you here?" Huang Qingyun exclaimed, arriving just in time to see Sun Meiyu at the door. "Oh, Qingyun, you're back just in time. Look at this fellow," Sun Meiyu said, indignantly pointing at Lin Dong. Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Qingyun interjected, "Lin Dong, why are you home so early today? I haven't introduced you yet. This is Sun Meiyu, our neighbor. Living right next door." "Neighbor? Us?" Both Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu gasped, extracting their answers from that brief exchange. "Yes, what of it?" Huang Qingyun remained the most composed, noticing their astonished expressions. "Qingyun, how could you associate with such a scoundrel? Why don't we live together instead?" Sun Meiyu proposed. "Qingyun, I find this apartment rather unsuitable. We should move," Lin Dong countered. In that moment, both Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu began to plot their own strategies. Sun Meiyu wished to prevent Qingyun from associating with Lin Dong, believing him to be of poor character. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was concerned about Qingyun's close relationship with Sun Meiyu, whose cunning nature could potentially impact Huang Qingyun. From the very beginning, Lin Dong intended to keep Sun Meiyu away from Qingyun. Sun Meiyu was a prodigy in the fashion industry, and once she aligned with Lin Dong, he planned to entrust his clothing store to her management, while keeping Huang Qingyun by his side. Thus, these two individuals, both invested in Huang Qingyun, found themselves at an impasse once again. It wasn't until Lin Yongheng returned, his stomach growling audibly, that Huang Qingyun realized they had yet to dine. Ignoring Lin Dong's protests, She pulled Sun Meiyu into the house for dinner. At the dining table, Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu eyed each other warily, while Huang Qingyun attempted to mediate their tense relationship. The only one oblivious to the tension was Lin Yongheng, who was relishing his meal. Chapter 77. I am not so petty. While Lin Yongheng may not excel in cerebral matters, when it came to indulging in food, he surpassed even the combined efforts of Huang Qingyun and Lin Dong. At the table, Lin Dong discreetly texted Lin Yongheng, urging him to finish every last bit of food quickly. True to his nature as Lin Dong's supportive brother, Lin Yongheng received the message without question and immediately began to eat. As he devoured his meal, Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu continued their silent standoff. Finally, after Lin Yongheng polished off the last morsel, Lin Dong eagerly ushered Sun Meiyu out, noticing that she seemed intent on taking Huang Qingyun with her. However, Lin Dong would never permit that, nor would Huang Qingyun agree to it. Qingyun, when did you come to know that person? Lin Dong inquired once Sun Meiyu had departed. When? Oh, it was the day before yesterday, the day you returned home late. I went to the market and ran into her on my way back. Huang Qingyun replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Did Sun Meiyu say anything to you? Or did she want you to do something? Lin Dong inquired anxiously, worrying that Huang Qingyun might be exploited by Sun Meiyu. Huang Qingyun smiled gently. It's our first meeting. What could she possibly ask me to do? Indeed, Lin Dong's nerves were excessively taut. How could Sun Meiyu, having just recently met Huang Qingyun, possibly create any trouble? Nevertheless, Lin Dong's luck was unparalleled. He searched high and low for talent, only to discover an immensely promising figure right next door. The crux of the matter was that Lin Dong was concerned whether his little lady could manage the formidable presence next door. In summary, exercise caution around Sun Meiyu. Many of her actions are rather bizarre. If she requests anything of you, refuse without exception. As Lin Dong prepared for bed, he still felt a twinge of concern for Huang Qingyun, reiterating his warnings with persistent diligence. I understand. You can rest easy, Huang Qingyun responded, albeit with a bemused expression, revealing that Lin Dong's words had likely not registered. Lin Dong sighed silently. There was no alternative. He would have to rely on his own vigilance moving forward. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Lin Dong rose early to prepare breakfast before accompanying the astonished Huang Qingyun to the processing factory where she worked. Huang Qingyun found it peculiar that Lin Dong seemed to be preoccupied daily, leaving early and returning late, while also visiting her workplace during idle hours. Each time she inquired, Lin Dong evasively avoided revealing the truth. Seeing Huang Qingyun pout in frustration, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile broadly. This mischievous delight stemmed entirely from Huang Qingyun's undeniable charm. Qingyun, I'm heading to the office now. You go ahead and start your shift, he declared before parting ways with her. It had been nearly a week since he last visited this place. Navigating with ease, Lin Dong found Lu Chuan's office. He knocked politely, first 3 times, paused, then knocked 3 more times. Anyone familiar would recognize Lin Dong's presence. Even those unfamiliar would sense a connection to him. Who is it? Lu Chuan's deep voice boomed from within. Your boss, Lin Dong replied. My boss. Get out of here. No one outranks me at this way Mian processing factory. Lu Chuanha retorted angrily. The notion of someone being able to overshadow him instantly displeased Lu Chuanha. The factory owner was of no consequence, merely showing up at the end of the month to collect his earnings. The entire Wei Mian processing factory thrived solely due to Lu Chuan's efforts. He bore the brunt of the labor without even a hint of recognition, let alone anyone daring to sit above him. Moreover, Lu Chuanha was no longer the same as before. Having received 50,000 from Lin Dong, he managed to scrape together an additional 20,000, completely revitalizing the Wei Mian processing factory. Lu Chuanha didn't part with his money for free. He had transformed his 10% stake from Lin Dong into a 15% share. What does that imply? Once Lin Dong acquires the Wei Mian processing factory, the entire enterprise will ascend to unprecedented heights in an instant. All this was approved by Lin Dong, who personally sanctioned Lu Chuan's opportunity to exchange 20,000 for an additional 5% stake. It is worth noting that the fabric processing factory currently generates tens of thousands of yuan daily. Lu Chuan's acquisition of a 5% stake for 20,000 yuan was entirely a favor from Lin Dong. Yet now, Lu Chuanha has audaciously cast Lin Dong aside, seemingly disregarding him altogether. Do you truly believe no one surpasses you? Lin Dong remarked, visibly displeased. Lu Chuan's words rang in Lin Dong's ears as a blatant dismissal of his significance, as if Lin Dong's very existence was overlooked. Are you done? Do you seek a beating? Lin Dong retorted, exasperated. Ah, my esteemed brother, what brings you here? Lu Chuan's earlier arrogance waned as he opened the door. With an apologetic demeanor, He turned to Lin Dong, who was glaring with an intensity that suggested a desire to obliterate him. My brother, I had no inkling of your arrival. My sincerest apologies. I was foolish to forget that the doors of the fabric processing factory were ajar. I never anticipated your presence. A figure of your stature deserves a grand welcome. Lu Chuanhe bowed his head in reverence. Enough. I am not so petty. Lin Dong scoffed. Could he not discern whether Lu Chuanhe was a haughty individual? If Lu Chuanhe genuinely appreciated Lin Dong for transforming the factory and elevating his own status, he would have expressed gratitude at every opportunity, rather than neglecting Lin Dong's presence even after repeated inquiries. My brother, what brings you here? The environment here is still rather rudimentary. If you command it, I will certainly oversee a renovation. I shall establish an office for you, and you may summon us at your convenience. Lu Chuanhe offered. What? Am I providing you with funds to gradually restore your former employer's factory? Lin Dong retorted coldly. What? Former employer? He won't be here until the end of the month. I am now a part of your team. How could I possibly conspire with him to undermine my own financial prospects? Lu Chuanhe stammered, visibly shaken by Lin Dong's icy words. Lin Dong was indeed his golden goose. Should Lin Dong decide to withdraw even a fraction of his shares, it would leave Lu Chuanhe in distress for days on end. After all, Lu Chuanhe's previous contract only granted him 10% of the shares, and the new 5% had yet to be formalized with a contract and signature. Let me inquire. During my absence, did no one at the factory discuss the matter of the boss? Chapter 78. Conspiracy at the Fabric Processing Factory. It would be inconceivable for the factory's personnel to have refrained from discussing the potential change in leadership. Lin Dong's inquiry stemmed from his concern that his scheme to seize control of the factory might come to the attention of the current owner. Lu Chuanhe, not being a fool, understood Lin Dong's apprehension. Rest assured, my brother, our plans are airtight. Lu Chuanhe declared confidently. The current owner of the factory, Huang Qingyun, was notoriously incompetent, a mere shadow of Lin Dong's brilliance. Your silence does not guarantee that others will not divulge these matters. You can rest easy on that front. Huang Qingyun has left no contact information for our management personnel, rendering it impossible for anyone wishing to reach him to do so. The removal of such an individual from his position is something we have long desired. Should you step into his role, it would indeed be a righteous act. Lu Chuanhe, in his pursuit of personal gain, has shamelessly sought to hand over the Wamian processing plant to Lin Dong without reservation. If Huang Qingyun were truly so foolish, Lin Dong would hardly concern himself with the ownership of the Wamian processing plant, especially since its current occupants seem blissfully unaware of their precarious situation. However, Lin Dong's apprehension lies in the existence of cunning individuals like Huang Hao, who might discreetly inform Huang Qingyun. If Huang Qingyun were to act recklessly, severing Lin Dong from the processing plant, where would Lin Dong's substantial investments go? Would he be left running through the streets with an array of purified water equipment? To be candid, when Lin Dong arrived, the Wamian processing plant still retained a semblance of its former glory with 16 processing rooms. Yet, it was merely a shadow of its past, with many of the facilities lying dormant and half of them unoccupied. Had Lin Dong not intervened, the plant's closure would have been inevitable. The current success of the Wamian processing plant is entirely Lin Dong's achievement. Noticing Lin Dong's silence, Lu Chuanhe mistakenly believed him to be reluctant and urged, Brother, if you were to acquire the processing plant at a low price, I assure you the current owner would sign without even a glance. How can someone like him truly claim the title of owner? Then you would no longer need to negotiate on equal terms with him. We would become the true masters of the Wamian processing plant, free from the influence of a mere Huang Qingyun. Yet, for someone as decisive as Lin Dong, the question of reluctance is irrelevant. From the moment he entered the Wamian processing plant, his thoughts were solely focused on becoming its proprietor. His concern, however, stemmed from the potential power Huang Qingyun might wield behind the scenes, forces Lin Dong could not afford to offend. Huang Qingyun may be a foolish monarch, but it remains uncertain whether he possesses a capable advisor akin to Zhuge Liang. Lin Dong attempted to privately investigate the personal details of the Wamian processing plant's owner, yet was thwarted by restrictions from the public security authorities, leaving him with no results. Although enlisting the help of the Health Bureau Director, Li Changyong, could yield insights into Huang Qingyun's background due to his connections, Lin Dong hesitated to grow too close to Li Changyong. As a time traveler, he is aware that Li Changyong's downfall is imminent in a couple of years. Thus, Lin Dong refrained from leveraging Li Changyong's name to further his inquiries, fearing that such ties would become burdensome. Nevertheless, with Li Changyong holding 10% of Lin Dong's shares, Lin Dong must contemplate how to reclaim those funds. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Dong resolved to ascertain the current market price for factories. He decided to purchase the Wamian processing plant from Huang Qingyun at a fair price, opting for the most prudent approach to secure the entire establishment. Instead of allowing Lu Chuanhe to secretly deceive and confuse Huang Qingyun into selling the Wamian processing plant at a meager price, Lu Chuanhe could hardly believe his ears when he heard about the normal price. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "I can assist you in negotiations. Huang Qingyun has no understanding of the current state of Wamian. I can help you acquire the entire processing plant for a mere few tens of thousands. If you were to negotiate the transfer price with Huang Qingyun, it would likely amount to hundreds of thousands. And if Huang Qingyun were to learn of Wamian's situation, he might not even agree to sell it to you. No, he will definitely sell it to me. If he does not accept my proposed price, I shall withdraw and seek another processing plant. In that case, Wamian will have to recruit employees anew and reinstall the equipment, and once the busy period is over, bankruptcy will likely ensue. Therefore, I shall earnestly negotiate with Huang Qingyun to purchase Wamian at a fair price." Faced with Lu Chuanhe's temptations, Lin Dong shook his head. One must strive to be an honest person. Lin Dong would not resort to extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Lin Dong's initial intention was to acquire the entire Wamian processing plant. Now that his scheme was successful, whether through cunning or straightforwardness, he was poised to obtain Wamian without a hitch. Given this, why not display a generous side of oneself? Ah, indeed, you are truly our leader. It is commendable that you do not seize such a significant advantage and uphold your sense of justice. I admire you greatly. Lu Chuanhe, seeing that Lin Dong had made up his mind, ceased his persuasion and began to flatter him in various ways. But did Lu Chuanhe genuinely admire Lin Dong? In his heart, he had cursed Lin Dong numerous times. What a fool to pass up such an opportunity. Lu Chuanhe could not abide by Lin Dong's gentlemanly behavior. After Lu Chuanhe had praised Lin Dong a couple of times and was about to contact Huang Qingyun, a sweet feminine voice came from outside the door. "Is anyone there? May I ask if the boss Lin Dong is inside?" Lu Chuanhe was puzzled. The only woman who could directly access the office building at the Wamian processing plant was Huang Qingyun, the youngest among them. Moreover, someone who could produce such a melodious voice surely could not be an elderly woman. Thus, it could only be Huang Qingyun. "Huang Qingyun?" Lu Chuanhe inquired tentatively as he opened the office door. The woman at the entrance was indeed young, although she was quite hefty, appearing to weigh around 200 pounds. It was evident that such a robust girl could only be Cheng Xiang. Before Lu Chuanhe could process this, the newcomer exclaimed, "Oh, why are you here?" Before Cheng Xiang could finish her sentence, Lin Dong cleared his throat, interrupting her. The most bewildered person present was undoubtedly Lu Chuanhe. What was happening? Why was a plump woman pointing at him and asking why he was here? This was Lu Chuanhe's office, after all. Chapter 79. "Then I leave it to you." Cheng Xiang was quite bold, directly pointing at Lu Chuanhe as she spoke. Had Lin Dong not intervened, a commotion would surely have ensued. "Boss, you're here too. Hee hee, did I arrive a bit too early today?" Cheng Xiang smiled apologetically upon seeing Lin Dong. It is only 8 o'clock, and Lin Dong has invited Cheng Xiang for 9, yet she has arrived an hour early. Such fervent enthusiasm for work seems rather excessive. Nevertheless, it's fine. Early birds will be early birds. After all, I won't be providing overtime pay, Lin Dong jested. He initially thought that Cheng Xiang, who expected a salary of over 1,500, would be displeased upon hearing there would be no extra compensation. To his surprise, she nodded vigorously and replied, "Great. I'll strive to come in early every day." However, Lin Dong dismissed her statement as mere jest, as he did not take it to heart. Yet, there was a glimmer of determination in Cheng Xiang's gaze. Could it be that someone genuinely enjoys overtime? Lin Dong swiftly shifted the topic, directing his attention towards Lu Chuanhe, who stood bewildered. It was no wonder. This was his first encounter with Cheng Xiang. If Lu Chuanhe knew her purpose for being there, the situation might become even more complicated. "Ah, Lu Chuanhe, I haven't had the chance to introduce you yet. This is Miss Cheng Xiang, our company's future accountant." Lin Dong briefly introduced Cheng Xiang and then provided an introduction of Lu Chuanhe to her. Upon learning Cheng Xiang's identity, Lu Chuanhe was filled with even more questions. How did this newly appointed accountant come to know him? And how did she know his name? Lu Chuanhe's mind was brimming with confusion. Yet he hesitated to inquire further due to Lin Dong's presence. Lin Dong, perceptive as ever, noticed Lu Chuanhe's curiosity and smiled mysteriously, saying, "Lu, I believe we should each focus on our respective responsibilities. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely. Brother Lin is right." Lu Chuanhe quickly responded, a forced smile on his face. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but regard Cheng Xiang with a hint of wariness. Observing the scheming Lu Chuanhe and the innocent Cheng Xiang, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. A company thrives on a diverse array of personalities. If everyone were shrewd and calculating, it would surely lead to its downfall. Yunao Company is poised for launch, and Lu Chuanhe and Cheng Xiang have become indispensable allies for Lin Dong, at least for the time being. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Dong steered the conversation back on track, instructing Cheng Xiang, please calculate the recent expenditures of the processing plant. We need to ascertain tax liabilities and all aspects of income and expenditure. I require a detailed report. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's serious demeanor, Cheng Xiang's expression also shifted to one of determination. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. However, compared to Cheng Xiang, Lu Chuanhe's complexion appeared to change dramatically. Upon hearing Lin Dong's request for a thorough investigation by Cheng Xiang, his face turned pale. Yet, Lin Dong was unfazed by these changes. He turned to Lu Chuanhe and said, Lu Chuanhe, please contact Wang Qingyun promptly. I need to speak with the current owner of Weimian Processing Factory as soon as possible to secure this deal. Yes, Lu Chuanhe replied absently. Moments later, Cheng Xiang recalled something and inquired, Boss Lin, where's my office? I can't very well stand here and sift through invoices, can I? We have vacant offices in our building. Miss Cheng Xiang, you can come to ours, Lu Chuanhe quickly suggested, eager to draw her closer to himself. Lin Dong shot Lu Chuanhe a cold glare. Interrupting Lu Chuanhe, he said, Cheng Xiang, accompany me to the processing plant. It is convenient for investigation there. Moreover, the factory manager will assist Miss Cheng. Yes, I was presumptuous. It is indeed wise of you, Lin Go. Lu Chuanhe hastily flattered Lin Dong. Lin Dong said little, instead leading Cheng Xiang to the 16 processing factory buildings. Before leaving, he reminded Lu Chuanhe to contact Wang Qingyun promptly, to which Lu Chuanhe nodded eagerly. At this moment, the 16 processing factories had commenced operations, each emitting steaming white vapor. Boss, isn't it too hot here? Are there any protective uniforms available? If the workers get scalded by the steam, their injuries would be far worse than those from hot water. Cheng Xiang suggested to Lin Dong, expressing her concerns regarding safety hazards she had observed. Lin Dong chuckled softly. Cheng Xiang's willingness to offer suggestions indicated that he had not elevated himself above her. Rather than a superior and subordinate relationship, Lin Dong and Cheng Xiang conversed like friends. Cheng Xiang, you are an accountant, right? Rest assured, you are merely here temporarily at the processing plant. Once our enterprise is established, we will set up an office for you. However, Cheng Xiang shook her head, saying, Boss, this has nothing to do with whether I am an accountant. I am worried that employees might get scalded by steam. Observing Cheng Xiang's earnest demeanor, Lin Dong felt a sense of appreciation, despite her unassuming appearance. Her heart was indeed in the right place. Very well, we shall heed Miss Cheng's advice. Let us prepare some protective uniforms to ensure the safety of our employees. Boss, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Cheng Xiang exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Lin Dong would adopt her suggestion. Although there was no reward for her suggestion, it symbolized Lin Dong's acknowledgement of her ideas. Lin Dong gazed with interest at the plump girl before him, initially believing her reluctance to seek employment elsewhere stemmed from financial concerns. Now, it appeared she had no particular inclination towards money. Cheng Xiang, I entrust the matter of the protective uniforms to you. Once you have calculated the recent expenses of the processing plant, you may proceed to purchase the uniforms. Is this entrusted to me? Shouldn't such matters be delegated to Lu Chuanhe? Cheng Xiang inquired in surprise. Since it was your proposal, it is only fitting that you handle it. Lin Dong decided to gain a better understanding of this new member's character by assigning her the responsibility of the protective uniforms. As the enterprise expanded, Huang Qingyun also grew concerned about safety in various areas, thus increasing the processing plant staff from 3 to 4. One person could manage the machinery, while another would oversee safety issues and assist with tasks like fetching water. Overall, working here was relatively easy. The manager's office had been established within the first processing plant, where Huang Qingyun typically worked. As it was Lin Dong's first visit to the first processing plant, he navigated his way to the manager's office and pushed open the large door. Qingyun, I have brought you a friend, who will also be your colleague in the future. Chapter 80. All is but a game in the director's office. Huang Qingyun was seated behind her desk, perusing recent orders. Upon noticing Lin Dong's arrival, she hastily set aside her work. Observing his wife diligently engaged in her tasks, Lin Dong felt a pang of reluctance and quickly approached her, inquiring, How have you been lately? Are you tired? Tired or not? What brings you to the factory, Lin Dong? And who might this be? Huang Qingyun asked, glancing at Cheng Xiang, who stood behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong offered a brief introduction of Cheng Xiang before leaving her in Huang Qingyun's office. Unlike others, he felt a sense of assurance regarding Cheng Xiang, for she lacked the cunning of Lu Chuanhe and Sun Meiyu. Moreover, En route to the factory, Lin Dong had specifically advised Cheng Xiang on what to say and what to avoid discussing, particularly any matters related to Yunao Enterprises, which he forbade anyone from mentioning in Huang Qingyun's presence. Of course, Lin Dong was aware of the possibility of Cheng Xiang inadvertently letting something slip. He even sought to exploit this by subtly revealing certain secrets through her words, which he found convenient. Lin Dong's purpose for the day was not merely to linger at the Weimian processing factory, but to engage in discussions with Wang Ziqing regarding the acquisition of Weimian. Lu Chuanhe, how has the situation been handled? Lin Dong entered his office without knocking, startling Lu Chuanhe. Brother Lin, you could at least knock. You gave me quite a fright. Lu Chuanhe exclaimed. What difference does it make if I knock? You seem to forget me regardless. Lin Dong retorted with a hint of sarcasm, expressing his reproach towards Lu Chuanhe for his earlier inattentiveness. Please, Brother Lin, spare me the teasing. I truly did not react in time. Look, I have already contacted Wang Ziqing. He should be here around noon, Lu Chuanhe thought to himself, cursing Lin Dong for still dwelling on the morning's events, especially since it was nearly noon. Well done. Now, I need you to investigate the cost of opening a clothing store on the food street in the city, Lin Dong instructed. A clothing store? But brother, that is a food street. Wait, that is not the point. We are a purified water factory. How can we sell clothing? Lu Chuanhe was bewildered. Previously, he had thought his boss, Wang, was foolish, but now, with the arrival of the astute Lin Dong, he wondered how someone so intelligent could lose their wits in mere days. Brother, changing our line of business now is pointless, Lu Chuanhe protested. His implication was clear, since Lin Dong had profited immensely from the purified water industry. Why not seize the moment to expand by acquiring or renting additional factory space to increase production? This was indeed the prime time to capitalize on the purified water market. And once other companies entered, the price would inevitably decline. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, asserting that no matter how profitable purified water might be, in the face of the large enterprises in Kyoto and Jiangnan, it was still but a small player. Furthermore, those major corporations were not to be underestimated. Their intelligence networks would undoubtedly be swifter than those of smaller enterprises. Should these colossal enterprises redirect their funds, Lin Dong's dominance in Jinjiang City would ultimately prove futile. The subsequent investments by these preeminent corporations in the purified water sector would become a veritable nightmare for smaller entities like Lin Dong's. Indeed, the adage that rivals are foes rings exceedingly true, particularly in the manufacturing industry, where capital and facilities constitute undeniable strength, regardless of any prior advantages. If the production volumes cannot compete with those of larger corporations, all intricate maneuvers would be in vain. Moreover, a significant figure awaits Lin Dong's conquest at the food street. Without further ado, you must immediately inquire at the food street, and also provide me with Wang Ziqing's address and contact information. After my discussion regarding the transfer of the Weimian processing plant this afternoon, I shall seek you out, Lin Dong commanded with an uncommon assertiveness. It is not always the case that the words of subordinates hold truth. As a leader, one must discern right from wrong and identify options that favor one's own interests. Lu Chuanhe wished to offer further counsel, but Lin Dong's resolute demeanor left little room for negotiation. Should he utter another word, Lin Dong might invoke their hierarchical relationship to compel Lu Chuanhe's compliance, potentially straining their rapport. Faced with Lin Dong's inexplicable approach, Lu Chuanhe reluctantly acquiesced, his demeanor akin to that of a defeated soldier. Very well, I shall inquire, he replied glumly. This was not due to Lu Chuanhe's apprehension about the operational stability of Lin Dong's enterprise. Rather, he was more concerned about whether Lin Dong's ill-advised choices would depreciate his 15% stake. Had Lin Dong been astute, he would have distributed shares to all key players, intertwining their interests with the enterprise. Currently, Lin Dong possessed 50% of the processing plant's shares, while Li Changyong and Lu Chuanhe each held 10%. The remaining 30% was to be allocated by Lu Chuanhe at his discretion to the workers of the Weimian processing plant. Yet a week had passed without any distribution, as Lu Chuanhe had selfishly claimed an additional 5% for himself. What if Lu Chuanhe had even more capital? Would he then seek to claim 40% of the shares? Lin Dong scoffed at the notion. Lu Chuanhe's avarice had reached an odious level. Yet Lin Dong still found himself dependent on him. To demonstrate his trust, Lin Dong entrusted Lu Chuanhe with the company's bank card for transactions. Everything was merely a means to an end, a facade for the occasion. Lu Chuanhe's inquiries regarding the land prices at the food street are self-evident. Meanwhile, Lin Dong retrieved the phone number Lu Chuanhe had provided, belonging to the current owner of the Weimian processing plant, Wang Ziqing. From Lu Chuanhe, Lin Dong learned that acquiring a factory space in the current market necessitates a minimum of 100,000 yuan. with the Wamian processing plant comprising 16 factory units. The total would amount to over 1 million. It had been a week since Lin Dong last monitored the market prices of purified water. But based on supply and demand dynamics, it was evident that purified water remained a coveted commodity, with prices likely surpassing the previous rate of 6 yuan per barrel. As for the current sales situation, clarity will only emerge once Cheng Xiang provides the detailed accounting reports. I sincerely hope Lu Chuanhe will not disappoint me. Recently, the pricing of purified water at the Wamian processing plant has been negotiated by Lu Chuanhe with the buyers. Lin Dong muttered to himself. With some idle time, Lin Dong set an alarm for a brief nap, intending to inquire about the company's liquid assets from Cheng Xiang closer to noon. Chapter 81. The uncle who drinks like a fiend. Oh no, I've overslept. I wonder if it's due to my recent fatigue or something else. Lin Dong habitually spoke to his basic mobile phone, saying, "Hello, Sunrui," set an alarm. Consequently, the alarm he set failed to emit a sound. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. Lin Dong hurriedly sprang from his bed and dashed towards the director's office. As lunchtime approached, the employees' enthusiasm had waned, each one laboring with a lack of energy. Lin Dong hurriedly pushed open the door to the director's office without caring about what Cheng Xiang and Huang Qingyun were doing. Quickly, Cheng Xiang, please give me the rough ledger you've completed. I need a general understanding of our company's recent income. Oh, okay. Cheng Xiang nodded, retrieving a stack of ledgers from beneath her desk. Is this all? Lin Dong stared incredulously at the stack, which was at least a centimeter thick. Yes. I just finished writing, Cheng Xiang declared confidently, puffing out her chest. Excellent. Well done. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Goodbye. Seeing Cheng Xiang's eager expression for praise, Lin Dong offered a perfunctory compliment before swiftly exiting the office. Clutching the hefty ledger, Lin Dong pondered, goodness, this volume cannot possibly be completed in just a day or two. Cheng Xiang finished it in half a day? Is she already plotting to cut corners on her first day at work? Humph. She'll need a proper lesson on diligence. Lin Dong's immediate concern was to navigate the upcoming negotiations, which would determine the future ownership of the Wamian processing plant. After leaving the factory, he hailed a taxi and, panting, arrived at the agreed-upon Western-style restaurant with Wang Zuching 10 minutes late. Being tardy is a grave offense. Lin Dong usually detests latecomers, yet today, fate had turned the tables, making him the one to keep another waiting. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Zuching? This is Lin Dong. I've arrived at the Western-style restaurant. Where are you? Lin Dong quickly pulled out his phone to call the number Lu Chuanhe had provided. Lin Dong. Just wait, I'm on my way. I'm still at the food street, just browsing. The voice on the other end was slurred, as if the speaker had a few candies in his mouth. Without needing to ask, Lin Dong recognized that this voice belonged to someone who was undoubtedly intoxicated. Just when he thought he couldn't be any less reliable, he discovered that someone else was even more untrustworthy. Lin Dong felt no glimmer of hope. Instead, he was filled with concern. He intended to purchase the Wamian processing plant with integrity, yet now with Wang Zuching drunk. Would he accuse Lin Dong of taking advantage of his inebriation when he sobered up? Never mind. Lin Dong resolved not to overthink it. Sometimes, excessive contemplation breeds indecision. Just act. In a bid to demonstrate his sincerity, Lin Dong resolved to personally fetch Wang Zuching rather than waiting idly for his arrival. He made a quick phone call, urging Wang Zuching not to wander off, and then hurriedly hailed a cab, heading straight for the food street. During mealtime, the food street was hardly an enjoyable place for culinary delights. If the weather were a tad warmer, one might as well rename it the sauna street. Despite the approaching winter, Lin Dong felt an uncomfortable heat amidst the throngs of people, and the air was thick with the scent of human perspiration. Just the thought of the sweat evaporating into the atmosphere and being inhaled was enough to diminish his appetite. After a considerable struggle to navigate through the crowd, Lin Dong finally reached the food street, but he was not there for a meal. He quickly dialed Wang Zuching's number. Hello? Mr. Wang. I've arrived at the food street. Where are you? I'm here to pick you up. However, his words were met with silence. Only the sound of deep snoring resonating from the other end. Was it possible that he had drunk himself into a stupor? Just as Lin Dong contemplated hanging up and searching for him, a familiar and melodious voice interrupted. Hello, may I ask your relationship with this inebriated gentleman? Sun Meiyu. What a twist of fate. Lin Dong felt a mix of laughter and tears. It seemed that destiny was not easily shaken off. He feigned being a friend of Wang Zuching, clearing his throat before saying, I'm a friend here to take him home. Go to hell, you scum. Bang. Beep beep beep. Before Lin Dong could finish his sentence, Sun Meiyu recognized his voice and angrily hung up the call. Lin Dong could only smile wryly. What could he do now but rescue his friend? The journey back with the heavily intoxicated Wang Ziqing was fraught with disdainful glances from Sun Meiyu, whose expression had shifted from disdain to one of utter contempt. Lin Dong felt utterly despondent. Upon returning to the Western-style restaurant, Lin Dong had rented a private room. Otherwise, the staff would never have allowed them entry, given Wang Ziqing's disheveled appearance, which would tarnish the restaurant's image. Wang Ziqing, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, sported a scruffy beard and unkempt hair about 2 inches long, some strands greasy and matted. It was hard to believe someone could let themselves go to such an extent. He must have neglected his appearance for quite some time. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. If only Wang Ziqing would groom himself, he could easily be a charismatic and imposing figure. However, his handsome features, accentuated by his sharp brows and piercing eyes, were overshadowed by his unkempt habits. His muscular physique was marred by a burgeoning belly, a testament to his excessive drinking. Truly, as Lu Chuana had remarked, he embodied the very picture of a man who drank to excess. Having arranged a business meeting at noon only to end up inebriated, gazing at the soundly sleeping Wang Ziqing, Lin Dong couldn't help but scoff. He summoned a waiter and ordered a cappuccino, intending to wait until Wang Ziqing regained consciousness to discuss matters. Yet, before he could savor his cappuccino, he caught Wang Ziqing staring at him with wide-open eyes. With a start, Lin Dong nearly spat out the coffee he had just sipped. Wang Ziqing maintained a posture reminiscent of slumber while seated, his gaze fixated intensely upon Lin Dong, an unsettling sight at first glance. What baffled Lin Dong was how Wang Ziqing had awakened from his stupor without so much as a whisper of movement. Silently rousing, he directed a piercing stare at Lin Dong, invoking a sense of trepidation. "Mr. Wang, you are awake. Is there anything you require? Shall I summon a server?" Lin Dong steadied his own emotions, inquiring with patience. "No need. I am not actually intoxicated. I merely wish to test you," Wang Ziqing replied. Contrary to Lin Dong's expectation of a weathered voice, Wang Ziqing's tone was remarkably clear, akin to that of a young man in his 20s. However, despite Wang Ziqing's claims of testing Lin Dong, the alcoholic scent lingering around him was undeniable. How could a man so thoroughly inebriated still harbor the cunning to test Lin Dong? "What, you little rascal, do you doubt my words?" Wang Ziqing shot Lin Dong a glare, reprimanding him. Lin Dong, accustomed to a courteous approach before conflict, found himself dismissing Wang Ziqing's disdainful demeanor with an excuse. "Not at all. It's just that I'm unclear about what you were testing me on." "Humph. You'll find out shortly." Wang Ziqing leaned back with his hands cradling his head, speaking in an affectation of mystery before flopping onto the soft cushions of the private room, utterly disregarding Lin Dong, who sat upright and resumed his slumber. Lin Dong thought, this is unacceptable. He still needed Wang Ziqing to finalize the sale of the Wei Mian processing plant to him. He quickly rose to offer his services to the elder. "Is there anything you wish to eat? I can call for the server." Wang Ziqing ignored him, turning away and snoring softly. It seemed he truly regarded Lin Dong as his personal caretaker. Though Lin Dong felt a surge of indignation, he remained patient and summoned the server. Yet, Wang Ziqing remained oblivious, unresponsive to any menu requests. "Then I shall have a bottle of whiskey." "No, make it 3. Lin Dong declared, vexed. The server cast a puzzled glance between Lin Dong and Wang Ziqing, unable to decipher the nature of their peculiar interaction. However, exhibiting commendable professionalism, the server refrained from asking questions and proceeded to prepare the requested whiskey. Though Lin Dong ordered 3 bottles, he himself abstained from alcohol and held a strong aversion to excessive drinking. If Wang Ziqing indeed enjoyed spirits, perhaps the aroma of alcohol would rouse him from his stupor. A method of combating poison with poison, Lin Dong mused. The adage that intoxication leads to folly is not without merit. Moreover, in his previous life, youthful exuberance and indulgence in drink had led to significant missteps. As he reflected on his past, Lin Dong experienced a momentary twitch in his right hand, followed by a sudden blankness in his mind, a peculiar loss of memory regarding the incidents of his past life involving alcohol. Truly, recent events had been tumultuous. The toll of sleepless nights on his health was considerable. Rubbing his temples, he realized he had indeed experienced what is often described as a blackout. This is not right. I shouldn't have been intoxicated, so how could I experience such a sensation of forgetfulness? Lin Dong's mind flashed with numerous fragments, long forgotten and gathering dust in the recesses of his brain, all from a first-person perspective. The ring on his 4th finger was the one he cherished most in his previous life. In these fragments, Lin Dong found himself in a grand hall, raising a glass in a toast to an elderly gentleman, who regarded him with a casual demeanor, casting a sidelong glance that seemed to convey disdain. Everything felt so vividly real, yet he could not recall the events that transpired in those moments. In agony, Lin Dong clutched his head and collapsed to the floor. His mind throbbed with intense pain, akin to needles piercing through his consciousness. His legs gave way, and he tumbled from his chair. Who was Lin Dong? Was he the man now sprawled on the ground, or the once mighty business magnate who towered above all? This man, writhing in pain on the floor, clutched his hair as if those steel needles embedded in his mind were entwined with his very strands. Sir, are you all right? A server, entering with a tray of whiskey, was startled by the sight of the man convulsing on the floor. In a panic, he set down the 3 bottles and rushed to assist him. As the server's hand brushed against the man's chest, perhaps the warmth of his touch roused Lin Dong from his frigid thoughts. He ceased trembling, a pale and feeble smile gracing his lips. And no, I'm fine. I'll call a doctor for you. The server was not foolish. Surely, a man in such a state could not possibly be all right. He began to reach for his phone to summon an ambulance. Observing the server's reluctance to heed his command, Lin Dong felt a surge of unbridled anger, his words growing increasingly vehement. No, I don't need it. Get out. Leave. The words escaped his lips, and Lin Dong stood frozen, astonished that such utterances had come from him. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Even the server was taken aback by Lin Dong's unusual behavior. I apologize, sir. I will leave at once. Please call me if you require anything. With a slight bow, the server hurriedly exited the room. What was happening? Why had I lost control of my emotions? Lin Dong pressed his forehead, astonished that he could erupt in such a manner after so many years. At some point, Wang Zhe, who had been sleeping soundly, awakened, clutching the whiskey that Lin Dong had ordered, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. Ugh! This Western liquor cannot compare to the purity of our Chinese spirits. It has no kick. It's like fruit juice. Wang Zhe consumed the alcohol as if it were mere water, and in no time, he had downed more than half the bottle. With bleary, inebriated eyes, he spotted Lin Dong and staggered over, elbowing him playfully. Hey, you little rascal. Not bad at all. You know how to please me. He squinted and scrutinized Lin Dong. What is your name again? Lin Dong. The man before Wang Zhe wore a polite smile, concealing the agony he had just endured. Those unaware might assume that the earlier distorted expression was merely an act. Lin Dong, with his remarkable acting skills, adeptly donned a new facade, offering a charming smile as he slightly nodded to Wang Zuching, saying, I am Lin Dong, here to discuss the acquisition of the Weimian processing plant with you. I intend to purchase the entire Weimian at market price. Although Lin Dong's mind was still in turmoil, he pondered that he should hasten to finalize the deal regarding Weimian before taking a well-deserved rest. Wang Ziqing was already aware that Lin Dong had come to negotiate a business deal, and after a moment's thought, he clapped his hands. Weimian? Ah, my little processing factory. You mean? Upon hearing Wang Ziqing mention the Weimian processing plant, Lin Dong's heart raced. It was not that he feared Wang Ziqing would refuse to sell the factory. Rather, if Wang Ziqing chose not to sell, Weimian would inevitably collapse within 3 months without Lin Dong's guidance. The strategic direction of Weimian was entirely dictated by Lin Dong. If he were to withdraw the machinery for the purified water, the plant would fall into disuse. Currently, Lu Chuanhe, who was under Lin Dong's command, would certainly not assist Weimian in acquiring the latest distillation equipment. Furthermore, Lin Dong's withdrawal would likely involve taking the employees with him, whether through coercion or persuasion. He was confident Wang Ziqing would comply, although Lin Dong was fully prepared to compel Wang Ziqing to sell the factory. He found himself sensing that this man was not as simple as he appeared. It was merely a superficial impression. Perhaps Wang Ziqing's intellect diverged from that of an ordinary individual. Chapter 83. The Unusual Want Weimian? No problem. I shall sell it to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt a slight relief in his anxious heart. If Wang Ziqing were truly a madman, disregarding profit and loss, Lin Dong would find himself in a precarious situation. Splendid. Let us draft a contract then. I will offer you 2 million for your factory, Lin Dong declared, rummaging through his briefcase for the contract that Lu Chuanhe had prepared in advance. Lu Chuanhe's character might be questionable, but his efficiency was indeed commendable. Holding the contract and a pen, Lin Dong presented them to Wang Ziqing. Yet, upon seeing the written agreement, Wang Ziqing seemed to snap, tossing Lin Dong's contract aside and shouting, "No way. 2 million is unacceptable." Lin Dong was not particularly surprised when dealing with someone who only understood indulgence. It would be abnormal if he did not demand a higher price. Lin Dong reassured him, "This is the market price. I am not profiting from you in the slightest." Wang Ziqing, however, remained unyielding, continuing to insist that 2 million was insufficient. Lin Dong feigned a look of grievance, presenting the tax assessments and current land prices that he had prepared in advance. Dealing with such an unreasonable person necessitated ample justification. I won't look. I refuse to see. Huang Qingyun exhibited the demeanor of a rogue, snatching the documents from Lin Dong's hands and hurling them against the wall. Do not rush. Let us discuss this slowly. Lin Dong thought, acutely aware of his predicament. He was the one in need, seeking Huang Qingyun's agreement to sell the processing plant. Yet, Huang Qingyun, being insatiably greedy, was now unwilling to part with the factory despite Lin Dong's offer of 2 million. Many a time, buyers should press down the price, compelling sellers to gradually raise it. However, Lin Dong approached this situation with a mindset of reconciliation, employing an exceedingly rare candor to negotiate with Huang Qingyun. Yet, for someone like Huang Qingyun, sincerity held no value. He was solely focused on profit. In the face of such a character, Lin Dong chose silence, respectfully pouring a glass of whiskey. Mr. Huang, I would like to toast to you. As Lin Dong lifted the glass, a wave of disorientation washed over him. He confirmed that the hands holding the glass were indeed his own, yet his right ring finger was devoid of his most cherished ring from a past life. This moment felt eerily familiar, prompting him to gaze up in alarm at Huang Qingyun, who was eyeing him with disdain. The mockery in his eyes seemingly ridiculing Lin Dong's obsequiousness. This scene mirrored a fleeting fragment that had just flashed in Lin Dong's mind. Stumbling slightly, Lin Dong steadied himself. But the glass slipped from his grasp, spilling the golden whiskey across the table. The liquid streamed over the edge, cascading onto Lin Dong's polished black shoes. Regaining his composure, Lin Dong recoiled in disgust, hastily using a napkin left by the waiter to wipe his shoes, anxious to avoid the nauseating scent of alcohol from staining him. Today's events felt overwhelmingly bizarre, leaving Lin Dong on edge. Is this your attitude? How dare you offer me a toast? Huang Qingyun glared at Lin Dong, offering no assistance and mocking him for spilling the drink. Apologies, no need to explain. You looked down on me just now. I will not sell the Wamian processing plant. Huang Qingyun, the obstinate and unreasonable man, seized the opportunity to adopt a superior demeanor, dramatically tossing his sleeve and swaying towards the exit. Lin Dong scoffed. Is this how you behave when intoxicated? Do you think you can bully me? Once again, Lin Dong's emotions took control, and he raised the bottle, intending to strike Huang Qingyun on the head. At the critical moment, Lin Dong's rationality miraculously returned, halting the bottle a mere 10 centimeters from Huang Qingyun's head, startling him as he turned. However, a drunken man's reactions are often abnormal. Had he been sober, Huang Qingyun would likely have fled. Instead, he retaliated, delivering a sharp slap to Lin Dong. Despite his daily indulgence in alcohol, Huang Qingyun possessed considerable strength, his muscular arms eliciting a moment of trepidation. The resounding slap left Lin Dong dazed, causing him to topple towards the table, sending glasses and bottles crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering glass. Lin Dong's once handsome face was marred by the slap. 5 prominent purple welts stark against his skin. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and upon inspection, he discovered a hard object. It was one of his own teeth. Even so, Huang Qingyun relentlessly seized Lin Dong by the collar, lifting him with furious energy. What? Were you trying to ambush me just now? I'll make you pay? At this moment, Lin Dong's mind buzzed with chaos. Today felt nothing short of a calamity. He steadied his thoughts, recognizing that confronting his adversary with audacity would be unwise, especially given the other's formidable presence. Brother Huang, I would never dare to be disrespectful. I simply wish to pour you a drink. In the face of crisis, Lin Dong summoned a shred of rationality and raised the bottle of whiskey, fabricating a feeble excuse. Even he found the pallor of his pretense hard to believe. However, Huang Qingyun seemed to recall something, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, You little rascal, do you despise drinking that much? No. It's merely that I feel my status does not permit me to share a toast with you. Lin Dong hastily offered, selecting his words with care. Enough of this nonsense. If you finish this bottle of whiskey today, I might consider selling you the Wamian processing plant. If you refuse to drink, this matter will remain unresolved. But I'm allergic to alcohol. Lin Dong protested, yet Huang Qingyun dismissed his protestations with a curse. I ask you again, drink or not drink? Lin Dong felt a deep-seated anguish, fearing the very thing he dreaded. His aversion to alcohol rivaled a farmer's loathing for pests. He could not recall when this disdain had taken root, but the mere scent of any liquor that wafted into his nostrils was met with his instinctive distaste. Brother Huang, I truly am allergic to alcohol. Please, spare me. Lin Dong once again invoked his excuse of being allergic, knowing full well that such a declaration usually deterred others from forcing him to drink. Yet, predicting Huang Qingyun's reactions through the lens of a rational person was futile. This madman cared little for life, death, or monetary concerns. Huang Qingyun, unperturbed, yanked Lin Dong by the collar and bellowed, "Today, either you or this bottle of liquor must vanish." Chapter 84. A dignity shattered. The human psyche is a marvel. A subject so intricate that scholars spend lifetimes attempting to unravel its mysteries. Lin Dong's aversion to alcohol stemmed from a profound internal struggle, the origins of which he had long forgotten, perhaps lost in a past life or in the cycle of reincarnation. "Brother, I truly cannot." Wang Ziqing's visage twisted in fury as he seized the bottle from the ground and smashed it against the wall, sending shards of glass scattering helplessly. He pressed the sharp edge against Lin Dong's neck. "Do not engage with a madman," a voice echoed in Lin Dong's mind, reminiscent of a lesson taught by a wise mentor. "Brother, brother, I will drink. I will drink." Lin Dong feigned panic, yet within, he remained eerily composed. Trembling, he opened the bottle of whiskey, the intoxicating aroma assaulting his senses. As Lin Dong prepared to drink, a sinister grin spread across Wang Ziqing's face, his yellowed teeth gleaming with malevolence. This grotesque expression suited the brutish demeanor of the thug perfectly. Lin Dong struggled to remove the cork, the overwhelming scent of the whiskey invading his nostrils. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The icy, exquisite nectar touched his tongue, and suddenly, a myriad of voices flooded his mind, each phrase vivid and clear. "Are you not a man of integrity? Did you not vow to abstain from alcohol? How is it that you find yourself drinking today? Chen Longyu, you ungrateful scoundrel. I had misjudged you. Do not trouble me any further. Oh dear. Even your closest companions have departed. TSK, how pitiable. Your pleading posture on the ground truly resembles that of a destined failure." The sharp flavor permeated Lin Dong's mouth, both familiar and foreign. Cough, cough, cough. He was choked by the intense aroma of the distilled spirit. The voices earlier were not mere echoes from his mind. He had scoured every corner of his memory, but found no trace of those sounds. This was no illusion. It was a tangible experience. Lin Dong was certain that his time travel to 1998 and this peculiar event were inextricably linked. He felt as if he were wandering in a void, surrounded by nebulous, indescribable entities, unable to think clearly. "Watch yourself around, Chung Minhui. That rascal has allied with Wang Lu." Lin Dong's wandering thoughts were abruptly yanked back to reality by this remark. "What?" He blinked, gazing vacantly at the speaker. The only person present was Wang Ziqing. "What are you staring at? You truly are a hypocritical little brat. Indeed, no wonder you are Zhang Lao's disciple." Wang Ziqing's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as he playfully slapped Lin Dong's head, laughing and scolding him. Lin Dong stood there in a daze, unsure of Wang Ziqing's intentions. However, judging by Wang Ziqing's behavior and his previous remarks, it was evident that he held considerable influence. Lin Dong had only mentioned to Li Changyong that he was Zhang Lao's student. If Li Changyong had inadvertently leaked this information, it would be manageable. Yet, if it were not Li Changyong who had revealed this, Lin Dong swallowed hard. Upon further reflection, Wang Ziqing seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the conflicts between himself, Chung Minhui, and Wang Lu, indicating that Wang Ziqing had a surprisingly limited grasp of his character. One cannot judge a man by his appearance, nor the sea by its depth. Lin Dong felt fortunate that he had not heeded Lu Chuanha's advice to antagonize Wang Ziqing. Wang Ziqing's status was undoubtedly far superior to that of Li Changyong and Wang Lu. Lin Dong touched the 5 purple bloodstains on his face, considering it a lesson learned. He had gained a new understanding of how to deal with those akin to ruffians. As he watched Wang Ziqing swaggering out, Lin Dong felt a mixture of resentment and relief. He was grateful for his low profile. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. However, this gratitude was short-lived as a troubling thought crossed his mind. How did Wang Ziqing know of his aversion to alcohol? When Wang Ziqing had compelled him to drink, Lin Dong had been entirely focused on the foul substance, oblivious to this detail. "Wait, senior, wait." Lin Dong dashed towards the door, pursuing the middle-aged man who, despite his inebriation, exuded an air of defiance, a figure of undoubtedly complex origins. Perhaps Lin Dong's erratic behavior was instigated by this very individual. "Wait, Brother Wang, hold on." Wang Ziqing, unfazed by Lin Dong's actions, appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. Calmly, he turned around and pointed at Lin Dong, who was about to burst through the entrance of the Western restaurant, inhaled deeply, and bellowed. This man dined in a private room without settling the bill and vandalized the premises. Lin Dong's heart churned with mixed emotions. Where did this peculiar Wang Ziqing emerge from? How could someone possess such audacity? It was as though Lin Dong had failed to recognize the reflection of his own conduct in Wang Ziqing's actions, which were hardly commendable. Upon Wang Ziqing's proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd, and all eyes promptly shifted toward Lin Dong. Don't run. Stop. Halt, or we shall contact the authorities. Someone quick. There is a diner attempting to evade payment. The male servers and security guards lunged forward, seizing Lin Dong. A security guard, possessing a modicum of martial skill, executed a joint lock, forcing Lin Dong's arm behind his back. Should he dare to resist further, his arm would surely break. Wait, I have money. I can pay. It hurts, Lin Dong exclaimed, mere steps from the exit, overwhelmed by the multitude of burly figures pressing him to the ground. Return, sir. Please settle the charges for the private room first. Humph. Do not show any leniency to such scoundrels. It is an annual occurrence to encounter a suit-clad leech seeking a free meal. Today, we have caught another one. What is there left to discuss? Strike him. Beat him. They clamored, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Lin Dong. Wait. I have money. I can settle the bill, Lin Dong shouted, shielding his head. Yet, to the onlookers, this plea was merely an excuse to evade the impending physical punishment. No one cared whether he truly had the means to pay. Once the assault concluded, Lin Dong lay on the ground, barely conscious. Was this truly a mid-range restaurant? If one were not informed, they might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a den of bandits. The once courteous servers had transformed into ravenous beasts, disregarding the other patrons as they pounced upon Lin Dong with bared fangs. Humph. How much food did this rascal consume? Is one beating sufficient? Perhaps we should drag him to the kitchen and make him work off the debt before releasing him. Absolutely not. He vandalized the private room. He must compensate. Those rooms are quite expensive. Chapter 85. The return of talent. It was the very issue Lin Dong had previously discerned. Despite their polished exterior, an underlying rebelliousness permeated the staff of the Western restaurant. While they feigned deference to customers, should any issue arise, they would abandon all pretense and resort to violence without hesitation. Lin Dong lay on the ground, drenched in an unidentifiable liquid, whether it be alcohol or sweat. His hair matted against his pallid face, sticky and irritating. Do not let him escape. There is commotion in the private room. One male server strode purposefully toward the very room Lin Dong had occupied. The room has been destroyed. He must pay, the man shouted in fury. Lin Dong fell to the ground in silence, utterly powerless, struggling to utter a word. The onlookers, indifferent to his plight, unceremoniously hoisted him by the arms and carried him back to the private room, carelessly tossing him aside. It was ironic that these ruffian-like waiters could feign the sophistication of gentlemen. The chief male waiter grabbed Lin Dong by his hair, lifting his head and gesturing towards the room, exclaiming, "Look here, look. These are the consequences of your actions." The pristine white walls were splattered with yellow whiskey, and a deep indentation, likely caused by Huang Qingyun's earlier assault with a bottle, marred one section. "I'll pay for it." Slap. Another resounding blow landed across Lin Dong's already bloodied face, causing his limbs to twitch in pain. How audacious. Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. Spit. The male waiter misinterpreted Lin Dong's plea as a retort and struck him again, followed by a mouthful of phlegm. Like a tiger fallen to the ground. You are bullied by dogs. Lin Dong felt the foul, viscous substance on his face trickling down, a reminder of his humiliation. Hit me. Keep hitting. The male waiter commanded his companions, thirsting for further violence. Brother, enough. If you keep this up, someone might die. Indeed, let it go. What if he accidentally dies? Lin Dong's consciousness began to fade, his eyes slowly closing. In a hazy state, he felt himself lift away, descending onto a cold, unfamiliar ground surrounded by strangers who pointed and mocked his helplessness. Lin Dong desperately tried to argue, but his solitary voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the unruly crowd, which soon overwhelmed him. The jeers intensified, accompanied by spit and refuse hurled his way, as if he were an irredeemable criminal. Anger surged within Lin Dong, and he raised his fists to retaliate, but suddenly, a torrent of icy water splashed over him. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Dong opened his eyes once more, finding himself in an empty, expansive room filled with an array of kitchen utensils, knives, forks, spatulas, ovens, and spoons. Unquestionably, this was the kitchen. He strained to recall the events leading to his unconsciousness, realizing he had been suspected of being a freeloader and had endured a brutal beating before being discarded here. Such incidents were not uncommon. In the tumultuous year of 1993, unruly bullies would dine and dash in restaurants, unable to report the minor infractions due to the lack of substantial evidence, often opted to detain offenders until they completed labor equivalent to the value of their stolen meal. Lin Dong found himself in a similar predicament. Yet the irony lay in the fact that he was affluent and still ended up in the kitchen, a group of unreasonable scoundrels. He cursed inwardly, struggling to sit up. It was the dead of night, and to compound his misfortune, his phone had died. Rising to his feet, Lin Dong seized a kitchen knife and, guided by the moonlight, stealthily made his way towards the door. As anticipated, both doors were firmly locked, leaving Lin Dong with no choice but to wait until dawn by taking another nap. Yet, was Lin Dong the type to meekly yield to fate? He began to search frantically around him, and before long, he discovered his handbag tucked away in an outer cabinet. All its contents were intact, save for the cash, which had presumably been confiscated by the group of attendants. Lin Dong paid this no mind, for the cash within had always been meager. Accustomed to digital payments, he found even in 1998, when mobile payment was not yet a feature, the option to swipe his bank card was still available. While many preferred avoiding the cumbersome process of entering passwords and swiping cards, Lin Dong was different. To him, cash felt like an encumbrance. After rummaging for a while, he unearthed a small flashlight from a side compartment. This habit of stockpiling supplies had been cultivated from his past life. Holding the palm-sized flashlight, Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it was intended for emergencies such as this, and now its usefulness was evident. However, to assume Lin Dong was plotting an escape would be a grave misunderstanding. Instead, he utilized the faint glow of the flashlight to peruse the bill left for him by Cheng Xiang from earlier that day. For someone like Lin Dong, even if he were to encounter the supernatural, he would continue to focus on his business. Moreover, dwelling on the events of the day was futile. It was far more prudent to strive diligently, laying a solid foundation to expand his enterprise until it rivaled the commercial empire he once knew. At that point, even Wang Ziqing would find it impossible to overshadow the entirety of China's business realm, Lin Dong mused. As Lin Dong held the bill in his hands, he found Cheng Xiang's assertion that it accounted for the company's entire financials hard to believe. This document was merely the result of her efforts over a few hours. The assets of Wei Mian processing plant were worth at least $1 million. How could it possibly be settled in half a day? Lin Dong held low expectations for Cheng Xiang. Drawing from his dim memories of his past life, he recalled the arduous search for a competent accountant. Having scoured half of China to find a gem capable of processing an entire month's worth of corporate finances in just 2 days. Averaged out. That meant she could complete a week's financial statements in half a day. With a sigh, Lin Dong retracted his admiration for past glories, now only hoping the current bill would not be too disorganized. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the paper, he was struck dumb, a burning sensation creeping onto his face. Reality often brims with surprises, and Lin Dong found himself sharply confronted. Every entry on the bill left by Cheng Xiang was remarkably clear, her elegant handwriting defying expectations of it being produced by the chubby girl. As he quickly leafed through the centimeter-thick ledger, he noted that at least half of it was filled with her meticulous script. Chapter 86. Leadership Inspection. One must not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a mere dipper, Lin Dong exclaimed, beginning to scrutinize the bill in detail. Each entry was meticulously recorded by Cheng Xiang, a feat that required remarkable speed and perseverance. The market price of purified water has indeed risen, as Lin Dong anticipated. Currently, the price has escalated from 6 yuan per barrel to 8, representing a substantial increase of 1/3 of the original price. Each of the 16 processing plants can produce approximately 300 barrels a day, yielding a staggering profit of 2,400 yuan daily. This is merely from one processing plant, while Lin Dong possesses a total of 16, which translates to a daily income of 38,400 yuan. During the past 7 days, while Lin Dong diligently sought talent, the Weimian processing plant amassed a remarkable revenue of 268,800 yuan. Although Lin Dong has pledged 2 million to purchase the Weimian plant from Wang Ziqing, the plant will generate that sum within 10 days. Considering Lin Dong's share and taxation factors, he can expect to earn at least 2 million within a month. Once the golden period for purified water passes and prices decline, Lin Dong is prepared to pivot, for relying solely on purified water is certainly not a sustainable path to wealth. He already feels quite satisfied with the profits from this entire processing plant. Lin Dong's gaze must now extend further, for there remain countless opportunities for business development throughout Huaxia. Unbeknownst to him, he contemplated investment strategies throughout the night. As for the images that flashed through his mind today, no amount of anger would be beneficial. He must now concentrate all his efforts on managing the enterprise. Perhaps he could convince himself that his momentary lapse in sanity was merely a figment of his imagination while in the private room. By the time dawn broke the following day and the pastry staff entered the kitchen, Lin Dong had already donned his suit, restoring his former dignified appearance. Aside from the 5 distinct purple marks on his face, which he could not yet conceal, he exuded an air reminiscent of a nobleman. seated regally as he awaited the arrival of the chefs. He was a far cry from the disheartened figure of the previous day. Some chefs, unfamiliar with Lin Dong, cast curious glances in his direction, perhaps intrigued by his demeanor or perhaps by the marks on his face. Look, feel free to stare. Lin Dong was utterly unfazed by their scrutiny. As the chefs began to gather, he casually crossed his legs on the chair and, with an air of arrogance, remarked, "Oh, you've all arrived? Where are your security personnel? Bring them in." The chefs exchanged glances, none daring to approach him. This hesitation was understandable. In 1998, suits were not yet commonplace. An custom-tailored suit would cost at least 200 to 300 yuan, equivalent to a week's wages for entry-level workers. For newcomers trying to navigate society, possessing a suit was undoubtedly a symbol of status. It was no wonder that yesterday's brash youths had mistaken Lin Dong for a con artist in a suit, prompting their aggressive behavior. In an instant, everyone was intimidated by Lin Dong's imposing presence, believing him to be the privileged heir of a powerful family, and offending such an influential figure would be most unwise. The chefs, well aware of the unspoken tension, chose to remain silent. Lin Dong, suppressing his breath, bellowed in a resonant voice, "Are the security personnel absent? Head chef, step forward. Come and respond." Yesterday, Lin Dong was utterly powerless after receiving a slap from Huang Qingyun. Now that he has regained his strength, he is confident that he could easily deal with the security guards if they dared to provoke him again. Lin Dong called out to the head chef, and eventually, a uniquely dressed man emerged from the kitchen. While the others were clad in white, he stood out in black. "Why are you the only one in black? Is it that you believe the restaurant cannot function without you?" Lin Dong, choosing not to pose any further inquiries, unleashed a barrage of scathing remarks. His intention was clear, to assert his dominance and instill fear in everyone present. The unfortunate head chef became an example of Lin Dong's wrath. After venting his frustrations, Lin Dong's demeanor shifted as he glared and bellowed, "Where are the security guards? What time is it? They need to get here now?" The head chef, relieved to no longer be the target of Lin Dong's tirade, silently hoped the guards would arrive to absorb some of the reprimand. Since the moment Lin Dong began berating him, the head chef had hunched over, not daring to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Now, upon being questioned, he straightened slightly, yet still avoided eye contact, mumbling, "The security guards will take a bit longer to arrive. Please hold on." "Are you saying they haven't arrived yet?" Lin Dong exclaimed, frustration boiling over as he slammed the dishes from a nearby table to the floor, startling the head chef. "What are you doing? Where's your manager? Get him in here." The head chef stammered, "The manager hasn't arrived either." "How outrageous. What time does he arrive?" Lin Dong demanded. "The manager usually shows up around 10 in the morning," the head chef replied timidly. Lin Dong thought to himself, a manager should set an example for the staff. Arriving past 10 is unacceptable. Moreover, the security personnel should be the first to arrive, yet the chefs are all present while not a single security guard has shown up. This is simply unacceptable. In any circumstance, Lin Dong's subconscious was always focused on the principles of managing a business. Every action and utterance of his could potentially reveal issues within the enterprise or its employees. Clearing his throat and clapping his hands to draw attention, Lin Dong addressed the crowd. "All right, I will return at 10. If your manager is still absent then, you will have much to answer for." With that, he left with an air of authority. Once Lin Dong had distanced himself, the chefs cautiously began to converse. "Who was that? Such arrogance," one remarked. "Perhaps he is a relative of our boss. Otherwise, how would he dare speak to our head chef like that?" "Exactly. Our head chef is no ordinary person. How dare this young brat speak to him in such a manner?" Although Lin Dong moved forward, his ears remained attuned to the commotion behind him. Head chef, it's bad news. The person we caught for dining and dashing yesterday has escaped." "What? When?" "Just now. That same individual." Chapter 87. Dispute: Was that young man the one who dined and dashed yesterday? It is rather perplexing that those who indulge in a free meal can audaciously berate us. Just as the crowd began to echo one another's sentiments, the head chef suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it, I caught a glimpse of that scoundrel. And he still bears the marks from yesterday's altercation." Upon hearing the chef's words, the other cooks finally recognized the unmistakable sign of Lin Dong's identity, the 5 distinct bloodstains emblazoned across his face. Lin Dong's performance was truly remarkable. He managed to deceive everyone without attempting to hide his face. He relied on the fact that people's attention often cannot be divided. At the moment when everyone was focused on Lin Dong's brazen demeanor, he felt the safest. The kitchen staff, in a flurry of indignation, seized their knives and spatulas, rushing outside in pursuit of Lin Dong. Yet upon stepping outside, there was no trace of him left. He had vanished without a trace. "Damn it! How can there be such a despicable person?" Truly a rare breed. The head chef, in a fit of rage, hurled his hat to the ground and stormed back into the restaurant. Seeing their leader retreat, the others followed suit, grumbling and cursing Lin Dong under their breath to vent the chef's frustrations. Let them curse. Lin Dong, unfazed by their ire, sat leisurely on the bus, en route to the Wei processing plant. His phone had died yesterday, and he could only imagine how worried his family must be. Huang Qingyun might have even reported him missing, while Lin Yongheng, unable to contact the police, would likely be restless throughout the night. As for the processing plant, Lu Chuanhe probably wouldn't be overly concerned. If Lin Dong were to go missing or perish, Lu Chuanhe, as the largest shareholder, would stand to gain immensely. When Lin Dong's registered Yunao Group license was issued, Lu Chuanhe would be in a position of great prominence. Perhaps Lu Chuanhe would even welcome Lin Dong's disappearance. As for Cheng Xiang, having just started her job, the sudden absence of her boss would undoubtedly leave her anxious. After all, if the boss fled, her promised salary would vanish too. Lin Dong chuckled to himself at the thought of everyone's reactions. It was indeed amusing to have such a diverse array of personalities within his company. Perhaps this was the beauty of enterprise, whether driven by self-interest or united effort. Everyone would cluster around the chairman, rife with suspicion and manipulation as they sought to ascend to the pinnacle of success. In his previous life, Lin Dong had also risen from a mere employee, having once leveraged the chairman for financial gain. Reflecting on it now, perhaps the chairman had been fully aware of Lin Dong's machinations, choosing to remain silent while subtly utilizing Lin Dong's talents to bolster his own enterprise. Lin Dong harbored no fear of others coveting his wealth. Rather, he feared the indifference of those who might neglect his financial interests entirely. As the bus traversed the oily road, the street began to grow increasingly bumpy. Inside the bus, Lin Dong felt as if he were in a bumper car at an amusement park. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Qingyun and Yongheng have probably never been to an amusement park. How thoughtless of him. He should have taken them out for some fun. He had been so preoccupied lately, neglecting both Lin Yongheng and Huang Qingyun. It was settled then. Delightful images of joy and laughter at the amusement park filled his mind. Before long, the bus arrived at its destination. Lin Dong alighted from the nearest platform to the Wei processing factory and hurried back. The elderly security guard greeted him as usual, and Lin Dong responded with a polite smile. Perhaps the news of his disappearance had yet to spread. He ascended the stairs to the third floor in one breath and reached the door of Lu Chuanhe's office, only to overhear a heated argument between a man and a woman inside. Lu Chuanhe, Lin Dong has been missing for a day, and you still refuse to tell us where he is. The voice was unmistakably Huang Qingyun's. I am equally concerned about Lin Gu, she continued. Ms. Huang, Lin Dong's disappearance has nothing to do with me. If I knew where he was, I would have already gone to find him. Lu Chuanhe defended himself from the side. You claim to be worried about Lin Dong, yet you failed to provide any evidence after the police were notified? The tone softened slightly, revealing Cheng Xiang's presence, which surprised Lin Dong. The matter of the police report and evidence undoubtedly pertained to Huang Qingyun and others filing a report after Lin Dong's disappearance. However, the conditions for filing a missing person report required either a 24-hour absence or sufficient evidence proving his disappearance. It was evident that Lin Dong had not been missing long enough. Huang Qingyun and the others could only seek clues from Lu Chuanhe. Yet he obstinately refused to divulge any information regarding Lin Dong's whereabouts. Lin Dong had indeed not been mistaken. Lu Chuanhe was the one most eager for Lin Dong to come to harm. Even today, he remained tight-lipped about Lin Dong. Ladies, I truly do not know Lin Dong's whereabouts. Even if you call the police to arrest me, it would be of no use. Lu Chuanhe insisted. And it has nothing to do with you? The last person Lin Dong contacted before leaving was you. You must know something. Huang Qingyun retorted, her mind sharp, immediately suspecting Lu Chuanhe's involvement. Realizing Huang Qingyun was onto him, Lu Chuanhe felt a twinge of anxiety and spoke vehemently. I warn you, do not slander me. Otherwise, I will call security. Slander? Then tell me what Lin Dong was doing in your office all this time. Your timeline and what you said do not match. Huang Qingyun, are you intentionally provoking me to vent your frustrations? Lin Dong is no longer here. I am the head of the Wei processing factory. If you continue to speak foolishly, I will dismiss you from your position. Lu Chuanhe attempted to overwhelm Huang Qingyun with his authority, inadvertently revealing that Lin Dong was indeed the true owner of the factory. Lin Dong had long instructed everyone not to disclose his identity, and Lu Chuanhe's words were becoming increasingly reckless, indicating his guilty conscience. Fortunately, Huang Qingyun's focus remained solely on Lin Dong, and she paid no heed to these finer details, promptly retorting to Lu Chuanhe, even if you dismiss me as the factory director, I will still find Lin Dong. Huang Qingyun, do you have no sense of propriety? Fine. Now get out of my sight. Lu Chuanha roared, throwing the documents from his desk recklessly at Huang Qingyun's face. The pages of blank paper floated through the air, pale and trembling in a desperate dance, before gently descending to the ground, failing to reach Huang Qingyun's side. Suddenly, the door to Lu Chuanha's office was kicked open, revealing a formidable figure standing outside, amidst their heated argument. Chapter 88. Applying medicine in an instant. The expressions of those within the office froze. Joy, surprise, and fear mingled in the air. Lin Dong's countenance was dark, his icy words slicing through the room like a frigid wind, lowering the temperature significantly. You say dismissing me is so simple? Lord Lu, your authority is indeed imposing. Lin Dong, Huang Qingyun exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed forward to embrace him. Old Lin, Cheng Xiang nearly called out to her boss, only to remember Lin Dong's earlier instruction and quickly altered her address. Lin, brother? Lu Chuanha could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Lin Dong was no mere figment of his imagination. Even if Lu Chuanha were to gouge out his own eyes, Lin Dong would still be standing there. Lin Dong, are you all right? What happened to your face? Who hit you? Why do you always cause us to worry? Huang Qingyun gazed at Lin Dong's battered face, her outstretched fingers hesitating to touch him, fearing it would cause him pain, her reprimands mingling with her tears. Lin Dong gently grasped Huang Qingyun's trembling hand, placing it softly against his injured cheek. Do not worry, I am fine. It is merely a slap, nothing to fret about. He comforted the sobbing Huang Qingyun, his voice laced with tenderness. Huang Qingyun had undoubtedly spent a sleepless night, her eyes bloodshot from worry. How could Lin Dong not care for a girl who was so deeply concerned for his well-being? However, his concern for Huang Qingyun would have to wait until he returned home. He had another matter to attend to at present. Turning his gaze to the corner where Lu Chuanha was trembling in fear, Lin Dong addressed him. Brother Lu, we have always maintained a good relationship, have we not? I recall asking you to look after Huang Qingyun on my first day at the factory. How have you fared in that regard? Be brother Lin, I. Lu Chuanha was acutely aware that Lin Dong had likely overheard his previous words, else he would not have entered at such a critical moment. Do you truly not consider me a brother? Lin Dong's flat tone was laced with an undercurrent of menace, sending chills down Lu Chuanha's spine. Lin Dong feared that Huang Qingyun might discover his true identity, feigning camaraderie with Lu Chuanha, who surely understood the implications of their relationship. Despite his shares, if Lin Dong wished to expel him from the company, there would be nothing Lu Chuanha could do. Should Lin Dong decide to sell the company under a new name, all losses would inevitably fall upon Lu Chuanha. Lu Chuanha's mouth gaped open, yet no sound emerged as he struggled to find words for defense. Unable to articulate his thoughts, ultimately, it was Lin Dong who took the lead. Enough, enough. I am not one to hold grudges. However, should I catch you treating Director Huang Qingyun in such a manner again, do not expect me to uphold our brotherly bond. With that, Lin Dong took Huang Qingyun by the wrist, leading her out of the office. As Lin Dong departed, Lu Chuanha collapsed onto the sofa, utterly defeated. Cheng Xiang instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, murmuring, our boss is simply like a domineering CEO. Lin Dong took Huang Qingyun outdoors. Initially, he had planned to return to the Western restaurant at 10 o'clock to confront them, but the pitiful Huang Qingyun effortlessly altered Lin Dong's intentions. To be precise, Lin Dong wished to spend more time with Huang Qingyun. Recently, he had been preoccupied with various matters, neglecting his devoted wife. Upon returning home, he must compensate Qingyun adequately, perhaps by arranging a candlelit dinner accompanied by fine red wine. Though Lin Dong himself was not fond of alcohol, he took delight in intoxicating others, finding the sight of a beautiful woman blushing with a gentle intoxication most enchanting. However, while Lin Dong envisioned romantic escapades with Huang Qingyun, her attention remained fixated on the injury adorning his face. Lin Dong, who inflicted that wound upon you? Does it still hurt? Perhaps you should apply some ointment. It doesn't hurt, Lin Dong reassured her. Do not worry, my dear. I can take care of myself. Truly, it is nothing. Observing Huang Qingyun's anxious demeanor filled Lin Dong with an inexplicable joy. How could one not feel elated when the beloved is so concerned? Moreover, it had taken considerable effort for Lin Dong to help her shed the shackles of her worries. Are you truly fine? The bruise on your face appears to be turning purple. Huang Qingyun remained unconvinced. It is nothing, really. By the way, what shall we have for dinner tonight? As Lin Dong gazed at Huang Qingyun's enchanting visage, an idea suddenly struck him. Ouch, my face. It truly hurts. I think it is a bit painful. Lin Dong clutched his face and slowly crouched by the roadside. Lin Dong, are you all right? I will call for an ambulance. Huang Qingyun, seeing Lin Dong in such distress, hastily took out her phone to dial for help. No, there is no need for such trouble. We can simply apply some ointment when we return home. All right, let's hurry and find a taxi to get home quickly. Oh, it hurts so much. Lin Dong grasped Huang Qingyun's hand and waved down a taxi, heading straight for their apartment. Upon arriving, Lin Yongheng was nowhere to be found. Typically, at this hour, he would be sound asleep in bed. Yet today he had inexplicably risen early and had vanished. Undoubtedly, his absence was linked to Lin Dong's own predicament. That foolish cousin of mine. I have repeatedly told him not to wander about during the day. Why has he gone out so early? Although Lin Dong grumbled about Lin Yongheng, he was genuinely concerned for his cousin's safety. Currently, Lin Yongheng was a wanted man. If the authorities discovered his whereabouts, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Xinjiang City was notably different from Yi City. It was far more prosperous, and, correspondingly, the law enforcement was significantly more stringent. No matter how clever Lin Dong was, he could not outsmart the advancements of modern technology. While a clever tactic might work once or twice, relying on unexpected strategies too frequently would inevitably lead to precautions being taken. Do not speak ill of your cousin. When you went missing last night, Lin Yongheng was frantic, searching for you the entire night. He must have ventured out early today to look for you, Huang Qingyun remarked. Then what are we waiting for? Call him back. Yes. When Huang Qingyun made the call, one could hardly express the delight that Lin Yongheng felt on the other end, his laughter resonating so clearly that even Lin Dong, standing nearby, could hear it distinctly. Seizing the opportunity while Huang Qingyun was on the phone, Lin Dong rummaged through his home for a first aid kit. He had always taken pleasure in preparing such emergency supplies. Having a small medical kit at home was hardly excessive. As Lin Dong dipped a cotton swab into antiseptic, he had not yet brought it close to his face when he suddenly cried out in pain. Startled, Huang Qingyun quickly hung up the phone and rushed back to tend to Lin Dong. With a mischievous grin, he handed the cotton swab to her. I can't control the pressure. Perhaps you could assist me? Chapter 89, A Rogue's Antics. Ouch. Lin Dong pretended to be in agony, covering his face dramatically. Qingyun, I can't manage the pressure. Could you help me apply it? With a playful smirk, he extended the cotton swab towards Huang Qingyun, who, seeing the situation, could only smile helplessly. Lin Dong, if you're going to lie, at least put some thought into it. You were struck on the left side of your face. Why cover the right? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong quickly touched his left cheek and, indeed, felt a sting. With a pitiful gaze directed at Huang Qingyun, he exclaimed, It hurts. Qingyun, I need treatment. Although she suspected that Lin Dong was mostly feigning his injury, she still accepted the cotton swab, dipping it into the iodine solution at home. Just when her hand was a mere millimeter from Lin Dong's face, he abruptly interjected, Wait. Stop. Before you proceed. How do you plan to handle these bruises? Aren't you supposed to apply ointment? Isn't it customary to cover all the wounds? Huang Qingyun instinctively withdrew her hand, perplexed by his sudden outburst. This was not typical behavior for Lin Dong. I plan to use iodine for disinfection, then apply the ointment. What is the issue? She replied. Just don't apply it all over. A small amount will suffice. Lin Dong insisted, realizing his reluctance. Huang Qingyun began to suspect that perhaps he was genuinely afraid of the pain and wanted to minimize the application of the ointment. No, all wounds must be treated. Huang Qingyun declared firmly, leaving no room for debate. Absolutely not. Just a dab will do. Using too much is wasteful. Lin Dong retorted with equal determination. Huang Qingyun found herself torn between amusement and sympathy. This was a grown man who had once endured a severe beating, yet now flinched at the thought of applying medication. Lin Dong, trust me, I will be gentle, and I will cover all of it, she reassured him. I really don't need it. I know my own body. And it's unnecessary. Lin Dong insisted, growing more obstinate. The more he resisted, the more convinced Huang Qingyun became of her hypothesis. Lin Dong was indeed afraid of the pain associated with the ointment application. She continued to coax him, as if soothing a child. I too was frightened of applying medicine when I was young, especially after getting hurt, but neglecting treatment truly hinders healing. In the past, I often concealed my injuries. Whenever my mother discovered them, she would promptly drag me to our room, retrieving the first aid kit from the corner. Huang Qingyun reminisced about her childhood, perhaps unaware that Lin Dong observed her keenly. Whenever she mentioned her mother, a radiant smile graced her face. As Lin Dong listened to Huang Qingyun recount her past, it felt as though he was savoring the sweetness of those cherished moments. However, time had altered the landscape. And although the past was warm, it had become mere memory. Upon finishing her narrative, Huang Qingyun hoped to move Lin Dong. Yet, he remained resolute, insisting that she only apply a small amount of ointment to the deepest of his purple bruises. There are 5 in total. Huang Qingyun, adhering to her principle of seeing things through, contended with Lin Dong for the initiative in applying the medicine. Lin Dong, trust me. I will be gentle, she implored. It's not a matter of trust. I simply do not need so much ointment, he retorted. Seeing that Lin Dong was unyielding, Huang Qingyun began to assertively compel him to treat all his wounds. This time, Lin Dong, typically a devoted husband, seemed almost irrational. Despite knowing Huang Qingyun had his best interests at heart, he was determined not to relent. As time passed, their disagreement over the application of medicine escalated. Lin Dong, you must obediently heed my words, Huang Qingyun insisted. My fate is mine to command, he declared. If you apply ointment to all my wounds today, I shall no longer bear the surname Lin. This was a blatant provocation to Huang Qingyun, who was equally unwilling to back down. If I do not treat all your wounds today, I shall abandon the surname Huang, she countered. Their playful banter ultimately culminated in Lin Dong's defeat. Though it remained unclear whether he had succumbed intentionally or truly could not withstand Huang Qingyun's resolve. Now you are coming around, Huang Qingyun thought, believing that enduring temporary discomfort was far preferable to prolonged pain. With medication at hand, recovery would inevitably be swifter than without it. Huang Qingyun dipped a cotton swab in iodine once more, as the previous application had nearly dried. She moistened the swab again, her hand gently gliding over Lin Dong's face, mindful of applying just the right amount of pressure to avoid causing him pain. Lin Dong, however, was not one to be easily outdone. As a condition for allowing Huang Qingyun to treat his wounds, he reclined comfortably on her soft, resilient thigh, gazing up at her with admiration as she concentrated on her task. Oh, Lin Dong shivered, letting out a soft groan. Huang Qingyun quickly lifted the cotton swab. Concern etched across her face. Does it hurt? Shall I be gentler? It's nothing, really. It's quite pleasant, actually, he chuckled, occasionally teasing her, reveling in the joy of their life together. Although such antics might earn him an exasperated glance from Huang Qingyun, he was in a wounded state, and she would surely refrain from chastising him. Once the iodine had been applied, it was time for the ointment. Huang Qingyun retrieved a tube of salve from the cabinet, a staple remedy frequently kept in their home. Huang Qingyun had recently relocated to an apartment and promptly visited a pharmacy to procure essential and cost-effective medications. Oh, how vital it is to have a virtuous wife. Lin Dong couldn't help but reflect wistfully. Once Lin Dong had applied the ointment to his facial injuries, Huang Qingyun nodded, preparing to rise. Lin Dong, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, Didn't you say you would apply the ointment all over my wounds? Huang Qingyun scrutinized Lin Dong's face, noting that aside from the 5 conspicuous purple bruises, there appeared to be no other injuries. Lin Dong flashed a mischievous grin, lifting his shirt. You rogue. Huang Qingyun, startled, quickly turned her head away, covering her eyes. We're already an old couple. Why be so bashful? I have wounds on my body that require your attention. Weren't you eager to apply the ointment for me before? Lin Dong had orchestrated this entire scenario merely to coax Huang Qingyun into applying medicine to his body. Though slightly embarrassed, Huang Qingyun recalled his earlier words and lowered her hands from her eyes. Lin Dong then proceeded to begin removing his trousers. Get away. You're being lewd. Chapter 90. A piece of cake after all. I have been beaten all over. How could I possibly have only sustained injuries to my upper body? Lin Dong, reluctantly pulling up his trousers amidst Huang Qingyun's reproaches, muttered under his breath. If you dare do that again, I will divorce you. Huang Qingyun's face flushed crimson, daring only to slowly turn her head once Lin Dong had dressed. Indeed, the timing was still not right. Lin Dong sighed bitterly, recalling how he had once chastised Huang Qingyun without her ever mentioning divorce. Now, she threatened it over a mere jest. However, this could be seen as Huang Qingyun valuing her chastity highly. It also indicated that their relationship had grown closer, evolving into a bond where they shared everything, leading Huang Qingyun to use the notion of divorce as a playful scare tactic against Lin Dong. After all, the two were now in perfect harmony. Lin Dong removed his upper garment and awaited Huang Qingyun to apply the ointment. At that moment, Huang Qingyun finally comprehended Lin Dong's intentions. It had all been a clever scheme. Although she felt a twinge of annoyance, she still prepared to help him, knowing that the rear of his body was out of his visual range, and he might not be able to apply the medicine correctly, even if it were just his upper body. Huang Qingyun found it somewhat awkward to gaze directly at Lin Dong's form. Blushing, she dipped her delicate fingers into the ointment, her originally fair hands becoming even more radiant and smooth. As her soft palm glided over Lin Dong's weathered skin, a refreshing sensation enveloped his thoughts. The slick ointment saturated his skin, rendering the world around him momentarily cooler. Yet, no chill could quell the fervor of Lin Dong's heart. Lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, he sought to absorb the sensation of Huang Qingyun's hands. Her touch was just right, gently caressing his back, bringing not pain but a curious itch. Lin Dong chuckled and sat up, looking at Huang Qingyun. How about we negotiate? My lower body is quite battered too. My legs are swollen. Not a chance. Huang Qingyun spoke without hesitation. Hey, hey, you previously mentioned that if you do not apply ointment to all my wounds, you would no longer bear the surname Huang. Lin Dong cleverly recalled Huang Qingyun's earlier banter and used it to tease her in return. Didn't you just say that after I finish applying ointment to your wounds, you would no longer be Lin? Indeed, I shall henceforth be known as Mu Dong. When signing my name, I shall simply ensure the two Mu characters are closely written together, and you all will likely still call me Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled at Huang Qingyun, showcasing his knack for playful wit. Huang Qingyun felt a sense of frustration. Even her name seemed to conspire against her. You. She was at a loss for words. What could she do? The character Huang could not be split apart. All right, just make sure to apply the ointment thoroughly. There is no need to change my name. Lin Dong's gaze instinctively met Huang Qingyun's eyes. They appeared to evade something, as she diverted her gaze elsewhere. She was flustered. Excitement surged within Lin Dong. Just as he was about to inch closer to Huang Qingyun, the sound of the front door lock rattled, followed by a burly man bursting through the door. Lin Dong, you scoundrel. I was worried sick. Lin Yongheng stormed in, rushing towards Lin Dong and tightly wrapping his arms around him. The suffocating embrace brought Lin Dong both physical and psychological discomfort. His brother always chose the most opportune moments to arrive. Brother, loosen your grip. I can't breathe. Lin Dong managed to squeeze out those words from his throat. Oh. Lin Yongheng finally realized he was squeezing too hard, noticing Lin Dong's face had turned crimson, with some areas even showing signs of bruising. Wait, Lin Dong, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Tell me, and I'll take care of them. Upon seeing the injuries on Lin Dong's face, Lin Yongheng immediately grew anxious and prepared to confront those who had harmed him. Brother, we can deal with those people later. Let us rest for now. Lin Yongheng was deeply concerned for Lin Dong. Lin Dong smiled, knowing that dealing with those security guards and waitstaff was a trivial matter that did not require his brother's intervention. Moreover, Lin Yongheng was currently on the wanted list, making it inconvenient for him to take action. However, resting was indeed imperative, as both Huang Qingyun and Lin Yongheng had hardly slept all night, filled with anxiety. How about this? Let us take a short nap, and once we wake up, we will seek out those who dared to strike me, Lin Dong suggested. Lin Yongheng pondered for a moment, considering their physical state, and nodded in agreement. All right, let us rest for a bit. Lin Dong cast a somewhat regretful glance at Huang Qingyun, who returned his gaze with a look of relief. Their communication had reached a point where words were unnecessary, and their eyes spoke volumes. Lin Dong got up, intending to prepare a meal. However, both Huang Qingyun and Lin Yongheng were unwilling to allow him. Lin Yongheng restrained Lin Dong, while Huang Qingyun headed to the kitchen. She initially planned to whip up a feast to nourish Lin Dong, but considering the time constraints, she quickly stir-fried 3 dishes and prepared a soup. Once again, the family gathered around the dining table to enjoy a meal that, while not particularly exquisite, was nonetheless unique and cherished. Lin Dong recalled Lin Guofeng, Lin Ling, and his mother Su Mei, wondering how they were faring in Iching. This was a rhetorical question, as he was acutely aware of the sacrifices his father made to shield him from blame and repay debts, sacrifices that far exceeded merely relinquishing their family home. Lin Dong, why aren't you eating? Lin Yongheng observed Lin Dong's unusual demeanor and continuously offered him dishes. With Lin Yongheng present, Huang Qingyun felt too embarrassed to serve Lin Dong, opting instead to silently watch him, her eyes filled with concern. Suddenly, Lin Dong was jolted by Wang Ziqing's warning. Cheng Minhui had begun colluding with Wang Lu. Who was Cheng Minhui? A scoundrel who harbored hopes for Huang Qingyun. After receiving a severe beating from Lin Dong, he had sought vengeance, inadvertently involving Lin Dong's elder brother, Li Changyong. The animosity between Li Changyong and Cheng Minhui had been firmly established. However, it remained uncertain how that would unfold. Given Li Changyong's position, it would be a trivial matter for him to take action against Cheng Minhui. Since moving to the urban area of Jinjiang, Lin Dong had not encountered or heard anything about Cheng Minhui. Surely, Li Changyong would deal with him. Yet, Lin Dong was unsure if Li Changyong would be as ruthless as he himself intended, eliminating the threat entirely. Chapter 91. Reunion. Oh no. Lin Dong felt a pang of anxiety. If Li Changyong merely inspected Cheng Minhui's enterprises without dismantling his influence, such a person would surely return with a vengeance. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. A rogue seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Cheng Minhui might be tirelessly plotting his retribution against Li Changyong. Lin Dong grew increasingly anxious. Now, the relationship between him and Li Changyong was one of mutual reliance. If one fell, the other would surely suffer. Initially, Cheng Minhui had failed to win Huang Qingyun's affection and instead received a thorough beating. Would he still harbor desires for Huang Qingyun's beauty? Would he resent Lin Dong's fists? Moreover, Wang Lu was no better. He had previously extorted medical fees from Lin Dong and had shown up at his home with a group, brutally breaking Lin Guofeng's leg. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not been home, or the chaos that might have ensued was unimaginable. If Cheng Minhui truly allied with Wang Lu, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention their connections to Lin Dong, their insatiable greed would likely forge an alliance based on financial gain. Yet, where would Lin Dong find the means to counter them? The only possibility lay in their shared animosity towards him. Conspiring to first topple Li Changyong before slowly tormenting Lin Dong, the now helpless parasite. Eat. You must be famished after a day without food. Don't you have any appetite since returning home? Huang Qingyun expressed her concern. All right. Lin Dong snapped back to reality. Picking up his chopsticks and devouring his meal with vigor, nothing was more crucial than his health. After dining, Lin Yongheng and Huang Qingyun prepared to rest. Yet Lin Yongheng generously offered his bedroom to Lin Dong, insisting he sleep there first. Lin Dong turned to Huang Qingyun, his eyes sparkling. How about I let you have my room, and I'll take the sofa? Huang Qingyun felt uneasy under his gaze. There's no need for such trouble. You can sleep in the room. Dream on. Ultimately, the decision reached was for Lin Dong and Lin Yongheng to return to their respective chambers. While Huang Qingyun retreated to her own room, Lin Dong found himself unable to close his eyes throughout the night, burdened by a multitude of thoughts that made sleep elusive. Was what Wang Ziqing said truly credible? The images that resurfaced in his mind during his previous encounters with Wang Ziqing, what did they signify? Lin Dong remained uncertain. All the peculiarities had arisen unexpectedly, yet his intuition suggested that everything was intricately tied to Wang Ziqing. Tossing and turning in bed, sleep was a stranger to his restless mind. After a night spent in turmoil, his thoughts remained inexplicably vivid. As the sound of Lin Yongheng's snores filled the room, Lin Dong found it even more difficult to slumber. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and donned his coat. Regardless of the veracity of Wang Ziqing's words, Lin Dong felt compelled to pay a visit to Li Changyong's residence. Upon opening the door, the sunlight outside pierced his eyes. While the inhabitants of the house lay deep in slumber, oblivious to Lin Dong's movements, likely exhausted from the previous night's exertions, Lin Dong turned and departed, closing the door behind him. It had been over a week since he last communicated with Li Changyong. Although they were business partners, their conversations were infrequent. Li Changyong, eager to join Lin Dong's endeavors, refrained from initiating contact due to his official duties and status as the director of the health bureau. It would be inappropriate for him to call Lin Dong daily. Furthermore, Li Changyong still believed that Lin Dong had connections with the esteemed Zhang Lao in Kyoto, regarding him as Zhang Lao's apprentice. If Li Changyong were to reach out to Lin Dong, it might raise suspicions of seeking favor from the powerful. Although Zhang Lao wielded considerable influence, there were others in positions of power who would undoubtedly seek to diminish his circle, thereby weakening his authority. To avoid any collateral damage, Li Changyong was even less inclined to call Lin Dong. Li Changyong luxuriated in a bath, relishing the comfort of his bed. Beside him, a youthful beauty, in her 20s, rolled over and nestled against his corpulent frame, her fingers tracing his chest as she playfully chided, "Changyong, have you been so busy lately that you've neglected to keep me company? Ah, little Linger, my duties have kept me occupied, otherwise I would be by your side every day." Li Changyong's gaze fixated intently on the enchanting woman beside him. Suddenly, his hand encircled her slender waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Linger exclaimed in surprise. Li Changyong playfully tossed her closer, her delicate form bouncing slightly on the mattress, and he leaned over her. "What do you intend to do?" Linger's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gazed at Li Changyong, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Feigning ignorance, are we? Today, I shall behold your true beauty." Li Changyong chuckled and leaned in to kiss her. "Ah, don't," Linger feebly protested, but before she could finish her sentence, Li Changyong's phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, who is it?" Li Changyong felt quite displeased. The timing of this phone call was rather inconvenient. However, upon discovering the identity of the caller, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Oh, it's you, brother Lin Dong. What? You're right outside? All right, I'll open the door immediately. Honestly, why couldn't you just call? Must you come all the way to my humble abode?" Ha ha. Li Changyong had been eagerly anticipating Lin Dong's call. And now that his wish had finally come true, he hastily disregarded the presence of his companion, Xiaoling and rushed to change his clothes. Hey, what about me? Xiaoling shot Li Changyong a resentful glance, her expression revealing her lingering disappointment. Only then did Li Changyong remember her. Oh right. You should quickly change your clothes too. I still need to introduce you to Lin Dong. He tossed a couple of garments her way. Once they were both presentable, Li Changyong opened the door for Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong appeared in casual attire. His suit having endured quite the ordeal the previous day and was now honorably soaking in a basin, as washing machines had not been widely introduced in 1998, leaving one to rely solely on manual labor for laundry. Brother Lin Dong, what have you been up to lately? I've missed you terribly. Without a second thought, Li Changyong embraced the well-groomed man standing outside. Li Gu, I'm doing well. Come in, come in. Don't just stand out there. Let us talk inside. Li Changyong pulled Lin Dong into the house, fearing that if he let his guard down, Lin Dong might slip away again. Chapter 92. The whereabouts of Cheng Minhui. Li Changyong always regarded Lin Dong as an esteemed guest, and upon Lin Dong's arrival, he quickly ushered him inside. This was Lin Dong's second visit to Li Changyong's home, yet it was the first time he encountered Xiaoling. Observing Lin Dong's astonished expression, Li Changyong mistakenly assumed he was unaware of Xiaoling's name. However, Lin Dong was more perplexed about why a dazzling beauty would choose to marry a portly middle-aged man like Li Changyong. Was it truly the case that the finest cabbage had been uprooted by a pig? Brother Lin Dong, allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, Zhao Lingling. Li Changyong introduced her with a flourish, completely oblivious to Lin Dong's thoughts. Oh, hello, sister-in-law, Lin Dong responded hastily, signaling his respect. Li Changyong beamed with satisfaction and introduced Lin Dong to Zhao Lingling, stating, he is our esteemed guest. We must treat him well. He is my good brother, Lin Dong. Hello, Lin Dong. I look forward to getting to know you better. Zhao Lingling smiled sweetly, her every movement exuding charm and grace. Not at all, sister-in-law. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help, Lin Dong replied with a respectful bow. What brings you here today? Brother Lin Dong? Li Changyong inquired, aware of Lin Dong's penchant for valuing his time. Given the long interval since their last meeting, Lin Dong's visit today must surely bear significance, and of considerable import at that. Lin Dong's expression grew serious as he surveyed the room, ensuring that only the two of them were present. Understanding Lin Dong's unspoken concern, Li Changyong addressed Zhao Lingling, Xiaoling. Why don't you head to the kitchen and prepare something? I suspect Brother Lin Dong will be dining with us today, and you should showcase your culinary skills. Upon hearing that Li Changyong requested her to prepare a meal, Zhao Lingling expressed her surprise, saying, Isn't it usually the case that you don't allow me to cook? What has prompted you to let me take charge of the kitchen today? Is it not the esteemed arrival of Lin Dong? You must put forth your utmost effort. Let us not allow him to look down upon us. Lin Dong, you simply must savor your sister-in-law's culinary skills. Absolutely, I am eager to taste it. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Encouraged by the dual motivation from Li Changyong and Lin Dong, Zhao Lingling felt invigorated. Leave it to me. I assure you, it will be a feast for the eyes. With a cheerful disposition, she hurried into the kitchen, while the expressions on Lin Dong and Li Changyong shifted. Li Changyong inquired, Lin Dong, it appears we are alone now. Pray tell, what is the matter? Lin Dong nodded and replied thoughtfully, Do you still remember Cheng Minhui? Of course I remember that scoundrel. He struck me. Li Changyong's disdain for Cheng Minhui had not waned, and even today, mentioning his name made him seethe with anger. Lin Dong continued, I recall that when we arrived in Jinjiang district, you proclaimed your intent to deal with Cheng Minhui. How did you go about it back then? Li Changyong recollected, I led a thorough investigation into Cheng Minhui's mahjong parlor. My initial plan was to disrupt his business by conducting daily inspections. But on the very first day, his parlor was shut down due to expired licenses and substandard drinking water. As he recounted the tale of Cheng Minhui's mahjong establishment, Li Changyong could not suppress a laugh, his face flushing with mirth. What a filthy and chaotic environment it must have been to be shut down in just one day. I can only imagine how amusing it was for me to witness it firsthand. Lin Dong asked, and then, after you shut down Cheng Minhui's parlor, did he not emerge to offer an explanation? Li Changyong scoffed. What could he possibly explain? That parlor was so unsanitary that even my sense of smell could discern its deficiencies. Had it not been for the previous head of the Health Bureau granting him a sanitation certificate, he would have never received one on merit. If he dared to speak up, I would have him detained without hesitation. From Li Changyong's disdainful tone, Lin Dong could vividly imagine the ease with which Li Changyong had conducted the investigation into the mahjong parlor. It was remarkable that Lin Dong had managed to play cards in such a place. However, Lin Dong was more concerned about Cheng Minhale's current activities. Cheng Minhale was aware that Li Changyong had returned to investigate his parlor, and Lin Dong could recall, from memory, that the conditions were not as disheveled as Li Changyong had depicted. Li Gu, what is Cheng Minhale preoccupied with these days? Lin Dong inquired about Cheng Minhale's recent situation, which left Li Changyong scratching his head. I am not certain. After we closed down his parlor, he did not make a move, so I know nothing of his current circumstances, Li Changyong admitted with a hint of regret. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt as though a weight had dropped into his stomach. If Cheng Minhale had indeed gone into hiding, it would surely indicate his recognition of Li Changyong's superior strength, leading him to abandon his mahjong parlor in search of other opportunities. If Cheng Minhale sought to pursue business elsewhere, that would be one thing. But if he were to seek revenge on Li Changyong, it would be a perilous game of shadows. Had it not been for Lin Dong's simple analysis of the situation, Li Changyong would still be oblivious to the fact that Cheng Minhui was plotting revenge against him. Yet, even with the awareness of Cheng Minhui's potential schemes, Li Changyong remained unfazed. No worries, my dear Lin Dong. As long as I am prepared, no matter who dares to approach, they will be met with disdain. However, I truly appreciate your assistance in analyzing the situation, otherwise, I might not have recognized Cheng Minhui's intentions for retaliation. Li Changyong, while dismissing Cheng Minhui's influence, expressed gratitude for Lin Dong's foresight. Lin Dong refrained from mentioning Wang Lu, as he perceived him to be a mere thug, and in the eyes of the discerning Li Changyong, Wang Lu was even less worthy of mention. To bring up Wang Lu would only invite Li Changyong to question Lin Dong's courage. The details about Wang Lu remained unclear to Lin Dong. He only knew that he was a notorious figure among ruffians, but beyond that, he was in the dark. Li Changyong held Cheng Minhui in contempt. Yet Lin Dong was genuinely concerned about every move Cheng Minhui made. Brotherly, where is Cheng Minhui from? Does he have any significant relatives? Lin Dong inquired cautiously. Cheng Minhui, I am quite familiar with him. He hails from Yuzhong and has 2 brothers. Unfortunately for them, they are no match for us. Li Changyong chuckled heartily. Even if Cheng Minhui brought all his relatives, they would be promptly expelled. Li Changyong's arrogance knew no bounds. After all, Cheng Minhui was his adversary, and strategically underestimating the opponent was indeed wise. However, it seemed Li Changyong failed to grasp the necessity of tactically respecting his foe. With a sigh, Lin Dong realized there was no choice but to lead the team himself. Chapter 93. A turbulent atmosphere since the information had already been conveyed to Li Changyong. Lin Dong was eager to depart, as he still needed to settle accounts with the group at the Western restaurant. He retrieved a package wrapped in brown paper from his briefcase. This contained 20,000 yuan, which he had withdrawn from the bank. The proceeds from recent transactions at the Wamian processing plant. Brotherly, I have one more matter to discuss. I would like to return this money to you. You previously lent me 30,000, and I am now repaying you 20,000. Lin Dong said, deliberately tearing a small opening in the brown paper and pushing it toward Li Changyong. Li Changyong's eyes widened as he gazed at the stack of green 100 yuan bills. Swallowing hard in disbelief. Lin Dong, I recall you were quite short on funds. How could you possibly present me with this 20,000? Did you not use the money I lent you? This was the only possibility Li Changyong could conceive. Even if he were to die, he would find it hard to believe that Lin Dong had earned this money in a week. Of course, had he known that Lin Dong had actually made over 200,000 in that time, it would have surely shocked him to his core. Lin Dong smiled, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor, wary of overwhelming Li Changyong. I did use your 3,000, but this is what I earned recently. In fact, I made 26,000 in just 1 week. 26,000? Li Changyong stammered, clearly taken aback by the figure. Is that true? Indeed, 26,000, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. There is no need for deception with Li Changyong, nor can one afford to lie. Lin Dong must undoubtedly pass through the tax bureau when filing his taxes. At that moment, if Li Changyong were to inquire about Lin Dong's enterprise over the phone and Lin Dong were to fabricate a story, he would find himself in an untenable position, akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror. 26,000. Li Changyong still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Li Changyong, taken aback, sank back onto the sofa. A mere 26,000 a week translates to 78,000 a month. In truth, 78,000 is a conservative estimate. Lin Dong anticipates that the Wamian processing plant could yield at least 150,000 within the month. However, taking various factors into account, taxes, shares, and the like, what Lin Dong would ultimately retain may only be a mere 50,000. Regardless of Li Changyong's astonishment, Lin Dong rose, dusted himself off, and prepared to leave. Before departing, he made sure to remind Li Changyong once more. Brotherly, do keep an eye on Cheng Minwei. Additionally, I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Dong said mysteriously. Speak up. As long as it is within my power, I shall not hesitate. Li Changyong replied resolutely. He was determined to cling to this pillar of support. After all, his monthly salary barely exceeded 5,000, while Lin Dong's earnings far surpassed that by tenfold. Do you have any capable subordinates? Someone has assaulted me. Lin Dong indicated his face. Only then did Li Changyong notice the 5 distinct marks of blood on Lin Dong's visage. Previously, he had either been too engrossed in their conversation or too startled by the revelations to focus on Lin Dong's appearance. Now, it was evident that Lin Dong bore the scars of conflict. Bastard! Who dares to harm my brother? Let us go. Who did this to you? I will accompany you to confront him, Li Changyong exclaimed, leaping up from the sofa as if propelled by a spring. His raucous shout caught the attention of Zhao Lingling in the kitchen. Zhao Lingling, puzzled, emerged, and Li Changyong recounted the gist of the situation. Zhao Lingling teased Li Changyong for his obliviousness. She had noticed Lin Dong's injuries upon entering, but refrained from inquiring out of respect for Lin Dong's pride. After all, whether from a beating or a mere bump, such experiences can weigh heavily on the heart of the injured. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude for Zhao Lingling's kindness and did not deter Li Changyong from accompanying him to the Western-style restaurant. In fact, it seemed Lin Dong had intended for Li Changyong to lend him support, which prompted him to disclose the entire affair. The two men, in perfect harmony, rose to set off for the Western restaurant. Zhao Lingling watched them with a hint of melancholy. Hey, didn't we agree that you would eat the meals I prepare? She called out. Oh, right. Li Changyong replied. Indeed. Brotherly, let us sit here for a moment and await the exquisite dishes prepared by sister-in-law. Lin Dong added. Very well, please wait a moment. Zhao Lingling responded, gracefully returning to the kitchen. The duo had made a promise to savor Zhao Lingling's culinary skills, and leaving now was simply out of the question. Lin Dong comfortably settled back onto the sofa, while Li Changyong fidgeted restlessly, unable to find comfort in his seat. Sister-in-law truly excels in both the parlor and the kitchen. She is remarkably capable, Lin Dong marveled, gazing at the curling smoke wafting from the kitchen. What an overstatement. A faint smile of bitterness flickered across Li Changyong's face, as if foreseeing the impending chaos. He promptly retrieved 2 masks from the drawer, one for himself and the other for Lin Dong. Lin Dong, filled with curiosity, hesitated to accept the mask being offered. Unsure whether to take it or not, Li Changyong gestured with his lips, urging Lin Dong to look upwards. Have you ever seen white smoke rising even with the range hood on in the kitchen? What? Lin Dong looked up, startled to see thick, white smoke seeping from the kitchen. What level of culinary prowess could produce such an overwhelming amount of smoke that even the extractor fan couldn't keep up? A faint coughing sound emanated from the kitchen, and Lin Dong and Li Changyong exchanged awkward glances, caught in an embarrassing moment. How about you check the kitchen's condition? Li Changyong suggested. Shouldn't we prioritize the safety of sister-in-law first? Lin Dong countered. Fair enough, you can check the kitchen then. No, I prefer surprises. Knowing what sister-in-law is cooking would ruin the thrill. The two engaged in a light-hearted banter, each attempting to nudge the other into the kitchen to experience the smoky chaos. Brother, that's your wife. It's perfectly normal for you to go in. It would be rather inappropriate for me. You little rascal. What kind of camaraderie do we share? It's a bond that transcends visiting one's wife. Go on, take a look. No, it's better if you go. Just as Lin Dong was firmly declining, the white smoke from the kitchen gradually transformed into black smoke, causing both him and Li Changyong to tear up from the irritation before they realized the severity of the situation. In a frenzy, they both dashed towards the kitchen, neither of them lagging behind. Bang! Lin Dong kicked open the kitchen door, revealing Zhao Lingling still stirring something in the pot, hunched over with one hand covering her mouth and nose while the other held the spatula. Chapter 94. Dark Cuisine adhering to the principle of saving lives first. Lin Dong swiftly pulled Zhao Lingling from the clutches of the noxious smoke. Wait, the food isn't finished yet, Zhao Lingling protested, still fixated on the inscrutable concoction simmering in the pot. Li Changyong, quick on the draw, turned off the gas and opened all the windows for ventilation. Lin Dong led Zhao Lingling to the living room and retrieved a mask from the spot where Li Changyong had found them, handing it to her. With everything in order, Lin Dong, Li Changyong, and Zhao Lingling evacuated the apartment to seek refuge outside. Standing beneath the building, they observed black smoke still billowing from the kitchen window above. At a loss for words, Lin Dong and Li Changyong debated how best to comfort Zhao Lingling. Her spirits were likely higher than the combined feelings of both men. Scolding her was out of the question. Lin Dong, due to his position, couldn't, and Li Changyong was too reluctant. After nearly 10 minutes of catching their breath, Lin Dong and Li Changyong finally regained their composure. Sensing that the immediate threat had dissipated, Lin Dong cautiously stepped back inside. The interior was covered in a thick layer of dust. Goodness, if Zhao Lingling didn't pursue a career in espionage, she was truly wasting her talents. In the brief span of a single meal, she had managed to create an atmosphere of abandonment within the space. A remarkable feat. Observing the disarray, Zhao Lingling, too, felt a pang of reflection. Indeed, my sincerest apologies. I shall be more attentive next time. Zhao Lingling smiled sweetly, resembling a docile little creature. Come, savor my culinary creation. Zhao Lingling, unbeknownst to anyone, presented a plate of shriveled black entities. They varied in size, some as long as a finger, others no larger than a fingernail. Retracting her earlier statement, it was evident that Zhao Lingling possessed a mischievous side. Pray tell, what exquisite delicacy is this? Lin Dong instinctively took a step back. It's dry-fried pork tenderloin. What else could it possibly be? Zhao Lingling remarked, attempting to justify her culinary mishap. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm from the others, she handed her chopsticks to Lin Dong. Do try it. I worked hard to make this. Lin Dong and Li Changyong exchanged awkward glances. Lin Dong's eyes pleaded for help, while Li Changyong's were filled with relief. Is it even reasonable not to eat? Can one survive by consuming this? What is the purpose of life? Is eating merely a means to exist? A cascade of existential musings swirled in Lin Dong's mind. Alas, who among us has not faced death? With a resigned spirit, Lin Dong, determined to sample a piece, rummaged through the dish and finally unearthed a black, irregularly oval morsel the size of a pinky fingernail. As he lifted this peculiar dry-fried pork tenderloin, it appeared akin to coal, and upon a gentle bite, the taste was unmistakably that of coal. Well, it's not bad. At the very least, there is ample room for improvement. It holds great potential, sister-in-law. This devilish dish nearly induced Lin Dong to retch, yet for the sake of appearances, he endeavored to describe it in a favorable light. These words brought immense joy to Zhao Lingling. However, as the saying goes, joy is best shared and hardship endured together. A satiated Lin Dong would undoubtedly not forget his good brother Li Changyong. He extended the chopsticks toward Li Changyong, who inwardly cursed his luck. Before Li Changyong could react, Zhao Lingling cheerfully exclaimed, Indeed, Changyong hasn't tasted it yet. Hurry, do try it. Under Zhao Lingling's insistent gaze, the other unfortunate soul, Li Changyong, hesitantly accepted the chopsticks from Lin Dong. Initially hoping Lin Dong would take the blame, he was taken aback when Lin Dong chose the smallest piece, effectively turning the tables. Li Changyong had no choice but to sift through the plate in search of a smaller piece of coal. Lin Dong shook his head in disbelief. Had there been a smaller piece, he would have seized it long ago, leaving none for Li Changyong. Lin Dong had rummaged for a full 3 minutes. Reluctantly, Li Changyong selected a coal-sized morsel that was already twice the size of Lin Dong's choice. He closed his eyes. A man must be resolute. With a firm stomp, Li Changyong steeled himself and tossed the entire dry-fried pork tenderloin into his mouth. One could only wonder how much courage it took for Li Changyong to dare chew the dry-fried pork tenderloin. The salt grains, the half-cooked dough, the undercooked pork. One might say it was fortunate that these peculiar flavors were overshadowed by the dominant taste of coal that Zhao Lingling had created. Even so, Li Changyong could still audibly crunch the dry-fried pork tenderloin in his mouth. Delicious. Li Changyong's eyes glistened with tears of admiration. Zhao Lingling, with a playful smile, exclaimed, Really? Then you should eat more. Eat more? This was tantamount to directly endangering Li Changyong's life. Zhao Lingling gently took the chopsticks from Li Changyong's hand and lifted a sizable piece of coal, offering it to Lin Dong's lips. To Lin Dong, it felt as though Zhao Lingling was presenting a platter, urging Li Changyong, Dear, take your medicine. It was unlikely that Li Changyong had ever consumed such an eccentric dish, save for the culinary creations of Zhao Lingling. Never mind, never mind. Lin Dong and I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. I promise to finish everything you prepare. Li Changyong quickly cast a beseeching glance at Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister-in-law. Even the most delectable of dishes should be savored in moderation. Overindulgence will inevitably harm one's health. Although Zhao Lingling was somewhat reluctant, she acquiesced to Lin Dong's words. Her displeasure evident as she put away the chopsticks and allowed Lin Dong and Li Changyong to depart. Li Changyong sighed in relief, as if granted a pardon, and hurriedly dashed outside. Once outside, after temporarily setting aside their culinary experiments, Lin Dong and Li Changyong's first instinct was to cleanse their palates with something delightful to eat. Thus, Lin Dong proposed they indulge in Western cuisine at a nearby dining establishment, relishing a true king's feast. Moreover, these two kings not only dined without paying, but also were there to create a scene. Initially, Lin Dong intended to invite Lin Yongheng, but due to an outstanding warrant, Lin Yongheng was unable to join. Thus, Lin Dong refrained from fetching him. Lin Dong escorted Li Changyong to the Western restaurant on the commercial street. It was no longer peak dining hours, and with a swagger, Lin Dong entered the restaurant alongside Li Changyong. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please, come inside." The waitress greeted them as she had always done. She guided them to a relatively secluded corner of the establishment. Lin Dong, wearing a hat pulled low to obscure his injured face, hoped to avoid recognition. Li Changyong perused the menu, pointing here and there, while the waitress remained blissfully unaware of Lin Dong's peculiar state. Chapter 95. Western cuisine: 3 orders of black pepper steak, 2 bottles of brandy, 2 servings of beef tongue, and 2 slices of black forest cake for dessert. Li Changyong ordered without hesitation. "Brother Lin Dong, do you require anything else? Feel free to order." Li Changyong handed the menu to Lin Dong. Their intentions this time were clear. They were there to seek retribution. After being unjustly attacked previously, Lin Dong was determined to reclaim his honor. Lin Dong took the menu, his gaze drawn specifically to the pricier items. "I shall have 2 servings of Wellington steak, 2 cups of cappuccino, and 2 slices of mousse cake." Li Changyong and Lin Dong's extravagant orders left the waitress momentarily bewildered. Are they both ordering double portions? "I just confirmed the number of diners. It's only the 2 of them." The waitress began to question the situation in her mind. Out of politeness, she refrained from inquiring further and, after taking the menu, executed a courteous bow before hastily departing. However, instead of heading to the kitchen, she made her way to the security department. The chief of security, the burly man who had previously led a group to confront Lin Dong, listened intently to the waitress's words. Upon reviewing the menu selected by Lin Dong and Li Changyong, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. 2 orders? And such a multitude of dishes? Were they to consume the equivalent of 2 pigs? The chief of security was thoroughly befuddled by the menu. Was this truly the appetite of a normal individual? He understood well that if their appetite was indeed abnormal, then the 2 patrons were likely here to stir up trouble. "What do you observe about their demeanor? Do they exude a sense of unruliness?" the chief inquired further. The waitress pondered briefly before responding, "Not in the slightest. They appear to be articulate and well-spoken, and although they are dressed casually, they are impeccably groomed. Brother, one cannot judge a person solely by their attire." A young man in his 20s from the security team shouted. That ruffian from yesterday looked dapper, but was nothing more than a beggar. "How about this? Let us send a few of our men to gauge the true nature of those 2 fellows," suggested a brash youth from behind the chief. "No. Our Western restaurant has always treated guests with respect. If we must intervene, it should only be when they are unable to settle their bill," the chief of security reasoned, promptly halting the impulsive actions of his subordinates. If those 2 patrons were indeed seeking trouble, the most prudent course of action would be to leave them no opportunity to escalate the situation. "All right, you may return to your duties. We shall handle this matter," the chief said to the waitress before turning to his eager subordinates. "Let us prepare ourselves. If there are any more diners attempting to dine and dash, we shall ensure they remember their lesson. Leave it to me. I will make sure they regret their actions." The security team was invigorated, as it seemed that only through confrontation did they find joy in their otherwise mundane day. The waitress, observing their fervor, nodded subtly before retreating to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Li Changyong sat at the table, legs crossed like 2 esteemed gentlemen. Li Changyong glanced around to ensure they were alone and quietly asked, "Lin Dong, my brother, would you be so kind as to share how you amassed such wealth?" Lin Dong smiled subtly, feigning mystery, and replied, "Brotherly, have you forgotten who my master is? Ah, Zhang Lao. TSK. Zhang Lao's esteemed disciple is indeed extraordinary. What wisdom does he impart that has cultivated such discernment in you, Lin Dong?" Li Changyong was utterly convinced of Lin Dong's status as Zhang Lao's disciple, his eyes shimmering with envy. Lin Dong chuckled. Was Zhang Lao truly so remarkable? If he were, he could rival the legendary strategist Gagazi from the Warring States period, orchestrating the course of history from the shadows. A mere mention of disciples like Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Zhang Yi, or Su Qin would suffice to unsettle the 7 kingdoms. Zhang Lao was but a venerable elder, and there were no fewer than 5 individuals capable of standing against him. In a previous life, Lin Dong had encountered this venerable elder, whose countenance radiated kindness and compassion, while harboring a profound disdain for evildoers. He was truly a paragon of virtue, far more righteous than Lin Dong himself. However, aside from his integrity, Lin Dong harbored a belief that old Zhang, whether in wisdom or valor, could not rival him. His confidence stemmed from the fact that the commercial empire he had built in his former life was solely his own creation, not the work of old Zhang. Yet, in the eyes of Li Changyong, Lin Dong, as the disciple of old Zhang, was an astonishing force, inspiring deep admiration. It was clear that a mentor capable of nurturing such a prodigious talent as Lin Dong must be a formidable figure in his own right. Truly, old Zhang was deserving of such reverence. Only he could cultivate a talent of Lin Dong's caliber. Brotherly, you flatter me. I am far from the extraordinary individual you describe, Lin Dong replied with a bashful smile. Aware that he was merely embellishing old Zhang's reputation in the presence of someone he had yet to meet. As Lin Dong and Li Changyong engaged in lively conversation, the waiter arrived, presenting the first dish, black pepper steak. The succulent, juicy steak lay upon a pristine white plate, drizzled with sauce, complemented by vibrant green vegetables and bright red carrots, artfully arranged, hinting that this was no ordinary meal. The mere sight of the steak was enough to whet one's appetite. Li Changyong, unable to resist the allure of the food, swallowed hard. Lin Dong, I must indulge before it cools, he declared. Lin Dong, bemused, noted that the Wellington steak would arrive in just over 2 minutes, and thus, Li Changyong's steak would hardly have time to cool. The gluttony was evident, cloaked in elaborate rationalizations. With a gentle smile, Lin Dong extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Li Changyong, grinning foolishly, speared the steak with his fork and began to saw at it with his knife. Had Lin Dong not been present, he might have devoured it whole. As Li Changyong savored his meal, a waitress approached with Lin Dong's Wellington steak. The vibrant red of the steak, infused with myoglobin, was encased in a perfectly baked crust, golden and flaky, revealing its pristine interior to the diners. Li Changyong, from a distance, could smell the superior quality of Lin Dong's dish, far surpassing his own. Brotherly, I shall not hold back, Lin Dong declared, elegantly slicing a piece of the Wellington steak and savoring it. Instantly, the allure of the black pepper steak diminished in Li Changyong's eyes, as he fixated on Lin Dong's Wellington steak. Waiter, please bring me 2 portions of Wellington steak, Li Changyong called out, unable to resist the temptation. Sir, you have already ordered 3 portions of black pepper steak, which are currently being prepared, the waitress replied. That is no matter. I will not cancel. I simply wish to add to my order. He insisted. Very well, sir. I will arrange that for you. The waitress displayed a look of concern. If the two were indeed here to dine and dash, it would take them 10 days to half a month of labor in the kitchen to repay the cost of their meal. Shortly thereafter, the Wellington steak arrived, and Li Changyong began to feast heartily, leaving the 2 neglected black pepper steaks to languish quietly on the side. Beef tongue, desserts, and drinks followed in quick succession. Lin Dong, after much effort, finally managed to cram the last piece of mousse cake into his mouth. Upon glancing at Li Changyong, he observed that he had devoured 5 portions of steak, 2 servings of beef tongue, 2 cakes, and 2 bottles of brandy. While Lin Dong was too stuffed to utter a word, Li Changyong appeared distinctly unsatisfied. Although the menu in the Western restaurant was indeed limited, Li Changyong's appetite could rival that of the previous glutton, Cheng Xiang. Li Changyong elegantly wiped his mouth and, with a slight smile, turned to Lin Dong. My dear Lin Dong, what do you think of the Western cuisine? It's decent, Lin Dong replied, clutching his belly, eager to digest the steak inside him. Li Changyong continued. What do you think of Xiaoling's culinary skills compared to this restaurant's chef? Lin Dong recalled the unidentifiable dishes crafted by Zhao Lingling, dark, resembling coal, tasting like chewing wax, and coated with a gritty layer of coarse salt. The mere mention of Zhao Lingling's ghastly cooking caused Lin Dong's complexion to turn pale. If he consumed any more, he feared it would leave an indelible psychological scar for a lifetime. Li Changyong, noticing Lin Dong's changing color, chuckled. I suspect you are unaware of my reason for having us endure such devilish cuisine. What? What reason? Lin Dong felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Li Changyong, with a grin, began to describe his experience with Zhao Lingling's dry-fried pork tenderloin. Lin Dong's face shifted from rosy to ashen, then to a sickly yellow, and finally to a vivid green. Unable to bear it any longer, he retched. His brain sent continuous warnings that Zhao Lingling's concoctions were not meant for human consumption. Lin Dong promptly vomited all over the table, the acrid smell of stomach acid mingling with the remnants of his meal and the aroma of coffee. Li Changyong, overwhelmed by the wafting stench, found himself unable to resist the urge to expel as well. Facing the mountain of vomit, Lin Dong realized Li Changyong's intentions. Both men clutched their stomachs, groaning in unison. Oh dear, what is wrong with this meal? My stomach. Help! Help! Their commotion soon attracted the attention of the waitress. What is happening here? She exclaimed, pinching her nose to avoid the nauseating odor emanating from their table. What do you mean? The steaks here are inedible. Lin Dong dramatically clutched his stomach, pretending to be unwell. It hurts so much. It must be food poisoning. We could die? Li Changyong quickly fanned the flames of panic. Then, I sincerely apologize. I will contact an ambulance immediately. The waitress was taken aback, staring at the writhing forms of Lin Dong and Li Changyong on the floor. Upon hearing that there was a risk to their lives, her instinct was to rush to their aid. However, she hesitated, pondering the implications of an ambulance being called. Would that not compromise the reputation of the Western-style restaurant? Wait. My brother and I are resilient. We are not about to perish just yet. Perhaps it is best to summon your manager first. Upon hearing the suggestion of calling an ambulance, Li Changyong immediately interrupted the waitress, concerned that their predicament would worsen if paramedics were summoned. Yes, indeed. Let's call the manager first. Lin Dong, realizing he had overplayed his hand, quickly echoed Li Changyong's sentiments. The waitress, bewildered, glanced at the two distinguished gentlemen on the floor, who, despite being in a life-threatening situation, were preoccupied with the presence of their manager. Is this what they call profound affection? Her eyes slightly reddened, unsure whether it was due to fear or the touching display before her. Nodding, she hurriedly dashed towards the manager's office. Unbeknownst to her, as she ascended the stairs, she encountered the head of security exiting the manager's office. What is the matter? Why are you in such a flurry? The security chief inquired, puzzled by the waitress's haste. Something terrible has happened. Someone in our restaurant is suffering from food poisoning and is demanding to see the manager, she exclaimed, attempting to rush past him towards the office. The security chief immediately intercepted her, questioning the rationale behind seeking the manager before calling for medical assistance. Is it certain that those two are truly suffering from food poisoning and not merely feigning it? Absolutely. They have vomited an entire table of steak. There is no way they are pretending. The naive waitress seemed oblivious to the treachery that lurked in the world, unaware that the tactic of feigning illness was as old as the very stratagems of warfare. However, the security chief, far from being naive, had his suspicions. Let us pause for a moment. I will accompany you to ascertain the truth of the matter. If they genuinely are ill and we fail to summon an ambulance promptly, the consequences will extend beyond the kitchen. We too shall bear the repercussions. The waitress, recognizing the validity of his concerns, nodded vigorously and led the way. She briefly outlined the situation regarding the two individuals, specifically those who had ordered an excessive amount of steak. Previously, she had even discussed with the head of security the possibility of testing Lin Dong and Li Changyong's claims. The security chief began to doubt further. After all, consuming a large quantity of food and subsequently vomiting could merely be a result of overindulgence rather than food poisoning. Chapter 97. A Chain Reaction. Brotherly. You truly are cunning. This method of yours is exceptionally audacious. Lin Dong thought, unable to suppress a laugh at Li Changyong's audacious ploy, which was a classic case of self-sacrifice for greater gain. Just wait. Once their manager emerges, I shall ensure you receive your due retribution. Li Changyong chuckled, as the two seasoned veterans joined forces, intent on confronting the plight of the beleaguered restaurant. Lin Dong and Li Changyong switched tables. Although the previous table was fully occupied with the remnants of their earlier indiscretions, the sight of a table laden with vomit was undeniably distressing. Lin Dong rinsed his mouth with the remnants of his coffee, while Li Changyong opted for a swig of brandy. Just as the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, they anticipated the arrival of the restaurant manager. To their surprise, a waitress appeared, accompanied by a group of burly men. The head of security, suspecting something amiss, promptly summoned 5 of his colleagues to investigate the situation concerning Lin Dong and Li Changyong, who were purportedly victims of food poisoning. Where are those two afflicted ones? He inquired, glancing around for any sign of the supposed victims. The waitress pointed towards Lin and Li, who were seated at a distance, exchanging bewildered glances. There they are. Lin Dong looked at the gathering crowd, and then turned to Li Changyong. Brother, it seems you've really messed up this time. No, it's fine. It's just a few extra steps before we meet the manager. Ha ha ha, Li Changyong awkwardly laughed, attempting to ease his embarrassment. Seeing the lively Li Changyong, the head of security approached briskly. Sir, you're suffering from food poisoning? With a mouthful of brandy, Li Changyong realized he could no longer feign illness and decided to go all in. Indeed, I feel utterly rejuvenated after expelling your establishment's food. Despite Li Changyong's bravado, the head of security was not one for idle chatter. He quickly ordered his men to surround both Li Changyong and Lin Dong, ready to escalate the situation at a moment's notice. However, Li Changyong had no reason to fear these underlings. He merely needed to assert his position as a leader in the health bureau, and no one would dare lay a finger on him. After all, The restaurant was under the scrutiny of the Health Bureau. What audacity did they possess to challenge its authority? Is this how you treat someone who has just recovered from a serious illness? Li Changyong glared at the 6 security personnel surrounding him, including their leader. Each one appeared menacing, as if they had just emerged from a cage. Still pretending? Does food poisoning heal this quickly? You bully the waitstaff. And now you dare to toy with me? Do you truly believe our security department is for show? The head of security bellowed, "Brothers, attack." Wait. How do you know we're not genuinely suffering from food poisoning? Li Changyong retorted with a sardonic laugh, challenging the 6 security guards with his contrarian tone. The head of security was incensed, realizing Li Changyong was attempting to turn the tables on him. He stepped forward, opting for action over words, ready to strike. Li Changyong had hoped for a more extensive dialogue, but seeing the escalating aggression, he hastily revealed his credentials. "I'll have you know, I am the leader of the Health Bureau. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me." The mention of his position was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the surrounding lackeys. In an instant, the crowd became disoriented. Even the leading captain refrained from addressing Li Changyong with his usual brashness, opting instead for a more measured tone as he suggested. "How about this? Please present your identification first, and once we verify your identity, we will call the manager." Li Changyong sneered repeatedly, incredulous that his identity was being questioned. He reached into the pocket of his coat, unaware that he had already changed into a new outfit. "Hey, look, this is the person we apprehended yesterday for dining and dashing." Someone pointed at Lin Dong. The crowd turned to see Lin Dong, sitting calmly in his chair, legs crossed, casting a sideways glare at the security guard who had pointed at him. His gaze was filled with menace, causing the guard to retract his hand in fright. Whether Lin Dong's face was memorable or not was uncertain, but the 5 distinct handprints on his face undoubtedly left a lasting impression. "Hey, you scoundrel. This morning, I heard from the kitchen staff that you managed to escape, yet here you are daring to return." The head of security recognized him best and pointed a finger at Lin Dong, advancing to strike. Lin Dong maintained his composure as he regarded the head of security, gesturing toward Li Changyong beside him, implying that there was a significant figure present. The head of security, though uncertain of the true nature of Lin Dong's companions, was nonetheless wary of the audacity with which Lin Dong was indulging himself, suggesting that the individual searching for credentials was not to be trifled with. "Sir, have you found your identification?" The head of security inquired amicably, albeit with a trace of ire in his tone. Li Changyong had turned his clothing inside out, thoroughly searching, yet found nothing. It could only be said that Zhao Lingling had done an exceptionally thorough job washing his clothes. I came in quite a rush today. Perhaps having changed into a different outfit, and today isn't even a working day. Ha ha ha." Li Changyong awkwardly chuckled again. Lin Dong nearly choked on his own frustration. What kind of people had he brought with him? At a crucial moment, they faltered. "So, you do not possess any identification?" The head of security glared at Li Changyong, akin to a predator fixating on a piece of meat that might flee at any moment. What to do? Li Changyong was at a loss. He was undeniably a leader from the Health Bureau, yet the crux of the matter lay in the absence of identification to prove his identity, leaving others skeptical. "Let us do this. Wait a moment. I will call my wife and have her bring the identification," Li Changyong declared, pulling out his phone to make the call. Anyone could perceive that he was deliberately stalling, and the head of security shared that sentiment. In a swift motion, the head of security snatched Li Changyong's phone and tossed it aside. "Still pretending, are we? Brothers, take him down." "Wait, I truly am from the Health Bureau. Do you dare to touch me?" Li Changyong squared his shoulders. At this juncture, capitulating would be tantamount to waiting for death. To avoid being beaten by these ruffians, he could only muster the audacity to remain obstinate. The head of security scoffed derisively, pointing at Lin Dong and stating, "If you weren't with him, I might have considered believing you. You find yourself alongside an individual apprehended for dining and dashing, and you wonder what grounds I have for believing you." Chapter 98. The Rescue of Lin Dong. Do you truly expect us to trust your fabrications when you associate with a scoundrel who has just committed such an offense? The head of security regarded Li Changyong with evident disdain. Li Changyong, nearly on the brink of exasperation, pondered how Lin Dong always managed to sabotage his efforts at critical moments. Fortunately, Li Changyong remained oblivious to Lin Dong's similarly low opinion of his own teammate. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable. "Regardless of your beliefs, I am indeed the esteemed director of the Health Bureau." Could such a claim genuinely impress these individuals? Li Changyong's words began to falter, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Even in the face of impending doom, you dare to maintain your bravado." The head of security's eyes blazed with fury. At this juncture, apart from Lin Dong, no one believed in Li Changyong's authority. Thus, Lin Dong boldly stepped forward. "Indeed, He is my elder brother, Li Qingyun, the current director of the Health Bureau in Jinjiang City. If Li Qingyun's prior display of bravado had afforded him a fleeting opportunity for respite, Lin Dong's abrupt revelation felt like a dagger thrust into his side. The head of security, already skeptical of Lin Dong's assertions, became enraged upon hearing him proclaim Li Qingyun's position, and he struck Li Qingyun across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving 5 distinct marks on Li Qingyun's visage, mirroring those on Lin Dong's face, albeit Lin Dong's bruises appeared more pronounced. How dare you raise your hand against us? Call your manager. Let him verify whether my brother truly holds a position in the Health Bureau. While Lin Dong, untouched by the blows, defended Li Qingyun, he was, in fact, further complicating Li Qingyun's predicament. You still claim to be? You truly do not know your own peril. The head of security exclaimed, delivering another kick aimed at Li Qingyun. Brothers, attack. At the command of the head of security, 5 subordinates began to mercilessly pummel Li Qingyun. What? My brother is indeed who he claims to be. Summon your manager, for he surely knows my brother. Lin Dong interjected, engaging with the security personnel, while they reciprocated their attention towards Li Qingyun. Within 10 minutes, Li Qingyun's face bore a tapestry of bruises, despite having yielded. He remained a puppet in Lin Dong's reckless choreography. Each time Li Qingyun followed Lin Dong, misfortune awaited him. Previously, during the incident involving Cheng Minhai, Lin Dong had used Li Qingyun as a shield, earning him the ire of Cheng Minhai's associates, which soured relations between the Li and Cheng families. Now, Li Qingyun had once again been relegated to the role of a punching bag, a mere tool for Lin Dong to buy time. Lin Dong, however, was not merely a spectator. Recognizing Li Qingyun's unreliability, he urgently dialed his cousin, Lin Yongheng. Irrespective of whether Lin Yongheng was a fugitive on the run, preserving the safety of both himself and Li Qingyun was paramount. Stop. Cease this at once. I am Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun continued his futile resistance. Yet such defiance only served as a hollow declaration of dignity, impotent and infuriating the onlookers. You are a bureau director. I am, for that matter, a city official. A bureau director? I am precisely targeting a bureau director. Phew, you are a bureau director? In an instant, a deluge of invective rained down upon Li Qingyun, striking him with the ferocity of a tempest. True to his rotund form, he remained unyielding, continuing to engage with the security personnel despite the relentless onslaught. When the guards finally grew weary from their assault, Li Qingyun lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, even humanity has its limits. And under the barrage of 6 burly men, he chose to concede defeat. Just as the crowd had vented their pent-up frustrations, the head of the security team noticed Lin Dong, who had inexplicably retreated to a corner. Good grief. There's another one. The head of security exclaimed, pointing at Lin Dong. What should we do? We've exhausted ourselves beating this one. Perhaps we should send in a fresh batch from the guard post to continue, suggested a deranged security guard. You truly have no regard for humanity. Lin Dong silently cursed. The head of security assessed Lin Dong's slender frame. Having nearly beaten him to death the day before, he hesitated to act so recklessly again. If he were to impulsively harm Lin Dong, he could face decades behind bars, a considerable loss in anyone's book. Never mind, let us just settle for dealing with one, the head of security resignedly declared. All right. As you say, brother. The guards agreed, stepping over the corpulent form of Li Qingyun with malicious grins as they advanced toward Lin Dong. Just as they were about to strike, a thunderous voice boomed at the entrance. Who the hell dares to touch my cousin? Step forward. Upon hearing that resounding voice, Lin Dong immediately relaxed. The newcomer was none other than his cousin, Lin Yongheng. After receiving Lin Dong's call, Lin Yongheng hurried to the Western Point restaurant. Displeased with the slow bus service, he chose to hail a taxi instead, managing to arrive at his destination in just over 10 minutes. This imposing figure blocked half the door as he stood there, panting heavily, his face flushed and scanning the surroundings with authority. For a moment, no one dared to approach him. Lin Dong fixed his gaze on the head of security and calmly remarked, "What are you waiting for? It's time to act. Surely, you don't believe that the individual at the entrance poses a greater threat to this establishment than I do. Humph, I'll deal with you later." The head of security retorted sharply before hastily leading his men to restore order at the entrance. Observing the ominous atmosphere, the typically competitive male staff members retreated under the pretext of not being security personnel, while the guards, claiming their leader was absent, adopted a passive stance. Were it not for the reminders, they might not have even recognized themselves as security. What are you doing? The head of security barked as he and 5 subordinates emerged from the restaurant. Lin Yongheng ignored the query and shouted, "Is my cousin the one you assaulted? If you don't provide me with an explanation today, I will ensure you regret it. Lin Yongheng's imposing physique dwarfed everyone present, instilling a sense of dread in those who dared to confront him. Yet the head of security was unfazed by such bravado. You want to fight? I'm always ready, he declared. Suddenly, the security personnel found a source of psychological support and flocked towards their captain. Whether they were responsible for the parking lot, managing the front desk, or patrolling, the entire security team of the Western restaurant gathered together as if summoned by a divine decree, numbering no fewer than 10. Lin Dong observed this throng of individuals from behind, shaking his head in disbelief. Perhaps it was a symptom of his profession. He mused, a 3-story Western restaurant employing such a multitude of security staff truly seemed to be an extravagant display of wealth with nowhere to allocate it. Chapter 99. Breaking them down one by one. Lin Dong made a rough estimate of the establishment's situation. The mid-range restaurant featured minimalist decor, and while the waitstaff had received some training, it was not particularly profound. Roughly calculating, he deduced that the clientele capable of affording a meal here was likely limited. Although the restaurant saw many patrons during peak hours, it was not overcrowded. Once the rush subsided, the number of customers dwindled significantly. In 1998, how many could truly appreciate Western cuisine? Moreover, how many could afford such expensive dishes? If Lin Dong were the proprietor of this establishment, he would likely face ruin. Nevertheless, the primary objective of any enterprise is profitability. If this restaurant was not turning a profit, what purpose did it serve? Was it merely to project an image of sophistication and elegance? Or perhaps to provide job opportunities for the vast unemployed populace that would be better suited for charitable endeavors? Setting aside Lin Dong's professional concerns, outside, tensions escalated, and a fierce confrontation loomed. The security personnel brandished their nightsticks and batons, while Lin Yongheng lowered his center of gravity, preparing to charge and tackle one of them to initiate the fray. The head of security maintained a relatively calm demeanor, standing 10 paces away. He issued an ultimatum. I do not know who your brother is. We have never heard of anyone named Lin Dong. You would do well to leave immediately, otherwise we shall call the police. How dare you? Do you still have the audacity to threaten with the police? When you assaulted my cousin, did you consider calling the authorities? This matter will not be resolved so easily today. Lin Yongheng seethed with rage, hurling a curse at the head of security, and shifted his stance. Strike first. Especially in such a situation where he was outnumbered, delaying would only lead to being overwhelmed. The only way to escape this deadlock was to launch an offensive. The security personnel formed a semicircle around Lin Yongheng, who swiftly altered his trajectory, charging towards the farthest security guard, the one most removed from the group. With heavy footsteps, Lin Yongheng's advance reverberated against the tiled floor, shattering the resolve of the unfortunate guard, covering the 10 paces in just 5 strides. He reached the hapless guard before the latter could react, delivering a powerful hook that landed squarely on the guard's face. This punch combined explosive muscle power with the momentum and inertia of Lin Yongheng's sprint. He forcefully sent the security guard flying, who, while airborne, attempted to halt his descent but found no means to decelerate, ultimately colliding with the entrance of the Western restaurant, shattering the thick glass doors into countless shards. The guard lost consciousness due to the successive impacts. After dispatching one adversary, Lin Dong prompted the others to take immediate action without further ado. Fight! Strike with ferocity! The security captain bellowed, brandishing his baton and charging at Lin Yongheng. Having dispatched yet another foe, Lin Yongheng paused briefly before unleashing his weight and explosive leg power towards the next unfortunate soul approaching him. This group of security personnel was nothing more than a ragtag assembly, with some being mere petty delinquents, lacking any formal combat training. Lin Dong occasionally offered guidance to Lin Yongheng on the nuances of fighting, emphasizing the importance of strategy rather than merely relying on numbers or brute strength. As Lin Yongheng closed in on the security guard, the disparity in size and stamina became glaringly evident. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 220 pounds, the pressure exerted by Lin Yongheng was beyond what his opponent could withstand. The guard clung desperately to his baton, his only lifeline. Summoning all his strength, he swung the baton toward Lin Yongheng's face, the sound of metal meeting flesh resonating through the air. Lin Yongheng deftly blocked the guard's full-force strike with his left arm, immediately countering with a powerful right punch to the guard's abdomen, sending him staggering back several paces before collapsing to the ground, retching. With the fall of one adversary, Lin Yongheng now faced a melee against 9 opponents, including the security captain. Although his initial tactical maneuvers had successfully neutralized 2 enemies, the ensuing close-quarters combat proved more challenging. The guards swung their batons at him, forcing Lin Yongheng to retreat and dodge before launching himself forward to deliver an elbow strike to one guard's solar plexus. Another adversary fell. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of slicing air filled his ears, prompting him to swiftly tilt his head aside. A baton whistled past him, narrowly missing his forehead. That was close. With his opponent momentarily off balance, Lin Dong seized the opportunity to counterattack. To shield his head from a potential strike that could incapacitate him, he arched his back and tucked his head beside his shoulder. Adopting a boxing stance, a technique imparted to him by Lin Dong. In 1998, few had ventured into the realm of boxing, a sport that had only begun to capture public attention with the rise of cinema. Lin Dong's execution of this boxing posture left everyone present momentarily bewildered. Lin Dong delivered a powerful punch directly to the head of the individual who had previously struck him with a baton. Given that his assailant was fully committed to the attack, he was caught off guard. The impact of Lin Dong's punch landed solidly. Although this close-range blow was not fatal, it was swiftly followed by a second, third, and fourth punch, each delivered with remarkable speed and explosive force, leaving his opponent bewildered and unable to defend himself, ultimately causing him to stagger backward. Lin Dong's footwork remained agile, while the upper body could only evade to a certain extent. His coordinated movement of both upper and lower body allowed him to navigate the situation with finesse, striking, retreating, and then counterattacking. Even as a few more adversaries fell under Lin Dong's fists, he reveled in the effectiveness of the boxing techniques imparted by Lin Dong. Suddenly, an unexpected blow from a stick struck Lin Dong's leg with a resounding thud. The pain from the impact forced him to quickly push off with his other, uninjured leg, creating distance between himself and his attackers. Chapter 100. The scene on the first floor after a chaotic skirmish. The security team commander found himself surrounded by only 3 of his men, while Lin Dong, having sustained an injury to his leg, temporarily lost the ability to run or jump. Despite his size and the inability to evade, Lin Dong's upper body combat skills were more than sufficient to handle 4 opponents. The security commander was acutely aware of this reality. A team that had started with 11 members had dwindled to 4, with only one leg of the adversary suffering any significant damage. If the fight continued, even the commander, despite any overestimation of his team's capabilities, would likely lose confidence in overcoming Lin Dong, who resembled a ferocious beast. "Come on, you worthless fools. Face your grandfather." Although Lin Dong was injured, his spirit remained undeterred. If anything, he grew bolder with each confrontation. He taunted his adversaries, and to his astonishment, none dared to confront him. Even the security commander appeared somewhat intimidated. "Are you all a bunch of swine? Not even one of you dares to move." Lin Dong, now consumed by a fervor, shouted and cursed. Although only 3 of the commander's trusted aides remained, they nodded in agreement after a hushed discussion of their next strategy, promptly dispersing to encircle Lin Dong from all sides. This was a tactic to ensnare him. As the commander issued his orders, the encircling formation closed in tighter. Lin Dong, now unarmed, noted the organized approach of the 4 men as they advanced toward him. Attempting to charge forward was futile, as the injured leg remained immobile. Prolonging the standoff was not an option. Lin Dong gauged the positions of those surrounding him, estimating that those to his sides were closer than the ones directly in front. When the individual in front drew near enough, Lin Dong swiftly pivoted and lunged backward. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the security personnel behind him, he would have undoubtedly been subdued. Regrettably, Lin Dong's feigned retreat was thwarted by the limitations imposed by his injuries. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been able to vanquish that group of security personnel. If this situation continues, Lin Dong will find himself in a dire predicament. Yet, even in the throes of despair, he would utter not a single word of surrender. "Drink. Perish." The security captain bellowed, raising his baton to strike Lin Dong mercilessly. Instinctively, Lin raised his arm to defend himself with his forearm. However, just as the captain was about to reach him, he abruptly withheld his force. Puzzled, Lin Dong suddenly felt a jarring impact strike his back, followed by 2 more assailants on either side. No matter which direction he defended, he would leave his back vulnerable to his foes. Bang! Lin's back was struck once more, an intense, searing pain sweeping across him, mingling with a sense of numbness. "Bah! You scoundrels resort to such despicable tactics." Lin Dong, having silently observed the fray from behind the counter, finally emerged. Having watched the struggle long enough to see Lin Dong faltering. "Cousin, are you all right? Did they lay a hand on you? Just wait, I shall deal with them." Upon seeing Lin Dong, Lin Dong felt a surge of relief, yet remained focused on the adversaries before him. "Humph, you would do well to surrender now, otherwise. It is merely a matter of time before we defeat you," the security captain proclaimed, his face aglow with newfound confidence, as though he had discovered a winning strategy. Lin Dong sighed quietly and picked up a baton he had accidentally discarded during the scuffle, tossing it to Lin Yongheng, who caught it deftly. Now, Lin Yongheng possessed a significant advantage in reach, and the standoff resumed between him and the security personnel. All right, enough. Have you not grown weary after such a prolonged skirmish? Lin Dong interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Witnessing the security captain's resolve even in the face of adversity ignited a sense of admiration within Lin Dong. And observing his apparent intelligence, he reconsidered his initial intent to teach them a lesson, contemplating instead how to recruit them for his own purposes. No need for violence. Li Changyong has already gone to summon your manager, Lin Dong remarked casually. What? When did he leave? After such a prolonged altercation. Even though my brother Li is somewhat portly, he is still a sprightly fellow, Lin Dong quipped, adopting a light-hearted tone. As for whether Lin Dong spoke the truth, all present were left pondering. The security captain initially assumed Lin Dong had come merely to take advantage of the situation and had no intention of calling the manager. Yet Lin Dong's sincerity suggested he sought to confess voluntarily. Before long, a well-dressed man descended from the second floor, sporting slick-back hair that exuded affluence. Beside him was Li Changyong, the very individual whom the security captain had previously trampled. Good day, manager. Manager? All eyes were fixated on the impeccably dressed gentleman. Yet he was assisting a portly middle-aged man down the stairs. Director Li, take it slow, the manager said with concern, supporting Li Changyong's ample waist. Humph. No need for your insincere flattery here, Li Changyong retorted, shaking off the manager's hand and striding forward. It seemed that Li Changyong was still seething over the prior incident where he was besieged by security personnel. The guards stood in bewilderment, realizing that the man they had just brutally subdued was someone the manager was keen to befriend. Director Li, if there is anything amiss here, please do let us know, and we assure you it will be rectified. The manager, perceptive as he was, recognized that Li Changyong's anger signified something had transpired. And you believe we would indeed amend our ways? Li Changyong retorted, stepping closer to the manager and pointing at the group of guards by the entrance, bellowing, Lu Jianwei, are you truly oblivious to the caliber of personnel you have employed? The manager, previously consumed by his focus on Li Changyong, finally noticed the disarray at the entrance. The door was battered, and 7 guards lay strewn about the floor, one of whom had even shattered the restaurant's glass door. As for the waitstaff near the counter, they had long vanished, presumably seeking refuge from the chaos. Chapter 101. The Dismissal of Li Long. The confrontation between Lin Yongheng and the security personnel had been nothing short of brutal. The manager surveyed the shattered door and the damaged tables and chairs, feeling an acute pang of distress. Come, explain this situation to me, Lu Jianwei demanded, his fury igniting as he beheld the devastation on the first floor. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to squeeze out those words through clenched teeth. No one dared to respond. What could possibly have happened? Why not ask your head of security? Li Changyong snapped. That scoundrel dared to strike me. Do you think he wouldn't dare to vandalize your establishment? What? He struck you? Lu Jianwei nearly collapsed at the revelation. Could Li Changyong be capable of violence? Wouldn't he that only invite trouble? In a fit of exasperation, Lu Jianwei pointed at the head of security, berating, Li Long, are you out of your mind? What provoked you to lay hands on him? He struggled to catch his breath, clutching his chest before continuing. You useless fool. You serve no purpose in calm times, yet you create chaos now. However, it would be unjust to place all the blame on Li Long, for the circumstances surrounding Lin Dong and Li Changyong's visit were fraught with unforeseen complications. Take their mutual entrapment. For instance, Li Changyong had forgotten his identification, while Lin Dong's true identity was unveiled. These 2 factors alone were sufficient to confound everyone. Furthermore, the 2 had resorted to a desperate ploy of self-sabotage, indulging recklessly in food and drink. Who could have imagined such antics were perpetrated by the current director of the Health Bureau? Meanwhile, the sudden arrival of Lin Yongheng, exuding an air of menace, only added to the tumult. It is evident that someone is seeking trouble. Faced with a formidable adversary of an entirely different caliber, Li Long's refusal to retreat is commendable. However, while Lin Dong comprehends Li Long's predicament, others do not. Lu Jianwei chastises Li Long, and soon, others begin to point fingers at him. Even Li Long's subordinate, an ordinary security guard, spreads rumors about Li Long's alleged aggression. Manager Lu, I privately urged Captain Li at the time, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on resorting to violence. Li Long's so-called friends exemplify the notion that when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when a wall collapses, everyone pushes. Observing Li Long's helplessness in the face of betrayal somewhat alleviates Li Changyong's discomfort. prompting him to refrain from exposing the lies of the security guard who claimed to have advised Li Long against violence. Nonetheless, Li Changyong's purpose for visiting this Western restaurant was not merely to vent his frustrations. He had not forgotten the initial reason for his presence. Abruptly, he shifted his tone, fixing a stern gaze upon Lu Jianwei, and coldly declared, Lu Jianwei, let me inform you. If your security guard merely struck me, that would be one thing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianwei's heart nearly faltered. It was evident that the guard had also assaulted someone of higher status. Li Changyong seized Lu Jianwei's collar and dragged him towards Lin Dong. Look, what has your guard done to my brother? Is it merely because he didn't have enough cash yesterday? He could have used a card. Isn't that a form of payment? Do you perceive him as a rogue dining and dashing? How dare you resort to violence? Li Changyong's ire intensified, culminating in a resounding slap on the table. Lin Dong is his financial lifeline. Regardless of how many people he might offend, Li Changyong is determined to ensure the resolution of this matter satisfies Lin Dong. Observing the 5 dark purple imprints on Lin Dong's face alongside the 5 red marks on Li Changyong's, it was evident that Lin Dong had suffered more grievously in the altercation. The realization that Lin Dong was Li Changyong's brother left Lu Jianwei speechless with fear. I had no idea. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to let the guard lay a finger on your brother, even at the cost of my life. Lu Jianwei protested innocently. In truth, Li Long was the more innocent party. He had been misled by Wang Zuching into believing that Lin Dong had vandalized the private room and attempted to dine and dash. The 5 purple marks on Lin Dong's face were inflicted by Wang Zuching. At this juncture, Li Long had become the scapegoat. Manager, it was that person who smashed our private room first, Li Long retorted, his sense of injustice palpable as he pointed at Lin Dong. Before he could finish, Lu Jianwei hastily interrupted, fearing any further words might offend the esteemed Li Changyong. Silence. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you blame others for vandalizing the room? If we had served them well enough, do you think they would have resorted to such measures? Yet, from where could so many excuses arise? Shut your mouth. Lu Jianwei thundered, for today's events could potentially jeopardize his position. Whether he could continue as manager hinged on Li Changyong's favor, and Lu Jianwei dared not oppose him. He would adhere to whatever Li Changyong decreed. Witnessing Lu Jianwei's cowardice, Lin Dong felt a surge of amusement, and a plan began to form in his mind. Lin Dong furrowed his brow in haste, indignantly exclaiming, Brother Li, my injuries are of little consequence. What truly infuriates me is that these individuals dared to lay hands on you. You have already declared your departure from your former identity. Yet they still had the audacity to act. This Western restaurant shows an utter lack of respect for you. Lin Dong was notorious for his insidious provocations. While it appeared he was criticizing the establishment, he was subtly implying that Li Changyong, as a leader, was not regarded with esteem, leading the staff to similarly dismiss him. This served to drive a wedge further into the already strained relationship between Li Changyong and Lu Jianwei. Manager Lu, if you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation to my brother and me today, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Li Changyong glared at Lu Jianwei, enunciating each word with palpable clarity. No, your security personnel even inflicted a fracture on my cousin's leg, which has yet to regain sensation. In truth, Lin Yongheng's leg was unbroken. Lin Dong had deliberately fabricated this claim to exert pressure on Lu Jianwei. Lu Jianwei was in a dire predicament. Having invested a considerable sum to employ 11 security guards, he had anticipated a pleasant environment to attract customers. Instead, the violent incidents involving his guards had frightened away patrons and alienated numerous influential figures. Then, shall I proceed to dismiss Li Long? Lu Jianwei, uncertain of what Lin Dong and his associates truly desired, felt compelled to eliminate the main culprit to placate them. Upon hearing of Li Long's impending dismissal, a sly smile crept upon Lin Dong's lips, as this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Chapter 102. Profound implications. Lin Dong was eager for Lu Jianwei to dismiss Li Long, so he could seize the opportunity to win Li Long over. However, Li Changyong held a different perspective. Lacking any business of his own, he had no need for so-called talent. Manager Lu, what does Li Long's dismissal have to do with me? I have been assaulted. You merely brush me off with a dismissal? Li Changyong shouted at Lu Jianwei, his words laden with deeper meaning. What am I to do then? Lu Jianwei, with a dejected expression, resembled a chastised puppy, his countenance nearly scraping the ground. Lin Dong shook his head at the lack of understanding displayed in their exchange. What will you do? Dismissing Li Long has no bearing on our situation. Lin Dong replied coolly, his statement laced with implications. Oh, I understand. I shall cover your medical expenses. Lu Jianwei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, nodding vigorously in agreement. It is only natural to compensate for injuries inflicted. Upon hearing that Lu Jianwei would cover the medical expenses, Li Changyong's tone softened immediately. There is no need to discuss money. My primary concern is the conduct of your restaurant. When has it ever been acceptable to resort to violence over a customer's inability to pay their bill? You ought to report this to the authorities. Li Changyong imparted a lesson to Lu Jianwei, who nodded incessantly in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. You are absolutely correct. Haha. It is not merely a question of right or wrong, but rather this is an age-old principle. Having struck someone, one is indeed in the wrong. Failing to offer an apology would only exacerbate the situation. Li Changyong expounded on grand principles, showcasing his erudition. Together with Lu Jianwei, their camaraderie transformed into jovial banter in an instant. Lin Dong, with a resigned smile, approached to support Lin Yongheng. Meanwhile, Lin Yongheng and Li Long, who had just been embroiled in a fierce altercation, now exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Brother, how are you? Is your leg all right? Lin Dong inquired as he examined Lin Yongheng's left leg. I'm fine. Just need to take it easy, Lin Yongheng replied. Though he lamented that had it not been for an interruption, he would have relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations on behalf of Lin Dong. Just relying on that person? Humph. He can only lean on his pitiful subordinates. Though Lin Yongheng claimed to be unbothered, a simmering indignation brewed within him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What's this? It's despicable and shameless for your side to outnumber us in a fight. Yet you call for the head of the sanitation bureau to instigate trouble as if it's all above board? Li Long, fully aware that the jibe was directed at him, felt little compulsion to endure Lin Yongheng's derision any longer, especially since he had already lost his position. And what was the meaning behind you beating my cousin yesterday? Do you think he can't afford a meal? You scoundrel. Lin Yongheng's indignation flared at Li Long's words, and he began to berate him. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong found that the security captain confronting Lin Yongheng acknowledged his wrongdoing, exhibiting a certain sense of responsibility. I was in the wrong yesterday. Someone accused your cousin of dining and dashing. I checked his wallet but neglected to verify his bank card and acted hastily. That was my fault. However, if you dare to stir trouble here today, that is entirely on you, Li Long asserted with righteous indignation. At first glance, his words seemed reasonable. Yet both parties should have reported the incident to the authorities immediately. There is no issue that the police cannot resolve, and if they cannot, there are always laws and prisons to contend with. Our fault. How dare you assert that we are at fault? Were it not for your antics yesterday, would I have sought you out for retribution? Today, let my grandfather teach you the difference between right and wrong. Lin Yongheng, already stepping in for Lin Dong, could hardly tolerate Li Long's audacity in discussing justice. He bellowed, ready to confront Li Long. In contrast to Li Long's sense of accountability, Lin Yongheng appeared somewhat juvenile. Nonetheless, Li Long was not entirely devoid of emotion. Upon learning of his termination from the Western restaurant, he harbored disdain for Lin Dong and his cohort of bullies. You think that by enduring for a moment, I am truly afraid of you? Li Long brandished the baton in his hand, advancing towards Lin Yongheng. Just as a physical confrontation seemed imminent between Li Long and Lin Yongheng, Lin Dong swiftly intervened, assuming the role of peacemaker. Stop. Let us not resort to violence. Let us discuss this amicably. Li Changyong had already engaged in discussions regarding compensation with Lu Jianwei. With both representatives in conversation, there was no need for further hostility. Lin Dong invoked the names of Lu Jianwei and Li Changyong, the individuals ostensibly wielding the most authority, in an effort to dissuade the two from drawing weapons against one another. Was Lin Dong truly so altruistic? Of course. For him, with Li Long's dismissal, Li Long had effectively joined Lin Dong's camp. Infighting among allies, regardless of the outcome, would yield no benefit. What relevance does Lu Jianwei's discussions hold for me? When trouble arises, everyone will shift the blame onto my shoulders. Li Long's mindset at this moment starkly contrasts with his previous demeanor. He has embraced the guardianship of this Western restaurant as a mission rather than mere employment. Nonetheless, even in this light, when he was informed of his dismissal, the gazes directed towards him morphed into a mixture of pity and disdain. Lu Jianwei? He is nothing short of a despicable individual. Why would one stoop to his level? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, as if he had an intimate understanding of Lu Jianwei. Is this not your first encounter with Lu Jianwei? Li Long inquired with curiosity, the tension that had nearly escalated dissipating somewhat. Lin Dong, well versed in human psychology from his extensive interactions, recognized how to navigate the situation. Knowing that Li Long harbored disdain for Lu Jianwei, Lin Dong's derogatory remarks about Lu Jianwei's character would inevitably bridge the gap between them. Indeed, this is my first encounter with that Lu Jianwei, but within such a brief period, I have nearly discerned the essence of his character, Lin Dong asserted with conviction. Oh. Li Long's curiosity was piqued by Lin Dong's assertion. More importantly, he was eager to hear Lin Dong's rational critique of Lu Jianwei. Firstly, observe how Lu Jianwei fawns over Li Changyong with that sycophantic grin, akin to a beggar dog. Lin Dong jested lightly, a blend of humor and seriousness in his sarcasm. However, Li Long shook his head earnestly. That's not accurate. Lu Jianwei typically displays little temperament and treats us rather decently. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. Li Long's objective assessment ignited Lin Dong's wariness towards Lu Jianwei. Undoubtedly, Lu Jianwei had left a favorable impression on Li Long through his considerate demeanor towards his subordinates. Furthermore, the fact that Li Long still mentioned Lu Jianwei in conversation suggested either Li Long's lack of ruthlessness in handling matters or that Lu Jianwei indeed possessed noteworthy qualities. Chapter 103. Olive Branch. Do you not perceive that Lu Jianwei, fearing the loss of his managerial position, proposed your dismissal to placate Li Changyong? Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Upon hearing Li Long commend Lu Jianwei, Lin Dong swiftly sought to sow discord between the two. Lin Dong's words instantly extinguished Li Long's ire. Li Long nodded in silence, unable to muster any rebuttal to Lin Dong's assertions. Just as Lin Dong intended to converse further with Li Long, Li Changyong emerged briskly from Lu Jianwei's office, clutching a stack of items wrapped in paper. Noticing Li Changyong's exuberant demeanor, it was evident that the bundle contained money. Brother Lin Dong, I'm here, Li Changyong exclaimed cheerfully as he approached Lin Dong. Following closely behind was Lu Jianwei, who appeared to be in a state of distress, suggesting that Li Changyong's medical expenses had significantly strained his finances. In just a few strides, Li Changyong reached Lin Dong and thrust the brown paper into his embrace. This unexpected gesture left Lin Dong astonished. He had initially presumed that Li Changyong was advocating for his medical expenses, only to discover that Li Changyong was, in fact, delivering all the compensation Lu Jianwei owed in one fell swoop. Can you guess how much Manager Lu compensated you? Li Changyong smiled mysteriously and said, I'll compensate you with 10,000. 10,000. Lin Dong found it difficult to smile at that amount. It seemed rather meager. While 10,000 yuan was a trifling sum for Lin Dong, it was a considerable amount for Li Changyong, and an even greater fortune for Li Long. Lin Dong, ever observant, noticed that Li Long appeared somewhat astonished at the sight of the money in Lin Dong's hands. Unable to comprehend why he was required to pay such exorbitant medical fees for a mere altercation, Lin Dong smiled faintly, feigning nonchalance as he shook the cash in his hand, then handed half of it to Li Changyong. After all, it was Li Changyong who had aided him. So the first thing he wished to do with his newfound wealth was to share it with him. Brother Lin, what are you doing? I willingly stepped in for you. Our inspection of unscrupulous merchants is for the greater good of the people, Li Changyong declared with righteous fervor, making no attempt to take the 5,000 yuan Lin Dong offered. This left Lin Dong perplexed, based on his memories from a past life. Li Changyong was a fallen official, yet the present Li Changyong seemed uninterested in the money Lin Dong held. Just moments ago, he had been insistent on demanding compensation from Lu Jianwei. Lin Dong found himself baffled by the man before him, but since Li Changyong refused the money, he did not press the issue further and instead turned his attention to the stupefied Li Long. After locking eyes with Lin Dong for a brief second, Li Long quickly averted his gaze. Manager Lu, may I inquire if there will be any repercussions for Li Long? Ultimately, who is responsible for this 10,000 yuan? Lin Dong inquired calmly. I will cover it. Just let Li Long go. We will find a new security captain. Rest assured, should you grace our establishment with your presence again, such an incident will not recur, Lu Jianwei hastily assured him. Aware of Lin Dong's close ties with Li Changyong, he dared not treat Lin Dong with anything less than utmost respect. Li Long, initially anxious about having to bear the cost, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lu Jianwei's words. If Li Long had to pay, he would need at least 6 months to earn that amount, all while living frugally to save up. Li Long, your master has already covered the medical expenses. How can you remain indifferent after striking someone? Pay up and be on your way. Li Changyong noticed Lin Dong's gaze, and, mistaking it for a signal that Lin Dong intended to pursue further action against Li Long, erupted in anger. Li Long's heart sank once more. He had thought he was off the hook, only to have the matter raised again. As a security captain, his monthly earnings barely exceeded 2,000 yuan, and given his family's financial situation, he typically spent no more than 500 a month, sending the remainder home. Furrowing his brow, Li Long remained silent. Observing this, Lin Dong felt a surge of delight. Li Long's lack of funds indicated that he was in desperate need of money. Brotherly, are you short on cash? Lin Dong feigned concern, raising his brow slightly. Yes, Li Long trembled slightly, reluctantly nodding his head in acquiescence. No money? Then earn some. Or else, I shall break your legs. Li Changyong thundered indignantly. Lin Dong intercepted Li Changyong and said slowly, brotherly. There is no need for you to pay any medical expenses. Why not join me at work instead? The moment Lin Dong's words left his mouth, nearly everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Rather than seeking revenge, Lin Dong was actually trying to recruit the very person who had assaulted him the day before. In fact, someone approached me, asking for a reliable individual to take on the role of security team leader. Since you were recently dismissed, why not come and give us a try? Lin Dong's perplexing behavior left everyone momentarily speechless. Li Changyong was particularly intrigued by Lin Dong's mention of our collective. Was Lin Dong concealing something from him? The presence of Lin Yongheng restrained Lin Dong from divulging the entirety of his business matters, so he concocted a casual excuse, falsely stating he was merely working for someone else. At that moment, Lin Yongheng was concerned that Li Long might retaliate against Lin Dong due to the earlier altercation. While the bewildered Lu Jianwei merely observed the unfolding drama, Li Long appeared troubled. Under different circumstances, he might have welcomed an olive branch. Yet today, having just been dismissed, it was being offered by someone he had wronged. Li Long's reaction was precisely what Lin Dong had anticipated. If you suspect I'm deceiving you, fret not. Our chairman is a man of his word, steadfast and reliable, Lin Dong asserted, pulling out 500 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Li Long in the presence of Lu Jianwei. Li Long grew increasingly puzzled. What was Lin Dong up to? This is a deposit. If you are interested, come to the Weimian processing factory tomorrow, Lin Dong added, respectfully extending the money to Li Long regardless of whom he faced, as long as they were not enemies. Lin Dong chose to treat others with courtesy. After handing the money to Li Long, Lin Dong said nothing further and departed with Li Changyong and Lin Yongheng. This was both a test for Li Long and a small examination for Lin Dong himself. Lin Dong believed that Li Long's character was not entirely unfavorable. If he had no intention of working under Lin Dong's enterprise, he would surely take the money to the Weimian processing factory the following day. Chapter 104, Matters of Significance. Cousin, why are you being timid? Our Lin family fears nothing. Throughout the journey, Lin Yongheng frequently chastised Lin Dong for his perceived cowardice. In Lin Yongheng's view, by giving Li Long money, Lin Dong was succumbing to Li Long's intimidation. Brother, I am not afraid of him, Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. How could he explain his reasoning to Lin Yongheng? The issues concerning Lin Dong's enterprise were confidential, and sharing them would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications, such as the ever-watchful eyes of their family. The Lin family was not as united as Lin Yongheng imagined. But Lin Dong could not disclose this and would not indulge Lin Yongheng's fantasies. Let him hold on to his illusions a while longer. You claim you are not afraid of Li Long. Then why give him money, if not to beg him not to harm you? Cousin, in times like these, you should stand your ground. What is so remarkable about him? Does he not possess merely a pair of hands and legs? Lin Yongheng prattled incessantly. While Lin Dong listened with half-hearted attention, the majority of his words intended to encourage Lin Dong not to fear challenges. Does Lin Dong fear anything? If he were afraid, he would not have risked committing the crime of harboring Lin Yongheng to get him out of East City. The more Lin Dong pondered the matter, the angrier he became. That scoundrel named Li Long. If I see him again, I shall surely deal with him. Lin Yongheng continued to curse and rave. Lin Dong and Li Changyong exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads in silent agreement. Suddenly, Lin Dong's phone rang. It was someone from the marketing department. Upon answering, he learned that his recent application for a business license had been approved. A wave of joy surged through Lin Dong, prompting him to send Lin Yongheng and Li Changyong ahead while he discreetly made his way to the marketing department to collect the license. Though Lin Yongheng was reluctant, Li Changyong understood that Lin Dong would not engage in frivolous endeavors. Thus he readily agreed and used the excuse of visiting Lin Dong's home to escort Lin Yongheng back. Upon reaching the marketing department and stating his purpose, the staff member hurriedly retrieved a framed license from behind. The words Yunao were boldly inscribed upon it. After a week of busy preparations, Lin Dong had finally acquired this license. He understood that he was making significant strides toward establishing a legitimate enterprise. Congratulations, sir. Your business is now officially established. The staff member beamed as they handed the license to Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded appreciatively as the staff member proceeded to explain various aspects related to running a business. Although Lin Dong possessed a greater understanding of business operations than these employees, he patiently listened until they finished speaking. By the time Lin Dong returned home after placing the license at the processing plant, evening had fallen. I'm back, Lin Dong called out, intending to draw Huang Qingyun out. Ah, Lin Dong, As expected, upon hearing his voice, Huang Qingyun naturally opened the door. Before she could finish her greeting, Lin Dong embraced her. "Did you miss me?" he asked with a playful grin, twirling her around. Lin Dong, put me down." Huang Qingyun's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Usually, Lin Dong would at least exchange pleasantries before making such a move, but today was different. He had taken her in his arms the moment they met. "Not a chance. If you disagree, you can get down yourself," Lin Dong teased with a mischievous smile. With the license in hand, Lin Dong's emotions were far from subdued. He felt a thrill of excitement. Huang Qingyun playfully glared at him and gestured toward the back. Upon turning around, Lin Dong found Li Changyong and Lin Yongheng staring at them with wide eyes, their expressions serious and unwavering. Ahem, Lin Dong, my dear brother, how have you been?" Li Changyong hastily attempted to change the subject, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having inadvertently interrupted a romantic moment between the couple. "Cousin, you may continue. Perhaps it would be better to retreat to the house. It feels somewhat inappropriate for me and Brother Li to linger here," Lin Yongheng said with a wry smile, gesturing toward Huang Qingyun's room behind Lin Dong. Why is everyone here?" Lin Dong felt the sting of social embarrassment. No matter how thick-skinned he was, being watched while discussing matters of affection was undeniably awkward. I was merely concerned for your safety, which is why I accompanied Brother Lin Yongheng here. Now that I see you looking so lively, my worries have dissipated," Li Changyong chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, no need to fret. I just visited the Wei Mian processing factory, and there's nothing pressing at the moment." Lin Dong and Li Changyong found themselves at a loss for words. Unable to discuss certain topics in front of Lin Yongheng and Huang Qingyun, they engaged in a stilted conversation until Li Changyong could no longer contain himself. "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall not intrude further. I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy yourselves," he said, rising and making his way toward the door. Casting a meaningful glance back at Lin Dong. "Aren't you going to stay a little longer?" "Indeed, why not wait until after dinner?" Huang Qingyun and Li Changyong made a token effort to retain him. Li Changyong smiled, knowing that if he lingered any longer at Lin Dong's home, he might face Lin Dong's scorn. He waved his hands dismissively, resolutely escaping Lin Dong's abode. Once Li Changyong had departed, Lin Dong sighed in relief and opened his arms toward Huang Qingyun. "Did you miss me, my dear wife?" Cough, cough. The response came not from Huang Qingyun, but from Lin Yongheng, who was still choking on his tea. As he coughed, he stood up. "Now I understand why Li Changyong was in such a hurry to leave," Lin Yongheng muttered, heading for the door. Before departing, he cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Dong and cautioned, "Lin Dong, I'm stepping out for some fresh air. Feel free to amuse yourselves at home. I shall return in 10 minutes. Lin Dong clearly understood the implications of Lin Yongheng's words and recognized his playful jest. Pretending to be exasperated, he retorted, 10 minutes? Who do you think you're looking down upon?" Lin Yongheng chuckled, raising the stakes. Then let us make it 30 minutes. In any case, you two make haste. I'm off for some air. Bye." Bang. The door slammed shut behind Lin Yongheng. "All right. Now we are free from interruptions." Lin Dong confirmed that the door was securely locked and turned to Huang Qingyun, his expression beaming with a smile. Lin Dong's gaze caused Huang Qingyun's face to flush a deep crimson, resembling a timid little creature cowering beside the wall. "What do you want?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Dong stepped forward, gently lifting Huang Qingyun's chin and gazing into her eyes, speaking tenderly. "Today, I have something of great importance to share with you." Chapter 105. Gossip. A smirk played on Lin Dong's lips, his mind likely concocting some mischievous plan. "What do you want?" Huang Qingyun's face reflected a hint of panic. Lin Dong had been acting unusually since his return today. "Qingyun, I have so much to express to you," Lin Dong whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. Before Huang Qingyun could finish her words, Lin Dong gently pressed his index finger against her lips, halting her speech. Huang Qingyun gazed at the slightly domineering man before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon seeing Lin Dong's injuries, her heart ached profoundly. With a mischievous smile, Lin Dong remarked, "Qingyun, allow me to finish first. Would you accompany me to work tomorrow?" Huang Qingyun paused, clearly taken aback by his unexpected request. "What's wrong? Are you still being petulant?" "I've already spoken to Lu Chuanha. He will apologize to you tomorrow." Faced with Lin Dong's gentle smile, Huang Qingyun found herself momentarily speechless, as if the earlier teasing smile had been a mere figment of her imagination. "Lu Chuanha?" she stammered, still trying to process the information. "Yes, this morning. You had a quarrel with Lu Chuanha, didn't you? I spoke to the owner of Weimian Enterprises, who supported my plea, and he instructed Lu Chuanha to apologize to you tomorrow." In truth, the owner of Weimian processing plant was Lin Dong himself. with a mere command. Lu Chuanhe would tremble in compliance. Is that all? Just this minor issue? Huang Qingyun still found it hard to believe that Lin Dong would go to such lengths just to discuss this matter with her. Indeed. However, allow me to correct you. No matter how trivial your matters may seem, to me, they are of utmost importance. The phrase "a modest gentleman," as warm as jade, perfectly encapsulated Lin Dong at that moment. Within just a few exchanges, Huang Qingyun once again felt her cheeks flush. All right, I understand, she exclaimed, shoving Lin Dong away and hastily retreating to her room. Although she was a capable factory manager, she often revealed a youthful demeanor in Lin Dong's presence. Huang Qingyun slapped her cheeks, striving to regain her composure. That Lin Dong, honestly, despite all his injuries, he remains so mischievous, she muttered, diving into her blankets. Outside, Lin Dong smiled knowingly. He understood his cousin all too well. Although he seemed lacking in knowledge about romantic matters, Lin Yongheng was well versed in the gossip of family affairs. Cousin, come in. Isn't it cold outside? Lin Dong called toward the door, his voice neither loud nor soft, but enough to capture the attention of the eavesdropping listener. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the door swung open as if it had a voice recognition system. Lin Yongheng sheepishly entered, feigning nonchalance as he glanced at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, you're quite impressive. How did you manage to finish so quickly? Only I know how quickly I am. Did you overhear anything useful while eavesdropping? Lin Dong pretended to glare at Lin Yongheng in mock anger. Hee, you truly are my cousin, so clever. How did you know I was listening outside? Lin Yongheng, aware of his misdeed, sought to divert the conversation. Seeing Lin Yongheng's goofy grin, Lin Dong felt a pang of gratitude. He genuinely wished to express his thanks for Lin Yongheng having answered his call for help in the middle of the night and arriving promptly at the scene. I must express my gratitude to Lin Yongheng for his unwavering trust. Despite the skepticism voiced by everyone in the Western restaurant, Lin Yongheng steadfastly believed in the message left by Lin Dong. Although they are cousins, Lin Yongheng has always regarded Lin Dong as a beloved younger brother. If only Lin Yongheng's father had not committed so many detrimental actions against Lin Dong's family. Lin Dong's heart is a tumultuous sea of emotions. In a bid to secure his standing within the Lin family, Lin Yongheng's father has resorted to both overt and covert tactics against Lin Dong's father, Lin Guofeng, sowing discord among all those around him. You may speculate as you wish. During your time in Linjia village, how did you acquire all that gossip? I am well aware of the truth. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yongheng and retreated to the kitchen, as he still had dinner to prepare. Unlike his usual playful banter with his wife, Huang Qingyun, after dinner, Lin Dong found his mind preoccupied with recent events, making it difficult to focus on her. As the saying goes, even heroes struggle to navigate the allure of beauty. Lin Dong has reached a state of unwavering resolve, remaining indifferent to carnal temptations, scarcely glancing at even his own wife. However, to prevent others from noticing his unusual demeanor and causing unnecessary concern, he endeavored to disguise his feelings. Engaging in small talk with Huang Qingyun, although such exchanges often devolved into awkward conversations. After a hearty meal, Lin Dong retired early, his exhaustion from consecutive days of labor sending him into a deep slumber. While Lin Yongheng attempted to pry into matters, Lin Dong succumbed to sleep. The following morning, as Huang Qingyun knocked on Lin Dong's door, Lin Yongheng remained oblivious, entirely shut off from her voice. Lin Dong, are you awake? Huang Qingyun's tone grew increasingly urgent, having called out several times without receiving a response, her concern mounting for Lin Dong's well-being. Yes, I'm up. Lin Dong struggled to open his sleep-laden eyes, while Lin Yongheng continued to snore beside him. Upon hearing Lin Dong's voice, Huang Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Hurry and get up for breakfast. We need to head to work soon. Didn't you say you would accompany me to the factory yesterday? Just a moment, I'll be ready shortly. Lin Dong hastily donned his clothes and opened the door. As he did, he was enveloped by the delightful aroma of food wafting in. Huang Qingyun had prepared breakfast, having risen early to allow him a few more moments of rest. Unlike the diverse spread Lin Dong typically prepared, Huang Qingyun's breakfast was a modest yet comforting offering of 2 bowls of plain rice porridge. The grains were tender and the porridge thick and fragrant. The moment Lin Dong caught a whiff of the scent, he knew that Huang Qingyun had lovingly simmered it for over an hour in a small pot. Holding the warm rice porridge, memories of his parents from a past life flickered through Lin Dong's mind. His mother had once risen early to prepare porridge for him, ensuring he could sleep a little longer. Though his memories of that previous life are fragmented, even these snippets bring warmth to Lin Dong's heart. Chapter 106, Apology Qingyun. Thank you, Lin Dong murmured as he cradled the bowl. Although these words were directed at Huang Qingyun, she felt as though Lin Dong had transformed into a stranger, his speech no longer resonating with her. "Ah, it's nothing. Aren't you usually the one cooking? Today, I simply felt inspired. As long as you find it delicious, that suffices," Huang Qingyun replied, mustering a polite smile as she uttered these excessively courteous words. "Why all the formality? Isn't it only natural for me to take care of my dear wife?" Lin Dong, sensing the unfamiliar atmosphere, sought to lighten the mood with a jest. However, his attempt fell flat, akin to a stone plummeting into an abyss, failing to stir even the faintest ripple. Huang Qingyun, accustomed to Lin Dong's playful antics, merely smiled faintly. Lin Dong was unsure whether Huang Qingyun had developed an immunity to his flirtations or if she had discerned his efforts at feigned nonchalance. Having swiftly finished breakfast, Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun made their way to the Wanian processing plant. The facility was currently under construction, with half of the office building undergoing renovations. However, rather than mere renovations, it was more accurate to describe it as an expansion. The originally two-story building was set to rise to 6 stories. While this development appeared to be Lu Chuanha's decision on the surface, it was, in fact, orchestrated by Lin Dong. On the very day Yunao Group was established, Lin Dong had envisioned the corporate offices situated atop the Wanian processing plant. The decision was influenced not only by the plant's ample space, but also by its suburban location, which was conducive to expansion. Furthermore, the surrounding area was relatively desolate, in stark contrast to the bustling city. Since receiving Lin Dong's directive, Lu Chuanha had hastily arranged for renovations to commence the previous night. His unease regarding Lin Dong's disappearance lingered. Yet it was Lin Dong's insistence that he treat Huang Qingyun with utmost respect that had truly unsettled Lu Chuanha. Lu Chuanha had initially perceived Huang Qingyun merely as Lin Dong's appointed factory manager. Given her low-key demeanor, coupled with Lin Dong's strict instruction not to mention his identity in her presence, he assumed Lin Dong's concern for Huang Qingyun was a mere tactic to curry favor. Little did he realize that the bond between Huang Qingyun and Lin Dong transcended that of mere business partners. To provoke one's boss is a folly. To inadvertently offend the future boss lady would surely jeopardize one's promising career. Lu Chuanha, being astute, could discern the subtle nuances in Lin Dong's demeanor and Huang Qingyun's reactions, indicating their ambiguous relationship. It was only a matter of time before they would exchange vows and share a matrimonial chamber. To his astonishment, Lu Chuanha had the audacity to display arrogance in the presence of Lin Dong's prospective bride, an act that reeked of reckless bravado. Once the future boss lady took charge, Lu Chuanha's position would be precarious, leaving him no room to negotiate. Women, often perceived as capricious beings, especially those seeking to align themselves with corporate elites, could easily wield their influence to dismiss anyone at will. Lu Chuanha was deeply troubled by this concern. In response to Lin Dong's request, he exerted every effort to comply, hoping to redeem himself and leave a favorable impression on Lin Dong. He yearned for the possibility that, when Huang Qingyun or Lin Dong contemplated his dismissal, they might recall Lu Chuanha's contributions and allow him to retain his position, however modest. However, the cunning Lu Chuanha had failed to anticipate that Huang Qingyun was not a frivolous individual. She was a girl who prioritized the greater good and was resolutely devoted. Given Lu Chuanha's disregard for Lin Dong's safety, Huang Qingyun was inclined to dismiss him without hesitation. After all, if the members of an organization harbored divergent intentions, it would be akin to arrows losing their strength, straining in various directions. Ultimately, they would become weakened and broken from within. At present, Lin Dong's reliance on Lu Chuanha was akin to wielding a double-edged sword. A single misstep could lead to self-harm. Quickly, move those tables and chairs. Oh, and don't forget to take our important documents. Early in the morning, Lu Chuanha urged everyone to hastily pack their belongings, bustling about energetically. "Lu, guess who has arrived?" A familiar voice echoed behind Lu Chuanha. "Lin, brother Lin, what brings you here so early?" Lu Chuanha forced a smile. "Ah, Ms. Huang is here too. I must admit, I was in the wrong yesterday. I apologize, I sincerely apologize." Lu Chuanha's verbal apologies felt inadequate, prompting him to bow deeply as a gesture of remorse. Huang Qingyun looked on, bewildered. Just yesterday, Lu Chuanha had worn a stern expression, attempting to assert his superiority over her. Yet today, he seemed utterly transformed. Bowing low before Huang Qingyun as if he were under some spell, Huang Qingyun glanced at Lin Dong, her confusion evident. It was clear that all of this was orchestrated by him. "Hey, Qingyun, our esteemed boss at Wanian Processing Factory is quite discerning. Yesterday, he gave Lu Chuanha a thorough reprimand." Lin Dong chuckled, redirecting the blame. Indeed. After yesterday's enlightening experience courtesy of the boss, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Please forgive me. Lu Chuanhe echoed Lin Dong, bowing again. Qingyun, what do you think? Will you forgive him? If you choose not to, Lu Chuanhe faces demotion. Lin Dong's amiable smile appeared devilish to Lu Chuanhe. Miss Huang, please pardon my earlier insolence. I promise never to challenge you again. From now on, if you say east, it shall be east. If you say west, it shall be west. I will follow your lead. Lu Chuanhe was on the verge of tears, speaking urgently. This. Lin Dong watched Huang Qingyun, who was at a loss, eagerly awaiting her response. All right, let us just focus on working well together from now on. Unable to withstand Lu Chuanhe's desperate pleas and Lin Dong's encouraging gaze, Huang Qingyun chose to forgive him. Lin Dong was not surprised by Huang Qingyun's decision. In such circumstances, it would have been truly odd for her to choose otherwise. All right. The organization must unite and strive together. Now that you two have reconciled, return to your tasks. The matter has seemingly reached a conclusion on the surface. Yet the underlying tension between Huang Qingyun and Lu Chuanhe is undoubtedly inevitable. At the very least, Lu Chuanhe will certainly refrain from directly provoking Huang Qingyun again following this incident. Qingyun, you may proceed with your work. I have a few matters to attend to, Lin Dong said, dismissing Huang Qingyun as he prepared to discuss the situation regarding the food street with Lu Chuanhe. Chapter 107. Shui Jingyun. With the office building undergoing renovations, Lu Chuanhe and his colleagues were compelled to relocate to a temporary venue. They found a small building that had been abandoned for 3 or 4 years, its disarray evident upon entry. This structure was said to have once served as the office of Wang Zucheng from the Weimian processing plant. Yet Wang Zucheng's inefficiency rendered this 2-story building, which occupied less than half the area of a standard office, virtually obsolete. Management personnel hastily moved essential company items into this long-idle building, forcing even Lu Chuanhe to transfer his office into this musty environment. The gray walls bore witness to neglect, having not even been cloaked in fresh white paint. It seemed that Wang Zucheng, upon realizing he was unmotivated to work just before his scheduled move, had abruptly altered his plans. In certain corners, dampness had fostered mold, while dust accumulated on the floor, as none among the management, who were all too preoccupied with their own tasks, were willing to undertake the cleaning. They awaited the grassroots staff to handle such menial labor. Cheng Xiang was likely in Huang Qingyun's office, as Lin Dong had yet to assign her a specific workspace. He preferred her to remain by Huang Qingyun's side, for he knew that if Qingyun were to become overburdened with work without care, it would trouble him greatly. Although Cheng Xiang appeared somewhat simple-minded, she possessed a kind heart. As Lin Dong stepped into the dimly lit temporary office, the dust stirred by the bustling crowd nearly choked him. Coughing, he covered his mouth and nose, squatting down as he struggled to breathe. This body of his was also sensitive to dust. In such an environment, Lin Dong could scarcely remain any longer and hurriedly fled the small building. Trailing behind him was Lu Chuanhe, who was alarmed by Lin Dong's reaction, nearly causing his heart to stop. Surely, it was his oversight that had displeased Lin Dong once more. Ling Gu, are you all right? Lu Chuanhe stammered in concern. Did you not arrange for anyone to clean this building? Lin Dong accused, casting a reproachful glare at Lu Chuanhe. He had anticipated that Lu Chuanhe would act in accordance with his wishes, yet today had proven otherwise. Of course, I arranged for it. Yu Qingfei, Lu Long? What are you two doing? Hurry over. Lu Chuanhe replied, an expression of innocence on his face, as he called for the 2 individuals he had designated for cleaning duties. What happened? Is there something amiss? Yu Qingfei and Lu Long approached at the sound of Lu Chuanhe's voice. Both were responsible for the logistics at the Weimian processing plant, primarily overseeing the storage of goods and production equipment. Yu and Lu arrived swiftly. Yu Qingfei was tall and slender, his frame appearing fragile. Lu Long possessed a robust physique, with a complexion as dark as if he had spent his days basking in the sun on a beach rather than confined to an office. You two, I instructed you to clean half an hour ago. How is it that the place looks like this? Can't you see that our boss is nearly choked by the dust inside? Lu Chuanhe reprimanded Yu and Ru, though his concern was not truly for Lin Dong's health, but rather for the preservation of his own esteemed position. How do you manage your tasks? Surely, even a half-hearted attempt at mopping could have cleared at least some of the dust. If not, could you at least prevent it from swirling about? Lin Dong admonished, furrowing his brow at their dismal efficiency. In 30 minutes, they had managed to neglect even the sweeping of the lobby's floor. In response to Lin Dong's rebuke, Yu Qingfei quickly interjected, I delegated the cleaning to Shui Jingyun. Shui Jingyun. Who is that? Lin Dong, still unfamiliar with the names of his subordinates since taking command of the Weimian processing plant, inquired. He's our deputy finance minister, Lu Chuanhe promptly clarified. Oh, summon Cui Jingyun. Lin Dong commanded. Before long, a young man strolled in with a swaggering gait, exuding an air of confidence. What is the matter? Why was I called? Cui Jingyun remarked, cigarette in hand, his impatience seemingly surpassing Lin Dong's. Observing Cui Jingyun's audacious demeanor, Lu Chuanhe discreetly motioned for Lin Dong to stand aside. Cui Jingyun had never met Lin Dong before, having disdainfully opted not to engage during discussions about the plant's ownership. Weren't you assigned to clean this building? Have you done it? Lu Chuanhe queried, his expression darkening. Huh. Cui Jingyun replied incredulously, glancing back at the dilapidated structure behind him. What is there to clean? It's in such a state of disrepair. He shrugged dismissively. Why did you accept the task from Yu Qingfei if you had no intention of completing it? He asked you to clean this small building. Why did you agree yet fail to act? Lu Chuanhe pressed sternly. It's no big deal. Cleaning is merely a trivial task. By doing so, I allow Yu Qingfei the opportunity to engage in more meaningful endeavors. Such menial work is beneath us high-ranking officials. Just send a few workers from the factory to handle it. Cui Jingyun disregarded Lu Chuanhe's stern questioning, adopting a nonchalant attitude. You. Lu Chuanhe was about to retort when Lin Dong intervened, halting him. Do you know who I am? Lin Dong asked calmly. Who are you? Cui Jingyun retorted, sizing Lin Dong up with a dismissive glance. I am the newly appointed owner of the Wamian processing plant, Lin Dong stated, his tone devoid of emotion. As tranquil as still waters. Oh, Cui Jingyun responded with equal indifference, his demeanor reflecting an utter lack of respect for his superior, as if he viewed Lin Dong as insignificant. This reaction starkly contrasts with the flamboyant Lu Chuanhe. Even the most ordinary employee would feel a twinge of nervousness or a sense of reverence upon realizing they are addressing their superior. However, Cui Jingyun's response took Lin Dong by surprise. Can you enlighten me as to why you accepted Yu Qingfei's request, yet refused to clean the building? The young man before Lin Dong genuinely piqued his interest, and he paid little heed to Cui Jingyun's impolite demeanor. Did I not mention? Each floor staff has their designated responsibilities. The upper management is tasked solely with decision-making and proposals. The middle management must provide adequate information to assist the upper echelons, while the lower ranks, regrettably lacking in intellect, merely serve the leaders of the middle and upper tiers. I am merely ensuring that Yu Qingfei and those at the bottom fulfill their roles. As Cui Jingyun spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 108. Divergence. Cui Jingyun's words revealed a disdain for the lower-tier workers. Had this been any other time, Lin Dong would have swiftly instructed him to gather his belongings and leave. The principle of people-centric management is not a mere platitude for Lin Dong. He firmly believes that higher-ups must respect those below them. Otherwise, a disorganized entity cannot coalesce into a formidable structure. However, the situation was complicated by Lin Dong's recent acquisition of the Wamian processing plant, and he had yet to assemble a capable team to succeed the former staff. Offending the existing employees could potentially harm the entire enterprise. Should the company suffer a negative impact, those talented yet arrogant individuals would surely seek more favorable allegiances, making it increasingly difficult for Lin Dong to recruit exceptional talent. Although Lin Dong felt displeasure at Cui Jingyun's remarks, he maintained a facade of calm and retorted, do you believe your position as deputy manager of the marketing department elevates you beyond the obligation of maintaining cleanliness? Are you aware that if one cannot sweep their own room, how can they hope to govern the world? Boss, I emphasize the importance of each fulfilling their respective roles. Please do not attempt to distort the argument. Cui Jingyun, with a derisive expression, completely disregarded Lin Dong's authority and continued his discourse. Boss, it is essential that we adhere to our designated responsibilities. Many leaders relish in idleness, seeking trivial grievances without paying heed to actual work performance, fixating instead on cleanliness. A spotless room does little to attract potential collaborators when the company's performance is in disarray. Though he did not mention Lin Dong directly, Cui Jingyun's words were an implicit critique of Lin Dong's management. How dare you question our boss? Who do you think you are? Lu Chuanhe, protective of Lin Dong, immediately intervened upon hearing the disrespectful remarks. Cui Jingyun, surely you do not intend to challenge our boss. He has your best interests at heart, and the grassroots employees are integral to our company. Boss, Cui Jingyun likely spoke without malice. Please do not take offense. Yu Qingfei and Lu Long, who maintained a cordial relationship with Cui Jingyun, quickly stepped in to defend him. Given the circumstances, Lin Dong was unlikely to impose severe repercussions on Cui Jingyun. I am not angry. I am merely intrigued by Cui Jingyun's perspective. Observing the impudent remarks of Cui Jingyun, Lin Dong not only remained unperturbed, but also wore a smile to reassure the anxious crowd. Curious? As the chairman, you squander your time. Your duty lies in establishing the overarching direction for the company, not wandering aimlessly. You resemble the former Huang Qingyun in your current state. Cui Jingyun grew increasingly agitated, even contemplating landing a couple of punches on Lin Dong's face, exuding an aura of frustration over unfulfilled potential. Cui Jingyun. Silence. Enough. What nonsense are you uttering? Our boss's intentions are beyond your comprehension. Before Lin Dong could utter a word, the others hastily intervened, preemptively voicing what Lin Dong might say, fearing that he would personally fire Cui Jingyun in a fit of rage. Brother Lin, how should we handle this? Lu Chuanhe, having already incurred a debt of gratitude to Lin Dong, refrained from pleading on Cui Jingyun's behalf, though concern for him was evident in his gaze. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. It appeared that the former employees of Weimian had formed a close-knit bond, their relationships surpassing their ties with him. Cui Jingyun, seemingly emboldened, broke through the obstruction posed by Yu Qingfei and Lu Long, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Dong. What's the matter? Is he not allowed to be criticized for poor performance? He is just a boss, after all. I could just as easily become a boss myself. Silence. Yu Qingfei was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. How could someone be so blunt? Where was the decorum in openly berating one's superior? Lu Long hurriedly stepped in to cover Cui Jingyun's mouth, aware that any displeasure from Lin Dong could result in Cui Jingyun being shown the door. Such was the rigidity of entrepreneurs from 1998. While the instigator, Cui Jingyun, remained defiant, his supporters had huddled together, striving to pull him back from folly. Indeed, when faced with a domineering and unreasonable leader, feigning helplessness is the wisest course. Yet Lin Dong was not the type of leader driven by vanity. Despite the harshness of Cui Jingyun's words, they resonated with him. Enough. Cui Jingyun is merely considering the interests of our company. I harbor no intentions of reproaching him. Furthermore, let me clarify that my absence from the Weimian processing plant these past few days is due to my genuine intention to expand our business. As for why I need you to clean, well, Lin Dong said with a subtle smile and a light-hearted tone, I am allergic to dust. And working in such a filthy and chaotic environment will undoubtedly affect your health. This statement not only served as a defense for Lin Dong, but also resolutely countered Cui Jingyun's misinterpretation of his character. Oh, our current boss is truly considerate of us employees. Such wisdom. If this were in the past, he would undoubtedly be a sagacious emperor, renowned for his virtues and accomplishments. Yu Qingfei and Lu Long lavished Lin Dong with praise, their eloquence rivaling Lu Chuanhe's sycophantic flattery. However, in truth, compared to Yu Qingfei, Lin Dong preferred the forthrightness of Cui Jingyun, one who dared to speak his mind. For Lin Dong, it often appears that the commendations he receives from others do not stem from a genuine admiration of his character, but rather from the respect commanded by his high-ranking position. Conversely, he holds a greater appreciation for those who possess the fortitude to correct his mistakes than for those who merely conform to the crowd. Thus, one might argue that he is not an exemplary leader. Are you not aware of the phrase mercy does not command an army? Should you really be concerned about the well-being of your employees? Just when everyone thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Cui Jingyun, the lively character, began to lecture Lin Dong once again, causing Lin Dong to furrow his brow. Could it be that Cui Jingyun is a contrarian, countering everything Lin Dong says? An enterprise should prioritize its people. If I do not care for you, would you still wish to follow a boss who knows only how to oppress his employees? Lin Dong stated sternly, abandoning his previously cheerful demeanor. Very well, then let us see whose enterprise thrives more in the future. Chapter 109, A Foolish Decision. What? Cui Jingyun's words left Lin Dong momentarily speechless. No wonder he dared to confront Lin Dong. It turned out he was preparing to resign and venture out on his own. However, those familiar with Cui Jingyun understood that regardless of his intentions to leave, he was a man of candid opinions. His sarcasm towards Lin Dong was not merely an attempt to vent his frustrations upon departing, but rather a reflection of his genuine discontent with Lin Dong's approach. Hey, Cui Jingyun, do not speak so recklessly. I am not being reckless. I have indeed decided to go solo. Our new boss is likely not much different from the previous one. Both are hypocritically benevolent, believing that a mere token of concern can win the hearts of the people. Cui Jingyun found himself embroiled in a quarrel with his friends. Everyone believed Lin Dong's offered salary was generous, far superior to Huang Qingyun's. Yet, despite this, Cui Jingyun still contemplated leaving? Then go if you wish, Lin Dong remarked tersely, before redirecting his focus to assigning someone else to clean the small building. Upon hearing this, Cui Jingyun tossed his head in defiance, abandoning his two friends who were still attempting to persuade him, and turned to leave. Though Cui Jingyun was neither a celebrity nor a figure of great power, Lin Dong felt a twinge of disappointment at his departure. Brother Lin, we need not waste our energy on such individuals. Let him pursue his own path while we concentrate on nurturing our enterprise, suggested Lu Chuanhe, perceptive to Lin Dong's displeasure. He was a man with grand ambitions, and I could sense that through his every action. The he Lin Dong referred to was indeed Cui Jingyun. From their brief exchange, Lin Dong could grasp the mindset of those who, despite their self-perceived erudition, find themselves with no platform to express their knowledge. Nevertheless, Cui Jingyun's actions were decidedly unwise. Typically, one does not offend their boss and expect to leave unscathed. Lin Dong, having no time to bicker with this impudent young man, could have effortlessly leveraged his extensive connections to ensure that Cui Jingyun's enterprise would struggle to obtain even a sanitation certificate in its nascent stages. The youth, still lacking in experience, elicited a sigh of exasperation from Lin Dong. The wisest of men may err, while the foolish may stumble upon fortune. Little did Lin Dong anticipate that the individual he so nonchalantly dismissed today would emerge as a formidable rival in the future. Once all matters were settled, Yu Qingfei and Lu Long returned to their posts. Yet Lin Dong found himself devoid of the inclination to continue discussions inside the small building. Let us converse out here. Tell me about your investigations on the food street. Certainly, as the subject of business arose. Lu Chuanhe's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he produced his meticulously compiled notes. I inquired with the local authorities, and it appears that the land on the commercial street is quite expensive. Renting a space equivalent to Delio will cost at least 100,000 a month. 100,000? Why is it so exorbitant? Lin Dong had initially anticipated a maximum expenditure of 50,000, only to discover that reality far exceeded his expectations. 100,000 a month. Isn't that akin to robbery? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was the food street. The relevant authorities proudly proclaimed their culinary theme, while Lin Dong's endeavor to establish a clothing store there was fundamentally at odds with that vision. The mere allowance for him to sell apparel on the food street was already a significant concession. If everyone were to sell clothing there, the food street would soon resemble a marketplace of false pretenses. Nevertheless, the monthly fee of 100,000 was undeniably exorbitant. Indeed, Brother Lin, perhaps we should consider operating our clothing store elsewhere. I've learned that the commercial street demands a staggering 100,000 a month. Lin Dong shook his head, suspecting that the management of the food street intended to deter him with such prohibitive costs. No, even if it costs 100,000, I will rent it, he declared resolutely. Lu Chuanhe felt a wave of despair. If Lin Dong were determined to squander company funds, there was little he could do to stop him. However, with Lu Chuanhe holding a 15% stake in the company, he was loath to watch Lin Dong make such a foolish decision. Brother Lin, please be reasonable. 100,000 is merely the rental fee. It does not include the costs of renovations or inventory. When all expenses are accounted for, it will require at least 200,000. With a minimum of 6 or 7 employees at Delia, Lin Dong would certainly need to hire at least 5 if his clothing store were to thrive. Very well. I shall provide you with 200,000 to ensure this matter is resolved. What? Lu Chuanhe was nearly driven to madness. Could it be true that Cui Jingyun was right? Was Lin Dong truly akin to Wang Qingyun, destined to incur losses in his ventures? Make sure this is settled promptly. Furthermore, I want our store located at the very forefront of the food street, ideally so that patrons encounter it upon entering. To alleviate Lu Chuanhe's mounting anxiety, Lin Dong added, we must make a striking impression. At this point, Lu Chuanhe felt as though he might faint from the pressure. Shouldn't one generally position a clothing store that feels out of place in the middle or at the very end of a food street? How could the throngs drawn by culinary delights possibly find the leisure to peruse the clothing store at the entrance? They might merely glance at the shop's exterior as they pass, but the likelihood of them stepping inside is virtually non-existent, let alone making a purchase. Establishing a clothing store at the forefront of the food street is undoubtedly one of Lin Dong's most foolish decisions, Lu Chuanhe mused. No, Brother Lin, let us reconsider. If you truly wish to open a clothing store on the food street, rest assured, go ahead and do it. Trust my judgment, Lin Dong consoled, observing Lu Chuanhe's anxious demeanor. Yet, from every conceivable angle, Lu Chuanhe could not fathom the potential advantages of Lin Dong's actions. It seemed entirely like throwing money away on the food street. If Lin Dong genuinely wished to engage in charity, he might as well donate all his funds to the Red Cross or a Hope Project. In Lu Chuanhe's mind, he berated Lin Dong mercilessly. However, as Lu Chuanhe contemplated offering further counsel, he found himself in a position where he could neither voice his anger nor express his frustration openly. Unlike Cui Jingyun's hysterics, Lu Chuanhe feared the possibility of Lin Dong dismissing him from his position. Noticing Lu Chuanha's internal struggle, Lin Dong understood that a show of assertiveness was necessary to maintain control over this thoughtful employee. Enough said, Lu Chuanha. My decision is final. Prepare the clothing store at the front of the food street. Very well, Lu Chuanha reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Dong's request. With no heed to his counsel, Lin Dong proved to be an utterly disappointing leader. For his personal gain, Lu Chuanha even contemplated ways to sell off his 15% stake. He furrowed his brow as he proceeded to fulfill Lin Dong's directives. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to comply. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, finding himself at leisure, sought out Huang Qingyun. The factory remained as tranquil as ever. Lin Dong casually inquired about the affairs of their manager, Huang Qingyun, among the workers. After all, to this group of seasoned employees, Huang Qingyun was considered relatively young. Lin Dong was ever vigilant about whether Huang Qingyun could command the respect of those who were older than him by a decade or more. This devoted husband was determined to ensure that his wife encountered no mistreatment. He held a zero-tolerance policy for those who, emboldened by age, showed disrespect. To his surprise, the factory's condition was significantly better than he had anticipated. Manager Huang. She is quite fair-minded. On occasions when I err, she even helps me correct my mistakes. One employee began, but before he could finish, others chimed in. Indeed. Moreover, Manager Huang rarely loses her temper. Absolutely. Compared to the managers we encountered in the past, Huang is leagues better. Ha 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 Huang. She feels like a younger sister to me. She's incredibly considerate. Hey, how is she your younger sister? She called me brother just yesterday. Ha ha. Despite the fact that these employees are older than Huang Qingyun, some still indulge in gossip. There are even reports from a neighboring factory that a leader from Lin Dong's side is inspecting Huang Qingyun, prompting some to momentarily abandon their tasks to speak favorably of her. Alarmed, Lin Dong hurriedly instructed them to return to their posts. The operations of the factory cannot be neglected. Theoretically, regardless of the workshop, there exists an inherent danger. Although everything seems calm on the surface, any unforeseen incident could escalate into a significant issue. It appears necessary to prepare a safety awareness training for these employees. And who better to lead this initiative than their beloved director Huang? Lin Dong mused as he concluded his private visit and briskly made his way to Huang Qingyun's office. Outside, Lin Dong pinched his nose and adopted a deep, uncle-like voice, calling out, Director Huang? Director Huang, do you have a moment? I wish to speak with you privately. Inside, Huang Qingyun inquired with concern, what's the matter? Please come in. No, I intend to speak with you alone. There are certainly others in your office. Ask them to step out, Lin Dong retorted, while others may be unaware. Lin Dong knew all too well that a certain Cheng Xiang was also present in Huang Qingyun's office. Confused by the peculiar request, Huang Qingyun glanced at Cheng Xiang, pondering the nature of her companion, who was hardly the type to think critically. Cheng Xiang, too, appeared bewildered. Perhaps there is something important that requires my private attention, Huang Qingyun suggested. Cheng Xiang, why don't you step outside for a moment while I speak with him? But what if he is a malicious person? No. We should both listen, Cheng Xiang insisted, having been discreetly instructed by Lin Dong to ensure Huang Qingyun's safety. Then you can hide under the desk, Huang Qingyun replied. All right. Cheng Xiang wobbled her hefty form, struggling to squeeze beneath Huang Qingyun's small desk. The scene was comical, akin to a plump cat attempting to navigate a narrow pipe. And after much effort, only her head managed to fit inside. Quickly, let us not keep the person outside waiting, Huang Qingyun urged, just as Lin Dong's deep voice resonated from outside. I know there is more than one person inside. The rather plump one should come out at once. I need to speak with Huang Qingyun privately. All extraneous individuals, please exit. Oh no, he even knows how many people are in the office. Huang Qingyun and Cheng Xiang exchanged glances, unable to suppress their wry smiles. What should we do now? Cheng Xiang asked, looking anxiously at Huang Qingyun, reluctant to leave her side. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Qingyun devised a plan. Here's what we'll do. When you go out, see who it is. If you recognize them, call out their name and invite them in. If not, then call a few others to wait outside. A girl must always be cautious when venturing out, and Cheng Xiang, not only adhering to Lin Dong's instructions, was generally meticulous in her duties, albeit occasionally prone to slight lapses in attention. All right, Cheng Xiang nodded, finding Huang Qingyun's suggestion to be quite astute and perfectly suited to their current predicament. The request for a private conversation with Huang Qingyun, without showing one's face, is indeed highly suspicious. Cheng Xiang walked step by step toward the door, her heart racing as she pondered who might be on the other side. Both Huang Qingyun and Cheng Xiang felt a surge of anxiety. Outside, Lin Dong could hardly contain himself, grinning mischievously as he crouched behind the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Although he couldn't discern their whispered words, Lin Dong could easily surmise that the two were deliberating on how to uncover the identity of the person outside. He chuckled inwardly. In his previous life, he had often suspected that someone was listening in, and he was far more aware of how to handle such situations than Huang Qingyun. Suddenly, footsteps echoed within the room, growing increasingly closer. The heavy tread was unmistakably Cheng Xiang's, and she was approaching the door. Here it comes, here it comes. As the door creaked open, Lin Dong swiftly seized Cheng Xiang's wrist. Wait, she exclaimed in surprise, but before she could utter another word, Lin Dong pulled her outside with a firm grip. Amid the confusion, Cheng Xiang recalled Huang Qingyun's suggestion and, upon raising her gaze, met Lin Dong's eyes. In such a precarious moment, the fact that she could spare a glance at Lin Dong revealed to him their little scheme. Cheng Xiang, she began. But Lin Dong quickly released her wrist and covered her mouth with his right hand, while his left finger signaled for silence. Shoo, keep your voice down, he whispered with a mischievous grin. Inside, Huang Qingyun was bewildered. After Cheng Xiang exited, she had uttered a few exclamations, and then silence followed. No matter how attentively Huang Qingyun strained to listen, Lin Dong's cunning presence thwarted her efforts, leaving her at a loss. Chapter 111. It's you again, Cheng Xiang? Cheng Xiang? Cheng Xiang had vanished as soon as she stepped outside, leaving Huang Qingyun pale with fear. Cheng Xiang, what's wrong? Are you out there? In the empty room, the only response was the echo of Huang Qingyun's voice. Suddenly, the world felt eerily quiet. The blue sky and wispy clouds outside seemed frozen in time, the vast expanse devoid of even a solitary goose to keep Huang Qingyun company. Silence can be the most tormenting of sensations, especially in moments of crisis. Cold sweat dripped from Huang Qingyun's forehead. What had happened to Cheng Xiang? Was there a ghost outside? Surely there couldn't be ghosts in broad daylight. Despite being a shrewd and capable factory manager, Huang Qingyun was, after all, a girl. And it was natural for her to let her imagination run wild in the face of danger. The peculiar circumstances surrounding Cheng Xiang's departure only heightened her anxiety. Tears threatened to spill from Huang Qingyun's eyes. She longed to scream, but she feared her voice would betray her fear, potentially exacerbating her already precarious situation. In times of crisis, one must remain composed. Clinging to her last shred of rationality, Huang Qingyun made a judgment. Meanwhile, outside, Cheng Xiang, concerned for Huang Qingyun, furrowed her brow and lowered her voice to address her boss. Sir, might this frighten Sister Yin? Oh, it seems you all have developed quite a rapport in such a short time. Addressing Qingyun as Sister Xiaoyan already, Lin Dong teased with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, internally, he felt a pang of jealousy, realizing he had yet to call Qingyun by that endearing name himself. How audacious of Cheng Xiang to take the lead. Hee. I was merely following the boss's instructions. The boss said I should take care of Sister Xiaoyan, so I must comply. Cheng Xiang, basking in her own cleverness, left Lin Dong feeling somewhat aggrieved. This shall be the last time, Lin Dong muttered, as he continued to eavesdrop on Huang Qingyun's movements from the doorway. For Lin Dong, life revolved around three passions: business, cooking, and teasing Huang Qingyun. In times of peril, Lin Dong was Qingyun's staunchest supporter, but when danger was absent, he transformed into her greatest menace. However, Lin Dong's intentions were not merely to intimidate. He was keen on personally assessing whether Qingyun's office was truly equipped for self-defense and how she would react in critical moments, whether she might act foolishly. After all, frequent drills were essential to ensure that one could navigate real danger with composure. Lin Dong had concocted numerous justifications to rationalize his playful torment of Huang Qingyun. Yet, Lin Dong's assertions were not entirely unfounded. Leaning against the door, he listened intently, but Huang Qingyun remained silent, engaged in some unknown activity, neither shouting nor approaching the entrance. Moments turned into 10 minutes, as Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun seemed to be in a contest of patience, quietly exhausting one another's resolve. Lin Dong felt a sense of satisfaction at Qingyun's calm demeanor. Maintaining composure in a crisis is a vital trait for a leader. Even when the employees were paralyzed with fear, the leader must not falter or create chaos. Boss, are we still waiting out here? Cheng Xiang, growing increasingly restless, observed Lin Dong motionless against the door. The initial worry for Huang Qingyun and the joy at seeing Lin Dong had begun to wane. Keep it down. Now is the perfect moment. Don't say a word, just observe me. Lin Dong smiled faintly, clearing his throat. Pinching his nose, he shouted into the room, Ahem. That little chubby one has left. Qingyun, you're all alone now, right? Let us have a chat. Cheng Xiang, displeased, clicked her tongue. How could one refer to a girl in such a manner? While she was indeed on the plump side, Being so bluntly labeled offended her sensibilities. Regardless of his status as a boss, Xiang could not suppress the urge to pinch Lin Dong's side. Qingyun, are you still there? Lin Dong was caught off guard by a sudden outburst from Xiang, nearly jumping in surprise. He clutched his side and turned to glare fiercely at the audacious Xiang. Xiang, Lin Dong hissed, wary of disturbing Huang Qingyun inside. Humph. Who told you to call me little chubby? Not even the boss is exempt from this. Xiang was undeterred, sticking her tongue out at Lin Dong. His face shifted through shades of annoyance and helplessness as he struggled to contain his frustration. Lin Dong nearly forgot that among the employees of the Wei Mian processing factory, only Lu Chuanhe appeared to be completely obedient to him. As for Huang Qingyun and Xiang, rather than being subordinates, they resembled friends, companions who embarked on this entrepreneurial journey together. Is this the essence of a woman's pride? It seems rather terrifying. Lin Dong couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, whether in 2020 or 1998, the threshold of a woman's self-esteem invariably hinges on her weight. With a touch of remorse, Lin Dong smiled, as if to offer an apology to Xiang. Yet, he had pressing matters to attend to. Lin Dong pinched his nose once more and rapped assertively on the office door. Huang Qingyun, I know you are inside. Open up immediately. Before Lin Dong could finish his sentence, he gasped sharply as a painful jab struck his right side. Hey, are you ever going to stop? One punch should suffice. Why are you addicted to this? Lin Dong glared at Xiang, wondering if this little chubby one had a compulsion, having struck one side. Did she feel the need to strike the other as well? This was rather excessive. Seeing Lin Dong's eyes glinting like those of a ravenous wolf, Xiang quickly shook her head and pointed behind him. Behind him? There was no one there, was there? Upon turning, Lin Dong was startled to find two live individuals standing beside him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. However, it wasn't merely two people. Both were clad in black police uniforms. Ah, you two. We met before, haven't we? If I recall correctly. You were the ones who escorted me to the police station last time. I was merely playing around with my friend inside. Lin Dong attempted to cultivate camaraderie, chuckling nervously. The officers exchanged bemused glances at Lin Dong's antics. Enough of the nonsense. It's you again. Do you believe we, the people's police, would trust your words? With a clatter, Lin Dong was met with a pair of silver handcuffs. Qingyun, why did you call the police again? Will we ever be able to have fun again? Lin Dong was on the verge of tears, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Logically, characters in films should first attempt to save themselves when in peril, not call the police. It seemed that regardless of the danger, the most reliable protectors remained the valiant officers of the law. Chapter 112. Return to the police station. Qingyun, open the door and explain this. At this moment, Lin Dong, the big boss, was finally dissuaded from teasing Huang Qingyun. The police car was parked outside, and he might very well be taken away. Lin Dong. Huang Qingyun was astonished. Faced with the situation, Lin Dong could no longer pretend to be a mysterious outsider. Huang Qingyun, in the director's office, realized that the person causing a ruckus outside was none other than Lin Dong. Lin Dong, is it really you? Yes, it's me. Qingyun, I was wrong. Please open the door. Lin Dong cried out desperately from the outside. Should someone explain the situation to Lin Dong? Should they prevent the police from taking him away? Huang Qingyun wrestled with her thoughts for a fleeting moment before coming to a resolution. If she didn't teach Lin Dong a lesson, he might not learn. Huang Qingyun firmly believed. However, even if he were taught a lesson, Lin Dong would likely remain unchanged. Officer, could you please escort the one at the door to the police station first? Huang Qingyun's melodious voice, however, exuded an enchanting, witch-like whisper. Hey, Qingyun, are we really at this point in our relationship? Lin Dong clung desperately to the doorframe, resembling a forsaken puppy. Eventually, even the officers could not bear to watch. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should accompany us for a while. Our performance metrics depend on you. The two policemen remarked half-jokingly. There was no escaping it, for the citizens of Jingjing City adhered strictly to the law. In this land of exceptional individuals, Lin Dong was a veritable oddity. But, gentlemen, haven't I also spent time in your precinct? You must be aware that Huang Qingyun is my wife. Can't you just let me go? Caught red-handed by the officers, Lin Dong, despite his cleverness, found himself helplessly pleading for mercy. One officer showed a hint of reluctance, while the other, after a moment's contemplation, resolutely stated, No, we must detain you to ensure you do not harm Mrs. Huang again. Realizing that conversing with the police was futile, Lin Dong attempted to breach the room to speak with Huang Qingyun directly. However, unbeknownst to him, she had long since bolted the door. Qingyun, please advocate for me, he implored, banging on the director's office door, hoping she would emerge to intercede on his behalf. However, the officers were already well aware of Lin Dong's situation. having encountered him many times before. One officer, observing Lin Dong's anguished demeanor, gently patted his shoulder and consoled him. "Mr. Lin, it would be wise to surrender. We must discuss matters to prevent you from returning home to abuse Mrs. Huang." "Abuse?" "She asked the one who abuses me." Lin Dong could not help but retort. Nevertheless, faced with insurmountable odds, he relinquished his final resistance and complied with the officer's request. "Come along, Mr. Lin. Let's enjoy some tea at our station." "No. I would rather die than drink chrysanthemum tea." "What would you prefer then?" "I find Jin Jun Mei, Long Jing, by Jian, and Pu'er quite agreeable. Anything but chrysanthemum tea." As he entered the police vehicle, the driver turned around and jovially exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Lin. Welcome, welcome." Then he jested with the two officers. "See? I told you. There's an 80 to 90% chance we'd be arresting Mr. Lin today." Ha ha. As Lin Dong bantered with the officers while boarding the police car, one could hardly discern the dynamics of a suspect and enforcers. They drove merrily back to the precinct. Cheng Xiang could only watch helplessly, knowing that it was difficult for outsiders to intervene in domestic matters, let alone her. Huang Qingyun had decided to send Lin Dong away, but seeing him so reluctant to go to the police station, Cheng Xiang simply closed her eyes, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. There was no stopping Lin Dong's profound connection with the officers. The familiarity with the precinct and its personnel was undeniable. Upon arrival, Lin Dong was ushered into an interrogation room, where the officer in charge was far less amiable, chastising him. "How can you be so reckless? Can't you behave for once? Just last week." "Yes, last week, you were brought here for charges of hooliganism, and your wife paid your bail. How can you still be so unruly today?" Faced with the relentless barrage from the other party, Lin Dong could only acquiesce and listen, though he felt it was indeed troublesome to trouble the police. After being reprimanded for over an hour, he continuously nodded, expressing his intention to amend his ways in the future. However, whether he would truly change remained uncertain. Observing Lin Dong's apparent recognition of his errors, the police officers in the interrogation room, fatigued from lecturing, sipped their tea. "All right, you may find a room to rest. Wait for your wife to come and bail you out tonight," they suggested. Lin Dong replied with a soft acknowledgement, lowering his head as he exited the interrogation room. Outside, witnesses to the scene couldn't contain their laughter. Officer Chun from the interrogation room can be a bit irritable, but if he scolds you too harshly, don't take it to heart, reassured Director Lu Yuan of the police station, who had personally come to comfort Lin Dong. The reason why the director knew Lin Dong was that the Health Bureau chief, Li Changyong, had previously requested Lu Yuan to investigate him. It was unlikely that someone who had attained such a high position would be unaware of the underlying motives. Since Li Changyong warranted careful consideration, Lu Yuan naturally would not offend lightly. Perhaps due to Director Lu's influence, Lin Dong received a modicum of considerate treatment within the police station. "It's nothing, really. I brought this upon myself," Lin Dong said with a wry smile. "Brought this upon yourself?" In 1998, Lu Yuan was unfamiliar with such contemporary expressions and thus did not comprehend its meaning. "You may interpret it as my own fault that has led to my predicament," Lin Dong quickly clarified. Just as they were conversing, a commotion arose at the entrance. Lu Yuan also stood up, preparing to step outside, casually handing Lin Dong a set of keys. "These are the keys to the detention rooms. Feel free to choose any one." Lin Dong nodded, intrigued about the happenings outside. For noise in the police station often indicated matters of significance. "What is going on outside?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just that a new section chief has been assigned to us. Today is their first day," Lu Yuan replied, moving towards the exit. "A section chief? How could such a high-ranking position be transferred to a tranquil place like Jinjing City? Has the public security in 1998 improved to the extent that police officers can be transferred without concern?" Lin Dong pondered. Typically, when a section chief is reassigned, it would be to a location in need of personnel. Why would they be sent to a place as well-staffed as Jinjing City? With these thoughts, Lin Dong took the keys and went to find a room to rest. Chapter 113. A haunting presence. The newly appointed chief, Zhao, possessed a dark complexion, exuding a sense of determination, with piercing eyes that sparkled with intensity, all clad in a pristine black police uniform. He embodied an aura of authority. Had Lin Dong encountered this new chief, he would have likely fled at once, not due to intimidation, but because of the indelible connection he shared with this officer. Just as Lin Dong was about to select a room with his keys, the new chief, upon seeing Director Lu Yuan, stood at attention, raising his right hand to brow level. "Officer Zhao Wu Li reporting." At the entrance, the newly appointed section chief Zhao reported to the leadership in a resounding voice. This robust tone could even be distinctly heard by Lin Dong, who was hiding in the interrogation room. "Cough, cough." Lin Dong nearly spewed the chrysanthemum tea that Lu Yuan had brewed for him. Who? Zhao Wuli. Lin Dong certainly could not forget who Zhao Wuli was. Just a week prior, in East City, Lin Yongheng had been wanted after he had assaulted a boisterous and arrogant shop assistant due to Lin Dong's intervention. It remained unclear whether the shop assistant had connections within the police department, but the investigator assigned to Lin Yongheng's case was none other than Section Chief Zhao Wuli. Within merely half a day, Zhao Wuli had deduced Lin Yongheng's whereabouts and devised a plan to encircle him. Had it not been for Lin Dong's timely interference, Lin Yongheng would have undoubtedly been apprehended. This specter of trouble refused to dissipate, and Lin Dong rested his head on the table in despair. There was no need to think. Zhao Wuli had begun to suspect Lin Dong of colluding with Lin Yongheng and had thus allowed Lin Yongheng to escape. It seemed that another battle of wits between Lin and Zhao was imminent. Fortunately, Lin Dong had arrived at the police station early, granting him ample time to devise a strategy to contend with Zhao Wuli. Concealed within the interrogation room, Lin Dong dared not roam freely within the precinct. The longer he delayed his appearance, the better. The wanted notice for Lin Yongheng had yet to be rescinded, and should Zhao Wuli catch sight of him, he would undoubtedly resume his investigation into Lin Dong and his associates' activities. Welcome, Section Chief Zhao. At the police station entrance, Lu Yuan returned the greeting with a standard salute. Equally handsome and graceful, it was indeed commendable for a man of Lu Yuan's age to maintain such a muscular physique. After the formalities, they exchanged pleasantries and soon began discussing the state of the police station. Director Lu, I request a tour of the precinct, Zhao Wuli stated. Absolutely. Allow me to show you around. Director Lu Yuan nodded, observing the young man before him, genuinely believing him to be a person of potential, distinguished in both demeanor and speech. See, this is the front desk. Follow me. I will take you to the interrogation room. Lin Dong was wallowing in his troubles at the interrogation table when suddenly the door swung open. Director Lu? Ah, what a narrow road for foes. It is said that enemies do not gather without reason. Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli locked eyes for a long moment, rendered speechless. Lu Yuan, noticing the simultaneous astonishment from both Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli, sensed something amiss. Lin Dong, do you know this new colleague? Lu Yuan inquired. Before Lin Dong could respond, Zhao Wuli shook his head, stating, No, I have not met this comrade. This reaction took Lin Dong by surprise. Could it be that after such a long time, Zhao Wuli had forgotten? A week was indeed sufficient for one to forget a face, especially considering the multitude of individuals he must have encountered within the police station. Although Lin Dong had perused resumes and had somewhat blurred memories of Zhao Wuli's appearance, he had lived 2 lives and had developed a keen sensitivity to faces. Thus, he still remembered Zhao Wuli. Consequently, it was quite plausible that Zhao Wuli had indeed forgotten Lin Dong. However, even if he had forgotten Lin Dong's appearance, what about his name? Could he have forgotten that as well? Allow me to introduce. This is Zhao Wuli, Chief Zhao. Today marks his arrival at our bureau. Upon hearing that Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli had not previously met, Lu Yuan promptly stepped forward to make the introduction. After introducing Zhao Wuli, it was time to present Lin Dong. Would Zhao Wuli perhaps recall Lin Dong's name if he had any memory of him? Lu Yuan extended his hand toward Lin Dong, palm up, gesturing for him to present himself. It seemed Lu Yuan found it somewhat difficult to introduce Lin Dong, as his knowledge of him was quite limited. The only thing he knew was that Lin Dong was a frequent visitor at the police station. I am Lin Dong, the owner of Yunao Group. Although Zhao Wuli displayed little reaction upon hearing Lin Dong's name, Lin Dong's instincts incessantly suggested that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Oh, so you are the owner of Yunao Group. After Lin Dong's self-introduction, Lu Yuan found it quite astonishing. Just a short while ago, when he had agreed with Li Changyun to investigate Lin Dong was an unemployed drifter with a criminal record. It was incredible that within such a brief span, Lin Dong had risen to the position of a company owner. Hearing this, Lin Dong remarked, So Director Lu has looked into me. Has Director Li spoken kindly of me? With a sardonic smile. It was evident that Lu Yuan's astonishment regarding Lin Dong's current status inadvertently confirmed his awareness of Lin Dong's troubled past. There was hardly any rapport between Lin Dong and Lu Yuan. How could he possibly have acquired such information about Lin Dong? The only explanation would be an investigation into Lin Dong. However, to investigate someone based merely on a misunderstood crime would be utterly unrealistic. This suggested that someone must have mentioned Lin Dong to Lu Yuan, but who could it be? Who would bring up Lin Dong to a distinguished first-level bureau chief? After much contemplation, there was only one name that came to mind, Li Changyun. As the director of the health bureau, if he wished to investigate Lin Dong, he would undoubtedly approach the police chief directly. This clarified everything. Lin Dong's words sent a shiver down Lu Yuan's spine. His investigations were conducted in secrecy, and Li Changyong would certainly not disclose the matter of investigating Lin Dong to anyone else. Yet, despite this, Lin Dong had somehow come to know. Regardless of how he acquired this knowledge, Lu Yuan felt a growing apprehension towards Lin Dong's presence. Ha ha, dear brother Lin Dong, you jest. How could I ever carelessly investigate another? That would be quite unethical. Lu Yuan quickly feigned a smile to dismiss the matter. Lin Dong, understanding the subtlety, refrained from responding or making any gesture, simply smiling warmly while maintaining a steady gaze into Lu Yuan's eyes. Who could have imagined that a first-level police chief would be intimidated by a criminal suspect? Lu Yuan swallowed hard and took a step back, taking nearly 10 seconds to regain his composure. Oh dear, I nearly forgot to show Comrade Zhao Wuli around the police station. Let us go. In an effort to alleviate the sudden awkwardness, Lu Yuan suggested. Chapter 114, Impressive. Come, Chief Zhao, please. Lu Yuan extended his hand, graciously inviting Zhao Wuli to continue their tour of other areas. Comrade Lin Dong, the police station generally does not permit loitering. I shall not disturb you further. Please find a room to rest, Lu Yuan explained, concerned that Lin Dong might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to distance himself. All right then. Lin Dong was yearning for a tranquil place to collect his thoughts. Once Lu Yuan and Zhao Wuli departed, Lin Dong quickly sought refuge in a private room. Although the door resembled those of a prison, encased by iron bars, he felt a sense of liberation within. Zhao Wuli's unexpected arrival had compelled Lin Dong to prepare himself. Yet it seemed that Zhao Wuli had forgotten all about him, which could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. This sudden incident served as a wake-up call for Lin Dong. Lin Yongheng was a wanted fugitive and could not linger by Lin Dong's side indefinitely. Initially, Lin Dong had hidden Lin Yongheng in his home, anticipating that law enforcement would intensify their searches at the train station and other exits from Jinjing City. A week had passed, allowing them to evade the storm, and during this time, the scrutiny at the station and toll booths had likely diminished. As Lin Dong contemplated his next steps, his phone unexpectedly rang. Although detainees are typically prohibited from possessing mobile phones, Lin Dong benefited from special treatment due to his connections. Hello? Brother Lin, I've successfully arranged everything for the clothing store you wanted to open on the food street. I managed to negotiate the price down to 80,000 a month. They initially insisted on a minimum of 100,000, but after some discussion, we settled at 80. Haha, I have the contract in hand. The voice belonged to Lu Chuanha, who had organized the store location and other details as per Lin Dong's specifications. Lu Chuanha was particularly eager to share his success in reducing the price by 20%. Hearing Lu Chuanha's laughter, Lin Dong glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated it was noon. This meant Lu Chuanha had finalized the store's location in just over 3 hours, managing to negotiate a 2,000 reduction in price. What a talent! Lin Dong couldn't help but admire him. In his previous life, even with an expansive business empire, he had rarely encountered individuals with such efficiency. Lu Chuanha had spent merely a little over 3 hours, much of which included travel and contract preparation. The actual time spent negotiating the price was less than an hour. Engaging with departmental personnel was far from the casual haggling at a market. Their communication required a careful, bureaucratic approach, with every gesture needing to be meticulously considered. Feeling Lin Dong's praise, Lu Chuanha felt considerably reassured. He had recently caused displeasure for both Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun, but now it seemed Lin Dong would be reluctant to dismiss him. However, despite his happiness at Lin Dong's recognition, Lu Chuanha remained troubled by Lin Dong's foolish decision to open a clothing store on the food street. Brother Lin, I also observed the Dalia clothing store in the latter half of the food street. Its location is more suitable for people who want to stroll after a meal. Setting your clothing store at the front of the food street is a mistake. How could diners possibly? All right. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Simply follow my instructions. Indeed, it would be prudent for Lin Dong to reconsider his intention of opening a clothing store. Acknowledging that Lu Chuanha is acting in the best interest of the enterprise, Lin Dong refrains from reproaching him, instead reminding him not to doubt himself any further. Well, let us hope that this time your investment will not falter. Lu Chuanha has advised him at least twice, yet Lin Dong remains obstinate. With no other recourse, Lu Chuanha reluctantly abandons the notion of further persuading Lin Dong. By the way, my dear Lu, I am currently not at the Wamian processing plant. It seems that even if you were to bring back the contract, it would be of little use. Lin Dong, who is presently detained, suddenly realizes the flaw in the situation. The contract requires the signature of the highest authority in the enterprise, and he is unable to leave. Rest assured, I have not yet departed. I suspected long ago that you, being so engrossed in your affairs, would not remain confined to Weimian. I am confident that Weimian will ultimately serve as the stepping stone for your ascent to greatness. Lu Chuana chuckles, pleased with his accurate speculation regarding Lin Dong's intentions. He feels a sense of pride. Let us refrain from using the phrase being engrossed in affairs. Lin Dong's face reddens in response to Lu Chuana's flattery. No. You are undoubtedly destined for greatness. I can assert that with certainty. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Lu Chuanha feels a surge of pride. Convinced that his compliments have rendered Lin Dong somewhat bashful. The more he flatters, the more fervent he becomes. Forgetting that just moments ago he was questioning Lin Dong's decisions regarding the food street. Brother Lin, you are my idol, my beacon of light. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Without further ado, tell me your location. It matters not if it is remote. I shall run to deliver the contract to you at the earliest opportunity. Lu Chuanha's fervent declarations excite him, as he pounds his chest in assurance to Lin Dong. Truth be told, anyone receiving such excessive praise would feel a sense of pride. Yet the crux of the matter lies in whether these extravagant compliments are genuine or veiled sarcasm. What began as Lu Chuanha's flattery has transformed in Lin Dong's ears. While Lin Dong is squatting in a police station, Lu Chuanha, on the other end of the line, is singing praises, yet it is very likely that he is subtly mocking Lin Dong. Did you perhaps learn something from Huang Qingyun? Lin Dong inquires. The question is laden with subtext. However, in his eagerness to flatter, Lu Chuanha's mind oddly fails to process this inquiry and instead follows the thread of the conversation. Yes, Huang Qingyun also mentioned you. You are truly remarkable. If I possessed even half your prowess, who knows what heights I might have reached by now. Lu Chuanha, fully aware of his current predicament, yet still praising Lin Dong, is undoubtedly poking fun at his own lack of success. Lin Dong, feeling a surge of displeasure, even a hint of anger, retorts, once you grasp the situation, cease your incessant chatter. Hurry over and lend me your assistance. Lin Dong shouts into the phone. Chapter 115, The Backup Plan? Lu Chuanha is taken aback. How did Lin Dong's mood shift so dramatically? What exactly did he do wrong? Huang Qingyun and Cheng Xiang are Lin Dong's trusted confidants. When trouble arises, they fail to speak up, yet they still indulge Lu Chuanha. How can Lu Chuanha prance about so brazenly in front of Lin Dong? In a fit of rage, Lin Dong cursed and abruptly hung up the phone. After the call, Lin Dong slumped despondently onto his desk. Did Lu Chuanha truly intend to insult him? Lin Dong was convinced that even if Lu Chuanha were given several audacious chances, he would not dare defy him. It was utterly ridiculous. Why bring up such matters? All Lin Dong needed to do now was await his redemption. Since he mentioned Huang Qingyun in his conversation with Lu Chuanha, it was certain that Lu Chuanha would seek out Huang Qingyun for clarification. What a humiliation it would be. Moreover, Cheng Xiang had witnessed him being escorted into a police vehicle, so a little more embarrassment hardly mattered. Lin Dong's current mindset was one of reckless abandon. He had nothing left to lose. Inside the Public Security Bureau, Director Lu Yuan guided Zhao Wuli through the entire precinct, which was not insignificant in size. At the rear lay Director Lu's office, where he sat behind his desk, his expression inscrutable. Chief Zhao, you must be acquainted with Lin Dong, am I correct? How could you possibly overlook such subtle details? Lu Yuan had keenly observed Lin Dong's momentary, unguarded actions. No amount of subsequent pretense could alter Lu Yuan's impressions garnered from that fleeting instant. Human actions, when unguarded, are often subconscious reactions. These reactions are crucial, as they offer profound insights into one's psyche. Just as psychology meticulously studies the minutiae of human behavior, Lu Yuan was certain he had unearthed a small secret about Lin Dong. Indeed, he could not hide from Director Lu. A smirk played at the corners of Zhao Wuli's mouth. Being new to the precinct, he felt no need to conceal everything from Lu Yuan. Yet he would not divulge all the details either. It was wise to keep a card close to his chest. Although the likelihood was slim, Zhao Wuli remained wary of a possible collusion between Lin Dong and Lu Yuan. Given that Lin Dong received treatment markedly different from that of an ordinary suspect and could converse with the director so candidly, Zhao Wuli, unfamiliar with the depths of this environment, knew he must tread carefully. Then do enlighten me. What precisely is the nature of your relationship with Lin Dong? And what insights do you possess regarding him? Lu Yuan eagerly inquired, keen to gather more information about Lin Dong. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wuli responded, I have crossed paths with Lin Dong, and he left a profound impression on me. Oh, please, do elaborate. Lu Yuan urged impatiently. At the time, I was preoccupied with official duties and did not engage in lengthy conversation with Lin Dong, but his demeanor suggested he had meticulously planned his next steps. as if every situation were under his control. Zhao Wuli spoke truthfully, carefully omitting critical details. He painted a picture that was entirely fragmented, reducing the significant aspects of Lin Dong's connection to the fugitive Lin Yongheng and the suspicion that Lin Dong might be shielding the criminal to mere bureaucratic entanglements. Indeed, Lu Yuan concurred. I too sense that Lin Dong is no ordinary individual. His thoughts are far beyond those typical of someone in their early 20s. The term youthful recklessness does not apply to him at all. Lu Yuan's assessment of Lin Dong mirrors that of Li Changyong. Both harbor profound doubts regarding Lin Dong's identity, suspecting that the official records from the Public Security Bureau are far too simplistic. From the perspective of Lu Yuan and Li Changyong, it is apparent that someone has either tampered with Lin Dong's records or Lin Dong himself has altered them, perhaps adding a criminal record to obscure the truth. However, the question of what formidable power could wield such influence is one both Li Changyong and Lu Yuan dare not ponder deeply. Yet, can the weighty label of a criminal truly obscure one's identity? Would it not render him even more conspicuous? Consequently, everyone has begun to question Lin Dong's true identity. Half an hour later, a taxi halted outside the Public Security Bureau, from which emerged a man and a woman. The man, appearing nearly 30, was in the prime of his life, possessing a handsome countenance and a neatly cropped hairstyle, dressed in a sharp suit, although his demeanor bore a hint of anxiety. Accompanying him was a young woman clad in a blue factory uniform, her charming face also reflecting a trace of worry. Ah, is that not Ms. Huang Qingyun? Have you come to bail someone out again? The front desk officer, upon recognizing the girl in blue, hurriedly approached her. Perhaps due to their similar ages, or perhaps owing to Huang Qingyun's unique charm, the officer felt an immediate warmth towards her. Please, don't say that. It makes it seem as though I frequently leave Lin Dong in the precinct, Huang Qingyun replied with a laugh, recognizing the officer's playful banter and choosing to brush it off lightly. Very well, my apologies for my inappropriate remark, the officer responded with a smile, turning her gaze towards the man beside Huang Qingyun. And who might this gentleman be? I am Lu Chuanha, here specifically to escort Ms. Huang to retrieve Brother Lin. Lu Chuanha quickly interjected. Noticing the sweat beading on Lu Chuanha and Huang Qingyun's foreheads, the officer ceased her jesting, turning to Huang Qingyun with a serious demeanor. Shall we proceed with the necessary paperwork to release Mr. Lin? Yes, let us do that. During the half-hour journey to the Public Security Bureau, Lin Dong, severely deprived of sleep, had succumbed to a deep slumber on the hard cot in his detention cell. The relentless fatigue seemed to ravage Lin Dong's body, much like a clown that, despite always presenting a humorous facade to those deserving around him, concealed his pain and toil behind a mask. Mr. Lin, your wife has come to pick you up. The officer led Huang Qingyun and Lu Chuanha toward Lin Dong's cell. Mr. Lin, is he asleep? The officer gazed in astonishment at Lin Dong's peaceful visage, then turned to Huang Qingyun and Lu Chuanha, as if silently inquiring what to do next. Should they awaken him? In this moment, Lu Chuanha placed a hand on his forehead, and Huang Qingyun remained silent. Perhaps it's best to rouse him. There are pressing matters to attend to. He can return home for rest afterwards, Huang Qingyun finally suggested after a brief hesitation. With a clang, the iron door swung open. Huang Qingyun swiftly approached Lin Dong, gently nudging the diligent young man. At merely 21 years of age, he bears burdens that most individuals of his age group would disregard. Memories of his reformation during imprisonment and the helplessness of being pursued for debts flooded Huang Qingyun's mind, as if she were reliving every moment. This kind-hearted girl understood that the torment Lin Dong endured in prison was undoubtedly as severe as her own. Even now, the weight Lin Dong carried was certainly beyond what Huang Qingyun was aware of. Lin Dong, wake up. Come home and sleep more later. Just get up for now. Lin Dong turned over, disregarding Huang Qingyun's pleas, and drifted back into slumber. Lin Dong, please wake up. The police and I have agreed that we can go home soon, Huang Qingyun urged, giving him another gentle nudge. Whether Lin Dong was simply too fatigued or for some other reason, he remained unresponsive, only emitting a faint grunt before lapsing into silence again. Understanding one another deeply, Huang Qingyun immediately sensed that Lin Dong might be preoccupied with thoughts of her having taken him to the police station. All right, Lin Dong, I admit I was wrong. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Just get up, we'll be going home soon, she consoled him. Wrong? No. You acted quite rightly. Such measures are essential against wrongdoers. Remember, do not confront them head-on, nor should you attempt to secretly observe their movements. Utilize all the resources at your disposal. Lin Dong promptly corrected her, affirming that all his actions were aimed at ensuring Huang Qingyun's safety, or at least, that was the impression he intended to convey. My dear wife, I am your protector. How could I possibly harbor resentment towards you? Silly girl, always overthinking. Lin Dong turned to her, affectionately ruffling her hair with genuine concern. What a girl truly needs is this silent care and the unexpected romance that Lin Dong provided. Who's overthinking? I'm merely concerned that you might feel uncomfortable. That is why I said it. Huang Qingyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stubbornly denied her feelings. All right, all the blame lies with me. Please, don't cry, my little Yun. Lin Dong suddenly recalled Cheng Xiang's endearing term for Huang Qingyun, but being half a year older, it felt more appropriate to refer to her as little sister. Where did you hear that term? Don't call me that. This was the first time Lin Dong had used such a sweet nickname, leaving Huang Qingyun blushing deeply. No way. As punishment for locking me up at the police station, I shall call you little sister Yun 1,000 times today. Little sister Yun, little sister Yun. Little sister Yun demonstrating what it means to be consistent in word and action. Lin Dong began counting as he playfully called her this name. I'm not listening. Nonsense. Huang Qingyun covered her ears, attempting to evade Lin Dong's playful torment. Meanwhile, two single female officers observed the affection displayed between Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun in the detention center, feeling an overwhelming sense of sweetness. What? That won't he do? At the very least, pull Lin Dong out and leave Ms. Huang alone. Lu Chuanhe, a man with a family of his own, felt no emotional turbulence as he watched the couple. I was just joking. Ha ha ha. You should wait for them. I must head to the front desk. The police officer, noticing Lu Chuanhe's seriousness, waved her hand and hurried back to the front. Qingyun, do you think I haven't shown you enough care? I have genuinely endeavored to place you at the forefront of my thoughts. Lin Dong gazed at Huang Qingyun, speaking earnestly, when suddenly, her face turned as red as a ripened apple, prompting her to interrupt his impassioned declarations. You should prioritize your health. When I visited you at the detention center today, you were fast asleep. It was merely a dream in which I beheld you, contemplating your radiant smile, as brilliant as the moonlight. I believe my heart has long been ensnared by you. Ah, my beloved, even if your thorns prick my heart like a rose, I remain steadfast in my affection. Lin Dong truly lived up to his identity from another realm, channeling the essence of a Western musical. However, Huang Qingyun, in 1998, had never encountered such a performance. Her only exposure was the renowned translations of Shakespeare. The overly sentimental words melted her heart instantaneously. Now, Lin Dong adopted a manner of speaking that she had only glimpsed in books, rendering her so bashful that she wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide. If a thermometer were available, one could well suspect Huang Qingyun was experiencing a fever. You please stop talking. If you continue in this manner, I shall report you for attempted murder. Huang Qingyun shouted in a frenzy. Yet, it appeared she had forgotten they were in a police station. This outcry did not frighten Lin Dong, but it startled the officers. What? Someone is attempting murder? Quickly, it's right here in our precinct. Officers, let us move. What are we responding to? The commotion originated from the detention room. In an instant, the entire law enforcement force gathered at the detention room, surrounding the space, which was less than 1.5 basketball courts in size. Among the officers were Lin Dong and Huang Qingyun, and, let us not forget, Lu Chuanhe, who was there to have Lin Dong sign a contract. Perhaps I should also head to the front desk. Feeling the weight of the officers' gazes, Lu Chuanhe regretted not following the police officer to the front. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Dong was, he could not flaunt his affection in front of this pack of fierce law enforcers. It's all a misunderstanding. Apprehend him. I just heard it. Lin Dong intends to murder his wife. Officer Chun, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, bellowed at Lin Dong. This shout caused a stir, and with so many officers present, the already chaotic detention room erupted into pandemonium. Quickly, take him into custody. Prepare for the statement. Get the surveillance equipment ready. There's much to attend to. Some moved in, some moved out, some apprehended Lin Dong, while others assessed whether to lend a hand. Lin Dong felt a flush of embarrassment. What merit did he possess to receive such treatment? Surely, even the most notorious gang leader in Huaxiao would not relish the sensation of being surrounded by police. Wait. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Dong shouted. Chapter 117. Critical condition. I told you to behave yourself. Do you really think I wouldn't dare confine you? In the interrogation room, Lin Dong listened attentively to Officer Chen's stern admonishments. Just half an hour prior, Officer Chen had already scolded Lin Dong, and now, less than an hour later, Lin Dong found himself in trouble once again. Lin Dong, I am not jesting with you. If you dare return to the police station after leaving today, you might as well not leave at all. I could easily detain you for 10 days, or even half a month. Originally, Lu Chuanhe and Huang Qingyun had come to discuss matters with Lin Dong. But before they could even broach the subject, they found themselves witnessing Lin Dong's reprimanding. Officer Chun, known for his sharp tongue yet soft heart, despite his harsh words, did not make things excessively difficult for Lin Dong. After a few more words, he ultimately released him. Lin Dong emerged from the interrogation room as though he had just survived a fierce battle, limping slightly. "Lin, you're out." "Brother Lin." Huang Qingyun and Lu Chuanhe rushed over to greet him. I wanted to apologize again," Huang Qingyun stammered, but as soon as Lin Dong heard the prelude, he swiftly covered her mouth. Stop. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. If you continue, I might end up doing something reckless." Lin Dong found himself utterly defenseless against Huang Qingyun's innocent demeanor. If he did not change the topic, he might soon find himself back in the interrogation room, facing Officer Chen's displeased visage. "Speak up, what brings you two here?" Lin Dong crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chuanhe and Huang Qingyun. Lu Chuanhe had just apologized that morning for the conflict with Huang Qingyun the day before, and now that Lin Dong mentioned her, it was evident that Lu had personally inquired about her. Had he sent his subordinates to question her? Huang Qingyun's nature would not allow her to divulge the truth. Moreover, Lin Dong had cautioned Lu Chuanhe against revealing his identity, suggesting that Lu had concocted some excuse to bring Huang Qingyun here. To ascertain the situation, Lin Dong pressed them, asking what they wanted from him. When his gaze met Lu Chuanhe's, the latter immediately grasped Lin Dong's thoughts and hastily replied, "I spoke with Director Huang about your recent health condition. She was concerned and came right away." "Ugh, Lu Chuanhe, did I not instruct you to refrain from casually disclosing my health status? Have you lost your mind? What did you tell Qingyun?" Lin Dong continued along Lu Chuanhe's line of reasoning. I merely informed Director Huang that you've been experiencing back pain lately, likely from sleeping on the floor or a hard bed, and that you often suffer from headaches and dizziness, with the situation becoming increasingly severe. And if this continues, what then?" Lin Dong pressed, his tone growing serious. "Then you might end up dead," Lu Chuanhe blurted out, almost provoking Lin Dong to strike him. Wait, do not be so quick to anger." Huang Qingyun, having overheard the unpleasant earlier conversation, immediately suspected Lu Chuanhe was deceiving her. However, when she learned he intended to accompany her to see Lin Dong, she sensed something was amiss and grew increasingly anxious. Together with Lu Chuanhe, she hurried to the police station. Until Lin Dong arrived, Huang Qingyun felt a sense of reassurance. As Lin Dong's gaze shifted, he caught sight of Huang Qingyun, who was frowning at him. Feeling the intensity of Lin Dong's stare, Huang Qingyun quickly averted her eyes. Lin Dong was touched. Huang Qingyun was still concerned about him. He jested, "No wonder Qingyun was so gentle with me while I was asleep. If it were any other time, she would have likely kicked me." He reminisced about the times he had endured Huang Qingyun's playful torment at home. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have never mistreated you." Huang Qingyun immediately retorted, just as Lin Dong had anticipated. Just as he was about to continue his banter, the image of Officer Chen's stern face flashed in his mind, prompting him to change his tune. All right, let's not dwell on that. We should leave the police station first." As Lin Dong and his companions exited the police station, the midday sun beat down on the city's streets, its heat far less oppressive than in summer, casting a warm, friendly glow. "It feels so warm." Lin Dong stretched lazily. Winter was fast approaching, and the police station's heating had yet to be activated, leaving the air somewhat chilly. Huang Qingyun quietly approached Lin Dong and spoke softly. "Lin Dong, you should really go to the hospital for a checkup." She's still worried about Lu Chuanhe's words regarding Lin Dong's critical condition. However, Lin Dong felt remarkably well, far from being in any perilous state. "Well, I'll think about it. But if you give me a kiss, I might consider it," Lin Dong teased, elongating his words, hinting for Huang Qingyun to grasp his intention. Understanding his implication, Huang Qingyun decisively replied, "I think I should just call for an ambulance for you." No, I'll be going to the hospital with Lu Chuanhe shortly," Lin Dong protested. Just released from the police station, he had no desire to end up in a mental health facility for any reason. Moreover, he genuinely had important matters to discuss with Lu Chuanhe. "I'll go with you," Huang Qingyun insisted. "No, you need to attend to the factory's affairs. I will be fine with Lu Chuanhe," Lin Dong firmly stated. He was set to inspect the food street and finalize a contract. However, Huang Qingyun's evident concern for him made her hesitate. As she began to speak again, Lin Dong interrupted her. "Rest assured, once I have seen the doctor, I will show you the medical certificate. You should head back to the factory for now." After Lin Dong's repeated reassurances, Huang Qingyun reluctantly abandoned her plan to accompany him to the hospital. "Just make sure to show me the doctor's diagnosis after your checkup. Don't forget," Huang Qingyun said, turning back to glance at him as she boarded the bus back to the factory. Lin Dong waved her off with a smile. Once Huang Qingyun had settled into the bus, Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe were ready to set off. "Lu, just how much are you hoping for my demise?" Lin Dong joked. Huh. Lu Chuanhe looked at Lin Dong incredulously, as though he had just heard the most absurd statement. After a brief moment of hesitation, he waved his hands vigorously. No, I would never wish for your death. The emphasis he placed on the word death bore an ironic undertone. Lin Dong chuckled, realizing Lu Chuanhe was not that morbid. Ha, I'm just kidding. No need to take it seriously. Just kidding? Lin Dong incessantly pressed Lu Chuanhe, reminding him that one must always be on guard against such individuals. Chapter 118. The 5 Flavors Study. Come, let us venture to the food street. I must personally attend to some renovation matters, Lin Dong remarked casually as he hailed a taxi and settled comfortably into the back seat. Typically, those who occupy the front passenger seat are expected to pay. Lu Chuanhe paused for a moment, taken aback, before resolutely opening the door to the front seat. Observing Lu Chuanhe's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just tasted something bitter, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Lu Chuanhe's fondness for wealth was well known to Lin Dong. How delightful it was to see the miser finally parting with some of his riches. Brother Lin, what troubles you? Lu Chuanhe inquired, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of Lin Dong, whose lips were curved in an involuntary smile. Nothing at all. I merely recalled a joyful matter. Upon arriving at the food street, the driver presented the fare, 10 yuan in total. Lu Chuanhe's expression became even more animated. Akin to someone biting into a lemon, he harbored the hope that Lin Dong would cover the fare, deliberately rummaging through his pockets at a leisurely pace. Anticipating Lin Dong to say, "Never mind, allow me to pay." Unfortunately, Lin Dong merely smiled at him, showing no intention of reaching for his wallet. Lu Chuanhe silently cursed under his breath and reluctantly settled the bill. Let us proceed. Show me the store you have chosen. After Lu Chuanhe paid the 10 yuan, Lin Dong turned to leave. Wait a moment, Brother Lin. Does our company have a reimbursement section for my taxi fare? Lin Dong felt a wave of embarrassment. Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult to extract funds from a miser. Fear not. Just present me with the receipt, and I shall ensure the accountant reimburses you. Ultimately, the 10 yuan taxi fare would still be covered by the company. Upon hearing that reimbursement was possible, Lu Chuanhe's previously dispirited demeanor vanished, and he cheerfully led the way. At midday, the food street was bustling with a crowd that could be quite overwhelming. From a distance, one could see the narrow entrance already filled with ravenous patrons. Over here, Lu Chuanhe pointed to a library adjacent to the entrance of the food street. The location was indeed perfect, nestled right beside the throngs of the food street. However, one couldn't help but wonder how a library ended up in such a place. Was it perhaps established here due to the high foot traffic? The sign of the bookstore was a wooden plaque, inscribed with the 4 characters 5 Flavors Study. The name echoed the essence of life's flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. It was both elegant and grounded, befitting the snack street it adorned. Lin Dong marveled at the name before stepping inside with Lu Chuanhe. The library was eerily quiet, with only the proprietor seated in a chair, sighing dejectedly. The bookstore's size was comparable to that of the Delia clothing store, yet their styles were starkly different. If Delia exuded a Western ambience, this bookstore was steeped in the essence of traditional Chinese study. Amidst the refined environment, incense wafted gently, and the decor was entirely crafted from wood. Even the tomes within the bookstore consist solely of the 4 books and 5 classics, alongside the 4 great classical novels. Even the children's section is filled with works such as the Disciples' Regulations. The proprietor of the bookstore is an elderly gentleman, at least in his 60s, attired in a long gown, a symbol of the literati from a bygone era. Upon the arrival of Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe, the old gentleman hastened to greet them. Leaning on his cane, he ambled toward Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe, his unsteady gait evoking a wave of sympathy in Lin Dong's heart. Esteemed elder. Lin Dong respectfully inclined his head, but as he began to speak, the proprietor immediately issued an expulsion order. What? Lu Chuanhe, get out, both of you. The old gentleman brandished his cane, threatening to strike Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe. What was happening? Lin Dong swiftly dodged the old man's cane as it swung toward him. Ellen Go, the situation is a bit complicated. I haven't had the chance to explain. Lu Chuanhe offered an apologetic smile. Get out. I do not welcome thieves like you. Scoundrels. I will not coexist with your kind. The elder's anger intensified, his face turning a shade of deep indigo. Please, calm yourself. Lin Dong attempted to reason with him, but the bookstore owner was beyond listening. Humph. You hypocritical knaves. False gentlemen. The elder, clearly overwhelmed by his emotions, found himself breathless, struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, he cast aside his cane and lurched forward, on the brink of falling to the ground. If he were to collapse, the consequences would be dire. In the nick of time, As the elderly gentleman was about to hit the floor, Lin Dong sprang forward, catching him securely. Are you all right? Lin Dong inquired with concern. You lot, wait. Hold your reproaches. I have just arrived. Even if you were to scold me like Kong Ming did Wang Lang, I wouldn't know what I did wrong. Lin Dong, ever the flatterer, chose to reference the romance of the three kingdoms, knowing that this would bridge the gap between them. Moreover, since scholars often engage in debates over right and wrong, Lin Dong's inquiry into his alleged faults catered to the old gentleman's scholarly inclinations. Lin Dong retrieved the fallen cane and respectfully presented it to the elderly gentleman with both hands. Perhaps Lin Dong's words had struck a chord. The elder indeed paused, noticing Lin Dong's similarly refined demeanor, and began to contemplate discussing the matter rationally. Humph. Thank you, the old gentleman muttered in a nasal tone, acknowledging Lin Dong's gesture. With the elder composed, both Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe instinctively took seats nearby. The bookstore owner, now wielding his cane, pointed it at Lin Dong's nose, demanding, Are you here to seize my book chamber? Seize the book chamber? Lin Dong replied, puzzled, glancing back at Lu Chuanhe. What had he said that led to such an accusation? Sir, I am yet unaware of the circumstances. I hope you can enlighten me, Lin Dong humbly implored, lowering his status in the conversation to seek guidance from the bookstore owner. The elderly gentleman, observing Lin Dong's humility, abandoned his earlier confrontational demeanor, refraining from pointing fingers and merely gesturing with his eyes. He remarked, Your friend intends to seize my study and transform it into a clothing store. What do you say to that? Lin Dong turned to glance at Lu Chuanhe, feigning astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 119. A Pretense of Amusement. Humph. It is indeed your friend who insists on dismantling my study to convert it into a clothing shop. The old man continued. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. The situation was not difficult to deduce. Lu Chuanhe must have made arrangements with the management of the food street to acquire this five-flavor study, yet the proprietor resisted. In essence, the owner of the five-flavor study, relying on his advanced age, was monopolizing this resource, managing a place that attracted no patrons. Lin Dong had encountered such scenarios in his past life and felt somewhat prepared for this instance. Do not worry, I can have a word with my friend. He is quite reasonable, Lin Dong assured, directing his gaze toward Lu Chuanhe. Was it not Lu Chuanhe's idea to transform the study into a clothing store? Sitting nearby, Lu Chuanhe appeared bewildered, wondering how Lin Dong's conversation with the old man had suddenly implicated him. Yet, since Lin Dong was willing to bear the brunt of the blame, Lu Chuanhe, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to comply. However, Lin Dong did not intend to shift all the blame onto Lu Chuanhe. Rather, he sought to understand the situation of the study from the perspective of a mediator. After all, the role of a mediator often facilitates various dealings. Lu, what on earth have you done? Did you not clarify things with the planning department of the food street? I warn you, if you dare to bully an innocent person, I shall sever ties with you. Lin Dong feigned anger, shouting at Lu Chuanhe. Why the outburst? Firstly, while ostensibly directed at Lu Chuanhe, the words were intended for the elderly proprietor to hear. Secondly, Lin Dong aimed to portray himself as a champion of justice, standing on the side of the study's owner. Lu Chuanhe, being Lin Dong's capable subordinate, grasped his intent and promptly played along with the ruse. No, Brother Lin, you are mistaken. I have not bullied this old man. I clearly communicated with the resource planning department, and they supported my opening a clothing store here. Lu Chuanhe feigned grievance. They supported you? That is utter nonsense. Am I not familiar with you? Since childhood, you have twisted the truth, and now you seek to take advantage of an elderly gentleman. You truly have no shame. Lin Dong reprimanded Lu Chuanhe sharply. Brother Lin, I am not speaking falsely. I have a contract from the resource planning department. Look. It is all written in black and white. Lu Chuanhe, visibly distressed, produced a stack of contracts from his bag, revealing the very transfer agreement Lin Dong had previously instructed him to sign for the food street. Lin Dong snatched the contract from Lu Chuanhe's hands and scanned the first page, a surge of delight coursing through him. It was indeed the contract he had been seeking. Yet, the joy within could not be displayed upon his countenance. Lin Dong's face darkened as he violently tore the first page to shreds with a resounding rip. Humph. Just a bunch of deceitful nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your tricks? You are undoubtedly flaunting something you casually printed out to swindle others. Lin Dong declared with righteous indignation. Lu Chuanhe implored. No, Brother Lin. You must believe me. Lin Dong retorted. I believe you? Not a chance, you rascal. Lu Chuanhe persisted. Brother Lin, please, look at the last page of this contract. It bears a seal. Yes, the seal of the Resource Management Department. I will find it for you. If they're ISNT1, I will ensure you end up in the police station today. Enraged, Lin Dong flipped through the contract. tearing each page that appeared incorrect with the fervor of one hunting counterfeiters, obliterating them in his wrath. Finally, he tore the penultimate page, revealing the final page emblazoned with a vivid red seal. At that moment, Lin Dong stood amidst the confetti of shredded paper, uncertain of how to proceed. I. Having been publicly humiliated and wronged, Lin Dong stood dumbfounded, glancing at the aggrieved Lu Chuanhe and the elderly scholar beside him, who appeared at a loss for words. With a sharp crack, Lin Dong delivered a stinging slap to his own face. Alas, it is my fault. I should not have doubted my brother, he lamented, chastising himself once more. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the study as Lin Dong relentlessly struck his already swollen face. Brother, please stop. I, the younger brother, bear no grudge against you. Lu Chuanhe rushed forward, grasping Lin Dong to prevent further self-punishment. Ignoring Lu Chuanhe's pleas, Lin Dong continued to strike himself. Brother. Lu Chuanhe's entreaties were in vain, so he turned his gaze toward the restless owner of the study. Observing the old man's agitation, Lu Chuanhe quickly grasped Lin Dong's intention. He was employing a strategy of self-inflicted suffering to present himself as a paragon of virtue before the elderly gentleman, hoping to elicit sympathy. Lin Dong refrained from adopting a more aggressive approach, aware that should a young person cause trouble, it could be managed, but if an elder were to create a disturbance, any response would render Lin Dong's party passive. In many people's subconscious, the elderly are often perceived as a vulnerable demographic, and no matter how submissive Lin Dong behaved, he would inevitably be labeled as someone who bullied the elderly. As Lin Dong aimed to compete with the Dalia clothing franchise, he feared a tarnished reputation. Therefore, to win hearts, he resorted to a strategy of emotional appeal against the elderly gentleman, whom he could neither chastise nor strike. Enough. It is my fault. Ultimately, Lin Dong's actions could no longer be overlooked by the owner of the study. The old man, trembling, rose from his seat and placed his hands on Lin Dong's shoulders, saying, "Young man, it is my fault. You need not blame yourself." What a transformation. The once arrogant old man now spoke to Lin Dong with a gentle tone. Lin Dong's face ached. The 5 purple bruises from 2 days prior had yet to heal, and today he found himself mercilessly struck once more by the misfortunes etched upon his visage. "Old sir, what are you saying?" Lin Dong feigned ignorance, intrigued by the tenacity of this elderly gentleman. "Your brother's contract is indeed valid, but I simply have no desire to relinquish this place. I cannot bear to part with it." The old man, with tear-filled eyes, patted Lin Dong's shoulder. Perhaps memories of a lifetime flooded back, or perhaps the surroundings stirred his emotions, for a solitary, murky tear traced a path down his crinkled face. Chapter 120. Memories of the food street. The old gentleman's demeanor towards Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe underwent a complete transformation, inviting them to take a seat and preparing a pot of fine tea. In an instant, the fragrance of tea permeated the study, creating a stark contrast between the serene ambience within and the bustling throngs outside. Once the hosts and guests settled, the old man introduced himself, revealing that he was a native of Jinjiang, with the surname Ouyang and the given name Qingsong. He appeared to be even older than Lin Dong, having already reached the venerable age of 70. "Sir, forgive this old fool for any offense." The elderly scholar, unperturbed by Lin Dong's earlier outburst, was nonetheless inclined to treat him as an honored guest. It was not for mere courtesy. Rather, Lin Dong's fierce sense of justice and his willingness to confront wrongdoing had deeply moved the elderly gentleman. The year 1998 was marked by simplicity and sincerity, a time when society had not yet succumbed to deceit and treachery. Lin Dong's flamboyant display of emotion had earned him the trust of the proprietor of the study. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Ouyang?" Lin Dong asked, his cheeks swollen, struggling to articulate. "You have treated 2 guests from afar with hostility, which is truly unbecoming." The old man bowed his head slightly, as if to convey his apology to Lin Dong. Lin Dong could not help but scoff internally. The notion of propriety seemed hollow to him. After years of navigating the underbelly of society, he had come to believe that such civility stemmed from wealth. Those with money sought to display their refinement, while he had yet to encounter anyone who could maintain such decorum in the absence of riches. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the pursuit of self-interest. In truth, the old man had no genuine desire to remain in the study. He was simply bereft of a place to call home. With a sigh, he lamented his plight. "I was once a scholar, but alas, circumstances prevented me from pursuing an official career. After inheriting my father's study, I chose to abandon the path of politics." Noticing Lin Dong's astonished gaze, the old man understood his thoughts. Taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, he continued, "Indeed, what my father bequeathed to me was this humble study. As people began to recognize the value of knowledge, it gained popularity in Xinjiang, attracting many who sought the tranquility of scholarly pursuit. All remained peaceful until one fateful day, when a young man entered my study. Mr. Ouyang Qingsong's tone shifted, laced with a hint of self-deprecation. This young man, muscular and robust, clearly a practitioner of martial arts, took advantage of the study's serene atmosphere and, emboldened by his strength, attempted to seize it. At that time, I was merely a young man in my 40s. Brimming with youthful vigor, and in a fit of rage, I found myself embroiled in a fierce altercation with this individual. The outcome was predictable. How could someone like me possibly wield a weapon? Lin Dong nodded, acknowledging that period as a particularly dark era in terms of public safety. One of the most troubled times in modern history. It was not uncommon for bullies to act with impunity, relying on their strength. What transpired next? Why did you claim to be homeless? Lin Dong pressed for more information. Although I could not defeat him, I refused to submit. Facing the tyrant's brutality as he demolished my 2 houses in the suburbs with reckless abandon, my father and mother were driven to their graves by this scoundrel's cruelty. Subsequently, he covertly threatened the personnel in the resource planning department of Xinjiang City, transforming the street behind me into a food street. And he himself became a major shareholder of this very establishment. As the old man recounted this tale, his eyes reflected a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Dong surveyed the bustling street, astonished to discover such a dark history lurking beneath its surface. Now, I have been residing here ever since. I earn barely enough to survive each month, scraping by on meager grains. The old man's visage was etched with the lines of hardship as he spoke softly. Lin Dong sighed, feeling a swell of sympathy for the impoverished elder, indignantly exclaiming, "How despicable! Can you recall the name of the villain you encountered that day?" However, with Lin Dong possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, if the elder could provide the name of that bully, Lin Dong might discern the extent of his current influence. Indeed, even if I were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. His name is Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan? Lin Dong shook his head slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the name. This presented 3 possibilities. First, Wang Xuan's organization may have been consumed by another enterprise before Lin Dong could become aware of it. Such tyrants inevitably offend many. Despite their temporary dominance, they are destined to fall with the passing of time. Second, Wang Xuan could be a pseudonym. Or perhaps Lin Dong had encountered him under a different name. After all, in 1998, the internet was still in its infancy, and surveillance cameras were not yet widespread, with public safety being far from ideal. Third, the elder might be fabricating his story to elicit Lin Dong's sympathy. In 1998, most individuals were genuinely sincere, and few would suspect the old man of deceit. However, Lin Dong was different. He had traversed from the year 2020. How about this? I will find you a place to stay. Since my friend has connections within the resource planning department, let him make use of this space for now. Rest assured, I will ensure your household items are taken care of, regardless of whether the elder's claims held any truth. Lin Dong felt compassion but recognized that business is not a realm governed by benevolence. Sometimes, one must be resolute in their decisions. Moreover, if the elder's words were indeed true, leaving him in this unprofitable study was no solution. In time, when Ouyang Qingsong could no longer move or cook, he would find himself facing a dire fate. I will frequently visit you. You need not worry. From this day forward, I shall take care of your living arrangements. Lin Dong declared, patting his chest to reassure the elder. The old Mr. Ouyang had no contract, and it was a mercy from the resource planning department that he had lasted this long. As for Lin Dong, it is not that I am a cold-hearted individual who would not willingly spend my own resources to secure housing for this elderly gentleman. However, the old man appears hesitant, his eyes betraying a flicker of reluctance. This study has been a companion to Ouyang Qingsong for over 40 years, and it has woven itself into the fabric of his emotional existence. Rest assured, you may retire peacefully. My friend may lack compassion, but I will certainly care for you. Lin Dong, with a deft maneuver, shifted the negative perception onto Lu Chuanha, positioning himself as the benevolent savior, all to elicit the old man's favor and persuade him to heed Lin Dong's counsel. As Ouyang Qingsong spoke, his voice faltered, and he was soon overcome with tears, for his loyal companion of over 4 decades was to depart at last. The sight of the elderly man weeping stirred Lin Dong to shed silent tears as well. Meanwhile, Lu Chuanha found himself in an awkward predicament, caught between the theatrics and the sorrow of the elder, rendered speechless and unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 121. Further inference. Ultimately, Lin Dong reached an agreement with Ouyang Qingsong, assuring him that he would attend to his needs. As they prepared to leave, the twilight hours approached, and Lu Chuanha, perplexed by Lin Dong's actions, ventured to express his thoughts. "Boss, if I may speak candidly. You need not provide for that cantankerous old man. Do you not recall how he greeted us upon our arrival? He swung his cane at you with reckless abandon. It was only when he saw your fierce demeanor that he relented. Lin Dong smiled faintly. What? Do you discern something from this? He is not moved by your benevolence. Rather, he is simply a coward, likely terrified from his youth by a tyrant. Witnessing your self-destructive ferocity, he now adopts the pitiable facade of a scholar to negotiate. Lu Chuanhe replied. Upon hearing Lu Chuanhe's words, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that such reasoning and observational prowess are qualities that should be possessed by the core members of Yaneo Group, he commended. Precisely, I share your sentiments. Since you are aware of this, you need only to gather a few thugs to intimidate this old man. At that point, he will surely pack his belongings and leave without protest. In Lu Chuanhe's eyes, Lin Dong's decision to assume responsibility for the elderly man's well-being was utterly unwise. Indeed, it seemed as foolish as Lin Dong opening a clothing store in a gourmet food market. Unlike Lin Dong's initial assumptions, if Ouyang Qingsong were genuinely frightened away by Lin Dong, there would be no need to fear his return. Even if he did return, Lin Dong could merely ensure his comfort in the open, while discreetly orchestrating a ruckus at the old man's residence behind the scenes. Yet, would such a cruel act be within Lin Dong's character? Lu Chuanhe, have you ever savored the tea of the esteemed Ouyang? Lin Dong's voice quivered slightly. Indeed. It is horrid beyond belief. How can that vile concoction even be classified as tea? It resembles nothing more than decayed leaves, possessing a pungent earthy flavor. And the leaves seem as if they have been steeped to oblivion. Lu Chuanhe's skepticism regarding Ouyang Qingsong's tea was understandable, particularly given the lamentable quality of the leaves. Were it not for Lin Dong's discerning palate, he might have shared the same sentiments. Those tea leaves, rounded and plump, with a sweet flavor reminiscent of black tea, should indeed be de Hong Pao. Lin Dong enlightened Lu Chuanhe. Lu Chuanhe's eyes widened in astonishment. The tea tasted remarkably similar to plain water. Yet Lin Dong could discern its type, a remarkable feat. Lin Dong could not help but chuckle bitterly. Had it merely been the tea water, he would have assumed it was just boiled water. However, upon reaching the dregs of the tea, a few scattered flecks of tea leaves found their way into Lin Dong's cup. He delicately nibbled on the remnants of tea, and fortune smiled upon him as a slightly larger leaf floated into the bowl. It was from this that Lin Dong deduced that Ouyang Qingsong's tea was de Hong Pao. Yet, what does this tea have to do with the lodging you arranged for him? Lu Chuanhe pressed on. Ignoring Lu Chuanhe's query, Lin Dong continued confidently expounding his deductions. Ouyang Qingsong's tea leaves had clearly been steeped multiple times, retrieved, and then sun-dried before being brewed anew. Hence, the earthy taste. This method was something Lin Dong had read about. In times of scarcity, one becomes reluctant to waste even the finest things, and even when used, one hesitates to discard them. Thus, some resort to such practices to prolong their tea experience. Though the flavor has long since faded, the enjoyment lies solely in the essence of the moment. He is indeed despicable, yet his malice is feigned. Have you ever seen a famished beast willingly relinquish the meat in its jaws? Ouyang Qingsong's aggression towards us is born of fear. He lacks the confidence to safeguard his own sustenance. He is merely pretending, masquerading as a fierce predator. Lin Dong's expression turned somber as he paused briefly before continuing in a hushed tone. But his poverty is no pretense. Ouyang Qingsong, clad in patched garments and leading a life of pitiful frugality, inevitably reminded Lin Dong of his own days of bankruptcy. Perhaps only the impoverished can truly empathize with and feel for their fellow poor. Just as the saying goes, if only there were vast mansions to shelter all the cold and hungry souls. Lin Dong's compassion for Ouyang Qingsong stemmed from a place of generosity. At least, that was Lu Chuanhe's interpretation. Alas, my dear boss, your heart is too tender. Your actions are entirely a case of repaying kindness with enmity. Lu Chuanhe found himself in disagreement with Lin Dong's sentiments. Boss, commerce is a ruthless profession. If we can starve all our competitors, we can monopolize the market. Monopolizing the market leads to exorbitant profits. Lu Chuanhe was a staunch egoist, and for Lin Dong to alter Lu Chuanhe's mindset would require considerable time. Haha. Even if you were to starve all your competitors, it may not lead to a monopoly. Why not? Lu Chuanhe looked perplexed, utterly unable to fathom how. In the absence of competitors, one could still fail to monopolize. Lin Dong smiled cryptically. You shall have to ponder that yourself. With that parting remark, Lin Dong hastened on. Leaving Lu Chuanhe to grapple with his curiosity, Lin Dong returned to the Wanian processing plant. While Lu Chuanhe took the signed contract to the print shop to reproduce the pages Lin Dong had previously torn apart. When tearing the contract, Lin Dong had been meticulous. Although every page had been shredded, he had discarded only the last page. This meant that the necessary signatures and seals from the relevant authorities remained intact. Upon returning to the Wamian processing plant, Lin Dong realized it was nearly time to clock out. Time passed neither too quickly nor too slowly, perfectly coinciding with Huang Qingyun's shift ending. Thus, Lin Dong embraced his beloved and sang triumphantly. The matters concerning the food street had been successfully resolved, and Lu Chuanhe had already contacted the personnel responsible for the renovations. Everything was under Lin Dong's control, progressing steadily. Even the employees' opinions of Lin Dong were carefully curated by him. Alas, there is often a contemptible aspect to those who evoke pity. On his way home, Lin Dong stretched languidly, reminiscing about awakens song, and could not help but utter softly, "What?" Huang Qingyun, unable to catch Lin Dong's words, pressed for clarification. Hee. It's nothing, just missed you. You hum. How absurd. Lin Dong's decision to rent a house for awakens song was not purely out of sympathy. Although Lin Dong was indeed a kind-hearted individual, his benevolence did not extend to an excessive degree. awakens song, despite his circumstances, had opted for violence, had he not? For those who have wronged me, I shall not easily forgive, Lin Dong muttered to himself, a wicked smile involuntarily gracing his face. Indeed, the actions of this commercial demon were, in essence, aimed at garnering the loyalty of his employees and establishing his own image. Chapter 122. A mysterious morning the following day, at dawn, Lin Dong did not accompany Huang Qingyun to the Wamian processing plant. He sat alone on the sofa, overwhelmed by the abundance of information he had gathered from his conversation with awakens song the previous day. Firstly, regarding Wang Shuang. If it was indeed Wang Shuang who sought revenge against awakens song by investing in the food street, leading to the demise of awakens song's parents, then why did he spare awakens song himself? If the intent was to torment awakens song, why, after causing the death of his parents, did he cease to trouble awakens song directly? Given awakens song's cowardly disposition, he was easily victimized. He lacked the courage to take his own life and could only timidly exist. This implies that once Wang Shuang had driven awakens song's parents to their end, he had no intention of targeting awakens song himself. Of course, Lin Dong's deductions were predicated on the assumption that Wang Shuang was a real individual rather than a figment of imagination. The situation had grown rather enigmatic. Lin Dong slapped his forehead, recalling that regarding the matters of Jinjian City, the director of the health bureau must possess far more knowledge than he himself did. Thus, Lin Dong promptly dialed Li Changyong's number. Hello? Who is this? The rather displeased voice suggested that Li Changyong had just been roused from sleep by the ringing phone. Brotherly, it's time to get up. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health, Lin Dong cheerfully remarked. Oh, Lin Dong. Good morning. Recognizing Lin Dong's voice, Li Changyong immediately altered his tone. I wonder what brings Brother Lin to call at this hour. Li Changyong, aware of Lin Dong's nature, knew that he seldom reached out without reason. If there was no matter of importance, Lin Dong would not bother to contact him at all. What if I said I merely called to wake you up? Lin Dong replied half-jokingly. Well, then I must thank you, Brother Lin, for still thinking of me. Li Changyong's tone indicated he was somewhat displeased. Of course, you certainly have something to conceal from me, otherwise, why would you be receiving a call from me so early without disclosing the purpose? Laughter erupted from Lin Dong and Li Changyong as they exchanged pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Lin Dong delved into the main topic. All right, I shall be forthright. I wish to inquire about the past events concerning Jinjiang City. You have indeed approached the right person. I possess an intimate understanding of the transformations that have transpired in Jinjiang City. Li Changyong replied. Brotherly, have you ever heard of an individual named Wang Shuang? At the mere mention of the name, Li Changyong sprang from his bed as if propelled by an unseen force. Landing abruptly on the floor, he hurriedly pressed Lin Dong. Where did you hear that name? Quickly, we must leave. Do not heed him. Do not listen to his nonsense. For heaven's sake, as Li Changyong spoke, an eerie static crackled through the signal. The familiar sounds now unsettlingly ominous. Hello? Brotherly? The signal seems poor on your end. Brotherly? Brotherly? Lin Dong's voice faltered. Oh, the signal has returned. I wanted to convey, please, do not engage with anyone who mentions Wang Shuang again. Immediately, the line abruptly cut off, leaving Lin Dong perplexed. Such signal issues were unprecedented. Why had they manifested so suddenly this morning? Hello? Who exactly is Wang Shuang? He called out. Yet, all he received in return was a disheartening silence. As Lin Dong attempted to call again, it became apparent that someone else was incessantly trying to reach Li Changyong. Regardless of how many times Lin Dong dialed, he was met only with the busy tone. Enough of this. Lin Dong sighed, feeling a chill of trepidation at Li Changyong's reaction. The mere mention of that name could incite such terror. It was imperative for him to address this matter. Just as Lin Dong prepared to pay a visit to Li Changyong's residence, his phone erupted with urgent notifications. Brother Lin, hurry to the Jinjiang City People's Hospital. That Ouyang Qingsong from yesterday. He has had an incident. Lu Chuana's voice was laced with panic and a hint of fear. Understood. I shall come at once. Lin Dong responded, stepping out and heading in the opposite direction of Li Changyong's home. He summoned all his strength and raced up to the emergency room on the 3rd floor. Despite the midday sun streaming into the hospital, there was an unmistakable chill in the air, a foreboding sense of cold that pierced through Lin Dong. Even before winter had truly set in. In the hospital courtyard, the leaves of the poplar trees fell like weary soldiers. What has happened? What is wrong with Ouyang Qingsong? Lin Dong grasped Lu Chuanha at the entrance of the emergency room, his questions tumbling forth. He. Lu Chuanha stammered, unable to articulate the gravity of the situation. Lin Dong could not decipher Lu Chuanha's expression, yet he sensed the weight of his distress. It seemed Ouyang Qingsong had not merely suffered a typical injury or illness to warrant a visit to the emergency room. Suddenly, Lu Chuanha doubled over, retching on the ground. Take your time, there's no need to rush. I'll inquire with the doctor shortly, Lin Dong reassured, crouching beside Lu Chuanha and gently patting his back, hoping to offer some comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Chuanha finally regained his composure, stuttering, Boss, perhaps we should consider abandoning that storefront. What? Did I not mention this before? I shall never relinquish hope. The outcome for Ouyang Qingsong undoubtedly hinges upon us. Lu Chuanha, in a rare display of defiance, confronted Lin Dong, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. Yet, Lin Dong refrained from responding with anger to Lu Chuanha's outburst, instead soothing him with gentle words. Take a moment to rest. Later, tell me precisely what you have witnessed. This morning was undeniably peculiar, so strange that Lin Dong felt an eerie sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Lin Dong's phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Although the caller was unknown, the voice was familiar to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, this is Li Changyong. Come to my house immediately. Do not go anywhere else. I implore you. It was indeed Li Changyong. It seemed that the previous call had encountered some issue, leading to this urgent plea. And now Li Changyong must be utilizing Xiaoling's phone. His voice trembled, raising questions about what matter required a face-to-face discussion. It was likely related to Lin Dong's earlier inquiry about Wang Xuan. Brotherly, what is the matter? Please, speak plainly. Who exactly is Wang Xuan? Lin Dong was still anxiously awaiting news regarding Ouyang Qingsong and had no time to visit Li Changyong's residence. Wang Xuan. He has been dead for quite some time. Dead? When did this happen? How did he die? He died over a decade ago. In the hospital. Once again, the chilling sound of electrical current echoed ominously. This is exceedingly strange, Lin Dong murmured. Since last night, or rather, since his return home from Ouyang Qingsong's study, he had faced a barrage of misfortune, including a scolding from Huang Qingyun for neglecting his health. Although Huang Qingyun's admonishment stemmed from genuine concern, Lin Dong felt that luck had decidedly abandoned him. Startled by the sudden electrical noise, Lin Dong jumped, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and shatter upon impact. Are the family members of Ouyang Qingsong present? A doctor in a white coat emerged briskly from the emergency room. Ouyang Qingsong has suffered severe blood loss, compounded by multiple fractures in his arms and legs. He is currently in critical condition. Please sign the medical expense document and provide a substantial deposit. Though the physician's intentions were presumably rooted in compassion, his words carried a chilling indifference. What if I cannot provide the deposit? Lin Dong questioned. The doctor remained silent, reiterating, Ouyang Qingsong is undergoing emergency treatment. Immediate funds are required. The implication was clear. Lin Dong grasped the expense document, its contents densely populated with medical fees, totaling an astonishing 350,000. 350,000. Such a sum was unattainable for an ordinary family. Lin Dong was at a loss, realizing he was trapped in a dire predicament. To save, it would require time, money, and effort. To not save, his employees were watching. But I am not a family member of Ouyang Qingsong. What can I do? That is of no concern. Simply provide the funds, the doctor insisted, exhibiting an audacity that was almost unfathomable. Very well. Proceed with the rescue. Lin Dong smote his thigh and, gritting his teeth, seized the expense report to inscribe his name upon it. Lin Gu. Lu Chuanha thought to persuade Lin Dong against this course of action, yet his physical constitution forbade him from intervening. After uttering just a few words, he collapsed to the ground, heaving violently. Nevertheless, Lin Dong's mind was abuzz with calculations. The money had been spent, Whether the person could be saved remained uncertain. But his reputation, Lin Dong was determined to enhance it. After a while, he would undoubtedly arrange for people in Xinjiang City to extol his benevolence. Upon closer inspection, Lin Dong had already expended at least 750,000 yuan within a mere 4 days since signing the contract to acquire the Wei Mian processing plant, which had cost him 2 million yuan. If paid in installments, that amounted to 200,000 yuan a month. The food street venture, encompassing design, renovation, and inventory, was projected to require another 200,000 yuan. And now, with Ouyang Qingsong's urgent need for rescue, the medical expenses totaled 350,000 yuan. Lin Dong's processing plant could only generate a profit of 2 million yuan a month. While 2 million might be a fortune for the average citizen, it was paltry for Lin Dong. This simply wouldn't do. He must seek out additional business opportunities. His primary objective in opening a clothing store on the food street was to recruit talent, specifically Sun Meiyu. Should the pursuit of talent jeopardize the entire enterprise, it would be a grave miscalculation, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. However, there was no turning back now. Retreat was not an option. He could only fight to the bitter end. Lu Chuanhe, take care of yourself here. Once Ouyang Qingsong is out, look after old master Ouyang as well. Lin Dong instructed before hastily departing from the hospital. Cursed Lu Chuanhe, summoning him to the hospital had led to a needless loss of 350,000 yuan. If the subsequent accolades and promotions for Lin Dong were not executed properly, he would hold Lu Chuanhe accountable for this financial burden. Leaving the hospital did not entail a visit to Li Changyong. While Lin Dong acknowledged the importance of the matters concerning Wang Shuang, he was not one to be intimidated by a mere name. He made his way directly to the food street, where the construction crew had already commenced demolition of the 5-flavor study. The workers swung their sledgehammers against the original wooden floor of the study. "Dad, what's happening over there?" A child of 8 or 9 pointed towards the study and inquired. "That used to be a bookstore, but it's being renovated to become another type of shop," his father replied, grasping the child's hand. "Why do they have to tear down the bookstore?" "Our teacher said that reading more books helps cultivate one's character," the child questioned innocently, his wide, curious eyes brimming with wonder. "Son, you ought to read more imported books and learn about things beyond Huaxia. You'll undoubtedly understand more than the locals," the father replied nonchalantly, perhaps perceiving traditional establishments like the study as mere relics. "Come, let us head to the food street. That study will likely be transformed into a new restaurant, and I shall treat you to some delicious food." The father sighed deeply and then, accompanied by his son, blended into the bustling crowd. In 1998, the majority of the Chinese populace was enamored with foreign cultures, many of whom remained oblivious to the profound wisdom bequeathed to them by their ancestors. Alas, times have changed, and the essence of humanity seems to be fading. Lin Dong's face was etched with sorrow. He aspired to design a vintage clothing store that exuded the elegance of ancient China. However, the presentation of a business should never be dictated solely by the whims of the merchant. Rather, it must prioritize the preferences of the customers. Confronted with patrons who idolized foreign trends, Lin Dong felt a sense of resignation, yet he had to attend to and care for every visitor. This epitomizes the essence of the service industry. The once quaint study could hardly withstand such drastic renovations. The workers wielded sledgehammers, causing dust to cascade from the shelves and ceiling. Lin Dong had promised Ouyang Qingsong to remove everything that could be taken. But for the immovable elements like the flooring and windows, he had no choice but to dismantle them. Lin Dong had never witnessed the former splendor of the study, yet he was now the architect of its decline. What would Ouyang Qingsong think upon witnessing this disheartening scene? There was no time for Lin Dong to wallow in sorrow. He shook his head, realizing he must seek new avenues for survival. In the initial month of the water purification factory, few might notice the exorbitant profits from bottled water. But within a month, competitors would undoubtedly emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In times of scarcity, merchants could afford to be assertive, but when faced with competition, they would swiftly shift their demeanor to cater to customers. If it were merely a matter of competition, it would be manageable. However, the critical issue was that revenues would likely plummet by at least half after a month. Chapter 124. Construction. Once the first month passed, the profitability of bottled water would diminish, allowing Lin Dong to focus on the clothing store. His strategy of opening a clothing shop at the entrance of a food street was undeniably foolish, having shattered the perspectives of countless individuals. One wonders how Lin Dong's former colleagues would react to such an audacious decision. Would they attempt to dissuade him like Lu Chuanhe, or would they place immense trust in him? Lin Dong could not ascertain the answer, but it was likely that both reactions would occur. It had begun. Everyone, please exit. Move. 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 As Lin Dong reminisced about his past life, the workers at Wu Wei's study commenced to clear the onlookers surrounding the establishment. In an instant, a radius of 5 meters from the entrance was designated as off-limits to the public. To enforce this, the workers had even erected barricades. The already congested street became even more packed. This was of little consequence. The critical issue was that the throngs of people glared menacingly at the study, as if the shop were their sworn enemy. The absence of dissent regarding the construction methods did not indicate compliance. Rather, for them, it was more prudent to hasten to the food street and indulge in their favorite delicacies than to confront the construction crew. The construction crew remains indifferent to the opinions of passers-by, yet Lin Dong cannot afford such apathy. This is unacceptable. Offending potential customers due to construction would undoubtedly be a most unwise choice. Lin Dong, perplexed by the situation, noticed that while the crowd retreated, he alone advanced towards them. What was happening? Why were they driving away pedestrians? Lin Dong's tone was tinged with evident anger. The workers were courting trouble for themselves. We are preparing to commence extensive demolition of the ground and roof, and it is likely that splintered wood may emerge from this small establishment. The construction team leader, despite being unaware that Lin Dong was their employer, still patiently explained the situation as if Lin Dong were merely another pedestrian. How much dust would be stirred? Would it spread to the street? Would it be suffocating? Lin Dong, anxious, posed 3 questions in quick succession. As for whether it would extend to the street, I can say with certainty that it will. When wooden materials fall or shatter, splinters will scatter. The floor is already strewn with wood shavings. Do you think they will remain in place when we remove the ceiling? Undoubtedly, the upheaval caused by the falling debris will send dust soaring into the air, making it quite suffocating. It is no wonder the construction workers wear masks. However, this is a food street. The dust and debris would not only diminish people's appetites, but given the current wind direction, it is possible that splinters may drift onto the food of roadside vendors. Lin Dong asserted, while others may remain unconcerned. He must be vigilant. Running a shop requires not only good relations with customers, but also harmony with fellow merchants. Although it is often said that competitors are foes, these adversaries can still be good partners as long as they do not sever ties. Lin Dong must avoid any potential fallout. What do you suggest we do? Should we close the doors and proceed with demolition? The power is currently off inside, and if we close the doors and seal the windows, are you testing our foresight? Ha ha. The construction team leader chuckled, and soon his team members joined in the laughter. Having been in the renovation business for many years, they found Lin Dong's requests rather peculiar. It is not that windows cannot be installed. Rather, if they are fitted now, there is a risk that falling debris may shatter or damage the glass. Furthermore, after replacing the windows, time is needed for the adhesive at the junctions of the windows and walls to cure. Thus, Lin Dong found himself without a solution that pleased all parties. He had to choose between 2 options. Either proceed with renovations and risk offending pedestrians and vendors, or halt the renovations until the crowds dwindle. But when would the food street ever be devoid of people? The narrow entrance to the food street ensured that it would never appear sparsely populated. Perhaps you should consider coming to renovate in the evening, Lin Dong proposed. Renovate in the evening? The shops on the food street close at night. In 1998, there were virtually numbered 24-hour establishments. People did not enjoy such vibrant nightlife. Aside from the alcoholics driven by their addiction and gamblers consumed by their vice, everyone else maintains a normal routine. Upon reflection, this does not pose any significant issues. However, one crucial aspect remains. During the dismantling of the ceiling and flooring, it is imperative to cut off the electricity for safety reasons. This precaution leaves everyone trapped in a predicament akin to being sealed indoors during daylight, albeit with the sole advantage of improved ventilation. When no one is around, one can wreak havoc on the environment without fear of repercussions. Spreading sawdust on the streets, for instance, would go unnoticed, provided the quantity is minimal. Ha ha ha. Pay no mind to him. That fellow must be insane. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong's words were as entertaining as a performance during the Spring Festival Gala, eliciting hearty laughter from all. Even the foreman of the construction crew was thoroughly amused. Brother, I can relate to your disdain for untidy environments. To be honest, I often scold my wife for failing to keep our home clean, the foreman said, patting Lin Dong on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. Then why not work at night? The evenings in Jinjian City are hardly safe. Are you suggesting we frolic beside a cesspit? As the saying goes, sleeping near a cesspit is not far from death. The laughter among the construction crew persisted. Largely due to their ignorance of Lin Dong's true identity, they merely perceived him as jesting. But it's all right, I'll join you tonight. I truly do not believe in any malevolent spirits. Lin Dong was reminded of the year 1998. Despite the reforms and opening up, a lingering dread of the night persisted among the populace, a reverence for nature and the divine. Are you serious? Are you not afraid that some ghost might come to claim your soul? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the foreman's smile faded, replaced by concern for Lin Dong's safety. As for the construction crew, each member had resolved firmly, there was absolutely no way they would work here at night. After all, this was a food street. Chapter 125. Money can move mountains, foreman. Let us not entertain this man any longer. Have you forgotten that, mister? Liu has urged us to expedite our work. One of the younger workers stepped forward to remind the foreman. The foreman nodded thoughtfully and then instructed his team. Come on, let us continue with the work. I am serious. I will accompany you tonight while also increasing your wages. Lin Dong interjected as the crew prepared to resume their tasks. Brother, please don't disrupt our work. The higher-ups require us to finish this area within a week, and the paint will need 2 to 3 days to dry. Your delays could jeopardize our schedule. No worries. I am your employer, Lin Dong declared, presenting his credentials, believing this would facilitate a productive conversation with the crew. However, none of those present acknowledged Lin Dong. Our employer is Lu Chuanhe. Lin Dong. We don't recognize you. The foreman, sensing Lin Dong's embarrassment, attempted to clarify the situation. All right then. Lu Chuanhe appears to be harboring rebellious intentions. Presently, he holds a mere 15% of the shares, yet he exudes an air of ownership over the Yunao group as if it were his own. He employed workers for renovations under the pretense of Lin Dong's authority, only to subsequently claim credit for the hired labor himself. Such a blatant disregard for propriety is utterly astonishing. Lin Dong could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Given that Lu Chuanhe was the one engaging the workers, Lin Dong decided to make a call. Lu Chuanhe, already psychologically traumatized from the morning's ordeal, answered the phone. Lin Dong felt reluctant to further frighten this already shaken individual. Is this Lu Chuanhe? Lin Dong inquired. Yes, it's me, Brother Lin, Lu Chuanhe replied. Please inform those hired workers to return for the construction in the evening, Lin Dong instructed, his tone devoid of emotion, as flat as a stone cast into a pond, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Consequently, Lu Chuanhe did not perceive Lin Dong's underlying reproach regarding the omission of crediting him as the employer. Upon hearing Lin Dong's request, Lu Chuanhe grew anxious and exclaimed, Evening? Are you joking? Construction at night. You can't be serious. Before Lu Chuanhe could finish his protest, Lin Dong interrupted him. Just listen to me. Tell me, what is the daily wage you offer those workers? Wages? 50 per person per day? We are in a rush. A construction team of 10, 50 is not excessive. They are exhausting their strength to work, Lu Chuanhe explained. Even he, typically greedy, conceded that the price was reasonable. Very well. Inform them that I will pay double. 100 per person per day, and that the work will be done at night. Lin Dong declared. What? 100? Are you simply throwing money around? Lu Chuanhe protested. That's far too much. Indeed, this miserly fellow was now attempting to dissuade Lin Dong from spending. In an instant, Lu Chuanhe's focus pivoted entirely to the financial implications. His mind racing as he tried to convince Lin Dong otherwise, effectively alleviating the ailments he had suffered from earlier that morning. Now this is more like it. Lin Dong smiled faintly, adopting a serious tone. I am currently at the construction site. You need to call them immediately. Right away. Wait, Brother Lin. Nighttime is truly not feasible, at least at the food street. Lu Chuanhe's words were cut short as Lin Dong abruptly hung up the phone. Observing the bewildered construction team, Lin Dong offered a polite smile. Shortly thereafter, the team leader's phone rang, revealing it to be Lin Dong reminding him to answer. Hello? Who is this? I am Lu Chuanhe. I would like to discuss the possibility of working at night. Daytime is quite inconvenient. Everyone else is dining at the food street. While you are renovating, it creates quite a poor impression. Lu Chuanhe spoke earnestly, as though genuinely concerned for the customers. Boss, are you all right? This is the food street. Coming here to work at night would be tantamount to courting disaster. It was evident that even Lu Chuanhe's commands were unlikely to be adhered to by the construction team. How about this? You mentioned 50 per day, correct? I will raise it to 80 per day. What do you think? 80 yuan a day is indeed an enticing offer for this group of laborers. Not only the construction team, but even workers from other sectors may find themselves tempted. Under normal circumstances, laborers earn approximately 40 yuan a day through their arduous toil. Even the employees at the Lin Dong weaving factory earn a mere 1,500 yuan a month, averaging 50 yuan daily. However, the price proposed by Lu Chuanhe is astonishingly high, 80 yuan a day. The construction team leader finds himself in a dilemma, torn between the desire to earn money and the apprehension of encountering something sinister during nighttime work. Lin Dong himself harbors a belief in feng shui, yet excessive faith borders on superstition. Moreover, it seems this group has reached a point where they are too frightened to venture out at night. To be precise, they are too fearful to come to the food street. What are you planning to do? What are your thoughts? The leader, at a loss, decides to listen to his team's opinions. I believe we should agree. After all, it has been 10 years since that incident. I think it might be worth a try. With the food street bustling with activity, any lurking malevolence would likely be subdued by the vibrant life force. Lin Dong once again experiences the adage that money can indeed move mountains. Just moments ago, the workers were reluctant to accept the night shift. But now they are all on board. It seems Lu Chuanhe is unaware that Lin Dong is eavesdropping. Otherwise, how could he propose to allocate 100 yuan per worker per day while telling them it's 80? Where does the missing 20 yuan go? It is self-evident. This construction team consists of 10 members, meaning Lu Chuanhe stands to profit 200 yuan daily from this discrepancy. Truly, he is a worthy subordinate, scheming to embezzle funds even under Lin Dong's nose. Lin Dong can only laugh at the absurdity of such blatant misconduct occurring right before his eyes. Very well. The food street is scheduled to close at 8 in the evening, so we shall arrive at that time. The estimated completion time is 1 week. Lin Dong informed the construction team. No problem. The team leader nodded in agreement. Perhaps he initially consented to the proposal of working at night for 80 yuan a day, but was merely concerned about his team's superstitions. Lin Dong feels fortunate to arrive at the food street at this juncture. Otherwise, he might have offended numerous individuals before the shops even opened. Observing the construction team as they reassembled their tools and secured the study's door, Lin Dong realizes it is time to attend to other matters. Chapter 126. The Art of Conversation. The clothing store is set to open in a week, and Lin Dong must manage the supply chain and various related affairs. As the saying goes, before the troops march, the provisions must be in place. The supply issue for the clothing store is akin to logistical support. Without adequate sustenance during conflict, even the best-laid plans cannot be executed. Can Lin Dong entrust such a significant task to Lu Chuanhe? He is not entirely at ease with that notion. However, Lin Dong remains uncertain about the potential sales on the food street. To gather insights, he must make another trip to the Dalia clothing branch in Jinjiang City. Yet, he wonders if Sun Meiyu might have spotted him during his last visit. If so, she may harbor some reservations about him. Lin Dong squeezed into the crowd, stealthily like a thief. The entrance of the Dalia clothing store was less congested than last time. Perhaps it was due to the prejudice formed after the incident he caused. Or maybe it was simply not mealtime. He recalled that Sun Meiyu was a team leader. Lin Dong remembered their visit to the talent market, where Sun Meiyu had chosen outfits from Dalia, disdainfully commenting that Lin Dong's company was too small to deserve her. Ultimately, she was someone who would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken, and after harshly ridiculing him, she dismissed even the generous salary he offered, which was double that of Dalia's. With an air of confidence, Lin Dong strode into the Dalia clothing store. Previously, he had a confrontation with a staff member named Xiao Hui, but apart from him, Lin Dong was uncertain how many others could recognize him. What to do? It was not yet mealtime, and with few customers around, blending into the crowd was impossible. Lin Dong was there to gather intelligence. Being caught would be unfortunate. He resolved to charge in boldly. Gritting his teeth, he decided that lingering indecisively was not an option. He would simply walk in. If necessary, he could handle being thrown out. Welcome. A nearby sales assistant greeted Lin Dong with a perfunctory smile meant for customers. He stepped further inside, observing that Dalia's garments were all designer labels, predominantly in Western styles. A pristine white dress lay quietly on the counter, a style not embraced by the people of 1998. Yet, the store's choice to display it surely served its purpose in attracting customers. Whether or not people would accept it was debatable, but Dalia's innovative designs would undoubtedly catch the eye of any patron. Without a doubt, the intention behind this was to pique the curiosity of potential buyers. Moreover, those who were well-fed often enjoyed mingling in bustling environments. Truly, this was the hallmark of a large enterprise, capable of devising such strategies. Lin Dong could not help but marvel at how an ordinary shop in 1998 would struggle to attract customers, let alone exhibit civility and politeness towards them. "How much are your clothes?" he inquired, eager to learn about the prices at Dalia. "I want the most expensive set." Upon hearing Lin Dong's request for the priciest attire, the sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Please, follow me," she replied, leading him deeper into the store. Dalia's layout resembled that of the Wuwei bookstore, though its design was professionally crafted. "This suit is exquisite, made with pure hand stitching," the assistant exclaimed, gesturing toward a tailored ensemble. "And how much does this garment cost?" Lin Dong, aware that handcrafted items typically bore a hefty price, tentatively inquired. 1600. 1600? While Lin Dong did not consider that exorbitant, he knew that for many consumers, such a price was beyond reach. Is this the most expensive? That seems rather steep. He feigned haggling, all the while seeking to extract more information. Sir, the most expensive item here is indeed the dress displayed at the entrance, valued at 2,000. The sales associate smiled, displaying no annoyance at Lin Dong's haggling. Instead, she engaged in conversation as if they were friends. Building rapport with customers to enhance their affinity before making a sale is a tactic Lin Dong had mastered. He could easily anticipate the sales associate's next move based on her words. Therefore, Lin Dong decided to play along. However, establishing a friendship with customers is not always advantageous for sellers, especially for someone like Lin Dong, who had ulterior motives in his inquiries. Is anyone even buying such an expensive item? Is business here quite bleak? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, feigning concern for the Delia clothing store. As for bleakness, it depends on how you view it. The cashier certainly has it tough. She needs to sell at least 2,000 to 3,000 every day. The sales associate responded with a wry smile. 2,000 to 3,000? That sounds easy for you. Just sell a few pieces of clothing. Lin Dong intentionally muddled the concept. He had initially inquired about the most expensive dress, which led the associate to recommend a suit priced over 1,000, yet he was still unaware of the cheaper, more popular items. Since he could not directly ask, Lin Dong continued his subtle probing. We salespeople have it harder, facing hundreds of customers daily. Many merely browse without purchasing, yet there's little we can do. After all, Delia's mission is to ensure customer satisfaction. The sales associate smiled, likely appreciating the company of someone willing to engage in conversation, as Lin Dong's questions focused on her work rather than the clothing itself. What types of clothing do you typically sell, and what are their price ranges? Lin Dong seized the moment to inquire about the most sensitive topic. However, for the sales associate, who considered Lin Dong a friend, how could she discern if he genuinely wished to converse or had ulterior motives? Typically, customers tend to seek bargains, gravitating towards discounted clothing. As for the prices, they are generally not exorbitant. Most are priced around 60 or 70, with the most expensive being 100. Haha. If I told you I wanted to buy the most expensive item, would that surprise you? Lin Dong laughed heartily. Just as he was about to press further into the types of clothing available at Delia, a familiar figure emerged behind him. Oh, is that Mr. Lin? What brings you back here after sending Xiaohui away? Xiaohui. She was presumably the girl Lin Dong had encountered during his first visit to Delia, who had been dismissed by Sun Meiyu out of frustration. Mr. Lin, do you harbor some prejudice against our Delia clothing store? Or are you here with the intent to undermine our business? Her tone dripped with arrogance, her alluring figure and slightly languid voice unmistakable. Lin Dong need not turn around to recognize her. Sun Meiyu. Meiyu, it has been a while, Lin Dong replied with a smile. Indeed. It had been some time since he had last seen Sun Meiyu, the last encounter being at his home. The entangled fate between Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu proves to be inescapable, as they discover they are neighbors. Do you have anything to say regarding Xiaohui? Sun Meiyu sneered. Lin Dong had previously provoked Xiaohui into a furious outburst, ultimately leading to Xiaohui's dismissal. Although the final blow was struck by Sun Meiyu, the root of the issue lay squarely with Lin Dong. What are you talking about regarding Xiaohui? Lin Dong feigned ignorance, desperately attempting to obscure the matter. However, one cannot conceal a fire beneath paper. Lin Dong understood this truth all too well. During their last encounter at home, Sun Meiyu was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Xiaohui. Now, however, she was using Xiaohui's situation to confront Lin Dong, thus revealing two significant aspects of her current state. Firstly, despite dismissing Xiaohui, Sun Meiyu still maintained contact with him, suggesting a cordial relationship. Otherwise, she would not be persistently inquiring about the individual who had angered her that day. Secondly, it appeared that Sun Meiyu had some connections in Jinjiang City. Otherwise, based solely on Xiaohui's description, she would not have been able to locate Lin Dong. Miss Meiyu, you must not speak recklessly. I have always conducted myself with integrity. How could Xiaohui's dismissal possibly be related to me? Lin Dong feigned innocence, his conscience seemingly untroubled by the deception. I am well aware of the situation. Sun Meiyu shot Lin Dong a disdainful glance. Since Lin Dong was unwilling to acknowledge the truth, she had no intention of continuing the argument, as she never expected Lin Dong to readily confess to his past misdeeds. Ah, so you are acquainted with this gentleman, the store manager, the salesperson remarked. Sensing the palpable tension between Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu, unsure of how to proceed and resorting to awkward pleasantries, the salesperson's seemingly innocuous comment bore significant implications for Lin Dong. He was taken aback to learn that Sun Meiyu had been promoted to the position of store manager, a development he had not anticipated. Initially, Lin Dong had presumed that the commotion at the Delia clothing store would have repercussions for her. But it seemed instead that Sun Meiyu had ascended in rank. This was likely due to her prompt actions, which included dismissing Xiao Hui. Furthermore, the salesperson exhibited a degree of trepidation towards Sun Meiyu, suggesting that her disciplinary measures had instilled a profound sense of fear among her subordinates. Indeed, this gentleman is a valued guest. If you do not engage with him appropriately, who knows what cunning schemes he might devise to have you dismissed? Sun Meiyu remarked coldly. In her management style, Sun Meiyu resembled many entrepreneurs, embodying a blend of ruthlessness and an underlying sense of authority. Why yes, the salesperson was visibly startled by Sun Meiyu's words. Lin Dong did not endorse her management approach. While her words commanded respect, for those who were arrogant and self-indulgent, Sun Meiyu's tactics could easily exacerbate tensions. Everyone has their flaws, and Lin Dong would not abandon Sun Meiyu over this one shortcoming. Consequently, he was capable of navigating relationships with even the most challenging yet exceptional employees. You may return to your duties. I wish to converse with Mr. Lin, she instructed. Sun Meiyu addressed the salesman, who had longed to make a swift exit. Upon hearing her words, he nodded and hurried away. Observing the salesman's comical retreat, Sun Meiyu felt a twinge of pride and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Dong, exclaiming, "Haha, what do you think? If I were to join your group, would it still be like this?" "Absolutely not," Lin Dong replied with conviction. "Oh, how self-aware you've become. Had you said this earlier, before Sun Meiyu could finish." Lin Dong interjected firmly, "If you treat your subordinates in such a manner, I shall be compelled to discipline you without hesitation." "Excuse me?" Sun Meiyu seemed incredulous. "Discipline me? Are you feverish? By showing disrespect to your subordinates, you are deliberately undermining the hierarchical relationships within the company. Should I not discipline you? Do you expect accolades instead? I am certainly not as foolish as your superiors." Lin Dong articulated each word with precision. Instantly, Sun Meiyu's expression paled, and she retorted defiantly, "Humph. How dare a mere small enterprise speak to me in such a manner? Why not?" Lin Dong shot back. "You may be the store manager now, but you have made quite a few enemies. Just wait until you find yourself on equal footing with them, or perhaps in a lower position. Then you'll see." You. Sun Meiyu's face went white, and as she prepared to lash out, she suddenly realized something. She closed her eyes and took a couple of deep breaths, managing to regain her composure. "Is this how you behave, hurling insults like a child?" she said, now coolly smiling at Lin Dong. The ability to transcend emotional turmoil and think rationally in moments of anger only made Lin Dong more eager to acquire such a talent. "By the way, I recall you expressing disdain for my small enterprise during our first meeting," Lin Dong inquired. "Not at all." Sun Meiyu chuckled, shaking her head. "Am I mistaken?" "You are not mistaken, but my disdain for your modest company was not confined to our initial encounter. To this day, I have yet to hear the name of your pitiful enterprise," she retorted, her acerbic tongue now unleashed after her earlier adjustment. However, it was unfortunate that Lin Dong, a seasoned veteran, would never be led by the nose by Sun Meiyu. "Let me make myself clear. If you wish to join us, you are always welcome," Lin Dong said with a slight smile. Yet, Sun Meiyu was not swayed and coldly doused Lin Dong with a dose of reality. "I reiterate, if your small enterprise desires my involvement, you must first expand it into something substantial. You truly possess ambition. I am at a loss whether to commend your short-sightedness or your naive aspirations," Lin Dong retorted without mercy. Do not be misled by Lin Dong's amiable demeanor. He would not hesitate to defend himself, regardless of the gender of the challenger. If someone dared to provoke him without merit, he would spare no effort in returning the exchange. Chapter 128. The mediocre your enterprise is small, yet if you are willing, you may certainly work alongside me. Let us ignite the flames of success and expand the business. However, if you are unwilling and merely use my enterprise's size as an excuse," Lin Dong remarked to Sun Meiyu. Although on the surface Lin Dong appeared furious, in reality, his mind was racing with calculations. "Nonsense. Who is using your enterprise as an excuse? I am merely disillusioned with any potential collaboration with you. Sun Meiyu is driven by aspirations for the future, hope, and the knowledge gleaned from her business endeavors. If she truly valued money or the size of an enterprise, she would not have rejected Lin Dong's generous offer. When Lin Dong encountered Sun Meiyu in the talent market, he proposed a salary double that of Delia, yet she declined. "Well then, I shall open a clothing store on the food street. If my store outperforms yours in sales, you will have no choice but to join me. How does that sound?" Lin Dong was employing a tactic of provocation. Having just mocked Sun Meiyu, he now sought to entice her into accepting his proposal through a competition of their clothing stores. A person as astute as Sun Meiyu could not possibly overlook Lin Dong's ulterior motives, and he was not even attempting to disguise them, nearly laying his intentions bare. Nonetheless, Sun Meiyu was resolute. She held immense confidence in Delia's strength. Just considering the brand recognition of Delia alone, Lin Dong could not hope to surpass it. Furthermore, Delia is a substantial enterprise. Should Lin Dong target a mere branch in Jinjiang City, it could lead to unnecessary complications. For instance, if Delia were to drastically reduce prices, even selling at a loss, the fledgling Yun AO group would be unable to withstand such competitive tactics, resulting in prolonged unsold inventory. While Delia Group may experience some losses, such setbacks would be negligible in the grand scheme of the enterprise. Sun Meiyu, do you truly believe that Delia Group would come to your rescue in your hour of peril? That they would expend significant resources to undermine my clothing store? Lin Dong remarked. He had no doubt that Sun Meiyu might resort to such measures. In their previous encounters, both he and Sun Meiyu had been willing to employ any means necessary in their fervent pursuit of victory, unhesitatingly resorting to distasteful schemes to suppress one another. Oh, Sun Meiyu paused upon hearing Lin Dong's words, quickly realizing the implications. Clearly, she had not anticipated the approach Lin Dong suggested, and he had inadvertently alerted her to it. Rest assured, I would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Sun Meiyu's face was adorned with a facade of insincere smiles. Lin Dong thought to himself, I trust you as far as I can throw you. Your smile has betrayed your true intentions. However, it suddenly occurred to Sun Meiyu that there was a study under construction at the entrance of the food street. She inquired, could it possibly be your doing? What if I said it was? Lin Dong retorted, then I would have ample opportunity to mock you. Sun Meiyu replied with a playful smile, which, though captivating, was laced with sarcasm. Ha! Allow me to enlighten you. The study at the forefront of the food street is indeed under my purview. Moreover, I shall inform you that after its renovation, it will be transformed into a clothing store. Lin Dong did not heed the whispers of others. If Sun Meiyu wished to laugh, let her. If she desired to mock, so be it. In Lin Dong's eyes, everything was but a fleeting cloud, save for the ultimate victory. Opening a store at the forefront of the food street was indeed a foolish decision, one befitting only someone of her caliber. With a smirk, Sun Meiyu concluded that Lin Dong's blunder was nothing short of reckless investment. Foolish? Where lies the folly? Rather, it is you who should be wary of being outmatched by my humble establishment. Lin Dong's demeanor radiated confidence, equal to that of Sun Meiyu, exuding calmness and composure in every gesture. Humph, I appreciate your reminder. Sun Meiyu's biting sarcasm had no effect on Lin Dong, and her patience for further conversation with him waned. With a scoff, she commanded, bring them out. Having learned from the previous incident involving Xiao Hui, she had even dispatched 2 security guards. At the sound of her order, the guards emerged from seemingly nowhere. Sir, please take your leave. You are not welcome here. Observing the 2 guards, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle inwardly. Should he create a scene like last time, what use would these guards be? To strike Lin Dong would only serve to validate his ploy. The onlookers would inevitably form negative perceptions of the Delia clothing store upon witnessing Lin Dong being attacked. Lin Dong regarded Sun Meiyu's decision to bolster security with disdain. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to depart. After all, he had already gleaned substantial business secrets, and encountering Sun Meiyu was merely a stroke of bad luck. Sun Meiyu watched Lin Dong's retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh as she murmured to herself. Opening a clothing store at the forefront of the food street is indeed a monumental folly. Manager, is something wrong? What are you talking about? The cashier, noticing Sun Meiyu lost in thought, expressed her concern. Sun Meiyu smiled and shook her head, engaging the young cashier with interest. Do you think it's better to open a clothing store at the front or the back of the food street? The back. I suppose the cashier pondered the question, lacking a definitive opinion, but, recalling Delia, felt that a location further back in the food street would be preferable. Sun Meiyu, satisfied with this response, continued, the front is different from the back. During mealtime, hungry crowds traverse like travelers in a desert. While the eateries are akin to sources of water, how could those seeking to replenish their strength be concerned with the splendid garments displayed before the water sources? The cashier nodded, half comprehending. Sun Meiyu's metaphor aptly illustrated Lin Dong's predicament. Could it be that Lin Dong truly was an ordinary individual? While Sun Meiyu dismissed Lin Dong strategically, she had never underestimated him in her heart. I hope you do not disappoint me. For reasons unknown, Sun Meiyu felt a faint expectation for Lin Dong's clothing store to flourish, if only to stave off her own boredom. After all, a few competitors make for some amusement. Chapter 129. The strategy for resolution upon departing from the Delia clothing store. Lin Dong began to ponder the optimal placement of his next strategic move. Should Sun Meiyu discover that Lin Dong's establishment was surpassing her own, she could very well summon support from the Delia headquarters. What recourse would Lin Dong have then? Yet, this seemingly insurmountable dilemma had long since found its solution in Lin Dong's mind, albeit one that would require a bit more financial expenditure. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, and from another, he fished out a folded A4 sheet of paper. Upon unfolding it, he found it inscribed with the contact numbers of various prominent enterprises. Undoubtedly, this administrative task bore the hallmark of Lu Chuanha's diligent efforts. Hello? Is this the Delia branch in Huaxia? Lin Dong inquired politely. Delia, being a foreign enterprise, had a name that exuded a certain cosmopolitan flair. Yes, this is the Delia branch, came the voice of a young lady from the other end of the line. I wish to discuss a business matter. Could you kindly have your general manager or another executive take this call? Lin Dong requested. His intent was not to belittle the operator, but rather to recognize that a mere operator would possess insufficient authority to engage in business discussions. The operator, intrigued by Lin Dong's unusual request, found herself pondering the rarity of such calls. Typically, inquiries were complaints rather than business propositions. What kind of business could be discussed over the phone? The operator mused, recalling that in 1998, most commercial matters were conducted face-to-face. There existed a general reluctance to engage in negotiations remotely. Mere words exchanged over the phone often lacked the conviction needed to inspire trust. In this scenario, Lin Dong's persuasive abilities would be put to the test. If you wish to discuss business with our CEO, you could come to Longjiang City, as our company is located there. Conversations over the phone can never compare to face-to-face discussions, the operator replied, hesitant to disturb her superiors based solely on Lin Dong's brief remarks. Knowing that if he were to be disingenuous, the blame would fall upon her. I will first consult with your boss. I am preparing to open a clothing store in Jinjing City and intend to collaborate with your company, more precisely, to franchise with you, Lin Dong declared. Franchising was his fallback strategy, yet it was also the most reliable course of action. By aligning himself with the Delia brand, Sun Meiyu would be unable to leverage external pressures to call for assistance from the headquarters, from the perspective of the corporate headquarters. Both Lin Dong and Sun Meiyu were representatives of the Delia enterprise. Franchise? Are you certain? The operator exclaimed, taken aback. In her tenure as an operator, no one had ever approached her with such a proposition. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, she felt a flurry of confusion. Perhaps you could come here, and you could speak with our boss in person? She suggested, though Lin Dong countered, but I am in Jinjing City. That is too far from you. Let us first discuss some foundational matters, and then I will send someone to engage in further negotiations. Lin Dong's tone grew increasingly assertive. In 1998, traveling was quite inconvenient, lacking high-speed trains and advanced aircraft. To journey to Longjiang City would not only be costly, but also demand a considerable investment of time. Well then, that is settled, the operator replied, placing the phone aside and rising to summon their manager. Lin Dong remained attentive to the sounds emanating from the receiver. What? Someone wishes to discuss a partnership? Are you certain you heard correctly? The manager clearly had never encountered such an unusual situation. Indeed, manager, I too have never faced such a bizarre request. Conducting business over the phone is far less reliable than a face-to-face meeting, the operator mused, momentarily bewildered. It's likely a scammer, or at best, a nuisance call. Just hang up and say I'm unavailable. The manager insisted, preparing to leave. Sir, our manager is not here. Perhaps you could call back another day, or better yet, visit us directly, the operator suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong surmised the situation. If the manager were truly absent, a mere trip to the office would suffice to ascertain that. If the manager were in the office, but otherwise engaged, there was a possibility he could be elsewhere. The operator's suggestion to call back in a few days provided a potential opening, as a manager absent for several days would typically notify someone to fill in. Yet, the operator seemed intent on terminating Lin Dong's call. As a seasoned professional, Lin Dong quickly raised his voice, disregarding any notions of decorum. I wish to partner with you. I am the one offering you money. If I were a fraudster, I would not be discussing a legitimate matter such as a partnership. His insistence that there was no risk only served to heighten the operator's alertness. However, Lin Dong had another motive. He sought to pique the curiosity of the operator or those around her. Curiosity often leads to further inquiry. The sudden increase in Lin Dong's volume startled the operator, and just as she prepared to hang up in anger, the manager unexpectedly intervened. This individual seems intriguing. I shall continue the conversation. Upon hearing Lin Dong assert that dealing with him posed no risk and that he was the one providing the funds, the manager's eyes gleamed with avarice. Hello? I am the manager of the Daliya Huaxia branch. What business do you wish to discuss? A subtle smile crept across Lin Dong's lips, as it appeared events were unfolding to his advantage. Good day, manager. I am the owner of a clothing store in Jinjiang City, and I am interested in partnering with Daliya. Could you please advise me on what I need to prepare? Lin Dong spoke politely, his tone imbued with humility, devoid of any airs despite his status as a business owner. He understood that, although the individual on the other end held a managerial position, it paled in comparison to his own. Nevertheless, being part of a large corporation like Daliya meant that a general manager's monthly earnings would be substantial, at least 300,000 to 400,000, while Lin Dong's wealth was more of a product of fortune, possibly not exceeding that of the general manager's salary. So, you wish to partner? Is there a franchise fee? The manager inquired with keen interest. In his eyes, Jinjiang City was far from prosperous, even ranking among the more disadvantaged urban areas. Lin Dong proposed, I am willing to invest 100,000 yuan for the franchise. What do you think? 100,000? The general manager smirked disdainfully to himself. Chapter 130. The franchise fee, that's insufficient. 100,000 is far too low. The general manager retorted coldly. Manager, Longjiang City is one of the few economically thriving regions in our nation. You cannot use it as the sole benchmark. Lin Dong's offer was met with refusal, prompting him to plead for another chance. Do you understand what it entails to join our Daliya brand? First, we must ensure that your clothing store meets our standards for normal operation. If your store's environment is subpar, it could tarnish our company's reputation. Second, we will consistently monitor the quality and pricing of your merchandise, sending representatives for random inspections. Third, all procurement for your store will be managed by our Daliya branch in China, relieving you of any worries regarding inventory, while we must continuously ensure that your stock is adequately maintained. Lastly, we require professional training for your staff and management to uphold the Daliya name, and the cost for this training will be your responsibility. After the manager's lengthy explanation, Lin Dong fell into silence. It was not that he was outmatched or overwhelmed by the conditions. Rather, he aimed to portray a conflicted demeanor to facilitate negotiations. Business people often seek to profit from those who seem well off, rarely focusing on the impoverished, believing there is little gain to be had from them. What do you consider a reasonable franchise fee? Lin Dong hesitated, the earlier confidence of offering 100,000 dissipating. You must invest at least 300,000 yuan for the franchise. The general manager boldly declared, demanding a staggering sum. Lin Dong was already burdened with debts nearing 750,000 yuan. Should he agree to this fee, his total liabilities would exceed 1 million. Such is the tumultuous life of a businessman, where fortunes can swing dramatically. One moment there may be excess funds, and the next, one is left destitute following an investment. The potential for high returns hinges on the reliability of previous investments. Individuals like Lin Dong are determined to allocate every penny towards investment, hoping to leverage those funds for substantial gains, aspiring to become billionaires. 300,000 is simply excessive. Our highest monthly revenue barely reaches 100,000 yuan. After accounting for procurement costs, we are left with only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan monthly. Lin Dong's assertions were a facade. He had no concrete information about the income of clothing stores in the food street, relying solely on his years of experience for speculation. Did he genuinely believe that a clothing store in the food street could earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month? That was certainly implausible. Lin Dong harbored ambitions of amassing wealth through his clothing store, hoping to attract talents like Sun Meiyu and simultaneously reap substantial profits. Although Lin Dong's aspirations were fervent, the adage man proposes, but heaven disposes lingered in the air. The script was set, yet whether reality would unfold as envisioned remained uncertain. 300,000 had already become the company's baseline. The responsibilities accompanying the 4 franchises we managed were indeed not devoid of financial strain. Furthermore, after the franchise agreement, your store could perpetually bear the esteemed name of Daliya, making the 30,000 seem a reasonable investment. Manager, how about 20,000 instead? Lin Dong implored. You are aware that Jinjiang is not affluent. Demanding 30,000 would nearly consume our annual revenue as franchise fees. Moreover, we have 3 employees here, and one's annual salary exceeds 20,000, making it impossible for us to meet your 30,000 demand. His voice was laced with desperation. Those in high positions often relished the feeling of being sought after, as if such moments affirmed their elevated status. The manager, reveling in Lin Dong's animated explanations and his tone of resignation, felt a wave of vanity wash over him. Well, let us consider this. I am empathetic to the plight of the people. Jinjiang may be poor, so I shall waive 3,000. You can proceed with a franchise fee of 270,000. The manager feigned generosity, which, in truth, was quite substantial, as waiving 3,000 equated to allowing a grassroots employee to work for Lin Dong's store for an entire year without compensation. Yet, Lin Dong was not inclined to conclude negotiations so swiftly. 270,000. That is still too much. Would you consider 20,000 instead? That is all I currently possess. When one strategy fails, another must be devised. Realizing that pleas were futile, he decided to elicit sympathy. Manager, this 20,000 is the result of nearly 3 years of diligent saving. You cannot fathom that during these 3 years, I have appeared affluent while scarcely being able to afford a meal. Lin Dong's performance was in full swing. Though the call obscured facial expressions, his tone still conveyed deep emotion. The manager, however, began to grow impatient, retorting coldly, "What does your poverty have to do with me? 270,000. It cannot be reduced further. Either provide the funds, or seek another company for your franchise. Manager, let us discuss this further. You must understand that we in Xinjiang have little room for negotiation. There is nothing to discuss. Dalia has its clothing stores in Xinjiang. The profit from merchandise sold in a month alone amounts to 300,000. What did net profit signify? It represented the revenue remaining after all expenses had been deducted, entirely belonging to the merchant, earning 300,000 in merely 1 month. That averaged to 10,000 a day. This figure startled Lin Dong. He had anticipated a maximum of merely 100,000, yet the manager claimed 300,000. Despite knowing the manager's figures would likely be inflated, Lin Dong never imagined the discrepancy would be so vast. As for why Lin Dong would not suspect the manager of deceit, it is because the higher the numbers, the less credible they become. However, the general manager of Dalia boldly claims that the sum of 300,000 must certainly be based on some grounds. Well, fine. I shall refrain from further commentary and inquire with the gentlemen at Shinsilia whether they might welcome my involvement. Shinsilia is another apparel company, established later than Dalia and operating on a smaller scale. Even its name is a phonetic homage to Dalia. In Chapter 131, Re-entering the Western Point, Lin Dong's mention of Shinsilia is significant. Although Shinsilia originates from Dalia, the rivalry between the two companies is fierce, often embroiling them in disputes over trivial gains. In his past life, Lin Dong capitalized on this animosity, employing a strategy of watching from a distance, waiting for one side to devour the other before he launched a decisive strike, seizing control of the entire market of these two colossal fashion enterprises. Yet, this strategy from his previous life proves equally effective in the present. The instant Lin Dong mentions Shinsilia, the general manager, who was about to terminate the call, is compelled to engage once more. The two companies are covertly at odds. Thus, there is no suspicion that Lin Dong seeks to capitalize on their conflict. The manager merely finds it too coincidental that Lin Dong has chosen to affiliate with one of their bitter adversaries. Wait, in business, we may not reach an agreement, but let us maintain our civility. I advise you, no matter what you consider joining, do not align yourself with Shinsilia. Why not? Lin Dong feigns ignorance. The garments provided by Shinsilia are of inferior quality. They merely imitate us. Their claim of being derived from Dalia is an audacious attempt to leverage our reputation to enhance their own. How shameless. Listening to the manager's vehement denunciation of Shinsilia, Lin Dong feels a surge of elation. The fact that the manager is now criticizing Shinsilia signifies that he is indeed concerned about their activities, and quite passionately so. Then I shall join Dalia. In truth, I believe Dalia is infinitely superior to Shinsilia. However, the issue lies with the funds I possess. Once the manager has vented his frustrations, Lin Dong seizes the opportunity to deliver a few more blows against Shinsilia, all in an effort to curry favor with the manager. Upon hearing Lin Dong affirm Dalia's merits and denounce Shinsilia, the manager's demeanor shifts dramatically, becoming amiable as he states, "Monetary matters are not of paramount importance. How much do you currently have on hand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dong realizes that the prospect of joining Dalia is nearly assured, and he hastily concocts a figure. "I currently possess a total of 228,000. Perhaps this sum is too meager. Or perhaps the manager is deliberately creating a tense atmosphere, one that feels challenging even for him to navigate. In such an environment, should the manager agree to Lin Dong's affiliation, Lin Dong would feel even more grateful. Very well. The minimum franchise fee at the company is 250,000. I shall first cover the remaining 30,000 yuan for you. Once your clothing store is up and running, you can repay me. This way, we can also foster a friendship." The general manager spoke generously. Just moments ago, he was fixated on a minimum franchise fee of 270,000 yuan. Yet now he has graciously reduced it to 250,000. Lin Dong's bargaining tactics were always varied and clever. Thank you. I am truly grateful to you." Lin Dong feigned an expression of excitement. incessantly expressing his gratitude to the general manager. It's nothing really, after all. Our mission at Delia is to allow customers to experience the joy of service. In a way, you are also a customer to us. However, I must congratulate you now. Congratulations on joining our service industry. The general manager jested with Lin Dong, seemingly forgetting that just moments ago he had wanted to hang up the phone due to Lin Dong's lack of funds. Lin Dong was aware, yet chose not to expose the truth, exchanging pleasantries before arranging a meeting time. Of course, Lu Chuanhe would be the one to attend, as Lin Dong needed to oversee the entire Yanao enterprise. Finally hanging up the phone, Lin Dong felt a wave of disgust for his own hypocrisy. However, life is akin to a stage, and one must rely on their acting skills. Being entrenched in this world often leaves one with little choice. With the immediate task completed, he now awaited the evening gathering with the construction team at 8 o'clock to commence work on the study. As for Ouyang Qingsong, let Lu Chuanhe keep an eye on him. After all, Lin Dong held no significant ties to this elder, and he had done all he could. There was no need to linger by the old man's bedside. With time to spare, he decided to explore the commercial street. One clothing store could hardly satisfy Lin Dong's ambitions. He would need at least 2 or 3. Moreover, opening a restaurant on the commercial street could potentially yield substantial profits. Lin Dong was wholly unrestrained, establishing a clothing store on the food street and a restaurant on the commercial avenue. Such contrarian thinking had become second nature to him. Just as Lin Dong took his first step forward, his phone rang from his pocket. How peculiar, so many calls today. Perhaps my phone is becoming sentient, Lin Dong muttered, reluctantly answering the device. Lin Dong, hurry. Where are you? As expected, it was Li Changyong, likely eager to locate Lin Dong after just having his phone repaired. Brotherly, what is the matter? Is there something you need? Cut the small talk. Tell me your location. Never mind. Let us meet directly on the commercial street. Let us talk at the Western restaurant. Li Changyong spoke with an assertive tone, leaving no room for disagreement. However, heading to the commercial street suited Lin Dong perfectly, and he promptly agreed. All right, I'll be there shortly. Li Changyong grunted in affirmation and hung up. Observing Li Changyong's anxious demeanor, Lin Dong understood that he was still preoccupied with the matter of Wang Shuang that Lin Dong had mentioned earlier that morning, which had spurred his urgency to find Lin Dong. Wang Shuang was long gone. How could there still be such a looming threat? Lin Dong grumbled to himself as he boarded the bus, heading straight for the commercial street. In a familiar Western restaurant, with familiar waitstaff. Nearly everyone recognized Lin Dong and Li Changyong after the previous commotion. Recognition was one thing, but Lin Dong remained indifferent to the gazes of others. As for Li Changyong, he cared even less as long as food was in abundance. Waiter, waiter, Lin Dong called out a couple of times, yet no one dared to approach him. If it were other patrons, the staff would have eagerly shown them to their seats. With a resigned smile, Lin Dong scanned the surroundings, noticing that almost all the waitstaff were surreptitiously observing him. Whenever their eyes met Lin Dong's, they quickly averted their gaze. After a while, ignored by everyone, Lin Dong decided to head to the bar to place his order himself. Since Li Changyong had yet to arrive, he figured it was best to order ahead so they could enjoy their meal together once Li Changyong arrived. Waitstaff, why are you ignoring me? I've been sitting by the window for quite some time, Lin Dong remarked, noting the flustered demeanor of the waiter. Ah, yes, sir. Please, follow me, the waiter stammered, startled by Lin Dong's boldness. Those who had dared to provoke Lin Dong in the past had long since departed. Why do you all look at me with such trepidation? Lin Dong jested, attempting to engage the waiter in light banter. And no, not at all. The waiter quickly denied, though his eyes occasionally drifted back toward Lin Dong. Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled. It was somewhat embarrassing to be so conspicuously remembered after just a few visits. Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance that so many recognized him. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth as he pondered this. Little did he know that those watching him were merely checking for the 5 distinct purple marks on his face, indelible reminders of a past altercation with Wang Ziqing. 2 portions of Wellington steak, a cappuccino, and a bottle of brandy. Please, Lin Dong ordered, and the waiter, seemingly relieved, hastily departed. Before long, the warm steaks were served. Evidently, the staff at the Western restaurant did not dare to neglect Lin Dong. Lin Dong, my brother. At last, I found you, Li Changyong exclaimed, arriving in a flurry just as Lin Dong was about to take his first bite of steak. Lin Dong, how can you be so leisurely enjoying your steak? What is the matter? Has something happened that I can't even enjoy my meal? Lin Dong replied half-jokingly. Li Changyong, drenched in sweat and pale-faced, rushed to Lin Dong's side, wiping his brow as he admonished, You truly are blissfully unaware. I'm here to discuss Wang Shuang with you. Gasping for breath, Li Changyong reprimanded Lin Dong while trying to catch his breath. Brotherly, before you berate me, Have a sip of brandy to soothe your throat. Look, I've ordered some for you, Lin Dong said, extending the bottle of brandy toward Li Changyong. To Lin Dong's surprise, the usually food-obsessed Li Changyong unexpectedly pushed the bottle away. Lin Dong, I am addressing a serious matter, yet you seem distracted. Li Changyong took a couple of hearty swigs. Now, that feels more appropriate. Lin Dong, I must tell you, Wang Shuang passed away over a decade ago. Li Changyong's expression turned grave, his countenance even taking on a pallid hue. Lin Dong, perplexed, inquired, what happened afterward? A deceased individual should not be particularly frightening, right? Could it be that he has other accomplices? While there are no accomplices, ever since this person's demise, bizarre occurrences have incessantly plagued the food street. As Li Changyong spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. What sort of bizarre events? Lin Dong asked. It is said that those who remained in the restaurants at night have heard a woman singing. Moreover, her voice was laced with sorrow, intermittently punctuated by sobs. As Li Changyong recounted this, his eyes brimmed with palpable dread for the food street. If such events transpire, how is it that the food street is still bustling during the day? Haunted places should be desolate, should they not? Lin Dong recalled the throngs at the entrance during daylight and questioned. Because the yang energy is strong during the day, have you ever witnessed a haunting in broad daylight? Li Changyong replied without hesitation. Furthermore, all matters pertaining to the food street are kept under wraps, as there is a fear that divulging them would incite panic. Upon finishing, Li Changyong suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, all the staff kept their distance from these two menacing figures. Thus they remained oblivious to the conversation between Lin Dong and Li Changyong. Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully. Matters of the supernatural are often best believed rather than dismissed. However, this holds true only in scenarios devoid of personal stakes. But now, with the haunting at Lin Dong's food street, he surely would not entertain such notions. Lin Dong's thoughts implied that others would likely share his skepticism. When several non-believers gather, they might very well embark on an inquiry into the eerie melodies emanating from the food street. In that case, has anyone investigated this matter? Moreover, has anyone been harmed? Lin Dong inquired further. Ghost stories typically unfold in such a manner. A few brave souls venture forth to investigate, only to meet their demise. And even those who survive are rendered mad, entirely erasing the memory of their own reckless endeavors. Of course, this is predicated on folklore. But what if this tale were of a more suspenseful nature? The last survivor often turns out to be the perpetrator. How do you know that someone has already investigated? Indeed, a total of 6 or 7 individuals sought to uncover the truth of this matter. Li Changyong initially displayed astonishment, only to realize that it was Lin Dong speaking, which somewhat eased his mind. After all, in Li Changyong's perception, Lin Dong possessed an intellect beyond his comprehension, and he knew nothing of Lin Dong's true origins. He was thus compelled to believe that Lin Dong was, in fact, a disciple of the esteemed Zhang from the capital. Brother Lin, do you already possess knowledge about the happenings at the food street? Li Changyong felt as though Lin Dong was privy to more information than himself. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head. Please, Li Gu, continue. I genuinely lack knowledge of the history of the food street. My earlier remarks were merely conjecture. Li Changyong eyed Lin Dong with skepticism, yet since Lin Dong had stated as much, the 7 individuals became inebriated, and as the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. Those who typically dismissed the existence of ghosts, under the influence of drink, grew audacious and ventured into the food street, parading along the bustling thoroughfare. As Li Changyong spoke, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Even in the daylight, the Western restaurant bore an eerie atmosphere. However, after merely one night on the food street, only one among them survived. The remaining 6 met with grim fates, each suffering from their limbs being shattered by an unidentified blunt instrument, resulting in catastrophic fractures. Their arms and legs lay mangled upon the oil cypress road, reduced to mere heaps of flesh. As Li Changyong recounted this, Lin Dong's mind conjured the horrifying imagery. Truthfully, even the thought of it was quite terrifying. Yet, Lin Dong was not present to indulge in ghost tales. He was there to seek clues. For the peculiar incidents at the food street might pose a threat to his clothing store. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Dong engaged earnestly with the past events of the food street. Otherwise, he would have shown little interest in Li Changyong's irrelevant discussions. Chapter 133. Confronting the quack. Li Changyong's words jolted Lin Dong to attention. Limbs shattered. Catastrophic fractures? This fate bore an alarming resemblance to the condition of Ouyang Qingsong as described by the doctors. Instinctively, Lin Dong sensed a profound connection between Ouyang Qingsong and this matter. Lin Dong, heed my advice. Abandon that shop on the food street. Let go while you still can. Li Qingyun expressed his concerns with an anxious countenance, evidently speaking from genuine care for Lin Dong. Well, I'll consider it. If it truly is haunted, I will heed your words, Lin Dong replied after a moment's contemplation, his tone dismissive. The reason for this dismissal was that Lin Dong had no intention of withdrawing from the food street. Whether or not it was haunted was of little concern to him. With a chuckle, Lin Dong deftly shifted the topic to something lighter, as other subjects were bound to be less oppressive than discussing death at the dining table. Nevertheless, even in the midst of other conversations, Li Qingyun appeared burdened by heavy thoughts. Lin Dong discerned that perhaps Li Qingyun was genuinely fearful of the haunting incident. Remarkably, despite his usual appetite for 4 or 5 steaks, today he miraculously declared himself full after just one. After finishing lunch with Li Qingyun, Lin Dong parted ways with the corpulent man. Although Lin Dong dismissed Li Qingyun's concerns, a nagging feeling lingered in his subconscious that the evening's meeting with the construction crew might be perilous. Despite a desire to visit Huang Qingyun, Lin Dong, adhering to humanitarian principles, decided to return to the hospital to check on Ouyang Qingsong. Ouyang Qingsong had now escaped the clutches of death. Although these doctors were notoriously mercenary, they possessed skill. Congratulations. Thanks to Mr. Lu's timely arrival with Mr. Ouyang, had it been another 30 minutes, we might have lost him. The doctor beamed with a sycophantic smile. Lin Dong, observing the doctor's obsequious demeanor, discerned without a doubt that these physicians were hoping for a monetary gift. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Lin Dong. Not only would he not offer a red envelope, but even a mere banner of gratitude was beyond consideration. Doctor, I am truly grateful to you. Without your presence, I would be at a loss as to what to do. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Lin Dong grasped the doctor's hand, expressing his thanks earnestly. Ha, my surname is Sun, full name Sun Hanting. Dr. Sun replied with a smile. Observing Dr. Sun's rather nauseating grin, Lin Dong remarked coolly, indeed, Dr. Sun is a master of rejuvenation, truly exceptional in his medical skills. I have great admiration. It is a pity that there are so many mediocre practitioners nowadays, those who only seek wealth and neglect their duty to heal. If only all physicians were like you. As he spoke, Lin Dong bowed deeply, making no mention of red envelopes or banners of appreciation. No need for thanks, Dr. Sun replied awkwardly with a chuckle. Regarding the avaricious individuals Lin Dong referred to, the doctor thought little of it, assuming Lin Dong was merely praising him. Witnessing Dr. Sun's inclination to interpret words in a positive light, Lin Dong couldn't help but smirk. He was not genuinely praising this unscrupulous physician. Rather, he was using a metaphor to castigate him. Yet Dr. Sun took it as a compliment. Dr. Sun, your medical ethics are indeed commendable. In the past, when Xiao Mingda praised Sun Quan, he remarked, one should bear children like Sun Zhongmo. As for me, my current sentiment is that one should bear children like Sun Hanting. Mentioning the Sun family, Lin Dong recalled the formidable Sun Quan, who was able to stand alongside heroes like Cao Cao and Liu Bei. Thus, he decided to employ the principle of proximity, using Cao Cao's praise of Sun Quan to subtly deride Sun Hanting. Dr. Sun, rather dim-witted, only recognized that Lin Dong was employing a renowned historical phrase and comparing himself to the illustrious Sun Quan, which left him elated. Completely oblivious to the underlying implications of Lin Dong's words, Dr. Sun's face flushed with pride, as his idol was indeed Sun Quan. Modestly, Sun Hanting waved his hands repeatedly, hastily deflecting, I cannot accept such praise. How can I compare to Sun Zhongmo, a figure of such stature? I am but a humble physician. Lin Dong chuckled derisively. Dr. Sun, you are exceedingly modest. You indeed resemble Sun Quan, but there is no need to emulate him in every regard. Your spirit and vitality are akin to Sun Zhongmo leading 100,000 troops to victory at Hefei, striking a formidable presence in the command tent, unmatched and invincible. With that, Lin Dong turned and ran. As for the historical fact that Sun Quan's army was ultimately defeated at Hefei by Zhang Liao with a mere 800 men, nearly capturing Sun Quan himself, Lin Dong had truly gone to great lengths to insult, not only attacking Sun Hanting, but also reminding him of his idol's dark past. However, Sun Hanting was exceedingly naive, incapable of discerning the layered meanings behind Lin Dong's words. His thoughts were entirely captivated by Lin Dong's vivid description of Sun Quan's poised demeanor in the military camp. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure, this Dr. Sun remained lost in the atmosphere conjured by Lin Dong's speech. Sun Hanting stroked his sparse facial hair, adopting a stance reminiscent of a commander in a tent, occasionally gesturing dramatically, eliciting laughter from those who observed his antics. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sun Hanting gradually realized that matters were not as he had envisioned. Reflecting on Lin Dong's words that one should aspire to be like Sun Hanting, he felt as though Lin Dong was chastising him. Was Lin Dong insinuating that he wished for a son like Sun Hanting? Sun Hanting pondered. No, no, no. Lin Dong had also praised me for resembling Sun Quan. How could that possibly be an insult? Wait, what battle did he say I resembled Sun Quan in? Huffei was it? The more Sun Hanting considered it, the more disconcerted he became until he seized upon Huffei as a breakthrough. This is all a veiled insult directed at me. In a fit of exasperation, Sun Hanting sought to confront Lin Dong, but alas, there was no trace of him to be found. You little rascal. I swear, next time I see you. Sun Hanting bellowed in frustration. At that very moment, Lin Dong had already inquired with the nurse at the hospital reception about Ouyang Qingsong's ward. Typically, patients who had just undergone emergency treatment required a period of observation, especially given Ouyang Qingsong's severe injuries. The intensive care unit was not a place where just anyone could wander in. Lu Chuanhe was acting as the temporary guardian for Ouyang Qingsong, while Lin Dong had unwittingly taken on the role of a godson, visiting the esteemed elder in that capacity. As the saying goes, Zhou Lang's brilliant strategy secures the realm. Yet he loses both his wife and soldiers. Lin Dong's visit was indeed a costly endeavor. Chapter 134. Psychological trauma. Lin Dong found himself utterly disheartened by the hospital's reception staff. They permitted only temporary guardians or family members to visit, and furthermore, only one temporary guardian was allowed at a time. Good heavens, Lu Chuanhe had acted decisively. Was it possible that having paid 30,000 yuan in medical fees for Ouyang Qingsong, he also had to accept the role of a godson? Now both Lin Zhoulang and Sun Shiwang had emerged from this predicament. In a huff, Lin Dong pushed open the door to the ward, revealing an elderly man with a pale complexion lying on a pristine white bed. The old man's hands and feet were encased in plaster, indicating that the treatment had been administered not long ago. Meanwhile, in the accompanying guardian's seat, Lu Chuanhe sat there, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. How is Elder Ouyang? Lin Dong inquired as he entered. Lin Dong, Lu Chuanhe exclaimed, startled by Lin Dong's sudden entrance, as his mind had clearly been wandering. It was evident that not only Ouyang Qingsong, but also Lu Chuanhe needed Lin Dong's reassurance. After conversing briefly with Lu Chuanhe about corporate matters to distract him, Lin Dong waited until Lu Chuanhe's demeanor improved before introducing him to age-old discussions about the non-existence of ghosts and deities. As a time traveler, Lin Dong had indeed experienced a period where science dismantled superstition. In response to Lu Chuanhe's various superstitious inquiries, Lin Dong provided scientific explanations. The phenomenon of being frightened into a stupor was merely a symptom resulting from excessive stimulation, leading to an array of physiological responses such as elevated blood pressure and hormonal levels, along with an accelerated heartbeat. After a thorough discussion, Lu Chuanhe's countenance had improved considerably. Nevertheless, despite his scientific assertions, Lin Dong himself harbored a degree of reverence for the supernatural. The reverence that one harbors often resides in the realm of accumulating virtue for oneself and acknowledging the presence of divine beings overhead. Lin Dong is a rational individual and would never succumb to the whims of superstition or become restless due to ghostly matters. How is Mr. Ouyang Qingsong's health faring? After Lu Chuanhe's recovery, Lin Dong inquired once more. There are no significant concerns now. However, Mr. Ouyang has suffered from compound fractures in both hands and feet. If there is no improvement in 3 months, amputation will be necessary, Li Changyong replied with downcast eyes. Amputation, Lin Dong murmured. Even a decisive person like Lin Dong could not help but fall silent. What thoughts might an elderly man nearing 70 have upon learning of his impending amputation? Moreover, how could such a harsh reality be conveyed to him? Would Lin Dong have the heart to deliver such dreadful news to Ouyang Qingsong? He simply could not bring himself to do it. Perhaps this task should be entrusted to Lu Chuanhe, Lin Dong pondered, suddenly recalling Lu Chuanhe's timid demeanor in front of the emergency room that morning. That expression must have stemmed from witnessing something unusual in the 5-flavor study, frightening him profoundly. Lu Chuanhe, what transpired early this morning in Ouyang Qingsong's study? What could possibly have scared you so? Lin Dong turned to Lu Chuanhe and asked. It was nothing, Lu Chuanhe stammered, unwilling to revisit that moment, shaking his head vigorously. There must be something. Without a second thought, Lin Dong knew Lu Chuanhe was concealing something. How many untold tales dwell in the food street? For a moment, Lin Dong was at a loss. At the very least, Lu Chuanhe's calm demeanor when Ouyang Qingsong mentioned Wang Shuang indicated that he was entirely unaware of the ghostly incident that Li Changyong had secretly shared with Lin Dong. Otherwise, Lu Chuanhe's reaction would undoubtedly have mirrored Li Changyong's, startled into silence. Yet, Lu Chuanhe remained composed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Dong as they left, which substantiated the authenticity of Li Changyong's words. Indeed, the confidentiality surrounding the food street had been meticulously upheld. Very well, since you were so insistent, I shall refrain from pressing further. Seeing Lu Chuanhe's anxious demeanor, Lin Dong felt a pang of compassion. It is always the most cruel to pry open wounds. Since Lu Chuanhe wished to avoid discussing the morning's events, Lin Dong decided not to inquire further. After all, such a significant incident would inevitably lead the police to take statements. If necessary, a trip to the police station would suffice. Just as Lin Dong prepared to head to the station, his gaze fell upon the weary Ouyang Qingsong lying in bed. Lin Dong asked, Lu Chuanhe, how do you feel about your current condition? Do you still require rest? Perhaps you should take a short leave of 2 or 3 days. Lin Dong's thoughts were entirely occupied by the severely injured patient, nearly forgetting that Lu Chuanhe, whose spirit had also been deeply wounded, needed time to recuperate. Upon hearing Lin Dong's concern, Lu Chuanhe felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. However, considering his salary, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. I am fine. I can continue. Lin Dong could easily see through Lu Chuanhe's thoughts and quickly added, paid leave. Suddenly, Lu Chuanhe, who had just been mustering the strength to head to the Wei Mian processing factory, sat back down. Thank you for your kindness, boss. I suppose I shall take a moment to relax. In truth, he was feeling quite perturbed and could not conjure any useful ideas for the enterprise. Lin Dong, observing Lu Chuanhe's abrupt change of heart, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Very well, then I shall entrust you with the task of watching over Ouyang Qingsong. By the way, please relay the doctor's comments regarding amputation to him as well. Wait. I, Lu Chuanhe, am truly at a loss, suffering in silence. This awkward task had been left to him. Regardless of Lu Chuanhe's discomfort, Lin Dong had initially intended to extract information regarding the food street from the hospital. Yet Lu Chuanhe was unwilling to discuss it. Thus far, Lin Dong could only confirm 2 matters. First, that the food street had a bloody history riddled with heinous crimes, terrifying enough to rival ghost stories. Second, that Ouyang Qingsong's limbs had suffered complex fractures, which, as Li Changyong had noted, bore striking similarities to the Wang Shuang incident from over a decade ago. Lin Dong could certainly choose to ignore these unsettling matters, as the past of the food street had little bearing on him. However, he sensed that there were unseen forces orchestrating events from behind the scenes, manipulating the Wang Shuang incident. If he did not uncover the truth, he would be akin to a pawn in the hands of these shadowy figures, subject to their whims. Lin Dong's next destination was the Public Security Bureau of Jinjing City, for every incident leaves a trace, and the Bureau is the repository of such records. Chapter 135, True Feelings. Why, if it isn't Brother Lin Dong, what brings you back to the precinct? The front desk officer teased as Lin Dong strode confidently into the police station. I thought it was too much trouble to always ask you for transport. I'll manage on my own from now on. Lin Dong, recognizing the officer's playful tone, reciprocated with light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a police officer emerged from the corridor, having overheard Lin Dong's jovial exchange with the front desk officer. Hey, what are you two doing? Chatting during work hours? Lin Dong, did you provoke MS? Huang again. Recognizing Lin Dong, the officer's tone shifted immediately to one of playful admonition. This exclamation startled those who usually shared a camaraderie with Lin Dong. It was unclear whether he was simply too amiable or something else entirely. The officers greeted him as if he were a long-lost brother, rushing forward with laughter and banter. Wow, Lin Dong, you seem to have gained some self-awareness. You've come without Ms. Huang needing to call the police. Indeed, Lin Dong. I've noticed you're gradually turning into quite the warm-hearted gentleman. You'd better take good care of your wife. The normally stern and quiet precinct was instantly enlivened by Lin Dong's presence, creating a vibrant atmosphere that even drew out Officer Chen from the interrogation room. What on earth are you all doing? Making a ruckus during working hours? What will the citizens of Jinjing City think? Get back to your posts. Officer Chen bellowed, furiously dispersing the officers who were jesting around Lin Dong, then fixed a sinister gaze upon him. Lin Dong swallowed hard, unease washing over him under the weight of Chen's malevolent stare. Observing this, the young female officer at the front desk blushed and immersed herself in the bulky computer before her. Hey, Lin Dong, Officer Chen taunted. Didn't I warn you yesterday about the consequences of returning to the police station? He advanced menacingly toward Lin Dong, instinctively licking his cracked upper lip, his eyes ablaze with fury. Officer, I'm not here because I committed a crime, Lin Dong stammered, startled by Chen's predatory demeanor. Enough chatter. Move. To the interrogation room. Chen snapped. I told you last time, if you showed up again, I'd delock you up for half a month. Do you think I have a memory disorder? Without allowing Lin Dong to retort, Chun seized his wrist with one hand while swiftly producing handcuffs from his pocket with the other, the sharp clicks echoing as they secured both their wrists together. Come, we need to take your statement. Chun tugged on the handcuffs, dragging Lin Dong toward the interrogation room. Wait, I'm actually here to see Director Liu. Lin Dong protested. You think I'll believe your excuses? Even if Miss Huang Qingyun herself came to plead for you today, it wouldn't matter. Chun growled, clearly intent on detaining Lin Dong for no less than 10 days or more. Just as Lin Dong was a mere step away from the interrogation room, a savior emerged from the office, desperate for fresh air. Ahem. Officer Chun, Lin Dong isn't making excuses. He truly has something to discuss with me. Director Liu? What brings you here? Though unaware of the specifics of Lin Dong's predicament, Director Liu, having overheard Lin Dong's words, intervened, recognizing the significance of Lin Dong's mysterious identity. My young friend mentioned he needed to speak with me, so of course, I had to come out to greet him. Officer Chun, kindly remove the handcuffs from Lin Dong. Liu fabricated a reason with utmost seriousness. Ultimately, it was Director Liu's authority that prevailed. Although Lin Dong could have spent an entire day explaining, Chun would remain skeptical. Yet, with a single fabricated statement from Liu, Chun promptly released him. Lin Dong flexed his wrist, previously confined by the silver cuffs, and remarked with a wry smile, Director Liu, you truly are remarkable. No matter how passionately I plead as a suspect, no one believes me. Yet, when you speak, no one dares to question you. His words carried a hint of insolence, as Lin Dong directed a sarcastic jab at Liu. Aware that Liu was wary of his identity, he resolved not to appear submissive, determined to maintain an air of confidence. Ha ha ha, my friend Lin Dong speaks truthfully. Our police station must indeed reform next time. As long as Lin Dong stands firm, it is others who shall falter. Indeed, Liu Yuan, with an expression of regret, hastened to apologize to Lin Dong. However, Officer Chun has always been strict and impartial in his dealings. I kindly request that you, young brother Lin Dong, display magnanimity and not dwell on the minor grievances. In Jinjiang City, individuals bold enough to confront the police chief are exceedingly rare, and Lin Dong's audacity to speak to him in such a manner prompted Liu Yuan to speculate about the true identity Lin Dong was concealing. Preposterous. What your superiors say is an order, but your words I shall duly record. Lin Dong retorted sharply. Do not speak to me with your insidious tone. Meanwhile, Officer Chin's focus diverged from the power plays at hand. Upon hearing Liu Yuan suggest that Lin Dong should be forgiving, he became distinctly displeased. It is the role of public relations personnel to consider Lin Dong's identity in the execution of their duties. Officer Chin's responsibility lay in interrogating suspects. Oh, I wonder who it is that feels compelled to arrest me upon meeting. Are you not abusing your authority? Is there no discernment in your actions? An inexplicable air of authority emanated from Lin Dong as he posed these questions. For a fleeting moment, Liu Yuan felt as though he was not confronting Lin Dong, but rather a formidable being capable of dictating the fates of others with mere words. In an instant, beads of cold sweat trickled down Liu Yuan's back. Reacting swiftly, Liu Yuan urged Lin Dong, do not be angry. This is a matter concerning Officer Chin. I shall speak to him later. Speak to me? Lin Dong countered. If not for my prior offenses, would I be in this predicament? How many times has it been? If he had any sense, he wouldn't find himself at the police station so frequently. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's defense of Lin Dong, Officer Chin turned his ire towards both of them. Despite Lin Dong's face clouded with shadows, he secretly admired Officer Chun for his boldness. Few dared to chastise their superiors, let alone reprimand the chief. In a world where many are driven solely by self-interest, it was refreshing to encounter an officer who spoke candidly. Seeing that his words had fallen on deaf ears, Liu Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. He glanced at Lin Dong and then at Officer Chun, realizing that even a tiger's silence could be mistaken for weakness. Suddenly, Lin Dong bellowed, silence. Do you think this is just any place? This is the police station. Chapter 136. Authority. Although Liu Yuan held the position of police chief, he was known for his amicable demeanor and meticulous management. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate this rare figure of authority, for he was a graduate of a prestigious police academy, with a passionate spirit coursing through his veins. His deep, resonant roar startled both Lin Dong and Officer Chun. Such a display from Liu Yuan was a rarity. Even Officer Chun, who had spent over a decade by Liu Yuan's side, was momentarily taken aback, let alone Lin Dong. Seeing that both Lin Dong and Officer Chun were startled by his sudden display, Liu Yuan snorted derisively and stated with fairness, today, we shall discuss the matter at hand without revisiting the past. Officer Chun, all issues stem from your rash decision to bring Lin Dong here. resulting in this oversight. Return and compose a self-reflection of 5,000 words. Officer Qin intended to provide further explanation, but Lu Yuan interrupted him. The tone this time had softened considerably. As he donned his usual amiable demeanor and spoke earnestly, Officer Chun, I understand that your intentions are noble. You wish to prevent Mr. Lin Dong from straying down a path of no return, correct? Indeed, when one is impulsive, it is all too easy for the mind to become clouded. If we do not address the need for rectification of thoughts, one may easily veer towards extremities. Lu Yuan continued, suddenly adopting a serious tone. However, even though your intentions may be commendable, it remains an undeniable fact that you have caused unnecessary turmoil in Mr. Lin Dong's life. As the saying goes, the law is merciless. I am imposing a penalty upon you today. Do you have any objections? Lu Yuan's rhetoric essentially comprised a tactic of delivering a blow before offering a sweet treat, prompting both Lin Dong and Officer Chun to nod in agreement. What a masterful display of diplomacy. From Lu Yuan's reprimand of Officer Chun, Lin Dong could easily envision the aftermath once Officer Chun submitted his self-reflection. Lu Yuan would undoubtedly feign concern for Officer Chun while bringing up Lin Dong's past indiscretions to appease him. Truly, those who ascend to such positions in Jinjiang City possess a certain astuteness. Lin Dong scoffed inwardly. Officer Chun obediently nodded, saluted Lu Yuan and Lin Dong, and admitted, It is indeed my fault. I accept it. I shall complete my self-reflection by tomorrow. Such a display of courage and accountability. In contrast to the more scheming characters like Lu Yuan, Li Changyong, and Lu Chuanhe, Lin Dong genuinely appreciated the authenticity of Officer Chun and Cheng Xiang. With admiration, Lin Dong seized Officer Chun, who was about to depart, and turned to Lu Yuan, saying, Let us forego this self-reflection. I too bear some responsibility for today's events. And I hope Director Lu will consider our shared accountability and waive the penalty for Officer Chun. Lin Dong would not grant Lu Yuan an opportunity to subtly malign his character. Moreover, out of genuine respect for talent, he wished to spare Officer Chun from punishment. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was advocating for him, Officer Chun was taken aback, thinking to himself, So Lin Dong isn't intentionally at odds with me. This revelation sparked a flicker of goodwill towards Lin Dong. In that case, Officer Chun, let us dispense with your self-reflection. Lu Yuan conceded, recognizing that opposing Lin Dong on this matter was unnecessary. The aim of Lu Yuan's interactions with Lin Dong was now to align more with him and create fewer conflicts. After all, for those in the upper echelons of Jinjiang City, affording the other party due respect is tantamount to preserving one's own dignity. If matters escalated to the point of mutual animosity, it would only provide hidden enemies with ammunition. As for these hidden adversaries, they could be former bullies or envious mediocrities. Anyone who reaches the heights of the Jinjiang City leadership must harbor a degree of wariness, as one's ascent inevitably signifies another's decline. And enemies are bound to emerge. This is a common affliction among those who wield power. It was precisely these considerations that led Lin Dong to abandon his political aspirations in favor of commerce, reasoning that, in business, one would have far fewer adversaries. No, I shall not be absolved. I will write it now. Officer Chin's stubbornness resurfaced as he strode toward the interrogation room. Lin Dong and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, realizing that Officer Chun had left little room for leniency for the two of them. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Dong, I have yet to inquire about the purpose of your visit. Lu Yuan cleared his throat and began to address the matter at hand. He had encountered Lin Dong while taking a stroll, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Lin Dong's sudden ailment that necessitated a visit to the hospital. Director Lu, I intend to investigate past case files. Lin Dong stated plainly. It was no longer tenable to maintain secrecy regarding the issues surrounding the food street, especially since Lin Dong might require law enforcement's assistance in a more direct manner. Case files. Those are classified information within the police department. Do you think we would allow someone who does not belong to the public security sector to access them? Lu Yuan chuckled as he spoke, bemused by Lin Dong's earnestness in discussing something utterly implausible. However, his curiosity was piqued. Those files are confidential. Moreover, what do you intend to do with them? Lu Yuan inquired. I've recently opened a small shop on the food street. Are you aware of the Ouyang Qingsong incident that occurred this morning? Lin Dong replied. This morning, Ouyang Qingsong was transported by ambulance due to multiple fractures, but the peculiar nature of the injuries had alarmed the police department. How could we not know? It was Chief Zhao Wuli himself who took the statement this morning. Lu Yuan responded, specifically mentioning Zhao Wuli, whether intentionally or not. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong couldn't help but ponder why Zhao Wuli was so keen on being present at the scene, when a chief could simply oversee operations from behind the scenes. Then I would like to examine the statement, Lin Dong said, his interest piqued, as the incident had transpired in his establishment. The contents of the statement are currently sealed. To put it bluntly, you have no right to access them, Lu Yuan reminded him. But the incident occurred in my shop. Lin Dong protested. That does not grant you permission. Although I hold you in some esteem, I maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters. It is imperative for someone in a high position to embody the principle of integrity, Lu Yuan asserted. Realizing that leveraging their relationship would not yield any leniency, Lin Dong considered alternative approaches. While somewhat embarrassing, he decided to reveal his connection. It's all right. I am actually Ouyang Qingsong's godson. Chapter 137. Identity Invalidated. What? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Dong's declaration. What is this situation? Did you recently recognize him as your godfather? Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, his words struck a chord with Lin Dong's sensitive heart. Well, I suppose you could say that, Lin Dong replied, rubbing his forehead, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He had not only covered Ouyang Qingsong's surgical expenses, but had also taken on the role of a godson. However, Lu Yuan interjected, even if you are Ouyang Qingsong's godson, that does not entitle you to view the statement. The Constitution clearly stipulates that only lawyers and the victim's authorized representatives have the right to access such information. Lawyers? This concept was largely foreign to Lin Dong, and he was uncertain whether Ouyang Qingsong had even regained consciousness from his coma. Even upon awakening, Ouyang Qingsong would require some time to recuperate. By the time his spirits were fully restored, it could very well be 10 days or even half a month later. In such circumstances, others might choose to retreat in the face of difficulty, but unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Lin Dong, a man well-versed in constitutional law. I recall that relatives can apply to the police department to review relevant records, provided they have the consent of the individuals involved. Lin Dong fixed a contemplative gaze on Lu Yuan and said lightly, what do you think? Do you consent? Well, it seems I have encountered a true expert. Lu Yuan's concealment of the relative's application records was, in fact, a subtle test of Lin Dong's knowledge of the Constitution. After all, a person of high standing would undoubtedly have a comprehensive understanding of the laws of Huaxia. Do speak up. With just one word from you, I could access the records immediately. Lin Dong took a step closer, his penetrating gaze locking onto Lu Yuan's eyes as he repeated, so, do you agree to my review of the records? Now that you've put it this way, how could I possibly refuse? I consent. Lu Yuan chuckled helplessly. Although the outcome was as he had predicted, it seemed to have provoked Lin Dong. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Dong's mouth as he turned to leave. In the past, Lin Dong would at least express his gratitude to Lu Yuan, but now he departed in silence, clearly incensed. From Lin Dong's actions, Lu Yuan discerned some underlying meaning. But what had caused Lin Dong to show such displeasure? Lin Dong, don't rush off just yet. Lu Yuan called out as Lin Dong made his way towards the police station's interior. Oh, is there something else? Lin Dong replied, a hint of anticipation in his expression, as if he had anticipated this moment. I am genuinely curious about the background of the case you intend to investigate, Lu Yuan inquired. The events of over a decade ago are not for you to question. Discussing them further could be detrimental to you, Lin Dong replied, employing a strategy of feigned reticence. The more Lin Dong spoke in this manner, the more intrigued Lu Yuan became. He understood that Lin Dong's identity was far more complex than what was indicated in the police records, but to what extent? Lu Yuan was still unaware and thus found himself drawn to the case that concerned Lin Dong. Both Lin Dong and Lu Yuan were engrossed in the thrill of deducing each other's thoughts. But Lu Yuan's deductions were merely those that Lin Dong had intentionally left for him to uncover. I engage in this perilous line of work. Could there be any threat more formidable than the threat to my life? Lu Yuan feigned a fearless demeanor, deliberately stepping into the trap Lin Dong had set with his ambiguous remarks. Excellent. Truly befitting of the chief of the Tianjiang City Police Department. Your courage is commendable, Lin Dong praised, offering a slight bow to Lu Yuan. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face, yet this smile quickly faded as it lacked a guardian. Observing Lu Yuan's fleeting smile, Lin Dong continued, I intend to investigate the Wang Shuang incident at Tianjiang City's food street. In an instant, Lu Yuan's complexion drained of color, his astonishment rendering him speechless. What? Lin Dong, have you lost your mind? This reaction mirrored that of Li Changyong, suggesting that he too was privy to the intricacies of the Wang Shuang incident. Lin Dong mused. The Wang Shuang incident and the case of Ouyang Qingsong share certain similarities. I suspect they are the handiwork of the same individual. Lin Dong articulated to Lu Yuan, each word deliberate. The same person as doing? Lin Dong. That is beyond the realm of humanity. This is utterly impossible for a human to have committed. Yes, It is undoubtedly the work of malevolent spirits. Lu Yuan's voice quivered, filled with trepidation. This reaction took Lin Dong by surprise. How could a distinguished police chief be afraid of a case? Lin Dong shook his head resolutely, asserting, "Rest assured, there are no ghosts in this world. Yet, some individuals exploit the guise of ghosts to perpetrate their misdeeds. No, I absolutely cannot hand over this case file to you." Lu Yuan vehemently shook his head. "I am the adopted son of Ouyang Qingsong, and I must investigate my adoptive father's plight." Lin Dong attempted to invoke his identity, which he had purchased for 30,000 yuan, to bolster his argument. However, he had barely begun to speak. "No, this matter is off the table." Lu Yuan's head shook as if it were a rattle. How could Lu Yuan, frightened to his core, possibly acquiesce to Lin Dong? Lin Dong had underestimated the fear of the unknown that gripped people in 1998. To Lu Yuan, the threat of vengeful spirits was far more severe than incurring Lin Dong's displeasure. Consequently, he rejected Lin Dong without a moment's hesitation. "Let us reconsider this, Lin Dong." Lu Yuan bellowed, his expression grave. "You should refrain from investigating this matter. Let it rest." With that, Lu Yuan retreated into his office without a backward glance. No matter how Lin Dong called out from behind, Lu Yuan would not respond, nor would he turn around. With such law enforcement, how could one expect the people of Jingjing City to be free from superstition? Lin Dong muttered to himself, resignedly making his way to the archives. Since he could not access the Wang Shuang case file from over a decade ago, he would have to examine the records taken this morning by Lu Chuanhe and Zhao Wuli. Such records are typically stored in the police department's archive. Lin Dong knocked on the door, but it seemed unoccupied. He pushed it open, and bright light flooded every corner of the room. The archive was as spacious as a hall, with 2-meter-high bookshelves standing in organized rows, filled with stacks of case files. Some files had even begun to yellow with age. The entire archive was deserted. Although Lin Dong had ample justification to openly retrieve the records, the clandestine nature of the situation seemed more fitting. Upon noticing this, Lin Dong's thoughts turned devious. Perhaps if he discreetly perused some case files, he could achieve his objective without alerting the rest of the precinct. Chapter 138. A bite back. Lin Dong stealthily entered the archive. If all went as expected, the old case files from over a decade ago would be stored in the deepest recesses. However, whether a case as peculiar as Wang Shuang's had been preserved or destroyed was left to fate. 1998, 1997, 1996, Lin Dong quietly recited in his mind. Amidst the sea of bookshelves and documents, Lin Dong navigated his way through. Fortunately, each shelf was labeled by year. Otherwise, locating a case from many years prior would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, although the current situation is not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, it can certainly be likened to fishing for a needle in a vast pond. Lin Dong was only aware that the Wang Shuang case occurred over a decade ago, but the exact number of years remained elusive, requiring diligent investigation. The year was 1988. A spark of joy ignited within Lin Dong as he ventured deeper into the room, where the air grew thick with the unique scent of dust accumulated over time. The dust on the case files could not have risen without cause. Could it be that someone was still present in the archive? A sudden, loud sneeze escaped Lin Dong, catching him off guard. Allergic to dust, he silently cursed his misfortune. Almost simultaneously with his sneeze, a faint sound emanated from the furthest recesses of the archive. Near the bookshelves, someone was indeed here. A jolt of realization struck Lin Dong. Making such a commotion could not go unnoticed. With that thought, he decided to confront the intruder. "Who is there? Step out," he called towards the source of the noise. The last row of bookshelves rustled for a moment before a familiar voice broke the tension. "Ahem. I'm just here to clean." A muscular man with sharp brows and fierce eyes emerged from behind the shelf. Zhao Wuli. After all the commotion, it turned out that the dust was stirred up by Zhao Wuli himself. He seemed to be yet another clandestine visitor in the archive. Zhao Wuli had a penchant for perusing case files, a habit that had developed during his time in the city. However, accessing such sensitive documents was far from routine. Clearly engrossed in his reading, and given that Lin Dong had deliberately concealed his presence, Zhao Wuli had failed to notice Lin Dong's intrusion at first. "Who are you?" Zhao Wuli stammered, his surprise evident. Lin Dong, without hesitation, called out the man's name, while Zhao Wuli nearly exclaimed Lin Dong's name before abruptly correcting himself. Lin Dong feigned calmness. The more composed he appeared, the less likely he would be perceived as a trespasser. "Didn't we meet before? Director Lu introduced us yesterday." Lin Dong smiled at Zhao Wuli. "Let me think. Oh, you are Lin," Zhao Wuli replied, hesitantly feigning ignorance. Fortunately, he crafted an image of someone who struggled to remember faces. "Lin Dong, Lin Dong kindly reminded him. At this moment, Lin Dong felt he had fallen into a trap. He had previously suspected Zhao Wuli was pretending not to recognize him, but now, observing Zhao Wuli's poor facial memory, he was convinced that Zhao Wuli truly did not remember him. Yes, Comrade Lin. How forgetful of me. I tend to forget faces almost immediately, Zhao Wuli chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lin Dong nodded, adopting a serious expression. Zhao, what brings you here? What are you scheming? Huh? Zhao Wuli instinctively concealed the case file behind him. Lin Dong noticed every subtle gesture. It seemed Zhao Wuli was also here to secretly examine case files. A sense of excitement bubbled within Lin Dong. If he had an ally in this endeavor, extracting a case file would be much easier. Hey, Zhao, are you investigating a case, or do you have some personal interest? Lin Dong's stern expression softened as he exchanged a meaningful smile with Zhao Wuli. Zhao Wuli was aware that he could not casually peruse these private documents unless he received explicit orders, for if some unscrupulous officer were to sell private records, it could lead to significant repercussions, potentially undermining the public's trust in the police department. Ironically, Zhao Wuli, meticulous in his approach, usually engaged in minor antics at the entrance of the records room before entering, yet today he had omitted such precautions. Coincidentally, it was also the day Lin Dong chose to visit the police station. When Zhao Wuli was caught peeking at the case files by Lin Dong, he was left utterly speechless. Unlike the small county town of Acheng, where Zhao Wuli, a department head, enjoyed a harmonious rapport with his subordinates and could freely access case files with just a word to the relevant authorities, things were different in Jinjing City. Here, Zhao Wuli was unfamiliar with the territory and the intricate power dynamics within the station. China is a vast network of relationships. And while Zhao Wuli may not be adept in the art of political maneuvering, his years of scholarly study had imparted wisdom on the importance of self-preservation. Thus, he navigated his new environment with the caution of Lin Dayu entering the Jia household, diligently managing his tasks while discreetly observing the personnel relations within the police station. His passion for cases, particularly the one involving Lin Dong, remained undiminished, even during breaks. Lin Dong, underestimating the situation, failed to notice the year of the case in Zhao Wuli's hand, 1994. Had he seen that year, it would have undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord. For years prior, Lin Dong had been imprisoned for a violent incident, which had taken place in Jinjing City. Clearly, the records in Zhao Wuli's possession chronicled Lin Dong's past exploits. Ironically, both Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli, each a master of strategy, made a series of blunders. Lin Dong's tactic of preemptively accusing others bore fruit, as he shifted from a position of vulnerability to unleashing a barrage of pressure upon Zhao Wuli. Surely, Zhao Wuli was aware that many secrets within the police station could not be casually examined, even by a department head. Caught off guard, Zhao Wuli struggled to formulate a rebuttal to Lin Dong's claims. Should he assert he was merely cleaning? How could he explain the dust that had accumulated on the bookshelf? Suddenly, Zhao Wuli discerned a loophole. Lin Dong was not a police officer. What was he doing in the records room? Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wuli countered. I haven't inquired yet, Comrade Lin Dong. What brings you to the records room? Given that you are an outsider, your presence here could be deemed more serious than that of an officer. Lin Dong smiled faintly and produced a pre-prepared excuse. I have come here with the consent of Director Lu Yuan to review the records. I need to examine the transcript from the early hours of today concerning Lu Chuanha. Chapter 140. The client Ah? Lin Dong was well prepared. Zhao Wuli internally cursed Lin Dong for his lack of ethics, for stealing and deceiving this newcomer. Nevertheless, Lin Dong would eventually require Zhao Wuli's assistance. And breaking their rapport at this juncture would yield no benefits. A mere show of authority would suffice. Lin Dong no longer broached the subject of Zhao Wuli's clandestine perusal of confidential documents. Instead, he engaged him in a discussion regarding these criminal cases. With a soft sigh, Lin Dong began. Alas, the number of murders each year is not insignificant. I wonder what Chief Zhao thinks as he reviews these cases. Zhao Wuli, taken aback by Lin Dong's sudden shift in tone, found himself uncertain of Lin Dong's intentions. However, as the conversation unfolded, he resolved to respond to whatever Lin Dong posed, given that the latter had assumed the initiative in the dialogue. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wuli expressed with a hint of sorrow, "For me, it is indeed a source of great distress. After all, humanity strives to minimize fratricide. Yet there remains a faction willing to commit acts that defy ethical standards for the sake of immediate gain. Would you not agree? Ultimately, the motivations behind homicide seem to stem from self-interest." Indeed, Lin Dong concurred. Though there are instances where emotions lead individuals to impulsive actions, the majority of criminal cases arise from disputes over property and personal gain. Zhao Wuli nodded in agreement. Precisely. Just look at the case of Huang Qingyun. Our director is adamant that it is the work of supernatural forces, yet the case remains unsolved to this day. Recognizing Zhao Wuli's fascination with the case, Lin Dong began to steer the conversation towards the elusive Huang Qingyun case. What? There's more to this. Hasn't the notion of supernatural involvement been debunked? How could our director attribute the Huang Qingyun incident to such forces? Lin Dong's strategy proved effective. Zhao Wuli, an educated man, had always held a disdain for superstitious beliefs. Consequently, with Lin Dong's subtle prodding, Zhao Wuli soon found himself intrigued by the Huang Qingyun case. It was rumored that the case was rife with ambiguities, and had Zhao Wuli the chance to examine it, he would likely be captivated by its mystery. Unfortunately, the exact year of the Huang Qingyun incident eluded them. All that was known was that it transpired over a decade ago, likely between 1988 and 1978. What a pity, Lin Dong lamented. Otherwise, I would truly desire to witness this case firsthand. Zhao Wuli fell into silence, lost in thought. Oh, by the way, I am here to take a statement, Lin Dong announced, as he rummaged through a plethora of documents. The recent statements were in the interrogation room, while the archives were cluttered with materials from years past. Ah, I see. Then I shall head to the interrogation room first. Lin Dong feigned ignorance, acting the part of a naive fool. In truth, he was fully aware of the new statements' whereabouts. He merely used the pretext of needing to gather them to secretly pursue the details of the Huang Qingyun case. With many acquaintances within the precinct, Lin Dong knew that should he be discovered, he could easily extricate himself with this excuse. At worst, he would owe a favor to whoever caught him. However, should he be caught once, his subsequent endeavors would become far more challenging. Feigning indifference, Lin Dong ambled towards the interrogation room. After taking only a few steps, he abruptly turned back, casting a mysterious glance at Zhao Wuli. Do you know why I am so invested in the Huang Qingyun case? Why? This morning's encounter with Ouyang Qingsong bears a striking resemblance to the infamous Huang Qingyun case. Lin Dong, attempting to ease the palpable tension, offered a gentle smile to Zhao Wuli. Curiosity, they say, can be perilous. Zhao Wuli found himself completely captivated by Lin Dong's enigmatic demeanor, and his interest in the Huang Qingyun case was piqued. By the way, I am actually Ouyang Qingsong's godson. I intend to commission someone to investigate my godfather's predicament, Lin Dong stated, making his intentions clear to Zhao Wuli. Absolutely. Leave it to me. I shall take on the role of the commissioner. Zhao Wuli eagerly volunteered. His motivation for seizing this identity stemmed from the freedom it bestowed upon him to delve into any case, no matter how old, provided it bore any semblance to Ouyang Qingsong's situation. Moreover, Zhao Wuli's intentions were not entirely noble. He aimed to discreetly approach Lin Dong to gradually uncover details about his family's circumstances. His pursuit of Lin Yongheng would not cease merely because he was reassigned to Jinjiang City. The two seasoned individuals were perfectly in sync, each calculating while simultaneously leveraging the other. What are we waiting for? Lin Dong cheerfully extended his right hand toward Zhao Wuli. Zhao Wuli responded with a hearty grin, clasping Lin Dong's hand firmly. Let us commence our search. Uncover the ambiguities surrounding Mr. Ouyang Qingsong's case. Due to Lin Dong's dust allergy, the responsibility of investigating the Huang Qingyun case fell upon Zhao Wuli, while Lin Dong proceeded to the interrogation room to request the records from Officer Chun. Employing a strategy of evoking sympathy, Lin Dong recounted his bond with his godfather, Ouyang Qingsong, with tears glistening in his eyes. Whether or not his tale was true mattered little. The goal was to evoke emotion. This was enough to deeply move the forthright Officer Chun, who grasped Lin Dong's hand and repeatedly apologized for his earlier suspicions upon Lin Dong's arrival at the station. Lin Dong, rest assured, I shall also take responsibility for the matter concerning your godfather, Ouyang Qingsong. Just call me if any issues arise. Officer Chun pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. Brother Chun, is that truly appropriate? This operation is exceedingly perilous. Lin Dong feigned reluctance, employing a tactic of provocation. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. At this juncture, Lin Dong remained oblivious to the intricacies of the Huang Qingyun case, unaware of the formidable opponent he faced. In his current position, he would not overlook any potential ally. What danger could there be? Having chosen the path of a police officer, I must be prepared to sacrifice my life at any moment. Officer Chin stood at attention, his demeanor serious, offering a salute. Well, if you insist. Lin Dong feigned indecision, contemplating for a considerable time before finally nodding vigorously. Officer Chun, a man of genuine character, spoke from the heart, and Lin Dong could discern the sincerity in his words. With the records in hand, Lin Dong first visited the office of the section chief, where Zhao Wuli was still rummaging through the archives for information. Lin Dong spent over an hour poring over the records, reading them dozens of times. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, and Zhao Wuli entered, brimming with excitement, carrying a document wrapped in brown paper. Chapter 141. Case files. Zhao Wuli's office is relatively small. To be precise, it is significantly more modest in size than Director Lu Yuan's office. The entire space can barely accommodate a single desk and 2 or 3 chairs. There are no dedicated cabinets for Zhao Wuli to store ongoing cases. Everything is scattered across the desk, awaiting resolution before being tidily arranged in a corner. However, the compactness of the room has its advantages, as the light in Zhao Wuli's office permeates every corner, creating a warm ambience that envelopes Lin Dong. Clutching the unremarkable transcript of Ouyang Qingsong, Lin Dong finds himself profoundly moved. The transcript also contains records from the surveillance cameras surrounding the food street, which show that none captured anyone entering Ouyang Qingsong's study, except for Lu Chuanhe. Undoubtedly, the police have identified Lu Chuanhe as the prime suspect. Had Ouyang Qingsong not survived this ordeal, Lu Chuanhe would likely have already been detained. "What is the matter? You look rather pale," Zhao Wuli remarked, oblivious to the fact that Lu Chuanhe is Lin Dong's capable subordinate, which might have led him to tread lightly in conversation. When Ouyang Qingsong was discovered, he had suffered severe compound fractures in his limbs, with blood covering the ground. Lin Dong murmured, "Since the police were not alerted promptly, there are no immediate photographs of Ouyang Qingsong's injuries. Just envisioning the scene is enough to evoke horror. It's as if a massive truck had run over his limbs. It is no wonder that Lu Chuanhe bears psychological scars." Lin Dong begins to understand why Lu Chuanhe was retching when they first met. Not many could endure witnessing such a traumatic situation with composure. The individual taking the statement was Zhao Wuli, who had interrogated Lu Chuanhe and had a clearer grasp of the situation than Lin Dong. "I express my deepest sympathies for the plight of the victim, Mr. Ouyang Qingsong. However, let us focus on the future. I will lend you my utmost support in apprehending the perpetrator," Zhao Wuli consoled, mistakenly believing that Lin Dong was deeply affected by his adoptive father's injuries. Indeed, Lin Dong's demeanor suggested a strong bond with Ouyang Qingsong, yet in truth, his concern lay more with Lu Chuanhe, who had been in his company far longer. Lu Chuanhe's predicament was precarious. As Lu Chuanhe was still recovering, he likely remained unaware that the police had already fixed their gaze upon him. "Rest assured, I will devote all my energy to rational matters," Lin Dong replied, glancing at the leather bag that Zhao Wuli had returned. "Is this the case file for the Huang Qingyun case?" Lin Dong inquired, taking the file and opening it without hesitation. Yellowed sheets of paper tumbled out from the leather bag, interspersed with forensic autopsy reports and photographs from the crime scene. 6 autopsy reports and 7 black and white photographs of the victims stood out starkly. Lin Dong skimmed through the narrative of the case, which largely mirrored what Li Changyong had conveyed, though there were several details that Li Changyong had not mentioned. The meticulous details of this case reveal that the nocturnal melodies emanating from the food street were the strains of the Peking opera piece, Chu Rin Mei. Among the 7 individuals who bravely ventured to investigate this incident, the sole survivor was Huang Qingyun. However, although Huang Qingyun escaped physical peril, he endured profound psychological trauma and ultimately succumbed to it in a hospital 1 year later. The case itself is named after Huang Qingyun, the lone survivor. The documentation of the case is exceedingly comprehensive, clearly detailing the addresses and names of the 6 companions who accompanied Huang Qingyun. These 6 were merely his wayward friends, and the records concerning Huang Qingyun are equally thorough. As Ouyang Qingsong noted, Huang Qingyun was indeed a delinquent in his youth, known for inciting disturbances. Yet, contrary to Ouyang Qingsong's assertions, he did not dominate any food street, nor did he indirectly cause the demise of Ouyang Qingsong's parents. The records merely indicate that Huang Qingyun had once engaged in a violent altercation over his dissatisfaction with the fee structure of Wuwei Shuzhai, resulting in a retaliatory vandalism of Ouyang Qingsong's establishment after a police report was filed. It can be surmised that the documents portray Huang Qingyun as a mere ruffian, a leader of petty delinquents, lacking the heinous nature described by Ouyang Qingsong. This revelation casts Ouyang Qingsong in a less favorable light, as he seems to exploit his seniority to fabricate tales in order to elicit sympathy from Lin Dong and Lu Chuanhe. "Lin Dong, are you aware of the causes of death for the other 6 individuals, apart from Huang Qingyun?" Zhao Wuli, gripping the photographs and autopsy report, observed a storm brewing on his previously composed face. "What is it? What does the autopsy report indicate?" Lin Dong instinctively reached for the report, but Zhao Wuli restrained his hand. "Hold on, you need to brace yourself first," Zhao Wuli cautioned. The necessity of preparation stemmed from the fact that autopsy reports often include a pin that attaches the victim's graphic photographs to the written documentation. Lin Dong had heard from Li Changyun that the deceased suffered from pulverizing fractures and died from excessive blood loss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong nodded. Only then did Zhao Wuli release Lin Dong's hand. As Lin Dong perused the report, the stark black and white images assaulted his vision. One photograph depicted a gruesome scene, rendering the victim nearly unrecognizable. Their face was shredded beyond recognition, and their limbs were utterly crushed by an unknown colossal force. Moreover, all 6 victims shared the same fate. In the black and white images, their bodies were drenched in blood, and the areas where their arms and legs once were reduced to pools of dark, viscous matter. The forensic experts ultimately identified the victims through their dental records and fingerprints. Lin Dong gasped sharply. He had initially deemed Li Changyun's description of pulverizing fractures inaccurate, thinking they were merely open fractures. To his horror, he realized that these 6 individuals had their arms and legs obliterated into mere flesh. Zhao Wuli observed Lin Dong's reaction with surprise. Even he, with his background in the police academy, found himself unsettled by the autopsy photographs. Expecting Lin Dong to falter, he was instead met with a mere intake of breath. Lin Dong's response was far from that of an ordinary individual. Certainly, the atmosphere was markedly different from the fearful ambience surrounding the Lin Yonghing incident. Zhao Wuli, deep in contemplation, continued to gaze intently at Lin Dong, who was entirely preoccupied with his modest establishment in the food street, oblivious to Zhao's penetrating stare. It appeared that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Dong spoke in his usual manner, yet his countenance lacked the self-assured smile that typically adorned his face. Chapter 142. Ah, Women. Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli sifted through the case from years past for an extended period. In truth, the case was not as sinister as Li Changyun had suggested. It was merely an unsolved mystery, devoid of any leads. The enigma surrounding Wang Shuang's case lay in the complete absence of suspects and any conceivable motive for murder. All the shopkeepers were aware of the haunting rumors surrounding the food street and vacated the premises by dusk. Even the individual who discovered the situation in the morning was merely an unfortunate soul seeking breakfast. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong and Zhao Wuli had been engrossed in this unsolved case for several hours, exploring numerous possibilities, each of which they subsequently dismissed. Lin Dong rose to stretch, and through the glass window, he observed that dusk had arrived. The fiery evening glow scorched the air, and the dry atmosphere elicited a sense of irritation. This evening, I will be overseeing construction at the food street. Should any unexpected situations arise, I shall call you, Lin Dong informed Zhao Wuli, proposing that further speculation was of little consequence given the scant clues available. We must await tonight's developments. It is too perilous for you to venture alone. I shall accompany you, Zhao Wuli remarked, scrutinizing the seemingly defenseless entrepreneur before him. If an extraordinary circumstance were to arise, he wouldn't believe Lin Dong's fate would be any better than that of the 6 victims. Fear not. If danger presents itself tonight, I shall promptly alert the authorities. Lin Dong chuckled. Though he had never encountered any supernatural beings, he had certainly watched his fair share of horror films. If the protagonists in ghost stories relied on the police as much as they ought to, there would be far fewer complications. As for the sudden loss of self-service, such scenarios were merely the stuff of film. Lin Dong suggested finding a small space, like a cupboard, to hide in, ideally one that could accommodate only himself. Ghosts, he mused, enjoyed playing tricks. Envisioning them bending down to pull open the cupboard door while he held it shut would create an amusing scene. Although, should a true ghost materialize, the door would likely be wrenched open. Nevertheless, at least one would meet their demise with dignity. Lin Dong swaggered out of the police station, with Zhao Wuli accompanying him to the entrance. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure, he felt a twinge of unease and cautioned, be safe, and should anything unusual occur, no matter how trivial, be sure to inform me. Years had passed since the ordinary criminal had evaded capture, and Lin Dong was unaware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. Dismissing Zhao Wuli's concerned reminders with a casual wave, Lin Dong remained unconcerned about the risks. In fact, few knew of his self-defense skills. As long as his adversary's weight differed by no more than 50 pounds, Lin Dong had his ways of escaping. Even if the Almighty himself were to arrive, he would not deter me from opening my clothing store. Lin Dong mused to himself. He made his way to the food street, where, by dusk, the bustling crowds had entirely dissipated. The street, once alive with energy during the day, now lay deserted. How splendid it would be if this place could remain open at night. Lin Dong sighed with a hint of regret. His motives for the evening's endeavors were, in truth, not entirely pure. From the very beginning, He had intended to address the incident involving Ouyang Qingsong. After all, without a resolution to this matter, Lin Dong's enterprise would perpetually endure the haunting pressures from the outside world. Furthermore, should he uncover the perpetrator behind Ouyang Qingsong's case, it could catalyze the development of the entire food street. When the nightlife of the city arrives, everyone would inevitably speak of Lin Dong's contributions. Imagine a few inebriated patrons reminiscing about the history of the food street. On the day the truth emerges, it will be Lin Dong who ultimately unravels the mystery, and both he and the Yun-Ao group will bask in newfound acclaim. Since accepting Ouyang Qingsong's study, Lin Dong had encountered a series of misfortunes, particularly now as he stood in opposition to Sun Meiyu. Should the grievous incident involving Ouyang Qingsong remain unresolved, it was certain that Sun Meiyu would wield it as a dagger, striking at Lin Dong's very heart. Strangely, at some point, the case of Ouyang Qingsong had morphed into a matter of life and death for Lin Dong's clothing store. This was of utmost importance. Lin Dong had decided against returning to his apartment that night, yet fearing Huang Qingyun's worry, he reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Hello? Qingyun? Yes, it's me. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Huang Qingyun's gentle voice resonated through the receiver, her words imbued with a myriad of emotions. In an instant, Lin Dong felt a warmth akin to being home. However, Qingyun, I have something to attend to tonight, and I probably won't be coming home. Lin Dong's voice was calm, devoid of any turbulence. Clearly taken aback, Huang Qingyun sensed that Lin Dong's unusual tranquility was a cause for concern, prompting her to inquire, Lin Dong, have you encountered any trouble? Do you need my assistance? No need. I shall seek help from the police. He continued. Remember to lock the doors tonight. I won't be returning. Ensure the windows are secured, and don't forget the appliances and circuit breakers. Lin Dong spoke incessantly. The last time he had ventured to East City without her knowledge, he had not exhibited such a delicate demeanor, but this time was different. He might be confronting a murder suspect. Lin Dong, what is wrong with you? Huang Qingyun noticed something amiss in his demeanor and was about to press for more information when Lin Dong interjected, rest assured. I simply need to accompany brother Li Changyong to inspect the renovations at the newly acquired clothing store. Lin Dong mentioned Li Changyong yet again. In Huang Qingyun's mind, Lin Dong had always been associated with Li Changyong's endeavors. Even the owner of the Wei Mian processing factory, she believed, was Director Li Changyong. Since you are with Director Li, you shouldn't be up to any mischief, right? Huang Qingyun reassured herself. Hey, that is quite an exaggeration. Why is it that if I don't return home alone, you still worry about me? Lin Dong feigned anger. Indeed, I have a million reasons to be concerned about you. Huang Qingyun nodded her little head, adding a playful jab. Then I shall take that as a sign of your care for me. Honestly, I will make it a point to return home often, ensuring you are never lonely. Lin Dong resumed his usual jovial demeanor, prompting Huang Qingyun to abruptly hang up the phone. Women, they worry yet do not wish to be told. Perhaps it's the noble character of a good man. Or perhaps it's the merchant's focus on profit over parting. Nevertheless, Lin Dong's intentions remain unchanged, to establish a family and a career, prioritizing the latter. Chapter 143. A connection made Lin Dong walk several kilometers before finally finding a small restaurant to indulge in some simple home-cooked fare. It seemed that the rumors of hauntings in the food street had spread over several kilometers. As he chewed his food, his mind began to ponder. Should he not be considered as managing the public relations affairs of the enterprise? A public relations department would need to be established, or else the workload would become overwhelmingly burdensome. Hey, please eat quickly. It will soon be dark, and we are preparing to close. The owner said, his expression anxious. Closing so early? It isn't even 7 o'clock yet. Lin Dong glanced at his phone, noting that it was only 6:47. In summer, the sky would still be bright at this hour. TSK, haven't you heard the rumors about the food street? They say that at night, ghosts appear. The owner replied nervously. Lin Dong stared blankly at the owner, the flavor of his food having mysteriously vanished. Fine, he said, setting down his utensils and rising to merge with the night outside. Hey, I'm not trying to rush you out. You can have a few more bites. The owner, mistaking Lin Dong's departure for anger, hurriedly called out from behind. Eating. Lin Dong was burdened with thoughts and had little appetite. Although the police had sealed off the food street, there would always be those who enjoy gossiping. However, the words of these busybodies held no credibility. They merely cared whether their tales astonished others. Thus, the stories morphed, becoming increasingly absurd and sinister. In an age where communication was not as advanced, it was nearly impossible for the authorities to completely dispel rumors or promote accurate information. By the time Lin Dong returned to the Wu-Wei study, it was nearly 8 o'clock. and the sky had completely darkened. The streets, once bustling with crowds during the day, were now deserted. Ah, it truly is a ghost town now. Lin Dong sighed with self-deprecation. He had initially intended to establish his clothing store in the food street as a 24-hour operation, but it now seemed utterly unnecessary. Owner? Lin Dong, lost in thought, suddenly found himself surrounded by a group of individuals clad in black. Who are you? Lin Dong exclaimed, startled, taking 2 steps back to maintain distance. Ah, a ghost. To his surprise, the group that had frightened him was even more timid, turning to flee at his sudden movement. Hey, Zhang Xiao, come back. Return. The leader of the black-clad individuals quickly called the fleeing members back. Observing this comical team, Lin Dong's anxious heart settled somewhat. He tentatively inquired, are you the renovation crew? Indeed. The team leader promptly responded with a smile, nodding to his boss. The one who just spoke is the youngest among us, merely 17 years old. He initially intended to come here during the day, but by evening, he had become quite timid. The renovation team leader explained with a wry smile. It must be quite a challenge to be accompanied by such teammates, Lin Dong mused silently. He merely acknowledged with a hum, refraining from either reprimanding or comforting them. Although Lin Dong's exterior betrayed no emotion, he felt a surge of relief within. Had the person speaking to him not been from the renovation team, but rather a suspect involved in the severe injury of Ouyang Qingsong, he would have surely met a grim fate by dawn. He needed to muster all his focus. Lin Dong silently encouraged himself. The adversaries were not supernatural beings, appearing only at the witching hour. They were merely humans, capable of striking at any moment within the bustling food street. He slapped his cheeks lightly. The slight sting helped him regain clarity. Why are you sneaking around like this? You startled me. Lin Dong chided with a hint of reproach. We aim to be a bit inconspicuous. If we did encounter any ghosts, we could at least rely on our dark attire to evade them for a while. The renovation team leader puffed out his chest and chuckled. It was evident that this rather absurd notion of dressing in dark attire to avoid specters was entirely the leader's idea. Ah, you are the team leader, right? I haven't yet asked your name. Lin Dong suddenly realized that knowing the leader's name would facilitate communication. My surname is Qian, and you can call me Qian Zhongfeng. Just call me Xiao Qian. The name Xiao Qian made Lin Dong chuckle, imagining the awkwardness of someone asking for a little money and inadvertently summoning Qian Zhongfeng. I think calling you Zhongfeng sounds more appropriate. Xiao Qian could easily lead to misunderstandings, Lin Dong suggested. Zhongfeng felt a bit embarrassed, pondering that perhaps Zhongfeng would also invite misinterpretations. All right, Zhongfeng it is. He ultimately conceded, recognizing that Lin Dong was the boss and thus, his guidance was paramount. Qian Zhongfeng briefed Lin Dong on their work objectives and tasks, primarily involving the dismantling of all wooden furnishings in the 5-flavor study and subsequently reinstalling the glass windows. The two of them examined the blueprints for quite some time, pointing and discussing how to make adjustments in the study and how to partition the rooms. Although Lin Dong was not originally from a renovation background, his diverse experiences had acquainted him with extensive remodeling projects. After exchanging a few technical terms, Zhongfeng began to doubt whether he was conversing with a mere business owner or an esteemed veteran from a renovation crew. Zhongfeng, please ensure that a passage is created between the food street and the nearest point of our 5-flavor study. It would allow patrons to access the food street directly from the shop. Lin Dong instructed. What? You intend to connect the food street with your shop? However, even if we manage to connect your store, there is only a narrow path leading to the food street, and it does not lead directly there. One must take a detour. Qian Zhongfeng glanced at the blueprint and remarked that the Wuwei bookstore was wedged between surrounding shops, making it impossible to link directly with the food street. However, there exists a winding path behind the Wuwei bookstore that can lead to the main road of the food street. Good. Let's open it up. Lin Dong commanded. But boss, opening it up will have no benefit for your clothing store, will it? Even if the main road of the food street is congested, it is unlikely anyone would choose to enter your store from the back, Qian Zhongfeng kindly reminded Lin Dong after hearing his proposal. Yet, Lin Dong had already formed his own opinion, firmly asserting, no, if there is a less traveled path, people will still take it, no matter how many extra steps they must walk. After all, sometimes these small paths can provide a moment of solace. Just as the saying goes, where there was once no road, it became a path as more people walked it. Chapter 144. Ghost. Seeing that his attempts to dissuade Lin Dong were futile, Qian Zhongfeng relinquished his efforts, for not everyone possesses the courage to confront authority as Officer Chen did. Eventually, Lin Dong articulated all his construction requirements for the Wuwei bookstore and instructed the construction team to break down the wall at the rear of the store, where it met the food street, in preparation for installing a grand entrance. Surely, This was intended to alleviate some of the pressure from the crowded entrance of the food street. However, if Sun Meiyu were to learn of this idea, she might very well be astonished by Lin Dong's naively explosive notion. If the crowd could freely pass through the clothing store, it would inevitably become a chaotic mess. Moreover, should there be any fortunate encounters with potential customers willing to purchase clothing from Lin Dong's shop, they would be compelled to move forward due to the throngs of people, leaving them with no opportunity to linger even for a moment in Lin Dong's store. If Lin Dong truly chose to allow the throng at the entrance of the food street to spill into his small shop, it would be a profoundly foolish decision. In that case, people would merely glance at the garments in Lin Dong's clothing store, devoid of any desire to purchase. In the eyes of other entrepreneurs, Lin Dong's current endeavors hardly resembled business operations. It was akin to charity. The fundamental principle of business management had long since been cast aside by Lin Dong. Have all your team members arrived? Any changes in numbers? Lin Dong confirmed the headcount once more, inquiring of the construction team leader. A total of 10. Not a person less. Qian Zhongfeng replied. Excellent. Commence work. With Lin Dong's command, Qian Zhongfeng blew his whistle, and the 10-member renovation team assembled. Despite the age diversity among the 10 individuals, ranging from those over 40 to a 17-year-old just embarking on his journey, the team's efficiency was remarkably high, as if they had been preordained for their roles. Each member had their assigned task, working in harmony without disruption or disorder. In an instant, their productivity was astonishingly swift, exceeding the pace of any renovation crew Lin Dong had encountered in his previous life by more than double. In a moment of clarity, Lin Dong seemed to recall Huang Qingyun, who had departed from his ranks. This young man, with his tousled yellow hair, had once been a long-standing employee of the Wei processing factory. However, upon Lin Dong's assumption of leadership, this impetuous Chui chose to abandon him. The catalyst for Huang Qingyun's betrayal was merely Lin Dong's directive to clear out the small building of the Wei processing factory. Chui defied the order and accused Lin Dong of being an inept leader. The crux of Chui's insubordination lay in Lin Dong's insistence that the management should engage in tasks meant for the grassroots workers. Faced with such obstinacy, Lin Dong opted for a diplomatic approach, attempting to reason with Chui. Yet, neither side could persuade the other, and ultimately, Lin Dong refrained from imposing any punishment, while Chui chose to leave. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a hammer striking wooden boards echoed from the Wu-Wei study, indicating that the renovation team had commenced dismantling the wooden decorations of the study. Peering through the crack in the door, Lin Dong observed the dimly lit room, filled with wood shavings and dust, where the workers relied solely on the light from their hats to illuminate their tasks. Despite the challenging conditions, each member of the renovation crew diligently attended to their responsibilities. Watching this meticulous operation, Lin Dong involuntarily recalled Huang Qingyun. Could it be that my judgment was flawed? Lin Dong mused, but soon dismissed Chui's perspective. No. If a company rigidly delineates its boundaries and the management merely directs the grassroots employees while lounging atop their pedestals, it will not be long before the organization crumbles. A company is a fragile entity. Virtually anyone with capital can become an entrepreneur, yet donning the mantle of entrepreneurship is no simple feat in his previous life. Lin Dong had researched that, fundamentally, establishing a business in China is among the easiest in the world, yet it is also one of the most prone to failure. Observing the renovation team laboring tirelessly, Lin Dong felt an urge to assist, yet this impeccable crew left little room for his involvement. Teamwork. Lin Dong once again recognized the significance of this principle. With nothing else to occupy his time, he stationed himself at the entrance of the Wu-Wei study, vigilant against any potential ambush. Initially, he had intended to investigate the nighttime conditions of the food street, yet he had not caught a glimpse of a single suspect. As the clock approached midnight, a time often associated with the supernatural in films, Lin Dong recalled that midnight and 2 o'clock in the early morning are considered the hours of greatest malevolence. Those inclined to indulge in the macabre would surely not overlook these times. Mustering all his focus, Lin Dong called out to the workers inside the study. Are you tired? Perhaps you should take a short break. No, we've already been compensated, and besides, your establishment is a priority job. We shall rest once the ceiling is completed. This group remained committed to their pursuit of efficiency, immersing themselves in their work. Lin Dong, suffering from dust allergies, found it inconvenient to enter the study, so he continued to stand guard outside. With nothing pressing to occupy his hands, he could only keep his eyes wide open, remaining alert for any lurking threats. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a resounding gong echoed through the air, immediately followed by the classic 4 beats that heralded the dramatic onset. With each resounding thud, the protagonist would typically make their grand entrance after this rhythmic prelude. Lin Dong felt a shiver run down his spine as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Though he had always dismissed superstitions, he could not help but feel a sense of dread in the face of such eerie circumstances. Since his arrival in 1998, this was the first time he had encountered a phenomenon capable of instilling such fear in him. The traditional instruments began to resonate harmoniously, and it was evident that the lead performer had taken to the stage, having traversed a few steps. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the air from a distance. The moment she opened her mouth, Lin Dong felt a buzzing in his head. Her voice was nearly indescribable, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, harsh, piercing, and yet hauntingly hysterical. It possessed an unsettling clarity. Even those laboring in the study could not help but cease their tasks. "Captain Qian, what is happening outside?" asked the youngest member of the team, a 17-year-old lad. His face drained of color as he trembled and addressed their leader. "Ghost! Ghost!" someone shouted, and in an instant, panic enveloped the group. Chapter 145. Leadership skills in the stillness of the night. Amidst the chilling atmosphere, the stunning strains of the opera became particularly fearsome. At times, the elevated tones resembled wails of despair, imbued with an inescapable eeriness. A cold breeze swept through the entrance, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The natural instinct of any rational person was to flee. The renovation crew was no exception. The moment the operatic notes filled the air, they instinctively dropped their tools and rushed toward the exit. There were 10 individuals in the crew, yet if they all managed to escape, the situation would spiral out of control. Fear ignited adrenaline within them, and once they set their feet to flee, there would be no turning back. In that moment, regardless of how loudly Qian Zhongfeng might call out, the foremost thought in the minds of the fleeing individuals would be survival. Silence. Do not panic. Everyone, remain calm. In this critical moment, Qian Zhongfeng stepped forward, his voice booming. Gather together, do not scatter. His composure as a leader was evident, even as he grappled with his own trepidation. Yet, to maintain order, he suppressed his inner fears, his steady voice resonating in the ears of all present. Listen to Brother Qian. Quickly, Zhang Xiao, come here at once. Qian Zhongfeng's voice shone like a solitary ray of light in the darkness, compelling everyone to heed their captain's command. In no time, a seemingly orderly line had formed, as everyone huddled together to avoid being left behind. "Qian Zhongfeng, what is the situation on your end?" Lin Dong inquired, retrieving a few napkins he had taken from their meal earlier. He had anticipated that the sawdust and debris from the construction would trigger his dust allergy, and now, this small detail proved to be fortuitously useful. "Cough, cough. What is the situation?" Coughing, Lin Dong covered his mouth and nose, forcing himself to walk into the study. As he walked, he shouted with great effort, "Do not be afraid. Cough, cough. I am Lin Dong. I am right here with you. It's the boss. Our boss has arrived. Hurry, hurry, it's the boss. Ha ha. How wonderful. I thought the boss had fled." In such a dire situation, where fear gripped the hearts of many, the mere presence of Lin Dong as their leader was akin to a lifeline for the anxious crowd. Imagine, when a significant leader repeatedly asserts their solidarity with employees. It provides a profound sense of reassurance to all. This exemplifies the charisma of a leader. Lin Dong was acutely aware of how to wield this leadership power effectively. "Boss, all our people are gathered here." Zhao Qianfeng's forehead glistened with sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Among the 11 individuals present, only Lin Dong believed that time held no malevolence. The others were deeply constrained in their thinking by this intangible fear. Yet, Lin Dong had no intention of fleeing. He awaited the moment when the music would play, signaling the opportunity to investigate the suspected murderer. "Everyone cough, cough. Now follow my lead." Lin Dong proclaimed loudly. "Cough. Pay attention to the people around you. You must understand the meaning of the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If anyone beside you is harmed, you will be the next to suffer. Now, let's begin a collective count from left to right." His command proved effective, as the renovation team members promptly began to count. 1, 2, 3, 10 individuals. Neither more nor less. Lin Dong briefly explained the gravity of the situation to the group before leading them out of the study. His pace was steady and measured, instilling a sense of security in those around him. As Lin Dong departed the study, he, ever attentive to details, despite his dust allergy, left the door ajar, allowing a hand to pass through the gap, where he inserted a wrench to secure it behind. Bang! He then firmly closed the study door, though he did not lock it. "Rest assured, we are strong in numbers. I will guide you out. Just follow my lead." Lin Dong adopted a big brother persona in front of the group. "Ha ha, don't be so tense. We are many. If we encounter a villain, We can simply rush forward together. Lin Dong jested, easing the taut nerves of everyone. But what if it's not a person at all? What should we do? Zhang Xiao, still a child, voiced the unspoken fears that lingered in the group. Indeed, what if it is a ghost? Can mere mortals like us contend with such entities? The moment negative emotions surfaced, they proved difficult to quell, and the crowd began to tremble with fear, akin to infants in swaddling clothes. Parting is easy, reunions are rare. And now we regret our past. The haunting voice of the opera echoed, further unsettling the crowd, as if a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts, filling them with dread. Silence. Lin Dong's furious roar once again drowned out all other sounds, leaving him somewhat hoarse from the exertion. Indeed, that resounding shout proved effective, instantly. All the team members halted, their eyes fixed on Lin Dong. Is it not futile to cower here? Do you wish to cling to life, or to succumb here and now? Lin Dong's gaze burned intensely as he addressed the anxious crowd, proclaiming loudly, "There are no such things as ghosts or deities in this world. Yet, there are those who masquerade as these entities to instill fear in us." Lin Dong endeavored to redirect the collective focus from phantoms to the real malevolence of wicked individuals. However, it was evidently unrealistic to expect that mere words could liberate this group, born in 1998, from their superstitious dread. Zhang Xiao remained troubled by the tales and ghost stories she had heard in her youth. "I have heard my grandparents say that ghosts reside in another realm, invisible to us, manifesting only at specific times." At that moment, Qian Zhongfeng, trembling yet resolute, stepped forward. Despite his own trepidation, he adopted a mocking tone towards Zhang Xiao, declaring, Poor child, surely your grandparents have ensnared you with ghost stories since you were a mere infant. I have traversed dark paths for 2 or 3 years, yet I have encountered not a single specter. Furthermore, I have summoned souls, played with spirit boards, and engaged with the mirror. Guess what? Not a single one proved fruitful. Ha ha ha, look at you, a bunch of cowards." Qian Zhongfeng laughed unabashedly, his countenance adorned with derision. It was a classic case of provocation. Chapter 146, The Source and Truth. None of Qian Zhongfeng's words bore authenticity. The people of that era had not yet succumbed to reckless bravado, and all talk of summoning spirits was merely for show. Who would have thought that mere figments could frighten you all so thoroughly? Had this incident not occurred, I would remain oblivious to your cowardice. Qian Zhongfeng continued his relentless mockery. As his words echoed, the emotions of the crowd ignited, and they began to voice their disdain for the supernatural. Nonsense. I have walked dark paths too, and I would often glance back every few steps. Brother Qian, do not jest. I have even attempted to peel an apple in front of a mirror, and here I am, perfectly fine. Is that so? You dare to peel an apple before a mirror? I suspect you merely sliced the apple into pieces while gazing at your reflection. Ha ha ha, indeed. You, who held the loudest in the study. Before long, the conversation veered away under the influence of Lin Dong and Zhao Qianfeng. Each individual denied their fear of ghosts, presenting implausible anecdotes. Those who exaggerated their bravado were met with scornful derision, their faces shifting from pallid to crimson. Indeed, the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it, Lin Dong murmured, observing the transformation in the group's demeanor. His gaze towards Zhao Qianfeng grew fervent. Such talent. I must devise a plan to secure their allegiance. Lin Dong's fervor for talent resurfaced, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to embrace these individuals. In a fleeting moment, laughter and chatter filled the air, yet Lin Dong and Zhao Qianfeng remained aloof, refraining from indulging in the merriment surrounding them. Lin Dong's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to recruit Zhao Qianfeng, while Zhao Qianfeng himself was preoccupied with matters of the supernatural. He reserved his tranquility and smiles for others, harboring his own concerns and apprehensions within. What a commendable leader! Lin Dong marveled sincerely. Unbeknownst to him, the echoes of a bygone phoenix and the memories of a treacherous butterfly lingered in the air. He pondered if he should mourn for lost love or reflect on his solitary existence as an orphan without a mother or father. The haunting melody persisted, though the collective fear that had once gripped the group had diminished significantly. Regardless of the ghostly woman's wails, her voice merely served as a backdrop to their conversations. One could only wonder how the specter felt witnessing her dignity stripped away, as if she had lost all semblance of ghostly respect. Leading the group, Lin Dong ventured toward the source of the sound. With an abundance of companions, the police had yet to intervene, and any accolades from this endeavor would rightfully belong to Lin Dong. This was a rare opportunity. Should he alert the authorities? The credit for solving any mysteries on the food street would be shared with the police, diluting his own contributions, a truth of human relations. Ah, my dear, you have long observed my suffering. Will you not weep for me? Hey, quit singing. Your voice is even more grating than that of the ghost. I shall serenade you daily until you grow accustomed to it. What crime have I committed to deserve such a dreadful fate? Laughter echoed as the group playfully bantered, oblivious to Lin Dong's determined direction. Following the sound, he remained vigilant of their surroundings, cautiously advancing. The source of the noise was peculiar. Although the food street was said to be haunted, the operatic tones emanated from a path outside its confines. How strange, Lin Dong mused, that the origin of the sound should be so enigmatic. As the volume escalated, it became impossible for anyone to feign ignorance. Brows furrowed in collective concern. Jesting about ghosts did not equate to fearlessness. However, retreat was not an option, for Lin Dong had already guided the group onto this inevitable path. With nowhere to flee, they pressed onward with reluctant resolve. The female voice soared to a crescendo, coinciding with a chilling gust of wind that swept through the night, its icy breath biting at their skin. The ground trembled rhythmically in response to the resonant clanging of the opera's gong, causing small pebbles and grains of sand to quiver and fall, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Lin Dong refrained from divulging these unsettling details to his companions, fearing their panic. The group ceased their chatter, sensing an impending threat, each straining their necks to peer into the distance. While the food street thrived by day, the stark reality of its desolation at night was well known. Thus, this once bustling avenue, now shrouded in darkness, bore no light to illuminate its path. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the biting winter wind howled with a fierce intensity. Perhaps influenced by this atmosphere, the gusts today were particularly tumultuous and frigid. Lin Dong led the group to an old, dilapidated house, a place often overlooked during daylight hours, seldom regarded or inquired about. The haunting melody echoed from within the crumbling structure, a voice that seemed to transcend human capability. In other words, a human attempting to produce such a decibel would either strain their vocal cords or succumb to breathlessness, making it utterly impossible to sustain such a continuous and soaring operatic tone. Lin Dong glanced back at his companions, resolutely approaching the house. "Boss, what are you doing? Come back. Are you out of your mind?" Their frantic shouts barely matched the deafening operatic sound. Lin Dong called back, "I'll check it out. Wait for me outside. And if I'm not back in a minute, call the police. Of course, if anyone else wants to come in and look for me, I won't mind." He chuckled self-deprecatingly as he muttered the last part, turning to enter the small house. Despite the fervent calls from behind, Lin Dong did not look back. The rotting, moldy wooden door of the house creaked open, revealing walls once white, but now marred by black mold. Inside, darkness enveloped everything, save for a faint flickering red dot in the distance. Lin Dong retrieved his old mobile phone from 1998, a device that could serve as a makeshift weapon in dire circumstances. He had to admit, it was the first time he found such an antiquated phone to be remarkably practical. Chapter 147. Trapping the tortoise. Lin Dong activated the built-in flashlight on his phone. Were it not for the device's inability to record video, he would have begun documenting this peculiar journey. The operatic voice grew increasingly resonant, compelling Lin Dong to consider covering his ears. However, adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety and remaining vigilant, he refrained from making any absurd gestures. His eyes scanned the surroundings, inching closer to the faint, elusive red dot. Standing not far off, he could almost sense that the ominous operatic voice emanated from it, grotesquely distorted. As the beam of his phone's light illuminated the mysterious object, Lin Dong felt a momentary relaxation. The red dot was merely a speaker, and the singing originated from there. Under such tense circumstances, encountering a familiar electronic device typically brings a sense of relief, and Lin Dong was no exception. "Why? It's just a speaker." He exhaled in relief, but soon an ominous premonition crept into his mind. Why was there a speaker here? Who had placed it? And was the conspicuous positioning of the speaker intended to lure someone closer? In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Lin Dong's mind. In a fleeting moment, Lin Dong found himself regretting the relaxation of his taut nerves upon encountering the music-playing speaker. It seemed that the lurking hunter was precisely waiting for Lin Dong to let his guard down. Terrified, Lin Dong glanced back, only to find that, contrary to his imagination, he was not alone. A chilling presence loomed behind him. What is happening? Lin Dong swallowed hard. Just moments ago, he had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Though it lasted but a second or two, it might have been enough for a surprise attack. Could it be that the hunter was still lurking at a distance, biding their time for Lin Dong to make a more grievous error? Unlike ordinary individuals, who might fully relax upon encountering a mere speaker, Lin Dong remained vigilant. His alertness allowed him to maintain a state of cautious awareness even in safety. After confirming that there were no traps surrounding the device, He decisively pressed the button to power down the speaker. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. The ghostly song that had been in full swing ceased abruptly. As if caught in a chokehold, unable to sing any longer, Lin Dong, ever watchful, returned to the entrance and called out loudly, "All is well. Come in and take a look. See what has frightened you fine gentlemen into such a state." He laughed boisterously, looking down upon the crowd. After all, he was the first to enter, and with the music now silenced, several courageous souls mustered their bravery to step into the unknown room. "Come on, you, the one peeling apples by the mirror, let us venture inside." "What? This is hilarious. Why the cowardice now? Were you not just eager a moment ago? Let us go in and see." Gradually, under the leadership of the few brave souls and Lin Dong's taunts, the renovation team of 10 began to step into the previously uncharted little house. "Is this the speaker? Huh, I thought it was something grand. But it turns out to be just a shabby speaker. Stop pretending. You were nearly scared to death just moments ago." "What? You were the one who almost wet yourself." "I was merely concerned for our boss's safety." "Indeed, our boss is quite audacious. To enter this little shack alone. There's no way I would dare do that." "Exactly. Our boss is remarkable. Truly impressive." A group of men, once gripped by fear, now reveled in their survival, simultaneously praising Lin Dong's bravery. As for Qian Zhongfeng, who had hesitated at the threshold, they felt no gratitude toward him. Upon seeing the reality of the situation, everyone was convinced that this incident was a cruel prank devoid of any sense of honor or morality. They all sighed in relief. On their way back, Lin Dong led the team, now filled with laughter and chatter. Their earlier tension dissipated. The group even began to disperse. However, Lin Dong paid little mind to this, as the initial cohesion of the group would prove futile in the face of real danger. Its only purpose was to instill a sense of security. Upon returning to the study, it was already 2 a.m. Honestly, who would stoop so low as to play such a prank? What if someone with a mental disorder had encountered this? It could have easily terrified someone to death. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from further complaints and return to our tasks. With this proclamation, Qian Zhongfeng forcefully pushed open the door to the study and stepped inside. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing no signs of resistance, not even a whisper. As Qian Zhongfeng prepared to enter, a chill coursed through Lin Dong's chest. "Wait!" Lin Dong exclaimed, rushing forward to seize Qian Zhongfeng, who was about to step into the study. "This is a ruse to draw us away," he whispered urgently in Qian Zhongfeng's ear. Lin Dong had placed a wrench behind the door when he left the study. Yet when Qian Zhongfeng opened it again, there was no sound of the door striking a solid object. "No wonder there was no attack the moment I encountered the sound," Lin Dong mused with a slight smile, realizing that an intruder had stealthily infiltrated the study. Alas, despite meticulous planning, the criminal suspect could not outsmart Lin Dong's keen intellect. The saying details determined success or failure was exemplified by Lin Dong's actions. Lin Dong relayed the incident concerning Ouyang Qingsong's injury, along with his deductions and foreshadowing, to the renovation team, leaving everyone astounded, especially Qian Zhongfeng, who now regarded the young proprietor with renewed respect. If everything unfolded as Lin Dong suspected, then the criminal suspect was indeed within the study. "Qian Zhongfeng, please inform me of the total number of doors in this study and their respective locations." Lin Dong inquired succinctly. "There are 2 doors in total, 1 main entrance and 1 designated escape route. As for the back door you requested to be opened, we have yet to commence work on it," Qian Zhongfeng reported with clarity. "Excellent. Take 5 individuals to guard the escape route. The remaining 4 shall accompany me at the main entrance," Lin Dong declared with a sinister smile, intending to ensnare the enemy in a trap. Chapter 148. The ultimatum. Lin Dong and his team stationed themselves at the entrance for an extended period. 2 hours passed with not a single sound emanating from within the room. Logically, if an assailant remained in the study, they would have emerged after waiting for so long without encountering anyone returning. Yet both sides had remained silent for 2 hours, each waiting for the other to make a move. Lin Dong hesitated to force his way inside, fearing a trap. Should he command an entrance and someone be injured in an ambush, or if the criminal within succumbed to madness, it would be Lin Dong who bore the responsibility. "Boss, we have stood outside for 2 hours. Should we not simply charge in? We have the numbers, and the adversary will likely surrender," Lin Dong suggested to Qian Zhongfeng over the phone. "But what if the assailant is part of a gang?" Lin Dong countered, recognizing that Qian Zhongfeng's considerations were not as comprehensive as his own. "I cannot permit you to take any risks, not even the slightest," Lin Dong asserted with unwavering conviction. It is not the insincere posturing of Lin Dong. Rather, his words resonate with genuine conviction. After all, This capitalist is not merely a parasite who exploits his employees. Qian Zhongfeng was profoundly moved, never having expected to encounter a boss like Lin Dong, who genuinely cares for his staff. He immediately asserted, "Boss, rest assured. I have practiced Huaxiao martial arts, and even if faced with 3 or 4 opponents, I would not falter." However, Lin Dong promptly dismissed this notion. Despite his own martial prowess, he understood that skill could not shield one from a knife's edge. Strength is irrelevant when faced with the unpredictability of violence. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. "What shall we do?" Qian Zhongfeng exclaimed in desperation. "If we delay any further, we risk missing our deadline. And some members of the renovation team may begin to harbor resentment." Lin Dong surveyed his surroundings. The 14 members were on the verge of slumber. It was the early hours of dawn, the most arduous stretch of the night, often falling between 4 and 6. Compounded by Lin Dong's directive to maintain silence to avoid alarming the intruders, the team found themselves with naught to do but await his command, their resolve waning. Not everyone possesses the unwavering determination of Lin Dong, who could steadfastly await an opportunity. "Here's what we shall do. Inform everyone discreetly that I will pay today's wages as usual and extend the deadline by 1 day, Lin Dong announced. "Understood." Qian Zhongfeng nodded eagerly, as if he had been anticipating this very pronouncement. After concluding their call, they found themselves awaiting the dawn, the first light of day creeping upon them. 6 o'clock arrived, and while Lin Dong maintained a calm exterior, tumultuous thoughts churned within. If they delayed any longer before contacting the authorities, the crowd would gather, and the police's arrival would undoubtedly attract attention, potentially inciting controversy. Could it be that the suspect was simply asleep inside? Was he truly prepared to confront Lin Dong with such obstinacy? Frustration welled within Lin Dong. "Boss, perhaps we should consider calling the police," suggested Zhang Xiao, who stood beside him. "Call the police? That would effectively negate our advantage." Lin Dong replied. "We must wait a little longer." Though anxious, he commanded restraint. In truth, Lin Dong himself yearned to storm into the study and drag the loathsome suspect into the light of day. 30 minutes passed, and Lin Dong realized they had reached their limit. If they delayed further, breakfast seekers would begin to arrive, and unforeseen complications could arise. "Very well. We shall contact the authorities," Lin Dong uttered, the words almost forced through clenched teeth. This was a case from over a decade ago. Capturing the suspect would undoubtedly elevate his reputation in Jinjiang City. The temptation was palpable, yet he felt powerless against it. What should he do? Rush in recklessly? Such actions could backfire spectacularly, leaving him with a reputation for foolishness. It would be one thing for Lin Dong to bear the brunt of criticism. He could endure that without fear of slander. But now, Lin Dong's name was synonymous with Yunao Group, and any disparagement aimed at him would tarnish the company's esteemed reputation as well. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong, having exhausted all unconventional strategies, prudently dialed the emergency numbers of Zhao Wuli and Officer Chun. One should not allow the fruits of labor to benefit outsiders, even if accolades were to be shared. Lin Dong intended to allocate this lucrative task to individuals he sought to cultivate relationships with, thus creating a favorable connection. Upon receiving Lin Dong's call, both Zhao Wuli and Officer Chen promptly arrived at the scene. Fortunately, Officer Zhao, with a decent salary, had arrived on a small motorcycle. In contrast, Officer Chen had a more arduous journey, pedaling his bicycle with great haste towards the food street. Nevertheless, they arrived nearly simultaneously. "What is the situation? Where are the suspects?" They inquired in unison, breathless. "Lin Dong, are you all right? Were you hurt?" Zhao Wuli and Officer Chen simultaneously expressed their concern. Lin Dong's expression turned grave as he gestured towards the Wumei study. "They are inside, but considering the unknown number of individuals, and based on the size of the room where the speakers were placed, there should be no more than 3 or 4 of them. Moreover, we are unaware of their tools for committing the crime, making it impractical for us to enter directly," he explained. Despite having a group of 11, Lin Dong reasoned that if they attempted to capture the suspects, there was no need for ordinary civilians to risk their lives in a situation meant for trained officers. "All right. Do not act impulsively. Leave this matter to Officer Chun and myself," Zhao Wuli declared, casting an approving glance at Lin Dong. Typically, in such scenarios where numbers are in one's favor, a leader may rashly decide to storm in to apprehend the criminals, yet Lin Dong refrained from such folly. Exchanging glances, Zhao Wuli and Officer Chen nodded in agreement. As a respected captain and a seasoned officer, they were undoubtedly professionals. Without further ado, Officer Chen strode towards the study's entrance, issuing a final ultimatum. "Those inside, listen. Come out immediately. We are the police and hope for your cooperation." His words were met with silence, unheeded by the occupants. Undeterred, Officer Chen repeated his ultimatum, still met with indifference. After delivering a third ultimatum, having exhausted all diplomatic measures, he and Zhao Wuli exchanged a resolute glance and readied their firearms. There was no need for leniency with suspects who might have evaded justice for years. Lin Dong instructed Qian Zhongfeng to secure the small entrance, while officers Chun and Zhao prepared to advance from the front. Chapter 149, A Futile Endeavor. Bang. Officer Chen pressed the barrel of his gun downward and kicked open the wooden door of the study. A sliver of light spilled into the room, and after confirming its safety, he stepped inside. Zhao Wuli followed closely, both men aiming their weapons at any potential hiding spots, meticulously searching the area. Fortunately, the Wumei study was still under renovation, with beds, cabinets, and bookshelves already removed. The only remnants within the study were scattered debris in the adjoining room of Ouyang Qingsong. With no signs of life in the hall, it was reasonable to conclude that the suspects were likely hiding in Ouyang Qingsong's room. Officer Chen aimed his firearm at the door of Ouyang Qingsong's residence and gently pushed it open, only to find it firmly locked from the inside. This must be the place, Officer Chen whispered to Zhao Wuli. Lacking specialized tools for breaking down the door or any C4 explosives, they had no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary method. After all, the wooden door of the study was not particularly sturdy. Officer Chen lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the door leading to Ouyang Qingsong's bedroom, evidently of inferior quality, flew open after enduring the force of Officer Chen's strike, collapsing helplessly onto the floor. Freeze! Police! Drop your weapon immediately. You are surrounded. Officer Chun and Zhao Wuli shouted as they stormed into the small bedroom, back to back, their guns protecting their surroundings. However, once the two officers dramatically burst through the door, they were momentarily taken aback. Ouyang Qingsong's abode was in utter disarray, and the area behind the door had been completely cleared out by a renovation crew, devoid of any furnishings. In this empty room, with no hiding spots, it was astonishing to find that there was not a single person present. What? Officer Chun was taken aback, glancing around in disbelief. What is going on? Zhao Wuli was equally at a loss for words. Where's the suspect? The bewildered duo, refusing to give up, searched the room several times, but ultimately came up empty-handed. Confirming that the area was secure, they invited Lin Dong inside to explain the situation. The wrench that Lin Dong had placed behind the door lay quietly on the ground, reminiscent of Lin Dong's heart, which felt as though it had grown cold after a night of waiting, only to find that all their efforts had been in vain. Having expended manpower and resources, they found themselves thwarted just moments before reaching the truth. This is how it is. When we checked, there was no sign of anyone, not even a shadow. Lin Dong, next time you report something, could you at least have some basis for your claims? I rushed over here and didn't see a single hair, Zhao Wuli remarked with frustration. He had originally anticipated showcasing his skills, only to find himself entangled in a farcical situation. Zhao Wuli cast a resentful glance at Lin Dong, who had caused him to run several red lights and leave without even a moment for personal grooming. Chief Zhao, please don't be so harsh on Lin Dong. I have faith in his character. Although this troublesome lad often gets into scrapes, he would never call us unless the situation was urgent. Clearly, there must have been a change of circumstances. In the face of Zhao Wuli's doubts and reproaches, it was Officer Chun who stepped forward to defend Lin Dong. This unexpected support came as a surprise to Lin Dong, as the person who had once scolded him the most was now willing to speak on his behalf. In addition to Officer Chun, others who had fought alongside Lin Dong the previous night also came forward to testify. Well, since my comrades have spoken in his favor, what more can I say? Lin Dong, do take more care next time. Should you encounter a similar situation again, report it immediately, disregarding all else. Even if one were to return empty-handed in such a scenario, the police would not hold you accountable. Zhao Wuli, having imparted a few words of advice to Lin Dong, prepared to ride his motorcycle back to the precinct. It was not that Lin Dong had failed to mention the audio prank to officers Zhao and Chun. Rather, upon returning to the small house where the sound system had been, they found the scene thoroughly cleared. Not a trace of the sound system or any footprints remained. As for fingerprints, Lin Dong was certain they would have been left behind. After all, individuals from 1998 had yet to adopt the practice of handling fingerprints post-crime scene. However, even with fingerprints, what could be done? Without a clear suspect, fingerprints could not lead to identification. Although Zhao Wuli expressed some frustration, he did not reprimand Lin Dong. After all, it was he who had boasted that Lin Dong could always contact him in times of danger. Furthermore, Zhao Wuli's ire was likely not due to Lin Dong's morning call, but rather because Lin Dong had failed to contact him promptly the previous night, allowing the criminal suspect to slip away and jeopardizing a rare opportunity that Lin Dong had disrupted. With Section Chief Zhao having departed, Officer Chen too prepared to pedal back to the precinct on his bicycle. Glancing at his watch, Officer Chen noted that it was already 7 o'clock. He would likely be late returning to the station. Letting out a sigh, this usually solemn officer unexpectedly smiled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, remember to call me sooner next time you're in danger. As public servants, we are here to serve the people. Seeing you safe and sound brings me some relief. Lin Dong, feeling gratified by Officer Chen's change in demeanor compared to their initial encounter, exchanged a few polite words out of courtesy. However, unlike Section Chief Zhao, who had felt compelled to return directly to the precinct to set an example for his superiors, Officer Chen, having already incurred a delay, saw no harm in being a tad later, knowing he was serving the public. Boss, something's wrong. Just as Lin Dong and Officer Chen were engaged in pleasantries, Zhang Xiao rushed out of the study in a flurry, grabbing Lin Dong's sleeve with urgency. Boss, come quickly. There's a secret passage in the study. What? What did you say? Zhang Xiao's exclamation stunned Lin Dong and the others. Lin Dong slapped his forehead, cursing himself inwardly. Damn, I should have thought of that sooner. With the entrance guarded and the windows sealed, the only means of escape for the suspect must be the secret passage. But how could the suspect have known there was a secret passage in the study, which he had infiltrated not to hide, but to ambush? This led Lin Dong to consider that the accomplice might indeed have been the prime candidate. Chapter 150. Clues and threads. The secret passage lay beneath the floor of Ouyang Qingsong's bedroom. It was only due to the ongoing renovation that the wooden floorboards had been largely dismantled, revealing the concealed passage beneath. However, rather than referring to this as a hidden passage, it would be more accurate to describe it as a cellar and secret chamber, measuring a mere 5 square meters. The so-called hidden passage is nothing more than a tunnel excavated by human hands, its entrance so narrow that it permits the passage of only a single individual. Lin Dong and Officer Chen surveyed the confines of this 5 square meter chamber, filled to the brim with tools of the trade, hammers, cleavers, and the like. It seems we are on the verge of solving the case, Officer Chen remarked with a shrug. A classic case of the monk escaping, but not the temple. The perpetrator may have fled, yet the instruments of the crime remain. Lin Dong and Officer Chen attempted to crawl through the dog hole, which was dark and confined. Lin Dong, suppressing his discomfort in the dim space, crawled forward for what felt like an eternity, 10 minutes at least, until he reached an end that connected to the sewer system. Following the sewer, Lin Dong emerged near a manhole cover, conveniently located adjacent to the small house where the speakers were placed. The ghostly disturbances that had perplexed everyone for over a decade were now becoming remarkably clear. Lin Dong called Officer Chen to report his findings. Officer Chen, the secret passage leads directly to the building with the speakers, Lin Dong said, a smile creeping onto his face. What do you think? Is the case nearing resolution? Indeed. This is a significant discovery, Officer Chen replied with a nod. The location of the secret passage in relation to Ouyang Qingsong's secret chamber was compelling enough to warrant an interrogation of Ouyang Qingsong. While it may not lead to an immediate conviction, the cowardly and timid elderly man would likely confess under pressure from Lin Dong. Yet, was Ouyang Qingsong truly as feeble as he appeared? Lin Dong recalled their first encounter, where Ouyang Qingsong had wielded a broom in a futile chase, resembling a frail old man. However, a person so physically weak could not possibly survive a catastrophic bone fracture and heavy blood loss. Lin Dong had overlooked this detail amidst his busy schedule, but it now seemed evident that Ouyang Qingsong was likely feigning weakness. Hello, Lin Dong, are you still there? Officer Chen inquired after a lengthy silence. Yes, I'm here. I just felt a bit dizzy for a moment, probably from last night's events. Lin Dong quickly fabricated an excuse, adding a touch of theatrics for effect. Indeed, his act of distress proved effective. After a brief contemplation, Officer Chen stated, Lin Dong, you should take a break. We can discuss the other records once you've rested. Don't worry, I'll handle the matters at the precinct. Officer Chen was genuinely concerned about Lin Dong's well-being, especially given their amicable rapport. I'm fine now. It was merely a brief bout of dizziness. The work is paramount, so please don't concern yourself with me. Go on and attend to your duties. Lin Dong feigned his dizziness, brushing off Officer Chun's concern before hastily preparing to head to the hospital. After hanging up, Lin Dong's heart swelled with glee. If he could extract even a single clue from Ouyang Qingsong, or uncover the identity of his accomplice, it would be a significant triumph. Such an achievement would surely elevate his status on the culinary street. When Lin Dong arrived at the hospital, he found Ouyang Qingsong leisurely enjoying his breakfast, personally fed by a nurse. Although it wasn't mouth-to-mouth, Lin Dong felt a surge of anger. After toiling throughout the night, he had been outsmarted by this seemingly benevolent, pitiful old man. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Ouyang Qingsong displayed a gentle smile, appearing completely oblivious to the looming threat he faced. Lin Dong reciprocated the smile. Yet his expression was far from amicable. It was laced with malice and coldness. "How is your health, esteemed elder? How is your recovery progressing?" Ouyang Qingsong chuckled. "Lin Dong, I truly owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I fear my life would have been forfeit." He continued to express his thanks for Lin Dong, covering his surgical expenses. "It is a relief to hear you are well, esteemed elder. Has the doctor informed you when you may be discharged?" Lin Dong intentionally referred to discharge as release from prison, seeking to probe Ouyang Qingsong's reaction. While most would dismiss the term as a mere pun, those with a guilty conscience react differently, exhibiting signs of nervousness. Lin Dong was acutely aware of this human psychology. "Discharged? Oh, I suppose I will need to stay for another 3 months before I can leave." Despite Ouyang Qingsong's attempts to mask his surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Lin Dong smirked inwardly. It seemed Ouyang Qingsong was attempting to play a subtle game of deception. "Your accomplice has already been apprehended. You should consider surrendering," Lin Dong stated coolly. "What?" Ouyang Qingsong exclaimed, incredulous, but quickly regained his composure, redirecting the conversation. "What accomplice are you referring to?" With both parties being seasoned players, there was little left to conceal. Lin Dong recounted the previous night's events, altering the details to suggest that the suspect had been taken by the police, as he had no knowledge of what Ouyang Qingsong's accomplice looked like. Strangely, upon hearing Lin Dong's account, Ouyang Qingsong appeared visibly relieved. "If that is the case, it would be splendid. The individual you refer to as a suspect is not my accomplice at all, but rather a relentless assassin threatening me." "An assassin?" Lin Dong murmured. The term was not commonly used, even in Lin Dong's previous life, where he was immensely wealthy and had a bounty on his head. Very few dared to attempt his assassination. After all, Lin Dong had his own rewards in place. Anyone who attempted to kill him would meet their end with a bounty on their own head. Sometimes, wealth afforded one the luxury of audacity. But in 1998, how could there be an assassin, and one operating within China? Lin Dong questioned Ouyang Qingsong's words, suspecting that this old trickster might be deceiving him once more. However, the subsequent words of Ouyang Qingsong left Lin Dong with no doubt that he was not deceiving him.